The tall Xiaoingha stood on the podium with an angry face, and his right hand slammed the table on the podium, and it was about to fall apart, which showed that he was already angry to the extreme. Today, there is a woman with great magical powers who called me to the awakening scene of my martial artist talent. What time is it now? This kind of serious thing. I still want to find a relationship. Go through the back door. I'll give him 4 words. Daydreaming. General Xiaoingha's muscles were like copper casting iron, exuding a powerful killing momentum, and he had experienced the test of blood and fire at a glance. Although he did not name him, everyone's eyes were still on Suyu in the middle of the crowd. Suyu looked at the scene in front of him and was at a loss for a moment. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar scene, Suyu was stunned for a full minute before reacting. This is? I actually came back to life, and it was reborn to the most important day in his life trajectory. But Suyu was stunned in the eyes of outsiders, which was a kind of insensitivity, and he didn't take General Xiaoingha's words to heart at all. This kid really dares. Who doesn't know that this is about him? He still looked at the general blankly. I think this kid is going to be unlucky. Sure enough, General Xiaoingha looked at Suyu's appearance and was immediately furious. Okay, awakening to find a relationship, right? Then I will put you in the most dangerous place in the Starfield. I see if you can awaken the talent of a warrior. People like Suyu who wanted to go through the back door, naturally no one looked at them, and the people around them suddenly looked at Suyu gloating, and they all wanted to see Suyu unlucky. Watching the familiar situation in front of him repeat itself in front of his eyes, Suyu did not have the slightest anger, but was ecstatic in his heart. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably curved. I was really reborn. Then everything I lost before, I want to get it back in this life. In fact, this matter cannot be blamed on this Xiaoingha for being so angry. Today is the most important day for everyone in this Daxia kingdom. Now that all races are invading, the entire human race is in danger, and the Daxia kingdom relies on the strength of warriors to fight against all races. Everyone will awaken the talent of a warrior when they reach the age of 18, and the talent can only be awakened once, and the quality of the awakening also represents the future potential of this person. In the eyes of anyone, the matter of awakening talent is naturally extremely important. In the previous life, Suyu was framed, and their family offended General Xiaoingha because of the relationship they were looking for. As a result, he was sent to the most difficult place to awaken his talent, and he was in great danger. Not to mention the failure of Suyu's talent awakening. His father, who was originally going to break through the realm of the martial saints, forcibly left the customs to rescue him after hearing about it. As a result, his father was seriously injured, and his realm stopped at the martial saint, and he had no chance with the martial god. Not long after, his father died of a recurrence of old injuries in the battle with the Wan clan, and her mother died at the same time because of excessive sadness. For a time, Suyu, who had been under the protection of the Wuxing family, became an orphan. He finally woke up, but it was too late. He did not awaken his martial talent. He could only become an ancient martial artist. The road of the ancient warrior was extremely difficult, although after reaching the realm, it was not much worse than that of a talented warrior. But the effort and hardship put in are 10 times more than that of a talented warrior. Relying on their own perseverance and thousands of tempering of the body, they break through the limits of the human body again and again, so it is very difficult to break through the realm. Even so, Suyu relied on his own efforts, step by step, and finally became the only half-step martial god among the ancient warriors in the world. There are many martial gods in this world who are talented martial artists, but the only ancient martial artist of the half-step martial god is Suyu. In the end, he died with the other party when he fought with a martial god of all races. He also finally broke through the half-step martial god before his death and became a real ancient martial god. But when he opened his eyes again, he found that he had been reborn on the day of his talent awakening. This life, he must not let that history repeat itself. General Xiaoingha looked at Suyu, who was still smiling, and was even more angry. He said so. The other party was not ashamed, but proud. He felt that Suyu was hopeless. I heard that his family conditions are good, and under such good resources, he actually raised a waste. Even if he became a warrior, he was a waste warrior. But with him, he would never let a waste occupy a few resources. All the students immediately went back to the room to prepare, and officially entered the Starfield in the afternoon to start the awakening talent trial. Xiaoingha angrily brushed his sleeves and left. The surrounding classmates walked away quickly from Suyu's side, and he was very unpopular, not only a gentleman, but also a licking dog, and the worst students in the class looked down on him. Dusty memories appeared from Suyu's mind. Thinking of his behavior when he was young, Suyu, who did not change his face in the face of thousands of foreign races, couldn't help but blush a little, feeling that he could use his feet to pick out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room on the ground. Am I so bloody when I am young? At this moment, Suyu felt his heartbeat. His expression immediately changed, and he walked out quickly. There seemed to be 2 familiar girls around him who were about to talk to him, but where could he take care of these things at this time? He walked faster and faster, and quickly came to his lounge. In order to provide them with the best conditions for awakening, each student who is about to awaken their talent has their own separate lounge. The room is small, but enough for one person to be undisturbed in the room, adjusting the state. Bang! Suyu closed the door. His heart was pounding, and his blood was boiling. He was surprised to find that the heart of the god of war when he became the god of war actually let him bring it back. How is this possible? Suyu hurriedly sat cross-legged, and the heart of the god of war began to beat wildly, and as his chi and blood surged, countless black substances were expelled from his body. Originally, he had neglected to practice martial arts for so many years, and some impurities accumulated in his body, plus some unsuitable for martial arts practice, took some messy chi and blood, and forcibly piled up chi and blood were all re-refined. Feeling his physical condition, Suyu was shocked. This is extreme physique. He actually went from a chi and blood waste warrior who was all piled up with elixirs to the legendary extreme physique owner. This extreme Dao physique is the best cultivation physique of ancient martial artists, not only to be innately suitable for ancient martial arts, but also to work hard the day after tomorrow. From the daily diet and exercise, one day must not slacken. People who do not have great perseverance cannot have it. It is simply a legendary physique. In his previous life, he didn't know how much he had paid for this extreme physique. Every time he exercised, he wanted to go back in time and beat his indulgent self to death. In the end, he only had this extreme Dao physique when he became a martial saint, but he also missed the best time to cultivate, and the effect was not great. Suyu didn't expect that under the infinite chi and blood of this martial god heart, he would reach this state so easily. Originally, he was in the realm of the fifth dan of martial arts, but at this time, all the drugs that were originally accumulated in his body were absorbed by his body, and he was directly promoted to the peak of martial arts in a blink of an eye. Just one step away from entering the realm of martial artists, the speed of this improvement is as fast as riding a rocket. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Suyu felt that the degree of condensation of his chi and blood was not the same as before, and he felt that now he could beat his former self to death with one punch. Is this the power of the heart of the god of war? The surging power of chi and blood in the heart of the god of war in his body made Suyu a little surprised. The heart of the god of war is a sign that the ancient warrior has become a god of war, which can make people have infinite power of chi and blood, which can be said to be infinitely miraculous. This heart of the god of war allows ancient warriors without talent to compete with the god-level talented warriors known as humanoid nuclear bombs. I really didn't expect this heart to be brought back by the reborn Suyu. Suyu felt that with the extreme Dao physique he had now in this heart of the god of war, he was confident that he would hit the realm of the ancient warriors of that year 10 years in advance. Of course, in this life, he not only wants to take the path of an ancient warrior, he had no choice in his previous life. In this life, he also has to awaken his talent. To become a talented warrior, he wants to be a fellow practitioner in two ways. At this time, Suyu seemed to remember something, and he took out a box from his arms, which was a precious prop used by his father Wu Jun when he awakened his talent. His father Wu Jun is not an ordinary character, known as the first martial saint of the Daxia kingdom, the first person under the martial god, and the general of the northern battle against all races. In this era, the god of war is still very rare, and there are only two people in the entire Daxia kingdom, and usually these two people are dragons. The gold content of the Soviet war can be imagined. At school, his father was low-key and did not let him reveal his identity, so everyone only knew that he was a rich second generation, but it was impossible for anyone to think of such a rich person. Otherwise, General Song who would not dare to be so presumptuous with Suyu if he said anything. What Wu Jun gave Suyu of such a status naturally could not be ordinary goods. The wooden box opened, and a strong elemental energy instantly filled the entire lounge. This is a precious 9-star thunder crystal. If you want to awaken the talent of a warrior, you need students to kill a Starfield beast with their own strength. No one else is allowed to help or intervene in any form. Once you choose the Starfield beast, you will be locked with the opponent, and you cannot change it midway, and if you fail to kill, you will lose the qualification for the awakening talent. This was the case with Suyu in his previous life. He was neglecting his cultivation and was no match for the Starfield beast at all. The most important thing is that he foolishly gave away this precious 9-star thunder crystal. This 9-star thunder crystal was obtained by Wu Jun with the peak strength of the martial saint, 9 deaths, and a foreign race that killed a half-step martial god by leapfrogging. This battle also established the name of the first martial saint of the Great Xia Kingdom in the Soviet War. The function of this 9-star thunder crystal is that it will attract a thunder Starfield beast, and the second person carrying this 9-star thunder crystal will be temporarily immune to thunder energy. Star domain beasts, which mainly rely on attribute abilities to fight, have lost their attribute attack capabilities, and it is naturally much easier to kill them by fighting physically alone. Wu Jun also took great pains for his son. Unfortunately, Suyu was not satisfied at that time, and directly gave this 9-star thunder crystal to Xiaoingha, the class flower next door he had been pursuing. The other party later awakened to the S-class thunder attribute talent and became the most eye-catching rising star of their class at that time. Later, with this identity, he flattered other rich second generations, directly kicked Suyu away, and cleared off his relationship. There are other reasons why he has been doing this Xiaoingha's dog-licking dog in his previous life. Mainly when he was a teenager, he had a car accident. At the time of his death, a girl about his age dragged him out from under the car and sent him to the hospital. At that time, he was already unconscious and did not see the other party's appearance clearly. After waking up in the hospital, he happened to meet Zhao Qinghan, who was also in the hospital. Later, she mistakenly thought that Zhao Qinghan had saved him. After asking, the other party did not deny it and had been accepting Suyu's kindness towards him. But now that I think about it, there is something strange. I asked the other party a lot about the situation at that time. Zhao Qinghan was ambiguous about the situation of the car accident at all, and the answers before and after were inconsistent, and it could not be his personal experience on the spot, indicating that he was definitely not Zhao Qinghan who saved him. And with her selfish character, how could she risk her life to pull a boy out from under a car that was about to explode? Outside the lounge, the three girls walked quickly towards Suyu's lounge. Is it true that Suyu wants to give you an attribute spar? Zhang Meng, who had freckles on the right side of Zhao Qinghan, asked with envy. Zhao Qinghan looked pale, but nodded, pretending to be reserved. Well, Suyu told me yesterday. Even if it is the lowest level attribute crystal, it means that it will inevitably awaken the martial arts talent, which makes Zhang Meng not envious. You wouldn't have promised him, otherwise how could he give you such a precious thing? I heard that he was criticized by General Song by name when he was looking for a relationship today, so that our entire school was humiliated by him. You can't be humiliated by yourself. Zhang Meng looked at Zhao Qinghan in surprise, as if to say, how can you agree to be with him, that waste of Suyu? Zhao Qinghan quickly shook his head. How is it possible? We are just ordinary friends. How can I take a fancy to him just like his waist? He took the initiative to give me that thing, and it wasn't a complete waste for him to use it, so he might as well give it to me. A hurried doorbell rang. Suyu frowned. How could anyone bother him at this time? Listening to the noisy doorbell, he still patiently got up and opened the door. Standing at the door were three girls in school uniforms. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar faces, Suyu remembered that these three were Zhao Qinghan and her two best friends. In the middle, the one with a cold and arrogant face, maintaining the character of a cold goddess, is Zhao Qinghan, who does look a bit beautiful. She has fair skin, bright eyes and white teeth. Although she is wearing a school uniform, she can still see her bumpy figure, and she has a feeling of standing among the three of them. Although Zhao Qinghan took the initiative to find Suyu, after opening the door, she didn't even look at Suyu. Standing on her right was Zhang Meng, with small freckles on her face, threatening Suyu with Zhao Qinghan's affairs every day, and also making Suyu give her a lot of resources, and Zhao Qinghan was all the way. On the left is Fang Yutong, a little introverted, and her sense of presence has always been very low, just like the follower of the two. Wherever the two go, she goes. At this time, Suyu remembered that when he came out of the classroom, the three of them seemed to be looking for him, but at that time, his martial heart reacted violently, and he entered the lounge without caring about the three of them. Seeing Suyu open the door, Zhang Meng's unique loud voice immediately shouted dissatisfied, causing the surrounding students to look sideways. Suyu, why are you opening the door so slowly? Without waiting for Suyu to speak, the strongest mouth continued to speak for Zhang Meng like a bead cannon. Why didn't you pay attention to us Qinghan when you were in the classroom just now? If it weren't for our Qinghan people, I was worried about what would happen to you, so I came to see you. If it were me, I would never be able to pay attention to you. At this time, Zhao Qinghan still pretended to be cold, looking at the sky expressionlessly, waiting for Suyu to apologize to him. In her impression, hearing Zhang Meng say this, Suyu was so frightened that she knelt on the ground and begged him, and took out countless good things to apologize to her. At that time, in addition to that attribute crystal, should I ask him how many resources he needs to let him go? Just when Zhao Qinghan was fantasizing, Suyu's head was already beating. What was wrong with these two people? Sick. Where is cool? Don't bother me here. After saying this, Suyu directly closed the door of the lounge, slammed shut. Bang! The force of closing the door was so great that Zhang Meng even felt that the door was going to hit his nose. Zhao Qinghan and the three of them were stunned for 3 seconds before they reacted. Zhao Qinghan pointed to his nose and looked at Zhang Meng. He, scold me, sick? Zhang Meng was also stupid. How did Suyu become so backboned? You're sick. Zhao Qinghan's cold personality could no longer be pretended, and he cursed at Suyu through the door. But what greeted her was, the sign at the door of Suyu's lounge was switched to do not disturb. Now they rang the doorbell, and Suyu couldn't hear it. Zhao Qinghan was going crazy. He didn't expect Suyu, who had always been obedient to him, to treat him like this. In fact, in Zhao Qinghan's view, Suyu is a small rich second generation, with a little money, and the family is okay. It's just a small fish in her fish pond. She came here today to take the initiative to find him, but for the crystallization of the attributes that Suyu promised her. This thing is related to the fate of her life, so she pulled down her face and took the initiative to find Suyu, but she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Let's go, don't be here, it's so embarrassing. Fang Yutong tugged at Zhao Qinghan's clothes and whispered a little embarrassedly. Because at this time, all the students around looked at the three of them with strange eyes and whispered on the sidelines. Was that Suyu just now? He actually rejected his goddess Zhao Qinghan. Is the sun coming out of the west today? This is incredible, isn't it? Zhao Qinghan also has times to eat behind closed doors. Suyu's licking of Zhao Qinghan is known to everyone, and it has spread throughout the school. Although she has been pursued by Suyu, she is not idle, and at the same time has an affair with several boys from good families. Her behavior has long made many people despise her, and there are many people who can't get used to her. Fang Yutong was already introverted. How could she stand this kind of scene, and pulled Zhao Qinghan and the two of them to quickly leave the door of Suyu's lounge. Returning to the lounge, Su Yuning calmed down, and his experience in his previous life taught him to go all out no matter what. Although with his current strength it is certain to defeat the Starfield beast, but the lion must also use all his strength to fight the rabbit. He had to adjust his state to the best state to cope with this talent awakening trial. After a while, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the time on my phone, it's time to go to the classroom to assemble. When Suyu was about to arrive at the door of the classroom, he saw Zhao Qinghan and the three of them waiting at the door of their classroom again. He frowned. What's going on with these three people? They are so shameless and skinless. Haven't they been scolded enough? Suyu was also a little confused. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for Zhao Qinghan to ignore him. How could he take the initiative to find him? When he saw Suyu coming, Zhao Qinghan's strongest mouth went online again for Zhang Meng. Suyu, what the hell is going on with you today? We Qinghan take the initiative to care about you. How dare you speak with this attitude? Aren't you afraid that we Qinghan will really ignore you in the future? Zhang Meng pinched his waist and pointed his right hand at Suyu repeatedly. The scene at the door of the classroom amazed the students in the classroom. Didn't Suyu lick Zhao Qinghan before? Why did it turn around today? Zhao Qinghan found the door of Suyu's classroom, and Suyu still looked impatient. After listening to Zhang Meng's words, Suyu frowned deeply and said in a cold tone, "What are you looking for me for?" Zhao Qinghan looked at Suyu's cold attitude and couldn't help it anymore. Suyu, are you so interesting? But you just want to give me a piece of attribute crystal. Is it necessary to be so domineering? Suyu suddenly realized, no wonder this woman was chasing after him. It turned out to be the crystallization of the Nine-Star's thunder that was thinking about himself. In my previous life, I had already given it to her, and I only exchanged a thank you at that time, so there was no entanglement in this paragraph at all. He just wanted to refuse directly, but seemed to remember something, so he asked, "That's right. When I had a car accident, what happened to the boy I was with?" A hint of impatience flashed on Zhao Qinghan's face. Why do you keep asking about this? Thinking that Suyu wanted to give him attribute crystals, she thought for a moment and said casually, "It may have been picked up by their parents. It's been too long, and I can't remember it clearly." Suyu's eyes flashed, and he became more and more sure that it was not Zhao Qinghan who saved him at that time, because there was only one driver in the car besides him at that time, and there was no teenager. His tone immediately became cold. "Get out of the way. I don't remember what gave you attribute crystals." He pushed Zhao Qinghan away and strode towards the classroom. Zhao Qinghan's face suddenly turned red, and he stood at the door of the classroom for a while, embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. She didn't expect that she would speak in person, and Suyu still had this attitude. "You!" Hearing Suyu's words, the classroom suddenly heard the needle falling, and they didn't expect that Suyu would have such an attitude towards Zhao Qinghan. What's wrong with this kid today? Has it changed? All the students looked at the scene in front of them with surprised faces. At this moment, a voice came from outside the classroom again. "Suyu, why are you talking to Qinghan like this?" A boy with a straight back appeared at the door of the classroom, wearing 2 gemstone rings on each hand, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was rich. This person's face was a little too pale, as if he had been hollowed out by the color of wine. This person's name is Wu Jun. The family has a little money, and Zhao Qinghan is in the same class, and he is also one of the fish in her fish pond. He came to Zhao Qinghan's side and said softly, "Why do you care about this kind of person? Whatever you want, I will give it to you. I'm not as stingy as him." When he spoke, he also glanced at Suyu contemptuously. If Zhao Qinghan could still be as weak and deceitful as him before, but she was angry at this time, she didn't understand Wu Jun's situation. How could she afford to send attribute crystals? "Who wants your stinky thing? Get out of here." After saying this, Zhao Qinghan turned his head and left, leaving Wu Jun with a gloomy face. Wu Jun's expression on his face turned red and white, and he looked at the back of Suyu, who had not paid attention to them returning to the classroom, and Zhao Qinghan, who had walked away. He stood there alone like a clown, his eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. The farce in the classroom finally passed, and all the students began to anxiously wait for the beginning of the martial artists' talent awakening trial. The awakening of the talent of the warriors represents the fate of their future lives, and no one dares to neglect them. It didn't take long for the school's instructor to show up at the door of the classroom on time. "All the classmates cheer me up. Now go to the square and gather." Above the square, a tall portal had been erected. This portal is the product of a combination of technology and martial arts, allowing for jumps between spaces. Looking at the students who have gathered in the square to participate in the awakening of talents, General Song, who stood at the front of the team with a serious expression and began to lecture. "Today you are not fighting for your own awakening talent. It's fighting for the peace of the entire Daxia kingdom. Everyone should do what they can and choose the area that suits them. Although the powerful Starfield beast can provide more powerful talents, you have to fight it. Once you encounter a strange beast, don't fight, retreat immediately, don't consume physical strength, and let the warriors escorting you solve it. Let me remind you again, Starfield Beast can only choose once. Once the selection cannot be changed. If you can't defeat the other party, then you will also lose the qualification for awakening talent. Below, according to the group, accompanied by our soldiers, everyone entered the portal separately. What, Suyu? Come with me. I see if you can still play tricks with me. Hearing this, the other students looked at Suyu gloating. General Song, who escorted several of the most talented and powerful students, and the place he went to was also the most dangerous place in the Starfield. Suyu looked at this familiar scene, almost exactly the same as in the previous life. In the previous life, this Song who directly brought Suyu to the depths of the Starfield, and as a result, he encountered an irresistible Starfield beast. If his father hadn't come to the rescue in time, he would have died in the depths of the Starfield. Now that he thinks about it, Suyu seems to smell a smell called conspiracy. Starfield beasts are actually a race among all races, and Starfield is equivalent to their realm. When it was discovered that the Starfield beast could assist the warrior in awakening his talent, the entire Starfield had been controlled by humans. With a flash of light from the teleportation, Suyu appeared in a pitch-black world. 80% of the time in the entire Starfield is under the night, under the dark night sky. After teleporting into the Starfield, General Song, who directly led Suyu and a few others towards the depths of the Starfield. There are not only Starfield beasts in the Starfield that can awaken talents, but also other strange beasts. Although it has been cleaned up once, it is inevitable that there will be some fish that escape the net, and the deeper you go into the Starfield, the more powerful strange beasts there are. When all talents awaken, someone must escort these students who have awakened their talents. In addition to Suyu, there were 4 students with them, 2 men and 2 women. The Grandmaster Song, who was able to personally escort him. Naturally, the 4 most talented people in this group of students. Standing at the front of the 4 was Lu Chengchuan. He is the only second martial artist in the school, and he is only 1 step away from the martial arts perfection. Gu Ziyuan, who was standing behind him, always stayed on Xiaoingha's body, obviously having a soft spot for Xiaoingha. Xiaoingha, as the school flower of their school, is 1 grade higher than Zhao Qinghan in terms of appearance and strength. She is also the strength of the martial arts apprentice Jiodan. Coupled with her cold and beautiful appearance, it is normal for a genius like Gu Ziyuan to be deeply involved in it. Standing at the end is Lin Xian, her martial arts 8th dan strength. Her appearance is also good, but standing with Xiaoingha, she always feels almost interesting, and she feels like she is being compared. The 4 of them stood together, forming a clear dividing line with Suyu, as if they were unwilling to be with Suyu. Especially Gu Ziyuan. Every time his eyes swept over Suyu, his eyes unabashedly revealed contempt. Not long after entering the Starfield, Songhu paused and looked at Suyu with sharp eyes. Suyu, don't say that I bully you. I'm still on the periphery of the Starfield. You choose a Starfield beast that you feel similar to as soon as possible to kill, and don't make me do some useless things. After going deep into the Starfield later, you will definitely not be an opponent for those Starfield beasts. Songhu can't actually be regarded as a bad person. He just doesn't want this kind of talent awakening trial to become child's play. In the talent awakening trial, in previous years, some large families wanted their children to obtain more powerful talents. Some people will be arranged to enter with their second generation to help their children leapfrog and kill the more powerful Starfield beasts. The method is to engage in will battles with star beasts, but if you give up the opportunity to designate star beasts, students who help others will lose the opportunity to awaken their talents. This kind of behavior is now expressly prohibited and even hated because it will ruin many people's path as warriors. In this era, every warrior is a precious seed of the future, and Songhu is particularly disgusted by such an act of ruining the future of others. That's why he was so angry at that time, and now if Suyu honestly relied on his own strength to kill the star domain beast, he would naturally not stop him. Suyu remembered that in his previous life, after Songhu brought himself into the Starfield, he also asked himself to find a Starfield beast to kill as soon as possible. At that time, I was also stimulated by the other party's attitude of looking down on me, so I followed the other party deep into the Starfield. As a result, it didn't take long after going deep into the Starfield that they encountered a powerful strange beast attack. Not only was Songhu entangled, but even these 4 geniuses, only Gu Ziyuan survived in the end. He was also rescued after his father arrived. Songhu was actually a victim of this incident, and he was also to blame for the tragic death of the 3 geniuses who followed him, and later heard that he also died in the battle with the Wan clan. Now that I think about it, the situation at that time was actually a bit strange, especially since my father was in retreat. How could he suddenly know the news of his distress? In addition, his mother inexplicably called Songhu and asked him to take care of him, which also revealed strangeness. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, Suyu also thought of many solutions, and finally he could think of the best way to do it was one word: drag. Regardless of whether he will still be in danger or not, whether Sujan needs to save him, it is enough for him to drag it until Sujan has already left the customs. At that time, his father will be at least a strong man of the half-step martial god, and all conspiracies are not worth mentioning in the face of strength. Suyu looked at Songhu and nodded. Okay, then can I adjust it, and then I will find a Starfield beast nearby to kill. Songhu frowned, but he finally agreed. After all, for Suyu, awakening talent is not a trivial matter, and making such a request cannot be considered too much. After seeing Songhoo agree, he saw Suyu sitting cross-legged and entering the cultivation mode without haste. Suyu's eyelids jumped when he looked at Songhoo unhurriedly, and Gu Ziyuan frowned. What is this? Isn't it a bit too late to cultivate now? Gu Ziyuan said impatiently. Lin Xian also looked impatient. If he continues to cultivate like this, don't delay our awakening talent. Although Songhoo was also a little impatient, he could only explain. You don't have to worry, there is no time limit for talent awakening. Give him a little time, and when he finishes killing the Starfield beast, I will take you deeper. Ha! Gu Ziyuan sneered. Don't be funny. Just what Starfield beast he killed? Just his chi and blood waste, which Starfield beast he can fight. Let him go back as soon as possible. Don't waste time here. Suyu was unmoved, sat down cross-legged, and 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Songhoo was also a little impatient at this time. Suyu, have you adjusted well? Don't waste time here, okay? Suyu opened his eyes and glanced at Songhoo. General Song, I feel like I'm about to break through the realm. Can you give me a little more time? As he spoke, Suyu deliberately agitated his chi and blood, making his chi and blood boil, as if he was about to break through. Songhoo was stunned. What? It's going to break through. He also felt that the chi and blood on the other party's body seemed a little abnormal, and it seemed that he was really going to break through. Now Songhoo also had to pay attention to it. If the other party was going to break through the realm, then he really had to give him some time. Okay, then calm down. Don't be disturbed by the outside world. Break through as soon as possible. The other people also looked at Suyu a little speechlessly. What's going on? Now it's time to break through the realm. Are you kidding me? Several people could only sit cross-legged speechlessly, waiting helplessly for Suyu to break through. Suyu was at the peak of the 9th dan of martial arts at this time, and it was not so easy to enter the martial arts in a short period of time. However, it was still very easy for him to use the heart of the god of war to stir up chi and blood. In the eyes of outsiders, his chi and blood fluctuated greatly, and he really had a bit of a breakthrough. But after a while, Songhoo felt that Suyu's mistake was wrong, and 15 minutes had passed. Suyu's chi and blood will be high for a while, and it will be low, so why did it take so long to break through normally? Hey, Suyu, are you okay? Songhoo looked at Suyu a little suspiciously. Suyu opened his eyes and looked at the 5 people in front of him who were staring at him with big eyes and small eyes. I failed to break through just now. I will sail again. I think I will definitely do it this time. IUX. Gu Ziyuan was unwilling at the time. Are you kidding us? I think he just doesn't dare to fight with the Starfield beast, and he is here to delay our time. Songhoo also began to be a little suspicious. What the hell is this kid doing? Is he really breaking through? Xiaoingha helped Suyu speak. Don't be like this. If classmate Su was really at the moment of breaking through, wouldn't it affect him if you said this? Hearing Xiaoingha speak, Gu Ziyuan immediately quieted down and sneered. Xia is right. I didn't think it through. In the blink of an eye, Suyu practiced for another 15 minutes, and this time even Songhoo couldn't sit still at all. He paced back and forth in front of Suyu, trying to wake up Suyu several times, but he held back. Gu Ziyuan and Lin Shen behind him were about to grit their teeth, scolding Suyu in their hearts for not being strong, and what kind of breakthrough was he pretending to be a ghost? At this time, Suyu also thought secretly in his heart that Su Zhan was only one line away from breaking through the martial saint at that time. He had been dragging on for nearly an hour, and the time should be almost out of the customs. Just when Songhoo couldn't stand it and wanted to wake Suyu up. Suyu opened his eyes suddenly. Forget it, don't break through. It seems that it is not the time yet. This time, even Lu Chengchuan couldn't stand Suyu. The strength is not much. There are still a lot of things. Let us people wait for you here. Are you embarrassed? Gu Ziyuan even sprayed directly. Stupid X, you can't break through. Why are you doing this? I think you just don't dare to fight with Starfield beasts. No wonder they call you waste. Lin Xian rolled his eyes widely, and he also cursed in his mouth. You! Only Xiaoingha's expression was calm, but he was helping Suyu speak. Breaking through the realm is not always successful. Su is talented average, and it is understandable to fail. Hearing Xiaoingha's words, Suyu glanced at the other party in surprise, but he didn't expect that the iceberg beauty of this school would actually help him speak. Songhoo was also angry. His chest kept rising and falling, and he looked at Suyu with a fierce face. Boy, you have enough time. Now you can go kill the Starfield beast. Looking at his appearance, there is a lot of Suyu who dares to say no, and he has to go up and beat the other party. Suyu waved his hand and a smile appeared on his face. I think although my realm has not broken through, but this hour of cultivation has made great progress. I want to challenge the Starfield beast deeper down. What did you say? Songhoo was about to make Suyu angry. If Suyu hadn't immediately faced the battle of awakening talent, he would definitely have beaten him. Suyu, I'll give you one last chance. Now find an outer Starfield beast to awaken the talent. Enter the depths of the Starfield. I won't send you out again. I can't awaken the talent at that time. Don't blame me. Unexpectedly, Suyu was unmoved, and still said with a smile, don't worry, General Song. I'm fine. I feel terrible suitable now, you can just take me in. Put. Hearing Suyu's words, Lin Xian laughed directly. Don't measure your own strength. Lu Chengchuan also said coldly next to him. General Song, let's leave this trash alone. He couldn't awaken his talent in the first place. Let's go quickly. Gu Ziyuan had been waiting impatiently. Xiaoingha looked at Suyu with a frown. Classmate Su, think about it carefully. Songwu couldn't stand Suyu at all, and waved his hand directly. This is your own choice. Let's go. Hey. Looking at Songhu, who had already walked towards the depths of the Starfield, Xiaoingha shook his head and followed with a helpless sigh. Suyu followed the team led by Songhu alone. Now he completely offended the entire team, and no one wanted to pay attention to him at all. This is good. He is happy to fall at the end of the team and can think about the next move. According to the experience of the previous life, after a while, they would encounter a powerful strange beast, and Xiaoingha and Lu Chengchuan died tragically in an instant. However, the situation in this life is slightly different. They entered the depths of this Starfield an hour late. I don't know if there will be any changes. Looking at Xiaoingha's slender back, Suyu was a little confused. He had no intersection with this kind of school-level goddess, and he didn't know why he would help him speak. In his previous life, he had a shallow impression of Xiaoingha, because the other party died early in this talent awakening trial, and his own behavior this time could be regarded as changing their fate. Sure enough, this time they went deep into the Starfield very smoothly, and they did not encounter the strange beast. They should have successfully avoided it. Look, Starfield beast, Lin Xian exclaimed, and everyone followed her gaze. I saw a translucent creature slowly crossing the sky. This Starfield beast was a bear-like animal. The translucent body of the Starfield beast revealed a little starlight, which looked very magical. 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is a 6-star Earth system Starfield beast. Lin Xian pointed to the 6 starlights in the Starfield beast and said excitedly. This was the first Starfield beast they encountered since they entered the Starfield. The group of 4 geniuses looked at this magical creature with amazement. Starfield beasts range from 1 star to 9 stars, and their strength is also different. 1 star to 9 stars correspond to the human martial artist stage to the 9th stage, and the talents obtained after killing are also different. These 6-star Starfield beasts were naturally not strong enough for the genius 4-person group. Gu Ziyuan looked at Suyu behind him, with a malicious smile on his face. Suyu, how about we let you kill this Starfield beast? In their eyes, such a level of Starfield beast was already Suyu's invincible existence, and he was waiting to see Suyu's jokes. The others looked at Suyu with an expression of waiting to watch the play. Only Xiaoingha looked at Suyu with a worried face, for fear that Suyu would not be able to stand the stimulation, and agreed excitedly. Old God Suyu shook his head. This Starfield beast is too weak. I think you should choose. Gu Ziyuan was not angry when he heard Suyu say this. He only felt that Suyu was simply a clown. Obviously he had no strength, and he loved to pretend. At this time, they had already reached a relatively deep position in the Starfield, and Songhu did not take them to continue deeper, preparing to start looking for suitable Starfield beasts in the nearby area. You can disperse and look for the Starfield beast on your own, but don't leave my range of 100 meters. Hearing Songhu's words, several people immediately dispersed excitedly to look for the Starfield beast. Cut. There is an 8-star fire Starfield beast here. Which one of you is up? Not long after, the 4 people who were still looking nearby heard Songhu's voice not far away. I saw a phoenix-like bird Starfield beast slowly streaking across the black night sky, with 8 dazzling stars flashing in its translucent body. So beautiful. Lin Xian sighed suddenly. I'm coming. I want this Starfield beast. She rushed ahead of Gu Ziyuan to get down this Starfield beast. Gu Ziyuan, who originally wanted to speak, had a flash of envy in his eyes, and he thought to himself, forget it. Although the fire attribute Starfield beast is indeed good, it is also good to let Lin Xian try the strength of this Starfield beast first. Although Lin Xian is also the strength of the 8th dan of the martial artist, which happens to correspond to the 8-star domain beast, he did not say that the 8th stage of the martial artist will definitely be able to defeat the 8-star domain beast. On the contrary, under normal circumstances, under the same level, humans are not the opponents of this Starfield beast. Everyone slowly dispersed, leaving only Lin Xian with an excited face facing the bird Starfield beast. She took out a dagger, left a wound on her left palm, smeared blood all over her left hand, and then took a few steps back, a run-up, and rushed towards the Starfield beast. Starfield beasts are very magical, and generally do not actively attack humans, and actively attacking Starfield beasts will not be regarded as selecting the other party as the object of talent awakening. Only when you apply your own blood to the other person's head will you be considered as choosing the other person as the subject of your talent awakening trial. Lin Xian's body was vigorous, and when he was about to run in front of the Starfield beast, he used a boulder on the ground. With all her feet kicking the boulder, her body suddenly jumped high, and her left hand smoothly covered the top of the Star Domain beast's head. Hiss! The Starfield beast immediately reacted, and the 8 stars in its body lit up with dazzling light. The originally transparent body gradually turned into a substance, turning into a phoenix-like bird and beast. Ha! In the next second, without the slightest hesitation, the Starfield beast, which had a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted softly, did not retreat but advanced and punched the Starfield beast. As one of the top students in the school, Lin Xian is naturally very proud, although she has heard that many people have failed to awaken their talents, but she feels that those people are some waste. How could she, Lin Xian, not be an opponent of the same level of Starfield beasts? But the moment she fought with the Star Domain beast, she was suddenly fanned away by the Starfield beast's wings, leaving 3 visible claw marks on her chest. So strong. It's good. Is this really just an 8-star star beast? Lin Xian covered her injured chest and gasped. She never expected that she would be defeated just by one blow. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gu Ziyuan was also suspicious. Lin Xian is not the opponent of this Starfield beast. How is this possible? He is also a martial artist with the strength of the 8th Dan, and even in actual combat he is weaker than Lin Xian. That is to say, even if he is on the field now, it will be even worse than Lin Xian. Focus. Don't be distracted. You still have a chance. Xiaoingha hurriedly cheered Lin Xian on the side. He couldn't make a move. Once he helped, it was equivalent to Lin Xian's awakening failed. His eyes were full of regret. All 4 of these people were geniuses, and they would all be strong people who would stand alone when they grew up in the future. And the most powerful astral beasts actually do not rely on physical attacks, but on their attribute attacks. Students who want to kill star beasts' awakening talent cannot use weapons. They can only fight with their bare hands, and it is not easy to defeat Star Beast. This Lin Xian's lack of combat experience and underestimated his opponent too much, resulting in a lot of injuries as soon as he came up, and the chance of killing the Star Domain Beast was greatly reduced. I told you a long time ago that the Starfield Beast is not so easy to deal with, so you take this opportunity to take a good look at how you should fight the Star Beast. Xiaoingha took this opportunity to remind the few people next to him, but his eyes kept staring at Lin Xian tightly, and he didn't dare to move away for a moment. After the Starfield Beast succeeded in a blow, it did not continue to attack but only slowly flew around Lin Xian. Lin Xian covered his chest and didn't dare to make a move easily. But what she didn't know was that the so-called 100 secrets in one sparseness, if dragged on like this, would be harmful to her and not benefit. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Starfield Beast to find a defense gap for Lin Xian, quickly fanning his wings, and countless flames fell from between his wings towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was suddenly shocked. She was just worried about the other party's iron claw attack, forgetting that the other party still had this flame ability. Looking at Lin Xian's confused look, Xiaoingha suddenly shook his head. The combat experience is too weak, and the current students have no realm, and the competition is just fighting with people, and when they encounter this kind of beast, they are directly dumbfounded. In a panic, Lin Xian rolled on the spot and dodged the flame attack, but then the Starfield Beast swooped down, and a pair of iron claws slammed down on Lin Xian's head. Hey! Xiaoingha sighed. His right hand was instantly covered with a thick layer of wooden armor, and his figure flashed towards the Star Domain Beast. Boom! With a bang, the Starfield Beast instantly turned into a starry sky. Although he successfully rescued Lin Xian from the hands of the Starfield Beast, it also meant that Lin Xian lost the qualification for awakening talent. Wow! Lin Xian, who was lying on the ground, suddenly burst into tears, which was the same as the high spirits he had when he first entered the Starfield. Lin Xian was full of regret. If she didn't hold on to the big and find a 7-star Starfield Beast to awaken her talent, where would such an embarrassing situation occur? Don't be sad, Lin. You can still take the road of ancient martial arts in the future. Ancient martial artists are not worse than talented martial artists. Xiaoingha looked at Lin Xian's crying pear blossoms with rain, feeling helpless in his heart, and comforted him softly on the side. I don't want to cultivate ancient martial artists. My dream is to become a god of war. Can an ancient warrior become a god of war? Lin Xian pounded his chest and stomped his feet, like frost hitting an eggplant, and the whole person became decadent. Gu Ziyuan, Lu Chengchuan and Xiaoingha looked at Lin Xian's desperate look, and suddenly had a sense of sadness. Gu Ziyuan originally wanted to find an 8-star domain beast, but now it seems that he can honestly find the 7-star domain beast to awaken. Lin Xian's defeat cast a shadow on the entire team, and no one dared to choose Starfield Beast for talent awakening at will. Suyu, where are you going? At this time, Xiaoingha suddenly saw that Suyu continued to walk towards the depths of the Starfield, and he immediately frowned. This kid is not only not very strong, but also very carefree, and always does some moths. He won't be so scared that he wants to run away, but you went the other way, it's deep in the Starfield. Gu Ziyuan shouted to Suyu with a funny face. In fact, Suyu was looking for a Starfield Beast that suited him. His goal this time was naturally not simply to rely on the 9-star Thunder Crystal to awaken. He has been reborn, and the real man must awaken his double talent. Under normal circumstances, the same person can indeed only select one Starfield Beast and awaken the talent once. But there are always exceptions to everything, and one day in the future, a genius had a whim when he chose a Starfield Beast and at the same time used an attribute crystal. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. He selected 2 Starfield Beasts at the same time, and after he killed the 2 Starfield Beasts, he successfully awakened his dual talents. This happened years later, so people today don't know about this method. Moreover, generally, dual talent awakening is to choose low-star Star Beasts for awakening, and it is rare for 2 students of the same level to appear at the same time. time. But Suyu was not prepared for this. With his martial god level fighting skills and the existence of the heart of the martial god, he had the confidence to face two 9-star domain beasts at the same time. Lin Xian's awakening failure has made Xiaoingha completely lose patience with Suyu. Looking at Suyu, who was walking farther and farther, Xiaoingha wanted to catch Suyu back. No, Suyu has a Starfield beast there. The sharp-eyed Xiaoingha instantly discovered a leopard-like Starfield beast in front of Suyu. I saw that this Starfield beast was completely dark, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even be able to see the existence of the other party. Only the 9 stars on its body were shining. This turned out to be a 9-star dark attribute Starfield beast. The dark attribute belongs to the mutation attribute. Although the awakening talent of this attribute of the star domain beast is powerful, but it is more difficult to deal with, and ordinary people will not choose this star domain beast to awaken at all. He wouldn't want to choose that Starfield beast, would he? Gu Ziyuan looked at Suyu with a funny face. He didn't believe that Suyu would choose that Starfield beast at all. If Suyu chooses, isn't it no different from sending him to death? Gu Ziyuan also deliberately encouraged, "Hey, Suyu, I think that Starfield beast is very suitable for you. You choose him." Looking at the 9-star dark attribute star domain beast in front of him, Suyu was very satisfied. He had the thunder attribute of the main output talent. This special talent is just right for him. He looked at Gu Ziyuan with a smile on his face. "What you said is right. I also mean this. This Starfield beast is really good." Hearing this, a thought arose in everyone's hearts. Isn't this Suyu crazy? His mind won't be a show-off. How could he want to choose this 9-star dark attribute Starfield beast? General Xiaoingha was also confused. He instinctively wanted to stop it, but he felt that Suyu must be joking with him. But when Suyu took out a dagger and cut his left hand, Xiaoingha realized that Suyu was going to play for real. "Suyu, don't give up on yourself. You can't be the opponent of this Starfield beast." Seeing Suyu's movements, Xiaoingha shouted anxiously to Suyu, "Xingha, what do you care about him? Maybe he knows that he will definitely not be able to awaken, so he wants to attract people's attention, and deliberately chooses a 9-star domain beast to challenge, and then says that he failed to challenge the 9-star domain beast." Gu Ziyuan said with an indifferent face. Not to mention, except for Xiaoingha, Gu Ziyuan's guess was recognized by everyone. Even Xiaoingha felt that Suyu was sensationalizing this waste, just doing something different. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Challenge the 9-star domain beast. Be careful to lose your life." She failed to awaken, and now she doesn't like anyone, and she wishes everyone had failed to awaken. Seeing Suyu really walking towards the 9 stars domain beast, Lu Chengchuan was also full of mockery. "Cut, clown." Suyu didn't care what others thought. His left hand had already pressed on the head of the 9-star dark attribute Starfield beast. What a madman! Seeing that Suyu really chose the 9-star domain beast, Xiaoingha's face couldn't help but change. Suyu was messing around, but his duty is to protect these students. His muscles were tense all over his body, ready to rescue Suyu at any time. A leopard covered in darkness appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and its graceful body arc and explosive limbs could tell that it was a speed-type Starfield beast. Just when everyone thought that Suyu would be killed in an instant, they saw that Suyu actually took out a blue-purple crystal from his arms. Click! The moment the spar appeared, a thunderbolt appeared in the void, and it seemed that the phantom of a strange beast appeared again in a vague way. What is this? Isn't it impossible to use props when challenging star beasts? Suyu cheats. When Xiaoingha saw the spar in Suyu's hand, he only felt that his breathing had stopped. What did he see? 9-star thunder crystallization. That was an attribute crystal that could only appear in the Wan clan above the martial saint level, and it was this rare thunder attribute. How could this kind of treasure appear in Suyu's hands? With this kind of treasure, where does Suyu need to find any relationship? Just awaken directly. The strangest thing is why Suyu started using it after obviously choosing a Starfield beast. There is only one possibility. That is, Suyu would not use this extremely precious attribute crystal at all. What a violent thing. Some people in the Genius Quartet also recognized that thing, attribute crystallization. That's the crystallization of attributes. How could Suyu use that kind of thing? Lu Chengchuan was not calm, and his eyes showed greed. It turned out to be an attribute crystallization. The others also recognized Lu Chengchuan's words. Everyone knows this kind of treasure, but very few people have seen it, so they don't think of it for a while. But why did he choose the Starfield beast before using it? Doesn't he use it? He wouldn't think that this thing could only be used after selecting the Starfield beast. Gu Ziyuan's face was full of incredulity. There is only this one explanation. Isn't this pure waste? Can you use this treasure for me? The heartache on their faces was full of heartache. Such a good thing was wasted by this fool. The summoning ceremony of the 9-star thunder crystal has also been completed, and an all-purple thunder attribute unicorn appeared majestically in front of everyone. Facing the two 9-star domain beasts at the same time, Suyu's body stood upright, without any expression of fear. Damn! 2 9 stars, Suyu is dead. It's a pity for that treasure. The scene in front of him calmed everyone down, and one person fought alone against 2 9-star domain beasts. After a while, Xiaoingha was not sure whether he could save Suyu in time. Just when Xiaoingha wanted to directly break up the 2 9-star domain beasts, under everyone's shocked shocked gaze. Suyu's combat power was full, and the heart of the god of war was beating wildly. His chi and blood were like rainbows, straight into the sky, and the rich power of chi and blood could be seen even by several people 100 meters away. Chi and blood are released. The peak of martial arts. What? He is the pinnacle of martial arts. Everyone was shocked by Suyu's realm. Doesn't he only have the 4th stage of martial arts? How could it be the peak of martial arts? Has he been hiding his strength? Is this the legendary chi and blood waste? Lu Chengchuan felt that his brain was not enough. Even if it's a pile of drugs, it's scary enough. Lu Chengchuan was also full of astonishment. It turns out that I am not the strongest in the school. Xiaoingha was a little shocked at first, and then his face was full of relief. Lin Xian's face was full of madness. What about the peak of the martial arts? Those are 2 9-star domain beasts. Samhu, who was closest to Suyu, was even more shocked. Feeling the full power of chi and blood on Suyu's body, he knew that the other party was definitely not a realm of taking medicine. This level of chi and blood intensity must have been cultivated step by step. He was so strong. Samhu swallowed his saliva. Is it the peak of a martial artist? But this is too big. One person fighting 2 9-star domain beasts alone. This is simply unheard of. The Black Panther was the most irritable. It couldn't stand it anymore, and its figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Its ability is a dark attribute, and what it is best at is stealth and sneak attack, only to see that the Black Panther was like teleportation, and the moment it disappeared, it had already appeared on Suyu's right side, and it bit him down. What everyone didn't expect was that Suyu didn't dodge, and like Lin Xian, he punched the Black Panther. Confused, Songmu slapped his thigh. Lin Xian's lessons from the past couldn't be taught Suyu a long lesson, and he was even tough head-on with these Starfield beasts. And this Black Panther is still a rare dark attribute, and its melee combat is much stronger than the fire attribute Phoenix. Just when everyone thought that Suyu would also be knocked away by a blow, I saw an energy vortex appear above Suyu's right fist. Tiger roaring mountains and forests. With a punch, like a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring, everyone seemed to see a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. 5 Dan boxing skills. Fist. Samhu only felt numb all over. If Suyu's peak realm of martial arts was shocking to him, the 5 skills that Suyu performed now were to make him feel like he was dreaming. A student who has not gone to Wuhan University, displaying an artistic conception that many masters of the 5 realms cannot display. This is not a fantasy. What is it? This is. He couldn't help but wonder, am I really not dreaming? In the previous life, Suyu was a real half-step martial god, and this boxing technique was just something he practiced to relieve boredom in his spare time, and he easily reached the 5 Dan skill. The weapon he used in his previous life was a knife, and his knife skills had reached the peak realm of the unity of the 7 stages of heaven and man, only 1 step away from entering the legendary 8-stage realm rule control. A martial artist who can perform artistic conception and boxing techniques at the peak of fighting the 9 stars domain beast is like an adult with a baseball bat beating a child. That's not too easy. Suyu's punch roared in the mountains and forests, not only directly knocking the panther away for tens of meters. The Black Panther even let out a direct whine, and his whole body began to dissipate, turning into a little starlight. The other Starfield beast didn't seem to know what fear was, and had no intention of flinching. The 2 horns on the purple Chilin's head also began to gather energy, and a thunderbolt with the thickness of an arm slashed directly down from the sky. But the power of thunder was like an itch on Suyu's body. That's because his 9-star thunder crystal was still protecting his body, and this elemental damage was ineffective against him at all. Tiger Spirit. Suyu punched again. This move was the most powerful move in his set of Howling Tiger Overlord fists. It is even more terrifying after integrating the Tiger Roar fist intent. Everyone only saw a tiger going down the mountain pounced on the purple unicorn with the momentum of devouring the sky and the earth. The purple unicorn was also hit by a punch with almost no resistance. This time the purple unicorn didn't even make a sound, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a little starlight. Everyone didn't expect that with just 2 simple punches, Suyu would kill all the 2 9-star domain beasts. What a terrifying boxing technique. The group of 4 geniuses couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Some who could still see that Suyu was a fist, and others couldn't even understand what boxing techniques Suyu used. I only felt that these 2 fists were extremely mysterious, and it was them who wanted to fight, and they could not have any room to fight back. Gu Ziyuan couldn't help but be a little worried. Suyu won't hold a grudge against me for saying he's a waste. He was really a little scared now. Lu Chengchuan was even more immobilized. His eyes were dull, and he muttered to himself, what kind of boxing is this? What kind of boxing is this? Lin Xian's eyes were even darker. Xiaoingha looked at Suyu with burning eyes, as if there were stars flashing in his big bright eyes. At this time, countless starlights converged towards Suyu, which was a sign that Suyu was about to awaken. Everyone who saw the situation in front of them straightened their eyes. He really killed 2 9-star domain beasts at the same time. So is he awakening dark attribute talent or thunder attribute talent? Soon, the changes in Suyu gave the answer. Suyu's body suddenly stirred up black energy, covering his whole body like a layer of mist. His whole temperament began to become mysterious, and in this dark environment, the whole person became bright and dark, and and he couldn't even see his appearance clearly. Feeling this powerful dark attribute energy and the vision that came out of his body, Songhu's heart was awe-inspiring. This was at least an S-level or higher talent. As expected of the talent obtained by killing the 9-star domain beasts, it was indeed powerful. No, this is an SS-level talent. Watching the black mist on Suyu's body turn into a humanoid afterimage behind Suyu's back, Songhu only felt a tingling in his back. Another peerless genius has come out. S-level talents can appear when they appear, and this kind of ability that can be used as soon as it appears is the SS-level talent. As for SSS-level talents, they are legendary, and I heard that the entire Daxia kingdom has no more than one hand. When the SSS-level talent awakens, it will directly trigger the vision of heaven and earth, and the whole world will tremble for it. Boom! The sky above the originally dark Starfield suddenly lit up, and a purple thunder crossed the sky. Then, the whole sky was like a torrential rain of thunder and lightning. Countless thunders fell like raindrops. Looking at the thunder in the sky, the next second, Songhu was directly dumbfounded. Looking at the purple thunder in the sky, Songhu blurted out, "The vision of heaven and earth is coming. Not SS class. This is SSS level talent. Zhixiao Divine Thunder." At this time, Songhu realized that the SSS level talent awakened by Suyu was not the dark attribute talent, but the thunder attribute talent. Then he is double talent. Songhu directly burst out with foul language. This kind of genius must be reported. This is a genius who will devote all the country's resources to cultivate. God bless the great Xia kingdom. There is a super genius with double SS level or higher talents. The few people standing not far away were even more crazy, and they might have wanted to compare with Suyu before. But after seeing this pair of talents, they had the feeling that they could not surpass Suyu in this life. Is this still something that people can do? It's incredible that someone can really awaken their dual talents, and they are all SS level or above. Standing in place and feeling the wonders of awakening talent, Suyu couldn't help but clench his fists. He also had a feeling of suffering. Finally, he has also become a talented warrior. Thinking about the previous life, he worked hard every day, used various body refining secret techniques, and endured all kinds of hardships in order to make his realm move forward slowly. But those talented warriors who awaken their talents can easily enter the next realm. At that time, he was envious. Now, he finally has this talent power. As for Songhu's statement that his dark attribute talent is SS level, he doesn't think so. Even he felt that this dark attribute talent was much more powerful than the thunder attribute talent, and when this dark attribute talent awakened, there was also a vision of heaven and earth, but it was already dark here. This dark attribute talent is also biased towards shadows, hidden and other abilities, so the vision of heaven and earth is also very hidden, and Songhu does not see it at all. Although he had just awakened the dark attribute talent of the awakened one, he felt as if his shadow had come to life. Like his clone, the shadow was no different from his own body manipulation. He felt like he had two bodies at this time, and the mystery of this dark attribute talent was much more miraculous than he imagined. Suyu named his dark attribute talent Shadow Master. But just when everyone was still immersed in Suyu's unprecedented awakening of dual talents, a huge figure pounced on Suyu. When he saw the figure clearly, Songhu's face suddenly changed drastically. 5 realms of strange beasts. I saw that the strange beast was pitch black, with 2 horns on its head, like a huge brown bear, with thick scales all over its body, standing upright and more than 3 meters tall, exuding a powerful momentum. The strange beasts of the 5 realms correspond to the Grandmaster level powerhouses, which are comparable to Songhu's strength. This was the first time Lu Chengchuan and the others had seen such a terrifying beast, and the 4 of them were frightened and pale, and the whole person trembled a little unconsciously. A sense of irresistibility rose in his heart. The first to react was Songhu. After all, he was also a Grandmaster level powerhouse. He arrived first, holding a long knife with a wood attribute aura and slashing at the strange beast. Unexpectedly, the moment the body of the strange beast was slashed by the wooden knife, the whole body shattered instantly like foam. Suyu's expression suddenly changed. He recognized that this was the strange beast that attacked them in his previous life, and at that time, he also relied on this move to attack the west, and instantly slapped Lu Chengchuan and Xiaoingha to death. "Be careful! Over there!" he immediately shouted at Songhu. With Suyu's prompt, Songhu immediately reacted. His body changed direction again, and then accelerated instantly. Bang! With a loud noise, Songhu's long knife was 1 step ahead of the strange beast, and the giant claws of the strange beast stopped in front of Xiaoingha, who had a pale face. The momentum that erupted from the confrontation between the two blew the 4 people away. Songhu held the handle of the knife in his right hand and the back of the knife in his left hand, holding the giant mouth of the strange beast. One person and one beast immediately began to wrestle. Just when Songhu was entangled, Xiaoingha let out a scream. In the darkness, I don't know where another strange beast from the 3 realms came out of nowhere, which was similar in appearance to this brown bear, but was significantly smaller than the previous one. The giant beast opened its huge mouth, bit Xiaoingha's right arm, and dragged it into the darkness. Xiaoingha's mournful screams disappeared into the darkness from near to far. Lu Chengchuan and Guzi Ziyuan beside her were so frightened that no one dared to come forward to help. Suyu's face was slightly dark. He had a good impression of Xiaoingha. Just watching the other party die in front of him, he really couldn't do it. There was no second strange beast in the previous life, and I am afraid that this strange beast was attracted by his awakening vision of heaven and earth. In this case, he must save this Xiaoingha. The shadow behind him began to writhe, gradually merging with him. Then Suyu's speed skyrocketed, and his whole person turned into a black line, chasing towards Xiaoingha in the dark. This is the first natural ability he discovered. He fuses the shadow behind him with himself, which can greatly increase his speed in the dark. Suyu, don't go. Looking at Suyu's movements, Xiaoingha was suddenly shocked. He really didn't expect that these so-called genius students would be so frightened that they would urine after seeing these strange beasts. This so-called chi and blood waste student Suyu, regardless of the huge difference in strength between himself and the strange beast, in order to save his classmates, he took the initiative to chase him out regardless of his own life and death. Xiaoingha also had to admire Suyu's courage. He was not much better than these geniuses when he first saw the strange beast, and he would definitely not be able to do Suyu's level. Get away! His whole body burst out with a wood attribute aura, pushing the 5 realms of strange beasts away. He couldn't let such a good seedling die in this starfield. But not only was the speed of the strange beast, but Suyu was faster, and he disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. In the darkness, Suyu fell tightly behind the strange beast that dragged Xiaoingha away. Although this strange beast only has the level of the 3 realms, it is also equivalent to a human martial artist level powerhouse. For Suyu, who is not even a warrior, he is still more than 1 level stronger. But Suyu was not afraid. He dared to chase after him, and he had the means to check and balance the other party. He has the heart of a martial god with infinite chi and blood in his previous life. Under the condition of ensuring that no destructive damage is caused to the body, the strongest can barely deliver the full blow of the 4 realms Wu Zone. Killing this strange beast in the 3 realms is not a problem. However, he only has 1 hit, and after 1 blow he will enter a state of weakness. Xiaoingha, who was held in his mouth by the strange beast, was extremely pale, and the right arm he bit was completely numb. Feeling the terrifying aura on the beast, she was already desperate. At this moment, she saw a figure in the darkness, and she suddenly ignited hope for life, and he thought it was Xiaoingha chasing him. But when the figure approached, he realized that it was Suyu who was chasing him. Xiaoingha was suddenly extremely anxious. No matter how strong Suyu was, he could not be this strange beast opponent comparable to a martial artist. She didn't know where the courage came from at this time, and she suddenly shouted loudly to Suyu behind her, "Let's go! Don't come here!" The strange beast also found Suyu following behind at this time. It showed a humanized playful expression in its eyes, threw Xiaoingha in its mouth, and then suddenly turned around and pounced on Suyu. Xiaoingha's heart was cold, looking at the strange beast that pounced on Suyu and closed his eyes with a face that he couldn't bear to look directly at. He could think that Suyu would be torn to pieces in the next second. Why do you bother? But the next scene was unforgettable for her. I saw Suyu's whole body boiling with blood and chi, and he was not afraid in the face of the strange beasts of the 3 realms, and punched out, and in an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color. The whole world seemed to have only 1 tiger made of chi and blood left, pounced on the strange beast. Seeing this tiger, the strange beast also instantly felt that disaster was imminent, and it wanted to hide, but it was too late. Boom! With a loud noise, the dignified 3 realms of strange beasts were actually beaten by a human who was not yet in the realm of a warrior, and their flesh bloomed, and their bodies were bleeding. No one will believe this even if it is told. But that's not all. After the 3 realms of strange beasts landed, the whole body was like fried beans, bang, bang, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a puddle of rotten meat. At this time, Suyu exhaled, closed his fists and stood up, and he slowly calmed down his restless chi and blood. He was not comfortable at this time. The capillaries in his body were almost 80% shattered, and the whole person was like a blood man. Looking at Suyu's appearance, Xiaoingha was shocked, ignoring the injury of his arm, and hurriedly rushed over to support Suyu. "Suyu, are you okay? You, don't die." Her eyes were red, and tears slipped from her eyes. In Xiaoingha's cognition, how could a martial artist deliver such a powerful blow? Even if it is sent out, it will definitely be a blow to the overdrawn life, and there is no way to survive. Xiaoingha didn't care about the difference between men and women now, and quickly helped Suyu sit on the ground. In fact, the injuries on Suyu's body only looked serious, and he used the power of chi and blood that far exceeded the current realm, causing the capillaries in his body to rupture. Just wait for the wounds on your body to heal slowly. However, Suyu's appearance did look strange and scary. There was no place in his body that did not bleed, and there was no possibility of survival in Xiaoingha's eyes. "Suyu, thank you, you okay?" She felt like she had said something nonsense and quickly added, "Is there anything else you want me to do for you?" The tears on Xiaoingha's face never stopped like a broken pearl, and he hugged Suyu in his arms with a sad face. At this time, she felt that she should listen to Suyu's last wishes, and she would definitely do her best to help him fulfill it. With this blow, Suyu was indeed a little tired, and leaned on Xiaoingha's chest. Feeling the fragrance and softness on the other party's body, Suyu suddenly sighed. This little little girl is very strong. Well, then I do have a wish. Say it quickly, I will promise you whatever you say. Xiaoingha immediately became serious and said half-swearingly, don't talk about me killing the strange beasts of the 3 realms, keep the secret for me. Suyu thought for a moment and said, ha? Xiaoingha didn't expect Suyu to die, and thought he would say something to make such a request. I promise you this. Xiaoingha nodded, although she didn't understand Suyu's purpose, but she would definitely agree to such a small request. By the way, there is one more thing, this will have to wait until you awaken your talent before I can tell you. Suyu continued, awakening talent? Right now? Xiaoingha was stunned, she understood that this was Suyu asking her to awaken her talent first. Although her right arm was injured at this time, it was not too serious for the current warrior, but it only slightly affected the movement of her right arm. If the injury affects the road to the awakening of one's talent, it is too uncost-effective. Xiaoingha only hesitated for a moment and decided to start looking for the Starfield beast. She didn't have time to wait for Xiaoingha. Xiaoingha didn't know what the situation was when he was fighting against the strange beasts, and his fate was still in his own hands. Do you really want to choose that 9-star ice attribute beast? Suyu looked at the 9-star beast that Xiaoingha was looking at and was also secretly stunned. In his previous life, he didn't know much about this Xiaoingha. Now in contact, I didn't expect the other party to have seen the strength of the Starfield beast. Even though her right arm was injured, she still had the courage to challenge the 9-star domain beast. Seeing Xiaoingha nodding firmly, Suyu did not stop him. This is her own choice, and Suyu must respect it. This 9-star ice attribute Starfield beast is a humanoid creature. Wearing a crown on her head, she floats quietly in the air, like a snow queen. Xiaoingha began to accelerate, and after a few jumps, he leaned towards the 9-star ice attribute Starfield beast. Her bumpy figure and her beautiful face are very ornamental. Although the 9-star ice attribute Star Domain beast looked similar to humans, it was very tall, at least 3 meters tall, like an enlarged version of a human woman. Xiaoingha suddenly jumped high at the moment of approaching. The bloody left hand was firmly imprinted on the top of the Star Domain beast's head. In an instant, the temperature of the entire space seemed to drop. There seemed to be a little snowflake floating around. Xiaoingha's face also became whiter and whiter. The figure of the Snow Queen gradually revealed. She opened one hand, and countless ice crystals condensed in the air and smashed towards Xiaoingha. Xiaoingha's face did not change color. Her body was flexible, tossing and turning in the ice crystal fragments, and she was unharmed. Suyu's eyes narrowed, showing a hint of surprise. Xiaoingha's skills in this body were surprisingly high, and he had already touched the threshold of the second stage. This is very rare for a martial artist. It's still a genius. Suyu admired Xiaoingha's graceful posture and sighed a little. It really feels like a fairy dancing. Xiaoingha finally found an opportunity to get close to the Ice Queen, and she punched hard. Poof! The punch hit the Ice Queen's abdomen. A transparent pale blue ripple spread in all directions. This 9-star ice attribute Starfield beast is a pure attribute attack Starfield beast. The melee ability is very weak, and the defense only relies on its own attribute energy. Xiaoingha relied on her ingenious body technique to keep dodging, and the ice crystal attack of this Ice Queen really couldn't do anything about her. Xiaoingha, on the contrary, looked for opportunities to punch the Snow Queen from time to time. Unexpectedly, Xiaoingha relied on this style of play. Although her right arm was injured, before she ran out of physical strength, she really consumed this 9-star ice attribute Starfield beast to death. Wow! The blue light spot transformed into the Snow Queen entered Xiaoingha's body. A dense layer of ice crystals appeared on Xiaoingha's body, quickly covering her entire body. When awakening, you have attribute special effects, which is an S-level talent. At this time, Xiaoingha finally repelled the strange beast of the 5 realms, but he did not succeed in killing the other party, and the strange beast disappeared into the darkness with serious injuries. He began to take Lu Chengchuan and the two of them to look for Suyu and Xiaoingha in the dark. But the terrain of this starfield is very complex. So long has passed, and the sky in the starfield is getting darker and darker at this time. How can it be found? In the end, he could only take Lu Chengchuan and Lin Shen back in a hurry to report. He wanted the military department to send a little more people over to help find Suyu and the two. Operational headquarters of the Northern Theater Command. Around a large secret room stood countless Grandmaster level and above powerhouses. The two people near the door of the secret room had a stronger momentum, and they turned out to be great Grandmasters. These people all had serious expressions and looked in all directions with vigilant expressions. Being protected by so many strong people, you can imagine what kind of existence is in this secret room being escorted. If you look closely, you can find that this secret room is made entirely of magic crystals worth hundreds of millions. It can be said that it is extremely luxurious to use so many magic crystals to create such a large secret room. Ha! With a loud noise, even through the wall of the magic crystal, you can feel an invisible momentum spreading out in all directions. The general is going to break through. The surrounding soldiers showed surprised eyes. They are going to have a half-step martial god leader. I saw the roof of the secret room suddenly explode, and countless magic crystal fragments scattered in all directions. Boom! A figure fell sharply from the sky to the ground. The momentum of the half-step martial god spread, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression, and people couldn't help but want to bow down. Ha ha ha. Su Zhan's hearty laughter spread throughout the audience. He made the cut. The next second, I saw that Suyu's father, Su Jun, was 3 or 4 points similar to Suyu's appearance, but he looked more mature. The next second, but he still can't see the old man, like a young man, standing with Suyu can only be regarded as his brother. This is the magic of a warrior. His eyes were full of confidence and indomitable fighting spirit. The terrifying energy on his body even made the people around him feel that there was a sun in front of them, and they didn't dare to look directly at it. He was naked, and all kinds of scars on his body were disappearing rapidly, including some old injuries. This is a unique characteristic of the talented warrior half-step martial god, super self-healing ability, and can even be reborn with a broken arm. Congratulations on becoming a half-step martial god. All the soldiers put their right hands on their chests and bowed, neatly and uniformly, with amazing momentum. Su Zhan, who became a half-step martial god of the 8 realms and was only under the 2 martial gods, was naturally complacent at this time, only feeling that everything was in his hands. But at this moment, a figure walked towards him quickly. This person's sideburns were slightly white. He was wearing a military uniform, and his realm was not high, but he was just a Wuzong from all over the world. But the grandmaster powerhouses around him respected this person very much. When they saw this person coming, they gave way to the other party and asked him to quickly come to Su Zhan's side. This person's name is Jiying, who was once the squad leader when the Soviet War first enlisted in the army, and the two came up from the bottom of the army together. However, in a battle, Jiying was seriously injured in order to save the Soviet Union, leaving sequelae, resulting in the realm stopping at the level of Emperor Wuzong forever. But this person has a strong talent for combat command, and is still the right-hand man of the Soviet War, and he is also the only 1-star general of the Wuzong realm in the Northern Theater. What's wrong, Lao Ji? Seeing Jiying coming, Su Zhan, who was very familiar with the other party, immediately frowned. It stands to reason that the other party should be here to congratulate him now, but Jiying frowned and his eyes were wandering. Obviously something happened. Su Zhan's heart sank, and his first reaction was that something had happened on the battlefield of all races. But after a while, he realized that it was impossible. With his current strength, he would immediately sense that situation. Jiying took 2 quick steps, came to Su Zhan, and then lay down on the other party's ear and whispered, "Something happened to Suyu." After a while, Su Zhan's face darkened slightly, but he had seen too many winds and waves, and this kind of thing was not enough to make him lose his temper. He gave the order directly. "Let's go. Go to the talent awakening trial ground." At this time, Xiaoingha had just finished reporting to the military headquarters, but he felt a little strange that the military department's order was to let him stand by in the office and not go anywhere. Even Lu Chengchuan's awakening was to be passed on to other soldiers, only to wait in place. Just when Xiaoingha was puzzled, there was a huge fluctuation in space at this time. A dazzling light appeared in front of Xiaoingha, gradually turning into an oval-shaped portal. Looking at the portal in front of him, Xiaoingha's heart was shocked. This kind of fixed-point portal is very troublesome to set up, and at least a strong person above the Great Grandmaster of the Space Attribute can be personally operated to teleport several people at once. It is usually used when emergency transmission of information during wartime. Xiaoingha looked surprised. He could never have imagined that an ordinary student who disappeared when he awakened his talent could use such a skill that only a Great Grandmaster could use himself. Just when Xiaoingha was thinking wildly, which Great Master actually came to the scene of talent awakening for a student, the majestic figure that came out of the portal next suddenly stunned Xiaoingha. General, my lord." After seeing the person coming clearly, Xiaoingha only felt that his scalp was numb. How could this be possible? The general is the first martial saint of the Daxia kingdom, commanding the entire theater of operations in the north, and has a great responsibility. How could he come here for this little thing? He also glanced at the general from a distance during an exercise, and the strong sense of oppression had already made him afraid. At this time, seeing Su Zhan himself made his legs weak, which was a kind of double oppression from the martial arts realm and the superiors. Fortunately, Xiaoingha did not forget to salute, quickly put his right hand on his chest, and bowed forward. But Su Zhan's first words almost didn't make Xiaoingha kneel on the ground. "General Xiaoingha, I am here for my son Suyu this time." "What?" Xiaoingha only felt that his ears were buzzing, and he didn't even hear what Su Zhan said clearly. "Suyu is the son of Su Zhan. You said it earlier." Xiaoingha wanted to cry without tears. When he was in the classroom, he was a waste, and scolded Suyu. "You must know that he is the son of Su Zhan. How dare he be so presumptuous?" "The main reason is that the lady who called him didn't make it clear. You said that your husband is Su Zhan, and I have to think carefully about what I say. I heard that you took my son to the depths of the Starfield, the most dangerous place." Su Zhan found a chair and sat on it. His tone was not emotional, just like he was narrating something plainly. But as soon as these words came out, Xiaoingha couldn't stand anymore, and knelt on the ground, his clothes wet with cold sweat. "General, will the general Suyu, talented, only awakened from the depths of the Starfield is suitable. His talent." Xiaoingha Xiaoingha said this sincerely, and now he understands why Suyu has such strength. He is the son of Su Jun, and the tiger father has no dog, which is not unusual. But what kind of urine Suyu is, Su Jun understands too well. If you don't learn any skills day by day, you will know that when someone else licks a dog, Suyu will lose his face. This is why he didn't let Suyu mention his name in school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to great lengths to find that attribute crystal for him. Fart. What talent, if you are so sloppy with me like this, then I have to deal with you now. Su Jun was not angry and self-assured, and his light words frightened Xiaoingha to urinate. I don't know where the courage came from. Xiaoingha stopped stuttering, and said quickly, General, what I said is true, so you used a 9-star attribute crystal to kill 2 9-star domain beasts at the same time, awakening an unprecedented double SS level or above talent. This time it was because my classmates encountered strange beasts, and Suyu stepped forward to save people, so he disappeared. Su Zhan's eyes narrowed. He knew about the crystallization of attributes, but killing 2 9-star domain beasts and awakening dual talents, the talent level is still so high. No matter how it sounds too much like his own son. He still stepped forward and wouldn't save the female classmate he licked. You'd better not lie to me, or you know the consequences. Su Zhan stood up suddenly, and a huge sense of oppression came to his face. Of course not, how dare I? Xiaoingha repeatedly assured. I think you are quite bold, otherwise how dare you take my son into the depths of the Starfield? Xiaoingha was speechless, lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. Your failure to protect students is your job failure, and the specific responsibility will be discussed later. You will enter the Starfield with me now. Yes, Xiaoingha quickly agreed. Su Zhan asked about the situation clearly, and was ready to leave for the Starfield immediately. But at this moment, a soldier hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in. After seeing Su Zhan, he was obviously stunned, but the other party obviously did not recognize Su Zhan, but he could feel Su Zhan's extraordinary momentum. He did not hesitate and quickly reported, General Song, Xiaoingha, and Suyu came out of the Starfield. Hearing this, Xiaoingha immediately jumped up with a surprised face. Quick, fast, take me there. Outside the Starfield, Xiaoingha walked out of the portal with Suyu covered in blood on his back. Suyu naturally did not reach the point where he couldn't walk. He was actually almost recovered, but he couldn't send out those 4 realms blows anymore. It's just that Xiaoingha insisted on carrying him on his back. Lying on Xiaoingha's back, smelling the aroma on his hair, Suyu was also happy to rest. Seeing Suyu covered in blood, the medical staff who had been waiting outside early also looked panicked. He hurriedly carried Suyu into the treatment room, ready to be rescued. No, just get me a dress. Unexpectedly, Su Yuxing, who entered the treatment room, stood up and saw the medical staff looking confused. This classmate, you should lie down and do a full body test. Suyu waved his hand. No, I'm really fine. In the end, Suyu really couldn't resist these medical staff, so he could only let them be examined. The results of the examination are normal, and the physical fitness is excellent, but it is a little weak. Soon the news that Suyu's body was all normal reached Xiaoingha's ears, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After knowing that Suyu was safe, he asked Xiaoingha not to leak his relationship with Suyu, including Suyu's awakening this time. He also rarely came back from the war zone, and this time Suyu's mother called Xiaoingha was indeed a bit strange, so he returned home early. The news of Xiaoingha's awakening of SS-level abilities also spread, and soon Xiaoingha became the focus of this talent awakening, and the nickname of the ice and snow goddess spread all over the place. Suyu took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention to him and embarked on the road home. At this time, Zhao Qinghan also stood proudly among the students. Although she is not as much anticipated as Xiaoingha, she has awakened her S-level talent, but she is also extraordinary. He even killed a 7-star domain beast by leapfrogging, becoming the second genius in the school to awaken his A-level talent. Looking at the classmates who were celebrating around her, but without her familiar Suyu licking the dog, she really felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Suyu should be the first to rush out to congratulate him, and then present gifts with both hands. This guy heard that he asked Xiaoingha to take him to the depths of the Starfield, so he wouldn't die inside. But it doesn't matter, even if they are alive, they will not be people of the same world in the future. Zhao Qinghan thought secretly in his heart. Looking at the luxurious manor gate of his family, Suyu felt a little emotional. Sometimes, he almost forgot that he was also a rich second generation. The gate opens. A group of young girls wearing white silk skirts and maid outfits greeted Suyu one after another. Welcome home, young master. Young master, you have worked hard today. Young master, you're tired today. Eat first or let me warm up the bed first. This kind of formation made Suyu can't help but blush. Only then did he remember that at that time, his mother Su Qing wanted him to get rid of his dog-licking career. Deliberately recruited these beautiful girl maids at home to take care of his diet and daily life. It was used to improve his female aesthetics, but unfortunately he was blinded by lard at that time and fell in love with Zhao Qinghan. Looking at the beauties around him, Suyu really didn't know what he thought at the beginning. Is Xiaoyu back? Come to the living room. This sound was not loud, but it came directly to Suyu's ears, and the little maids around him did not react at all. Suyu immediately heard that this was Su Zhan's voice, and he was using the method of of transmitting sound that only grandmasters and above would know. His father really loves shows. He also wondered why his father didn't come to save him. It seemed that he had already come, and when he found that he was fine, he returned home early. This is completely different from the situation in the previous life. It seems that the father's appearance is full of energy, and he must have successfully advanced. Through a garden the size of a football field, Suyu came to the first house in their Su family's mansion, which was also equivalent to their living room. Push open the door. Suyu suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming to his face, his heart sank, and he just wanted to activate the heart of the god of war to activate the counterattack. When he saw the owner of this punch clearly, Suyu immediately gave up using the heart of the god of war. Instead, the shadow behind him automatically merged with the body, crossed his arms, and a little purple thunder automatically appeared above his arms. Bang! Sure enough, this punch was just huge, but when it hit him, it only made him move back half a step, and it didn't hurt him at all. Instead, the energy contained in this punch seeped into his body and began to treat some of the hidden wounds he had suffered in the Starfield. Haha, it's really a high-level double talent. You kid really impresses me. A hearty laugh came from Su Jun's mouth, who was standing in the middle of the room. Just now, it was Su Jun who made a move to test Suyu's strength. Next to Su Jun stood Su Qing with a worried face. Although Su Qing was her mother, she was well maintained. Standing there with graceful and fair skin, she looked like a weak aristocratic lady. Standing next to Su Jun could be described as a talented woman. Suyu also discovered in time that it was Su Jun who made the move, so he did not use the heart of the god of martial arts. Otherwise, Su Jun would have to drop his jaw in shock, wondering if Suyu was pretending to be someone else. What are you doing? I know how to do it when I come up, and I am not afraid of hurting my son. Suyu's mother Su Qing was naturally unwilling, and hurriedly stepped forward, for fear that Suyu would be injured a little. Mom, I'm fine, my father is just healing me, Suyu quickly explained. But how could Su Qing believe that Suyu looked at Suyu's whole body up and down to make sure that Suyu had no trauma before giving up? Su Jun looked at this scene with a smile. If it had been before, he would definitely have complained that Su Qing doted on the child. But today is the happiest day he has had in so many years, not only because Suyu has awakened to his unique dual talent, or because he didn't like how he looked at Suyu before, looking like a carefree and gentleman. But looking at it today, Suyu seems to have completely changed his appearance, not because of his appearance, but because of his temperament from the inside out. Not to mention becoming mature and steady, there is also a kind of murderous aura, although it is very light. But who Su Jun is, you can see at a glance. Killed the strange beast in the Starfield? Su Jun had a smile on his face and asked casually. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I killed one by chance to save my classmates. Sure enough, Su Jun looked at Suyu with more and more satisfaction. Well done. Su Jun praised. He didn't go home during this time, and Suyu's changes were really big enough. Even the strength has become the peak of the martial artist. Although it is only a punch, Su Jun can also feel that Suyu's basic skills are extremely solid. Although that punch was just a temptation, ordinary martial artists were already so frightened that they wet their pants, so how could they stand and talk to him? If Suyu hadn't been his own son, he wouldn't be familiar with Suyu anymore, and he even felt that Suyu was pretending. Ah, you fought the beast! Su Qing exclaimed again, and hugged Suyu in his arms distressfully. Su Jun glanced at Su Qing and complained that she doted on the child, but at this time, he couldn't say anything. Looking at the motherly expression on Su Qing's face and the warmth on her body, coupled with Su Jun's concern for herself, Suyu was also in a trance. The eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red, and my father didn't have this face to him at this time in his previous life. At that time, the Soviet war not only failed to advance and left a dark scar, he also knew that Suyu gave the 9-star thunder crystal to Zhao Qinghan, and he was even more angry and unwilling to pay attention to Suyu. He returned directly to the Northern Theater of Operations, but soon died on the battlefield. When my mother found out, she was overly sad and died not long after. Their family's huge business has also been divided and snatched by some so-called relatives in the name of guardians. Suyu changed from a young master to an orphan who didn't even have a home overnight. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, Suyu, who was also a tough guy in his previous life, couldn't help but feel a little urge to cry. Whatever he says in this life, he must also protect this warmth. The family talked again, and Su Jun and Su Qing also felt the changes in Suyu. How could Suyu be so cheerful before, as if he was willing to share everything with them? They didn't have much doubt, they just felt that Suyu was in a good mood after awakening to his talent. By the way, Mom, did you call General Xiaoingha? Suyu found an opportunity and asked the doubts in his heart. He was too young when this happened in his last life, and he didn't think anything was wrong, and then so many big things happened, he had long forgotten about it. But in this life, he clearly sensed some conspiracy feelings. It stands to reason that even if Su Cheng wants to find a relationship, it is impossible to call Xiaoingha directly. She can just look for Su Jun. And where did Xiaoingha's phone call come from? Su Cheng, as Su Jun's wife, is naturally not an ordinary person, but she is not a warrior, and she only practices to strengthen her body. Her Su family is also a well-known family chaebol group, with extraordinary financial resources, although Su Cheng is a woman, but she has excellent business talent. Now he is the acting executive chairman of of the contemporary Su family group, controlling most of the business of the Su family group. Hearing Suyu ask about this, Su Qing actually showed the shy posture of a little girl, looking down at Su Zhan. Speaking of this Soviet war, he was obviously a little angry. Xiaoyu, your mother was deceived by her girlfriends, saying that calling this number can take care of you. I have already told her, such an adult is not enough to do things. Xiaoyu, you don't have to worry about this, just practice well. I will definitely investigate to the end. Su Zhan's expression was serious, obviously very angry about this matter. He revealed strong self-confidence, giving people a sense of security. Hearing Su Zhan say this, Suyu was also relieved. It felt really good to have his father in case of an accident. Father, when are you going to return to the war zone when you come back this time? When Su Zhan heard Suyu ask, his face also had a hint of helplessness. Stay for another day at most. Wanju is not honest. I have to hurry back. So fast. Su Qing's face immediately showed reluctance, but she knew Su Zhan's identity, and she could still tell what was more important. When it came to her mouth, she didn't say it. Suyu had already been prepared, and in his previous life, not long after his talent awakened, an incident of the Holy Feather clan riot occurred. Su Zhan also died in that incident, and it also alarmed the god of war at that time, and finally the matter was calmed down. After a while, the family of three sat together happily to eat. It may be that there are too few opportunities like this, and the three of them tacitly let all the servants leave the restaurant, and they didn't talk about some stressful topics. They all talk about some trivial things in life. Most of the time Su Qing and Suyu say. Su Zhan listened, and it was very warm for a while. After eating, Su Zhan wiped his mouth and looked at Suyu. Xiaoyu, come with me. Okay. Suyu immediately agreed, as if he had guessed what Su Zhan was looking for him for. At the back of the Su family's mansion, there is a whole martial arts arena. Not only is the area huge, but all kinds of equipment are available, which can be described as extremely luxurious. Suyu in his previous life didn't cherish these things at all, and now he was a little hot when he saw these devices. But today Su Zhan called Suyu over, obviously not for him to practice here. The two stood face to face in the martial arts arena, and Su Zhan looked at Suyu and asked, Xiaoyu, you usually use a knife, right? Suyu hesitated for a moment. Yes, but I'm starting to practice guns now. I want to learn guns from you. In the previous life, he used knife techniques, all kinds of knife techniques. He was like a treasure, almost reached a limit, and it was even more difficult to improve. And once he used a knife, the realm of the unity of the 7 stages of heaven and man would inevitably not be seen by Su Zhan, who had vicious eyes. Suyu couldn't explain his terrifying knife realm at all, and Su Zhan has always used a gun, and he has always wanted Suyu to use a gun. But in the past, Suyu was rebellious, and Su Zhan asked him to practice guns, so he had to practice swords. In this life, Suyu just wanted to change his marksmanship to practice, and now he brought it up so that Su Zhan would be happy. Su Zhan was really happy. It's good to use a gun. Good with guns. Next, he grabbed it with one hand, and a spear flew towards Suyu from the weapon rack. Bang! Suyu grabbed the gun body steadily and danced a gunflower. Su Zhan's eyes lit up, and Suyu said that he practiced guns, and he thought Suyu was pleasing him. Although Suyu is just in action, Su Zhan has been immersed in guns for a long time, and it can be seen that Suyu has definitely not used a gun for a day or two. For a half-step martial god in his previous life, Suyu would use a little bit of all weapons. Although his main weapon is a knife, he already has the realm of the second peak of this marksmanship. I'll see if you play 2 tricks. Su Zhan's eyes also showed some expectation. Suyu didn't talk nonsense, and a set of the most common 1,000-pound marksmanship and the 2-stage marksmanship was slowly displayed. Suyu was not fast, but every move was very powerful, and the thin barrel of the gun was in his hands. Looking at Suyu's marksmanship, Su Zhan nodded again and again. 2 peaks. He saw Suyu's marksmanship realm at a glance, and this marksmanship skill level could be said to be a genius among geniuses at his age. How many surprises can this kid give me? After a set of marksmanship was performed, Suyu's face was not red or panting, and the infinite chi and blood of the heart of the god of war were not a joke. Okay. Looking at Suyu's appearance, this must be a lot of practice. Su Zhan nodded with satisfaction. But in order to prevent Suyu from being proud, he just made a simple comment. Not bad. A bit of my demeanor. Then he took out 2 booklet-like things. I originally wanted to give you a 2-dan knife technique, but now it's just right, since you have changed to marksmanship now, and you are already at the peak of the 2nd stage. These 3 stages of dragon spears with this set of virtual steps should be able to improve your strength very well. Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This set of marksmanship and body techniques are one of the best sets of early exercises in the army. In particular, this virtual step can be said to be a bug-like body technique in the early stage, and the warrior cannot fly before the grandmaster. But when this footwork is cultivated to the highest level, it can achieve the effect of staying in the air, almost flying in a short time, and is very powerful. Before the great grandmaster, it was very practical, and Suyu wanted to change this set of postures very much in his previous life. However, the requirements for military merit are too high, and when he saves enough military merit, he no longer needs this set of postures, so he did not exchange it in the end. Suyu originally wanted to wait for the cultivation to be higher, like in the previous life, to go to the battle battlefield of 10,000 tribes to brush up on military merits and treasures, and exchange some cultivation resources. But when he took over these 2 exercises, Suyu suddenly reacted in his heart. Yes, I almost forgot. In fact, I am a rich second generation. I actually don't have to work so hard at all. Looking at Suyu's awakened expression, Su Zhan was very satisfied. You have awakened the thunder attribute and the dark attribute. Well, yes. Hearing Su Zhan's question, Suyu replied, double talent is indeed unique in our Dasha kingdom, and I have submitted your situation to the Ministry of Research and Martial Arts. After a while, someone may come to you to do research, and you can cooperate at that time. Suyu nodded in agreement. He had thought of this kind of thing a long time ago. As for the cultivation of talented martial artists, although the school will teach you in the future, I can tell you how to cultivate first. Su Zhan continued. Before awakening your talents, you all walked the path of ancient martial arts, which is equivalent to majoring in chi and blood. But after the talent awakens, you all have the power of attributes, and you will need to major in the source power in the future. Although you have dual attributes, the method of cultivation is the same. As he spoke, Su Zhan waved his hand, and a gray energy appeared in his hand. Su Zhan awakened to the S-level talent of the Earth Mutant Rock attribute, and the defense was extremely strong. You can use these talents to stimulate some abilities just awakened, which means that your talent is at least SS level. Su Zhan looked at Suyu and continued. High-level talent awakening is indeed very powerful and will give you an advantage at first, but it doesn't mean that you have gone further than others. I heard that one of our 2 major martial gods, Lord Wind Emperor, is an F-level talent. In order not to make Suyu too proud, Su Zhan mentioned a few words to Suyu at the right time. This Wind Emperor Suyu naturally knew that he had even fought together, although the other party was indeed an F-level talent, but it seemed to have mutated and had many special effects. Subsequently, Su Zhan personally instructed Suyu on how to cultivate the source power of a talented warrior. Not to mention, this Suyu really can't. In his previous life, he was a real ancient martial artist, and the talented martial artist had no chance with him. With the help of Su Zhan, Suyu quickly felt that there was a magical energy flowing in his body according to a certain route, which was the source force. The cultivation methods of talented warriors are all the same, only very special people have exercises, but they only absorb the source power between heaven and earth a little faster. This source force does not conflict with the chi and blood of the ancient warriors. The source power is constantly circulating in the veins of the body, and that chi and blood are fused in the body, and it will burst out when needed. Okay, you are now an awakening realm among talented warriors, equivalent to the martial arts disciples of ancient warriors. Su Zhan took back the hand he placed on Suyu with satisfaction to sense the source force. He was a little emotional, worthy of an SSS-level talent, and the speed of progress was simply too fast. Although with his help, Suyu's body also sensed the attribute energy around him almost instantly and began to actively absorb the source power. In fact, Suyu's rapid progress is also related to his extreme physique. Suyu himself was also a little emotional. With the help of a half-step martial god, the progress was really fast. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he didn't have this treatment. Even when cultivating ancient martial arts, he was surrounded by dangers several times, and he relied on himself to survive step by step. As for the realms of talented warriors, they are Awakening Realm, Open Vein Realm, Jotian Realm, and Divine Realm. The corresponding ancient warriors are the first 4 realms of martial artists, warriors, martial artists, and Wuzong. From now on, whether it is a talented warrior or an ancient warrior, the realm is a grandmaster, a great grandmaster, a martial saint, a half-step martial god, and a martial god. Okay, you two don't practice. What time is it? Xiaoyu's talent has just awakened today, and you haven't let him rest early. I don't know when. Su Qing came to the martial arts arena and urged Su Zhan and Suyu to rest early. Su Zhan looked at the sunset in the sky, although it was indeed a little late, but it was not enough to sleep directly. But when he saw Su Qing showing all kinds of styles, the other party's eyes seemed to be about to drip water. Su Zhan understood instantly. His old face turned red, and he turned his head to say to Suyu, "Don't be in a hurry to practice the marksmanship I gave you. You should rest early today. I'll go accompany your mother." Looking at Su Zhan, who was walking towards Su Qing, Suyu smiled knowingly. His parents' relationship was still so good. After watching Su Zhan and Su Qing return to the room, Suyu had no intention of resting at all. It is impossible to rest. Over the years he has developed the habit of practicing desperately every day, and that gentleman has long disappeared. Even later, he felt a little addicted to cultivation, and some friends called him a cultivation maniac. The dragon gun that Su Zhan gave him was not difficult, and he painted the gourd according to it. After just reading it once, Suyu made this set of marksmanship look good. The only ancient warrior in Dasha Kingdom, the half-step martial god, is not in vain. After a few simple practices, Suyu also returned to the room. He didn't want to rest, but to continue to practice. Rejecting several little maids who took the initiative to warm his bed, Suyu finally sat cross-legged on the bed. The reason why he reached the level of a half-step martial god in his previous life, in addition to his persistent cultivation, also benefited from the visualization he had obtained in a ruin. This visualization is very peculiar. peculiar. It is a big sun. Under the sun sat a naked teenager, with 108 points of light on his body. He had only seen this picture once, and this picture was automatically deeply imprinted in his mind, but no matter how he searched for it later, he couldn't find it. Every time he wanted to improve his chi and blood, as soon as he entered the cultivation state, he would begin to actively visualize this big sun map. At this time, the chi and blood in his whole body seemed to be burning. In this state, the speed of his cultivation became faster, and his entire body was constantly tempering. The only side effect was extreme pain, the kind of skin that every inch of the body seemed to be scorched in flames. Suyu remembered that when he practiced for the first time, he only lasted for 5 seconds before withdrawing from the cultivation state. He had experienced a lot of things at that time, and his cultivation was firm enough. Finally, with his persistence, he was finally able to hold out for about an hour. After an hour, he needed to rest for a while before he could enter the cultivation state again. Suyu was sweating profusely, and the big sun in his mind was like a substance. The scorching feeling made him unbearably hot, and this was the first time he had practiced with this body. If it weren't for the experience of his previous life, he would not have been able to hold on. Dong, dong, dong. Suyu's martial god heart beat regularly, and a large amount of chi and blood filled his limbs and bones. At this time, Suyu didn't need any chi and blood pills or other cultivation elixirs at all, and the heart of the martial god with infinite chi and blood was enough for him to cultivate. Just when Suyu was about to be unable to hold on, a bright light lit up on his chest, which corresponded to a point of light on the boy's body in the Great Sun visualization picture. At this time, Suyu's whole body chi and blood also began to agitate, and his chi and blood value finally broke through the 100 mark. If the chi and blood exceed 100, it is a representative of the martial artist entering the martial artist. Ha! Suyu let out a long breath of turbid air. He stretched his waist and withdrew from the cultivation state. Unexpectedly, a short cultivation directly allowed him to enter the realm of a warrior. At this time, the bright light on his chest also began to dim down, and countless chi and blood converged towards the bright light like a sponge absorbing water. After Suyu's continuous study of the visualization map, when he used the visualization map to practice, it will open the 108 orifices on the young man's body in the visualization in order, which are the 108 points of light. Every time he opened an orifice, his strength would increase by 10% under the same chi and blood. The more holes are opened, the stronger the power, and it is a pure numerical monster. However, the later it is, the more difficult it is to open those holes, and he only opened 64 holes in his previous life. Even so, it allowed him to successfully die with a martial god level 10,000 races. With the experience of the previous life, even in this life, he has become a double SSS level talented martial artist. But in the realm of this ancient martial artist, he still couldn't fall behind. Young master, get up. The sun is drying your butt. A black sling maid entered Suyu's room with toiletries. Hey! The little maid found that Suyu's bed was empty at this time. The young master has already gone to the martial arts training ground. Go and see it. Today's young master is so handsome. A little maid in lace and white stockings pulled the little maid in a black silk suspender who was still in a daze and ran towards the martial arts arena. After a while, the two lay on the railing of the training ground and saw Suyu sweating in the training ground at this time. There was already a circle of little maids around. He was naked on his upper body, and his muscles were like knives and axes, practicing the dragon marksmanship that Wu Jun had just given him. The young master is so handsome, so stylish. The young master's figure is too good. It's really drooling. I want to give her a monkey. Suyu fascinated these little maids and couldn't help but clamp their legs one by one. Suyu inherited the excellent appearance genes of Wu Jun and Su Qing, and his appearance will naturally not be bad. In addition, after being reborn, Suyu has changed a lot in temperament, and a mature and reliable aura appeared on a teenager. The heart of the god of martial arts created a perfect figure for Suyu, and this strong sense of contrast naturally made these little girls unable to extricate themselves, and their eyes were almost growing to Suyu. At this time, Suyu performed this dragon marksmanship that required 3 stages of skill with 2 peak marksmanship skills, but there was no sense of disobedience and jerky at all. For ordinary people, this is actually very difficult to do. This was entirely due to the support of his strong chi and blood, and the fact that he had just entered the realm of a warrior, so he was able to use this dragon marksmanship to such an extent. At this time, Suyu's dragon marksmanship had already been used to the last move, Jelong goes to sea. As expected of the marksmanship chosen for him by Wu Jun himself, when he made the move, he originally used the chi and blood of the ancient warriors. But when he sent out this move, the source power in his body was automatically activated, and a purple thunderbolt automatically wrapped around the tip of the spear. This shows that this set of marksmanship is very compatible with his thunder and lightning attributes. I saw that the spear in his hand really seemed to have turned into a thunder and lightning dragon. A little cold light arrives first, and then the gun comes out like a dragon. A silver light mixed with purple thunder slammed into the target in front of him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the target in front of him, which represented the strength of the warrior's realm, exploded into pieces. Wu Jun, who was standing in the shadow of the training ground, looked straight right at him. He had been standing here watching since Suyu got up at 4 o'clock to practice martial arts. Sujan, he really didn't expect that this kid Suyu would get up and practice martial arts until 4 o'clock in the morning. Is this still the son I know? In fact, he hadn't really known Suyu for so many years, and when he saw Suyu today, he found that the other party had become a warrior. The speed of this promotion is too fast. What was even more surprising was that he saw Suyu starting to perform 3 stages of dragon marksmanship over and over again with the skills of 2-peak marksmanship. In the end, the attribute attack was directly activated, and even the warrior level targets were blown to pieces. Sujan felt that he was numb. Suyu can not only use 3 stages of marksmanship with 2 techniques. In the morning, it was used to such a proficient level. He originally intended to let Suyu practice this marksmanship in the 3rd stage, but he didn't expect that he had now reached the level of mastery. It turns out that his son has always been such a terrifying martial arts genius. He hadn't found out before. He was really ashamed of being a father. Seeing that Suyu actually picked up a gun, it seemed that he was going to use the dragon marksmanship again. Sujan already felt a little confused. No, you're not tired yet. He coughed quickly and walked out of the shadows to stop Suyu. That's Xiaoyu. This cultivation must also be done in moderation. Almost enough. From 4 o'clock in the morning to now, Suyu has used the dragon spear 36 times. At this time, the sun was already 3 poles, and he didn't know that he was tired of this kind of high-intensity cultivation. Looking at Suyu's unfinished look, Sujan was secretly shocked and hurriedly persuaded. Don't practice, let's have breakfast with Dad. Hearing Sujan's words, Suyu also felt a little hungry. The reason why he didn't feel tired had a lot to do with his heart of the god of martial arts, which had infinite chi and blood. If you keep it in a state of full chi and blood, you will naturally not feel tired so easily. But when I relaxed, I was indeed a little hungry. Okay, I'm really a little hungry. Let's go eat together. Okay. Xiaoyu was taken away. Sujan saw that Suyu finally put down the gun in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. He is actually a very demanding person, especially in terms of cultivation, whether it is for himself or others. But this was the first time he had seen the other party stop cultivating, and there was a feeling of a big stone falling to the ground in his heart. He was really afraid that Suyu would practice too hard and train himself badly. Suyu's family of 3 sat at the dining table again and began to eat breakfast. Xiaoyu, come on. Freshly baked buns. After Su Qing saw Suyu, she beckoned him to come and eat. Looking at the steaming buns on the table, Suyu's appetite suddenly increased. With one bite, the tender and juicy meat suddenly entered his esophagus. A strong energy spread to his limbs and bones with the bun. Suyu suddenly discovered, where is this ordinary bun? The filling of this bun is actually made of exotic animal meat. Even the level is not low. According to Suyu's experience, this is the meat of the 5 realms. Suyu was secretly stunned. The strange beasts of the 5 realms were comparable to the Grandmaster realm. When I was eating yesterday, there was a table of exotic animal meat dishes, and Suyu thought it was to welcome Sujan home. Seeing today's breakfast, Suyu realized that this is the standard configuration of their family's usual meals. Damn Chable life. But the good news is that the Chable is my family. After this meal, I'm going back to the war zone. Sujan's voice was a little low. So fast. Even Suyu was a little surprised this time. It stands to reason that the Holy Feather clan riot still has some time. How could this life be so fast? Hey, Sujan sighed, his brows furrowed tightly, as the general of the Northern Theater Command in the face of danger. His expression may only appear at home. The news of my successful promotion has come out. The 4 major theaters may be led by me. This time I will shoulder a heavier task, and I need to go over and hand it over early. Hearing Sujan's words, his eyelids also jumped. In the previous Soviet war, because of the failure to advance, it only fought in the Northern Theater. But although the Soviet war in this life became stronger, but there are clearly more serious challenges. Suyu couldn't help but feel a little worried. This is the butterfly effect that occurred after his rebirth. Because of his change in history, everything began to change towards the unknown. Suyu suddenly felt that his strength was still improving too slowly. The scenes of the future appeared in his mind, and the Holy Feather clan's riot was just the beginning. There will be more and more terrible events in the future, and even the entire human race will be in danger, with corpses everywhere and living beings suffering. In this life, he hopes to become stronger and have a chance to stop all this from happening. The atmosphere of breakfast suddenly became a little heavy, and Suyu's family of 3 finished the breakfast in silence, with the sound of a propeller. A military helicopter has been parked on the apron of the Su family's mansion. Looking at Sujan's figure about to leave, Su Qing looked reluctant, and Suyu's eyes were wandering and he didn't know what he was thinking. Xiaoyu, cultivate well, and when I come back next time, I hope you can surprise me again. Sujan smiled and waved his hand at Suyu, and Su Qing, ruthlessly, turned his head and walked straight towards the helicopter. Father! At this time, Suyu suddenly stopped Sujan, who was walking towards the helicopter. Sujan was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look over, not knowing what Suyu was going to say. Suyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Be careful of the clan leader of the Holy Feather clan, he may be the peak half-step martial god." Sujan was suddenly a little surprised. He had never mentioned to Suyu that this time he was going to fight against the Holy Feather clan. How could Suyu know? But he only hesitated for a moment and then showed a smile. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, no problem. He turned around and walked firmly towards the helicopter. Maybe Xiaoyu saw it on the news, out of trust in his family. As for why Suyu knew about the Holy Feather clan, Suzhan did not take it to heart. After sending Suzhan away, Suyu returned to the room. After their talent awakened, the school gave them 2 days off to rest without them going to school. Su Qing hurried to the company. She actually had a lot of things to do, and she needed to worry about more things to control such a large group. Suyu first turned on his mobile phone, and a large amount of information popped up. Hichi, Suyu, have you awakened? After the talent awakened that day, I looked for you for a long time and didn't find it. Where did you go? Hichi, Zhao Qinghan has awakened his A-level fire attribute talent, and now his tail is about to go to the sky, and he posts it in the circle of friends every day, and I heard that he is planning to hold a celebration party now. Hichi is actually one of his few friends in school. It's just that the two are not in the same class, and the day their talent awakens, Suyu was directly taken into the depths of the Starfield by Xiaoingha, so he didn't run into Hichi at that time. In the previous life, Hichi awakened a sea-level space talent. The level is not high, and the victory is relatively rare. Later, he was considered promising and entered a good Wuhan university. Unfortunately, he died unexpectedly in a subsequent internal competition, when Suyu was fighting on the battlefield of all races, and he didn't know about it at all. By the time he came back, everything had already fallen to the ground, and it was a pity to think about it now. Zhao Qinghan awakened the A-level fire attribute talent, which Suyu did not expect. Zhao Qinghan in his previous life, with the help of his 9-star thunder crystallization, awakened his S-class thunder attribute talent. After that, he successfully entered the wind and fire hall of the two major martial halls and signed a B-level contract. Her strength is getting stronger and stronger, and there are many rich second-generation licking dogs around her. In the end, it seems that he married a half-step martial god powerhouse, and within a few years, he was mainly anti-guest and took all the other party's family forces under his command. The half-step martial god powerhouse also bowed his head to her, and it was really a mess at that time. Even Suyu, who was a half-step martial god at that time, didn't pay attention to it. This woman's luck is really good, and she doesn't have his help in this life. He still awakened his A-level talent, but presumably the treatment in this life must be much worse than in the previous life. Suyu casually replied to Ichi with a few messages and talked about his awakening. Sure enough, what Ichi awakened in this life was still a sea-level space talent. Suyu also told him that he had also awakened, but did not say his level. He knew that Su Long had kept his awakening level secret from Songhu and the others. Ichi didn't ask anymore, he just felt that Suyu's level of awakening must be average, and he was embarrassed to ask more. Then the two made an appointment to meet at school the day after tomorrow. Suyu continued to scroll down, but he didn't expect to see the message that Zhao Qinghan took the initiative to send him. He really didn't expect that this woman would take the initiative to send a message to him, but Suyu turned it off without even looking at it. He had more important things to do. At this time, he only had one thought, and that was to improve his strength. Zhao Qinghan looked at the text message sent to Suyu and showed that it had been read and not replied. Her eyelids jumped in anger. What does this Suyu mean? Have you begun to feel ashamed of yourself now? I don't even dare to reply to the message. Suyu came to the training ground again at this time, but he did not pick up the spear again. Instead, he walked to a separate room next to the training ground. In the room is an oval device full of technology. This is a state-of-the-art holographic simulation device. Various battles can be simulated, and you can even play against other people online. This device is the most advanced today and can simulate 90% of the real effect. The more realistic the simulation, the greater the improvement in combat proficiency and various weapon skills. But the price of this kind of 90% real effect machine is also ridiculously high, and there are not many in the entire Daxia kingdom. He had never touched such a good device in his previous life. Now he knows how good his previous conditions were, and he really didn't know how good he was in the midst of blessings. Now that he has been reborn, he must experience the highs and lows. Entering the equipment cabin, putting on a holographic helmet, Suyu closed his eyes and went directly into the starry sky network of the virtual world. Ladies and gentlemen, double-click to like. Let's like it to 100,000 plus together. Today we are here to distribute benefits to the family. Agreed, let's go to the novice market to slaughter the list. Happy time, start immediately. An internet celebrity with the screen name Itige is in the Northeast is broadcasting live on the Starry Sky Network. The content of the live broadcast is to use the trumpet to enter the novice area of the Starry Sky Network simulation battlefield to abuse vegetables. Brother Northeast is too dark. He directly entered the 18-year-old newcomer area. Where did he borrow this number? 18 years old should have just awakened his talent. What's so interesting about this? The newer the area, the better. Rush. Let these newcomers see how powerful we are. Let them know the sinister nature of society. At this time, Suyu also officially entered the Starry Sky Network. Players with number 876542 enter the Star Network for the first time. Please edit state your appearance and name. An electronic voice appeared in Suyu's mind. Suyu found himself standing in the void at this time. He looked at his hands, which were almost no different from his real self. He couldn't help but sigh. 90% of the simulation degree of this equipment is really not covered. He naturally used the Starry Sky network in his previous life, but he bought the equipment with his own money. At that time, he was reluctant to buy too good, and only bought one that simulated 50% of the real effect, which was not comparable to the current one. He adjusted his appearance, took a screen name called God of Martial Arts, and skillfully entered the Starry Sky network. Star Network is a full-fledged simulation battle online game. There are still many modes, including the most classic two-player PK mode, as well as the all-staff melee mode of eating chicken. There are also various challenge modes to kill strange beasts, which can be described as everything. Suyu hesitated for a moment. PK's ranking mode should be the fastest improved, but he wanted to experience a chicken-eating melee mode first. Test the performance of this device. Matching begins. Chicken-eating fair model, 1 realm. Individual free-for-all, 100. Entry. Under this model, everyone will be forcibly locked to the peak realm of a realm, that is, the awakening realm of talented warriors and the martial arts realm of ancient warriors. The scene in front of him kept changing, and Suyu found himself in a dense forest. He looked at the towering trees in the distance and the dark clouds in the sky. Feel the muddy ground with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, plus the dripping forest rain in the sky. It's so real. Suyu sighed. Not only that, but even the dark attribute ability behind him was brought in. A humanoid shadow covered Suyu's body. He suddenly felt a lot lighter. This dark attribute ability is really amazing, and there is still a lot to develop. On the other hand, Xiaoingha also started his journey of abusing vegetables in the northeast. Come on, let's have a refreshing chicken slaughter first. Matching begins. Chicken eating fair model, 1 realm. His figures suddenly blurred. Suyu is very fast, and he can slide out several meters with just a little toe. Step on the void and spread it at his feet. If the Soviet war were here, it would have been shocked. Suyu learned the body technique too fast. After all, in his previous life, his body skills also reached the 6th dan. This kind of footwork is too easy for him to get started. Just when Suyu felt the mystery of stepping on the void, whoosh! 2 crossbow arrows were shot at Suyu's back. Suyu seemed to have eyes behind his back. The spear in his hand swept directly in all directions. 3-stage marksmanship. The man hiding in the grass was shocked and was about to escape when he was hit by Suyu's spear. Killed instantly, it turned into a white light and dissipated. The man on the other side of the grass still wanted to escape, but the black shadow under Suyu's feet suddenly lengthened, and a shot stabbed out of his hand. It is also the dragon marksmanship. The second white light appeared again. Most of the people in this kind of novice scene are teenagers who have just awakened their talents at the age of 18, and some of them can't even show off a set of martial arts. These 2 people can see that Suyu is a 3rd-stage marksmanship, indicating that his strength is not weak, but he is still instantly killed by Suyu. Suyu was already feeling a little bored. The people here were too weak. It didn't help him improve at all. He wanted to end the game quickly. On the other side, Xiaoingha, who was holding a long knife, also appeared in the dense forest in the northeast. Kill. Brother Northeast, let them see how powerful you are. Brother Northeast is the most handsome. Can you call me wife? There is a saying that I don't know whether to say it or not. Can you be my brother-in-law? Fart, his sister is mine. No one is allowed to rob me. Xiaoingha looked at the messy comment area in the northeast and was also a black line, and once in the live broadcast, his genius sister accidentally appeared in the live broadcast. Immediately, his single dog fans were amazed and recognized him as their brother-in-law. Xiaoingha ignored these barrages in the northeast. Anchors like him rely on gimmicks to eat, and there are gimmicks to be popular, which is nothing. And this time he has only one purpose, to become the king of this chicken-eating competition. He pointed his long knife at the sky very coincidentally. Give me death. At this moment, a figure stepped in from afar. The other party is not very old, although when everyone enters the Starry Sky network, most of them have repinched their appearance. However, it can only be modified by about 30%, and the approximate age and appearance can still be seen. This person was just an adult, holding a spear in his hand, and there was no tension at all. At first glance, he is a newcomer, and in this kind of competition, it is like walking in the courtyard, and there is no intention of avoiding people at all. However, the other party's posture is good. Every step is like skating. To slide forward a few meters, it seems that the pace is very slow, but the speed is extremely fast. Good posture. Xiaoingha sighed in the northeast, but he didn't feel that he was not an opponent. It's just that his body skills are stronger, and he is still a novice, so he just needs to cut a few more knives. This body is good, which is just right and has a more program effect. Let him be his first ghost in this game. I saw him holding a knife in one hand, and without using the source power, he jumped out suddenly. Eat me. A dazzling silver blade slashed towards the figure. This boy is over. It seems that he is also a master, but unfortunately he met this northeast dog. That's right, they all went to Wuhan University, and they came to bully these newcomers. I don't watch this kind of abusive program. Look, what I see is the abuse of vegetables. I love to watch the abuse of vegetables vegetables in the novice area. Die. Just when everyone thought that Suyu would be seriously injured by this knife, what everyone didn't expect was, Suyu accelerated suddenly, his toes were a little in the air, as if gliding in the air, and he easily dodged the knife, and his movements were extremely chic. The viewers who watched the live broadcast were stunned. So handsome. In the next second, an even more incredible scene appeared, and Suyu didn't see what marksmanship he used. The silver light on the tip of the gun flashed, directly bypassing Maitiga's long knife in the northeast, and directly pointed at his eyebrows. Maitiga directly turned into a white light in the northeast. He had only one sentence in his mind before he died. 3 stages of skill marksmanship. You have been killed by the god of war. Tiga gasped in the northeast mouth, my eyes full of disbelief. He was shot in seconds. Such a young 3-stage skill. Is this still a person? This is not comparable to my genius sister. You're not kidding me, are you? At this time, the comment area in his live broadcast room exploded. That young man is too handsome. Northeast dog, give you 10 minutes. I want to know all his contact information. I feel like I'm in love. He's a second man, and I'm willing to. I want to give him. Tiga suddenly felt that there was an uncontrollable feeling in the comment area in the northeast. What is said is becoming more and more explicit. If this continues, he feels that his live broadcast room is going to be blocked. He quickly agreed. I'll add him right away and invite him to PK. The comment area then fell silent. But when he finally waited until Suyu finished the chicken eating competition, he sent an invitation directly and attached a message. Hello, I'm an anchor. Is it convenient to add a friend for a one-man competition? In fact, Maitiga was also a little unconvinced in the northeast, and I was killed so easily. He didn't use the source power at the time, and he didn't believe that he would lose so badly. Unexpectedly, after the news was sent, it was directly rejected by Suyu. God of War, I don't compete with the weak. Maitiga is in the northeast. He also wanted to send another message to Suyu, but found that Suyu had started a single-player qualifying PK match and no longer replied to him. Haha, laughed to death. Disliked. Let your sister and my daughter-in-law PK with him. At first glance, he is a martial arts maniac. Your sister will definitely be able to do it. The chicken eating competition has wasted a lot of his time. Suyu was not interested in this kind of opponent who was dropped by him in seconds. What he wants is to quickly improve his marksmanship, so he started the single-player PK ranking directly. However, he is now matching some of the lower ranks. In just one morning, he won 11 consecutive victories and went from black iron to silver. For me, Tiga, who has been chatting privately about him in the background, is in the northeast, but he has long forgotten about it. It's too difficult, forget it, let's do something else first. Suyu directly quit the Starry Sky Network and was ready to go out for a walk. Young master, where are you going? Seeing that Suyu was about to leave the mansion, Uncle Lee immediately drove a luxurious black car and chased him out. This car was left by Su Qing for him to travel, and Uncle Lee was a driver specially assigned to him. Looking at the elongated black car, the statuette on the front of the car shone brightly. Suyu frowned, whether it was in the previous life or this life. This car was a bit too high profile for him. No need for Uncle Lee, I'll just walk around the neighborhood and be back soon. Su Zhan and Su Qing were not at home. Suyu was equivalent to the owner of this family, and Uncle Lee did not dare to disobey him, nodding in agreement. Okay young master, then pay attention to safety on the road. Safety or something, Suyu naturally wouldn't worry. His peripheral vision had already seen the figure not far from the mansion. Although he didn't know who it was, Suyu knew that this was definitely sent by his father Su Zhan to protect him. Now he is a peerless genius with double SSS level talents, and if this is known to all races, he will have to send a large number of strong people to hunt him down. And with the lessons of the last dangerous past, the Soviet Union will definitely send strong people to protect him. Mou, who was standing behind a tree, frowned. He is also a dark attribute talent. What he is best at is covert assassination. His strength is at the level of a grandmaster, and he is not very old. He is the most promising person in the Northern Theater of Operations to step into the Martial Saint, and it can also be described as a young and frivolous person who looks down on the people of the world. He was dissatisfied with this protection work, and only felt that the adults were always making a big fuss. Although he is his own son, he is a small warrior, and he still uses someone of his strength to protect him. However, Su Zhan had a favor for him, and he would naturally carry out the other party's orders without any discount. I don't know if it's an illusion. He felt that Suyu had just glanced at himself. It's impossible. How could the other party find out? Su Zhan's order to him was personal protection, but he couldn't let Suyu know that he had to leave him the best environment to grow up. It seems that I should hide a little further away in the future. On a lively street, there was an endless stream of people coming and going, and all kinds of shouting were endless. Although the crowd was dressed plainly, everyone had a happy smile on their faces. This street is the paradise of the poor in Yunshu City, Old Factory Street, which is known as only you can't think of, and you can't buy it. On a small street, there are all kinds of shops. Suyu didn't go far when he saw an old wooden house with a sign saying February ramen. Boss, the third thing, hurry up, I'm hungry. Suyu skillfully pushed open the wooden door and walked into the noodle restaurant restaurant, went directly to a familiar position in the corner and began to shout at the noodle shop owner. The taste of this noodle restaurant used to be Suyu's favorite food. Unfortunately, the boss later fled in a later riot of all ethnic groups, and later the person disappeared. He had never tasted this taste again, and after being reborn, he had to say that there was anything else he wanted to do besides cultivation. That's to eat this noodles. But at this time, the noodle restaurant owner looked at Suyu with a confused face. Who is this? It looks very familiar with our store. What are the old three? It seems that we don't have this dish in our store. Suyu then realized that this noodle restaurant was the first time in his life. In his previous life, he came to this noodle restaurant after he fell behind in his family, and he was so poor that he couldn't eat. He is now a rich second generation. How can he usually eat this kind of roadside stall? So the owner of this noodle restaurant doesn't know him at all now. Thinking about this, Suyu suddenly felt a little ashamed and hurriedly said, "A bowl of eggs to beat braised noodles, add an egg, and a bowl of noodle soup." The owner of the noodle shop glanced at him with some confusion, but he opened the door to do business, and the strange people saw a lot of it, so he immediately replied, "Okay, guest, wait a moment, come right away." There were a few other guests in the noodle restaurant, and their eyes also fell on Suyu. Suyu didn't change his clothes at this time, and he was still wearing the school uniform. Several people suddenly whispered to Suyu, "I am a student of the 4th Xingwu School in Yunshu City, and I should have just reached adulthood in age. The guy looks quite handsome, and his face is also very white, not like people in their circle." Suyu ignored the strange gaze of others, and soon a bowl of hot noodles was brought to Suyu. He took a deep breath. Just one word. Fragrant. Sure enough, it's still the familiar taste. He couldn't help it for a long time, and immediately ate it in big gulps. At this moment, Suyu noticed an old TV on the wall of the noodle restaurant, and a news was playing on it. "Citizens, please pay attention. Attention everyone. Today, the Yushi tribe carried out a sneak attack on Yunshu City. Most of the Yushi tribe has now been eliminated, but there are still a small number of Yushi tribes absconding. Preliminary judgment is that the people of Jiuchang Street should not walk around, especially not near the water, try to hide in the house, and report any abnormalities in time. What the hell are the people of the military department doing? And now they have let these 10,000 tribes enter the city." A thin man wearing slippers said with a dissatisfied face, "Humph, I didn't hear it was some fish that escaped the net." The husband of a couple sitting next to the table at the door of the room immediately retorted when he heard the big man's words. "No soldiers are born and died on the front line, and it's your turn to enjoy the blessings of people like you in the rear? Yo who? And the master?" The thin man shook his head, his face full of sarcasm. "You are so powerful, why don't you go out and fight against the Yushi tribe? You are looking for death." The husband had obviously practiced, and the power of chi and blood on his body suddenly exploded, and his eyes were on fire at the thin man. "Calm down, discourage. Harmony makes money. Harmony makes money." Seeing that the conflict between the two immediately escalated, the boss hurriedly walked out of the kitchen at this time to calm the emotions of the two. Suyu was eating noodles wholeheartedly, and while thinking about it, he didn't care about the conversation between the two at all. The invasion of the Yushi tribe was not in his memory at all. Was it because he didn't pay attention at the time, or because some of the things he did had caused the butterfly effect? The invasion of the Yushi tribe occurred. Probably not. His influence on the world should not be so great now. However, this invasion of the Yushi tribe is not unusual, because this fish she is born like fish, it can move freely in the water, often entering the territory of the human race through underground waters, sewers and other facilities, can be described as unguardable. Later, it became one of the main races to invade Terran cities. And this Yushi tribe is not fish-shaped, but humanoid alien. The adult men of the Yushi tribe have at least the strength of martial artists in the 3 realms, and are proficient in manipulating water attribute attacks, and are one of the very powerful races. Among all races, the most powerful is not the alien beast race, but the humanoid alien race. In the later stage of the war between the human race and the 10,000 races, there are 3 powerful races of demons, gods, and immortals, and even the most ordinary adults have the strength of the 5 realms grandmaster. These 3 races can be described as unique, and the human race at that time was also defeated and retreated. If it weren't for the strong geographical advantages and population base, the human race would have been exterminated at that time. Just when Suyu was still thinking about what happened during this time, Suyu's ears moved slightly, and a small sound came into Suyu's ears. There are people underground. Due to the high population density, the old factory street has a variety of shops and a rich drainage system underground. The sound appeared in this underground pipe. Although the sound is very light, the body size of the thing that can feel the sound is definitely not small, and this sound is extremely fast. This kind of sound is definitely not something that mice in the saddle can make. Thinking of the news just now, Suyu suddenly became vigilant. Just when Suyu was hesitating whether to notify the military department, boom! The sewer floor of the store next door was suddenly blown open. Snap, snap. The 3 of them exuded the unique stench of the sewer, and a humanoid figure 2 meters tall crawled out of the sewer soaked wet. Although they have a human appearance and limbs, but the skin all over the body is strangely blue, and the facial features are extremely ugly, and there are obvious gill-like organs on both sides of the face. It was 3 Yushi warriors. When the people around them saw such a scene, they were immediately frightened and retreated. The 3 Yushi warriors laughed wildly as they looked at the crowd avoiding them. Terran waste, come and die. So you noticed that in the store next door, there was a mother with a girl at this time, who was trembling with fright. Their exit was just blocked by the people of the Yushi tribe, and they couldn't run even if they wanted to. The other people in the noodle restaurant were also scared enough. The 3 warriors of the Yushi tribe targeted the mother and daughter in the store next door for the first kill. They walked into the store with heavy steps, full of oppression. The thin man looked at the husband with a mocking face. Weren't you very powerful just now? Why don't you save people now? When the wife heard the man say this, she quickly grabbed her husband who was about to move next to him. Don't go, think about me and the child. There are also people from the military headquarters and the 2 major martial halls. They will definitely come soon. What can you do blindly? The husband glanced at his wife, clenched his fists with both hands, and his face was flushed. But he knew his wife was right. He is now just entering the realm of a martial artist, although he is also in the 3 realms, but he has no awakening talent. Moreover, these Yushi tribes were born with water attributes. There is still hope for dealing with 1 Yushi tribe, but it is not so easy to deal with 3 at the same time. If he dies, it will not be so easy for these women to live in this troubled world. In addition to this husband, there are actually many warriors around, and even talented warriors. Now is an era of martial arts, and anyone will hit it twice. But now, in the face of these 3 Yushi warriors of the 3 realms, none of them dared to stand up. Just as everyone was watching the steel fork of the Yushi warrior fall on the mother and daughter, snap, a figure rushed out. Mou, who was about to make a move on the rooftop, suddenly stopped. He looked at Suyu, who was rushing towards the Yushi tribe inside, with a little appreciation in his eyes. Yo, this kid is not small. He has a bit of my demeanor back then, but it's a pity that his strength is too poor. Obviously he didn't think that Suyu would be the opponent of these 3 Yushi warriors, but he still stopped going downstairs. Because Su Jun explained that he needed to let Suyu grow freely, he only needed to save Suyu at a critical moment. Several people in the noodle shop didn't expect that the last person to do it was the young student who stayed in the corner. He has just become an adult. How could he be the opponent of the Yushi warrior? It's really young and frivolous. It's a pity that there is a seedling. Impulse is the devil. Everyone around was not optimistic about Suyu, but no one was willing to come out to help Suyu. In fact, Suyu, who was rushing towards the Yushi tribe at this time, didn't think so much at all. This kind of Yushi warrior he killed in his previous life, not 1,000, but 800. Seeing the situation in front of him, he reflexively killed it. Of course, in the face of this kind of Yushi clan of the 3 realms, Suyu did not dare to neglect it. I saw a little under his feet, and a long stick that had fallen to the ground in the explosion just now automatically flew into his hand. All the chi and blood on his body exploded, and he slashed at the Yushi warrior in the outermost room next door with a move in the marksmanship. Buzz. When the Yushi warrior saw the stick, he had a disdainful expression in his eyes. Human garbage in the 2nd realm. Their pronunciation is very strange, as if they are talking with a huge bellows. Boom. Unexpectedly, Suyu's blow was so powerful that it actually forced the Yushi warriors of the 3 realms to retreat several meters. The Yushi warriors did not expect that Suyu's power in the 2nd realm would be so great. But this was not the end. On the long stick, a purple current suddenly appeared, instantly pouring into the gills of the Yushi warrior. The Yushi warrior suddenly began to twitch all over, his body stiff and unable to move. Suyu took the opportunity to perform a false step, stepped on his right foot in the air, and rolled over to the back of the Yushi tribe with a somersault. The heart of the god of war beat wildly, and most of the chi and blood that had been consumed were instantly full. Suyu turned a gun into a stick, and with one move, he hit the yellow dragon and stabbed the back of the Yushi tribe's head. Puff sound. The stick stabbed into the back of the head of the Yushi warrior, more than a punch. The white brain pulp mixed with red blood flowed out instantly, and the Yushi clan of these 3 realms suddenly died and could no longer die. Suyu's combo was smooth, as if he had practiced countless times. In the blink of an eye, he directly crossed a major realm and killed a 3 realms and 10,000 tribes, which surprised everyone in the audience. How is this possible? Everyone who could see Suyu's realm was shocked and full of disbelief. In fact, this is because Suyu knows this Yushi tribe too well, and the other party's weakness is in the fish gills, and he is very afraid of thunder attributes. Normally, after entering the 3 realms, it can stimulate the source force defense and form a layer of defensive energy on the surface of the body. At that time, Suyu used a stick again, and it was impossible not to stab it even if he wanted to. However, this Yushi warrior saw that Suyu only had 2 realms, and he was too big, so he did not activate the source power at the first time. As a result, Suyu used the thunder attribute to directly attack the opponent's skill weakness, causing his whole body to be paralyzed, and he couldn't activate the source power. In the end, he was shot dead by Suyu, seeing his companions killed in an instant. The other 2 Yushi warriors in the room were immediately furious, and immediately gave up attacking the mother and daughter, holding a 3-edged steel fork and killing killing Suyu. Mou, who was originally ready to rescue Suyu, was also surprised. He didn't expect Suyu to kill a 3 realms and 10,000 clans so easily. As expected of the general of the Lord's Son, there is something wrong. This is different from the rumors. It doesn't seem to be a trick. This actual combat ability is simply outrageous. The timing is excellent, the position of the attack is just right, and the more you kill the opponent in a whole realm, you can be the king of soldiers in the army. Suyu succeeded in one blow, feeling happy, and laughed at the other 2 Yushi warriors who were killing him. The wastes of the 10,000 clans, dare to come to your human grandfather's territory and come and die. Suyu's realm is not high, but the strong momentum and self-confidence exuded from his body made everyone look sideways. You are looking for death. For a while, everyone felt that he was not a student, but saw the human martial god who would fight alone in the future. The husband of the husband and wife was also shocked, and the strength of his martial artist could naturally see that Suyu was just a martial artist. But even a warrior, in the face of the 10,000 clans who were strong enough to force him to a whole realm, he dared to stand up bravely, and he could even kill one person. As a martial artist, he had to hide here waiting for the rescue of the military headquarters, which made him still hide. The husband shouted, "I am Fang Xiong, a retired martial artist from the military department. Where are the warriors of the human race? Join me in killing all races." The moment he spoke, he directly broke free from his wife's palm and killed the 2 Yushi tribes. Kill all races! Kill all races! As he stepped forward, several echoes suddenly erupted in the surrounding crowd. They couldn't hide anymore. Several warriors from the 1st and 2nd realms also jumped out one after another, and they also killed the 2 Yushi warriors with simple weapons in their hands. Even the husband's peripheral vision swept away, and even the thin man rushed out of the noodle shop with a kitchen knife. Faced with so many people killing towards him together, even the Yushi warriors of the 3 realms changed their faces. They didn't even care about chasing Suyu, so they wanted to get back into the underground sewer. But at this moment, a loud shout came from the air. Xiaoingha clan, dare to invade the human race city and die. A golden arrow of light shot down from the air. The speed of the light arrow was extremely fast, and with a buzz, it instantly nailed a Yushi tribe to the ground. Looking at the light arrow tail feathers that were still fluttering on the ground, the remaining Yushi warrior was suddenly shocked. The source force is out of the body. Then this is at least a strong person in the 4 realms divine realm. The bluish complexion on his face was slightly white, and he wanted to escape. But at this moment, there was a coquettish sound in the air. "Let me do this." The conspicuous red clothes pounced straight down from the sky, and the Tang sword, which was close to one person's length, drew a long silver-white arc. A girl holding a long knife fell lightly to the ground. She is extremely beautiful, with long bright red hair, born with a smiling crescent eye, and wearing a JK student uniform under the red cape. Put! In the blink of an eye, the only remaining Yushi warrior instantly turned into 2 sections, and blood suddenly flowed all over the ground. At this time, a man with a longbow in his hand also slowly fell from the sky. The man looks about 30 years old, with a well-defined face, giving people a sense of uprightness. He also wore a red combat uniform with the word wind and fire printed on his shoulders. He clasped his hands into fists and said to the ordinary people around him, "Don't panic, our wind and fire martial hall and the Yao Guangwu hall and the military headquarters have already inspected in the city. As long as these Yushi tribes dare to show up, we will kill them as soon as possible. These 2 people are not weak, they are both strong in the 4 realms and the divine realm, giving people a strong sense of security." The people around him suddenly smiled at ease. "Fortunately, we have these adults in the martial hall." Seeing these 2 people appear, Mou, who was hiding on the roof, hid his body and hid back. Shinxiai, who was holding a longbow in the wind and fire martial hall, and Su Tang, who was red-haired, swept back and forth in the mess. When they saw the corpse of a Yushi warrior not far away and the trembling mother and daughter in the shop, their eyes suddenly narrowed. It seems that they are still late. But fortunately, the people of the Yushi tribe have been killed by enthusiastic people, and there have been no casualties. Then their eyes fell on Fang Xiong's body. He was the only martial artist of the 3 realms present, and this Yushi tribe was naturally killed by him. Shinxiai immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand to Fang Xiong to express his gratitude. "The 2 of us represent the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. Thank you for helping us kill the Yushi clan in this invasion of the 10,000 clans, so that it is convenient to leave your name and contact information. Someone from the Martial Palace will contact you and reward you." Fang Xiong waved his hand again and again. "No, I didn't kill him. I don't have this ability yet. I'm a student. He's..." But when Fang Xiong turned around, there was no Suyu's figure. "That student is very powerful. We didn't dare to move. He killed himself." Yes, just like that, I stabbed that guy to death." Everyone was gossiping and talking about Suyu's feat just now. Shinxiai and Su Tang were also a little curious. They had seen the corpse of the Yushi warrior. Indeed, as they said, the killing was extremely simple, killing in one blow, and there were no other scars on his body at all. "Student? Is it such a strong student?" The 2 took out a tablet, which was the electronic equipment they fought. It connects the network of the entire Yunshu city, which can not only accurately locate but also connect every surveillance video in the city. They also wanted want to see who this so-called student really is. Shen Xiai and Su Tang turned on the nearest surveillance camera and turned the video back 10 minutes. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, they are both stupid when they see it. The students of the 4th Xingwu school are not even Wuhan University. Looking at the school uniform on Suyu's body, they knew. The students in those mouths were not students of Wuhan University, but from Xingwu school. Doesn't that mean that you have just become an adult? The two looked at each other and both saw the incredible in each other's eyes. They continued to watch the video and saw an even more shocking scene. Just when the Yushi tribe was about to kill the mother and daughter, no one dared to do it. Only Suyu of the second realm stepped forward and used the smooth shot. This is? Everything seemed to be arranged, and he easily stabbed the long stick into the back of the opponent's head in front of the 3 Yushi warriors. Peerless genius. The two looked at each other. They all saw the shock in the eyes of the other party. Their first thoughts are, who the hell is this person? We must let him join the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. On the other side, just when the two of them appeared in the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, Suyu left the scene. The Wind and Fire Martial Hall and the Yao Guangwu Hall are actually semi-official organizations, just like the military headquarters. These two martial halls were originally formed by the two great martial gods of the Daxia Kingdom, the Wind Emperor and the Yaoguang Empress. Later, the power of the two martial halls became bigger and bigger, and there were more and more disciples in the hall, and their power was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it was integrated with the Ministry of Public Security and other departments, becoming the main part of the Public Security Management Agency of Daxia. There are two major martial halls in various places in the Daxia Kingdom, and most of the countless strong people in various departments are also from the two major martial halls. In some cases, the two major martial arts halls even have to overwhelm the military headquarters at some point. When Suyu returned home, he saw the silver commercial car parked at the door, and he knew that Su Qing had returned. Young master, a little girl came to you just now, and now she's in the living room. At this moment, the white silk maid who was standing at the door greeted him, leaned into Suyu's ear and said to him, "She won't be your girlfriend." The white silk maid was very close to Suyu's ear, and when she spoke, she desperately blew into Suyu's ear, making his ears itchy. Suyu thought for a moment, and probably knew who was coming, so he dodged the white silk maid who had been sticking to him and walked towards the mansion. In the living room of the Su family, Xiaoingha was sitting cramply on the wide sofa of Suyu's house, which was several meters long, and could be seen to be made of a whole piece of exotic animal fur. Since the last talent awakening, Suyu, who was seriously injured in Xiaoingha's eyes, disappeared, the so-called no one alive, no dead, and no corpse. Unable to see how Suyu was doing, Xiaoingha was naturally very worried. But she only knew that Suyu was from their school, but she really didn't know where she lived. After inquiring from many parties, I roughly knew the location of Suyu's house. At first, she only felt that Suyu's home was a bit remote, but when she actually arrived at the place, she was shocked to find out. Where is this home? This is a manor at all. Suyu's reputation in their school was not very good, and the title of licking the dog resounded throughout the campus. She only heard that Suyu had a little money and seemed to be a rich second generation, but the manor in front of her was so spectacular that she had to wonder if she had come to the wrong place. At this time, I happened to meet Su Qing, who was returning home. In a remote place like his house, there was a strange beautiful girl looking around her house, wearing the same school uniform as his son. It is easy to judge that he is looking for Suyu. So Su Qing took the initiative to step forward and said hello to Xiaoingha. After confirming that she was looking for Suyu, she led Xiaoingha into the Su family's mansion. When Xiaoingha entered the mansion, she was like Grandma Lu entering the manor. Everything in front of her had a huge shock to her young heart, and it could not be described as luxurious and extravagant. There are some things she has never heard of, and there are some things that money cannot buy. This shows that Suyu's family is not only rich, but also has to have a powerful warrior. She originally wanted to find Suyu. If the other party was okay, she would definitely give everything she could to thank the other party for saving her life. But from this point of view, she took it for granted. The other party lacked nothing at all, and maybe all that was left was to promise each other. When she saw the row of beautiful little maids in Suyu's house, this idea was also broken. The only thing she can't figure out now is, this kind of person? How can you be a licking dog? In fact, this matter means that even the current Suyu can't understand his former self. Suyu walked into the living room and saw that Xiaoingha was really sitting in the living room, so he took the lead in saying hello. "Hello, classmate Xia, you're here." Seeing Suyu come in, Xiaoingha hurriedly got up. Su, I'm here to thank you for what happened last time. Because there is no contact information for you, I just came over. Xiaoingha didn't know why, he was a little cramped, and after seeing Suyu, his first reaction was to explain why he came here. She actually prepared a gift to thank Suyu, but after coming here, she suddenly felt embarrassed to take it out. How could Suyu's condition be bad for her? Actually, you don't have to be so polite. School will start tomorrow, and we will meet then. Suyu didn't think there was anything strange. He was so handsome. Was there anything wrong with the other party being nervous? Su Qing scanned back and forth between the suspicious two. What's going on with this little girl? Could it be that his son had been replaced? But this time it doesn't seem to be Suyu's chose initiative. Su Qing looked at Xiaoingha. Although the other party looked cold, he was a beautiful woman, but he was also worthy of his son. This is good news, his son just doesn't use others as licking dogs. Suyu and Xiaoingha chatted a few more words. Xiaoingha saw that Suyu was indeed fine, so she was relieved. Just when Xiaoingha was about to leave, Suyu suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, there is another question, that is, when you were in Starfield, why did you help me speak?" Hearing Suyu's words, Xiaoingha was obviously a little hesitant. In fact, someone did ask me to take care of you. She didn't say that I would keep it a secret from you, but it doesn't hurt to tell you. Suyu just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there was really a special situation. What, there really is? He suddenly became curious. How could someone suddenly ask Xiaoingha to take care of him? He didn't know about it in his previous life. Xiaoingha hesitated for a moment, looked at Suyu who was looking at him expectantly, and finally said, "I don't know if you've heard of the name Mengyu." Mengyu. He had really heard of this name. Of course, it was nothing to him as a half-step martial god in later generations, but it could be regarded as thunderous for him when he was a student. The name of the first day of Yunshu City is not a joke with you. He remembers that this Mengyu was directly recruited by the Ministry of Martial Arts. At that time, he was considered the strongest genius of their generation. It's just that later I heard that she seemed to have died in an attack by the 10,000 tribes, and her final result was also embarrassing. Wind and Fire Hall Cloud Pivot City Branch Hall. Bang. Lord. The office of the Lord of the Xinghe Wu Hall Branch Hall in Yunshu City was suddenly pushed open by Su Tang. With a scholarly atmosphere, Lord Zheng Kuan was wearing a pair of golden glasses, lying on his desk and not knowing what he was looking at. Seeing Su Tang break in so recklessly, he immediately frowned. He was also a little helpless about this Su Tang, a little girl, but she was always so reckless. "Su Tang, what are you going to do? You'd better report to me if you have an emergency." Su Tang smiled embarrassedly and tugged at the red hair on his face. "Ahem, it's a big deal. It's really a big deal. We found a peerless genius." Zheng Kuan heard Su Tang say this. He was 100 disbelievers. How could there be so many geniuses in the world? Just as he was about to say a few words about Su Tang dissatisfiedly, he saw Shen Xiai following Su Tang. Since even Shen Xiai is here, it means that there is really a genius, and he will never know if he is not extinct. "Okay, bring the information. Boss, check this out first." Su Tang handed over the tablet video showing Suyu's battle in his hand. After taking the tablet, Zheng Kuan was indifferent from the beginning, then began to gradually become serious, and finally simply stood up. "What a genius!" He was a little excited. "Who is this kid? Have you checked their situation?" Su Tang looked proud, and his expression seemed to be saying, "I'll just say it's a genius. You still don't believe it." Shen Xiai turned sideways, came to the table, and handed Suyu's information to Zheng Kuan. "I have typed out the basic information, and I have sent you more details about him there. This student's name is Suyu, and he is a student of the 4th Xingwu School in Yunshu City. His mother is now the acting executive chairman of Shujia Group, and he can be regarded as a rich second generation. However, his grades in the past few years have not been outstanding, even a little poor, and the reputation of the school is average. But it can be seen from the video that this kid is definitely not what the school evaluated. He is brave and resourceful, and he has a great sense of justice. I guess it may be that he has been hiding his strength. The reason, it may be due to his personality, or there is some other reason. However, the level of talent awakening this time is not high, and the record shows that it is a D-level thunder attribute. By the way, there is another suspicion, that is, his information is blank for his father's information." Listening to Shenxi's return, Zheng Kuan nodded with satisfaction. Shenxi's ability to do things is still so reliable. If Suyu were here, he could see the materials that Shen Xiai handed to Zheng Kuan from his childhood to the present. All the situations were densely recorded, and it could be said that he had been checked out. But of course, this is the deleted and modified information, and with the status of the Soviet Army in the military department, it is naturally not something that this Wind and Fire Hall can consult. In order to make Suyu's talent inconspicuous, Songhu changed Suyu's talent to D-level according to Su Zhan's arrangement. After reading Suyu's materials, Zheng Kuan frowned. D-level talent, it's a pity, but his combat intuition and the current realm of a warrior are first class at his age. As for his father's information, it's normal. These Chable families often do this kind of thing that can't find their father, and Su Qing may just want a child to inherit the Su family, which is normal. Such a good seedling still has to receive our Wind and Fire Martial Hall. Tomorrow, will our Wu Jun go to various schools to collect some seed students? I will go to this 4th Xingwu school in person. Hearing Zheng Kuan's words, Su Tang and Shen Xiai looked at each other, and the two showed a knowing smile. A genius with a sense of justice like Suyu, they still admire him very much, and it would be great if Zheng Kuan was willing to include him in the Hall of Martial Arts. Knowing that Mengyu entrusted Xiaoingha to take care of himself, Suyu was even more confused. He and Mengyu really couldn't get along. After asking for a long time, I only knew that the two of them had been neighbors since they were children, and then they were girlfriends. But Xiaoingha herself didn't know why Mengyu asked her to take care of herself. She thought Suyu knew herself. Unexpectedly, Suyu was also confused. "Forget it," Suyu Suyu was not ready to delve into this matter. He had never seen this Mengyu in his previous life, but in this life he was also a genius in Yunshu City. They will meet sooner or later, and then ask each other. After sending Xiaoingha away, Suyu continued to enter the state of cultivation. Feeling the roasting of that big day, Suyu's strength grew rapidly in the face of suffering. Both the martial artist and the martial artist realm use chi and blood to polish the body and muscles and bones, laying the foundation for the future path of martial artists. Warriors train meat, while warriors train bones. Suyu, who had unlimited chi and blood, found that now he had saved even the chi and blood pill and other elixirs for cultivation. The heart of the god of war can continuously provide him with high-quality chi and blood, so that he can always be in a state of cultivation. In just one night, he opened a second hole, a speed that was unimaginable before. Moreover, his realm of talented martial artists has also been improved. He estimated that this was because the talented warrior majored in spiritual power, and would absorb the source power in space through spiritual power and feed back to himself. The stronger the mental power, the faster the absorption speed. Of course, the higher the level of the awakening talent, the higher the affinity for the source force, and the faster the absorption of the source force. Suyu, who lived a life and was constantly resisting the sun every day, naturally had extremely strong spiritual power. Watching the visualization of the sun also improved his mental strength, and the realm of a talented warrior would naturally increase. This may be the reason why he was able to awaken to SSS talent. Early the next morning, Suyu once again rejected Uncle Li, who wanted to send him to school, and went to school alone. Su Qing hurried to the company early, and Suyu only glanced at the other party from a distance when he got up in the morning to practice. Seeing that the other party was in a hurry, it seemed that there was something urgent. After the awakening of talent, the first thing to do at the beginning of school is to redivide the class. It is necessary to distinguish between talented warriors and ancient warriors according to whether they awaken their talents. I am about to apply for Wuhan University, and when the time comes, the two types of martial arts will enter Wuhan University. As soon as Suyu entered the school, there was discussion about talent awakening everywhere. Whoever awakened some talent, and finally the carp turned over, or who overturned, the awakening talent failed. The most discussed are Xiaoingha, who has awakened to S-level talents, and Zhao Qinghan and Lu Chengchuan, who have awakened A-level talents. Everyone can tell by the expression on their face whether they have awakened their talent. The awakened talent is full of confidence, and he walks with his chest up and his head up. Those who have not awakened their talents are gray-haired, and they walk away from others, as if they are afraid that others will ask him about the awakening of his talents. This situation is also unavoidable, although the state vigorously promotes that talented warriors and ancient warriors are treated equally. However, the ancient warrior realm is slow to advance, the upper limit is low, and the fighting method of the same level is single, making it easy to be targeted. In the end, it is generally reduced to cannon fodder on the battlefield, which is a fact. No matter how the state propagates it, it further solidifies the reality that ancient warriors are inferior. Below, the students who heard my name pronounced will line up, and we will go to the playground together later. The head teacher Li Hua walked quickly into the classroom with a list. Zhao Yuxuan, Chen Siki, Lin Hao, Zhou Yutong. He spoke quickly, and quickly read the names of more than a dozen students, all of whom were successful in awakening their talents. There are more than 40 students in the class, and about half of them have awakened their talents. Soon the teacher read the last place, he looked down, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Suyu. What? Suyu also woke up? Didn't he ask General Son to take him to the depths of the Starfield? It can still awaken. The news of Suyu's successful awakening immediately caused a commotion among everyone. Everyone didn't expect that in this case, Suyu would successfully awaken. Many people showed strong envy in their eyes. Hearing his name, Suyu stood up without surprise and followed the team out. Normally, there is still an exam today, and these talented warriors will be reclassified through the results of this exam. However, Suyu knew from the experience of his previous life that there was another major event that he did not take the test immediately today. That is, the Wind and Fire Martial Hall will select some better students to sign contracts. This is what the Wind and Fire Martial Hall does every year, and after signing the contract, the Wind and Fire Martial Hall will provide the student with a lot of support in all aspects related to martial arts. After graduation, you can directly enter the Wind and Fire Hall. Zhao Qinghan in his previous life signed a B-level contract with the Wind and Fire Martial Hall today, and with the support of the Martial Palace, he soared to the sky after that. Just as Suyu passed by the door of Zhao Qinghan's class, a very man with a strong smell of men's perfume deliberately bumped into Suyu. Suyu reacted quickly, and with a pause, the man suddenly threw himself into the air. This person is Wu Jun, who is also pursuing Zhao Qinghan. Wu Jun, who didn't bump into Suyu, was a little embarrassed. He was angry and grabbed Suyu's arm. How can I wake up to a garbage D-level talent and feel that I am very good? Right, tell you that I am a B-level talent. Zhao Qinghan will be mine sooner or later. Wu Jun has long learned through other channels that Suyu has awakened to a D-level talent. It doesn't matter if he doesn't say this, but he basically offends most of the students. Now most of the students who awaken their talents are D-level and E-level, and his garbage is equivalent to scolding everyone. The students around him suddenly glared at him. Oops. Wu Jun's proud expression only stayed on his face for a second, and a scream came out of his mouth. I saw Suyu grab Wu Jun's hand, and his warrior's chi and blood instantly exploded, grabbing the opponent's hand bones like an iron tong. Get out of the way for me, don't get in the way. Looking at Wu Jun with a painful face, Suyu indifferently pushed the other party away and walked forward expressionlessly. Suyu's behavior was tantamount to relieving everyone's sullenness. Wu Jun was like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, half squatting on the ground and covering his right hand that was in pain as if it was broken, and scolded in a low voice. No matter how strong your ancient martial artist is, now it is the world of talented martial artists, and sooner or later you will be trampled under my feet. Suyu, you are really awakened. As soon as Suyu walked into the playground, Hichi saw Suyu in the crowd with sharp eyes. He immediately leaned over quickly, and Suyu walked side by side. Yo, isn't this our space genius? When Suyu saw Hichi, he also smiled and teased. The two immediately laughed and walked towards the playground. At this time, Zhao Qinghan also saw Suyu in the crowd, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. It's really awakened. But their differences are still like clouds and mud. What she awakened was a rare A-level talent. No matter how Suyu awakened, she would be able to awaken a C-level talent, and she was not a person from the same world at all. By the way, shouldn't we be testing today? Why do you want to come to this playground? Hichi looked at Suyu with some confusion. Of course Suyu knew that it was because the Wind and Fire Martial Hall was coming, but he didn't say anything, and he would know it himself in a while. Soon on the podium on the playground, a pot-bellied fat man with a short figure and at a glance weighed at least more than 200 pounds. This is their teaching director Zhou Gang. Don't look at him fat, he moves quite fast. He trotted 2 steps and took the microphone in the middle of the podium. Students, please be quiet. Students, please be quiet. Today is an important day, and Lord Zheng of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall in our city will come to our school in person to select a few outstanding student seeds. All of you cheer me up, did you hear me? With the last sentence, he directly used his source power and shouted loudly, which made everyone's eardrums buzz. In fact, there is no need to say it, everyone knows the gold content of the Wind and Fire Hall. Even if they are admitted to Wuhan University, their future is unknown. But as long as the agreement is signed with the Wu Dian, then after graduation, you will be a person from the Wu Dian, and the future will be the avenue of light. Hearing the news, everyone suddenly became excited. This is the Hall of Wind and Fire. As long as you sign an agreement, even if it is the lowest level, you can enter the martial arts hall after graduation. Yes, if only you could choose me. Don't dream, if the Wind and Fire Martial Hall wants to choose, we will only choose our strongest students, and we are here to watch. Yes, this time, it was the hall master who came over in person. Why is this? Shouldn't he go to the first Xingwu school? How could you come to our school? Maybe he has a crush on one of our students. That must only be Xiaoingha, she is an S-level talent. The students in the audience speculated who the Wind and Fire Hall was looking for. The students didn't wait long, and soon, Zheng Kuan came together accompanied by 2 middle-aged men, one left and one right. The man on the left looked only in his 40s, but his hair was all gray and he was wearing a pair of heavy glasses. The man on the right is wearing a formal suit and has 2 mustaches. These two are the 2 principals and deputy principals of the 4th Xingwu school. They originally only knew that someone was coming from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, but they didn't expect that the last person to come was Lord Zheng himself. In the face of Lord Zheng, the 2 principals did not dare to neglect it. Although principals Lu Qingshu and Zhang Kuan are both grandmasters. But Zheng Kuan is younger, and he is the master of the Wudian branch, which is equivalent to a big member of the party and has a bright future. And the 2 of them are just school principals. In order to welcome Lord Zheng, the 2 waited for each other at the school gate early. The 2 smiled and sent Lord Zheng to the podium. Suyu looked at Zheng Kuan, who walked up to the podium and was also a little puzzled. In his previous life, he did not awaken his talent and stood at the end of the playground to watch. But he remembered that the Wind and Fire Martial Hall should not be their sub-hall master. Is the master of the branch hall of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall very idle? This kind of small thing will come in person and come to their 4th middle school. Suyu complained in his heart. After Zheng Kuan came on stage, Zhou Gang, the director of teaching, first solemnly introduced Zheng Kuan. The students below also saluted Zheng Kuan one after another, holding their breath and concentrating one by one, and even Ichi next to him no longer whispered to Suyu. Zheng Kuan is the strength of the 5 realms grandmaster. For them is already a big person who needs to look up. Even a sentence can change their lives. Everyone wants to leave a good impression on him. Next, please ask Lord Zheng to speak to us. Zhou Gang politely handed the microphone to Zheng Kuan with both hands. Zheng Kuan nodded at Zhou Gang, smiled slightly, and took the microphone. Although Zheng Kuan, who was standing on the podium at this time, did not wear gold glasses, he was still full of Sven's scholarly atmosphere. Some are not very similar to the branch hall masters of the Wu Hall. Students, I am Zheng Kuan from the Wind and Fire Martial Palace. I believe everyone knows what I'm here to do this time. This time, our Wudian wants to select 1 or 2 outstanding students students in our school to sign a contract and inject new blood into the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. After hearing Zhang Kuan say this, all the students' breathing suddenly became heavy. Who doesn't want to enter the martial arts hall when they are students? This is equivalent to having an iron rice bowl. But Zhang Kuan changed his mind and continued. However, martial arts is not child's play, especially in this era. If you only see the generous treatment of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, you will be very wrong. At this time, Zhang Kuan swept away the scholarly aura on his body, and the Grandmaster's aura was fully opened, like a tiger out of a cage, and all the students' breathing was momentarily stagnant. Everyone seemed to see the battlefield covered with bones and smelled the smell of death and blood. Zhang Kuan, who was standing on the podium at this time, was infinitely tall, like a real warrior who had experienced countless blood and fire. Even Lu Qingshu next to him had a feeling of being suppressed, both grandmasters, but he instantly felt the gap between himself and the other party. Now that all races are fighting, major races continue to appear, and our human race is just a drop in the ocean among all races. Although the Wind and Fire Martial Hall does not fight externally like the military headquarters, but the Martial Hall needs to protect our human territory from sneak attacks by all races and from being destroyed by internal cults. The annual mortality rate of newcomers in the Martial Arts Hall is close to a quarter. Hearing Zhang Kuan's words, all the students immediately gasped. They didn't expect that the mortality rate of the Wind and Fire Hall with infinite scenery would be so high. How terrifying should the death rate of the military department that has been fighting abroad be? For a while, all the students were silent. They were actually still protected under the wings of adults, and they didn't know how cruel the outside world was now. Seeing that the effect of reminding these students was achieved, Zhang Kuan withdrew his momentum. These students are seeds on the battlefield of the future, and they cannot be blindly suppressed. He said a few more words of encouragement, and the selection officially began. Principal Lu Qingshu walked to the front of the stage and said loudly, Lu Chengchuan, Zhao Qinghan, Xiaoingha, you three come up. The three of them were recommended by the school in advance, and they are also the three with the best awakening talents now. They have already said hello to them, and the three of them need to take turns on stage to show their martial arts. Let Zhang Kuan watch before deciding whether to sign a contract. The first to take the stage was Lu Chengchuan, with a serious expression and a hint of solemnity in his eyebrows. He was lucky. After encountering a strange beast in the Starfield at that time, he left the dangerous area under the protection of Xiaoingha. Later, after Xiaoingha left, he resent a warrior to accompany him in the awakening of his talent in Starfield. He chose an 8-star Starfield beast and finally awakened his A-level wind attribute talent. Gu Ziyuan, who was with him, was miserable. He was already frightened. In the end, he didn't even choose a 7-star star domain beast, only one 6-star domain beast, and obtained a C-level wood attribute talent, which was already gone. Lu Chengchuan performed a set of swordsmanship. Buzz. The long sword was unsheathed and it gushed out with the wind attribute. Lu Chengchuan, a martial artist of the 9th Dan, has a graceful posture and silky swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, a set of swordsmanship was completed, and the sharp wind attribute left several cracks on the podium. Obviously, in the past 2 days, the other party has worked this awakened wind attribute talent. It turned out to be a complete set of gale swordsmanship, worthy of Lu Xiao. The students in the audience applauded one after another, and Lu Chengchuan has always been able to beat the students in the school and is recognized as the first person in their school. Not only is his cultivation high, but his swordsmanship skills have also reached a certain level, and this gale sword has obviously reached the level of proficiency. Hearing the applause from the audience, Lu Chengchuan did not have any proud expression, and he glanced at Suyu in the audience. Suddenly a little excited. In the past, he was also proud of himself and looked down on the people of the world, but the last trip to the Starfield completely changed his cognition. What is this little talent of him? His mind is full of pictures of Suyu using his fist intent and blowing up the 9-star domain beast with one punch. That is the real pride of the sky, and compared with Suyu, he is not even a star under the bright moon. If he hadn't had the opportunity to join the Wind and Fire Martial Hall today, he wouldn't have wanted to come up and offer this ugliness. Amazing. Suyu didn't come on stage today, and he was a little strange at first. However, he quickly reacted that it might be a kind of protection from the military department, and he and Gu Ziyuan and other personnel were later talked to by the military department, and strictly signed a confidentiality agreement not to disclose the awakening of Suyu's talent. Now Suyu should be protected by the military department. He sighed, walked back, and silently waited for the second person to come on stage to show. Looking at Lu Chengchuan's dejected appearance, Lu Qingshu was a little strange, but he didn't care too much, but glanced at Zhang Kuan next to him, and the other party was expressionless, as if he was not very satisfied with this Lu Chengchuan. His heart sank, and he came to Zhao Qinghan and whispered, "You go up, shoot with all your might." Zhao Qinghan nodded confidently, "Okay." Although she looks sweet, she uses a long knife. Ha! She took a long breath, and the long knife was automatically covered with a layer of cyan flames. Cyan flames? The fire of the moon? Suddenly a few people exclaimed. The reason why she was confident was precisely because of the cyan flame, although it was all A-level fire attributes. attributes. But she was extremely lucky, and what awakened was this rare flame, the moonfire, which could directly burn other people's spiritual power. It is also particularly useful for spirit creatures, and his moonfire can be attached to her weapon as soon as it awakens, which is infinitely close to S-level talent. However, Zhao Qinghan couldn't perform a complete piece of knife skills, but he still had a few knife moves. With the blessing of this moonfire, the long knife is also tiger in tiger, and the blue flames are flying, which is dazzling. Zhao Qinghan raised his head proudly and looked proudly at the students in the audience who were exclaiming. But when he looked at Zhang Kuan sitting behind the podium, his heart suddenly sank. Zhang Kuan not only didn't have any appreciation on his face, but he was a little ugly, and after looking at it for a while, he spat out 4 words. Flashy. The evaluation of these 4 words cannot be said to be heavy, which directly made Zhao Qinghan on the stage change from a graceful peacock to a bald rooster. He retreated in disgrace. The person from the previous life was not Zhang Kuan. He took a fancy to Zhao Qinghan's S-level attribute talent, so he signed a B-level contract. But in this life, Zhao Qinghan didn't have such good luck. Zhang Kuan attaches the most importance to actual combat. Zhao Qinghan's martial arts strength is not high, but his talent awakening is better. As for her movements with the knife, you can see that she has no actual combat ability. Hearing Zhang Kuan's evaluation, Lu Qingshu was also a little embarrassed, and hurriedly arranged for Xiaoingha to go up and show it, hoping to regain some face. Now the most successful person in the whole school is Xiaoingha. Xiaoingha's S-level ice attribute talent is indeed extraordinary. As soon as she came on the field, she felt that the temperature of the entire podium was 3 points lower. Click, click, click. Raise your hand to ice. Xiaoingha put his hands together, and when he separated them again, a translucent snow-white ice sword had already turned into a translucent snow-white ice sword in his hand. Xiaoingha stepped lightly with his right foot, and his body suddenly rose high. Then the ice sword in her hand turned into a sword flower in the sky. A pinnacle of body technique. Add 2 paragraphs of swordsmanship. Xiaoingha really seemed to have turned into an elf in the ice and snow, dancing between the sword flowers in the sky. So strong, as expected of our ice and snow goddess. This is too strong. Not only is the awakening talent attribute strong, but also my own martial arts realm has reached the peak of martial arts. The students in the audience suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Kuan finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. Lu Qingshu finally felt relieved. What he was most afraid of was that Zhang Kuan came to their school, but none of the students liked it, so their school would lose adults. Seeing Xiaoingha's powerful body and sword skills, Zhao Qinghan couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself. Lu Chengchuan's head suddenly lowered. What kind of school is the first person? It is simply a joke. When Xiaoingha finished showing, Zhang Kuan nodded. This classmate is really good. Within my authority, I can give you a B-level contract. If your strength reaches the level of Wu Zone within 3 years, you can be promoted to an A-level contract, and if you reach the Grandmaster level, you can be promoted to an S-level contract. It's actually a B-level contract. Lu Qingshu's face immediately showed joy. The B-level contract was already the highest contract that a Xingwu school like them could sign, and there was room for improvement, which was already very good. Normally, contracts above level B are signed with students of Wuhan University, which is already the highest sincerity of the wind and fire martial arts. B-level contracts can receive at least tens of millions of martial arts resources every year, which is completely enough for warriors below the 3 realms. Hearing the 4 words B-level contract, Zhao Qinghan's eyes suddenly showed a strong look of envy. In the depths of her eyes, a deep jealousy also flashed. Principal Lu, is this the best student in your school? Zhang Kuan turned his head to look at Lu Qingshu next to him. Lu Qingshu was stunned. What does this mean? Is there no candidate for Zhang Kuan among these people? But this is impossible. Lu Qingshu thought for a long time, and the best talents in their school were here. Director Zhou. Lu Qingshu looked at Zhou Gang behind him. Show Lord Zhang the roster of our school. Zhang Kuan stood up and shook his hand. No. Then he took the microphone on the table and came to the podium again. Today, in addition to representing the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, I came here to meet some outstanding students. There is also a special commendation. Special commendation? Which one is this? Not only the students in the audience are stunned, but even the principals and teachers on the stage are all stunned. Zhang Kuan didn't tell them about this in advance at all. Just yesterday, our Yunshu city was suddenly attacked by the Yushi tribe among the 10,000 tribes. Yes, although we in the military responded quickly and killed most of the Yushi tribe, a small number of them still relied on their racial characteristics to enter the sewers and float into our city. Although everyone knows about the invasion of the Yushi tribe, but they all thought they had been easily killed, but they didn't expect that there would be such a thing, and these 10,000 races would be so close to them. I know about this. My relatives are on the side of Jiuchang Street, and I heard that several shops have been smashed. Some students who knew about this suddenly whispered, but what does this special recognition have to do with their school? Zhang Kuan pondered for a while and continued, just when this Yushi tribe is going to slaughter our civilians. A young man who has just grown up stands up. Regardless of his own danger, he picked up the weapon beside him and faced the 3 powerful warriors of the 3 realms Yushi clan alone. Speaking of this, this, Jung Koen's voice was low and depressed, driving the atmosphere of the audience. Everyone couldn't help but stretch their ears, wanting to hear what the final result would be. This young man, who was only a warrior of the two realms, had no intention of retreating and fought with these three Yushi warriors one by one. Jung Koen slowly told it with emotion. What? Two realms fighting three realms? How is this possible? All the students immediately looked at each other. Is this Zhang Dianju talking about people from their school? Where is there such a strong person in their school? Even Xiaoingha can't do it, and she is only the peak of martial arts. Lu Jiashu and several teachers were also confused, scanning back and forth between the students and the audience. Did they have such students? In the end, this teenager relied on only a long stick to kill a Yushi tribe of the three realms, buying precious time for the civilians and saving their lives. Everyone was excited. This young man was too strong. They all thought they were just delaying the three realms in 10,000 races. I didn't expect it to be a direct leapfrog kill. What a talent this must be. He was extremely excited beside Suyu, his eyes full of admiration. Suyu, who is this person? It's too powerful. Suyu looked helpless. Now if he didn't know that Zhang Koen was talking about himself, then he was a fool. Hey, no way. People are too good, like a light in the dark night, no matter how you cover it. Xiaohe, don't pretend. I'm having a showdown. I'm the one who killed the Yushi clan. He looked contemptuous. If you kill this Yushi tribe, then I will call you father now. Boom. At this time, Zhang Koen continued to speak, in recognition of the brave spirit and contribution of this teenager in the face of the attack of all ethnic groups. We, the Yunshu City branch of the Wind and Fire Martial Arts, together with the Yunshu City Department of Education and the Yunshu City Martial Arts Department, awarded this teenager the title of Young Hero. Hearing this, Lu Qingshu's eyes lit up instantly. This time their fourth Xingwu school is going to become famous. Below, Zhang Koen's voice paused, his tone increased, and he said loudly, "We have invited Suyu to the stage." Boom. Who? Suyu? Which Suyu? Licking the dog Suyu? Our school is just one Suyu. How is this possible? Zhang Koen's words caused an uproar among the students. No one could have imagined that Suyu, a waste known as licking a dog, would become a young hero in Zhang Koen's mouth. It's not that you are playing with us, are you? He looked at Suyurin next to him and was dumbfounded. No, father, you play for real. Suyu gave him an expression that I told you earlier that this person was me, and walked towards the podium. It looked like Suyu really walked out of the crowd. The students were also incredulous. Is it really him? It can't be a mistake. Looking at Suyu who came on stage, Principal Lu Qingshu was also a little confused. He was not impressed by this student, but it seemed that his grades were not very good. He glanced at Li Hua, the head teacher of Suyu's class, standing in the audience. The other party was even more surprised. His mouth was wide open, as if he could stuff an egg in his mouth. Principal Lu Qingshu had a drop of cold sweat on his face. How could their school have such strong students? Don't make a mistake, then their school will lose adults. But this was a good thing after all, so he took the initiative to greet Suyu and kindly stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Suyu. Congratulations, Suyu, you did a great job. You must tell the school in advance about this kind of thing in the future, and the school will also reward you vigorously. It seemed that Lu Qingshu was congratulating Suyu, but in fact he lay in Suyu's ear and whispered, "No problem, you did this." Suyu smiled and didn't speak, which made Lu Qingshu even more bottomless. Suyu is actually a little helpless. He doesn't need so much attention. Now he doesn't lack anything. He only needs to develop lewdly. But it can't be helped. I'm too good. I'm still discovered. At this time, Zhang Koen came over, and he could see at a glance that Suyu was the boy in the video. He patted the other party on the shoulder hard. Sure enough, it's a hero out of a teenager. Suyu smiled in return. The hall master has falsely praised, protecting the safety of ordinary people. This is what we warriors should do. Looking at the straight standing in front of him, handsome in appearance, and seeing Suyu who was not half afraid, but neither humble nor arrogant, Zhang Koen became more and more satisfied. Suyu's words also happened to hit his heart. Now many warriors regard themselves as a special class, and there are fewer and fewer warriors with such thoughts. That's right. Suyu, would you like to sign an A-level contract with our Wind and Fire Martial Hall? Zhang Koen said amazingly, and he opened his mouth to sign an A-level contract. In fact, with the authority of the other palace masters, it is impossible to promise an A-level contract. But what? He is the second generation of Wu Dian. He has no authority. His father has authority. He can go back and beg his father. He admired Suyu very much, so he directly issued an A-level contract. What? A-level contract? Zhang Koen's words once again caused a sensation among the people around him. The A-level contract has 10 times more resources and authority than the B-level contract, and the future entry into the martial hall is the management, and the conditions are not generally favorable. Generally, it can only be signed with Wuhan University students with a certain realm, and A-level contracts can be signed with students of Xingwu School in a second realm, which can be regarded as a precedent. Xiaoingha, who was standing next to the podium, had such an expression in his eyes. He knew Suyu's strength best, and it was not the first time he had killed the strong man of the three realms. Lu Qingshu's eyes showed ecstasy. It turned out to be an A-level contract. There was an A-level contract student in the martial arts hall in their school. This will definitely cause a sensation in the city and will also become the best gimmick for their school's next enrollment. Zhao Qinghan stood there blankly. He seemed to be the first time he met Suyu, looking at the handsome and confident boy in front of him. Is the young hero who killed the Yushi tribe in the Three Realms and saved the people really the Suyu she knew? The students in the audience all felt a little dizzy at this time, and their eyes showed extremely envious expressions. But what everyone didn't expect was that Suyu shook his head. Lord, in fact, I want to give this opportunity to others. Is that okay? What? Give it to someone else? Hearing Suyu's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What did he mean by this? Zhao Qinghan was overjoyed, and his eyes lit up with a shining light. Could it be? Suyu is going to give it to me. The other students immediately understood that Suyu was going to give this opportunity to Zhao Qinghan. As expected of the king of dog licking, this kind of good thing is willing to give up to Zhao Qinghan. This time Zhao Qinghan couldn't be grateful and wept. Suyu really wants to take her down. Everyone thought that Suyu's dog-licking physique had flared up again. Principal Lu Qingshu frowned. Suyu, don't mess around. This kind of opportunity is something you can give. He clenched his fists in the audience. Don't, Suyu. Xiaoingha's face showed complex emotions such as confusion and disappointment. You don't really want to give up this opportunity to Zhao Qinghan. Zhao Qinghan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his eyes looked at Suyu with burning expectations. The expression seemed to say, you give it to me, and I will be your girlfriend immediately. Zheng Kuan frowned. He thought that Suyu might refuse, but he didn't expect him to say such a thing. Suyu, this A-level contract is not child's play. I gave it to you personally on behalf of the Wu Palace. It is not a tradable item. If you don't want to join our Wind and Fire Martial Hall, sign the contract and stop it. Anyone could hear it, and Zheng Kuan was already a little dissatisfied at this time. In fact, Suyu also had the idea of entering the Hall of Wind and Fire. Although the Wind and Fire Martial Hall is not like the military headquarters, it has always been fighting on the front line of the battlefield of all races. But the Wind and Fire Martial Hall has always aimed to protect the lives of ordinary people, which Suyu has always admired. And he has plans to go out of the city recently, and he wants to find some things in his previous life in advance. Without the identity of the Martial Hall, ordinary students will definitely not be able to leave the city. Although he could ask for help from his father Su Jun, but his father was busy fighting the Holy Feather clan now, and he didn't have time to care about him at all. And it is very likely that he will be prevented from leaving the city, which will be troublesome. So the best way now is to join the Martial Hall, but he doesn't have to sign this A-level contract if he wants to join the Martial Hall. So you looked at Zheng Kuan and shook his head. Lord Zhang, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to join your palace. Zheng Kuan raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see what Suyu wanted to say. I don't want to sign a contract, but I want to join the Wind and Fire Martial Hall directly. After listening to Suyu's words, even Zheng Kuan didn't realize what it meant for a while. Do you mean that you want to sign a contract directly into the Hall of Martial Arts? What does this mean? Zheng Kuan already roughly understood what Suyu was going to do, but he was a little incredulous. If you want to join the Wind and Fire Martial Palace, in addition to signing a contract when you are a student, of course, there are normal recruitment channels. That is to conduct the pre-palace test, but with the status of the Martial Hall, the difficulty of entering the Martial Hall through the pre-palace test can be imagined. And generally all of them are martial artists who have graduated or have some status, and there are even many warriors who have retired from the military headquarters. Even so, the pass rate of the test in front of the palace is pitifully low. What? Sure enough, it was the same as Zheng Kuan thought. In the next second, Suyu looked at Zheng Kuan, his eyes shining with confidence. I want to participate in the palace test of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. I really want to participate in the test in front of the palace. As soon as this sentence came out, even Zheng Kuan was silent. It is really unprecedented for a newly adult student to participate in the pre-palace test. But if Suyu can really pass, then the contract or something naturally does not need to be signed. Because the contract itself means that the Martial Hall will support you, but after you graduate, you will come to the Martial Hall to serve. After passing the test in front of the palace, it means that you are already in the Martial Hall, so why do you need to sign a contract? There is indeed no age limit for the pre-palace test, but an 18-year-old Xingwu school student participated in the pre-palace test. Isn't this a bit too child's play? Zheng Kuan suddenly hesitated, and he hesitated for a moment and said, it is indeed your freedom to participate in the pre-palace test, but I will reserve this A-level contract for you for the time being. If you can't pass, it's not too late to sign it then. Suddenly everyone felt that Zheng Kuan was so good to Suyu that he could keep the A-level contract without signing it. Suyu didn't expect that Zheng Kuan was quite benevolent, but he was still not ready to give up. After all, this contract didn't have much effect on him, and he wasn't short of money. Lord Zhang, what I want to give this A-level contract is not anyone else. Oh, Zheng Kuan didn't expect Suyu to not give up. What I want to give is Xiaoingha, who has just obtained your B-level contract from our school. Hearing this, Zhao Qinghan's smile, which was still proud, suddenly froze on his face. She looked at Xiaoingha a little proudly just now, which means that you are a B-level contract. Someone is fighting for an an A-level contract for me. After all, on this stage, she was completely compared by Xiaoingha, and she was unwilling. Unexpectedly, even the A-level contract that Suyu asked for was not given to her, but to Xiaoingha, who already had a B-level contract. What? She let out a scream, her face full of disbelief. This, for me. Xiaoingha didn't expect it either. I didn't give it to Zhao Qinghan. Is this deliberately angry with the other party? Or did Suyu start licking it? The classmates also began to whisper. Suyu ignored the chaotic situation at the scene and continued. As far as I know, as long as you complete 3 challenges in the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, you can increase your contract level by 1 level. Zheng Kuan was stunned. This clause was a very unpopular clause in the contract. He didn't expect Suyu to know. However, if you want to improve, you need to be recommended by a member of the Martial Hall who has obtained a contract of A level or above so that you can carry out these 3 challenges, and the requirements are also very demanding. Behind such strange rules, there must be a strange story. Suyu obviously knew it too, and he continued. I have obtained an A-level contract, so if I become a member of the Martial Palace, can I recommend Xiaoingha to participate in 3 challenges to upgrade the B-level contract to A-level? Is it okay? Zheng Kuan was also stunned. If strictly speaking, Suyu's method is really fine. He did get an A-level contract, but he didn't sign it. Zheng Kuan was silent for a moment, his eyes scanned back and forth between Suyu and Xiaoingha, and then he said, forget it, since classmate Su is so optimistic about this Xiaoingha, I don't need you to recommend it. I have also obtained an A-level contract, and I will recommend these 3 challenges for you. These 3 challenges are not so simple. If Xiaoingha can really complete it, he will be happy to send a favor. Suyu didn't expect Zheng Kuan to say this. This was simply too face-saving. He hurriedly clenched his fists with both hands and thanked Lord Zhang. That's great. Thank you so much to Lord Zhang. Xiaoingha was a little confused, and unknowingly, Suyu actually helped him win an opportunity for an A-level contract, which was really incredible. She saw Suyu giving him a look, she reacted, and hurriedly walked over. Thank you, Lord Zhang. At this time, Zhao Qinghan couldn't stand it anymore, and she couldn't hold on to the goddess's personality anymore. She rushed to Suyu like a shrew, and others couldn't think of what he couldn't get. You lie. You deceived others. You can't deceive me. You have that little strength, and you still want to kill the 3 realms Yushi clan. She turned her head to look at Zheng Kuan and said with a crazy face, Lord Zhang, I reported Suyu, deceived the Wind and Fire Martial Palace, and defrauded the A-level contract. Zhao Qinghan felt that Suyu did not have that strength in his heart. She felt that Suyu must have used some despicable means to deceive Zheng Kuan to deceive this A-level contract. At the beginning, she thought that Suyu was going to give her this contract, and she would naturally not expose Suyu. But now, Suyu wanted to give this contract to Xiaoingha. How could she be willing, and immediately jumped out. Lu Qingshu next to him and several school leaders also panicked. My little ancestor is here, even if this Suyu is fake, but is this the time to expose him? Their school wants this reputation too. Hearing Zhao Qinghan's words, the students in the audience also began to whisper. Of course, there are many people who don't believe in Suyu's strength. Zheng Kuan frowned and glanced at Zhao Qinghan. Oh, naturally, he believed in Suyu. After all, he had seen the surveillance video with his own eyes, and he had clearly seen Suyu make a move. But he also wanted to see how Suyu would deal with this kind of thing. Suyu, what's going on? Is what she said true? Zheng Kuan looked at Suyu with a smile. Suyu smiled slightly, not showing any anger or wrongful emotion, but just looked at Zhao Qinghan as if he were looking at a clown. This classmate may have some misunderstanding about my strength, which may be related to the fact that I usually hide some of my strength. Suyu glanced at Zhao Qinghan and said lightly, oh, that's right. Zheng Kuan looked at Suyu with a calm face, and there was a kind of maturity that did not match his age. A genius of this age, he has never seen such a steady and low-key person as Suyu. Ordinary geniuses are arrogant and jump up long ago when they encounter this situation. Excellent strength, strong sense of justice, and not proud of credit. What a good seedling. Zheng Kuan liked Suyu more and more. Seeing that Zheng Kuan was about to be so gone, Zhao Qinghan couldn't sit still anymore. Suyu, I want to expose your true face. Don't you want to deceive us all? She shouted coquettishly, and the long knife in her hand slashed at Suyu instantly. The blue flame swept towards Suyu. She was also smart, and she didn't do it directly, but used her reason to expose Suyu's face. Crazy. Suyu didn't expect that Zhao Qinghan was directly blinded by jealousy and dared to attack himself on the podium of this school. The strength of the other party's martial artist 7th Dan is a joke in his eyes. Facing the flame knife, Suyu took a step out, as if stepping on the air, and his figure disappeared from place in an instant. The chi and blood of his warriors all exploded, and he turned into a gun with his fingers. In the next second, Suyu pointed the way with an immortal and pointed a finger on the back of Zhao Qinghan's neck. Zhao Qinghan only felt that there was a flower in front of his eyes, and there was still Suyu's figure. Immediately afterwards, he only felt a terrifying coercion of chi and blood behind him attacking her. My neck hurt and I almost fainted. She immediately felt unfair, and she began to think that the teachers had done it. But when she turned her head, her eyes suddenly became dull, and she saw that Suyu's 2 fingers were already clamped around her neck. It turned out to be Suyu Suyu himself. Why is he so strong? The power of chi and blood on the other party's body. What is it if it is not the martial arts realm? Suyu, he is really a warrior. I stopped Xiaoingha with one bare fist. It's amazing. It turns out that Suyu has always been hiding his strength. Xiaoingha only knew at this time that Suyu's strength had always been so strong. She looked at the people around her, and they all looked at her like a clown. Wow. She immediately cried aggrievedly. She felt that the whole world was bullying her. Looking at the awards, it turned into a farce in the blink of an eye. So strong. Lu Qingshu also exerted the majesty of the principal at this time. Quick, Teacher Zhang, hurry up and take the students of your class down. What is this like? He touched the cold sweat on his forehead. It's okay, Suyu is really strong, otherwise I don't know how it will end. This kid is really good. He can usually hide it. The strength of the warrior, the peak marksmanship skills of the second stage, is really a young genius. Lu Qingshu looked at Suyu with some sighs. He didn't even know that there were such masters in their school. Zheng Kuan looked at Suyu with satisfaction, taking down Xiaoingha so calmly, and it was only a day, and the other party seemed to have become stronger than in the surveillance video. The farce ended with Xiaoingha being dragged off the podium by their class teacher. Then the school leaders and Suyu sent Zheng Kuan out of the school. Before leaving, Zheng Kuan instructed Suyu to go to the palace test as soon as possible. Suyu naturally agreed again and again. Originally, the next step should be the placement test, but Suyu's current martial arts strength is also the only one in the school. Who else can be his opponent? Naturally, there was no need for testing, and Suyu was directly assigned to the first class of the graduating class. Since there was no need for testing, Suyu was ready to go home early. Now the school is almost treating Suyu as a fragrant pastry, so naturally they will not stop him. Suyu, who returned home, would not be idle. He needed to prepare for the pre-palace test of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. It was naturally not difficult for him to pass the pre-palace test of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. However, if you don't want to expose his knife skills, it will be a bit troublesome just by relying on his marksmanship. He needs to improve his marksmanship to the level of 3 dance skills as soon as possible. Wearing a holographic helmet, Suyu entered the Starry Sky Network. The god of martial arts has been launched. It's finally online. In a villa room, Chenlei had been waiting for Suyu next to the holographic simulation equipment for 2 days. In the last chicken eating competition, his role in the Northeast under the pseudonym Itiga was killed by Suyu with a single shot. In addition to his fans wanting to see him and Suyu interact again, in fact, he was also very unconvinced and wanted to fight with Suyu again. Chenlei was afraid that Suyu would go directly to the qualifying round, so he hurriedly opened the chat window of the god of martial arts and sent a private message. As soon as Suyu went online, he saw the chat window flashing desperately. Open the window and find that it is me Tiga who is chatting with him in the Northeast. I, Tiga, am in the Northeast. Brother, you are finally online. Can you compete with me? And Suyu saw that the other party had already left more than a dozen messages to him, all of which were to compete with him. Suyu still had an impression of him, and in the chicken eating competition, he was stabbed by himself. Although I don't know what the realm is, the level of skill is only about a period of time, and it is a waste of time to compete with such a person. How could he agree? He was just about to turn off the other party's chat box when another message popped up. I, Tiga, am in the Northeast. Don't refuse me yet. If I'm not your opponent, I still have a sister. She has 3 skills and knife skills, and she is very beautiful. I can introduce it to you. Subsequently, a half-length photo of a white silk beauty popped up on the chat window, wearing cute little bunny shorts and loungewear. Only the lower body, no face, but it can also be seen that it is a photo of a little girl. The skin is very white, and the photo reveals a cute and sexy temptation. Suyu, in fact, it is not impossible to discuss it. Of course, Suyu definitely didn't admit that it was for her sister's beauty. He just wanted to fight with the knife skills of the 3 skills. God of War, okay, you invite me. Chenlei saw that Suyu agreed, and immediately overjoyed. Brothers, he agreed. See how I abuse him today. Chenlei immediately turned on the live broadcast mode and began to gather his fans. Don't be funny, the last time you were shot by someone, and today you want to abuse him. That's right, you just accept the reality. Let's see the handsome guy play with the gun and it's over. Uncle, hurry up and start, don't talk nonsense. Many of his online fans also replied to him immediately. Chenlei couldn't wait and immediately sent a challenge invitation to Suyu. I, Tiga, challenge you in the Northeast. No boundary restriction mode. 1v1, entry or not. Suyu chooses. When he reappeared, Suyu was already standing on a huge 4-sided ring. The ring is very real, and even the surrounding audience can simulate it, worthy of the Star Network. Opposite Suyu stood a teenager, Zhang Lei, who was in the Northeast under the pseudonym of Tiga. At that time, Suyu had not yet looked at the other party carefully in the chicken eating competition. Now it seems that the other party is not very old. That is, he has just entered Wuhan University, although the Starry Sky Network will modify people's appearance. But you can probably see the outline of the other party, and he should also be a handsome boy. Chenlei also saw Suyu in front of him. He was indeed young, although he was very anxious in his heart. But he still made a gesture of invitation, indicating that he could start. start. Yes, the two shot almost at the same time. Chen Lei has learned a lesson from last time, and he is all his might. I saw him slash out with a knife, silver blades all over the heavens and the earth mixed with a little golden light. What he awakened was a relatively rare metal attribute talent that could increase the sharpness of his weapons. Looking at the sharpness of the knife, the power of the golden attribute had to come out of the blade. Chen Lei has obviously entered the middle stage of the second realm of talented martial artists. The strength in the middle of the opening of the vein plus a section of knife skills is actually not weak. Unfortunately, he used a knife. Suyu knows the knife too well, and he knows what the other party wants to do as soon as he starts. I saw Suyu holding a gun in one hand, standing steadily on the ground with his lower body, twisting his right shoulder, and without using any moves, he accurately aimed the tip of the spear at Chen Lei's right wrist holding the knife. Feeling the cold and piercing sharpness on his wrist, Chen Lei hurriedly changed his move. From a move to split Huashan directly to swinging a sword. But before he could finish his moves, the tip of Suyu's spear stopped on the route of his attack again. Chen Lei could only change his move again, but no matter how he changed, Suyu's spear tip would be one step ahead of him and stop on the only way to his move. Uncle, give up. You are not his opponent. No, your strength is far from his. The audience's eyes were bright, and they could see that this martial god was teasing him, and he didn't really make a move at all. Listening to the boos outside the field, Chen Lei directly felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood. The other party was like an uncertain prophet. How could he fight? After fighting for a long time, Suyu didn't even move his steps. You are really not my opponent, so let your sister come. Chen Lei heard Suyu's words, but how could he be willing? Chen Lei had already seen that the other party was only in the realm of a warrior, and the ability of a talented warrior was not shown, and the realm of a warrior was lower than his. Although his marksmanship skills are higher than his, he shouldn't have lost so badly. I want to compete with my sister. I'll win first. All the source power of his pulse opening realm exploded, and a dazzling golden color appeared throughout the weapon. Eat my trick. This knife. Chen Lei is ready to break the skill with force. His realm is higher than Suyu, and he has the power of attributes, obviously having an advantage. The golden knife light slashed diagonally at Suyu, and before he got closer, he felt an obvious sharp meaning. In the early stage of the warrior, everyone was melee, and this metal attribute talent mainly added the sharpness of the weapon and its own defense. Melee combat is really advantageous. It's a pity that he met Suyu, and he didn't need to fight the other party at all. Suyu stepped into the void, and this was the first time Suyu moved in this game. He stepped out of the empty step and disappeared from Chen Lei's eyes in an instant. Chen Lei's eyes couldn't keep up with Suyu's pace at all. In the next second, Chen Lei only felt a pain in the back of his neck, and his whole person instantly turned into a white light. You have been killed by the god of war. Opponent's victory. Damn, is that the end? Come again. Chen Lei didn't see clearly how the other party made a move. He just felt that he was not convinced. Tiga, am in the northeast. I was careless just now. Let's have another one. God of war. Forget it. You are not my opponent at all. Let's change your sister. Chen Lei's fans also began to coax. Uncle, let my daughter-in-law come. I've got tissues ready. No, I'm ready to watch. Chen Lei was a little helpless, but seeing that Suyu didn't agree to have another fight with him, he could only go to his sister as agreed. Chen Lei pushed open the door of the simulation room and came to the next room lightly. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked cautiously on the door. Dawn. Ruwashi, what are you doing? As a result, a cute children's voice came from the other side of the door. Chen Lei. It seems that her sister is playing a video game console and losing. But Suyu and the fans were waiting there, and he could only continue. I just lost PK with others. Can you help me fight? Isn't it normal for you to lose? What does it have to do with me? Chen Ruwashi still didn't open the door, and said angrily through the door. Chen Lei was speechless and hesitated for a long time. He could only say, get out. But this kid is too pretending. He said he is invincible at this age, and no one is his opponent. Bang! In the next second, Chen Ruwashi opened the door and walked out. She wears double ponytails, is only about 1.5 meters tall, still wears white silk, and has a baby face. At a glance, it looks like a minor. But looking at the other party's expressionless face, you can see that she is obviously not in a very beautiful mood. At this time, Chen Ruwashi was still holding the controller of the game console in his hand, and he didn't talk nonsense. He glared at Chen Lei and said directly. Chen Lei immediately followed Chen Ruwashi and walked towards the simulation room. Chen Ruwashi can really be regarded as a genius. She entered the martial arts realm at the age of 16. At the age of 18, he awakened his S-level water attribute talent and entered Jingtang Wuhan University. Although he is only 19 years old now, even 1 year younger than Chen Lei, he will soon be a second-year student at Jingtang Wuhan University. Now she is already a martial artist of the three realms Zhou Tianjing among the talented warriors, and her knife skills have entered the primary level of the third stage, and her strength is not a star and a half higher than Chen Lei. Chen Ruwashi's favorite thing is to play video games, but she is very good at it, and she will be abused every time she plays. And in terms of martial arts, he thinks highly of himself, and he is most annoyed by the kind of people who think they are invincible. In fact, she herself is this kind of person. weapon, but she didn't find it herself. Let's go. Qianlei accurately grasped his sister's mind and deceived her. Let you look down on me, let you see what a real master is. Qianlei thought secretly. Just when Suyu was waiting for almost impatient, Qianlei finally replied to Suyu. Tiga, are in the northeast. Here it comes, here it comes. My sister will invite you right away. Her name is Chest-Crushed Loli. Suyu. Chest-Crushing Loli launches an invitation challenge to you. Second realm mode PK match. 1v1. Entry or not. Enter. Entering the ring scene again, a small Loli appeared in front of Suyu. The knife in the other party's hand is taller than his own, which looks a bit funny. Through the information provided by the system about the opponent's realm, Suyu could see that the other party was a gold-level master in the qualifying round, and he is a martial artist of Zhou Tianjing, with 3 Dan knife skills. The strength is good, so I will use you as my whetstone. The audience was also lively, and they saw my sister Tiga in the northeast as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Wife, beat him. Give him a long insight. Qianlei also thought secretly, educate him well for me, let him know that there are people outside. Chen Ruoshi raised her eyebrows after seeing Suyu, the god of martial arts, that is, you are not ashamed to say that you are invincible of the same age? Suyu frowned, he didn't expect the other party to come up and say this to him first. That's what I thought, but I haven't said this yet, right? He thought for a moment and figured out, it must be my guy in the northeast who spoke ill of himself in order to get his sister to speak ill of him. But he didn't mind, all he needed was an opponent who could make his marksmanship break through the peak of the second stage. Ha! Chen Ruoshi didn't wait for Suyu to answer, and directly slashed at Suyu. As soon as the expert makes a move, he knows if there is one. Suyu's eyes narrowed, although this Chen Ruoshi looked cute, but his knife skills were extremely violent, and his shots were like a storm. It turned out to be the wind knife technique with a relatively high threshold among the 3 knife techniques. With her water attribute talent, there is really a feeling of pouring rain in the sky. Suyu's 3-stage dragon marksmanship also slowly unfolded, like a flatboat in a heavy rain. Dragon marksmanship? Yohi, the second stage of the skill uses the 3rd stage of marksmanship, and there is really something. This is the first time he has seen someone who can use marksmanship beyond the level. Chen Ruoshi immediately saw Suyu's situation, although her own strength was reduced to the open pulse realm because of the room, the same realm as the other party. But after all, he is a 3-stage knife technique, and he should easily suppress Suyu normally. But seeing that Suyu did not fall behind in her offensive, she couldn't help but admire it a little. There is indeed something. Seeing that the two were fighting back and forth, Qianlei realized that Suyu was playing with himself just now. The difference in strength between himself and the other party was not a little bit, and only then did he finally lose convincingly. In fact, Suyu seems to be on par with the other party, but in fact, only he knows the real situation. He used the peak skills of the 2nd stage of marksmanship to forcibly use the 3rd stage of marksmanship, which was extremely consuming. If it weren't for the infinite chi and blood characteristics of his martial god heart, he wouldn't have to do it from the other party, and he would have exhausted himself to death. And the biggest difference between the 3rd stage of skills and the 2nd stage of skills is that the 3 stages of skills have unique skills, which is the same as the artistic conception of the 5 stages of skills. The representative of the 5 skills is the artistic conception, and the representative of the 3 skills is the stunt of the move. Fortunately, Suyu knew too much about knives, and it was not so easy for Chen Ruoshi to win him with a knife. To be able to hold out in my hands for so long, I admit that you are indeed a genius, but that's it. After using the wind knife technique for so long, Chen Ruoshi was also a little out of breath, and she was ready to use her stunt to directly kill Suyu. The water attribute source power in front of Chen Ruoshi suddenly contracted, and even formed a light blue translucent energy light cluster in front of him. Then the light mass suddenly attached to her long knife. Eat my trick! Knife tornado! When Chen Ruoshi joined hands, Suyu knew what the other party was thinking, which was to use stunts. The essence of stunts is to integrate the whole set of marksmanship, and to be able to use one of the moves in marksmanship to the extreme. It can cause at least 200% of the attack power of this move and produce a real qualitative change in the move, which can be called a stunt. Seeing the other party's actions, Suyu's face was solemn, but he didn't expect that the opponent's stunt was actually the most difficult move to practice in the wind knife technique, and the power was also the greatest. I saw that Chen Ruoshi's whole body was wrapped in knife light, which was also mixed with the blue water attribute turned into a Dao blade, just like a real tornado. Suyu naturally knew the weakness of this move, and the weakness of this move was right above the tornado. If he uses the virtual step to attack from top to bottom, there is a high probability that he will be able to break this move. But he didn't want to do it. This pressure was exactly what he needed, and it was a good opportunity for him to break through the peak of the 2nd stage of marksmanship. Suyu's source power and chi and blood burst out at the same time, and a purple thunder spread over his spear. He wants to use the last move in the dragon marksmanship to go to C to stimulate himself to stimulate his stunts. Seeing Suyu also posing, Chen Ruoshi's face suddenly showed a trace of disdain. The 2nd stage of skills against the 3rd stage of skills is just a mantis arm to block the car. At this time, Suyu's spear and Chen Ruoshi's knife had officially collided. A sharp explosion sounded, and Suyu Suyu's dragon went to sea and was indeed smashed by Chenruoshi's knife tornado as if it were being destroyed. Just when everyone thought Suyu was going to be defeated, Suyu, who had already run out of oil, was instantly full of blood and energy and once again displayed the dragon to go to sea. Isn't it? Is this okay? This time the dragon went to sea was obviously a little different. I saw that the spears in Suyu's hand seemed to have turned into a dragon, and the purple thunder and lightning were like a purple ocean. Suyu felt as if a thin film had been pierced by him. Bell. 3 stages of spear skills. Stunt. Thunder dragon goes to sea. A purple thunder dragon suddenly appeared. This move was not the same as the dragon that went to sea just now. Boom. There was an explosion on the ground. A purple thunder dragon appeared. Like a real dragon composed of thunder and lightning appeared on the surface of the purple thunder sea, accompanied by the terrifying power of thunder and lightning rushing towards the tornado. The terrifying energy ripples could be seen even with the naked eye, and the purple arc spread almost to the entire ring. Seeing this terrifying blow, Chenruoshi's pupils suddenly shrank. Breakthrough at the moment. 3 skills. Is this okay? Feeling the terrifying power of this blow, Chenruoshi's face turned slightly pale. A huge explosion sounded, and the tornado was instantly engulfed by the thunder dragon. At this time, only Suyu's thunderous power was left in the entire ring. Chenruoshi stared blankly at the chest pierced by Suyu's shot. I actually lost. Suyu didn't mean to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade at all, and the eyelids of the audience jumped when they took a special photo of her chest. Chenruoshi seemed to want to say something more, but before she could speak, the whole person directly turned into a white light. He actually won. How is this possible? Boom. Shenlei, who was standing in the audience, was dumbfounded for a while. He never imagined that the situation would take a turn for the worse. His genius sister actually lost directly. Although Chenruoshi also lowered her own realm, Chenruoshi is bigger than Suyu. This shows that Suyu's talent is still above Chenruoshi. Ah, my wife lost. This god of martial arts is too powerful. He is too ruthless. Where to stab? Chenlei's male fans cried bitterly and denounced Suyu's crimes. He's so fierce. I really know how to play with guns. I like it so much. He's so handsome. Tiga. Within half an hour, I want all his information. Female fans have become Suyu's licking dogs. The dead Chenruoshi suddenly took off her helmet, and her white face turned red. I just lost? I'm not convinced. I'll do it again. She put on her helmet and was going to PK Suyu again, but by the time she went online again, Suyu had already gone offline. Aha, I don't accept it. Chenruoshi's anger had nowhere to vent. She turned her head and saw Chanlei looking at her with a cute face. It's just you asked me to PK with him. She pulled her leg towards Chenlei. Aruashi, don't you agree yourself? Don't slap. In the face. Chanlei's screams sounded in the villa. Suyu took off his helmet. His goal had been achieved, and naturally he didn't need to simulate a battle anymore. The gain of this PK is not small. Not only his marksmanship has reached the level of 3 stages of skills. It may be because he watches the Great Sun visualization diagram and the double SSS level talent every day. His talent for cultivating source power is surprisingly good, and his realm is growing extremely fast. He found that his talent martial artist realm had also entered the open vein realm. The talented warriors of the awakening realm can only be said to be the initial use of source power, which is basically the same as the way ancient warriors use chi and blood. But after opening the vein realm, the advantages of talented warriors can be reflected. The first is that the effect of elemental attacks is stronger and the range is larger. And there will be talented skills, which are much more flexible than the ancient warriors who practice their bodies. Suyu's Thunder Dragon is a way to use his Thunder attribute talent, and his ability to be a Dark attribute talent, Shadow Lord, became even more bizarre. Originally, when he was in the awakening realm, he could only assist him in attacking through shadows, and he could also use his marksmanship, or directly integrate with his body, which can greatly increase the physical fitness of the body. But now his shadow is not only that. Suyu actually felt that his shadow was cultivating on its own, and the effect of cultivation was almost the same as that of the main body cultivation, and the improvement obtained could be directly fed back to the main body. In other words, I don't have to do anything for 24 hours now, and I can also improve my source power. If the main body is also cultivated together, it will have the effect of double cultivation, which feels a bit open. It's really cool. After entering the open vein realm, it is divided into 9 layers. Each layer needs to activate a vein. A total of 9 must be activated, and finally form the Great Zhoutian and enter the Zhoutian realm. The feeling of opening and hanging was so cool that Suyu practiced until the afternoon. The first vein had already activated him by 50%, and one night he would enter the second floor of the open vein realm. The speed of this kind of cultivation is simply terrifying. After Su Qing returned home, Suyu and Su Qing had a video call with Su Zhan together. Drip. With the sound of a call connection, Su Zhan's big face appeared on the TV in the living room. The other party was obviously very happy to see Su Qing and Suyu, but his face couldn't hide a look of exhaustion. It was obvious that a half-step martial god could be so tired. Obviously after a series of battles recently, Su Qing suddenly showed a distressed look. Don't fight too hard. No matter how strong you are a mortal in the flesh, you are a half-step martial god, not a god, let those martial gods worry about it, Su Qing said, half complaining and half distressed. Su Zhan was indifferent. I'm the strongest here, of course I have to stand at the front, let my brothers sacrifice less, don't worry, your husband is strong, you don't know. Suyu watched the two flirt in front of him, and quickly coughed a few times, cough, cough. Su Zhan's face turned red, and he turned his head to look at Suyu. Xiaoyu, how has your cultivation been lately? Thanks to you for telling me that the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch is the peak half-step martial god, I kept an eye on it. This kid is ean enough. At the beginning he pretended to be a martial saint realm and made a surprise attack on me. We just did a fight in the morning. Looking at Su Zhan's good mood, it was obvious that he didn't suffer much in this battle, so Suyu felt relieved. The three of them chatted a few more words, and soon there was a sizzling sound of current interference on the phone. This is the signal interference on the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. The signal on the battlefield of the 10,000 races is very poor, and it will be interfered with by the interference of various 10,000 race realms, and it is not easy to communicate once. That is, the Soviet war has a special identity and can use military communication equipment to call back home, and ordinary people are equivalent to losing contact after entering the battlefield. After hanging up the phone, Su Zhan's face, which was originally smiling, became gloomy, and his rosy face instantly turned pale. The situation on the battlefield now was far from as smooth as he himself just said. In fact, a half-step martial god powerhouse like him, if he hadn't been injured, how could his family see his exhaustion? If he can look a little tired, then he is already in his best state. In fact, although he was wary of the Holy Feather clan leader, the other party's strength was too strong. He fought with all his might, and barely fought with the opponent, barely holding back the pace of the opponent's attack, but his injuries were much heavier than the opponent's. Now it's time to fight for the recovery speed of the injury, and when the other party recovers from the injury, it won't be so simple to make a comeback next time. But naturally, he couldn't let Suyu and his wife at home know about these things. After hanging the video, Suyu accompanied Su Qing to finish eating, and he kept entering the state of cultivation. After being reborn, Suyu had a sense of urgency all the time, and he desperately wanted to become stronger. He was going to practice for another night, so he went to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall for a pre-hall test, and after getting the membership of the Martial Hall, he directly entered the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, he knew that there was a secret place where he could obtain a very rare talented warrior cultivation method, which could quickly improve the realm of talented warriors. The third martial god-level powerhouse of the previous Daxia kingdom soared into the sky after obtaining this cultivation method, and finally became a generation of martial gods. Unfortunately, this person also became the only treasonous martial god powerhouse in the Daxia kingdom, which caused huge losses to the Daxia kingdom at that time. So this cultivation method has not been circulated. In this life, Suyu wants to get the exercises in advance, and the good things naturally have to be put in the palm of his hand to rest assured. Under the auxiliary cultivation of the Shadow Lord, in one night, Suyu frantically absorbed the source power, and sure enough, he entered the realm of the second layer of the open vein realm, even one level higher than the realm of his martial artists. Early the next morning, Suyu came to the Yunshu City branch hall of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall early. The location of the Wu Hall was provided by Zheng Kuan to Suyu a long time ago, but looking at the Wind and Fire KTV mass sales style in front of him, Suyu looked confused. Don't joke with me, is this really the residence of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall? Suyu in his previous life did know some people from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, but he really didn't know much about this organization. Their branch hall, Suyu really hadn't been there. He didn't expect it to be this kind of scene. As the main power law enforcement agency of Yunshu City, the branch hall of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall is a bit child's play in KTV. There were two people wearing suits and sunglasses at the door of Xiaoingha KTV, who looked like the kind of KTV young people who looked at the scene and immediately greeted them enthusiastically when they saw Suyu approaching. Is this classmate here to sing? Quick, please go inside. We just opened the door. There are still many rooms. Are you alone? Do you need to find someone to sing with you? Although these two people were also a little puzzled. How could anyone come to sing in the morning? But the business has been too bad recently, and they still greeted them enthusiastically. Listening to the words of the two, Suyu had a black line on his face. Is this really a serious martial arts hall? Suyu coughed lightly. Cough, cough. No, I came to participate in the Wind and Fire Martial Hall to participate in the pre-palace test. Hearing Suyu say this, the enthusiastic two suddenly froze. He never imagined that a student-looking boy would come to the front of the hall to test. The two were stunned for a long time. One of them looked solemn. Don't mess around with us here. This is not the place where you should come as a student. Go back quickly. Suyu. No, you still know that I am a student, singing flower songs, can't the test in front of the palace? Stop talking nonsense. It was Lord Zhang who asked me to come and take me to him. Suyu didn't have time to grind with these people, so he said angrily, it's funny, you still know Lord Zhang. Another man with sunglasses opened his mouth and began to mock Suyu, but he was immediately stopped by the man next to him. Boss Shen seems to have explained that if a student-like person comes to the palace for a test recently, he will notify him immediately. The two looked at Suyu again. It's him who can't say it. After a while, Suyu walked down from the second floor wearing the standard costume of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall under the shocked gaze of the two of them and took Suyu in. No, can students take the test in front of the hall now? Is it so exaggerated? Hello Suyu, I am Shin Si, the captain of the Yinshu City Branch Hall of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. You can call me Brother Shin. Hall Master Zhang has explained, you have to participate in the test in front of the palace. Shin Si took the initiative to say hello to Suyu. Looking at Shin Si, who walked into the KTV with a serious face, Suyu was speechless. The inside of the KTV was bright and green, and Suyu began to think that there would be a different cave inside, and the outside was just a camouflage. What I didn't expect was that it was a real KTV, and it was a rare luxury. In his previous life, Suyu devoted himself to cultivation, and he had been to this kind of place several times when he was young. However, he has really never seen such a luxurious level of wind and fire KTV. Walking in the shining corridor of the KTV, Suyu couldn't help but look at Shin Si. No, is our branch hall really in a place like this? Shin Si was also a little embarrassed. It's just a small business. Suyu looked at the huge scale, like a palace KTV, and suddenly felt speechless. Is this also called a small business? Looking at Suyu's appearance, Shin Si hurriedly continued to explain. This can't be helped. The martial arts hall also needs money. Our warriors are already powerful at spending money. And our Wu Jun signs so many contracts every year, which requires money. They are willing to join us, not all because the welfare of the Wu Jun is good. And where is the financial allocation every year? The Wu Jun is not a military department. We can make money on the battlefield of all ethnic groups. We are guarding the inside of the country, and we are not earning money to raise so many people. Not to mention, what Shin Si said is also very reasonable. The treatment of this Wu Jun is so good. There are not many channels for income, and it is normal to not be able to make ends meet. And don't worry, the pure green KTV operated by our Wu Jun is a place for ordinary singing. Before Shin Si finished speaking, the golden-laid double-door door of a private room opened, and two girls in swimsuits and bikinis walked out surrounded by a man. The man was fat, pot-bellied, and had a dark circle under his eyes. I was a little weak when I walked, obviously playing in this Xiaojin cave all night. The two women hugging him were good-looking, twisting their exaggerated waists, and they didn't feel shy wearing bikinis with very little fabric in this environment, and they were obviously accustomed to it. Big brother, you are really powerful. You must order me next time you come to play. As they spoke, the two also kissed the man on the cheek, and walked out with his arm on his shoulder. Suyu saw that in addition to the singing screen and stereo, there was also a huge swimming pool in this private room, which was a bit exaggerated. He looked at Shin Si with a smile. This is the green voyage you are talking about? Shin Si's old face turned red. It's just some marketing. The two came to the elevator located in the deepest part of the KTV, and Shin Si took out a red card. The material of the card is like some kind of metal, and the word wind and fire are written on it. He stepped forward and brushed at the elevator console. Click. The elevator began to move and descended downstairs. Because the destructive power of the warriors is relatively strong, the location of the test is downstairs. In order to avoid the embarrassment just now, Shin Si casually explained to Suyu. Looking at Suyu with a curious baby-like face, Shin Si couldn't figure it out. How could Lord Zhang agree to let Suyu participate in this pre-palace test? Suyu was just a student of Xingwu School. Is this kind of test a bit too difficult for Suyu? The elevator went all the way to the third basement floor. Walking out of the elevator, I finally had a little bit of a martial arts relationship. The entire third basement floor is a huge square, with a height of at least 10 meters, which is very wide, and the whole square is brightly lit, as if outside, without any gloomy feeling. There were already 3 people waiting there in advance in the square, and they also came to participate in the test in front of the palace, namely 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was tall, with a scar on his face, in his 30s, and probably a warrior who had retired from the military. The other man was also very strong, with a bald head and a black tattoo on his neck, which looked a little vicious. The woman sat in a corner, looking a little unsociable, her hands wrapped in white bandages, like a warrior who specializes in punching. Seeing Shin Si appear, because Shin Si was wearing the standard costume of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, the 3 of them immediately knew that Shin Si was a staff member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. They also quickly stood up and approached Shin Si. At this moment, another elevator sounded. On the other side, I got down an elevator again, and it turned out that there was more than one elevator here. The elevator door opened, and a few people walked down, except for a few staff members who were also wearing the clothes of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. So you actually saw the fat man who came out of the KTV just now, and he was still wearing the pants and vest he had just worn. With thick dark circles under his eyes, he feels like he is on vacation. After seeing Suyu and the two, he was obviously stunned. He didn't expect to meet the two here, and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I'm also here to participate in the test in front of the palace. Seeing this person, Shin Si's face was not good looking. This person was too disrespectful to their pre-palace test, but he wanted to see what level this person was. He pretended to be serious on his face. Okay, everyone come to gather at me. He took out a tablet with everyone's information on it. The personal situation of these people, their family background are recorded in the tablet. These people have undergone rigorous qualifications. After all, this is the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, and it is not possible to enter the Martial Hall, even if you want to participate in the test in front of the hall. It would be bad if there were spies or something in the Martial Hall. The 5 people, including Suyu, looked at each other after getting closer. After several people saw Suyu's age, they were a little suspicious. This is too small, right? Also here to participate in the test in front of the palace? Without waiting for a few people to ask, Shinseai put away the tablet computer with their information, and said to him and the others with a serious face, "The content of the test in front of the palace is not confidential, I believe you all know it, but according to the process, I still have to emphasize it again. As an important public security law enforcement agency in Daxia, the Wind and Fire Martial Hall needs your excellent combat capabilities. The first test is to test your strength. The test requires you to defeat the random tribes that appear in the simulated battlefield. There is 10,000 clans in the first wave, 2 in the second wave, 3 in the third wave, and so on, and you can only pass the test if you persist until the third wave. The second item is to test your potential, even if you don't perform well in the confrontation of all races, but as long as you have enough potential, you can naturally join our Wind and Fire Hall. Okay, I won't say much nonsense, the test will start directly. You 5 people, now start the lottery. Let's enter the simulation room for a simulation battle according to the order of the draw. The 5 people took turns to draw lots. Suyu glanced at the sign in his hand, and he drew number 4, representing his 4th entry into the test. The one who drew the number 1 was the somewhat vicious bald man, who walked towards the middle of the square under the guidance of Shinseai. As the two approached, click, click, a simulation room with a strong sense of technology rose on the flat ground. Although the simulation room is not big, Suyu saw that there are many equipment connected to the simulation room underground. The simulation room as a whole should be very large, and most of the equipment should just be hidden underground. This is the latest simulation equipment developed by our Daxia R&D department. The simulation realism can reach 95%, and it has not yet been sold to the outside world, and this is the only one. Shinseai explained to everyone. Looking at this simulation room, Suyu was a little surprised. This simulation room is actually 5% higher than the simulation equipment in his own house with a 90% simulation realism, which has almost reached the level of 100%. However, it may be because the equipment is too large and cannot be mass-produced yet. And this device is not a helmet, but a full-body instrument that requires the whole person to enter the room. Okay, don't delay time, come in. Shinseai looked at the bald man who was still hesitating and urged. The bald man was obviously a little nervous, and after hearing Shinseai's words, he reluctantly moved towards the simulation room. Wow! With the sound of the machine opening, the metal door of the simulation room slowly opened, and the bald man glanced at Suyu and the others behind him before lowering his head and entering the simulation room. As the bald man entered, a light curtain appeared on the wall of the square, and everyone in the square could see the bald man's simulated situation at this time. In an office, Zheng Koan and Su Tang were also watching Suyu's pre-palace test through the screen on the office wall. The red-haired Su Tang crossed Erlang's legs, wearing a red JK suit, and his snow-white calves under the short skirt fluttered with his body. She said to Zheng Koan with a carefree look, "I said, boss, how could you let Suyu participate in this palace test? He is still just a student." Zheng Koan pushed the gold glasses on his nose and glared at Su Tang. "Can I not know? He himself had to ask for it. What can I do? Also, what kind of sitting posture are you? The little girl's family, sitting and standing, I think who would dare to marry you in the future?" Su Tang's curved crescent eyes suddenly rolled his eyes, but he still honestly put down Erlang's leg and said in his throat, "I know Father Zhang." Looking at Su Tang's appearance, Zheng Koan shook his head helplessly. None of these guys in the Wudian made him worry. I hope he can recruit a few obedient talents this time. At this time, the entire simulated battlefield was nothing, with only endless virtual space. The bald man in the virtual space chose a two-handed hammer weapon. He took a defensive stance against the air ahead, and he was clearly in a fighting state. After a moment, the void in front of him twisted, followed by a roar. A flying tiger king with white wings behind him appeared in front of him. This is a flying tiger king in the flying tiger clan in the Three Realms, and at the same time corresponds to the strength of the bald man Zhou Tianjing. Whoa! The flying tiger king roared, the king's momentum emanated, and the tiger king swept his tail and pounced on the bald man. Unexpectedly, the bald man looked fierce, but when he faced the tiger king, who exuded the aura of the king of all beasts, he was directly frightened and turned pale. After he was stunned for a while, just as the tiger king was about to knock him down, he rolled around a lazy donkey and dodged the tiger king's attack in a hurry. The bald man just wanted to fight back with a hammer, but the tiger king suddenly spat out a wind blade from his mouth. Ah! The bald head screamed, and the wind blade was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it directly cut off his left arm. Bang! The hammer fell to the ground. He originally used a two-handed hammer, and at this time, without his left left arm, he couldn't even pick up a weapon. Several people outside shook their heads as they watched. This person's actual combat ability was too poor, and in the face of this non-human race, they panicked at once. This person is really useless. He has never been on the battlefield at a glance. He is so big. The fat man looked disdainful. He drew the number 5, the last of their group, and he was happy to see the jokes of the previous few people here. The remaining few people didn't have a good impression of him. Not only did they look fat, but they didn't speak well, and several people moved away from him a little. This classmate, you are still a student. Are you also here to participate in the test in front of the palace? The scarred man looked at Suyu with a puzzled face. Only then did Suyu realize that this person was actually not very old, but the scars on his face and the vicissitudes of life made him feel that the other party was a lot older. I feel that the other party has no ill intentions towards me, just pure curiosity. Suyu nodded and replied, well, I am a student, but there is no rule that students cannot participate in the pre-palace test. Before the surprised scarred man replied, the annoying fat man spoke first. Yo, just your little doll came to the temple to test. You saw the situation just now. Be careful if you go in and pee your pants. Suyu glanced at the fat man speechlessly. You should see if your pants are tied. Don't worry about other people's business. The fat man quickly looked down awkwardly and found that his pants were fine, only to realize that the other party was playing with him, and immediately looked at Suyu with a bad face. At this moment, the door of the simulation room was opened again. The bald man walked out with a pale face, his body trembling and majestic, and his whole body was still a little in a trance. When his right arm was cut off, he was already doomed to failure, but he himself did not expect that it would be output so easily, and even if he was lucky enough to win the Flying Tiger King. But this was only the first wave of attack, and he had such a hard time coping, and he couldn't hold on to the next two waves. Shin-Sei walked over, took a look at the bald man's situation, and found that the other party was in good health, so he arranged directly. If the test fails, there is no need to take the second test, just send him out. The others continued. Immediately, a staff member came over and took the dejected bald man out. This kind of person who didn't even hold on to the first wave was impossible to enter their wind and fire hall. The second person to enter the simulation room was the man with a scar on his face. He was obviously much calmer than the bald man, and when he heard that it was his turn, he walked into the simulation room unhurriedly. He is a pure ancient martial artist, a martial artist realm, and has no awakening talent. After entering the simulation room, he chose a long knife. The same three-stage knife technique commonly used in military departments is used. However, this person has much more combat experience, and this tiger-like beast is known as a copper head and iron tail, and a tofu waist. Facing the Flying Tiger King of these three realms, he used his body technique, went around to the side of the Flying Tiger King, and constantly attacked its abdomen. In a few rounds, he also easily won the Flying Tiger King. But before he could catch his breath, there was another distortion in the space, and this time two Flying Tiger Kings appeared directly. This time the scarred man won not so easily, but he was not injured, but he just consumed some energy and blood. Such tests did not give him a chance to rest at all, and the third round of attacks began quickly. The space twisted for a while, and the Flying Tiger King increased to 3. Facing the 3 Flying Tiger Kings of the same level, even this scarred man couldn't hold on. This Flying Tiger King not only has strong physical melee capabilities, but also has the ability to fly short distances, plus sneak attacks from wind blades from time to time. Scar is just a martial artist of the 3 realms, and it is not bad to be able to fight to this extent. This kind of wheel battle is simply exaggerated. You wind and fire martial hall or teasing people. How many of them can pass this perverted test? The fat man looked at the scarred man in the video and said dissatisfiedly, this kind of test is indeed too difficult. Although the woman with the bandage on her hand did not speak, but there was also a look of jealousy in her eyes. Shin-Sei looked at the dissatisfied fat man. If you have any dissatisfaction with the test, you can leave directly. Our wind and fire martial hall only recruits masters. What's wrong with the wheel battle? The number of 10,000 races on the battlefield of 10,000 races far exceeds that of our human race, and we can gain a foothold on the battlefield of 10,000 races, relying on this kind of one-to-many strength of everyone. Hearing Shin-Sei's words, the fat man closed his mouth angrily, but his expression was still obviously a little dissatisfied. How can anyone pass this kind of test? He was still muttering in a dissatisfied voice. This time Shin-Sei simply pretended not to hear it. At this time, the scarred man was already covered in blood, and he fought to the death of the 2 Flying Tiger Kings by exchanging injuries for injuries, but he was eventually killed by the other Flying Tiger King. This person is strong, but unfortunately he has injuries on his body, and he has not awakened his talent, so it is not easy to persist until now. In the room on the other side, Zheng Kuan looked at the scarred man on the screen and nodded. Let him test his potential for a while, and if the potential is good, you can let him join our reserve team. The scarred man walked out of the simulation room with some disappointment. His face was pale, his lips did not have a trace of blood, and he was obviously very consumed in the simulation. Seeing the scarred man come out, Shin-Sei, who was standing in place, looked at the communicator in his hand, obviously receiving a notice from Zheng Kuan. He looked at the scarred man. You take a break for first and then conduct the second talent test later. The scarred man thought he had been eliminated, but he didn't expect that he still had a chance, and with a happy face, he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. Now it was the turn of the woman with a bandage on her hand. She tightened the bandage on her hand, pursed her lips, and walked towards the simulation room. At this moment, Suyu suddenly spoke, "Brother Shin, this is not the limit of entering our wind and fire martial hall through the third wave of attack, right?" In the face of Suyu's problem, Shinseai naturally patiently explained, and his attitude eased a lot. Of course, resisting the 3 waves of attacks can only be said to be the threshold to enter our martial hall, and it can be regarded as an official member of our martial hall. And resisting the 4th wave of attacks is the management that can enter the martial hall. Several people gasped when they heard this, especially the fat man, who opened his mouth exaggeratedly, looking incredulous. There are also those that can resist 4 waves of attacks, according to the rule of adding a strange beast in each round. That's a total of 10 strange beasts, and in the end, you have to fight against 4 strange beasts of the same level at the same time. Can this be done by manpower? As she spoke, the bandaged woman had already begun to confront the first flying Tiger King. She had awakened to a metal attribute talent, and her hands seemed to be covered with a layer of gold. The woman looked low-key, but she was a little crazy in her fighting, as if she was desperate, and her fists were frantically smashed at the Tiger King. Shinseai continued to say to Suyu at this time, "In fact, although it is said that it is necessary to resist 3 waves, it is true that many people cannot do it, and they can only resist the second wave. That's why there is a second test. You just need to persist until the second wave, and then the second talent test. If the talent is good, you can join the reserve of the Wu Palace." Hearing this, the scarred man's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that he might still have a chance. At this time, several other people also saw that the relationship between Suyu and Shinseai was not ordinary, otherwise how could Shinseai tell him so much? For a moment, the bandaged woman also failed, and she also persisted until the 3rd wave of the beast attack. However, her strength was obviously much worse than the Scarman's combat experience, and she suffered a little minor injury in the 1st wave. In the 3rd wave, she only killed 1 flying Tiger King, and was torn to pieces by the other 2 Tiger Kings. Next, it's Suyu's turn. Shinseai was also looking forward to Suyu's performance. "Come on, you just need to hold on until the 3rd wave." But what I didn't expect was that Suyu, who was looking at the screen, turned his head and suddenly said, "I want to change the rules. I don't know if it works." Change the rules? Shinseai was stunned. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. Hearing Suyu's words, the other 3 people who participated in the test also stared at Suyu with a bad face. "Sure enough, I said that this kid has a bit of an explanation. How could he come to participate in the palace test at his age? Normally, a boy who has never even seen a strange beast must be so frightened that he pees. It turns out that it has something to do with this wind and fire martial hall, and you want to go through the back door, right?" The 3 of them thought almost the same, their eyes scanning back and forth between Suyu and Shinseai. But they didn't dare to say anything yet. After all, they still expected Shinseai to agree to pass the test in front of the hall of the wind and fire martial hall. "If I am not elected, I will definitely go to the Ministry of Martial Arts to complain about this kind of cheating. It's too much." The 3 of them thought fiercely, wanting to see what Suyu wanted to do. "How do you want to change it? Let me report." Shinseai gritted his teeth. He hesitated a little but still did not refuse directly. After all, Jung Koen is very optimistic about Suyu, and his impression of Suyu is also good. But if you want to be opportunistic, he will never allow it, no matter who can. Suyu didn't sell Guanzi and said directly, "From the 1st wave to the 4th wave, there are a total of 10 beasts of 10,000 races, right?" "That's right. What's wrong?" Shinse's face was strange, and he didn't know what Suyu wanted to say. "In this way, if you release 10 strange beasts at once, and I kill them at the same time, is it considered that I passed the highest end assessment and directly entered the management of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall?" Suyu's words were amazing, and Shinseai wondered if he had heard it wrong. "Kill 10 at once? You're not kidding." The 3 people next to him were also dumbfounded. What does this mean? Why can't they understand it a little? It's not about making the rules simpler, it's about making them harder. This is not looking for a relationship, this is looking for death. How can it be more difficult to change the rules? Shinseai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Suyu, you're not joking with me, you have to challenge 10 strange beasts at the same time." In Shinse's opinion, Suyu is crazy, although Suyu has the experience of killing the Yushi tribe in the 3 realms. But at that time, he was in the right place, and he might not be able to give him another chance. How could it be the same as now? Now it is 10 strange beasts from the 3 realms, 10 times the number. How can this be done? Suyu, you should think about it again, just challenge normally, or you challenge a few less, and you will pass. Being able to make the upright Shinseai say this kind of thing shows how shocked Suyu was to him. Suyu smiled. "I've made up my mind, you should hurry up and report to Lord Zhang." Jung Koen was also wondering when he saw that Suyu on the screen had not entered the simulation room for a long time. This Suyu is not bargaining, right? Suyu doesn't dare to challenge? Su Tang was also suspicious. Immediately afterwards, Shinse's phone call came in. "Suyu wants to change the rules?" Jung Koen, who picked up the phone, frowned, and sure enough, Suyu was doing something. If Suyu was the kind of of person who wanted to bargain when he saw the difficulty of the test, then he would be very disappointed with Suyu. But when he heard how Suyu was going to change the rules, Jung Koen felt that he was dreaming, and his original calm expression could no longer be controlled, so he stood up suddenly, and his voice was raised a little. He wants to hit 10 at once. He's crazy, isn't he? Su Tang next to him was also confused. Why does she not understand Jung Koen's speech a little? Let's go. Go to the test site in front of the palace. Jung Koen left the office in a hurry with a word. Su Tang looked confused, not knowing what was happening, and asked the dignified branch hallmaster to go directly to the test site. Being able to watch it in the office already shows that Jung Koen is giving Suyu a lot of face, and this time he wants to go directly to the scene? Su Tang stuck out his tongue, but he didn't expect Jung Koen to attach so much importance to this Suyu. When Jung Koen appeared at the test site, even Suyu was a little surprised. The Lord! Several staff members around hurriedly greeted Jung Koen. The few people who participated in the test were even more surprised. Even the master of the branch hall came, which was a rare big man to see once. Suyu, you said you want to challenge 10 strange beasts of 10,000 races at the same time? What? After Jung Koen appeared, he said bluntly. Suyu also reacted from surprise, nodded and said hello to Jung Koen. Yes, I want to challenge 10 strange beasts at the same time. I don't know if this is considered to pass the test. Jung Koen took a deep look at Suyu and found that the other party was indeed not joking. Then he said seriously, Suyu, I am indeed very optimistic about you. You give up the A-level contract to participate in the hall test, but it does not mean that I will open up on this matter. What? Abandon A-level contracts? Who? This student? The other three suddenly looked at Suyu with expressions like fools. Will anyone voluntarily give up on A-level contracts? This person's brain is not good. Jung Koen glanced at a few people and continued, and you choose to fight against 10 strange beasts at the same time. This is your own choice. Once you fail, you will have no chance with our martial hall. Even so, do you still choose to challenge 10 strange beasts at the same time? Jung Koen looked at Suyu's eyes with burning eyes, wanting to see a trace of dodging and lack of confidence in it. But Suyu didn't have so many other thoughts in his heart. He just wanted to pass the test quickly and go home to continue his cultivation. This challenge to 10 strange beasts at the same time was something he had planned a long time ago. With the heart of a martial god, he can deliver a blow that far exceeds his own realm, but it only has the power of one blow. After one blow, he was also useless. No matter how many strange beasts in the 3 realms, he only needed one blow to kill in seconds. If he slowly challenges one by one, then he may not be able to do it. Of course, I choose to challenge 10 strange beasts of 10,000 races at the same time, Suyu said categorically. A hint of disappointment flashed in Jung Koen's eyes. He felt that this was just Suyu pretending to be smart. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to successfully challenge the 10 strange beasts. He felt that Suyu found that he could not pass the challenge, so he deliberately increased the difficulty, and even if the challenge failed, he would accept him for the sake of the difficulty of the challenge. If Suyu made this kind of calculation, it would be a big mistake. He would directly refuse Suyu to enter the martial hall, and the A-level contract would not be signed with him. Jung Koen's tone was already filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Let him challenge 10 strange beasts. If you win, I will directly let you enter the management of the martial hall, just like Shin Si. Become the captain. Jung Koen then turned his head and said to Shin Si with a not-so-good face, No, boss, isn't it me the next captain? Su Tang was immediately unwilling. She had been waiting for this captain position for a long time. Why did she suddenly become Suyu? Shin Si hurriedly pulled Su Tang. What are you worried about? Didn't you hear that the hall master was talking about angry words? How could Suyu pass the challenge of 10 strange beasts? Su Tang suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. But what if it really passes? Okay, I promise you. Shin Si sneered and shook his head. How could there be such a possibility? We can't do it now. How can he do it? Although he said that, Su Tang still looked at Suyu's back with a little worry. The other 3 people who participated in the test in front of the hall couldn't help but be stunned as they watched Suyu walk towards the simulation room. This kid is not joking. He is serious. How is this possible to challenge 10 strange beasts? The scarred man's face was full of disbelief. Cut, do you believe it? He just made a gimmick and finally said that he failed in the challenge, but he performed very well and could join the Wu Palace. The fat man said with a strange face. This time no one refuted him, although the bandaged woman and the scarred man were very disgusted with this fat man, but now they had to feel that what the other party said had some truth. At this time, Suyu couldn't hear their conversation for a long time, and he had already entered the simulation room. The interior of this simulation room is small and only one person can be allowed to enter. In the middle of the room, there was a white technology warehouse like a capsule, surrounded by countless test devices and monitors, and I didn't know what it was for. There is a recessed shape in the middle of the capsule, and the seat logo is printed on it, and it is clear at a glance that someone needs to sit in the middle of this technology warehouse. Suyu did not hesitate at all, sat down directly, and leaned his head on the middle of the technology warehouse. As the transparent cover above the technology warehouse quickly fell, his consciousness sank and he appeared in a void space. Is this an analog device that claims to be 95% of the simulation reality? Suyu looked down at his hands. The lines on his hands were clearly visible, and they didn't seem to be much different from the analog equipment at home. At first glance, this space was specially used for testing, surrounded by a white void, as if there was no end. This kind of space that does not simulate any environment is to give the tester a fair environment as much as possible, not with the help of the surrounding terrain, but only with his own strength to fight head-on. A virtual panel appeared in front of Suyu at this time, with many weapon options on it. He chose the spear directly without hesitation. A metal spear appeared in his hands. This time he wanted to use the chi and blood that broke through his realm again, and used the attack of the Wuzong realm to kill all the strange beasts in one blow. So the premise is that his marksmanship skills must enter the third stage, to the extent that he can use stunts. Otherwise, even if no matter how powerful the chi and blood are provided, even the stunts cannot be used, the damage caused is still limited. Before Suyu could become familiar with the spear in his hand, the space in front of him began to distort. 10 flying tiger kings appeared in front of him. Whoa, whoa! A tiger roar came out, and the aura of the king of all beasts emanated. Only then did he feel the gold content of this 95% true degree. No wonder the bald man was scared like that by a tiger king. The 10 flying tiger kings exuded a strong smell of blood, and the hair and sharp teeth on their bodies were clearly visible, and they could see the saliva that kept dripping from the mouths of these tigers. The coercion of the strange beasts of the three realms came to the face, and if ordinary people who had never seen this kind of strange beast, they might really be frightened by this formation. This kid is a little taken for granted. In the face of 10 strange beasts, this kid is already frightened. Is it that he can't even pick up the gun in his hand? Fat men are a bit bloating. This kid is not the three realms. It turns out that it is only the second realm and the vein realm. It's really crazy. The Wind and Fire Marshal Hall actually agreed to his request. The scarred man also saw Suyu's situation. Suyu had never seen any scenes, and he didn't pay attention to the 10 strange beasts of the three realms at all. The shadow behind him began to writhe, directly attached to his body. After opening the vein realm, his dark attribute talent Shadow Master became even more powerful. After he fused the shadow into the body, he could obtain a more powerful physique. He felt that at this time, his body could withstand the blow of Emperor Wuzong's later stage, but it was still only the power of one blow. However, only one blow is enough, and the stun of the late Emperor Wuzong is not something that these beasts of the three realms can resist. In order to find a better angle of attack facing the 10 flying tiger kings who pounced on him, Suyu used an air-stepping step to retreat at high speed. Good posture. Seeing Suyu briefly stranded in the air and his figure retreating rapidly, Zheng Kuan couldn't help but sigh. However, if you just run, you still can't pass our test. In fact, they were all ready for Suyu to be killed in seconds, and they just wanted to see how far Suyu could go. Seeing Suyu floating in the air, more than a dozen flying tiger kings immediately flapped their white wings behind them and followed closely up. Because of the position problem, when the 10 flying tiger kings appeared, they saw Suyu from different angles, so the time for each flying tiger king to fly is also different. Under Suyu's rapid retreat technique, looking down from above, almost all the flying tiger kings were connected in a straight line. Looking at the movements of these flying tiger kings, Suyu's eyes narrowed. It's now! Suyu held the gun body tightly, and the blood on his body boiled wildly. The source power also poured into the spear in his hand, and the purple arc began to beat continuously on Suyu's body. Everyone saw that Suyu was about to make a move, and everyone held their breath, wanting to see what Suyu's ending would be. Stunt, Thunder Dragon goes to sea. Suyu found the right moment, and the spear in his hand suddenly turned into a purple thunder dragon. Seeing the appearance of the purple thunder dragon, everyone else immediately gasped. Although I don't know what the result of this blow is, a warrior at this age who can use such a powerful stunt, it can already be regarded as a top genius. This thunder dragon was actually just what Suyu used to disguise his chi and blood power. His real killer move was a terrifying chi and blood attack that far exceeded his own realm. With the appearance of the purple thunder dragon, an even more violent chi and blood power surged out from Suyu's body. The oncoming flying tiger kings immediately felt that something was wrong, and a terrifying pressure came to their faces. They suddenly felt a shuddering feeling. They wanted to hide, but it was too late, and the flying tiger kings behind them didn't know what was going on. So strong! Suyu shouted, and as the purple thunder dragon passed through all the flying tiger kings' bodies, Suyu's spear also stopped steadily in front of the first tiger king. At this moment, it seemed that time had stopped. All the flying tiger kings suddenly froze and fell from the sky, standing quietly in front of Suyu. The scene fell silent for a while, and everyone was a little confused at this time. What is the situation? Why don't these flying tiger kings attack? What about queuing up here? Even Zheng Kuan of the Grandmaster realm didn't see what was going on, because if you only watch the video, you can't see the various energy floating on Suyu's body. They just see Suyu under a shot. Even the flying tiger king didn't touch it, but all the flying tiger kings froze in place for a moment, stiffened. Death! But what they didn't know was that Suyu's violent chi and blood had already passed through all the flying tiger kings with the help of the cover of the purple thunder dragon. The king character on the forehead of the first flying flying Tiger King in front of Suyu exploded suddenly and his brain was shattered, obviously dead and could not die anymore. After his death, the flying Tiger King instantly turned into a white light and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, like a chain reaction, the bodies of the Tiger Kings behind them were also like popping beans. One by one, there was an explosion, and almost in the blink of an eye, all 10 Tiger Kings turned into white light. The 10 flying Tiger Kings of the 3 realms died in front of Suyu like this. He won. He killed 10 flying Tiger Kings in one move. The first to scream was the fat man, who looked at the screen in disbelief, and he even wondered if the device was broken. At this time, Suyu on the screen was bleeding all over his body and was obviously seriously injured. Obviously this move was a big burden on him. The next second. But none of this matters. Compared to his record, it is not an exaggeration that he died on the spot. It is already an exaggeration to be able to stand now. He actually, it's true, did. The glasses on Zhang Kuan's face slipped to the tip of his nose unconsciously, but he didn't realize it. He only felt that he was dreaming. Shin Ci squeezed the tablet in his hand with a crunch, and the whole person was in a state of confusion. Su Tang's mouth was wide open, and his eyes became more and more dull. My captain. It's gone. The scarred man and the bandaged woman were even more surprised. Both of them had faced the terrifying flying Tiger King and knew the strength of this flying Tiger King. This is a shot that kills 10 flying Tiger Kings in one shot. How is this possible? What's wrong with the world? Why did they all become a little unfamiliar? Everyone looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Until Suyu walked out of the simulation room, everyone was still staring at him, as if they were looking at a monster. Suyu walked out of the simulation room with a smile on his face, although he was seriously injured in the simulation, but in reality he recovered as before. You, how do you do it? Although he saw Suyu killing 10 flying Tiger Kings in one blow in the video, Zhang Kuan was still full of disbelief. Suyu is only in the second realm. How can he kill 10 flying Tiger Kings of the 3 realms in one shot? Suyu looked at the few people in front of him with some amusement. What? Do you want me to do it again? Zhang Kuan was stunned for a moment. He slowly raised his head and pushed his glasses. It's not impossible. Suyu. No, it's really coming. He really wanted to slap himself in the mouth. Isn't he idle? Why mention this stubble? Looking at the expectant eyes of several people, Suyu was also a little helpless. Forget it. Let's do it again. How much Yifei makes up? They don't believe it. Suyu returned to the simulation room again. The exact same operation. Even the timing of the gun was not bad at all, and it was another shot that killed 10 flying Tiger Kings in one blow. This time, everyone had nothing to say, and they all looked at Suyu in a daze as if they were looking at a monster. If you want to say that it is luck once, then now you can only say that Suyu is really powerful. After releasing Wuzone level chi and blood twice in a row, even if it was just in the simulated space, Suyu also felt the pressure. He couldn't laugh out of it this time, Suyu only felt dizzy, as if he was about to fall to the ground in the next second, obviously because his mental power was too consumed. However, this situation can only be said to be normal. Killing 10 strange beasts is perverted enough. If Suyu is still so easy, they will even think that this simulation equipment is broken. But there were still people who didn't believe it, and the fat man rolled his eyes. This instrument is probably wrong, so it's not a good time for me to take the opportunity to test it now. Just do it. It's my turn. It's my turn. The obese man rushed into the simulation room. As the space began to twist again, a domineering flying Tiger King appeared in everyone's sight again. But when he felt the terrifying oppression of the 3 realms of the strange beasts on the flying Tiger King's body, the situation seems to be a little different from what he thought. Without the slightest suspense, after a few rounds, the fat man was pressed to the ground by the flying Tiger King. After a scream, the fat man walked out of the simulation room crookedly. If you look closely, you can see that his pants are oozing with water stains. This is because the simulation is too realistic and he is directly scared to pee. Zhang Kuan was also a little speechless when he saw this scene, and his strength was too poor, so he said to Shin Ci, "You continue to test them. Suyu, come with me." This time Suyu's behavior was also very shocking to him, and he wanted to ask Suyu well. Shin Ci's office is on the highest floor of the building. The room is not large, and the decoration is not luxurious, but the location is very good, because the floor is very high, and you can see half of Yunshu City when you look down. Zhang Kuan, who entered the office, quickly took a sip of tea and was shocked. He glanced at Suyu. "Suyu, do you want to drink something? Tea or water?" Suyu waved his hand. "The Lord is welcome. Suyu, you're shot. Today. I'm not doubting your strength, it's just that I heard that you awakened to a D-level talent, right?" Zhang Kuan still asked Suyu in disbelief. Suyu hesitated for a moment. He felt that today's matter was indeed unbelievable in the eyes of ordinary people, and it seemed that he did have to expose something. "Actually, I am not a D-level talent. My talent level was hidden by the military at that time," Suyu said slowly. "Is there such a thing?" Zhang Kuan suddenly became curious. What level of talent is worthy of the military department to directly hide the talent for Suyu? "Is it?" "Yes, my talent is SSS level." Suyu told the truth. "I only said that my talent is SSS level. I didn't say that I only have one talent, so it can't be considered a lie." But this has already shocked Zhang Kuan. His eyes widened. SSS level. No wonder. No wonder. Oh, Jung Koan looked shocked. He patted his chest gently. He was too frightened today. The awakened SSS level talent. No wonder it is so powerful. Then he seemed to react to something. These people in the military department are really not a thing. Can this kind of thing be hidden? I almost missed a genius. Suyu just wanted to say that this was his father trying to protect him, but he opened his mouth and didn't say anything in the end. His father is Su Jun. It's best not to let too many people know. In the end, Jung Koan still excitedly took Suyu to do an awakening talent test. This test originally belonged to one of the second tests, and after seeing that Suyu was really SSS level, Jung Koan was overjoyed. Good boy, attaboy. In the future, you will be the captain of our special operations team. Jung Koan patted Suyu on the shoulder and laughed heartily, and a general finally came to their Yunshu city branch. Su Tang looked at Jung Koan pitifully next to him, pointed to his nose and said, "Then, what about me?" Jung Koan also rubbed his head a little embarrassed. He spread his hands at Su Tang. "You wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." Suyu thought of Xiaoingha, the one I mentioned last time about being promoted to A level through 3 challenges. That, no problem, you let that summer. Xiaoingha is right. She is ready at any time and can come to take on 3 challenges. At this time, Zheng Koan was in a good mood and naturally agreed. Seeing Zheng Koan so talkative, Suyu began his next plan. "Hallmaster, I don't know when my Wind and Fire Martial Hall certificate will be given to me." Zheng Koan smiled slightly. He thought that Suyu couldn't wait to show off to his family after having the certificate of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. "If you want, you go take a picture of yourself now, and I'll let them rush out now," Zheng Koan said confidently, but Suyu's next sentence did not scare him half to death. "I heard that our martial arts hall certificate can enter and exit the battlefield of all races, right?" Suyu said casually. "What?" Zheng Koan's voice raised an octave. "You want to enter the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? You don't want to die. Where can a student like Suyu enter the battlefield of all races?" Suyu snorted. "It's okay, I'll just ask." Zheng Koan looked at Suyu's back suspiciously as he left with the Wu Jun certificate and told Shin Xiai to say, "I've been staring at Suyu lately, especially to see if he will go out of the market." Suyu looked at the silver martial arts certificate in his hand that proved his identity and sighed with some emotion. This proves that it was made of alloy, with a rectangular shape in the middle, with his photo and information in the middle, surrounded by a circle of decorative craft patterns. The Wind and Fire Martial Hall is really arrogant. He hasn't mixed a weapon made of alloy yet, but his martial arts hall certificate turned out to be made of alloy. I don't know what process Wu Jun used, but he also printed his color hologram photos. This kind of thing is impossible to imitate. The silver color represents his identity as a captain, and the martial hall card of the branch hall higher is gold, and he doesn't know what it looks like further up. And the treatment of this martial hall is really exaggerated. Ordinary martial hall members can basically do nothing and can get about 1 million dasha coins and 100 martial hall points per month. If you perform some tasks or take the initiative to hand in some materials, you will get more resources. The items exchanged for Wu Jun points are also very luxurious. Basically, as long as you can think of Wu Jun materials, you can exchange them. 1. Martial arts points can basically be exchanged for martial arts materials of about 10,000 yuan dasha coins. His captain level treatment is even more exaggerated, basically tenfold the treatment of ordinary martial arts members. Otherwise, how could Su Tang be so unhappy? But the reward for doing tasks is the same as that of ordinary members, but some tasks can only be received by the captain. As for the work of the martial hall, in addition to you taking the initiative to complete the task, the hall master will also forcibly assign some tasks to you to execute. For example, the last invasion of the Yushi tribe, or the cleaning up of some cults, are all the work of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, which will basically be in the territory of Dasha and will not involve the battlefield of all races. However, there will also be special circumstances, so their martial arts hall certificate can also enter and exit the battlefield of all races. Now that we're going to the battlefield of 10,000 races, it's time to get a similar alloy weapon, Suyu thought. He did know the location of some divine weapons, but most of them were also on the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. Now is not the time to get it. He is too weak now. Let's get a better alloy weapon first. Do you want an A-grade alloy spear? In the evening, when Suyu and Su Qing were having dinner together, he put forward his ideas. Su Qing looked at Suyu with some surprise, because there were very few students in Xingwu school in actual combat, and they generally couldn't use such powerful weapons. However, Suyu naturally couldn't tell Su Qing that he was going to the battlefield of all races. As for the price of this A-grade alloy spear, the market price is about 15 million dasha dollars. It shouldn't be anything to their family. But what I didn't expect was that Su Qing hesitated. Why don't we match a B-grade alloy spear first? You use it first, and then we will match it better. Suyu frowned slightly. He didn't care if Su Qing would buy her an A-grade alloy spear. The B-grade alloy spear is about 10 million dasha dollars, and it is not cheap. What he cares about is Su Qing's attitude, and this price is not a blink of an eye for her. With Su Qing's love for her, it is impossible to refuse. If Su Qing refused, there was only one possibility. That is, Su Ching has no money. But how is this possible? He knows the strength of the Su family group, and it is also a big family that can be ranked in Daxia Kingdom. In the previous life, the Su family also stood firm, and of course Su Jun was indispensable for the help behind it. The existence of Su Jun, even if he does nothing, makes other families who know the details of the Su family dare not provoke the Su family lightly. The Su family's business is naturally getting bigger and bigger. However, after the deaths of Su Jun and Su Qing, the Su family also went downhill. Especially those people in the Su family at that time not only did not help Suyu, but also suppressed Suyu. The shares that Su Qing should have inherited to Suyu at that time were directly taken away in various ways, which also became the last straw that overwhelmed Suyu. Finally, when Suyu became a half-step martial god, the Su family actually existed in name only. But now that the prestige of the Soviet war is in full swing, how could the Su family have financial difficulties? Looking at Su Qing's difficult face now, it can't be that the people of the Su family are doing something wrong. Coupled with the fact that Su Qing often went out early and returned late recently, Suyu became more and more convinced that something must have happened within the Su family. It seems that it is time for him to teach those Su family a lesson. That night, Suyu still practiced as usual, and did not let Su Qing see anything wrong with him. With the auxiliary cultivation of the shadow, his ontology visualized the Great Sun visualization map to cultivate the realm of ancient martial arts, and the shadow absorbed the source power of heaven and earth to enhance the realm of talented martial artists. When it comes to the martial arts realm, the main thing is to temper the bones. The martial artist realm is also divided into 9 layers, according to the bone area of the body. The 1st to 3rd level realm is mainly to temper the limbs. The 4th to 6th levels of the realm are tempering the torso. The last 7 to 9th layers are all tempering heads, and the Dzogchen realm is the fusion of the bones of the whole body. He had the extreme Dao physique of the ancient martial artist's ultimate cultivation talent, coupled with the infinite chi and blood of the heart of the martial god, and the speed of cultivation was extremely fast. In one night, Suyu not only opened the whole of the Great Sun visualization diagram again, but also completed the tempering of both arms, and he successfully entered the realm of the 2nd layer of the martial artist. Although the talented martial artist did not improve his realm, he also activated his 2nd meridian by 30%, and the efficiency was not unpleasant. Early the next morning, Suyu, who had practiced dragon marksmanship twice in the martial arts arena, saw that Su Qing had hurriedly left the Su family's mansion today. In the name of practicing his secret martial arts, Suyu asked all the maids who came over to hand over towels and water to drive them away, and asked them to stay away from the vicinity of the martial arts arena. He shouted loudly into the sky, "Please come and meet Senior MOU." MOU, who was hiding on the top of the tree in the training ground, held a bag in his hand, ready to taste the newly bought bun. Hearing Suyu's cry, he was so frightened that he almost fell from the tree. What the hell? He felt that he had been secretly protecting Suyu, and Suyu himself could not know, but now it seemed. This Suyu not only knows, but also knows who he is. How is this possible? He has seen Suyu's performance recently, and he is indeed worthy of the 4 words of young genius, but he should still be far from discovering that he is a great master. In fact, Suyu naturally guessed. He knew that someone must be protecting him, but he didn't know who was protecting him, because for Su Jun, his talent is different from that of his previous life, and the strength of the people sent by Su Jun to protect him will naturally not be the same. As for why Suyu guessed that it was MOU, he didn't guess casually. Even Su Jun had only a few great grandmasters around him, loyal to him, and the only one who was suitable for hiding was MOU. After the death of the Soviet Union in the previous life, MOU fought to the death, and also died in the battle where the Soviet Jun died, which can be regarded as a die-hard loyal of the Soviet Union. MOU was actually less than 30 years old, and the great master at this age did have the qualifications to be proud of the genius of the world. If he hadn't died early at that time, he would really have the possibility of winning the martial god. However, Suyu is only 18 years old now, so it is not an exaggeration to call him a senior. Seeing that no one was talking, Suyu's eyes rolled. "Senior MOU, if you don't come to see me, you have a crush on the Empress." Just after Suyu finished saying this, Suyu only felt a breeze floating behind him, and a hand was already on his shoulder. The shadow belonging to Suyu's dark attribute talent automatically shrank towards his body, which was the attribute suppression between the same attributes. The other party is also a dark attribute talent, but the realm is too high, and it automatically suppresses its own dark attribute. MOU's hand squeezed more and more heavily on Suyu's shoulder, and Suyu heard his shoulder joints creaking, and he grinned in pain. But Suyu has nothing to worry about. It is impossible for the other party to really hurt himself. "Suyu, huh? You know a lot?" MOU looked at Suyu with an ugly face, knowing that he was protecting him. He likes the Empress, only he knows, he has never mentioned it to others. How could this kid Suyu know? In fact, this was just what Suyu knew in his previous life, and when MOU was dying, he shouted to the sky, "In the next life, I must ride to the Empress." At that time, he shouted out what was in his heart in front of the whole world. For a time, the entire Daxia Kingdom was also amazed by him, and they all admired MOU's courage. MOU can also be regarded as famous in the first battle, showing his face in the entire Daxia Kingdom. At that time, the Empress was also angry angry enough, but Mou was dead, and she couldn't care about a dead man. Not to mention, she can really do it. Mou never married, and after his death, the Empress found her a wife who was also a person who died in battle, and buried the two together. For a time, it was also a news story in the Daxia Kingdom at that time. Senior Mou, don't be angry, boy, I just have something I want to ask you. Although he told the secret in Mou's heart, he couldn't do anything to Suyu after all. His task was to protect Suyu. He stared at Suyu's eyes for a long time, and Mou let go of his hand. How did you know me, and how did you know that I was nearby? Mou asked the question in his heart. Suyu scratched his head and said with a stupid face, I actually don't know. I just guessed that my dad will find someone to protect me, and my dad often mentions you in front of us, so I tried to ask. Hearing Suyu say this, the corners of Mou's mouth curved into an arc. He felt that Su Zhan really valued him, or he would not take the initiative to mention himself in front of his family. Of course, these words were Suyu's nonsense in order to make Mou happy. Mou seemed to think of something again, and then lowered his voice and asked, then what the Empress said was also said by Master Su? Suyu felt that Mou didn't seem to be very smart. Of course. No, that's what I said casually to stimulate you to come out. Do you really? The Empress? Oh, Suyu immediately began to pretend to be stupid, with an expression on his face that he didn't know what was going on. Of course not. How is it possible? How could I have an idea about the Empress? Mou breathed a sigh of relief and quickly denied it. Suyu, what are you looking for me for? Mou became serious again. Suyu looked at Mou seriously and said word by word, tell me the truth. My dad, is something wrong? Mou was stunned, and his face suddenly showed an even more surprised expression than just now. Do you know this? Suyu's heart sank, and he just cheated on Mou. Looking at Mou's reaction, I didn't expect that something really happened to Su Zhan. Otherwise, Su Qing's status in the family would not be shaken, and there was only one possibility, that is, something happened to the Soviet war. He just made a simple guess, and it all made sense. Tell me the truth, what happened to Su Zhan? Suyu was also a little puzzled. Wasn't it good for him to make a video call with Su Zhan that day? Listening to Suyu's question, Mou was also one head in too big. Boss Su's son is too smart. I stare at him every day. He didn't have any sources at all, and he seemed to know everything. Although this matter is absolutely confidential, it doesn't hurt for you, as the family of the person involved, to tell you. Mou was silent for a long time and still said, speak quickly. Su Yuming had long been impatient and urged. Mou said helplessly, Master Su and the Holy Feather Patriarch disappeared together. What? Suyu was shocked. Missing? How is this possible? This is not a cat or dog. This is two half-step martial gods. This can be said to be missing? Speaking of these things, Mou also looked ugly. Just a few days ago, the Patriarch of the Holy Feather clan raided the human position, in order to avoid accidental injuries to the warriors in the position. Master Su took the Holy Feather clan Patriarch while fighting, entered the depths of the 10,000 clans, and then disappeared. Missing? Suyu frowned deeply. He wouldn't have been reborn, but he still couldn't stop the ending of Su Zhan dying. He had had enough of this feeling that everything was not under control. He wants to accelerate and become stronger. We must speed up to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Suyu became more and more anxious, but becoming stronger was not something that could be done overnight. Before going, now he has another thing to solve. Let's go. Accompany me to the Su family group. When Mou heard this, he immediately showed dissatisfaction. I am not your subordinate. The order I received is only to protect your personal safety, and I will not care about anything else. Suyu hadn't noticed before that Mou was still a dead brain, he said with a speechless face. Then you have to at least follow me. Suyu didn't care whether Mou agreed or not. He raised his leg and walked out. No matter whether Mou came out or not, he would never die. In the topmost conference room of Shuja group. What? Your useless son wants to buy alloy weapons? How can there be such a prodigal son? He didn't even go to Wuhan University. You actually want to buy him some alloy weapons, and you have to buy B-grade weapons. On the huge round conference table, all the people sitting are the real power figures of the Su family group. Although Su Qing was sitting in the first place, the man sitting under his right hand stood up directly. He jumped and pointed at Su Qing's nose and mocked him, without the slightest respect. The high-ranking officials of the group around the table either looked at Su Qing with a mocking face, sharing the same hatred as the man, or a face full of laughter, with a lively expression. There are also some who simply wander out of the sky, as if it has nothing to do with them, but no one is willing to help Su Qing say a word. The person who sneered at Su Qing was actually the Su family, and he was also Su Qing's half-brother Su Wu. This person is uneducated and has no ability, and has been pampered by his family since he was a child, and as a man in the family, he did not become the acting executive chairman of the group. This position fell on Su Qing, and he blamed Su Qing for this matter, feeling that Su Qing had snatched his seat. And now other people in the group, even if they don't have people with Su Wu's group, are because Su Qing is extremely strict about the internal management of the group. He almost eliminated the high-level executives of the group who took advantage of the group, so he offended the interests of most people, and naturally no one was willing to help him. At this time, Su Wu was still unsatisfied satisfied, and he was still pointing at Su Qing, and his fingers were quickly reaching Su Qing's face. Also, why do you use the assets of the group to buy things, and use the group's money to buy weapons for that prodigal son? Are you right to the position you are sitting in now? That's right, don't let us do this and that, but don't lead by example. This sentence immediately resonated with many people. This Suyu management group's ability is not good, but the ability to form gangs and engage in struggle is first class. Hearing this, Su Qing couldn't sit still anymore and immediately retorted. What group assets? You'd better make this clear to me. That money is our family's money. At that time you said that the group's liquidity was not enough. Let me use my own money to make up for it, and take it at any time when I want to take it. Did you say so? Suyu is the vice chairman of the group and is in charge of the group's finance. Some time ago, I told Su Qing that the group's liquidity was not enough, so Su Qing used a large amount of his own funds, saying that he would return it to Su Qing after the turnover. As a result, there was no follow-up after the incident, and now Su Qing knows that the group's operation is excellent and the group has sufficient funds. Suyu always delayed, saying that he would not return Su Qing's money to her, and now he was even more putting the big hat of private group assets on Su Qing's head. Hello, you can't just enter here. Who are you looking for? As soon as Suyu walked into the building of the Su family group, he was stopped by the welcome lady wearing professional black silk at the door and obviously good-looking. As the headquarters of Su family group, even the entrance hall is very luxurious. The whole hall is actively large, like a small square. The floor was covered with a kind of precious black crystal floor, and the top of the hall was covered with purple source power pendants. From a distance, the entire roof is covered with a lot of extravagance. Although the welcome lady was polite, her expression gave people a feeling of rejecting people thousands of miles away, and even a feeling of being high. This is just a welcome lady of the group, and it gives people a sense of unattainable. Suyu didn't have time to follow her, so he said directly, I am the son of your chairman Su Qing, and I want to see her. Hearing Suyu say this, the welcome lady was obviously stunned, and then she became a little nervous inexplicably. Su, hello Master Su, wait a minute, I'll call Su Dong for instructions. Suyu was a little puzzled. Can this front desk lady directly contact their chairman? I saw the welcome lady walk to the table next to her, pick up the phone on the table and start making a call, although the other party deliberately lowered his voice. But with the hearing of a warrior, whether it was the voice on the phone or the voice of the welcome lady, it was clearly transmitted into Suyu's ears. The phone was quickly picked up, and a man's impatient voice rang out. Hey, what's wrong? Don't you say it's okay not to call me? Su Dong, the chairman's son is here, shall we let him in? Who? The prodigal son is coming? What to enter? What urgent matter can he have? Just say that Su Qing is not there. Should I tell the chairman? Don't you understand? Just say that the chairman is not there. Drip, drip. The phone was hung up directly. Suyu heard it and called Su Dong. And this Su Dong is not his mother Su Qing at all, but his uneducated second-generation uncle Su Wu. The person who took his family's money in his previous life was mainly related to this Su Wu. Suyu didn't expect that his mother's power in the group had been overtaken to such an extent, and even a front desk guest was Su Wu's person. The welcome lady hung up the phone. Just when she was about to tell Suyu that Su Qing was not there, her eyes suddenly widened. Suyu, who was originally not far away, had disappeared from her vision without a trace. For the Shujia group building, whether it is this life or the previous life, Suyu is not very familiar with it. It is obviously not so easy to find Su Qing in this dozens of floors of building. Suyu had no choice but to call Su Qing, but the phone didn't get through. The other party was in a meeting, obviously didn't notice Suyu's call. But this matter is not difficult for Suyu. If you can't find it, ask. Suyu believes that he must still have good intentions now. Bang! At the corner of a remote corridor, Suyu punched a security guard in the stomach. Vomit! The security guard suddenly curled up. Say, where is your chairman's office? Suyu asked with a sneer. This security guard was easily caught by Suyu just now. This person is barely a martial artist. How could he be Suyu's opponent? Although the whole people are now practicing martial arts, warriors are still scarce resources. How can powerful warriors be used in this kind of place to protect the company's safety? This person is already good if he has a martial arts level. Of course, the Su family also has strong people, but they will definitely not appear here. I didn't expect this person to be quite temperamental, and he just didn't talk about the location of Su Qing's office. If you have a kind of killing, you can kill me. I can't tell the location of our chairman's office. Suyu was speechless for a while, and he had no temper at all against this kind of loyal security guard. You can't really kill the other party, right? You say you, what are you fighting for? Okay. Bang! Suyu punched the other party again, directly knocking the other party unconscious. For Forget it, if he doesn't say it, someone will always say it. It took a few more minutes to find another person, who obviously didn't have the bones of the security guard. Suyu was a little frightened, and directly recruited them all. Now he not only knows where Su Qing's office is, but also knows that Su Qing is now having a meeting at the top floor. Suyu did not hesitate and took the elevator directly to the top floor. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the door of the conference room, and before he could enter the room, he heard a loud noise in the room. Su Qing, I advise you to know the current affairs best. You go and tell your family that you are incompetent, and take the initiative to step down as acting executive chairman. When the time comes, I don't care what you buy for your useless son. This is Su Wu's voice. His foxtail is finally exposed. Doing so many things, he just wants to be the chairman. But he was also naive, thinking that Su Qing was no longer the chairman, and this position could fall on his head. Sister Su, you said you are too used to Suyu. He hasn't even gone to Wuhan University yet. You have to buy him such a good weapon. I heard that my grades in school are very poor, and in the end I won't even be able to pass an ordinary Wuhan University. Is it necessary to spend so much? This person's name is Ho Dong, a veteran of the Su family group who has served in the company since Su Qing's father, Su Zhihao, became chairman. So he didn't say a small tone, and directly called Su Qing Su's sister. However, he seemed to be persuading Su Qing, but in fact he was blaming Su Qing for spending money indiscriminately. Uncle Ho, I used my own money to buy things for my son. Does it have anything to do with you? How I educate my son is my business. You don't have to worry about it. Ho Dong was speechless for a while, shook his head, and looked like a child who couldn't be taught. Looking at the crowd, they were gossiping. Su Chang was angry and slapped the table. Touch! She stood up suddenly, her face as cold as frost. I just want to act arbitrarily today. I just want to withdraw the money I injected into the company. Who agrees? Who objected? But I didn't expect that the people around the conference table were unmoved, with an expression that didn't take Su Qing seriously. Looking at the situation in front of him, Su Wu was suddenly happy. You, chairman, even if you are the chairman, no matter what you do, you have to agree to the board of directors to decide. Look at this situation, can you take out the money? Ha ha. After saying this, Su Wu laughed gloatingly. You guys? Su Qing suddenly felt aggrieved. She looked at the indifferent people sitting around the table in the conference room, and felt extremely cold. At that time, the company encountered operational difficulties, and everyone present was helpless. The top executives of these groups have shares in the company, and the quality of the company is directly related to their fate. They collectively begged Su Qing at that time, because they knew that Su Qing was rich. She still remembers the faces of these people at that time. It was very respectful, and they almost offered her to heaven, and what she said at that time was what she said. Su Qing then invested the money in the company, and under her correct decision, invested in several potential industries, and drastic reforms have been carried out, cutting down some bloated and useless companies. It helped the group successfully survive this crisis, and after this reform, the company's operation became better and better. Su Qing thought that with this incident, these people in the company would respect themselves more, and they would be able to sit firmly in the position of chairman. But what Su Qing didn't expect was that these not only did not thank herself, on the contrary, they turned their faces and refused to recognize anyone, and even felt that they had moved their cake by cutting those bloated and useless companies, make them lose the means of making money. Recently, no matter what Su Cheng wants to do, she will be suppressed by these people uniting to suppress her, and she can't do anything she wants to do in the group now. But she didn't expect that now she couldn't take out her money. She felt that she was going to cry aggrievely. She took a deep breath. She didn't want to show her vulnerable side in front of these people. Then let's vote and agree to my raise of hand to withdraw money. Su Qing launched a vote with her last fantasy. After a while, Su Qing looked at the entire conference room, and only she raised her hand alone. Ha ha. No, you're too funny, and you still vote. Su Wu covered his stomach with an exaggerated expression and laughed loudly. I think you should step down. What's the use of you? You. Su Qing really couldn't hold back this time, and there were a total of 7 senior executives of the group who entered the board of directors. Unexpectedly, no one really supported him in this matter. That's my own money, I said it before. Why are you like this? You treat me like this. Aren't you afraid of? Now Su Qing really couldn't stand it. She wanted to move out of her husband Su Jun. In fact, she hates it the most when others say that she uses her husband's status. But at this time, she was full of grievances, thinking that the only one who could help her was Su Jun. Unexpectedly, a sneer came from the corner at this time. Do you want to talk about the Soviet war? Others are not. You still expect him? Whether he is alive or dead now is not necessarily. What? Su Qing's heart was suddenly shocked, her face turned pale, and her face was full of disbelief. You, what did you say? Hearing this, Suyu couldn't bear it anymore. His father's matter should be kept strictly confidential, and these people actually knew that he didn't dare to think about the things behind it. Boom! The door of the conference room was kicked open with a slam. Suyu's figure appeared at the door of the conference room. Since the husband is not here, his son is enough here. At this time, a vigorous and imposing teenager appeared at the door of the conference room. His eyes were sharp, like a hawk falcon, scanning everyone present. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Su Qing couldn't have imagined how Suyu, who was supposed to go to school, would appear here. Suyu? Su Wu, as Suyu's uncle, naturally knew Suyu. Seeing Suyu break in like this, he was immediately furious, and reprimanded Suyu with a parental attitude. Suyu, what are you doing? Is this the place where you mess around? Xiaoyu, you. Su Qing also looked at Suyu with some concern. She was afraid that this matter would involve Suyu. Suyu didn't reply. He took a step forward, his body full of blood and blood. Are you thinking that our Su family is gone? At the same time as he spoke, he stepped out of the air and appeared in front of Ho Dong in an instant. Snap. In the next second, Ho Dong's whole person was pumped out. The audience was shocked. After beating Ho Dong, Suyu snorted coldly. Although my grades are not very good, it's enough to beat you up with a dog raised by the Su family. This slap was not heavy. Ho Dong's whole face was swollen high, and a few teeth were lost. That is, people in this era have practiced martial arts for more or less 2 years, or at Ho Dong's age, they may not be able to get up at this time. Suyu, are you crazy? This time, everyone present was frightened. In their hearts, Suyu was just a child. Now that so many elders are here, they didn't expect Suyu to take action directly without saying a word. Suyu, are you crazy? Practice martial arts and practice your brain stupidly. How dare you hit someone casually here? Apologize to your uncle Ho immediately. Su Wu immediately rushed in front of Suyu and condescendingly reprimanded Suyu. He is still claiming to be an uncle, thinking that he is Suyu's elder, and educating Suyu at will. Suyu glanced at Su Wu, a strange smile appeared on his face, and Su Wu's heart trembled. What? I hit him and didn't hit you. It's obvious to you, right? Suyu didn't need to slap anymore. He directly used his fist and punched Su Wu's abdomen. In fact, Suyu has long wanted to do this. After the death of his parents in his previous life, Suyu still vividly remembers the ugly face when he grabbed equity with himself. He said why his parents didn't leave any money to him. It turned out that the root cause was here. He was deceived into the group by this kid, and finally even his mother's shares were divided by the other party. Thinking of this, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and Suyu's subordinates were also a little heavier. Su Wu didn't expect Suyu to even beat himself. Su Wu snorted, curled up by Suyu's punch. He was actually a warrior, but he had not practiced for many years, and he had long been rusty. How could he be Suyu's opponent? After punching and not relieved, Suyu kicked up again. Touch. This kick was not light, and he directly kicked Su Wu until the corner of his mouth was bleeding, and the whole person flew out. Now the entire conference room was completely chaotic. Child, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. Suyu rubbed his hands and scanned the audience again. Now you have no problem with me appearing in this conference room. Now everyone was honest, looking at Suyu tremblingly. No one dared to answer, for fear that Suyu would target the next target of attack. Ho Dong covered his face and didn't dare to say a word, for fear that Suyu would come up and slap him again. Su Wu, who fell to the ground, desperately winked at the others. He meant to hurry up and ask others to come and help. But when a person is about to move towards the door, Suyu shouted, everyone is standing there. I see who dares to move. The man's footsteps he had just raised shrank back again, and he was stunned in place for a while, feeling a little embarrassed. Then Suyu came to Su Qing, hugged Su Qing gently, and said, Mom, I'm late. Xiaoyu. Su Qing was suddenly moved. Suyu fell from the sky when she was most helpless, giving her the greatest support. Xiaoyu, you have grown up. However, Su Qing knew in her heart that Suyu's violence could only make people fearful for a while, but in fact, it could not solve the fundamental problem. Suyu's method may provoke Su Wu to fight back stronger, but she didn't reprimand Suyu. These things should have been solved by them. At this moment, several people rushed in at the door again, several security personnel led by the welcome lady. When he found that Suyu had disappeared, he searched everywhere and finally found the conference room. Looking at the tragic situation in the conference room, these people were also stunned for a while. It's just right. Everyone was overjoyed. Su Wu seemed to have come back to life, and the injuries on his body no longer hurt, and he stood up suddenly. Quick, catch this kid who doesn't know the height of the sky. He pointed to Suyu's nose and shouted. After hearing Su Wu's order, immediately rushed towards Suyu. I see who among you dares to touch my son. Su Cheng was not happy anymore, and shouted loudly at several people. I just see if I, the acting executive chairman, can speak well in this group. Only then did these security personnel know that this teenager turned out to be Su Qing's son. They suddenly braked sharply in front of Suyu, and the hand they had just stretched out was withdrawn. Su Qing is overthrown again. That is also the highest leader of the company, and it is the Su family. Even if it is not the chairman in the future, it may be the leader of the group. They didn't dare to arrest her son. Su Wu saw that several people stopped, and suddenly became angry. You didn't hear me speak. Don't you want to do it? I asked you to catch him. But before Su Wu finished speaking like a clown, touch, Suyu kicked up again. What's wrong? Keep your mouth to talk to you, right? Ah, Su Wu let out a scream again. This time the entire mouth was swollen by Suyu. But this time Suyu was not ready to let him go easily, and continued to kick towards Su Wu's body headlessly. I'll make you crazy. I'll let you take our family's money. I asked you to bully my mother. Ah, whining. Stop it. I was wrong. wrong? Come and stop him. Suyu was going to be beaten and cried by Suyu this time, lying on the ground and wailing continuously. Only then did the security personnel react and come up and quickly pull Suyu. But Suyu's strength was extremely great. The more they pulled Suyu, the more chi and blood power Suyu used, the stronger the attack power. Until Suyu was beaten with more air intake and less air, it was about to be over. Hodong next to him looked at Suyu so miserably, and suddenly felt that his face didn't hurt anymore. He even has to thank Suyu for showing mercy to his subordinates now. Several security personnel looked at Suyu and hurriedly persuaded him. Little brother, don't fight. You are still young. If you beat him to death and violate the rules of the country, won't it delay your great future? This will not even be able to stand Sucheng. Xiaoyu. Otherwise, forget it, he is your uncle after all. Suyu was still angry. If he weren't my uncle, you thought he would still be alive. Stop. Stop it all for me. At this moment, 3 armed men wearing red and white costumes and holding weapons walked into the room again. Looking at the word wind and fire on their shoulders, these people turned out to be from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. The leader asked directly, "We are from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. Who are you reporting the case?" After the Wind and Fire Martial Hall was integrated with the Ministry of Public Security, in addition to preventing various invasions of all races and fighting against domestic cultists, the local security situation is also under the management of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. Especially now that there are many warriors, after gaining strength, there are not a few warriors who commit crimes. The Ministry of Public Security couldn't rely on its own ability to manage the city, so they could only often ask the people of the Wind and Fire Hall to take action. This has been going on for a long time, and 9 out of 10 times the Wind and Fire Martial Hall needs to take action. The Dasha Kingdom simply integrated the Ministry of Public Security into the Wind and Fire Martial Hall and became an institution under the Martial Palace. It is generally called the security team of the Wind and Fire Hall. However, the people of the security team naturally cannot be regarded as official members of the Martial Hall, but they also consider themselves to be the Wind and Fire Martial Hall when they go out. Generally, each security team will be led by an official member of the Wu Jun to deal with various security problems in various regions. These people saw the Wind and Fire Martial Hall personnel wearing red and white costumes appear. The people in the conference room suddenly seemed to have found the backbone. "You came just in time. Catch this kid. We had a good meeting. He suddenly rushed in just now and did something to us without saying anything." Immediately, many people leaned over and said to several people from the security team of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, "Yes, right. You see, he hit me in the mouth." Hodong lost 2 teeth. His mouth was leaking, and he couldn't even speak clearly, so he leaned over. The man led by the Wind and Fire Martial Palace security team was named Kong Shun, in his 30s, with a little beard on his mouth, and he looked extremely serious. He didn't listen to the words of these people, but asked seriously again, "Did you report the case just now?" At this time, a man who had been hiding in the crowd raised his hand. "It's my call." This man is not tall and looks a little thief-eyed, and Suyu has very little impression of him. I only know that this person is also a member of the camp that supports Suyu. Just now, taking advantage of the panic of the personnel, he secretly made a call. He knew that Suyu knew this Kong Shun, so he asked the other party to help. Kong Shun happened to be patrolling with the Wind and Fire Martial Hall security team, and they came over directly. However, Sun Shun is not an official member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. He is just the captain of this security team, and the person in charge of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall on duty in this team today is actually Su Tang, but she was lazy today and didn't follow the patrol team. Seeing the people from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall coming, Su Qing was also a little panicked. Suyuka is still in school. If he is arrested by the Wind and Fire Martial Hall because of these things in the fight, it will be troublesome to leave any criminal record. She hurriedly greeted her, stopped several people from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall security team and whispered, "Several officers, we have a little conflict." It's okay, it's all my own family's business. This can be solved, so I don't have to trouble a few people. Sun Shun didn't speak, but glanced at Su Wu on the ground. Then his brows furrowed suddenly, and he recognized that the person lying on the ground with a bloody face turned out to be Su Wu. "Su Dong, is what she said true?" Seeing that this person ignored himself but directly found Su Wu to talk, Su Qing's heart suddenly sank. It's broken, this person won't know Su Wu, something is going to happen. Sure enough, after seeing this person, Su Wu's eyes burst out with a vicious light again. "Su Yu, you kid is looking for death, dare to do this to me. Today I want you to not even have the qualifications to take the Wuhan University entrance examination." He struggled to get up, a sneer on his face. "See, laughing, Kong, Captain Kong." He wiped the nosebleed on his face and said, "I don't know this kid. He came in and shot at me. You guys catch him quickly." A hint of panic flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Su Wu had been fooling around outside since he was a child, and he knew many people. Even this kind of people from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall security team also know a lot, and some of them are still related to old men. Su Qing had heard that Su Wu had been fighting outside since he was a child, and these people came forward to settle it. Sure enough, when he heard Su Wu say this, Kong Shun didn't talk nonsense, and pointed to Suyu next to him and said directly, "Take it away." "Don't!" Su Qing immediately opened her arms and stopped in front of Suyu. She turned to Su Wu and said with a pleading look, "Xiao Wu, don't do this. Tell them that you are Suyu's uncle. This is our housework. Let's solve it ourselves." Hearing this, Kong Shun was also stunned for a moment. He first turned his head and glanced at Su Wu. Seeing the latter wiping the scars on his face with a tissue, he had a cold smile on his face, but he didn't say a word. Kong Shun instantly understood what Su Wu meant, and he turned his head to Su Qing and said, "Get out of the way, don't affect our official duties." Su Wu has now thought about Suyu's death 100 times, and he wants to imprison Suyu in the prison of the security forces. Inject him with drugs and give him a charge of drug abuse and trouble, so that he will never be able to turn over. Even if his father came back alive, Suyu is useless. Go back to Wuhan University, dream about you. Su Qing is completely panicked now. "Su Wu, I don't want any money from our family, I'll give it to you. Please let Xiaoyu go." "Hey!" Suyu hurriedly stopped Su Qing. "What are you talking about, Mom? We don't want our own money. I'm fine, don't worry." He gave Su Qing a reassuring look, but Su Qing was still full of worry. She couldn't believe that Suyu would have the ability to solve this kind of thing. She had already thought about it. As long as Suyu was forcibly taken away, she didn't care whether Suyu's identity would be exposed. She wanted to go to the military department for help immediately. I believe that although Su Jun is not there, in the military department, Su Jun still has a little face, and they will definitely come to help. Come with me. In Suyu's proud gaze, Kong Shun grabbed Suyu's arm. At this time, Suyu didn't pretend to be with them. He directly took out the Broken Wind and Fire Martial Hall certificate and raised it to Kong Shun. "Just you? You are not qualified to catch me yet. See what this is." "Fart. I haven't." Yet Kong Shun's words got stuck in his throat in an instant. "This is? How can it be?" He looked at the martial arts certificate in Suyu's hand, and Kong Shun only felt that his brain was not enough. You are Wind and Fire Martial Hall? This is impossible. Suyu didn't know him. Otherwise, if he knew that Suyu was the son of Su Jun, the half-step martial god, he wouldn't dare to catch anything. And even Su Qing didn't know him. He only knew Su Wu, and knew that he was the son of the Su family group. He has some friendship with the other party, and it is just a matter of getting himself to catch someone. And Suyu's age is obviously just an adult. How can he be a member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall? The most exaggerated thing is that this is still not the martial arts certificate of ordinary members. Kong Shun looked at the dazzling silver. This turned out to be a captain-level Wind and Fire Martial Palace certificate. The people around were instantly stunned when they saw this martial hall certificate. This martial arts hall certificate is also printed with Suyu's photo, which is Suyu's own martial arts certificate. "You are of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. This is impossible. If Suyu is from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, then Suyu is equivalent to Kong Shun's superiors. How dare they catch Suyu?" Su Qing was also a little dizzy. How could his son become a member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall silently? Then her heart sank. No, Suyu wouldn't be impersonating, pretending to be a member of the martial hall. This crime is not small, even heavier than his current crime. Su Wu was the first to react. Impossible. He lied. He is just a student of Xingwu Academy. How can he be a member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall? And he is also a captain. Even if you make it up, you can make it up a little, okay? Hearing this, Kong Shun, who was originally timid and wanted to salute the captain, instantly straightened his back. That's right. How could this Suyu be a member of the Wudian or a captain? Isn't this definitely a lie? He felt that he was stereotyped and felt that it was impossible for anyone to dare to disguise himself as a member of the martial hall. Maybe this Suyu is young and frivolous, and he doesn't know how high the sky is. I want to check your martial arts hall certificate. Kong Shun was still sane, and he didn't do it immediately, but he had to check Suyu's martial arts certificate first. Suyu knew what he was thinking when he looked at the other party's appearance, and he withdrew his hand and dodged the other party's hand that wanted to take his martial arts certificate. Do you understand the rules? You have to salute first when you see the leader. As for wanting to check my documents, then you have to come to check your team leader before you can check it. Are you worthy? Sun Shun was speechless. He knew that Suyu was right. The identity of the members of the Wudian was not trivial. Even if it was impersonated, he had no right to check it. Only people who are also members of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, that is, Su Tang came in person today, can check Suyu's documents. But when he saw Suyu's performance, he was even more sure that the other party's identity was disguised. He didn't care about 3721 and directly ordered, "Give it to me. Catch this kid pretending to be the Wind and Fire Martial Palace. Abolish him for me first." Kong Shun's strength is good in the security team, and he has the strength of a martial artist from the Three Realms. Unfortunately, his combat talent is not very good, and he has not been able to pass the test in front of the palace and become an official member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. The other two are a little worse, and their strength is only in the martial arts realm. The three of them shot at the same time, stimulating their martial arts, and did not restrain the chi and blood on their bodies at all, and the people around them instantly turned their backs. "Don't! Xiaoyu!" Su Qing was shocked and wanted to stop in front of Suyu. But how could Suyu hurt Su Qing? He pushed out a palm lightly, and Su Qing was instantly pushed away by Suyu a few meters and entered the safe area. Facing the 3 members of the security team who couldn't even pass the test in front of the Hall of Wind and Fire, how could Suyu be afraid of them? He didn't carry a weapon, but his boxing was stronger, and he clenched his fists with one hand, ready to perform his fists. In an instant, the air in the entire hall seemed to stagnate suddenly, which was a precursor to Suyu's fist intent. Kong Shan and the 3 of them suddenly felt that they were not breathing well, and Suyu in front of them seemed to have turned into a flood beast, and they were about to devour them in the next second. So strong, how is this possible? Sun Shan and the 3 of them were immediately shocked. What kind of boxing was this, and how to start was so terrifying. But at this moment, Suyu suddenly felt something was wrong. There was suddenly one more person in the crowd, and he was not obvious when he appeared, but he was extremely fast and appeared in front of Suyu in the blink of an eye. Get out of the way. After the other party approached, a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted in his eyes, and a red blood-colored energy appeared in his hand, turning into an extremely slender western sword. The thin sword was like a ferocious poisonous snake, stabbing at Suyu's left eye. The momentum on his body completely exploded, and a golden light erupted from his eyes, and the energy all over his body was like the sun, and the eyes of the stabbing person could not be opened. Grandmaster of the 5 realms. Suyu's eyes narrowed. There was actually a Grandmaster level powerhouse hidden in this room. But Suyu didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes, and even the fist intent gathered on his fist disappeared, just quietly looking at the Grandmaster who made the move with a mocking face. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Grandmaster powerhouse. Is this giving up resistance? However, the power of the long sword in his hand did not diminish at all. But the next second, buzz. The entire room seemed to be covered in a terrifying energy in an instant. Even the temperature of the room was several degrees lower, and the whole room seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Mo, you finally made a move. If the Grandmaster doesn't make a move, it will be earth-shattering. Everyone in the entire conference room was instantly pressed to the ground. Even the Grandmaster powerhouse who made the move was no exception. Feeling this terrifying aura, the Grandmaster powerhouse had a look of horror on his face. Big Grandmaster. The Great Grandmaster is the last realm under mortals, and half of his feet have already stepped into the extraordinary existence. A soft sound. It can be said that after entering the Great Grandmaster, the realm under the Great Grandmaster is full of ants. It is possible for a warrior to leapfrog to kill Wu Zone, or even for Wu Zone to leapfrog to kill the Grandmaster. But after reaching the Grandmaster, there is no possibility of leapfrog killing. At this time, the Grandmaster wrapped in red energy finally revealed his true body. He looks like he is only in his 20s, but he is blonde and blue-eyed, and he is not from Daxia. Seeing that Mou was about to pinch the other party to death like a bug in the next second, Suyu hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill him, keep the mouth alive." Mou snorted coldly, "I'm not your subordinate, don't order me." However, he still turned the dark power that struck his head into the opponent's abdomen. Touch. Ah no. The dark attribute energy poured into the man's abdomen, instantly scattering most of the source power that the other party had worked so hard to cultivate. Even the 9 veins were in a mess. Now this person's strength will drop greatly even if he recovers from his injury. Then Mou's dark attribute turned into a thin rope, firmly tying the other party's whole person. Now the other party can't even make a sound. After doing this, Mou's figure began to gradually fade, and the dark attribute would slowly cover it, and then slowly disappeared again in front of everyone. Suyu curled his lips. This Mou is just hard-mouthed, but his body is still very obedient. So many changes actually only appeared in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a Grandmaster powerhouse was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Although it happened quickly, everyone saw it clearly. Suyu actually has a strong person at the level of a Grandmaster to protect him? Everyone's hearts were cold. No wonder Suyu was so arrogant. Kong Shun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just now he was 1 second away, and he might be lying on the ground. The other party was a great Grandmaster, and he couldn't guarantee that he would still be alive. As for the rule that people cannot be killed, that would be a joke for the Grandmaster. These rules of the state are actually only restricting ordinary people, and there are only a few great masters in the entire Daxia kingdom. They are all important forces in the fight against all races. This kind of rule cannot limit the Grandmaster. Suyu's eyes narrowed and glanced at Kong Shun. "Why, do you still want to arrest me now?" Facing Suyu, who was protected by the great Grandmaster, Kong Shun swallowed his saliva and continued to catch people, but he didn't dare to say it in his throat. Although the Wind and Fire Martial Hall is not afraid of the great Grandmaster, he is afraid. Just when Kong Shun was riding a tiger, a crisp sound came from the door. "Oh, Captain Su, why are you here?" "Kong Shun, what are you doing here?" Su Tang's appearance broke the deadlock. "Master Su, you are finally here. Someone pretends to be a member of our Wudian." Kong Shun saw Su Tang as if he had seen a savior, and it was the first time he had seen Su Tang so kindly. But after hearing the other party's name, he reacted. "Team, Captain, who is Su Tang calling? It can't be Suyu." Looking at Su Tang with a smile, he looked at Suyu. "No, you're really the captain." Kong Shun was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that Wu Dian would have such a young captain. Suyu Suyu looked at Kong Shun and smiled coldly. I was here to catch a few traitors from the country, but I didn't expect these people to jump out and say that they had to arrest me. Are they from our Wu Hall? Looking at the chaotic situation in the entire conference room, Su Tang was also a little confused. But her eyes rolled, and she quickly reacted. What Suyu said was not a trivial matter. In this era, traitors to the state are already the biggest crime, almost the same as heretics. He saw the blonde hair and blue eyes tied to the ground, and at first glance he was from Western Europe. Su Tang's face suddenly sank, and he said with a bad expression, Captain Su, these people today are indeed from our Wu Jun security team, but tomorrow? Not necessarily. Her implication was that no matter what, if she offended Suyu, Kong Shun would definitely be expelled from the security force. Su Tang turned his head to Kong Shun and the others. What's going on with you? If you don't know Captain Su, don't you know his documents? Kong Shun was already frightened and dumbfounded at this time, and his whole body began to tremble. He was not afraid of the great Grandmaster powerhouse behind Suyu. He was backed by the big tree of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, and the other party couldn't do anything to him. But Suyu is really the captain of the Martial Hall. The nature is different. Attacking the captain of the Martial Hall, this matter can be big or small. If you say it, you can execute him immediately. And today there happens to be this Western European person. If he is said to be in the same group as this Western European person, then he will die. Even the family will drag him down. Sister Su, these people present, except for my mother, I suspect that they are all colluding with this Western European person, and they want to assassinate me together. You take everyone present. Puff. Kong Shun knelt on the ground in fright. Captain Su, you have a lot. Spare me. I really didn't expect you to be the captain of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, and I really don't know this person. Su Wu and others are also stupid. This big hat is buckled, colluding with Western Europe, murdering the young genius of the Dasha Kingdom. If this hat is solid, no one can save him. He will die. But he really doesn't know this Western European today. Even if he is looking for someone to assassinate Suyu, he will not be stupid to find a Western European and kill him in front of him. Su Wu also hurriedly climbed up to Suyu and pleaded with Suyu. Nephew, I am your uncle. How could I murder you? Suyu was not moved at all, and said expressionlessly, then I don't know, maybe it's to rob our family's property. I think among these people, you are the most suspicious. Besides, if you have any problems, you will know after the investigation. Hearing Suyu's words, Su Wu was directly dumbfounded. No, I don't dare, Xiaoyu. I will return your family's money to you immediately. Su Wu was so frightened that he begged for mercy again and again. It's late. Suyu no longer paid attention to the other party, but came to Su Qing. Su Qing didn't react from a series of changes. She was still in a state of shock. However, as Su Zhan's wife, Mou naturally took special care of him when he made a move, and his momentum did not affect Su Qing, and Su Qing was only a little frightened. Looking at Suyu smiling in front of her, Su Qing seemed to know her son for the first time. Xiaoyu, when did you join the Wind and Fire Martial Hall? Suyu scratched his head. Mom, I forgot to tell you about the test I just passed yesterday. I'm sorry for worrying you. Looking at Su Qing's expression, Suyu hurriedly stepped forward and hugged his mother to calm her emotions. The people supporting the Wind and Fire Martial Hall came quickly. Watching a large number of members of the Wind and Fire Martial Palace security team in red and white uniforms appear, Su Tang directly ordered, these are all suspects of treason, and they must all be brought back to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall for review. At this time, everyone's last hope was also dashed. Xiaoyu, uncle is wrong. I will return your money to you immediately, and I won't grab the chairman's seat. Please let me go. Chairman, save us. We didn't do anything. These things have nothing to do with us. We will listen to you in the future. Su Tang doesn't care about this. As long as Suyu doesn't speak, none of these people will be left behind. All of them are suspects, and they must all be taken away. Suyu scoffed at these people's pleas for mercy. The big snot came to your mouth. You know you fell. The car hit the wall. You know you turned around. It's too late now. The reason why these people cried for their father and mother like this was because they heard that they were going to be escorted to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. At first they thought they would be taken into the security forces, and once they got there, they still had room to maneuver. They also know some people there and don't suffer some abuse. Unexpectedly, this time he was directly escorted to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall prison. What kind of place is the prison of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall? All the prisoners are heavy criminals among the warriors, and whoever enters it has to peel off the skin. Seeing that everyone was escorted away, even Shin Si came, and the man in Western Europe was personally escorted away by him. Su Tang approached Suyu and whispered to Suyu, Captain Su, let me tell you something. Suyu was stunned. What is Su Tang going to do? But Suyu still accompanied her to the side. I saw her eyes glancing at each other, and then said, Suyu, I heard that your special operations team doesn't have a deputy captain yet. Suyu finally knew why this unreliable Su Tang gave face so much today, and he called Captain Su one by one, which was called a cordial. After working for a long time, it turned out that he wanted to be his vice captain. Because Lord Zheng Kuan likes to delegate power, the vice captains of each team are generally directly appointed by the captain. Su Tang saw that Suyu was still a light pole commander, and immediately came up with the idea of being the deputy captain of of Suyu's team. However, Suyu did not agree directly. After all, he was not familiar with the martial palace, and Zhang Kuan's current posture was just giving himself a false position, and he was obviously not ready to really equip himself with personnel. Suyu only promised that if Su Tang needed a vice captain, he would be the first to consider her. With Suyu's words, Su Tang immediately left happily. When everyone left, the farce finally ended. Originally, Suyu also needed to report to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, but he still chose to stay and take care of Su Qing's mood for a while before going. At this time, the leadership of the huge Su family group was instantly emptied, leaving only Su Qing alone. However, there will be no problems in the operation of the entire group. The Su family is a chaebol family, and this group is also one of their main enterprises. Just send some people over. Seeing Su Qing's mood gradually improving, Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Mom, are you in a hurry to use some credible people in the group now?" Su Qing was stunned, not knowing what Suyu was asking for this. Suyu thought for a moment and said, "I actually have a good candidate recommended, and it is from your group." Su Qing didn't expect that Suyu still knew people from their group. Suyu continued, "It's one of your security." "Ha? Security guard?" Su Qing was a little confused. She couldn't imagine how Suyu could intersect with the security guards of their group, but since Suyu has recommended it, she will definitely pay attention to it and give this person some positions. At this time, in the trash can in the corner of the fire escape of the building, the security guard who was knocked unconscious by Suyu was still lying quietly inside. He was beaten by Suyu a lot, and he really couldn't wake up for a while, but he didn't know that his wealth was coming. "What? You are going to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes." Suyu, who returned to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, did not care about the people who were arrested, but he found Zheng Kuan Hall Master and directly put forward his idea. Even with the Wu Jun certificate, it may not be so easy to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans by himself, so you still decided to say hello to Zheng Kuan. Su Tang was not there when Mou made a move today, and they didn't know that Suyu had the protection of a great grandmaster by his side, so Zheng Kuan was not at ease with Suyu at all. Zheng Kuan hesitated for a long time and proposed a compromise solution. "If you insist on going, I won't stop you. It just so happens that our Wu Jun is going to go to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes to carry out a mission recently, so you can follow the team then." Hearing Zheng Kuan say this, Suyu Gan wanted to refuse, because if he followed the team, his route of action would definitely be restricted a lot. At this time, without waiting for Suyu to reply, Zheng Kuan continued, "At that time, we will be led by Pang Qingfeng of our hall. He is not bad. He is already a talented martial artist in the 4 realms of the divine realm. You can be much safer with him." Hearing this name, Suyu's words stopped instantly. If he remembers correctly, the person who became a martial god after obtaining the martial arts cultivation method in his previous life was called Pang Qingfeng. However, in Suyu's impression, the other party should have obtained this cultivation method a little later. It is also possible that it was not obtained by going to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes this time. But it doesn't matter, there may be unexpected gains by following the other party, and the big deal is that Suyu will find a way to leave secretly. "Okay, then I'll follow Captain Pang and the others." Thinking of this, Suyu nodded in agreement. Seeing that Suyu finally agreed, Zheng Kuan was relieved. He didn't want a genius like Suyu to die on the battlefield of all races so inexplicably. With Pang Qingfeng's care, Zheng Kuan can rest assured. The team going to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes depart in 2 days. You are prepared to notify you when the time comes. After deciding with Zheng Kuan to go to the battlefield of all races, Suyu was ready to leave the Wind and Fire Hall. As for Su Wu and others who had just been arrested, Suyu didn't bother to take care of it at all. His time was so precious, how could he have time to care about these people? He was ready to take advantage of these 2 days to cultivate well and enhance his strength to the greatest extent. And he was a little worried about his father's Su Zhan's situation, but unfortunately he was too weak, and that level of battle was not something he could participate in. But this time he went to the battlefield of all ethnic groups, and he still wanted to find out some news about the Soviet war. Early the next morning, Su Qing, who was smiling, handed Suyu an A-grade alloy spear. The alloy spear was a little cold to the touch, and the surface of the gun body was densely covered with patterns like ice cracks. At first glance, this spear is handmade and worth a lot of money. Okay. The spear is different from other weapons. In addition to ensuring sturdiness, it also gives the gun body a certain toughness to ensure flexibility when using various moves. Suyu picked up the alloy spear and danced a gunflower casually. The tip of the spear cut through the air, making a fine dragon roar. "Good gun." Suyu sighed suddenly. This gun is also considered a high-grade A-grade alloy, which is already second only to the existence of spiritual weapons. The price of this gun is obviously much higher than that of ordinary A-class alloy weapons, but now Su Qing alone has the final say in the entire group, and buying an A-class spear is nothing. Su Qing is not in such a hurry to go to work in the morning, and quietly accompanies Suyu to have breakfast. "Mom, I may need to go out for a few days recently, and there are some tasks in the Wind and Fire Martial Hall that need to be carried out." "The mission of the Martial Hall?" Hearing Suyu say this, Su Qing frowned suddenly. She had the impression that Suyu was still a student. Why did he have to perform the task of of the martial hall now. Looking at Su Qing's appearance, Suyu knew that the other party was a little worried, and he said quickly, "Don't worry, Mom, it's okay to just have some small tasks. The people in the Wu Jun said they wanted to take me to see the world, and there would be no danger." Hearing Suyu say this, Su Qing glanced at Suyu suspiciously, but didn't say much. After all, when children grow up, they will have to go out by themselves sooner or later. After reporting to Su Qing, there is one last thing left. That is to say that he needs to take a leave of absence from the school, but it is not a big problem. In the past 2 days, the students of the school have sent messages to Suyu. Last time, Suyu showed his face in school, not only won a commendation in front of the whole school, but also restrained Xiaoingha in one move. It can be regarded as completely getting rid of his title of licking dogs. Now whether they are familiar with Suyu or not, many of them have come out and want to have a few words with Suyu. Suyu naturally didn't have time to chat with them, so he simply chatted with Hichi. Hichi accused Suyu of not being righteous, and he didn't tell him the truth even though he was so strong, so that Suyu must take him well in the future. Suyu naturally agreed. This kid is actually good at space talent, and he can indeed cultivate in the future. Then there is Xiaoingha's promotion of the contract level. He sent a message to Xiaoingha. Tell her that the matter of upgrading the A-level contract has been agreed with Lord Zhang, let her practice well, and wait for him to take her to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall to improve in a few days. But after Suyu's message was sent, Xiaoingha didn't know what he was busy with, and waited for a long time without replying. Suyu didn't take it seriously, and continued to enter the state of cultivation. As for asking for leave from school, he entrusted Su Qing to help him. He was afraid that the school would not give him leave, so Su Qing, as his parents, would be better off asking for leave. After 2 days of cultivation, Suyu's strength increased again. Although the realm of the ancient warrior did not improve, he once again unlocked the third hole through the Great Sun visualization diagram, and his strength increased again. The second meridian of the talented martial artist was also about to be activated, and the speed of cultivation was not fast now. But this is far from enough, and the later it is, the slower the cultivation, so he was not satisfied with such a speed. This time he went to the battlefield of 10,000 clans. He had to obtain the cultivation method of a talented warrior. The time soon came to the day when he set off for the battlefield of all tribes. Suyu also went to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall early to gather. Every time I come to this hot KTV, looking at the luxurious gate, Suyu has a little drama, and he seems to have joined some local gang organization. Fortunately, the meeting place this time was not chosen at the gate of the KTV, but at the back door of the Wind and Fire Hall. This is a parking lot with many vehicles from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. Suyu, here. As soon as Suyu entered the door, he saw Zheng Kuan waving to him. Lord. Suyu walked over quickly and said hello to Zheng Kuan. Soon, Suyu's eyes were attracted by the man standing next to Zheng Kuan. After seeing this person's appearance, his pupils shrank suddenly. Sure enough, it's him. Pang Qingfeng, the martial god known as the Demon Emperor in his previous life. Suyu naturally had seen it. The other party's evil and domineering aura is still unforgettable for Suyu. When he defected from the Great Xia Kingdom, he was in the middle of an adventure in a secret realm with the strength of the whole country. When he got the treasure, Pang Qingfeng, who was supposed to be the main combat force of the Daxia Kingdom, suddenly attacked and single-handedly confronted the two martial gods, the Wind Emperor and the Empress. Although he was injured in the end, he also managed to escape with one of the most important treasures in the secret realm at that time. Then he turned his head and defected to the demons of the three major races, which shocked the whole country at that time. The Daxia Kingdom lacked an important martial god combat power, and the blow to the Daxia Kingdom at that time was also great. So much so that the Daxia Kingdom could only passively defend on the battlefield of all races, and it passed for a long time trembling. It wasn't until the fourth martial god of Daxia appeared that this situation finally eased. That time Suyu also went, but at that time he was just a little Karami of the 5 realms of warriors, and he couldn't have much impact on the entire battle situation. However, the terrifying strength of Pang Qingfeng fighting the two great martial gods alone left a deep impression on him. After a while, Suyu walked out of his memories. He looked at the current Pang Qingfeng in a trance. The other party was still burly, with a flat head and a little beard on his chin, looking much more mature than his original age. But at this time, he was still very restrained, although his appearance was exactly the same, but he was simply different from the domineering appearance of the Demon Emperor at that time. Pang Qingfeng was also looking at Suyu in front of him. He was very dissatisfied when he heard that this mission was going to join a newcomer who had just entered the martial hall. And the other party seems to only have the open pulse realm. Zhang Kunming didn't say much about Suyu's identity, just asked Pang Qingfeng to take good care of Suyu. Pang Qingfeng regarded Suyu as the kind of eldest young master who went to the battlefield of all tribes to gild. Indeed, at this age, you can join the martial hall, and you have to enter the battlefield of all races. This is not what the eldest young master is. Pang Qingfeng was naturally a little dissatisfied with letting himself be a nanny, but after all, it was directly arranged by the palace master, and he didn't say much. There were 3 people standing behind Pang Qingfeng, 2 men and 1 woman, who were obviously also teammates who went to the battlefield of 10,000 races together this time. Okay, since the people have arrived, then you should set off as soon as possible, go early and come back early. Zheng Kuan glanced at the crowd, and finally his eyes fell on Suyu again. The danger of the battlefield of 10,000 tribes is not something you can imagine. You must listen to Captain Pang's words on the way, do you know? Zheng Kuan was like a little daughter-in-law, constantly instructing Suyu. Okay, got it. Suyu agreed casually. Looking at Suyu's disapproving appearance, Zheng Kuan could only shake his head helplessly and instructed Pang Qingfeng to take good care of Suyu. Then he watched Suyu and Pang Qingfeng board a military 7-seater off-road together. Pang Qingfeng sat in the passenger seat and Suyu sat at the end. Pang Qingfeng was expressionless and shouted, "Let's go." The off-road vehicle rushed out with a large amount of smoke and dust in the complicated eyes of Lord Zheng Kuan. This mission was not complicated, it was to replenish supplies for an outpost set up by the Hall of Wind and Fire martial arts on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. If it's fast, one day is enough, but if you encounter weather and other problems, you need to rest at the outpost for one night and return the next day. The outpost of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall is said to be on the battlefield of all races, but in fact it is on the edge of the battlefield of all races. The purpose is mainly to monitor whether any 10,000 races have sneaked into the territory of the human race. This kind of outpost is not only found in the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, but also in the Yao Guangwu Hall and the military headquarters, and generally they exchange information in order to ensure the absolute safety of the human race. Under normal circumstances, the personnel of this outpost rotate once every 3 months, and when they go, they will be equipped with supplies. However, due to the weather, most of the materials were lost at this outpost, and the remaining supplies could only last for about a week. Therefore, the outpost urgently needs to replenish supplies. Yunshu City is a border city and is very close to this outpost, so it is supplemented by the Yunshu City branch hall. In addition to the captains Pang Qingfeng and Suyu, there were 3 people on this mission, all of whom were talented warriors with the strength of Zhou Tianjing. They are the fire attribute warrior Li Xian who was driving, and the thunder attribute Huang Jiyun and the wood attribute Yang Peng sitting in the back. Pang Qingfeng was obviously a very serious leader, sitting in the car without saying a word, and the remaining few did not dare to speak. Several people were speechless all the way. The speed of the off-road vehicle was very fast, and it was about to drive out of Yunshu City. Soon, several people saw the bayonet of the military headquarters. In front of the bayonet, several military warriors with weapons strictly interrogated every vehicle entering and exiting. Because Yunshu City is a border city, the military department is also extremely strict in reviewing vehicles entering and leaving Yunshu City. Not only check everyone's documents, but also carefully check everyone's identity. But when I found out Suyu's information, the officer holding Suyu's hall certificate was obviously a little surprised. Suyu? The officer scanned Suyu's appearance back and forth. Wind and Fire Martial Hall, captain level? Check his information. He ordered the people behind him. Is there any problem? Pang Qingfeng came to the officer's side and asked. Oh, that's not true. It's just that this brother's appearance is too young, so ask. The officer explained. There is no problem with the file. He is indeed from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. At this time, the person who checked Suyu's information came over to report. His tablet showed information disguised by Suyu. The officer did not hesitate and ordered directly. Let go. Pang Qingfeng nodded at the officer and immediately arranged after getting into the car. Go at full speed. Everyone cheers up. From here this is a dangerous zone. Look at the off-road vehicle that is getting farther and farther away. The officer at the bayonet couldn't help but sigh. It's really young enough. I joined the Wind and Fire Martial Hall at such a young age, and I have a bright future. After leaving the bayonet of the military headquarters, everything in front of him gradually became more and more desolate. Even the vegetation of plants is getting less and less, leaving only the desolate lush plain. This is caused by the invasion of the human world by other worlds. Now is the great fusion of the world of all races, and only the last remaining race can be regarded as truly surviving. This is a battle for human genocide, and if it fails, humanity will be completely extinct from the world. At this time, there were almost no vehicles coming and going on the road, and even if there were individual vehicles passing by, they were all hung with military license plates. The off-road vehicle advanced for nearly an hour, and at this time Suyu found that he had reached the familiar light curtain. This curtain of light reached the sky, as if the whole world was buckled with a large bowl, shining with 7 colors of light in the sun, which was extremely spectacular. This is the realm barrier of the human race, which is equivalent to a barrier to protect the human world. After walking out of this barrier, it is equivalent to truly entering the battlefield of all races. If any race wants to enter the human world, the first thing to break through is this barrier. However, the biggest role of this barrier is not its own defense. As long as the more powerful one race is willing to put in a little effort, they can break through the barrier and enter the human world. The biggest role of the realm barrier is actually to weaken the strength of the strong above the god of war, so that the hostile races do not dare to easily enter the realm barrier to fight. This is the fundamental reason for the immortality of the human race. The 2 great martial gods are invincible people within the realm. Therefore, the ultimate goal of most of the Wan races that infiltrate the human race is to destroy the human race realm barrier. However, although the strong people of the 10,000 clans did not dare to easily enter the Terran realm barrier, it was impossible for the human race to hide within this realm barrier forever. What this era needs is to constantly compete for resources, so that stronger people will be born and truly gain a foothold in this world. Otherwise, sooner or later it will be exterminated by other genocides. Arrive, get ready to get off. Pang Qingfeng took the lead in getting off the off-road vehicle first. Captain Su, you are the first, go to the front to explore the way first. Pang Qingfeng gave orders directly to Suyu. Suyu was stunned. What? Who? My first? Why can't he understand what this Pang Qingfeng is doing? Is he taking care of me? This is for me, right? Hearing Pang Qingfeng say this, the other team members instantly showed such expressions. Li Xian's face clearly showed a look of schadenfreude. Zheng Koan didn't know Pang Qingfeng too much, and the more he asked Pang Qingfeng to take care of Suyu. This time, Pang Qingfeng insisted on finding an opportunity to pit Suyu, and it was best to pit Suyu to death directly. Pang Qingfeng was not very good at Suyu's strength because of some childhood reasons, so he knew that the second ancestor who was looking for a relationship was the most disgusted. Thus, he also formed a perverted personality, and he liked to pit people like Suyu to death in dangerous places. Suyu frowned. It was actually not dangerous outside this realm barrier. After all, he had just entered the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. He hesitated for a moment, guessing that this Pang Qingfeng was really exercising his courage, feeling that he had never been here, and cultivated himself. Forget it. Regardless of this, he was not ready to entangle with these people. He still had business to do, and he was the first to step into this realm barrier. Pang Qingfeng and the others were stunned. The first time they came here, they actually went in like this. Is it this kid tiger, or is he bold? The realm barrier can automatically identify the human bloodline, and there is no feeling when crossing it. As soon as he entered the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, a familiar smell greeted him, which was a taste of blood mixed with the flames of war. Suyu took a deep breath. This feeling is too familiar. There is a feeling that makes his blood boil. Even now I immediately want to find a strong man of the 10,000 clans to fight for 300 rounds. Suyu looked into the distance, and the entire battlefield of all races was endless, still the familiar look. The area of the Wan clan's battlefield is extremely huge, at least the size of several great Xia kingdoms. The whole scene looked a little strange. There were still green waters and green mountains on this side, and the other side became a scorching desert, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the middle, separating the two worlds. This is because the battlefield of all races is a buffer place for the realm of all races, and because the energy of each realm converges, this strange landform is formed. At this time, Pang Qingfeng and the four of them also walked out from behind the barrier, and when they saw Suyu, who was not afraid, after entering the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, and even enjoyed it a little, several people were also a little suspicious. What's going on with this person? I don't know what fear is. It may be that the fool is bold, he has never seen the world, and he still doesn't know the cruelty here. However, Pang Qingfeng didn't say much, and snorted coldly in his heart, and he would let you know what cruelty is in a while. Go, Suyu, you are in the front. Jiyu, you go in the middle. Xiaoingha and Li Xian, you are in the back. Pang Qingfeng quickly arranged the formation. Electronic devices cannot be used in the battlefield of all ethnic groups, including vehicles and other technological items, all of which are invalid. All can only return to the most primitive walk. Pang Qingfeng opened the paper map, and they were about 2 hours away from the outpost. If there are no surprises, they will arrive quickly. Suyu glanced at the map in Pang Qingfeng's hand, not to mention, the location of obtaining the cultivation method was really close to this outpost. Suyu's heart suddenly rejoiced. Pang Qingfeng's winner might really have something to do with this mission. The light flashed in Pang Qingfeng's eyes, which were still moving forward normally. What he hated the most was Suyu, the second ancestor who was looking for a relationship, and wanted to come to the battlefield of all tribes to guild, and wanted him to be a nanny, which was a dream. Yes, he thought for a moment and suddenly ordered, "Speed up for me, the battlefield of 10,000 tribes is too dangerous, we must strive to reach the outpost within an hour." An hour? Suyu was shocked. What is the 2-hour journey to run in an hour? Is it necessary to do this? This is actually just the edge of the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes, and it is rare to encounter some warriors of other 10,000 tribes. After all, the battlefield of all races is too big, so Suyu himself dared to come and look for the cultivation method, and except for chasing or fleeing for life, it is rare to use this speed to march, and the consumption is extremely fast at this speed, and if you encounter the enemy, it will not be a food delivery. Huang Jiyu and Yang Ping looked at each other, and an inexplicable light flashed in their eyes, and they seemed to instantly know what Pang Qingfeng wanted to do. After hearing the order, everyone immediately began to accelerate with their heads down. The whole team is getting faster and faster under the leadership of Pang Qingfeng. Almost instantly, he reached the limit of the speed of a warrior from the second realm. This kind of speed is not easy even on the warriors of the 3 realms. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't say a word, just silently followed the team. A large amount of consumption may be very stressful for others, but for Suyu, who has unlimited chi and blood, it can only be regarded as an appetizer. The acceleration lasted for 15 minutes. Huang Jiyu and Yang Peng both began to pant a little, although Suyu didn't feel anything, but he still gasped a few times. After another 10 minutes, this time even Li Xian, who was in the late stage of the three realms, began to gasp. If it is about long-distance travel, the talented warrior itself does not have the advantage of the ancient warrior, and the source power is more suitable for explosive battles, and it is not good at this kind of continuous output. Looking at Suyu, who had been following him closely, Pang Qingfeng was also a little suspicious. He couldn't help but slander, Suyu's endurance is too good. Why does it feel similar to when he first started running after so long? Suyu also seemed to understand something at this time. This Pang Qingfeng didn't have a good heart. Looking at the other party's eyes swept towards him from time to time, this was obviously aimed at himself. Do you want to be tired to the point where you fall behind? Suyu sneered in his heart. I want to see what you want to do. Soon, Suyu's panting became significantly louder, his body seemed to shake a little, and the whole person began to gradually break away from the team. Seeing Suyu's state, Pang Qingfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this kid finally can't hold on. Huang Jiyu and Yang Peng watched Suyu gradually fall behind, and the two of them were expressionless and ran forward by themselves. They were also a little fortunate in their hearts, and if this continued, they were the first to be the ones who couldn't hold on. When Suyu came to Li Xian's side, the other party had a sneer on the corner of his mouth and muttered in a low voice, "Count your luck." After a while, Suyu was getting farther and farther away from the team, but none of the four members of Pang Qingfeng's team stopped to ask about Suyu's situation, running farther and farther, as if this situation was natural. Pang Qingfeng has a very high degree of mastery of the team. They do not communicate throughout the whole process, but they will firmly carry out any orders from Pang Qingfeng. This kind of action even Suyu sighed a little. Watching Suyu's figure pull farther and farther away, gradually disappearing from his field of vision, Pang Qingfeng gradually slowed down. Okay, ready to. Before Pang Qingfeng could say anything about slowing down, he saw a crooked figure appear again in the distance. It was Suyu who was pulled to the end by everyone. Although Suyu was even more unbearable at this time, the whole person seemed to be about to fall at any time. But the speed of the whole person was not slow, and he caught up with him. Seeing Suyu appear again, Pang Qingfeng's face was a little ugly, and he snorted coldly. Keep accelerating for me. Li Xian and the three of them looked at each other helplessly, and they all saw surprise in each other's eyes, so they could only continue to accelerate. The speed of the team was faster, and in order to quickly open up the distance between Suyu, Pang Qingfeng increased his speed again. This time it was hard for Huang Jiyu and Yang Peng, both of whom were cultivators in the early stage of Zhou Tianjing. At this time, the source force was about to approach the level of overdraft, and if it continued like this, Suyu would not be tired, and the two of them would not be able to hold on first. After all, Li Xian is in the late stage of Sunday, although he is also in a bad state, but he can still hold on. Fortunately, the speed of the team was faster, and Suyu disappeared from sight again. I don't know how long she ran. Huang Jiyu really couldn't hold on. She felt that her source power had been completely exhausted, and if she continued like this, she would definitely collapse. Huang Jiyu's short hair was completely soaked with sweat at this time, and large drops of sweat dripped down the tip of her nose. Yang Peng next to him glanced at Huang Jiyu distressfully. Although he had reached his limit, he felt that he could hold on for a while. Yes, but looking at Huang Jiyu, who was about to fall, it seemed that he had made a decision. Ouch! Yang Peng's feet slipped and he deliberately sat on the ground. Old, top dog, I can't do it anymore. Can you rest for a while? Huang Jiyu saw Yang Peng lying on the ground and immediately showed a grateful expression. Pang Qingfeng heard the voice behind him and stopped immediately. After glancing at Yang Peng, who fell to the ground, Pang Qingfeng was suddenly furious. What a waste! I can't hold on. Bang! Pang Qingfeng went up and kicked Yang Peng on the ground, and then punched and kicked Yang Peng on the ground. Li Xian also stopped, stood aside without speaking, with a good look on his face. Huang Jiyu hurriedly stepped forward to stop Pang Qingfeng, who was about to continue to do it, and said, Boss, don't fight. It's too fast, we really can't stand it. It's impossible for Suyu to catch up with us at such a long distance. We can proceed with the next plan. But at this moment, Suyu slowly appeared at the end of her field of vision as if he was deliberately slapping her in the face. Isn't it? This kid is too good at running. Pang Qingfeng's face suddenly became extremely ugly, like dark clouds on a thunderstorm day, and the clouds were terrifying. You can't even run away from a kid who opens the Pulse Realm, and it's wrong to call you waste? At this time, Suyu looked like he was going to fall to the ground at any time, and his whole face was exaggerated, but he still kept up with the team in this state. Oh, I finally caught up with you. Fortunately, I have loved long-distance running since I was a child, but I didn't expect to use. This time, Suyu came to everyone and pretended to be happy and said to a few people. Suyu looked like he was completely exhausted, but he could follow the team all the time. Pang Qingfeng felt as uncomfortable as eating a dead fly, and he was not in the mood to beat Yang Peng, so he snorted coldly. Pang Qingfeng thought silently in his heart. Since you are looking for death yourself, you can't blame me for being cruel. In fact, this time they went to the the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, they still had their own plans, but they didn't expect to be forced in by Zhang Kuan to force a Suyu. This is one of the reasons why he hates Suyu so much. Pang Qingfeng wanted to get rid of Suyu and let him fend for himself on this battlefield of 10,000 races, and then they would carry out their plan. After going back, he said that he was lost with Suyu, and if Suyu was lucky, there was still a possibility of survival. But I didn't expect that this kid Suyu was like a dogskin plaster, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how he shook it off. That can't be helped. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to kill him directly. Pang Qingfeng looked coldly at Suyu, who was walking side by side with him, and already regarded him as a dead man in his heart. Let's go! At this time, Suyu was indeed very excited, because he was sure that this was the location where he discovered the cultivation method. Seeing them so anxious to get rid of themselves, this is really going on a treasure hunt. He must follow this Pang Qingfeng, and he can't take a step back. On the road again, Pang Qingfeng did not let the team speed up again, because they were not far from the outpost at this time. Through the map, it could be seen that the outpost was standing on a plain 1,000 meters away from them. As an independent stronghold on the battlefield of 10,000 races, these outposts naturally cannot be built too obviously. Basically, it is either underground or in some very hidden places, and it is basically difficult to find with the naked eye if you don't follow the map. When he arrived at the designated location, Pang Qingfeng just stood there and waited quietly, not ready to find the entrance to the outpost. This is also very understandable. The outpost is used as a stronghold to probe the movements of the Wan clan. If even Suyu and others can't find it, then there is no need for this outpost to exist. Sure enough, not long after they stopped, the originally flat ground began to shake slightly. Suyu and the others did not relax their vigilance, and took out their weapons and grabbed them in their hands. After a while, a soil bag suddenly bulged not far away, and before he could see a figure, a voice had already come out. Don't be nervous about yourself. I am Zhu Song of the Xiang branch of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. This is my martial arts hall certificate. A piece of silver metal alloy flew out, and Pang Qingfeng reached out and grabbed it in his hand. At this time, the bulging earthen bag also slowly turned into a figure. This person was an earth attribute talent awakener, and he had been hiding in the mound underground. At this time, he was wearing a yellow-gray costume, which was obviously specially used to camouflage himself here. Seeing that there was no problem with the Wu Jun certificate, Pang Qingfeng still did not slacken. He also threw out his martial arts hall card and asked the other party to stimulate qi and blood to prove his identity. It can be seen that this Pang Qingfeng is indeed a very experienced warrior. He actually knew who the people at this outpost were and what the other party looked like, but he was still so cautious after seeing him. After all, there are many humanoid races among all races, and it is not impossible for the other party to disguise themselves as the other party after killing the human race at the outpost. However, the matter of stimulating qi and blood to prove identity cannot be faked, although the Wan race also uses source power to fight like the human race. But all races generally do not cultivate qi and blood. They are naturally physically strong and do not need acquired training. Qi and blood are the unique abilities of the human race, until soon after the appearance of the three major races of gods, demons, and immortals, among which the demons mainly cultivate the body, and they also use the power of qi and blood. But that's the future, and the qi and blood certificate is still very useful now. After stimulating each other's qi and blood to verify their identities, the two parties became obviously enthusiastic. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work this time. Zhu Song shook hands with everyone cordially, looking very enthusiastic. I don't know what happened here a few days ago, but suddenly there was an earthquake and at least half of our outpost collapsed. And it happens to be the location of the storage materials. I'm ashamed to say that I, an earth attribute awakener, can't protect our materials. There is no way. You can only work hard for a trip. This Zhu Song is a talker. After seeing a few people, it was like he hadn't spoken for many years, and he kept chattering with a few people. Then Zhu Song took the initiative to lead the team into the outpost to visit. The outpost was indeed built underground, and as Zhu Song used the power of the earth attribute, the rocks on the ground loosened, gradually revealing a hole. The interior of the outpost is not as small as Suyu thought, but very spacious. Although it is underground, the whole space is very warmly arranged. There are metal walls everywhere, supporting the whole room, and there is no feeling of darkness in the underground space, but it is very bright. Suyu was a little surprised. Normally, the battlefield of 10,000 races cannot use electricity. Only one source power stone can be used as energy. This kind of source power stone is very rare. It is a unique resource on the battlefield of 10,000 races, and 90% of it is occupied by other 10,000 races. The only source power stones in the outpost must also give priority to ensuring the communication equipment of the outpost, and those who are reluctant to use these source power stones for lighting or anything like that. Here, thanks to the metal talent awakened who was stationed here last time, this set of illuminated walls was created. You can use some skylights on the ground to refract into this underground for lighting. Zhu Song quickly answered questions for everyone. In addition to Zhu Song, who has an earth attribute, there are two warriors, one male and one female, in the outpost. They are Gu Xiaohua, who has wind attributes, and Lin Jiyu, who has spiritual attributes. This configuration is considered standard for outposts. Suyu and the others each put down their backpacks carrying supplies, and they did not carry transportation equipment such as trailers. After all, they are all warriors, and the weight of these things cannot increase their physical exertion much after about 2 months' supply of materials. You can stay for the time being. The weather on this Wantran battlefield has been very bad recently. If you encounter storms and other weather, it is easy to lose your direction. Xu Song is the station master of this outpost and took the initiative to invite a few people to stay here at night. Pang Qingfeng and the others looked at each other, nodded in agreement. Then we might as well obey orders, as we are respectful. They didn't ask Suyu for his opinion at all, and seemed to regard him as a transparent person. Xu Song and the others didn't think there was anything wrong, but they felt that Suyu might be a newcomer and not valued in the team. After nightfall, Suyu and the others slept together except for Huang Jiyu, who was a girl and had a separate room. Xu Song found them a few folding beds and barely slept. After all, no matter how big this outpost is, it is only a configuration of 3 to 5 people. There are 5 people in Suyu alone, and they can only make do with it first. Shu, let's go. While this kid is asleep, let's set off early. Suyu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and he clearly heard Li Xian whispering to Yang Peng, "Well, okay, let's take that baby and go straight back." Listening to the poor performance of the two, Suyu was a little speechless. "Can you two speak louder again? Say it's a whisper," and both of them are almost at the head of Suyu's bed. "Besides, you can go out and talk about this kind of thing, but you have to say it in the house. Isn't this obviously luring yourself out with them?" Li Xian and Yang Peng walked out lightly, knocking over a broom once and hitting the leg of the bed twice, for fear that Suyu would not know that they were leaving. The battlefield of all tribes in the dark night gave people a feeling of dead silence. Looking at the sky, it turned out to be a blood-colored red moon in the sky. The red moonlight sprinkled on the earth, giving everything on the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes a taste of being stained with blood. Pang Xingfeng's burly figure was standing at the exit of the outpost, and when he heard the noise behind him, he asked directly without looking back, "Didn't wake up the others?" Li Xian glanced at Suyu, who was secretly following them, and nodded. "Well, it's just a few of us. Okay, let's go." Pang Qingfeng gave an order, and several people walked towards the dark night. Suyu silently followed a few people. He knew that a few people were obviously deliberately luring him out, but he was really unwilling to give up this opportunity. Pang Qingfeng is a master of the divine realm of the 4 realms, but relying on his own Wuzong strength may not be able to kill the opponent in seconds. Suyu touched the short knife in his arms, and in the face of Pang Qingfeng in the 4 realms, he also had to cheer up 12 points. This short knife was his last killer move. After being reborn, he had not yet held a knife, but the knife technique of the unity of the 7 stages of heaven and man gave him the courage to face everything. Even if he was a master like Pang Qingfeng, he could not catch the knife of the unity of heaven and man in the Wuzong realm. At this time, Pang Qingfeng directly led Li Xian and the 3 of them in the direction they came. All 4 of them went into battle lightly, each with only their own weapons. Huang Jiyu and Yang Peng both used swords, and the long swords were carried on their backs. Li Xian was barehanded, but he didn't know where he put his weapon. Although Pang Qingfeng did not take a weapon, Suyu knew that Pang Qingfeng in his previous life was a master of boxing. While moving, you can vaguely see the finger tiger hanging around the other party's waist. Pang Qingfeng glanced at Suyu, who was following behind him coldly, and sneered in his heart, "I really dare to follow you. I am looking for death, and I am indeed a second ancestor who has never seen the world. It's ridiculous to think that we won't be able to find out about a small open vein realm." Suyu followed a few people and did not move for long before coming to a low-lying place. There are some jungle vegetation around, and if it weren't for Pang Qingfeng leading it, this place would really not be very easy to find. These people are obviously not here for the first time. I saw Pang Qingfeng and a few people in a circle, and I didn't know what mechanism he had touched. Just hear a click. The ground suddenly cracked a gap, and the ground began to descend slowly. A circular hole appeared in front of several people, and a rich source aura rushed out instantly. What a strong source power breath. Suyu was suddenly a little surprised. Cultivating in such a place will at least double the speed. This won't be a source power mine that hasn't been discovered yet, right? Isn't this the place where Pang Qingfeng obtained the cultivation method? Suyu only roughly knew the approximate location of Pang Qingfeng's cultivation method, but he couldn't be sure if it was here. At this time, Pang Qingfeng and the 4 of them had officially entered the cave entrance, and they did not leave anyone outside to watch the wind, as if they were waiting for others to enter. But it's already here. How can Suyu be willing not to go in to see how Suyu can be willing? Suyu didn't go in directly, but waited for a moment, and he felt that the time was almost right. The black shadow instantly covered Suyu's whole body, and he also headed towards the hole. The moment he entered the cave, Suyu suddenly frowned, and a smell of blood came to his face. Not only that, but there was also the sound of gold and iron ringing in the depths of the cave. Suyu didn't hesitate much and walked down the narrow passage towards the depths. After walking a few steps, it suddenly opened up, and a stone hall with obvious traces of artificial excavation appeared in front of him. At this time, everything in front of Suyu was unexpected. "This is infighting? I saw Huang Jiyu lying next to a stone, his weapon dropped to the side, and his hands covered his abdomen. There was a huge open wound on her abdomen, and blood flowed all over the floor. If it weren't for the warrior's strong vitality, she would have died long ago at this time. And Yang Peng held a long sword, guarding her with hatred in his eyes. Opposite him was Li Xian holding a strange fan weapon in his hand. The blood on the fan dripped drop by drop, and it was obvious that Huang Jiyu's abdominal injury was caused by Li Xian. Pang Qingfeng didn't know where he had gone at this time, and now there were only these three people in the hall. Li Xian, you are crazy. Why attack Monsoon Rain? Yang Peng stared at Li Xian, his eyes red, as if he was about to spew fire. Li Xian's eyes showed a cruel gaze, and his bright red tongue licked his lips. I don't need to explain to a dead man. Snap. Li Xian raised the fan and waved the fan in his hand at Yang Peng suddenly. Although this strange weapon is unpopular, if used well, it often has unexpected effects. Li Xian awakened to the ability of the wood attribute, and the moment he swung his sword to resist the opponent's fan, a green energy wrapped around the fan. But at this moment, Li Xian's fan suddenly opened, and several metal silver needles, mixed with fire attribute energy, shot towards Yang Peng. Yang Peng didn't expect that this fan still had a mechanism, and he couldn't dodge it, and was instantly shot by the silver needle. The fire attribute energy instantly burned Yang Peng's chest with a sizzle sound. Yang Peng's forehead was beating with blue veins, and two words popped out between his clenched teeth. Despicable. Looking at Yang Peng's tragic situation, Huang Jiyu, who fell to the ground, also let out an exclamation and struggled to sit up. But she was so seriously injured that it was difficult to stand up at this time. Yang Peng was only in the early stage of the three realms, and he was not Li Xian's opponent in the later stage of the three realms. Now that the other party has successfully attacked him, the situation is even more passive. For a while, there was no counterattack at all, so I could only defend passively. You're really useless, just these two wastes. They've been around for so long, and you still can't take them down. A burly figure walked out from the end of the hall. The other party's voice was cold and full of impatience. It was the disappeared Pang Qingfeng. Boss, we want to catch them, not kill them, so naturally it's not that easy. Don't! Li Xian explained helplessly. Looking at the situation in front of him, Suyu's eyes flashed. What did this Pang Qingfeng want to do? Why didn't he even let go of his own team? Hearing Li Xian's complaints, Pang Qingfeng didn't have any expression on his face, but just looked at Suyu's position suddenly, and a hint of joke flashed in his eyes. Forget it, let's invite our children out first. Suyu knew that the other party was talking about him, so he didn't hesitate and walked out generously. Are you looking for me? Seeing Suyu walk out so generously, he didn't seem to be surprised at all that he had found the other party's traces, nor was he afraid. I don't know what you are doing. Slaughtering the brothers in the same hall is a great sin, and it is regarded as a traitor. Suyu's expression relaxed, and he said casually. A trace of doubt flashed in Pang Qingfeng's eyes, but the doubts in his eyes quickly disappeared. He felt that Suyu might have Zheng Kuan behind him, so he was not afraid of himself. This kid is really naive enough. I really thought he didn't dare to kill him. Suyu, you are not timid. Dare to come to this kind of place with us. Pang Qingfeng looked at Suyu with a sneer on his face. Why don't you dare? You dare to attack and kill our brothers in the same hall on this battlefield of 10,000 races. You'd better have some good reason, otherwise I will report to Lord Zheng truthfully, Suyu said with a serious expression and a straightforward face. Suyu's words made the serious Pang Qingfeng laugh. Ha, you kid is too interesting. Do you think you can still go back alive? Suyu deliberately opened his eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, why, you dare to kill me? Lord Zheng said he would let you take care of me. At this time, even Yang Peng in the battle couldn't listen anymore, thinking that Suyu had a brain problem. He quickly shouted at Suyu, boy, stop talking, run, go out and find someone to save us. He didn't really think that Suyu could run out. He just wanted Suyu to attract their attention. Maybe he and Huang Jiyu still had a chance to live. Looking for death. Seeing that Yang Peng still had time to speak, Li Xian was furious. A large amount of fire attribute power erupted on the fan, bringing up a raging flame and smashing towards Yang Peng with all his might. Pang Qingfeng now looked at Suyu with a foolish expression. He felt that talking to Suyu was simply a waste of time. He's really boring. What else can I say to this kind of person who doesn't have a good brain? Boy, I advise you to grow your brain more in the next life. Pang Qingfeng's 5 fingers were open, and several gray energy was wrapped around them, and he grabbed them towards Suyu. He awakened to a rare mutated water attribute energy, which had strong toxicity, and he wanted to directly abolish Suyu and use toxin to make Suyu lose the ability to resist. But when Pang Qingfeng just approached Suyu, he felt something was wrong. This is? A terrifying feeling of death haunted him. That feeling came from Suyu's chest. I saw Suyu take out an item from his arms with his left hand. This is a very inconspicuous short knife. It even looks like a watermelon knife at home, and it is even a little funny. But the moment Suyu held the hilt of the knife in his right hand, it was like a storm formed around him. This is the first time in Suyu's life that he has picked up a knife again, although it is just such an inconspicuous short knife. Suyu seemed to have returned to the moment when he fought alone against the martial god of all clans, when only the long knife in his hand was his only support. Finally, that familiar feeling is back. back. He felt as if he was still the first person in the ancient martial artist, the only half-step martial god in the realm of ancient warriors. All will tremble under his knife. How is this possible? At this time, Suyu's hair was windless and automatic, and the long knife in his hand was slowly lowered, and a terrifying momentum spread out instantly. Pang Qingfeng opposite Suyu felt the most obvious, and he felt that the momentum on Suyu's body at this time suddenly changed. From a lamb to be slaughtered to a giant standing tall, he trembled from the bottom of his heart. Feeling the breath of the long knife in the other party's hand, Pang Qingfeng's eyes were full of disbelief. The realm of the unity of heaven and man. How is this possible? Didn't he use a gun? How can his knife skills be the unity of heaven and man? Pang Qingfeng was fortunate to have seen the Wind Emperor make a move, and he knew that this kind of knife technique realm that would induce changes in heaven and earth just by holding a weapon was the unity of heaven and man. He only felt that he was dreaming. Could he have been possessed by some illusion? Boom! Suyu's realm was still only the opening of the pulse realm, but from the moment the other party picked up the short knife, it actually made him feel that the other party was a knife technique of heaven and man. It's just incredible. The unity of heaven and man in the open vein realm. Isn't this a fantasy? Genius can't be like this, right? This can only be said to be a monster. This is? At this time, even Li Xian and Yang Peng in the battle stopped, and Suyu's sense of oppression of human unity that day was too terrifying. Even if Suyu didn't shoot at them, it made them feel that the knife seemed to be going to cut at them at any time. They had to stop fighting in their hands and silently resist the pressure brought by Suyu. I don't believe it. How can you be one with heaven and man? Don't lie to me. Pang Qingfeng could no longer bear the pressure on Suyu. He forced another move, and the gray gas in his hand turned into a huge palm and fan towards Suyu. Seeing Pang Qingfeng's attack, a red blood-colored light erupted in Suyu's eyes. This is exactly the manifestation of his use of qi and blood to the extreme. His martial god's heart beat wildly, adjusting his qi and blood to the limit that this body could accept. Heaven and man are one. Chop! The air in the entire hall seemed to be suddenly emptied, and everyone felt an instant sense of suffocation. There was only a blade in their eyes that reached the sky, giving them a feeling that they couldn't avoid it at all. It's really the unity of heaven and man. And how could this terrifying power of qi and blood be sent out by a warrior of the second realm? Pang Qingfeng was already stupid at this time, facing this terrifying blow. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The most basic ability of the realm of the unity of heaven and man is locking. Under the blade, the gray hand he turned into was instantly shattered, and Pang Qingfeng hurriedly changed his move, crossing his arms to try to catch the blade. Bell. Under his arms, there was a pair of metal alloy gloves, but these alloy gloves could not stop the terrifying blow of Suyu's long knife. Boom! With another loud noise, Pang Qingfeng was completely cut off by Suyu, and from his forehead, a bloodline appeared in the middle of the whole person. A stream of red blood spurted out from Pang Qingfeng's forehead, and the whole person fell straight down. This terrifying change made everyone unexpected. In their eyes, Suyu, who was weak and could only be mermaid, was so terrifying that even Pang Qingfeng in the four realms couldn't stop him. Looking at Suyu, who was holding a short knife in his hand, his invincible momentum was undiminished, and he was still standing in place posing for pose. Li Xian and the others were stunned for a long time. Ah, don't kill me! Li Xian screamed in horror and ran towards the depths of the stone hall. There was obviously a passage in the depths of this stone hall, and soon Li Xian disappeared into the depths of the stone hall. In fact, Suyu's condition is far from as good as he appears on the surface. Followed by Put. He used qi and blood that far exceeded his own realm to launch an attack, and the impact on his physical body was not small. Suyu has an extreme physique, and his body's ability to withstand the impact of qi and blood is far beyond ordinary people, and his strength has also improved a lot compared to before. But even so, after using qi and blood that far exceeded his own strength, he only made himself look less embarrassed. He didn't look like a blood man like last time. In fact, the qi and blood in his body had turned into a paste. Without saying a word, Suyu immediately sat on the ground and began to recover from his injuries. At this time, Yang Peng finally reacted from the shock that Suyu actually killed Pang Qingfeng with a knife. He quickly ran to Huang Jiyu, who was about to fall into a coma. Jiyu, don't close your eyes, be sober. Sober up. The green energy emitted from his hand and instilled into Huang Jiyu's body. Although the wood attribute is not outstanding in combat, it is one of the few elemental energies that can heal injuries. With Yang Peng's treatment, Huang Jiyu's pale face was obviously much redder. But the other party's injuries were too serious, and it was not at all possible to cure this little wood attribute energy. Now Yang Peng is just barely letting the injury not get worse. Looking at Huang Jiyu's spirit, he was a little better. After thinking for a while, Yang Peng simply bandaged Huang Jiyu's injury with gauze, and he said to Huang Jiyu, "Let's go, Jiyu, let's go back to the outpost. There is medical equipment there. You will definitely be fine." Huang Jiyu barely cheered up, smiled, and nodded. Yang Peng picked up Huang Jiyu on his back, seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and came to Suyu, who was meditating on the spot. Captain Su, I took Jiyu to the outpost first." Seeing Suyu close his eyes, he didn't answer his own meaning. Yang Peng suddenly hesitated. Originally he should have protected Suyu to prevent Li Xian from coming back. But Huang Jiyu's injury cannot be delayed. Yang Pengyi was ruthless. Jiyu's injury can't be delayed any longer. Captain Su, let's go first. He picked up Huang Jiyu and turned around and left. Suyu's body was surging at this time. How could he have the mind to care about the whereabouts of the two? Although his move had already released a large amount of chi and blood power, there was still a large amount of chi and blood that far exceeded his realm churning in his body. A big sun lit up in Suyu's body, and he instantly felt that his whole body was boiling. The uncontrolled chi and blood seemed to quiet down instantly. They seemed to have found a kind of catharsis, and the excess chi and blood began to quickly converge towards the fourth orifice in his body. Suyu was happy in his heart. He also had an idea, so he used this big solar view idea, but he didn't expect it to have a miraculous effect on the current situation, and he accidentally mastered a method that could speed up the opening of the orifice. Just after a while, he felt much better. A large amount of chi and blood flowed back towards the heart of the god of war, and the chi and blood in his body finally returned to a quiet state. If it weren't for the unsafe place here, he would have wanted to try to open the fourth orifice. But at this moment, Yang Peng, who should have left, actually ran back. Seeing that Suyu had opened his eyes, Yang Peng's face was a little ugly. Captain Su, now the battlefield storm has begun outside. Jiyu's physical condition is too bad, and he should not be able to get out in a short time. As he spoke, Yang Peng found a flat place to put Huang Jiyu down, and put the folded clothes on the back of her head. Then a sparkling green light flashed in his hand and began to stabilize Huang Jiyu's injury. The storm of the 10,000 tribes battlefield is a unique weather situation here. A regional hurricane will form over a small area. The storm area can be large or small, sometimes the size of a football field, and sometimes it can cover tens of kilometers. This kind of weather is very magical. One second it may be clear sky, and the next second it may be like entering a storm vortex, and it can only be felt in the storm area, and there will be no feeling outside the storm area. In this environment, it is very easy to get lost. Under normal circumstances, it is to find a place to hide, but fortunately, this storm will not last long, and you can wait for the storm to pass before moving forward. Suyu also stood up at this time. Looking at the two people on the ground, he frowned. Yang Peng, why are you fighting here? Speaking of this, Yang Peng glanced at Huang Jiyu on the ground with lingering fear. Actually, we don't know why Li Xian suddenly became the two of us. Originally, Boss Pang said that he found a source power vein here and wanted to take us here to practice for a while. After entering here, I did feel a very strong source power. Boss Pang asked us to practice first, and he went around first. He usually manages us very strictly, so naturally we didn't dare to refute it and started cultivating directly. But what I didn't expect was that Li Xian suddenly attacked me. If Jiyu hadn't come over to block the knife for me, I would be the one lying on the ground now. Speaking of this, Yang Peng's eyes were red, and he touched Huang Jiyu's cheek on the ground. Jiyu, I will definitely take you out. Huang Jiyu grabbed Yang Peng's hand and opened his white lips. Brother Peng, I'm fine, you must live well. So you didn't have time to look at the two of them. It seemed that these two were just used by Peng Qingfeng. The real secret should be in the depths of this stone hall. Regardless of the two people on the ground, so you also walked towards the depths of the stone hall where Li Xian was fleeing. In the shadow of the stone hall, a passage was found again, and the passage was as dark as ink, and I didn't know where it led. This is Suyu's first time here. There is still the unknown Li Xian hidden inside. Looking at that kid's weapon, it is obviously also an Oldine coin. Maybe he just hid there and waited for himself. Suyu had to play 12 points, but unfortunately his current strength in the pulse opening realm was not yet able to let the dark attribute leave his body at this time. Although the Shadow Lord shares vision with the main body, he cannot leave his shadow. He could only extend his shadow forward as much as possible to find his way through the passage. The distance of this passage is even longer than that passage at the entrance. As you gradually deepened, the surrounding rock walls of the passage lit up with starlights, illuminating the passage. So you looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. It turned out that these were all some blue source power stones acting as light sources. Although the quality of these source power stones is average, that is, the leftovers of some source power mines, they are also genuine source power stones, and they only serve as lighting here. After about 10 minutes of progress, just in front of the passage, Suyu found a 90-degree corner. He didn't rush over, but let his shadow extend over first. Sure enough, there was a small metal crossbow in the shadow of the corner. The tip of the arrow on the small crossbow shone with a dark blue light, obviously containing poison. Suyu sneered. He really regarded him as a newcomer. This kind of little trick was seen too much when he broke into the secret realm in his last life. He directly let the shadow of the Shadow Lord touch the mechanism. Whoosh! The arrow was instantly shot at the corner. Ah, damn it! Suyu screamed in cooperation. In fact, he had already grabbed the arrow in his hand. After doing these things, Suyu did not move forward, but hid in the shadow of the corner again to see if Li Xian would come to investigate his situation. He is ready to treat him in his own way. Unexpectedly, Li Xian's vigilance was not low. Suyu waited for a long time, and Li Xian just didn't come in. In this case, Suyu was not stupid to wait. He put the arrow under under his armpit and continued to walk forward along the passage. After walking around the corner, it was obvious that it was the end. Suyu snorted and stumbled out of the passage. At this time, he went to a stone hall again, but this stone hall was obviously different from the hall outside. It can be seen that the people who excavated the stone hall outside and the people who excavated this stone hall are obviously not a group. The stone hall outside was very roughly built, with serious artificial marks, and was obviously temporarily excavated. And this stone hall is luxuriously decorated, without the slightest trace, as if it is natural, and the floor is flat, obviously artificially laid. Suyu looked up, and his eyes suddenly widened. The ceiling of the entire stone hall glowed blue, and the entire ceiling turned out to be a source power stone mine. Looking at the reserves of the source power stone, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, This is too terrifying. This is at least a few dozen tons of force stone mine, which can feed half of the ordinary warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it cannot be measured by money. No wonder that Pang Qingfeng cultivated so quickly after possessing the cultivation method in the previous life. It turned out that such a source power stone mine was discovered. This kid was not a good thing from the beginning. So many source power stones, he didn't report it, he just practiced it by himself. But why did he bring in Yang Pang and the two to kill him this time? The source power stone mine here still couldn't explain Pang Qingfeng's behavior. At this moment, whoosh twice, two silver needles shot towards Suyu's face, and before he got closer, Suyu felt the fiery breath above. The angle of the silver needle was very tricky, and the timing of the shot was also very good, just when Suyu was shocked by the source power mine on the ceiling. Damn! The direction of the silver needle was directed at Suyu's eyes. If Suyu hadn't been prepared, even if he couldn't shoot Suyu's eyes, the fiery breath alone can make Suyu temporarily blind. It's a pity that Li Xian made a mistake in his wishful thinking, and the black shadow under Suyu's feet had already found Li Xian not far away. I saw the black shadow turn into a spear, instantly knocking the two silver needles away. Li Xian, who was not far away, was stunned. Dark attribute talent. How is this possible? Aren't you a thunder attribute? Suyu didn't have time to talk nonsense with him, so he slashed out again. Feel the surging chi and blood on Suyu's body, like a poison person. Li Xian was shocked. You didn't get hit by an arrow. You lied to me. At this time, Suyu did not use chi and blood that surpassed his own strength. However, in his realm of sword skills that are one of heaven and man, it is not difficult to fight by leapfrog. But at this time, Li Xian had already been frightened by Suyu, and the picture of Suyu killing Pang Qingfeng with a knife was vividly remembered. He didn't dare to fight Suyu head-on at all. Pull. The alloy fan opened instantly, and a thick black smoke surged out of the fan. It was this Li who put a material that released thick smoke in his fan, and after his fire attribute burning, it instantly turned into smoke. Looking at the thick black smoke, Suyu quickly retreated and covered his mouth and nose. He was afraid that the smoke would be poisonous. Through the shadow of the black mist, Suyu saw that Li Xian took advantage of Suyu's avoidance and quickly ran towards the passage he entered, trying to escape. But at this moment, don't kill me. I saw an arm suddenly stretched out from the smoke and grabbed Li Xian's head. Through the black smoke, I couldn't see the appearance of the person who came clearly, but through Li Xian's scream, I could hear that the other party seemed to have seen something very terrifying. As the smoke became lighter and lighter, Li Xian's situation gradually appeared in front of Suyu. When he saw Li Xian's situation clearly, even the well-informed Suyu couldn't help but freeze his expression. I saw that the person who caught Li Xian turned out to be Pang Qingfeng, who was supposed to die, and saw that Pang Qingfeng's entire head was almost cut in half at this time. But he was not dead yet. He grabbed Li Xian in his hands, and Li Xian's body was shrinking rapidly. The whole body was like a deflated balloon, deflating quickly. Looking at Pang Qingfeng's red eyes, Suyu's eyes were even more shocked, and he seemed to recognize something. You are a demon. Hearing Suyu's words, Pang Qingfeng's expression was even more incredible. You actually know about the demons. Seeing that the other party actually admitted his identity, Suyu's heart was even more turbulent. The three races of gods, demons, and immortals were originally races that appeared in the near future, and the three major races were the most powerful of all races. At that time, the gods, demons, and humans were in opposition, and the immortals and humans were on good terms, forming a situation where the four races stood together. The three major races are all human in appearance, and their strength is extremely strong, among which the demon race has the strongest physical body, and they also use the power of chi and blood. However, the demons have a unique method of physical cultivation, dig deep into the physical body, and have a strong self-healing ability. This hand's ability to suck other people's chi and blood to restore itself is a unique method of the demon race. In his previous life, Suyu fought with the demons a lot, so he recognized it at a glance. This Pang Qingfeng turned out to be a demon. No wonder he went to the demon race after betraying the human race in his previous life. But now the three major clans have not yet been born, and the other party's realm barrier is blocked. How did this Pang Qingfeng come out? And in the final analysis, this Pang Qingfeng is a demon, and there is naturally a difference between it and the human race. The demons do not use natural abilities, and their eyes are blood red. How could this person succeed in lurking in the human race for so many years, and sit in such such a high position. In that human race, besides Pang Qingfeng, how many beings like him are there? Suyu felt shuddering when he thought about this kind of thing. At this time, Pang Qingfeng seemed to think of something. You know our demon race, are you too? The light flashed in his eyes. No wonder, your strength in the second realm actually has the knife technique of the unity of heaven and man. It turns out, are you a Protoss or an immortal? Looking at Pang Qingfeng's expression of sudden enlightenment, Suyu's eyes rolled, and he also showed an expression that was originally like this. Of course I won't be those old immortal guys of the immortal race. Pang Qingfeng immediately showed an expression that was slightly similar to what the hero saw. It turns out to be the brother of the Protoss. This is what the water has washed away the Dragon King temple. The Protoss and the demons have always had a good relationship, at least on the surface. This is your own statement that I am a Protoss. I didn't say anything. At this time, Suyu also cooperated with the other party. Although the other party was seriously injured, the demon race was notoriously strong, like a small strong man who could not be killed. The more powerful the demons, the stronger the self-healing ability. Looking at Pang Qingfeng's wriggling wound, Suyu was shocked that the other party could heal themselves with this kind of injury. He was a little apprehensive in his heart, and now he could no longer deliver the blow of human unity just now. After all, the other party is a real four realms, and if the two of them start to do it again this time, there is a high probability that he will suffer. However, Pang Qingfeng was also frightened by Suyu's knife, and then gave him a knife that united people. Even if he was physically strong, he had to hate the Northwest. Both of them were jealous of each other, and at this time they were even more downhill, feeling that they were too late to meet each other. Suyu and Pang Qingfeng quickly became like brothers, telling each other that it was not easy for them to lurk in the human race in the past 2 years. The two patted each other on the shoulder, like two brothers who were about to kneel down and worship the handle. At this time, Pang Qingfeng seemed to suddenly remember something. No, brother Su, don't you gods all use source power? Why are you so powerful in chi and blood? If you don't say it, I think you are also a brother of our demon race. Pang Qingfeng seemed to suddenly think of something and asked casually. Suyu had long thought that the other party might ask this, and he said calmly with an inscrutable expression on his face. Otherwise, how could I enter the human race? Brother Pang, isn't your source power quite proficient? Ah, yes. Pang Qingfeng smiled heartily. Knowing Pang Qingfeng's true identity, Suyu became even more curious about the other party's purpose here. Pang Qingfeng has been lurking in the human race for many years. Why did he risk being exposed here? The light in his eyes flashed. It seemed that there must be a big secret in this place. By the way, brother Pang, what the hell is this? Why did you risk being exposed? Hearing Suyu say this, Pang Qingfeng looked left and right, and a mysterious expression appeared on his face. Brother Su, this is a good place. You come with me. After thinking for a while, Suyu followed Pang Qingfeng and walked deep into the hall. Following Pang Qingfeng, Suyu came to the side of a huge wall in the depths of the source power hall. This wall doesn't look any different at first glance, but if you look closely, you can see that it's an independent boulder, slightly bluish in color, and slightly different from the surrounding walls, looking like a portal. Sure enough, Pang Qingfeng glanced at Suyu with some ostentatious expression and raised his eyebrows. At this time, Pang Qingfeng's head, which was about to be split by Suyu, had not completely healed, and the crack between his eyebrows was particularly obvious, and Suyu felt a chill when he looked at it. I saw Pang Qingfeng put his hand on the stone wall. In the next second, the ceiling of the entire source power hall lit up with blue light, and then, a little source power converged towards the cyan boulder. Click! The boulder gradually fell, and Suyu found that there was a grotto heaven behind the boulder. The moment the boulder fell, a strong aura of source power spread. After seeing the scene in the room, even the well-informed Suyu couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that in the middle of this new stone hall, there was actually a source lake. This is something more precious than the source power stone. The source power lake is the condensation of the source power spiritual liquid, which is more suitable for the absorption of warriors and improves faster. Even in the previous life, it was difficult to find a drop of source power spiritual liquid, but now there is actually a lake formed by a whole source power spiritual liquid here. Brother, what are you doing? Come in. At this time, Pang Qingfeng waved to Suyu, who was standing at the door with a shocked face. Looking at the situation in this room, Suyu was a little hesitant that Pang Qingfeng obviously knew this place very well, and he would not be pitted to death here. After hesitating for a long time, Suyu gritted his teeth. They were all people who had lived a lifetime. How could they still look forward and look back like this? Hold on to the bold, starve the cowardly, do it. This is. Pang Qingfeng dared to enter what he was afraid of, and the big deal was that MOU gave him support. Although Suyu hadn't felt MOU's aura for a long time, the other party was a dark attribute grandmaster, and it was too easy for him not to find out. A smile appeared on his face. It's coming. I really didn't expect there to be such a good place here. Pang Qingfeng smiled mysteriously. Shoo. The good thing is not this Yuanli lake, but under this Yuanli lake. Below? Suyu was a little surprised. This room was indeed not big, only the source lake in the middle, and nothing else. Then now, are you going to enter this source power lake? Not bad. Pang Qingfeng nodded. He didn't talk nonsense with Suyu, and took the lead in jumping into this source power lake. It's all here, and and Suyu has nothing to hesitate. He jumped in after him. Puff. Suyu in his previous life had used the source power liquid, but it was the first time he had swam in such a large area of the liquid. The moment he entered the source power liquid, Suyu found that after sinking into this source power liquid, it was actually different from ordinary water. Not only did he not feel suffocated, but his whole body was extremely comfortable, and the source power seemed to pour into his limbs and bones from the pores of his body, making him want to moan. In just this moment, the second meridian that he was about to activate was instantly activated, directly allowing him to enter the realm of the third layer of the open vein realm. Pang Qingfeng, who was watching Suyu's promotion, had a flash of light in his eyes. This kid was really opening the pulse realm, and the improvement is so fast. In this short time, it will be promoted. The source power spiritual liquid is said to be a liquid, but the essence is still an extremely strong source force, and the moment the two of them entered, they fell towards the bottom. This source lake is not deep, and in the blink of an eye, Suyu already feels down to earth. It is less than a meter away from the lake above your head. Everything seen in Yuenli Lake was light blue, and at the bottom of the center of the lake, there was a golden jade paper that was emitting a faint golden light. Suyu's pupils shrank suddenly. He had seen this kind of jade paper before, and when he saw the Great Sun visualization map, it was also on this jade paper. Could this be the talented martial artist cultivation method he had been looking for? Sure enough, I only heard Pang Qingfeng point to the jade note and say, "This is a meditation method of source power. How about brother? I'm interesting. I'll share this kind of thing with you." In this source power lake, Pang Qingfeng's voice was a little vague, but he could still hear the other party's meaning clearly. Suyu immediately made a grateful look. Good thing. Brother Pang is really willing. This kind of baby is also willing to share with his younger brother. However, Suyu changed his mind, as if he was asking casually. Brother Pang is not the first time here. Haven't you learned this technique yet? Hearing Suyu ask, Pang Qingfeng's expression was indeed a little stiff. I have definitely learned it, but this exercise is a bit obscure. I haven't learned it yet. This is not an invitation for you to come and understand together. Pang Qingfeng's words were seamless, but Suyu clearly saw some clues from the other party's expression. This meditation method was obviously not as simple as the other party said, otherwise why would Pang Qingfeng let young Pang and those people in, and try to catch those people? I don't know how young Pang and the two are now, and whether Pang Qingfeng attacked the two when he came in. Brother, come on, let's understand this meditation method together. Pang Qingfeng had already walked to the jade note at this time and urged Suyu to go over again. At this time, Suyu saw that although Pang Qingfeng was next to the jade paper, he was obviously afraid of something, and his eyes kept glancing at the jade paper. Suyu sneered in his heart. How could he be so easily fooled? Brother Pang, why don't you hand over the jade note? But at this moment, Pang Qingfeng's face suddenly changed drastically. At this time his eyes were wide open, and his pupils instantly became the size of the tip of a needle. At this time, Pang Qingfeng didn't care about the stage. He turned around and ran away as quickly as possible. At this time, Suyu also suddenly felt that something seemed to be approaching at high speed behind him. It's broken. Let this kid be in. The danger is not the jade paper, but the source power lake itself. Suyu couldn't look back, and directly tried to escape. But it was too late, and as soon as his body jumped half a meter, he felt a chill in his right leg. His ankle was wrapped around something cold, and in the next second, a strong force came, and his whole body was dragged down. Suyu looked back, and his face was instantly filled with disbelief. Opposite him turned out to be a snow-white oriental dragon. This oriental dragon was about 4 or 5 meters long, although it was not large, but it was full of oppression, and it was the slender dragon tail that wrapped around his right leg just now. Feeling the terrifying aura on the other party's body, Suyu's face turned pale. No! 7 realms of strange beasts. This is a terrifying beast comparable to the realm of the martial saint. The 7 realms have completely separated from the mortal body and reached the extraordinary level, and there is a natural extraordinary coercion for ordinary people themselves. In the face of this terrifying beast, he could not have the ability to resist. Ink. Where is MOU? Where is MOU? MOU, who should have appeared a long time ago, was a bird without news, and this kind of terrifying beast, even MOU could not be an opponent. Suyu panicked completely. At this time, the whole dragon stood in the source power lake. The dragon head looked at him at eye level, and Suyu seemed to see an excitement of seeing himself from the pair of golden dragon eyes. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. The other party's voice sounded directly in Suyu's mind, and it turned out to be a cute children's voice. This dragon doesn't want to eat me. Suyu was shocked. Among the 10,000 races, there is also the dragon race. The dragon race is extremely powerful. In fact, it is a strong race that is not weaker than the 3 major races. It is not listed among the 3 major races, but because fertility is extremely low, the number is too small to compare with the 3 major races. But the dragon Suyu was not unseen. They were all winged lizards in the west, and he had never seen this kind of 5-clawed dragon-like oriental dragon. Before Suyu could think about how to communicate with the other party, he saw that the oriental dragon suddenly entangled. The speed was like lightning, and Suyu couldn't dodge it at all. In the next second, Suyu only felt that the chi and blood on his body seemed to be uncontrollably rushing towards the oriental dragon wrapped around his body. This oriental oriental dragon actually wants to eat qi and blood. So you finally understood why Pang Qingfeng wanted to arrest Yang Ping and the two, but did not kill them. It turned out that he wanted to use the qi and blood of those two to feed the oriental dragon. In just a moment, so you felt that his qi and blood had been exhausted, and his martial god heart began to beat rapidly. A stream of pure qi and blood slowly flowed out of the heart. The eyes of the Dongfang dragon wrapped around Suyu suddenly opened. He had never eaten such delicious qi and blood. This is the heart of the god of martial arts that Suyu brought back from the previous life. How can the purity of qi and blood be comparable to ordinary people? Ah, this oriental dragon can be said to have finally eaten the next fine chaff. It's so cool. Suyu clearly felt that this oriental dragon conveyed a comfortable feeling. This guy is cheap. It was Suyu who had unlimited qi and blood. If it were a different person, he would have been sucked into it by now. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the continuous sucking of blood from his body, as long as he didn't eat him directly. Eat some qi and blood. Anyway, he can't use up the thing of qi and blood. Pang Qingfeng, who escaped from the Yuanli lake, did not dare to look back at all, and ran out frantically after escaping from the lake. Although he had an agreement with the dragon, but he was also afraid that the dragon would suddenly turn his face and suck him dry without eating. Unfortunately, when he woke up from the coma, he had difficulty moving, so he and Yang Peng ran away. Otherwise, with Yang Peng's too, maybe it would really be possible to feed this greedy dragon, and he would be able to take away the meditation method at that time. In fact, he had discovered this place for a long time, and the first time he came with another person from the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. The two were also shocked by the terrifying scene here, and they were even more shocked when they saw Yuanli Lake, and the two of them jumped in cheering almost at the same time. As a result, after entering, I was horrified to find that there was not only the meditation method in this source power lake, but also the terrifying oriental dragon. The person with him was quickly sucked into the when the oriental dragon had just woken up, and Pang Qingfeng relied on the powerful qi and blood of the demon clan to not be sucked to death in an instant. In the end, he made a business with this Dongfang dragon, who promised that as long as he found enough blood food for himself, then Dongfang Long would give him this meditation method. Although Pang Qingfeng also knew that this was a plot with a tiger, the temptation of the meditation method still made him keep the agreement and bring people to this source power lake to feed the oriental dragon. This was not the first time he had brought someone over. This Dongfang dragon did abide by the agreement and did not kill him, but he never gave him the meditation method. At this time, the body of the oriental dragon wrapped around Suyu slowly loosened. There was an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in the golden longan. After a while, the Dongfang dragon's body instantly relaxed, let go of Suyu, and fell asleep like that. That's all. Sleep? Looking at the Dongfang dragon who was asleep in front of him, Suyu looked confused. Is this okay? Suyu glanced at the jade note that was close at hand. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tried to move a step towards the jade paper. Looking at the sleeping Dongfang dragon, there was still no reaction. Suyu was a little bolder, his eyes flashed, he ran a few steps quickly, and suddenly grabbed the jade paper. The moment he touched the jade paper suddenly lit up, just like when he touched the big sun visualization. Sure enough, in the next second, a meditation method of cultivation appeared directly in Suyu's mind. Star Veins meditation method. At this time, the light of the jade paper in the source power lake gradually dimmed. From the original golden color gradually began to become transparent, until it disappeared into the source power lake. It was so successful. Unexpectedly, the meditation method that Suyu had worked so hard to find was obtained in the blink of an eye. Suyu felt a little unreal for a while. Pang Qingfeng, who was supposed to obtain the meditation method, was still waiting for the Dongfang dragon to suck the qi and blood in the stone hall outside. But what he didn't expect was that Suyu would feed this oriental dragon on his own. As the meditation method that entered his mind became clearer and clearer, a text appeared in Suyu's mind. This is indeed a cultivation technique with a very high gold content. Suyu had just obtained it, and there was a reaction in his body. Originally, the two meridians he had activated were instantly scattered, and the source power spread freely in his body. Subsequently, the source power in the body began to operate again according to the astral meditation method. Feeling that the source power had quieted down, when Suyu looked inside the meridians in his body again, his whole body was stunned. At this time, the 9 meridians in his body that were originally in the opening period had disappeared. What reappeared in his body was 10, 20, 30, 40, 100. Suyu was horrified to find that there were 108 meridians in his body that were like stars. All the meridians crisscross, forming a certain pattern of distribution in their own bodies. Is this the astrological meditation method? This is a bit scary, isn't it? In the star vein meditation method, the meridians have also been renamed star veins. But with so many star veins, when do you have to cultivate them? Moreover, he originally activated 2 meridians in his body, but after replacing them with star veins, he still only activated 2 star veins. Originally, activating 1 meridian could raise 1 level of realm, but now it was necessary to activate 12 star veins to raise 1 level of realm. At this time, Suyu directly descended back to the first floor of the open vein realm. Suyu felt numb. When will he be able to reach the Zhou Tian realm after cultivating this? But if this is practiced, it is more than 10 times the number of meridians in a person. That was really the strongest open vein realm. No wonder Pang Qingfeng was able to fight alone against the two martial god level powerhouses. But it's not right. Pang Qingfeng's cultivation speed was obviously very fast back then, and he didn't delay his promotion speed because of this star vein, but it didn't take long for him to become a strong man in the martial god realm. In the next second, Suyu felt that the source power in the source power lake began to converge on his body from all directions. His 108 star veins seemed to be alive, and each meridian was absorbing the source power. At this time, Suyu realized that this star vein meditation method was different, and the ordinary talent warrior cultivation was cultivated one by one meridians. And this star vein meditation method turned out to be 108 meridians that began to be practiced at the same time. Each star vein seemed to be breathing, greedily absorbing the source power of the entire source power lake. In the blink of an eye, Suyu felt that he had activated the 24 meridians and returned to the third layer of the open vein realm. This terrifying speed of absorbing source power could not be achieved with the star vein meditation method alone, mainly because Suyu was now in the extremely rare source power lake. The surroundings were full of pure source power, so you couldn't help but think, could it be that the original function of this source power lake was to be used in conjunction with the star vein meditation method? At this time, the entire source power lake directly formed a source force vortex, and Suyu was like a dry sponge, greedily absorbing the source power of the source power lake. Yuanli Lake, which was originally more than one person higher than Suyu, began to descend visibly with the naked eye. Pang Qingfeng, who was still outside at this time, finally felt the drastic change in the source power lake room. His face suddenly showed a suspicious expression. Out of fear of the Oriental dragon, Pang Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before deciding to go in and take a look. But when he entered the room of the source power lake, he found it in horror. This kid Suyu is not dead. Not only did he not die, but he also fed the dragon and obtained the meditation method he had been trying to do for a long time. And the Oriental dragon guarding the meditation method actually floated quietly next to it as if it was asleep. Seeing the golden jade note that had disappeared, Pang Qingfeng could still accept it. He paid so much for this jade note, but he didn't expect to end up cheating Suyu. Pang Qingfeng clenched his fists, his nails were embedded in the flesh, and his eyes gradually turned red. I'm going to kill you. An underground outpost on the battlefield of all races. Shu Song only felt that the ground shook violently again, and the underground rooms that had just been supported by him began to shake violently again, and they were about to collapse again. Damn! What happened to this one race battlefield recently, and why did earthquakes occur so frequently? Standing along this outpost and continuing to go deeper towards the Wan clan battlefield, it is the most notorious 10,000 clans meat grinder in the entire 10,000 clans battlefield. It is said that under every inch of land here, a corpse is buried. This is the most intense place for all races to fight, and battles of all sizes take place every day. Or a direct battle at the Legion level, or a fierce confrontation between the two powerhouses, there is no moment of quiet. At this time, a black shadow quickly crossed the sky, and the speed was so fast that it rolled up layers of airwaves in the surrounding air, crossing a white line in the sky. Being able to fly in the air with his physical body is a sign of the realm of the Great Master. From a distance, this man was dressed in black, with a flustered expression, as if he was running for his life, and he was holding a burly man in his hands. Master Su, hold on. Mou held Su Zhan in his hands, sweat on his face slid down his face like raindrops, and he looked anxious. Not only that, but he had a translucent crystal clear feather stuck in his chest, and bright red blood was constantly oozing around him. This feather is very delicate and looks like jade. It also emitted a sparkling white light. However, although this feather is good looking, it is a very terrifying killing weapon, because this is the feather on the head of the Holy Feather clan of the half-step martial god. In order to protect Su Zhan, although Mou had blocked it with all his might, the terrifying power of this feather still shot his body through. Although this feather was separated from the body of the Holy Feather clan patriarch, it still contained a large amount of source power. Even now, Mou couldn't pull it off. At this time, while he was escaping with all his might, he could only continue to seal the wound that was still bleeding with source power. Fight against the energy in the feathers. If this feather was deviated by another inch, it would directly pierce his heart, although this injury would not cause the Grandmaster to die directly, but it was obviously not so easy to escape. The Su Zhan held by Mou looked even more seriously injured, although the half-step martial god was extremely capable of self-healing, and Su Zhan did not seem to have any trauma. But his face was pale at this time, and he was even on the verge of coma. The source power on his body began to dissipate, and this phenomenon only appeared when he fell into the realm. This shows that Su Zhan's injuries are so serious that he can't maintain the realm of a half-step martial god, and he is about to fall back to the martial saint level. Since the last decisive battle between the Holy Feather clan patriarch and Su Zhan were both injured, and after the two returned to their camps, the result was that the Holy Feather clan patriarch was slightly better and was the first to recover from his injuries. When he made a comeback, the Soviet Union was forced to participate in the war. He couldn't bear to let the other warriors of the Daxia kingdom get involved in the fight between the two, so he could only bring them into a remote place. The battle between the two half-step martial gods was like setting off an 8-magnitude earthquake nearby. This is also the reason for the collapse of the outpost. At this time, Suyu and the others had just entered the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes, and because the distance was too far, Suyu and the others did not feel the aftermath of this battle at all. But Mou is the strength of a great grandmaster after all, and his induction ability is not the same as Suyu and the others. After feeling this level of fighting, his first reaction was that this person might be Soviet Jun. He decisively went to the battlefield, and at the critical moment, Mou used his dark attribute ability to risk his life and fight for serious injuries to bring Su Jun out from under the nose of the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch. At this time, Mou did not dare to neglect at all when he saw Su Jun, although the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch was also seriously injured. But obviously it was much better than Su Jun. But fortunately, the other party was also injured, so he successfully took Su Jun away under a flying feather from the other party. However, how could the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch miss the opportunity to kill a half-step martial god, and kept chasing Mou closely? In this battlefield of all races where the god of war could not make a move, the half-step god of war had already represented the strongest combat power, and falling one was a huge loss for a race. Because of the existence of realm barriers, all martial gods entering other realm barriers will be weakened. Therefore, the god of war has become the needle of every race. As long as the god of war is there, this race will not be destroyed. Therefore, the god of martial arts will not leave the realm barrier easily. Once he enters the battlefield of 10,000 tribes and is besieged to death, then there will be no place to cry. Therefore, except for special circumstances, the god of war will not take action on the battlefield of all tribes, which has almost become an unwritten rule. If the strong men of the martial god realm really made a move at will on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, it would basically end up being besieged. Therefore, the half-step martial god has become the strongest combat force on the battlefield of all races. In the room of Yenbe Lake, Pang Qingfeng was completely crazy. He had planned for so long, and finally made a wedding dress for Suyu. He doesn't care what race Suyu is of now, even if Suyu is also a demon race, he wants Suyu to die, tear and pull. Pang Qingfeng's already tattered clothes on his arms exploded, revealing the alloy arm guards on his forearms. In the next second, he jumped directly high and killed Suyu in the center of Yenbe Lake. Suyu hurriedly stopped the operation of the star vein meditation method, and hurriedly waved the short knife in his arms towards Pang Qingfeng. Ding! A violent metal impact sounded. The knife technique of the unity of heaven and man could not allow Suyu to cross the two realms to defeat Pang Qingfeng. Under the blow, Suyu was directly blown out of the lake. The tiger's mouth cracked, his face flushed, and he had obviously suffered internal injuries. Suyu looked at Pang Qingfeng with an ugly face. He didn't expect the other party to make a sudden move. It seems that he has to fight for his injuries and activate the heart of the god of war. Feeling that Suyu was so weak, Pang Qingfeng was overjoyed. It turned out that this Suyu was just a silver spearhead, only the strength of that blow. In this case, then you give me death. Pang Qingfeng did not hesitate at all, and directly shot with all his might again. The gray energy wrapped around his fists, forming a pair of huge gray gloves. But at this moment, Pang Qingfeng only felt cold under his feet, and a cold tail was wrapped around him. Feeling the coolness, Pang Qingfeng was suddenly terrified. Only then did he realize that he was also carried away by anger. How could he dare to do it here? There is still that terrifying oriental dragon in this lake. But it was too late for him to regret it, and he only felt a strong force coming from his ankles. In the next second, Pang Qingfeng was directly into the lake. It's me. Don't we have an agreement? They are all blood food I brought to you. You can't eat me. I will bring you more blood food in the future. Pang Qingfeng began to beg for mercy frantically, but how could this terrifying oriental dragon listen to him? A voice sounded in Pang Qingfeng's head. You are useless. I have found a better. Immediately afterwards, Pang Qingfeng's body began to lose a lot of chi and blood, and this time even his demon physique could not save him. He only lasted longer than the ordinary people for a while and then languished. Then his whole person became more and more shriveled until he turned into a human flake. Don't! The future generation of martial gods will silently turn into a revenant here in this way. Bah, it's really unpalatable. After sucking up Pang Qingfeng's chi and blood, this Dongfang dragon looked disgusted, and its appetite had been nurtured by Suyu. Suyu, who was standing next to him, looked at the situation in front of him, and his whole body was stiff, and he didn't dare to move. At this time, Suyu found that the voice of the oriental dragon was no longer a child's voice, but an adult woman's voice. Dongfang Long shook his head and glanced at Pang Qingfeng, who had turned into a human. Forget it, you can't waste. In the next second, under Suyu's terrified gaze, the entire dragon's body suddenly enlarged, and at this time, the dragon's head was already the same size as Suyu. The huge dragon's mouth opened and swallowed Pang Qingfeng's body in one bite. After swallowing the Pang Qingfeng, the Dongfang dragon frowned humanely. Then she twisted her body lazily, and her body began to gradually shrink, returning to its original length of more than 4 meters. At this time, the oriental dragon didn't seem seemed to be very willing to move, and the golden dragon's eyes gradually had to close again. Suyu was still in the mood to cultivate it this time. Watching Dongfang Long fall asleep again, his footsteps moved slightly, just about to leave Yuanli Lake. In the next second, Suyu felt that the cold dragon tail had wrapped around his waist. Suyu's figure suddenly froze, his whole body stiffened, and cold sweat gradually slid down his forehead. But fortunately, this Dongfang dragon just didn't want him to escape, and after entangled him, he didn't care about him anymore. And this oriental dragon seemed to be full, and did not suck Suyu's chi and blood, but was just preventing him from leaving Yuanli Lake. Just as Suyu was thinking about what to do, a suction came from his waist, and a large amount of chi and blood rushed towards the dragon's tail again. This time Suyu learned well, and without waiting for Dongfang Long to continue to absorb, he took the initiative to mobilize the chi and blood in the heart of the god of war and fed it to Dongfang Long. Feeling the power of this pure chi and blood again, Dongfang Long seemed to be very satisfied with Suyu's sensibility, and hummed comfortably twice. After absorbing this chi and blood, the other party seemed to be full again. She directly coiled her whole body and lay down in front of Suyu, but the tail wrapped around Suyu's waist never let go. Good guy. It seems that this oriental dragon uses itself as a mobile blood bank, Suyu thought secretly. Looking at the oriental dragon in front of him that fell asleep again, he didn't know how to escape from the dragon's claws for a while. But it seems that the other party doesn't want to take his own life. He just wants to suck some chi and blood, which doesn't matter as much as he wants. Seeing that his life was not in danger, but there was no way to escape from here, Suyu simply did nothing. He also sat down cross-legged and began to practice using the star vein meditation method, and if he didn't grasp such a good place, it would be a waste. A small vortex of source power was formed in the source power lake again, and countless source forces were poured directly into Suyu's body, and a large number of star veins were frantically lit up. The Dongfang dragon opened his golden dragon eyes and glanced at Suyu, who was cultivating, as long as the other party did not leave, providing him with sufficient chi and blood. As for what Suyu wanted to do, she would not care. The feeling of having infinite source power was so cool. Suyu absorbed the source power at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, 36 star veins were activated. He also easily entered the fourth layer of the open vein realm at this time. With such a good opportunity, Suyu is now cultivating the star vein meditation method with the main body and shadow at the same time, and for the time being, he will not cultivate the chi and blood of the ancient martial artist, and the speed at which his source power will be absorbed will become even more terrifying. Even Dongfang Long, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed, glanced at Suyu in surprise. This kid of the human race is not high, and the speed of absorbing the source power is too fast. Does the meditation method really have such a good effect? She wanted to learn this exercise a little, but she just wanted to think about it. They didn't bother to learn these meditation methods at all. Their dragon clan is a race favored by heaven, and all their abilities come from the inheritance of memory. Even if each divine dragon individual does not practice, it will naturally become very powerful. After learning these foreign meditation methods, it will only delay the awakening of their own bloodline. So for them, the most important thing is blood. The purer the blood, the stronger the strength. They are naturally arrogant, and they are born to look down on humans, a mortal race, so how can they learn their meditation methods? One person and one dragon stayed like this for an unknown amount of time, during which the oriental dragon absorbed Suyu's chi and blood twice. However, this time it was not absorbed much. It may have been necessary to store chi and blood before, but now there is a fixed blood pack, so there is no rush. At this time, Suyu had already activated 60 star veins and officially entered the 6th floor of the open veins. This Dongfang dragon also discovered that Suyu's strength was not strong, but his chi and blood were extremely sufficient, and the quality was extremely high, and he must be a super genius in the human race, but unfortunately it fell into her hands. She was a little reluctant to suck Suyu to death. At this moment, Dongfang Long felt her abdomen move slightly, and she felt happy in her heart. A kind of tenderness arises spontaneously. Little guy, it's getting more and more energetic. Dongfang Long felt the little life in his body, and a kind smile like a mother appeared on the dragon's face. This oriental dragon has actually been pregnant all along, which is why she needs to absorb chi and blood so frequently. At this time, she was also at her weakest, so she didn't want to leave here easily. As one of the 10,000 races that even Suyu didn't know, the rarity of the divine dragon clan can be seen. However, the 10,000 races are known as more than 10,000 races, and Suyu cannot have seen all races. The divine dragon clan is inherently powerful. Even if the new divine dragon clan does nothing, it will automatically be promoted to the 7 realms and above. And each divine dragon race has its own memory of cultivation, which can be said to be unique. This is a talent that is more powerful than the 3 major races, but the shortcomings are also very obvious, following the law that the more powerful the race, the lower the fertility rate. The fertility rate of the Shunlong race is outrageously low, and it has almost reached the point of extinction. Lingxi was originally a divine dragon clan that had lived for more than 300 years, and in these 300 years, except for the ancestor of the divine dragon clan, she had only seen 2 of her own kind. Just when she was traveling through the battlefield of all races, she found out that she was pregnant. For the Shenlong clan, raising offspring is their first priority, so she immediately found a secret place to prepare for production. The Shenlong clan not only has a low fertility rate but also extremely difficult to give birth and requires a lot of qi and blood to cultivate young children. In order to have enough qi and blood, she used Pang Qingfeng to collect qi and blood for her. Unexpectedly, with the appearance of Suyu, it provided her with a lot of qi and blood. Now that she is on the verge of giving birth, she just wants to give birth to this new life smoothly. I don't know how long it took, but the source power lake, which was more than one person taller than Suyu, fell more than 10 centimeters visible to the naked eye. The speed at which Suyu absorbed the source power was terrifying. He had now activated the 96 star veins and officially entered the realm of the 9th layer of the open vein realm. As long as he activates the 12 star veins again, even if he officially enters the realm of communication, these 12 meridians are also the most difficult to activate in the end. If his cultivation speed was spread, no one would dare to believe it. At this time, Suyu also noticed that something was wrong with the oriental dragon beside him, and the other party's abdomen seemed to be a little too big. Even when it was quiet, he could feel 2 heartbeats on this Dongfang dragon. Suyu couldn't help but guess, is this dragon pregnant? Just when a dragon reached a delicate balance, Lingxi suddenly opened the golden dragon's eyes. When she finally went into labor, she exuded a golden brilliance, and she couldn't hide it even if she wanted to. The dragon horns on his head all seemed to turn gold. All stone doors outside the stone hall were automatically closed, forming a closed space. Lingxi's body of the oriental dragon actually shrank again visible to the naked eye, until it shrunk to the size of an ordinary snake. This is in order for her to accumulate energy in her body, and the smaller her body, the smaller her energy consumption will be. Her abdomen gradually became transparent, and a cute creature like a small white snake curled up in her belly, which could already be clearly seen through the translucent skin. Lingxi's eyes instantly became gentle, and the dragon claws gently stroked his abdomen. The little white snake seemed to feel its mother's touch, and arched its head through its stomach to arch Lingxi's dragon claws. Suyu looked at the scene in front of him and was secretly stunned. This is really pregnant, and she is about to give birth. But at this moment, Lingxi suddenly turned his head to look at Suyu. Her eyes were cold, as if she was going to do something to herself in the next second. Looking at the other party's murderous eyes, Suyu's scalp was numb, and his whole body was like falling into an ice cave. No, this is going to cross the river and demolish the bridge, right? Lingxi's eyes flashed. She gave birth when she was at her weakest, although Suyu was weak, but staying by her side was a scourge after all. If Suyu hurts her child, then she will regret it for the rest of her life, so it is better to kill Suyu directly and kill it once and for all. Suyu also reacted at this time. His whole body was tense, ready to fight this Dongfang dragon at any time. Even if he was not an opponent, he could not be restrained. However, he still tentatively showed weakness. Don't kill me, I can still provide qi and blood. What if you run out of qi and blood at that time? This little guy also needs qi and blood after he is born. Suyu's fingertips floated out of a wisp of qi and blood, flying to Lingxi's abdomen, and the white snake greedily swallowed the qi and blood in one gulp, looking very enjoyable. At this time, Lingxi also began to struggle, and Suyu's words really touched her. After this little guy was born, he also needed qi and blood very much. If Suyu died, where would she find such high-quality qi and blood? But at this moment, Lingxi's golden dragon eyes suddenly widened. Suyu thought that the other party was going to take action against him, but in the next second, Suyu only felt that his body was light, and Lingxi's dragon tail wrapped around Suyu had left Yuanli Lake. Only then did Suyu realize that there was a secret door in the corner of this room. Lingxi's dragon claws waved, and the secret door opened. In the blink of an eye, Suyu found that he had actually come to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. At this time, the storm on the battlefield had basically subsided, but the irritable atmosphere in the wind could still be felt. Lingxi flew straight to the sky with Suyu. Her tail wrapped around Suyu's waist kept swinging, and Suyu could feel that she was very anxious. For a dragon who was about to give birth, it must be a great event to let her leave the room she has found a long time ago. Sure enough, after a while, a black figure suddenly crossed the sky. Lingxi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly took Suyu back to the cave, and then closed all the exits. She couldn't take care of Suyu at this time, only to see a pair of dragon horns on her head emitting a light blue energy, covering the entire room and covering the breadth of the entire room. I advise you to be honest, otherwise I will make your life worse than death. Lingxi warned Suyu, and then sank her consciousness to her abdomen. She could no longer control it. She had to give birth to her child as soon as possible. Seeing that Lingxi still didn't take action on himself in the end, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Another day lived. It seems that he should not be able to die in a short time. But who is the black figure just now? The distance was too far. Suyu couldn't see clearly at all. He only knew that the other party could fly, and it must be a strong person above the Grandmaster. Suyu looked at Lingxi at this time. The other party's dragon head looked extremely painful, and the golden light emanating from his body became more and more obvious. The method of giving birth to children in this dragon god clan was obviously different from what Suyu imagined. It is not simply to give birth to the little white snake from its own body, but it is more like an inheritance inheritance of energy. The golden energy on Lingxi's dragon's head gradually converged towards the white snake, and Lingxi's aura became more and more sluggish, but the image of the white snake became clearer and clearer. The golden energy formed a golden ball of light, and the white snake gradually wrapped up, and the white snake also grew dragon horns and claws, getting closer and closer to her mother Lingxi's appearance. Boom! The whole room suddenly shook. Lingxi opened his eyes suddenly, and his tired golden dragon eyes suddenly showed an angry look. These people ended up bothering her, but she is now at a critical moment of inheritance and can't do anything. Suyu's face was not good looking. Looking at the terrifying degree of this shocking force, it was definitely not something he could compete with. Sure enough, in the next second, a huge explosion sounded again. This time the vibration was even more violent, and Suyu looked out of the room. He was shocked that the stone hall outside the room had collapsed in half, but at this moment, I can already see the sky of the battlefield of all races outside. There was a loud noise. There were 3 people suspended in the air, facing each other from a distance. But after seeing the appearance of the 3 of them clearly, Suyu's pupils shrank suddenly. Father! At this time, it was Su Jun, Mou, and the 3 patriarchs of the Xingyu clan who were suspended outside. Mou took Su Jun and did not escape the pursuit of the Holy Feather clan patriarch in the end. The terrifying oppression of the half-step martial god instantly spread throughout the heavens and the earth, making people want to worship with all their might. Lingxi in the room also felt this terrifying pressure. The golden light shone even more intensely, and she had to speed up the speed of the inheritance. The man opposite Su Jun and Mou in the air had a delicate face, but his expression was stiff, not like a human. He had a pair of translucent wings, held a purple longbow, and exuded the terrifying coercion of a half-step martial god. Holy Feather clan patriarch. Suyu instantly recognized the other party. The patriarch of the Holy Feather clan in his previous life died in his hands. After he became a half-step martial god, the first thing he did was kill the other party to avenge his father. At that time, they fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, and Suyu finally beheaded him under the knife. But at this time, Suyu looked at the Holy Feather clan patriarch in the air, and he felt that the strength of the Holy Feather clan patriarch at this time was even much stronger than at that time. How could this happen? At this time, Su Jun's face was even paler, and the fluctuations in the source power in his body were extremely serious, and it was already visible to the naked eye that he was about to fall into the realm. Suyu looked at Su Jun distressfully. Could it be that he had been reborn, but he still couldn't change the fate of Su Jun's death? The purple longbow in the hand of the Holy Feather clan patriarch automatically floated up and landed in his hand. In the next second, the bowstring was instantly full. Feathers like arrows shot out between the bowstrings, and the feathers directly turned into a beam of white energy and flew towards Su Jun. Su Jun put his hands together and barely gathered a gray rock shield in front of him before the energy beam arrived. But the power of the energy beam was extremely terrifying, and the rock shield was instantly shattered by the beam. Boom! Su Jun's body was knocked away like a rag bag, and his body hit the ground, knocking the ground out of a big crater. The entire ground shook again. Mou next to him was even more unbearable. Before the energy beam arrived, he was pressed to the ground by the oppression of the energy, and he couldn't even lift his head. Bang! A muffled sound. The gap between the half-step martial god and the great grandmaster was too big, and Mou was able to escape with Su Jun, which was already considered his luck. The Holy Feather clan patriarch who finished shooting this arrow was also a little out of breath, obviously fighting until now. He was also extremely consumed. The skin on Su Jun's body, which was trapped in a pit in the ground, cracked, red blood continued to flow, and the wound never healed. Su Jun couldn't even do the most basic self-healing ability in this realm. He had really reached the point of exhaustion. But the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and it is not so easy to kill him. Even if he dies, he will also let this Holy Feather clan leader peel off his skin. Su Jun made a move with his right hand, and a black spear appeared in his hand. A burst of gray energy began to condense towards the spear in his hand. In fact, their Su family still has a move to die together, but they have never used it. The reason why he couldn't heal his injuries now was that he had to use this move with his last energy. What Suyu didn't know was that Su Jun in his previous life used the body of the martial saint to use this move, and he seriously injured the head of the Holy Feather clan, and the injury could not be recovered. This is also the reason why Suyu feels that the current Holy Feather clan patriarch is stronger than in his previous life. In this life, Su Jun used a half-step martial god to perform this move, and it was really possible to die with the other party. At this time, the Holy Feather clan patriarch also felt that the situation was wrong. Su Jun, who was obviously seriously injured and dying, but the aura emanating from his body made him feel a kind of breath of death. The expressionless face of the Holy Feather clan leader also showed a hint of solemnity. "Don't, Master Su." Seeing Su Jun like this, Mou, who was pressed to the ground, seemed to see something, and his face suddenly showed a sad look. Suyu also felt something at this time. He could feel that if Su Jun was really allowed to use this move, then Su Jun would definitely die. Speaking of death, Suyu is a person who has died once. How can he let his father die in front of his eyes, even if he dies with the other party? The heart of the god of war in Suyu's chest beat violently, except for the memory. This was the only thing he brought brought back from his previous life. It is also the only proof that he is an ancient warrior god. Today he is going to try how strong is this heart of the god of martial arts. He wants to make the ancient warrior god of war reappear in the world. Just when Mou was pressed to the ground, his eyes were about to crack, and he could only watch Su Zhan die. A light fluttering voice came. "Lend me a long knife." The long knife on Mou's waist automatically flew out and shot into Suyu's hand. Suyu's short knife material was too poor, and he was afraid that before he could exert his strength, his short knife would break first. Suyu? Mou was stunned for a moment after seeing Suyu, and then his face was full of horror. "Why are you here?" Only then did he realize that Suyu's outpost was very close to here, and he should have been attracted by the sound of battle. "Suyu, come on." Mou was anxious. With Suyu's strength, even if it was just a little aftermath, it would make Suyu disappear. "Xiaoyu, let's go." "Damn, why are you here?" Su Zhan also saw Suyu, and his expression was even more frightened. He slapped the ground with one hand and stood up from the pit with his body. The energy in the gun also stagnated, almost seriously injuring him. It doesn't matter if he dies, he can't take Suyu to die with him. "Xiaoyu, get out of here." But at this time, Suyu's eyes were firm, and he turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the two. He walked forward with a steady step, and the long knife summoned from Mou's waist flew in front of him in a blink of an eye, and he reached out and grabbed it. The moment he held the hilt of the knife, the world changed abruptly. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong. The huge beating sound in Suyu's chest could even be heard by everyone present. Boom! In the next second, the extremely rich qi and blood rose to the sky. With Suyu as the center, it even formed a red ocean of qi and blood. Suyu ignored the endurance of his body and completely released the power of the blood of the heart of the martial god in his chest. Under the terrifying power of qi and blood, his whole person seemed to have turned into a giant of qi and blood. "This is Suyu?" Several people on the field all looked at the young man in front of them with an incredible look. Mou felt that Suyu was wrong from the beginning. He was pressed to the ground, but Suyu could move freely. Su Zhan, who was going to save Suyu, couldn't help but stop. He looked at his son in front of him, as if he was knowing each other for the first time, and the power of qi and blood on his body comparable to that of the god of war made him feel oppressed. Suyu held a knife in one hand in his right hand, and the tip of the knife pointed at the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch. "If you want to kill my father, you can't do it in this life." Feeling the terrifying power of qi and blood on Suyu's body, he locked himself tightly. The Holy Feather Clan Patriarch suddenly felt the hair on his body rise suddenly, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. "Wu, god of war, how is this possible?" "No, it's not a martial god, it's just that it has power similar to that of a martial god, and it's still far inferior to the martial god." "But that's scary enough." The Holy Feather Clan Patriarch also discovered that although the qi and blood on Suyu's body were strong at this time, it did not match his physical body at all. At most, he swung a knife, and after a knife, the person was also useless. Even if it dragged on for a while, Suyu himself killed himself. How could Suyu not know his situation? If he hadn't visualized the sun visualization every day, he wouldn't have been able to bear the pain of the impact of qi and blood at this time. Can't wait any longer, his body is crumbling. One knife, solve you. 9 slashes of the absolute sword. This is the strongest move of Suyu's self-created 7-dan knife technique, and he has cultivated to the highest level of this knife technique, combining the 9 slashes into one slash. The moment he performed the knife technique, the qi and blood around Suyu seemed to have a new outlet. With Suyu as the center, countless qi and blood converged on the long knife in his hand, and a red blade that reached the sky appeared. The moment this long knife appeared, it seemed that heaven and earth were about to be split by this long knife. The whole world began to tremble. Looking at this terrifying red blade, the face of the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch completely changed. He didn't expect that Suyu not only had this terrifying power of qi and blood, but also had a matching realm of knife skills. This is also incredible. The jade-like feathers behind the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch instantly dispersed. In the face of Suyu at this time, he did not dare to neglect it all, which was obviously desperate. This feather behind him is a weapon and the essence of his whole body's energy. In addition to the feathers used for attacking on the surface, the feathers inside are where the energy of his whole body converges. Spreading all the feathers means that this Holy Feather Clan Patriarch is also going to fight desperately, which is also the racial ability of their Holy Feather Clan. This move was not used by the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch when fighting against the Soviet Union. He can only use his wings once before they recover, and after using them, he will immediately enter a state of weakness. At this time, the feathers behind him turned into white light spots and continued to converge towards his longbow, eventually turning into a huge platinum light arrow. Xiaoyu, no! Su Zhan also saw Suyu's problem. At this time, Suyu's whole body showed signs of collapse. Starting from the chest, thin cracks have appeared, which begin to spread to every part of the body. Su Zhan wanted to stop Suyu from making further moves, but at this time, the energy of the confrontation between Suyu and the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch was already too terrifying. With the seriously injured body of the Soviet war, it was impossible to intervene. Suyu's momentum finally brewed to the limit. The red blade was already like a substance, and his whole body was shattered, leaving a blood-colored footprint on the ground with every step. But Suyu didn't realize it. He clenched the handle of the knife with both hands and slashed it with all his might. Cut! The white gold light arrow in the hand of the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch also shot out at the same time. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The whole ground was like a 10-level storm. The bright light of the huge explosion can instantly blind people who look directly at it, even people dozens of kilometers away. This time, the ground under Suyu's feet also completely collapsed, and the entire underground stone hall was all exposed, and it began to collapse. Xiaoyu! At the moment of the explosion, Suzhan finally moved, and he rushed towards Suyu like crazy, hugged Suyu's bloody body and rushed to the ground. Suyu's whole body began to collapse at this time, and he had directly turned into a bloody man, and the blood all over his body was about to dry up. Xiaoyu, hold on. At this time, Suzhan's face was full of panic, and his hands trembled and took out a large amount of healing elixir from his body. Without saying anything, he stuffed it into Suyu's mouth. Then he used the little source power left on his body to frantically pour it into Suyu's body. But when he felt the situation in Suyu's body, he found that the situation in Suyu's body was much more serious than his appearance. Suyu's body is now a lump of paste, and it is empty, like a leaky net full of holes. After any energy enters Suyu's body, it will leak out immediately, and it will not have any healing effect at all. Dad, don't work hard. Suyu reluctantly opened his mouth and spat out a sentence. Suzhan could no longer control the tears on his face, and he didn't think about why Suyu sent out that earth-shattering knife. He just wanted his son to live. There must be a way. There is something about this battlefield treasure of all races, and there must be a way. Suzhan muttered to himself, looking like he was crazy, looking at his son in his arms, not knowing what he should do. Snap! At this moment, a strange voice sounded. Only then did Suzhan realize that there were other people in this cave. No, a dragon. Lingxi pushed away the stone pressing on his body and struggled to get out of the stone crack. The explosion just now completely collapsed here, pressing her down, but at this time there was a hint of joy on her face. No! A mini oriental dragon came out of her arms, and Lingxi protected her very well. Those bright golden eyes looked at the world with a confused face. At this time, Lingxi also saw Suzhan not far away. One person and one dragon suddenly stared wide-eyed and small-eyed. Lingxi also saw that the person Suzhan was holding in his arms was Suyu. She could see at a glance that this kid was going to die. It's a pity, she still wants the other party to feed Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is the name she gave her child. Looking at Suyu, who gradually closed his eyes, Suzhan had no time to grieve. Mouyu's voice came from outside the originally quiet cave. Master Su, run. The head of the Holy Feather Clan, he also, not dead. Outside the cave, the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated. A figure slowly stood up. It was the Holy Feather Clan leader who took Suyu's knife. At this time, his image is not miserable. His purple longbow directly turned into two sections, and the knife wound on his chest was extremely terrifying. The flesh and blood turned outward, the muscles and bones were broken, and even the internal organs were exposed. Although the wound was constantly healing, there was still the power of the chi and blood on Suyu's knife around the wound, still constantly destroying his body. A pair of wings behind him were also completely missing, leaving only two deep holes, which looked a little oozing. What a powerful boy. The Holy Feather Clan Patriarch sighed with lingering fears. At this age, you can cut such a terrifying knife and it will be fine in 2 years. Then don't they all have to look at Suyu's face to live? His eyes swept in the direction where Suzhan was fleeing with Suyu in his arms. Today, he must die. The Holy Feather Clan Patriarch ignored Mou, who was loudly reporting to Suzhan, and his figure instantly disappeared in place, rushing towards the huge pit that was blown out. Suzhan heard Mou's voice, and Suzhan slowly put down Suyu. There was no fear on his face, but a little crazy excitement. Well done. It's so good that this Holy Feather Clan leader is not dead yet. He fought for his life to avenge Suyu with his own hands. Boom! The whereabouts of the Holy Feather Clan Patriarch once again set off a large amount of smoke. The entire cave collapsed twice. At this moment of shaking, Lingxi didn't pay attention. A white light suddenly rushed towards Suyu, who was lying on the ground. Lingxi was suddenly startled. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Overlord Baba. The white little oriental dragon smelled the familiar smell of chi and blood on Suyu's body and rushed over without hesitation. You, don't die. At this time, Xiaoxi discovered that Suyu, who was lying on the ground, was about to die. Her body suddenly lit up with a white light, slowly approaching Suyu's body. Royal blood. Twins. Lingxi seemed to see something terrifying, and a humanized shocked expression appeared on her dragon face. She wanted to stop Xiaoxi, who had turned into white light, but it was still too late. Xiaoxi's speed was so fast that it was almost attached to Suyu in a blink of an eye. A white light flashed. Suyu's chest was printed with a white oriental dragon that was exactly the same as Xiaoxi's appearance. It looks like a colorful tattoo. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's body appearance began to heal visibly, and his whole body began to re-emerge. No! What? The body that had completely collapsed also began to slowly recover. Suyu opened his eyes suddenly. I'm not dead. At this time, he actually immediately found that his injuries, which could be said to be incurable, had fully recovered. He clenched his fists, feeling that his body was not only fully restored, but also 3 points stronger than before. Su Jun also looked at Suyu in some astonishment. Xiaoyu, how? You, although it is not clear what is going on. But after seeing Su Jun's worried eyes, Suyu hurriedly said, Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. Ha, Saosi. But Lingxi on the side suddenly rushed towards Suyu, startling Suyu. Su Jun hurriedly moved sideways and blocked Suyu in front of him. Lingxi looked at the white dragon on Suyu's chest with a complicated look in his eyes. Among their dragon clan, the most powerful bloodline is the royal bloodline. The adult dragon royal family is bound to become the existence of the 9 realms, comparable to the god of war. And their dragon clan hasn't had royal bloodline for a long time. She didn't expect that Xiaoxi's talent would be so good that she would directly awaken such a powerful bloodline. What I didn't expect was that because Xiaoxi sucked too much of Suyu's qi and blood after smelling the familiar smell, he directly mistakenly regarded Suyu as his father. So much so that after Xiaoxi saw Suyu seriously injured, he directly activated the talent ability contract twin that only the dragon god royal family could activate. The essential ability of contract twins is not to heal injuries, but to share life force and longevity. The vitality of the divine dragon royal family is so strong, and the longevity is even more than thousands of years, especially Xiaoxi is still in a young state. While Xiaoxi performed this contract twin on Suyu, it was equivalent to bearing the injuries on Suyu's body. And in order to allow Suyu to recover quickly, Xiaoxi transferred most of the injuries to himself. But because of her serious injuries, she directly turned into a tattoo, attached it to Suyu's chest, and went to sleep. Lingxi looked at Xiaoxi on Suyu's chest and wanted to cry without tears. Their divine dragon clan finally had such a powerful bloodline. He was actually tied to an extremely fragile human race. What is this called? Boom! Smashing open the boulder at the entrance of the cave, the Holy Feather clan patriarch also appeared at the door. The Holy Feather clan patriarch narrowed his eyes. Suyu's condition was much better than he had imagined. The body, which was about to collapse, actually recovered at this time. This kid definitely can't stay. Seeing this situation, how could he be willing? At this time, although his source power was close to drying up, even his bow was broken. But he only used his half-step martial god's body, and no one else could compete with him. Boom! The ground under the feet of the Holy Feather clan leader suddenly exploded, and he rushed directly towards Suyu. Suyu's talent was too strong, and he wanted to strangle Suyu in the cradle. Su Jun immediately stood in front of Suyu, but the other figure was faster, and a white light flashed. The white dragon tail suddenly pulled towards the Holy Feather clan patriarch. Boom! The Holy Feather clan patriarch was directly drawn away. The cave exploded violently again, and the entire cave collapsed again. It was Lingxi of the 7 Realms Divine Dragon Clan. How could she let the Holy Feather clan patriarch hurt Suyu? Suyu is now completely bound to Xiaoxi. If Suyu dies, then Xiaoxi is also dead. Don't think about it. Lingxi's body began to grow rapidly until it grew to more than 10 meters long, and at this time, her huge body could not fit in the small space. The coercion of the 7 realms of the strange beasts also spread. The head of the Holy Feather clan had an ugly face, but he didn't expect that at this time, a dragon god clan from the 7 realms jumped out of nowhere to block Suyu. Isn't this dragon god clan very willing to save their lives because of the scarcity of people? How can they protect a human being? Is this the way of heaven against him? The Holy Feather clan patriarch and Lingxi began a fierce confrontation in the blink of an eye. If it had been before, it would be impossible for the patriarch of the Holy Feather clan to take these strange beasts of the 7 realms in his eyes. But now, he was too seriously injured, and his source power was also consumed greatly, and he only drew with Lingxi for a while. Lingxi used a huge dragon body to entangle the Holy Feather clan patriarch. The Holy Feather clan patriarch roared loudly in anger, but he couldn't break free. But Lingxi has just experienced racial inheritance, and she is also in a weak state. The Holy Feather clan patriarch was too strong, and she felt that she couldn't hold on much. The huge white dragon tail twitched everywhere. Boom! The cave that was originally covered by rubble reappeared with a hole. The huge dragon head immediately turned to Su Jun. Run, you take him and run quickly. Su Jun didn't expect that this strange beast would take the initiative to cover their escape. But now is obviously not the time to think about this. He hugged his fist at Lingxi. You are looking for death. Su Jun grabbed Suyu and soared into the air, shooting directly towards the entrance of the hole at high speed. When the Holy Feather clan leader saw the two running away, his eyes were about to burst and he wanted to chase after them. Boom! In the next second, the huge dragon tail pulled him straight away. Look, your opponent is me. Lingxi's pair of dragon horns emitted a faint golden light, and the power on his body was even better. She glanced at the back of Suyu, who was running away, her eyes full of fatigue. Susi, Mom can only help you get here. The moment Su Jun rushed out of the cave, he saw Mou still pulling stones on the ground. Let's go, Master Su. Suyu was still lamenting that Su Jun had good physical fitness, and he could still fly so fast at this time. In the next second, Su Jun tilted his head and fainted directly. Suyu, after so long of fighting, fighting, Suzhan forcibly interrupted the move that died together. In fact, the injury was not much lighter than Suyu's. Just now, I was holding my breath with a thought, but now I finally couldn't hold it anymore and fainted completely. Suyu hurriedly hugged the fallen Suzhan and landed steadily in the air. Then he said to Mou, who was still in a daze, "Why are you stunned? Take us away." Mou took Suyu and Suzhan to fly at a speed that was still not slow. He did not take the two back to Yunshu City, but went directly to the headquarters of the military region in the Northern Theater Command. The headquarters of the military region is relatively close to the battlefield of the Wan ethnic group, and the medical conditions are more sufficient than those of Yunshu City, so it is naturally much more convenient to go to Yunshu City. The headquarters of the military region of the Northern Theater is located within the barrier of the Daxia Kingdom, and security is still guaranteed. In the Daxia Kingdom, where the god of war is located, the strong people of other races easily dare not enter the barrier. The gate of the military region headquarters was built majestic and domineering, and two strong men from all over the world were patrolling at the door. They soon discovered that Mou's black figure appeared from the sky. "The great grandmaster is strong." The two immediately became alert and asked aloud, "Who dared to break into my Northern Theater headquarters?" Mou didn't stop at all, and scolded loudly, "I'm Mou. Get out of the way for me, let Jing come over." The two were stunned for a moment, and then they realized that what Mou was holding in his hand was actually Suzhan. "Lord General." The arrival of the Soviet war immediately caused a jump in the entire Northern Theater. Military District Hospital of the Northern Theater Command. "How does the body of an adult?" Jing anxiously asked Xiaobing, who had just pushed open the door of the ward and walked out. Xiaobing was wearing a white coat, which was extremely short, only covering his buttocks, and black silk high heels on his legs. But no one in the room cared about Xiaobing's 10,000 styles at all. They were more concerned about Suzhan's injuries. Xiaobing is not an ordinary person either. She is the only light attribute grandmaster powerhouse in the Northern Theater of Operations. The light attribute is a natural doctor, with extremely strong healing ability, and Xiaobing is the strength of a great grandmaster, and the means of treatment are ranked first in the entire Daxia Kingdom. Xiaobing took a deep breath. His eyes showed a look of exhaustion. "I will always worry about the life of an adult." Yes. Hearing that Suzhan's life was worry-free, Jing and others breathed a sigh of relief. But why hasn't the general woken up yet? The other one, who was a little fat and was also a strong man with the strength of a grandmaster, asked in a muffled voice. Xiaobing shook his head helplessly. "The general is too seriously injured. I have used all the methods I can think of, but I still can't wake him up, and then I rely on the general to slowly recover his own body." Hearing this, everyone frowned in worry. "By the way, how is Suyu's health?" Mou on the side also asked. Although Suyu appeared to be very healthy, but he actually cut such a terrifying knife, Mou still asked Xiaobing to give him a full body examination. Hearing this, Xiaobing's eyes rippled. "Young Master Su's body is very strong. I can't imagine that he is just a strong person in the second realm." Everyone nodded one after another. Sure enough, the tiger father has no dog. Sure enough, those who used to say that Suzhan's son was not talented were nonsense. Okay, let's all disperse, let the rest of the people gather here, and let the general have a good rest. Xiaobing began to drive people away. In the ward, Suyu and Suzhan were lying side by side on two beds. This ward is very spacious, and it is a suite. In addition to medical equipment, the room is also equipped with various living facilities, which is very luxurious. The room was very large, and the reason why Suyu and Suzhan were lying side by side may also be to facilitate Xiaobing's inspection. Suyu looked at the unconscious Suzhan. He already knew that his father was out of danger. After all, the vitality of the High Realm warrior was not a joke. But there is one thing Xiaobing didn't say outside. That is, Suzhan has been demoted from a half-step martial god to a martial saint. This is not a trivial matter. Only the military and the few people closest to the Soviet war know. Even if this injury recovers from the Soviet war, it is estimated that it will be difficult to return to the half-step martial god, and the road of martial arts is completely broken. It is estimated that if Suzhan knew about it, it would be more uncomfortable than killing him. Suyu naturally knew the situation of the Soviet war. But this result is already very good, and Suzhan's life was at least saved. Just because his body can't recover now doesn't mean he can't recover in the future. In the future, many ancient secret realms will be opened, and there are unimaginable treasures in them. There are not a few treasures that heal various injuries, and Suyu alone knows 2 or 3, and when he is strong, he will grab them for Suzhan to try. Suyu also found that his body was different from before. At that time, only he knew his injuries, and it could be said that he was a god who could not be saved. But now he is lying here intact. The only change is the addition of the white dragon tattoo on the chest. Suyu stroked the little white dragon on his chest. He could clearly feel that this was not a simple tattoo, but a living life, and that the little dragon was constantly exuding kindness from him. He could feel an unusually close feeling, and he found himself in an inexplicable connection with the other person. It is the kind of special connection that goes beyond the level of ordinary life. The other party seems to be linked to his own life. One is prosperous and the other is lost. He remembered heard that the white dragon Xiaoxi he saw under Lingxi before he fell into a coma seemed to be exactly the same as the tattoo on his chest now. After thinking for a long time, he seemed to understand something. Is this? In his previous life, he had heard that some powerful ancient races could launch a symbiotic contract. This is a continuation of these powerful races that have evolved over thousands of years because of extremely low fertility. Through this contract, you can become a symbiotic existence with some powerful races to ensure that your young son will not die prematurely. However, the lifespan of the human race is notoriously short, and only after becoming a martial god will qualitative change occur. I didn't expect this little dragon to use this ability on himself, which Suyu never expected. This is equivalent to the Xiaoxi's life and vitality being divided equally with herself. Then she is equivalent to suffering a big loss. Suyu could sense that the other party seemed to have become very weak. This is probably because of sharing the injuries on his body. Suyu could still feel that she seemed to want to absorb qi and blood. Then he would naturally not be stingy, and a large amount of pure qi and blood in the heart of the god of war rushed towards the white dragon on his chest. Suyu immediately felt a joyful emotion coming from his chest. The news of the serious wounds of the Soviet war soon spread back to Daxia. This situation was also very shocking to the Daxia kingdom. Although the Holy Feather clan has retreated, the northern theater cannot be without a general. The military headquarters immediately sent the newly promoted Marshal Saint Powerhouse Mao Xianling to the northern theater to temporarily replace the position of general of the Soviet war. This Mao Xianling Suyu has also heard that she is the close disciple of the Empress, and her talent is also the best among the Empress's disciples. I heard that he was not yet 30 years old, and he had already been promoted to a Marshal Saint Powerhouse, which was much stronger than Mouyu's talent. In Suyu's impression, the previous life was also the Su Jun that this person came to succeed. However, at that time, she was not temporarily appointed, but was directly officially appointed. The arrangement for the Soviet war was to transfer him back to Daxia, and spent a lot of money to invite the strong men of Valhalla in Western Europe to heal the Soviet war. Because there are many light attribute powerhouses in Valhalla in Western Europe, they are the best at treating injuries. However, the relationship between the various forces of the human race is actually not good, and the Great Xia Kingdom has made a lot of effort to invite the strong people to Valhalla in Western Europe. In the end, it was the Wind Emperor who personally came forward to invite him. The 4th Xingwu School in Yunshu City. Talented Warrior Graduation Class 1. Teacher, even if Suyu is the first in the last test, he can't stay old and go to school. That's right, isn't he just the second realm? I am also opening the Vein realm now. I can kill a strange beast of the second realm without damage in the simulation battle. I don't think the current Suyu can be my opponent at all. I heard that he has nothing to do every day, and he leads a group of little girls to walk birds on the street every day. Is this kind of person worthy of being in the same class as us? The people in the class were gossiping and accusing Suyu of his crimes. Zhao Qinghan hugged his shoulders and looked at the situation in the class with a proud face. This was not instigated by her. She is a good student now. Suyu, what if you are talented? You can't blame others if you are willing to fall. Since Zhao Qinghan openly attacked her classmates on the school podium last time, the school originally directly dissuaded her from dismissing. But later I don't know if it was because of her A-level talent or some other reason, so I only changed it to a big one. During this time, Zhao Qinghan can be said to have stopped a lot, and he was hit by Suyu last time. This instead stimulated Zhao Qinghan's motivation to cultivate hard, and his strength quickly reached the opening realm. As the key class of Xingwu School, they have begun to conduct a course to simulate killing all races and strange beasts. Zhao Qinghan became the first batch of outstanding students who could independently kill 2 strange beasts in the second realm. The speed was only behind Xiaoingha, and even Lu Chengchuan was a step slower than her. Ma Jin, the new head teacher of the graduating class, looked at the indignant students in the class with a complicated look in his eyes. His thoughts returned to 2 days ago, and he also questioned the principal Lu Qingshu about Suyu's situation. In the principal's office, Suyu is too ridiculous, he can't be arrogant by his talents, and he is just a high realm, and his awakening talent is average. If he doesn't go to school like this, he will fall into his own hands, and sooner or later he will be useless. Lu Qingshu looked at Ma Jin with a dissatisfied face, and the expression on his face was also a little strange. He hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher Ma, I understand your mood very well, but I actually know Suyu's situation. I didn't tell you before, I was afraid of hitting you. Ma Jin looked at Lu Qingshu suspiciously. What did this mean? Could it be that Suyu still has some unknown hidden illness, so he simply gave up his studies? Lu Qingshu continued to ask unhurriedly, I heard that you are now simulating a fight against strange beasts? Ma Jin was a little confused, not knowing what Lu Qingshu was asking about. Lu Qingshu stopped talking nonsense with Ma Jin and handed over a tablet directly. Now, look at it for yourself. This is the video material sent to me by the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, and now Suyu is already an official member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. An official member of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall? Ma Jin was shocked. So fast? At that time, Suyu rejected the A-level contract provided by Zheng Kuan on the stage, speech, saying that he wanted to pass the test in front of the palace, and Ma Jin was also on the scene. He also felt that Suyu was just young and frivolous at the time. It is impossible to pass the test in front of the palace. Could it be that in the end, Jin Koan took a fancy to Suyu's talent, so he was admitted out of the box? Ma Jin looked at the tablet in Lu Qingshu's hand with a puzzled expression. What was played above was the video of Suyu killing 10 strange beasts of 10 races in one shot. In fact, Lu Qingshu also distrusted Suyu at first. When he asked why Suyu of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall became an official member, Jin Koan sent this video. After a while, Ma Jin stared at the video with his eyes fixed on the video, and his expression changed from disapproval at the beginning to a face full of disbelief. His eyes almost fell into the tablet. In just one video, Ma Jin watched it several times. It seems that he wants to find evidence of Suyu's shot from the video. But Suyu's shot was flawless no matter how you looked at it, and it was just right whether it was timing or force. Killing 10 strange beasts in the 3 realms in one shot, is this something a student can do? I'm not dreaming. Even he can't do it? Even if there is another one with the same strength as Suyu, it is also a 3-stage marksmanship, and it is impossible to achieve such perfection. At least Ma Jin thought he couldn't do it. This shot was so perfect that it was completely unrepeatable. He raised his head and looked at Lu Qingshu blankly, trying to find out from his face that the other party was teasing him. He fantasized that Lu Qingshu might suddenly tell him that the video was to tease him. Unfortunately, looking at Ma Jin looking at himself, Lu Qingshu showed a smile on his face and nodded at Ma Jin. It's unbelievable, but it's true. And there are 2 more videos like this. I heard that this is because no one in the Wind and Fire Martial Hall believed that Suyu could do this at that time. So Suyu performed again. Can this thing come twice? That is to say, this is not Suyu's luck at all, not a feat he made by chance. And it is simply that he is 100% able to use such a perfect shot every time. Ma Jin gasped. He was a little suspicious of life. I even doubted myself. It seems that I am really only suitable to be a teacher. He was also a martial artist, and he also regretted that he could not go into battle to kill the enemy, and could only teach others to learn martial arts. I feel that I have been talented since I was a child, and if I go into battle to kill the enemy, I may achieve greater achievements. Now it seems that teaching is more suitable for me. Lu Qingshu looked at Ma Jin, who was in self-doubt, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. This pain of self-doubt cannot be borne by himself alone. In the past, he hid this video himself. It was too painful, and now he can only increase the intensity of these teachers. Ma Jin's thoughts returned to the classroom again, looking at the students in the audience who were dissatisfied with Suyu's behavior of not coming to class like him at that time. He smiled bitterly. Sometimes, ignorance is also a kind of happiness. As students in the graduating class, they naturally have proud capital, and they are all the best students in this school. But compared with Suyu, it is no different from a centipede shaking a big tree. Ma Jin hesitated for a moment and said, originally, I didn't want to hit you prematurely, so I didn't let you know about this, since you all raised this question. He raised his head and glanced at the entire class with a serious expression. Then I think it's time for you to see some things. Let you know that there are people outside the world, there is a sky outside the sky. Don't start to be complacent when you can kill 1 or 2 strange beasts of the same level every day. At the front of the graduation class, Ma Jin began to play a video of Suyu killing 10 strange beasts with one shot. After a while, the whole class was silent, and the needle could be heard. All the students were full of disbelief and their mouths were wide open. This is Suyu? How can it be? Seeing their mouths wide open and their faces full of horror, Ma Jin also had a little comfort. This kind of feeling of subverting cognition cannot be borne by him alone. Let me add to you that this video was not recorded recently, but a month ago, when Suyu had just entered the graduation class. He had such strength at that time. Ma Jin continued to mend the knife with his heart. What? There was another uproar in the class. Lu Chenchuan's expression was embarrassing. With a look like this, Suyu was not from the same world as them from the beginning. Xiaoingha's eyes were full of brilliance. Suyu was really too strong, much stronger than she imagined. She had to continue to work hard to catch up with Suyu's pace. Zhao Qinghan's whole body was stunned. Whenever she thought she had been able to step on Suyu under her feet, even if she couldn't, she could at least be on an equal footing with the other party. Suyu always used facts to prove that she was getting farther and farther away from Suyu. The Suyu who used to follow behind her belly, bring her breakfast every day, and find a way to please her, seemed to suddenly disappear. During this time, she racked her brains and thought of some reasons to take the initiative to send messages to Suyu several times, but the messages were all stone and sunk into the sea, and there was no response. How could this be? Zhao Qinghan's eyes gradually went crazy. She was unwilling. She wanted to become stronger. Let Suyu bow down under her pomegranate skirt again, and continue to be a dog for her. After the video was played, the students in the whole class were in a trance. No one asked Suyu why he didn't go to class anymore, and now they wished Suyu didn't come all the time, and the province hit them. The Su family's mansion. Suyu, who was eating breakfast, looked at Zhao Bing, who was elegantly eating a piece of animal meat in front of him in small bites, and was speechless. No, are you going to stay at our house like this? Hearing Suyu say this, Zhao Bing's face immediately had an aggrieved expression. Otherwise wise young master Su, don't you welcome me? Zhao Bing's voice was delicate, giving people a feeling of green tea. As he spoke, Suyu even felt that something cold under the table was touching his calf. The thing is cold and slippery, with a matte texture. Suyu didn't have to look to know that it was Zhao Bing's little Zhao. He found that the other party really loved to wear stockings, whether at home or outside. Today, Zhao Bing was wearing low-cut pink silk pajamas, and the clothes on the neckline made Zhao Bing deliberately slip down to his shoulders, exposing one side of his fragrant shoulder. The pride on his chest is also about to come out, coupled with the pair of white silk on the opponent's legs, which is bolder than the dress in the Northern Theater of Operations, and it makes people's blood pump. The other party is the strength of a great grandmaster, and Suyu doesn't think that the other party will think anything about him. This Zhao Bing's talent is not weak, and I don't know why Suyu is, but in Suyu's memory of his previous life he has no impression of her at all. He quickly surrendered, sat back a little, and avoided Zhao Bing's legs. Okay, whatever you want, I can't control you. He didn't know what his mother Su Qing thought, so he threw himself and this Zhao Bing at home. This time he returned from the headquarters of the Northern Theater Command, but Mou, who was supposed to protect himself, was replaced by this Zhao Bing. It is called taking care of the comatose Su Zhan, but in the end he stayed in the Su family's mansion with himself. Su Qing accompanied the unconscious Su Zhan to Yenbe City for treatment, not that Suyu did not want to follow. Instead, the strong man of Valhalla was very strange, and only Su Qing was allowed to accompany Su Zhan for treatment, and no one else could approach. This person is said to be a light attribute powerhouse in the half-step martial god realm, and he should have 2 brushes. Yenbe City is the headquarters of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, and the Wind Emperor also lives in Yenbe all year round, so there is definitely no problem with safety or something. Looking at Zhao Bing's charming appearance, Suyu didn't know how old this Zhao Bing was. After all, she is a warrior in the realm of a great master, and her age cannot be seen at all, and her appearance looks similar to that of a little girl in her 20s. The skin is delicate and snow-white, as if it can pinch out the water. A touch of mature charm in his eyes added a sense of contrast to Zhao Bing. The little maids of the Su family's mansion were overshadowed, and they didn't lose their face to Zhao Bing in the past 2 days. However, Zhao Bing didn't care. He just seduced Suyu here when he had nothing to do, which made Suyu feel uncomfortable. Zhao Bing looked at Suyu with a resentful face. She propped her elbows on the table, turned her palms outward, and supported her face. Master Su, are you so disgusted with me? Suyu didn't dare to answer this. Suyu raised his hands and begged for mercy. Sister Bing, spare me, just say what you want to do. Zhao Bing rolled his eyes at Suyu, who was puzzled. What do you want to do? Aren't I here to protect you? Is it else? In fact, I am still from the Research and Martial Arts Department, and I am here to study you on behalf of the Research and Martial Arts Department. You are the only double talent in Dasha Kingdom, I'm right. Research Department? Suyu remembered that Su Zhan had mentioned this to him, and he had reported the information of his double talent at that time. He said that there would be people from the Martial Arts Research Department to study him, and these people hadn't appeared for so long, and Suyu thought that this matter had passed. Unexpectedly, Zhao Bing, who suddenly appeared, turned out to be from the Research Department. No, aren't you from the Military Department? How did you become a member of the Martial Arts Department? I have little culture, don't lie to me. Suyu looked at Zhao Bing suspiciously. Zhao Bing rolled her eyes at Suyu again, and she didn't know where she took out an ID from where she was dressed coolly and threw it to Suyu. Now, look, is it necessary for me to coax you? I was sent from the Ministry of Research and Martial Arts. Do you think I am like those people in the military department who fight and kill on the battlefield? Suyu picked up the ID given to her by Zhao Bing, special researcher of the Research and Martial Arts Department. It's true, and the level is not low, and he is still a special researcher. Suyu looked this Zhao Bing up and down suspiciously, and Suyu did agree to say that she was not like those military members who fought and killed. But compared to the nerdy researchers in the research department, this Zhao Bing doesn't look like it. To say that he is a service worker of Finghua KTV, Suyu is convinced. Okay, no problem. Let's start checking our bodies after eating. Zhao Bing had an inexplicable smile on his face, and Suyu's heart tightened. Is it so fast? How could Suyu have a bad premonition? In fact, Suyu has not practiced recently, and the last battle was too fierce, although he later recovered smoothly with the help of Xiao Shi. But his body is actually equivalent to a complete restructuring, and he needs to fully adapt to his body. Let's go, enter the house. I'll go prepare some instruments. Zhao Bing took the lead in standing up. Where to go? Suyu was a little confused. Go to your bedroom. In fact, we have a medical room at home. You like role-playing. Okay, the medical room is the medical room. Do you want to see what nonsense you say again? I can tell you how to double talent. In fact, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Seeing Suyu grinding like this, Zhao Bing was a little impatient. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, I still don't know this. In addition to knowing the method, I also have to know if there are any side effects or any hidden dangers with this pair of talents. After hearing this, Suyu could only helplessly take Zhao Bing to the medical room. The Su family mansion is not only equipped with a separate medical room, not even a room, but a 2-story small building with medical staff. For warriors, injuries are naturally commonplace, and more more importantly, they need to monitor their situation at all times. Zhao Bing found the largest room in the medical room and drove all the medical staff out. No, just yourself. You don't need an assistant or something? Suyu always felt a little uncomfortable with Zhao Bing alone. What are you doing? Do you still feel dissatisfied with me alone? Zhao Bing's voice was coquettish, and his eyes were as charming as silk. Suyu immediately shut up. He felt that it was better to talk to this Zhao Bing less. Come and lie down and take off your clothes. Zhao Bing pointed to a testing bed in the middle of the room. This is a single bed with a lot of equipment to detect body data in addition to the normal bed. This time Suyu was smart, and he didn't talk nonsense, so he took off his clothes when he asked him to take off his clothes. Soon he showed off his perfect muscles, not very exaggerated, but he looked very powerful. Zhao Bing's eyes lit up when he saw Suyu's figure. Suck. Of course, Suyu wouldn't take off all his clothes. He was left with a pair of shorts, and then lay directly on the bed. Zhao Bing didn't say much this time, seemingly very satisfied with Suyu's performance. Your family's equipment is quite complete, which is trouble-free. Zhao Bing looked at the equipment around the medical bed and drew circles on Suyu's abdominal muscles with the tip of his right finger. I heard that you have awakened to thunder and dark attribute talents. Level is... Zhao Bing picked up a tablet and checked Suyu's confidential information, and it could be seen that her authority was very high. What? Double SSS level talent. Zhao Bing's eyes were full of surprise. When she received the order, she only knew that Suyu had awakened her dual talents and needed her to conduct research. I just applied for permission to view Suyu's information today. Only then did she know that Suyu was actually a double SSS talent. She couldn't help but be stunned. This talent is a bit too perverted. Finally understood why she was asked to study Suyu, and the level of confidentiality was so high, and she let herself protect the other party. This kid turned out to be a sweet tooth. Stop, it's a bit inappropriate to put your hand down further. Suyu blocked Zhao Bing's right hand, which was still continuing to draw downward circles. Hey, hey, hey. Zhao Bing's strange smile on his face made Suyu's heart tingle, the kind of excitement that a child would find a new toy. After reading the information, Zhao Bing finally started working normally. I don't know where she got a lot of equipment, and she assembled it with her own equipment, and finally let her get a decent set of things. Then she connected a lot of devices to Suyu, and the big screen next to her began to display Suyu's data. Looking at his data, Suyu was a little curious. He himself had the ability to see inwardly, and this was the first time he had seen his body through data. Gender, male. Bone age, 18 years old. Ancient warrior realm, warrior second floor. Tempering part, arms. Chi and blood value, 598 calories. Talent warrior realm, 9 layers of the open vein realm. Number of meridians. Awakening talent attributes, lightning, SSS level, dark, SSS level. Source affinity, 90%. Physical strength, class C. Self-healing ability, S level. If the double SSS talent was a surprise to Zhao Bing, the data that appeared in the system now was a shock. She wondered if the device was broken. But this is impossible. These equipment was adjusted by the research department before she set off, and Suyu's data can't be made even if it goes wrong. She can't understand the current data. The first 2 lines, life and gender, are normal. She knows this. But from the realm of ancient warriors, she was a little confused. How could a warrior who tempered his arms have almost 600 calories of chi and blood? The realm of the warrior is divided into 9 layers, and the chi and blood when entering the warrior are generally about 100 calories, and each layer increases by about 100 calories. When entering the 3 realms martial artist, the chi and blood reach 1000 calories, which is normal. The talent is particularly good, and the chi and blood fluctuate between 10 and 50%. But as for Suyu, the data has directly doubled several times. This is because Suyu has used the heart of the god of war many times to use chi and blood that far exceeds his own upper limit of chi and blood, causing his upper limit of chi and blood to be invisibly raised. And his idea of the great sun view will increase the strength of about 10% every time an orifice is opened, which is actually the upper limit of 10% of chi and blood. Only then would he have such a high chi and blood value on the second floor of the warrior. However, for Suyu's data, this is normal. This kind of exaggerated chi and blood, some disciples of the martial gods can do it with some special exercises. Zhao Bing continued to look down. The realm of the open pulse meridian was normal, although the 9th layer of the open pulse at this age was already very exaggerated, but it was not that no one could do it. But why is the number of meridians 3 question marks? And Suyu's source affinity is as high as 90%. What kind of concept is this? If Suyu hadn't been lying here, well, Zhao Bing would have doubted whether Suyu was one of those elemental creatures among the 10,000 races, and his body was born with source power. It is not surprising that Suyu's affinity is open to the 9th layer. Zhao Bing even feels that his realm is still a little low. The physical strength and self-healing ability at the bottom of Suyu's data are even more exaggerated. Don't look at Suyu's physical strength as only C level, but Suyu is just a martial artist of the 2nd realm. The physical strength of the C level corresponds to the martial arts powerhouse among the ancient warriors or the grandmaster powerhouse among the talented warriors. The C level of the 2nd realm, this is completely unreasonable. What's even
even more terrifying is the S-level self-healing ability. What does S-level self-healing ability represent?
The S-level self-healing ability represents that Suyu has the ability to regenerate the severed limbs of the ancient martial master. It must also be an ancient martial artist, and a talented martial artist needs a martial saint to learn. That is to say, normally, Xiaobing, a great grandmaster, can't do it.
Xiaobing suspected that Suyu was still a human race? This physical strength will not be pretended by the demons.
At this time, first at the bottom of Suyu's data screen, the two data that had been fluctuating finally stopped calculating.
Personal potential calculation, above the god of war. Life calculation, 3,500 years.
What? Xiaobing saw these two data and felt bad. She was frightened and sat on the ground, not caring about exposing all the spring light under her pink nightdress in front of Suyu. Her eyes were wide open, and her whole mental state seemed a little abnormal. She seemed to react to something, got up suddenly, disconnected the network equipment on the side, and prevented Suyu's data from uploading. Then she turned her head abruptly and looked at Suyu with complicated eyes.
Above the god of martial arts, this kind of talent is simply terrifying. This is the first time she has seen it.
And Suyu is now in the second realm. Under normal circumstances, the lower the realm of predicting the future.
Even the few geniuses with the talent of the martial god that had been predicted before had already reached the grandmaster realm, and Suyu opened the veins realm, and the result of the prediction turned out to be above the martial god.
Xiaobing seemed to have thought of something, her eyes changed, and with a wave of her hand, 5 golden lights lit up in her hands. In the next second, 5 rays of light shot towards Suyu's body. Click, click, click. Suyu's limbs and neck appeared with a golden aura, which directly fixed Suyu in place, making him unable to move.
Damn, what are you going to do?
Suyu immediately twisted his body in dissatisfaction. He was just cooperating with the research, but he was not willing to cooperate with her in everything. Xiaobing changed his expression, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, and his tone gradually became cold.
Say, which clan are you from? Why did you infiltrate our human race area? Suyu was suddenly dumbfounded. When am I no longer a human race? What the hell is this Xiaobing doing? In the battlefield of all races, did the retribution of the gods come so soon?
In a moment, Suyu probably figured it out. It must be because his data was too exaggerated, so Xiaobing misunderstood. Especially the lifespan and self-healing ability. Suyu knows that these two are mainly because Xiaoxi has activated the twin ability of the contract on himself, and the life and self-healing ability are the abilities he shares with himself.
It is one of the invisible benefits of this ability. No, Suyu Gan wanted to explain. Shut up, I don't listen to the explanation of the Wan clan.
Xiaobing's expression became more and more indifferent, and Suyu's mouth was instantly sealed with golden energy.
Suyu, you don't need to tell me what race you are. I will study you clearly today.
Xiaobing stretched out his bright red tongue, licked his lips, and gradually showed an excited expression.
Tear and pull.
Suyu's last shorts were also torn to pieces in an instant, and Suyu seriously suspected that Xiaobing was definitely intentional. Xiaobing carefully observed Suyu up and down, left and right, front and back, inside and out.
The body is completely a human body, and I can't see anything abnormal.
However, there are not few races like the human race among the 10,000 races. Suyu, who was seen by the light, wanted to cry without tears.
Me, I'm not clean anymore.
Put. Xiaobing took out a scalpel from somewhere and stabbed Suyu directly at his neck. A large amount of blood flowed out of Suyu's neck, and Xiaobing took a test tube full of his blood. Xiaobing first took a look at it in her hand, and then she took a sip lightly on her lips as if she was tasting fine wine. Suyu raised his eyebrows when he saw Xiaobing's behavior. This Xiaobing spirit must be a bit of a problem, who is more like Wan Zhu.
This blood tastes fine, test it first.
Xiaobing muttered to himself and took Suyu's blood to the instrument next to him and pounded it. Half an hour later, Xiaobing hurried over with a strange face, took some of Suyu's hair and hurriedly went to continue researching. In the end, even Suyu's saliva and dander were taken away by Xiaobing and studied for a long time.
But no matter how you study it, any data shows that Suyu is a pure human being. How is this possible? Is there a human being who can live for 3,000 years? Isn't this kidding me?
Xiaobing's face was full of disbelief. Before the transcendent, the lifespan of human beings will not change too exaggeratedly. Even in the Grandmaster realm, it will not exceed 200 years, and only when entering the Grandmaster lifespan will it be extended to 500 years. And after entering the God of War, there will be a longevity yuan that is truly comparable to those powerful 10,000 races. Could it be that he took some natural treasures? Xiaobing couldn't help but doubt. But that's unlikely. This is not a year or two of longevity. This is 3,000 years. What natural materials and earth treasures can extend life for so long? She really hasn't heard of it. Slice it again, get some body tissue, it's really not good, and then look at the internal organs or something. Is there anything different?
Miso.
Xiaobing directly pulled out an alloy scalpel with a short forearm, preparing to take some flesh and blood tissue from Suyu. Suyu felt a heat in his chest, and an energy finally broke through the golden energy on his mouth.
He immediately spoke, "Sister, I am really a human."
But at this time, Xiaobing directly pointed his index finger finger to Suyu's mouth and stopped him from continuing to speak.
Shu, don't call me sister, are your feet numb? Suyu, this Zhao Bing is definitely not smart.
At this moment, Zhao Bing also felt something was wrong with the white dragon on Suyu's chest.
This tattoo seems to have moved.
At first, Zhao Bing only thought that this lifelike white dragon was Suyu's tattoo. He also lamented that Suyu's tattoo looks good with Suyu's pectoral muscles, but then she realized that the action of the white dragon tattoo seemed to have changed.
Isn't it? Is this dragon alive? Zhao Bing's fingertips touched the white dragon tattoo on Suyu's chest.
The next second, she could feel her fingers feel like they were being electrocuted. A strange energy appeared from the white dragon tattoo and instantly hit Zhao Bing's finger.
This energy was so penetrating that even a drop of blood appeared on Zhao Bing's fingers.
Looking at the attributes of this energy, it was obviously not something that Suyu could emit. Looking at the weird tattoo, after a while, a word appeared in Zhao Bing's mind.
Ancient race.
Only then did she think of what the tattoo on Suyu's chest was. This turned out to be the possession ability of the ancient race after using the ability of symbiosis on Suyu.
This is not the first time this situation has been seen in humans,
but it is definitely very rare. How could an ancient race with a long lifespan use this skill on humans under normal circumstances? Only in very special cases, or benevolent to these races, are even threatened by strong human beings.
Will use this symbiotic ability with humans?
And this ability to attach to people is not something every ancient race can do. This was too rare, so Zhao Bing didn't think of it at all for a while. Discovering the secret of Suyu's body, Zhao Bing was suddenly a little embarrassed. Looking at Suyu lying on the hospital bed, her cheeks were slightly red and she didn't know how to proceed with this study. At this moment, Suyu's cell phone rang. The phone switched directly to message mode without ringing a few times. Drip! Su Qing's voice came from the mobile phone, and it sounded like she was in a good mood. Xiaoyu, your father is fine, you don't have to worry. After treatment, all aspects of his body have returned to normal. Although I haven't woken up yet, I heard from the doctor that it's only a matter of time before I wake up. By the way, you must listen to your Aunt Zhao Bing. She and I are classmates and will take care of your drip.
End of message.
Zhao Bing and Suyu suddenly stared wide-eyed.
No, that's how you take care of me. Cough.
Zhao Bing coughed. You said that this is an ancient race on your chest. You see that this is done, you can't blame me. Suyu, you let me talk. Seeing that Zhao Bing was still staring at himself and did not make any next move for a long time, Suyu said speechlessly.
Then you don't let go of me.
Oh, okay.
Zhao Bing's hand emitted golden light.
Click, click.
The golden aura of Suyu's limbs instantly dissipated.
Get out quickly, I want to get dressed. Okay, good. Zhao Bing shrank his head with a guilty conscience, stared at Suyu's body reluctantly and left the room. After a while, Suyu found a suitable outfit and returned to the living room. Zhao Bing was already sitting on the sofa drinking afternoon tea. Seeing Suyu come out, she looked like a normal person. Come and sit down, your tea is really good. Zhao Bing glanced at her expressionless face, patted her plump chest, and said in a coquettish voice,
Be good, don't be angry, didn't I misunderstand just now? This thing will make amends to you.
Then she took out a quaint silver ring from the inside of her chest in clothes. The ring is silver all over and has some strange patterns engraved on it. Suyu's eyes were immediately attracted by this ring. This is Space Ring. Suyu naturally knew this thing, which was developed by the Research and Martial Arts Department with reference to some space items in the ancient secret realm. Normally, it should not come out until a few years later, and the price is also very expensive. But the practicality of this thing was too high, and Suyu was also ruthless at the time and bought one. Suyu didn't expect that Zhao Bing at this time had already gotten it. Zhao Bing pinched the space ring with his right hand and held it up to Suyu. This is the latest space equipment developed by the Research and Martial Arts Department. The space is not large, about 3 square meters, but it must be enough to put your spear.
How is it? Not bad.
He approached Suyu's ear and blew on hot air.
Do you want?
Zhao Bing's tone was tempting, and he raised his snow-white thighs in white silk. The nightdress was extremely short, but she didn't mean to hide it in the slightest. Suyu shivered, looking at her delicate face. Is this a classmate?
It's a bit unlikely, right? He said that his classmates believed it.
Faced with the temptation of the space ring, Suyu nodded very honestly. Seeing Suyu nodding, Zhao Bing showed a charming expression on his face and threw a charming look at Suyu.
Are your feet numb?
Under Zhao Bing's research on Suyu, Suyu was a blessing in disguise, and successfully stimulated Xiaoxi of the Divine Dragon Clan, allowing the seriously injured Xiaoxi to wake up from the coma.
Overlord, Baba.
Feeling Xiaoxi's voice in his mind, Suyu was also a little confused.
Xiaoxi has just been born, and some meanings are not particularly clear.
But he could probably feel that Xiaoxi regarded himself as his father.
Xiaoxi is Suyu's savior.
And at that time, he was able to escape thanks to Xiaoxi's mother's death, and he didn't know what happened to her mother.
Suyu naturally would not treat Xiaoxi badly.
After Xiaoxi woke up, she had an advantage, that is, she could take the initiative to absorb Suyu's qi and blood. At the beginning, Xiaoxi controlled the speed of absorption, afraid of sucking Suyu dry. But I didn't expect that Suyu's qi and blood seemed to be inexhaustible, and now Xiaoxi completely let go and frantically absorbed Suyu's qi and blood. The injury officially recovered within a few days, and now Suyu finally officially returned to the state of cultivation. Suyu, who has the Great Sun visualization map and the Star Vein meditation method, practiced at a terrifying speed, especially after he discovered the use of qi and blood beyond his own realm during the battlefield of 10,000 races. When cultivating the Great Sun visualization diagram, it can greatly increase the speed of enlightenment and practice of ancient martial arts. In addition, now Suyu has Xiaoxi's terrifying self-healing ability, and this kind of qi and blood that transcends his own realm can be used whenever he wants. And it has exceeded the limit of using one move, and this state can even be maintained for about a minute. Suyu called this state Transcendent State, and now he can maintain the strength of the Wu Zone level for about a minute. The main reason is that the strength of his current physical body can only support so much qi and blood. He said that he was a talented ancient martial artist, and his talented martial artist was about to enter the Zhou Tian realm of the three realms, which was a bit inadequate compared to the realm of the ancient martial artist. So recently, he has been cultivating the realm of ancient martial artists with all his might, constantly entering the transcendent state to improve his cultivation speed, and the effect is very obvious. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the realm of the fifth layer of the martial artist, the orifice opened to the sixth, and his qi and blood had increased to a terrifying 1,000 calories, comparable to the existence of the eighth or ninth layer of the martial artist. The doorbell of the Su family's mansion rang. The door opened, and Xiaoingha's slightly nervous figure appeared at the door. Xiaoingha was called by Suyu. In fact, the Wind and Fire Martial Hall has been looking for itself several times recently. After Suyu returned from the battlefield of 10,000 clans, he had not yet reported to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. However, Zheng Kuan already knew about the deaths of Peng Qingfeng and Li Xian, and Huang Jiyu and Yang Peng actually survived, and they came back earlier than Suyu. Zheng Kuan was furious about the behavior of Peng Qingfeng and Li Xian. Suyu has not passed in the name of his body not recovering, and he has almost practiced in the past 2 days, so it is time to report for a trip. Just let Xiaoingha complete her 3 tests together, and upgraded her contract in the Hall of Wind and Fire to A level. The content of the 3 tests is actually very simple, namely the realm of ancient warriors, the realm of talented warriors, and the realm of weapon skills. 2 of the 3 test contents are qualified. According to Xiaoingha's 18-year-old age, he needed the martial arts realm of the second realm and the swordsmanship skills of the 2 stages, so Xiaoingha was naturally qualified a long time ago. So Suyu was ready to take Xiaoingha to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall together. After doing these things, he was about to prepare to apply for Wuhan University. He wants to take the exam at Yenjing Wuhan University in Yenbe City, which belongs to one of the top martial arts universities in Dasha Kingdom. Although his current strength is not a big problem, it is not impossible to get a special move, but he still has to work hard. The reason why he wanted to go to Yenbe Wuhan University was mainly because a person who was very important to him in his previous life was in that school. It can be said that he became a half-step martial god, and that person had to get half the credit. It's a pity that that person later died on the battlefield of all races, and Suyu would never allow this kind of thing to happen in this life. And there is a set of marksmanship he wants to learn. In the last life he declined to go to Wuhan University, and in this life he has to make up for it. But when Suyu saw Xiaoingha, he suddenly discovered that something seemed to be wrong with the other party's body. Suyu frowned. He actually felt a taste of forbidden exercises in Xiaoingha's body. He didn't hesitate at all, and punched Xiaoingha in the abdomen. With the purple thunder instantly covering his right fist, he was more handy in using his source power after opening the 9th layer of the vein. Before the right fist arrived, the purple thunder had already covered Xiaoingha's body, causing a paralyzing effect on her. But unexpectedly, Xiaoingha's body shook, and the temperature in the living room instantly dropped. Suyu saw that his right fist was completely frozen, and a cold energy pierced into Suyu's right hand. Not only that, but even his feet were frozen, and the whole person was fixed in place. Xiaoingha's face changed, and she realized why she attacked Suyu so hard. Suyu, are you okay? This is? Poof. Suyu snorted coldly. His body was full of blood and energy. Click click. All the ice cubes on his body instantly shattered. Suyu was surprised to find that Xiaoingha had already entered the Zhou Tian realm of the talented warrior at this time. The open veins realm activates and integrates all the meridians, and after entering a big cycle, it officially enters the Zhou Tian realm. The most intuitive difference between the Zhou heavenly realm and the open vein realm is the number of source power. After all the meridians are connected, the source power is endless, and the number of source power is far from comparable when the pulse realm is opened. And after entering the Zhou heaven realm, the real place where the talented warrior is stronger than the ancient warrior is revealed. After Zhou Tianjing, everyone's awakened talent ability will appear, even if the same attribute is different. According to the different awakenings of each person, the talent ability displayed is also different. After Suyu obtained the Star Vein meditation method, he added so much source power spiritual liquid to pile up his realm to the 9th layer of the open vein. But in such a short period of time, Xiaoingha actually cultivated faster than Suyu, which was really a bit terrifying. Suyu
Suyu waved his hand at Xiaoingha, signaling that he was fine.
He looked at Xiaoingha with a solemn expression and asked the question in his heart.
Why are you cultivating so fast? Are you practicing forbidden exercises?
Hearing Suyu's words, Xiaoingha was obviously stunned.
What forbidden exercises?
Seeing Xiaoingha's dazed appearance, Suyu had to ask patiently. Then has anyone taught you anything recently, or have you taken anything for auxiliary cultivation? Speaking of this, Xiaoingha immediately reacted. Recently his father did bring back some strange colored pills. It is said that it was given by his uncle, after hearing that she awakened her S-class talent. I feel that their family has finally produced a genius who specially asked for this kind of elixir. It is said that it is the same as the Qi and blood pill, taking it in a certain order, which can greatly increase the cultivation speed. Her uncle was a martial arts gym coach, and she was also suspicious, so she took it and tried it.
But unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Xiaoingha was overjoyed and immediately threw himself into cultivation.
Some time ago, Suyu couldn't contact Xiaoingha, all because she was cultivating with these pills. This time she came to Suyu's house, and she also brought some for Suyu. After listening to Xiaoingha's description, Suyu was speechless for a while.
He didn't know what to say.
There is no good thing about pie in the sky. Why doesn't Xiaoingha understand this sentence? Forget it, she also suffered from uneducated losses, and she may really regard this colored pill as a treasure.
In fact, taboo exercises are a general term for cultivation methods.
The reason why it is called taboo is because the early cultivation speed of these exercises is extremely fast, but they will pay a certain price, or it is impossible to improve when it is promoted to a certain level, or one day the source power of cultivation suddenly disappears, and it is made a wedding dress for others. Some even simply squeeze out the potential, and soon people will be wasted. The practice method is either to use a special route to guide the source force, or to use some special things to guide it, just like the elixir Xiaoingha takes.
It's not a normal way of cultivating.
Suyu didn't know the reason for the emergence of these forbidden exercises, and now even Daxia didn't notice the danger of these cultivation methods. But Suyu remembers that it didn't take long for Daxia to ban the study of forbidden exercises and included the dissemination of exercises as a felony. People who practice forbidden exercises can feel it, and they will cultivate like Xiaoingha. The ascent is too fast, causing some source forces to float on the surface of the body, and it cannot be retracted and released freely. In fact, Xiaoingha could also feel that something was wrong with him, and he looked at Suyu with some concern.
Is there anything wrong with this elixir?
Suyu hesitated for a moment and still said, "This is not a normal way of cultivating at all. Taking this way of cultivating elixirs will squeeze out your potential. Don't use it again in the future. The person who gave you these things didn't have good intentions at all, and it may not be your uncle's reason. Maybe he was also deceived." Xiaoingha nodded very obediently, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes.
Then what about the source power I have cultivated?
She actually felt a little wrong with this kind of thing, but she was immersed in the pleasure of improving the realm, and now it completely woke up Suyu.
It's okay, you haven't practiced deeply yet. It's not a big problem to stop practicing now. If there is something wrong with your body, or someone is looking for you, you can tell me immediately, Suyu ordered.
After solving Xiaoingha's forbidden exercises, Suyu immediately took Xiaoingha to the Wind and Fire Martial Hall. Originally, he asked Pang Qingfeng to accompany Suyu to the battlefield of all ethnic groups to protect Suyu, but Suyu almost died at the hands of Pang Qingfeng. As for the details of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans at that time, Suyu didn't say much, mainly said that Pang Qingfeng was an undercover agent of the demon race. Zhang Kuan's face changed drastically after hearing this. He didn't expect Pang Qingfeng to be an undercover agent of these 10,000 races, although it was not the first time that 10,000 tribes came to human undercover, but they are all mixed into the Wind and Fire Martial Hall, which is not common. This is a big deal. Presumably after a while, the entire Wu Hall will usher in a complete purge.
Xiaoingha's affairs also went very smoothly. She quickly passed the 3 tests, and Zhang Kuan also reported according to the agreement, raising Xiaoingha's contract to A level.
After doing this, Suyu had no worries at all. Okay, because he was about to take the Wuhan University entrance examination, Suyu chose not to go to school directly, and the school was unexpectedly lenient with him. Directly gave him another long vacation, and Suyu completely entered a state of regular daily cultivation.
This morning, Suyu's eyes suddenly opened.
The 108 star veins in his body shone brightly, and the rich source power automatically formed a complete set of large cycles in Suyu. Suyu sighed. It took so long to enter the Zhou Tian realm.
He missed the time when he was cultivating in Yuanli Lake.
But it doesn't matter, he still knows a few places where he can cultivate quickly. Now he is not strong enough, and it is not too late to wait until he is stronger.
The moment he became Zhou Tianjing, a vortex was automatically formed outside his body.
The speed at which he absorbed the source power increased several times. The speed at which 108 meridians absorbed the source power was extremely terrifying, and even directly formed a vacuum zone around Suyu. His thunder and dark attributes also skyrocketed at the same time, forming 2 purple and black vortices around him.
It's done.
Xiao Bing, who also lived in the Su family family's mansion, instantly felt the change in Suyu, and she thought that something was wrong with Suyu. But when she saw Suyu sitting cross-legged in the martial arts arena practicing, the whole person was confused. At this time, the vision around Suyu had spread to 10 meters away. This is too exaggerated. If you don't tell me that this is a vision of entering the Zhou heavenly realm, I would have thought it was a vision of becoming a grandmaster. Who entered the Zhou Tianjing so exaggerated? Because after entering the Zhou heavenly realm, the awakened talent attributes can truly exert their strength. Therefore, the higher the talent attribute level, the greater the reaction to entering the Zhou Tian realm. Suyu not only had a double SSS level talent, but also his 108 star veins, which far exceeded the ordinary open vein realm, so his reaction to entering the Zhou Tian realm was even greater. I saw that the source power around Suyu's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the golden star veins were getting brighter and brighter in his body. It is even expressed on his body surface. 1, 2, 3 star veins lit up on his body. At first, Xiaobing didn't care, but felt that Suyu's star veins were much brighter than ordinary people, and they were more dazzling. But he gradually felt that something was wrong. The star veins shown by Suyu quickly exceeded the 9 lines, and there were more and more. 10 articles, 20 articles, 30 articles. Xiaobing was a little dumbfounded. Why do Suyu have so many meridians? And the star veins on Suyu's body continued to light up. Until Suyu lit up 108 star veins, Xiaobing was completely stupid. She felt that there were 10,000 grass mud horses running through her heart. Is this still a person? 108 meridians, how strong does this have to be? No wonder Suyu was sucked into a vacuum around him. After entering the Zhou Tianjing, the meridians of the whole body form a whole cycle. At this time, the meridians are no longer cultivated, but the source power of the whole body is cultivated. The quality of the source force needs to be further improved. If you want to enter the realm of communication, you must let all the source power of the body turn into liquid, and can turn the source force into attribute energy and play out of the body. Moreover, after liquefaction, the source power not only exists in the meridians, but also nourishes the body, although it does not reach the level of tempering the bones and flesh of the ancient warriors. But the strength of the body will also be greatly improved. Zhou Tianjing is also divided into 9 layers. Each layer needs to compress the source power in one meridian, and turn the source force in the entire meridian into liquid before it can enter the next layer. And Suyu's star vein meditation method needs to compress 12 star veins into a layer of realm. He swallowed saliva. He was a little stressed. At this time, Suyu's attribute talent ability was also displayed. The power of the thunder attribute can not only be attached to the body and weapons, but can now be directly turned into a thunder weapon and attacked directly. The strength of thunder has also increased significantly, and it can conduct in some non-insulated objects to carry out long-range attacks, which is considered a decent talent attribute ability. And the thunder attribute also added an auxiliary ability, that is, to increase the speed of his body technique, and when he used his body technique it was mixed with a hint of thunder power, which greatly increased his speed. The biggest improvement is the dark attribute ability, and the original dark attribute has the effect of incarnation. The shadow is like an independent individual, which can attack and cultivate alone, and after fusing with the main body, it also has the characteristics of enhancing the strength of the body. After entering the Zhou Tian realm, the strange characteristics of the rare attributes of the dark attribute were finally revealed. When the shadow and the body were possessed, Suyu obtained a temporary invisibility effect. If Suyu takes the initiative to enter some shadows, this state of invisibility can be maintained forever. Suyu sighed that he finally had an invisible ability, and he watched Mou haunted every day. He also has dark attributes, and he has long envied the other party's ability. Watching Suyu's cultivation gradually come to an end, Zhao Bing's eyes appeared beside Suyu in shock. Do you have a special source power meditation method? Zhao Bing asked curiously. Suyu nodded. He had nothing to hide, and he wasn't the only one who had this kind of thing. There are many disciples of the god of martial arts or families with inheritances who will have meditation methods. However, Suyu's meditation method is relatively special. It belongs to the direct inheritance of jade paper, so it cannot be taught to others, and only when he also becomes a martial god, he can also make jade paper and teach others. This is also the reason why only the disciples of the god of war have meditation methods. Zhao Bing immediately became excited. She rubbed her hands and looked at Suyu with her eyes. Give me a study of how to study, just to see your new ability of dual talent. Suyu. He finally discovered that this Zhao Bing was definitely a psychologically abnormal research maniac. Time passed quickly. Su Qing kept saying that the situation of the Soviet war was good, but what she didn't expect was that Su Qing had not woken up until now. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Suyu to apply for Wuhan University. Xiaoyu, take the exam well, you don't have to worry about your father's business. In the Su family's mansion, Suyu was on a video call with his mother Su Qing. Su Qing was a little decadent visible to the naked eye. Obviously Su Zhan had not woken up during this time, which hit her hard, but she still had a strong spirit to comfort Suyu and let him take the exam well. Suyu didn't expect that Su Zhan's injuries would be so serious, and he couldn't wake up for so long. What kind of master of Valhalla Valhalla, the strength doesn't feel very good. It seems that the plan to go to the ruins of the battlefield of all tribes is going to be put on the agenda. Now that Suyu's strength has improved again, the talent warrior realm has reached the second floor of the Zhou Heaven realm. The ancient martial artist realm also successfully entered the martial arts master of the three realms, and after reaching the martial artist realm, he needed to start tempering the internal organs of the body. It is tempered in the order of heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Among them, the heart is the most important, and it is also the first internal organ in the martial arts realm to begin tempering. And after the tempering is completed, the purity of qi in blood and the ability to burst qi in blood can be greatly enhanced. However, Suyu's step can be directly omitted. It has the most powerful heart of the god of war, and the heart is tempered. He can start tempering directly from the liver. Suyu had also lit up the 10th orifice in the Great Sun visualization diagram, and after using the transcendent state, he lit up the orifice faster than he imagined. After entering the three realms martial arts, he used the transcendent state, and he could already hold on to the strength of the ancient martial artists of the Wuzong realm for about 5 minutes, or he could directly burst out with a blow from the Grandmaster's powerhouse. The strength has also increased significantly. His marksmanship skills have also come to the late stage of the 3rd stage, and he is about to enter the 4th stage realm, and the speed of progress is not bad. Well, okay mom, you also have to pay attention to your body. You don't have to worry about the exam. Your son is very strong. After Suyu chatted with Su Qing for a few more words, he hung up the video call. Bell, bell, bell. As soon as the phone hung up, the voice rang again, and Suyu saw that this time it was He Chi calling. Suyu picked up the phone, and before he could speak, there was a shouting sound over there. Suyu, did you hear that? This martial arts test is going to the battlefield of all races. It's not a simulated battlefield, but to enter the real battlefield of all races. The martial arts department is really crazy. What the hell do you think? How can you let us students enter the battlefield of all races? Hearing this, Suyu's eyes narrowed. No, this is completely different from the situation in the previous life. The Wuhan University exam in the previous life was to establish a huge simulated battlefield on the Starry Sky network. All students are divided into sections for exams conducted on a simulated battlefield. This time it will actually let the candidates go to the battlefield of tens of thousands of ethnic groups. Sure enough, he has changed more and more about the future. The butterfly effect is becoming more and more obvious, and many things are no longer under his control. Listening to He Chi's complaints, Suyu guessed in his heart, the biggest possibility is that the victory in the last battle between the Daxia Kingdom and the Holy Feather Clan changed the content of this exam. In the battle between the Great Xia Kingdom and the Holy Feather Tribe in the previous life, the final result was that the Soviet Union was killed in battle, the Terran race was defeated, and heavy casualties were inflicted. This life is obviously different. Although Su Zhan is unconscious, the patriarch of the Holy Feather Clan is obviously declining. Later, Suyu inquired that the patriarch of the Holy Feather Clan never appeared again after that battle. Either he was killed by Xiaoxi's mother, or he was too seriously injured and had returned to the clan. In addition to the battle between the two of them, on the frontal battlefield, the Holy Feather Clan was completely defeated by the Great Xia Kingdom, and it was impossible to launch an attack on humans in a short period of time. But it's good to be able to go to the battlefield of 10,000 clans this time. By the way, he can also go to a place he has long wanted to go. It was a secret place hidden deeply, containing a treasure that had the opportunity to heal the wounds of the Soviet war. Su Zhan's main injury was not actually a coma, but actually a state where he fell. Since Suyu wants to find it, he must find a treasure in one step to fully recover Su Zhan's injuries. Suyu touched Xiaoxi on his chest. Xiaoxi is worthy of being an ancient race, and Xiaoxi in his childhood had the strength of strange beasts in the 4 realms. With his strength and Xiaoxi, he should be able to break through that secret realm. As for Zhao Bing, the Grandmaster who protected him closely, Suyu did not have the habit of pinning his hopes on others. Zhao Bing can help him if he is willing to help, and it is enough for him to rely on himself if he is unwilling to help him. After understanding the content of this martial arts examination through He Chi, Suyu probably had an understanding of this exam, except for changing the simulated battlefield to the real battlefield of all races. The content of the other exams is the same, and they are also examined in 3 items, namely martial arts realm, skill realm, and cultural class. The martial arts realm bonus points of talented warriors and ancient martial artists are the same. However, the schools you end up applying for are different, and the schools you end up going to are different, and some universities themselves only recruit talented warriors or ancient martial artists. Yanjing Wuhan University, which Suyu wants to take the exam, is a first-class Wuhan university that recruits both talented warriors and ancient martial artists, and belongs to one of the best universities in Daxia Kingdom. In the previous life, Suyu did not have the talent to awaken, and the ancient martial artists were very poor in terms of realm and skills, and in the end, naturally they were not admitted to any martial arts university. Suyu also didn't have money to go to the martial arts gym. He could only practice on his own, but fortunately, many cultivation methods were made public on the internet at that time, but there would be no situation where he didn't know how to practice. Suyu, Suyu, who was stimulated at that time, was also very hardworking. He not only practiced by himself, and after becoming a martial artist in the three realms, he also joined organizations such as mercenaries. This kind of organization belongs to some private nature, and it can also enter the battlefield of all races to hunt aliens and complete materials collection and other work. But even if you join this kind of organization, if you want to enter the 10,000 races, you must at least start from the three realms. The only ones who can enter the battlefield of all tribes without limiting the realm are the military headquarters and the two major martial halls. In the days when he participated in mercenaries in his previous life, Suyu did experience several big life and death. The growth of strength has been unsatisfactory. After all, behind closed doors, it is not a way after all, although there are some masters among the mercenaries, but these people are licking blood on the tip of the knife and they are generally self-precious. How can they teach others? The situation finally changed in a mission, and he met Chisho, who was the first real teacher in his life. Chisho is a teacher at Yenjing Wuhan University, in his 30s, and when he met Suyu, he was a grandmaster. At that time, Suyu was at a critical juncture of life and death, and he saved Suyu easily. When the other party learned that Suyu's parents had died, and his father was actually the martial saint of the year, he was very shocked. He did not expect that a heroic child would be mixed to such an extent. So Chisho brought Suyu back to Yenjing Wuhan University. However, Suyu was not a student of Yenjing Wuhan University after all, and he was past the age of the martial arts examination, so Chisho introduced Suyu to work part-time in the library to sort out archives. Suyu's large amount of cultivation knowledge was also accumulated at that time. Since then, Suyu has been reading books for free in the library every day, and when he is late for class and has no class, he can still ask the other party for advice, which can be said to be very comfortable. That was the happiest day in his previous life, and it was also the time when his strength grew the fastest. But the good times did not last long, and his teacher Chisho has been criticized by many teachers in the school for some special reasons. So much so that Chisho took on a mortal mission and finally died on the battlefield of all races. He can still remember the pain in Suyu's heart at that time, in this life, so you would never let that happen again. On a huge conference table, several black figures were sitting upright, as if they were a little afraid of the man sitting in the first place. Tell me, why didn't the Soviet Union die this time? Although the voice of the leader was not loud and did not contain any emotions, such a simple sentence made several people tremble when they heard it. After a while, a voice was a little hoarse, and it seemed that someone who had deliberately changed the timbre said, "The Soviet war has been abolished this time, so there is no need to be afraid. And others are in northern Yen, where the Wind Emperor is stationed, and we dare not do it." Really? The leader seemed a little dissatisfied. Hearing this, the other person hurriedly said, "I heard that his son Suyu is talented and will also take the martial arts exam this time, and we will find a way to let him die on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. Well, let's do it." Hearing that the man at the head did not continue to ask, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Soon Suyu received an official notice from the head teacher Ma Jin for this new class teacher. Suyu was very unfamiliar with it. After all, he did not go to the new class once. The location of this martial arts test is still the northern theater of the Soviet war, not far from the boundary barrier, and the risk factor is not high. Suyu guessed that the military headquarters should deliberately let some strange beasts in at that time. This exam was jointly organized by the Ministry of Martial Arts, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Military Affairs. The Ministry of Martial Arts is responsible for the content design of the martial arts examination. The Ministry of Education is responsible for organizing student registration, as well as the final scoring and setting of score lines, and the military department is responsible for protecting the safety of students. The three parts of the work are clear to avoid internal cheating. This martial arts examination is conducted by city and region. Moreover, the threshold requirements for this martial arts examination are not low. At least the martial artists of the second realm are required to enter the battlefield of all tribes for the martial arts examination. In a large conference room, the Ministry of Martial Arts, the Ministry of Education and the military department are jointly discussing the details of this martial arts examination. Xiaoingha, the head of the martial arts department, touched the sparse stubble on his chin and said, "The location of this exam is so decided, and when the time comes, I will always trouble you to support me a lot and clean up a relatively safe area, leaving only some strange beasts and 10,000 races in 1 and 2 realms." The representative of the military department was Mao Xianling, who came to replace the Soviet war. "Don't worry, we just won a battle, and the other Xiaoxiao of the 10,000 clans didn't dare to approach the boundary of our realm at all. I just don't know how many candidates we have this time, and how many military warriors we need to send to protect them." Minister of Education Zhang Kun has a Mediterranean hairstyle and wears a pair of gold wire glasses. Is this, according to preliminary statistics, there are a total of 5 Xingwu schools in Yunshu City, and there are more than 2,000 warriors in the second realm, and about 20 warriors in the third realm. These people will enter the battlefield of 10,000 tribes for the exam. Speaking of this, Zhang Kun raised his head proudly. Hiss. Hearing this, Mao Shenling and Xiaoingha gasped. The number of warriors in the second realm is slightly more, which is quite normal, but there are more than 20 warriors in these 3 realms. Last year, only 2 people entered the 3 realms, and I heard that these 2 people were descendants of the martial gods with the blood of the martial gods, and they were born to practice extremely fast, so they could reach the 3 realms at the age of 18.
But the number of candidates who entered the 3 realms this year has skyrocketed to 20. Is this generation of candidates so strong?
After Xiaoingha was shocked, he thought about it and said, then these candidates from the 3 realms should not take the exam with the candidates of the 2nd realm, otherwise it will be unfair, and we will make special arrangements at that time. Mao Xianling and Zhang Kun both agreed. Several people then continued to finalize some details of the martial arts exam.
In fact, there are at least more than 10,000 people participating in the martial arts examination in the entire Yinshu city.
Most of them are warriors from 1 realm, but it is still too dangerous to enter the battlefield of 10,000 tribes with the strength of a realm warrior. However, those people do not have the opportunity to go to Wuhan University. These martial artists of the 1st realm are better in other aspects, and they may enter some worse Wuhan University, or directly enter the military headquarters. Otherwise, he could only choose to learn martial arts by himself like Suyu at that time. Of course, there are many people who give up and choose to go to an ordinary school and become an ordinary person in the future. When Ma Jin knew that Suyu had also entered the Zhou Tianjing, he immediately excitedly informed Suyu of the new martial arts exam location. Ma Jin was a little excited, and he told Suyu.
This time, in addition to him and Xiaoingha, even Zhao Qinghan entered the Zhou Tianjing realm.
And this time the martial arts examination of the 3 realms warriors will most likely be drawn together. After all, they are all from the 4th Xing martial arts school, and Ma Jin asked them to take care of each other.
Suyu casually agreed.
He didn't expect that the location of his exam would be different from other students. He also wanted to bring Ichi. Now there is no way. It seems that he can only rely on himself. The time was soon on the day of the martial arts exam, and Suyu was well prepared this time. After all, he has a space ring, and the small space of 3 square meters makes him full.
In addition to an A-class alloy spear, he also prepared an A-class alloy long knife.
There were also a lot of various therapeutic drugs prepared for him by Zhao Bing. Zhao Bing is still very generous in this regard, and he also gave Suyu a few bottles of drugs that have just been developed and have not yet been circulated on the market. There was even a bottle of light blue pills, which, according to Zhao Bing, were drugs that could stimulate his fighting potential and make Suyu stronger and more durable. How did Suyu feel that this bottle of medicine sounded a little weird? But she couldn't resist Zhao Bing, so she could only bring this bottle of medicine.
Sister Bing, are you still following me in the martial arts exam?
Suyu looked at Zhao Bing. Hearing Suyu ask this, Zhao Bing immediately leaned over, and a faint fragrance came to his face. Today, Zhao Bing is also wearing a very light dress, wearing a pair of lilac stockings on her legs. Zhao Bing said with a charming face, "Why, I can't bear to let go of my sister." She was about to put her leg on Suyu's lap, and after the two became acquainted, Zhao Bing became more casual. Suyu hurriedly dodged. He was now learning to be good. The more he couldn't talk at this time, the more he talked, the more Zhao Bing was energetic. Seeing that Suyu did not react, Zhao Bing continued with some resentment. This martial arts examination is a centralized exam, and there will be strong people from the military department along the way, and I am afraid it will not let me be specialized.
But it doesn't matter. The military department is full of old acquaintances. They used to be your father's subordinates. I secretly follow up and it's not a big problem. Let's see the situation then.
It's a pity that Mou went to Yenbe City, otherwise he would be the safest at this time.
Suyu didn't care. He didn't think there would be any danger in such an important martial arts exam.
Zhao Bing personally drove Suyu to the unified boarding point of the battlefield of tens of millions of ethnic groups. The boarding point of the warriors of the three realms is relatively far away, at a military headquarters station on the border of Yinshu City. When Suyu arrived, everyone else had already arrived.
Suyu is here. Suyu had just gotten out of the car when he leaned over enthusiastically. Song, General Song?
This person turned out to be General Xiaoingha, who brought Su Xingyu's talent at that time. I saw that Xiaoingha at this time no longer had the majesty and domineering spirit he had when he led them to awaken, and now he was sneering and extremely polite to Suyu. "Suyu, I'll take you over here." Xiaoingha took the initiative to open the door for Suyu and took the initiative to invite Suyu down. At this time, Zhao Bing also opened the door and walked out of the cab.
Xiaoingha, why, you led the team for their exam this time?
Only then did Xiaoingha notice that it was Zhao Bing who drove Suyu.
Zhao, General Zhao.
Although Zhao Bing is from the Martial Arts Research Department, he is still named in the Northern Theater of Operations. After all, he is a great grandmaster, and his level is higher than Xiaoingha's. Zhao Bing is a 1-star general, and Xiaoingha is just a 3-star lieutenant general. How can I lead such an important martial arts examination? I'm just welcoming new students again, and this time the team is led by the new 2-star General Mu Bin.
Only the strength of his great grandmaster can escort these Tianzhou of our Yinshu city.
As he spoke, Xiaoingha Qiao took 2 steps closer and whispered. Mu Bin was brought by the new General Mao Xinling. I heard that he is his own brother, and he is very strong. Zhao Bing's face was slightly dark. He didn't expect that this time it wasn't wasn't Su Zhan's old subordinate leading the team, it was this Mao Bin leading the team, so it would be a bit troublesome for her to blend into the team. After saying that, Xiaoingha stopped grinding and took Suyu and the two of them towards the military headquarters. A bus has been parked at the gate of the military headquarters. Many students have already sat on the bus. Xiaoingha sat at the window and she saw Suyu from a distance. Her eyes lit up and she immediately waved to Suyu. Sitting next to Xiaoingha was a girl wearing a short white skirt and a pair of ponytails, looking very pure. When he saw Suyu, he immediately smiled at Suyu. Suyu was stunned. He seemed to feel that the other party was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had met him, but he still said hello politely. Oh, isn't this Zhao Damei? I have long heard that there is a beauty in our military region. It's a pity that it took so long to see Fangrong. At this moment, at the gate of the military headquarters, a man who looked a little frivolous walked out. He is not tall, about 1.7 meters, and his hairstyle is shiny by him, wearing a pair of floral pants and a pair of flip-flops. Those who didn't know thought he was here for vacation. As soon as the man went out, he walked straight towards Zhao Bing, as if he didn't see anyone else at all. His face was full of lewd smiles, and he directly stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Zhao Bing. Zhao Bing naturally saw a lot of this kind of person, and avoided the salty pig's hand held by the other party without a trace. The man was not embarrassed, and said directly, abrupt, forgot to introduce myself. In the lower northern military region, Mu Bin. He is also the leader of this martial arts examination. Mu Bin? That's it? Return to the Grand Master. Zhao Bing and Suyu were suddenly stunned. They didn't expect that Mu Bin, who led their team, would have this image. Can this kind of person be reliable? At this time, Mu Bin seemed to have discovered Suyu standing next to Zhao Bing. Suyu was more than a head taller than Mu Bin, standing next to Zhao Bing wearing high heels, which can be described as a talented woman. A hint of disgust flashed in Mu Bin's eyes, and he looked at Xiaoingha next to him. Is this also a candidate who took the martial arts exam this time? Xiaoingha replied, General Mao, this is Suyu. Suyu? Mu Bin was stunned. Obviously he had heard of Suyu's name, and Suyu's identity was no longer a secret in the Northern Theater. It turns out to be Mr. Su. Halfway through speaking, Mu Bin reacted and immediately closed his mouth, his eyes flashing. I know, Suyu, then get in the car quickly, let's go to the battlefield of 10,000 clans immediately. Seeing that Mu Bin was leaving, Zhao Bing hurriedly spoke. General Mao, I don't know if I can follow the martial arts examination team this time. You know, I am also the chief officer of our military region. If there are any wounded, my treatment strength is also more convenient. Mu Bin looked at Zhao Bing with a smile. General Zhao, this is not good. General Mao deliberately told me that the martial arts examination must be serious, and you suddenly added it, which seems to be out of line with the procedure. As he spoke, Mu Bin's eyes were still scanning back and forth between Zhao Bing and Suyu, and the meaning could not be more obvious. It means that Zhao Bing joined the team to help Suyu. Although Zhao Bing was indeed for Suyu, he just wanted to protect him, not to help Suyu or anything. Besides, Suyu's strength Zhao Bing still doesn't understand, the freak of 108 meridians, who can be his opponent in the same realm. Seeing that the other party really rejected him, Zhao Bing was also a little helpless and said to Suyu, Xiaoyu, you go first. She was ready to think of another way for herself. Suyu followed the arrangement and quickly pedaled on the bus. There are now 19 people in the car, plus Suyu is exactly 20, 9 girls, and 11 boys. More than a dozen pairs of eyes instantly looked at Suyu. Suyu was wearing a black suit and the uniform of the 4th Xingwu School. His perfect figure and handsome appearance exude a strong and confident feeling all over his body. Fascinated several girls in the car, and their eyes lit up instantly after seeing Suyu. His family background should be good. His weapon is an A-grade alloy. A few little girls whispered. Looking at the nymphomaniac appearance of these little girls, several boys looked contemptuous. Cut. Suyu carried the spear because he was afraid that it would be too ostentatious to take a weapon from the space ring when the time came, so he carried the A-class alloy spear behind him in advance. Suyu, come here. When Xiaoingha saw Suyu get into the car, he immediately stopped him, waved to him, and asked her to sit next to him. Xiaoingha also wore the same school uniform as Suyu, but even the school uniform still couldn't hide her beautiful appearance. Suyu came to the empty seat next to Xiaoingha, and there was a girl with a pure and cute appearance sitting next to the empty seat. She was not wearing a school uniform, a white dress, and white socks over the knee on her legs, sitting there and looking incompatible with the people in the entire carriage, not like she was here for the martial arts exam, but like she was on a spring outing. So handsome. Yes. After seeing Suyu coming, she stretched out her right hand to Suyu generously. Hello Suyu, my name is Mengyu. Mengyu? Suyu immediately remembered that it was Mengyu who entrusted Xiaoingha to take care of him at that time. After saying hello to Mengyu, Suyu sat between Mengyu and Xiaoingha. This performance made a car of boys itch their teeth. Among the students in this car, the two most beautiful girls are Xiaoingha and Mengyu. Unexpectedly, Suyu was left alone. Animal power. Is there any reason for this? Why don't you leave one for your brothers? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. I'm sorry, I'm late. Seeing the girl who appeared at the door of the car, all the boys' eyes
lit up. Yes, the new one is also good. It was Zhao Qinghan who got on the bus, and she was obviously dressed up today. Although she is also wearing a school uniform, the school uniform obviously made her change, with a short skirt and black stockings on the upper and lower body, which is completely dressed as a JK student girl. Zhao Qinghan was originally the school flower, and at this time he looked a little more pure, and the boys in the car looked straight. Several male classmates immediately couldn't help it and talked. This classmate, I have a vacant seat here, come and sit with me. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qinghan ignored these people at all, looked around in the car, and his eyes locked on Suyu, who was sitting between Xiaoingha and Mengyu. She didn't expect Suyu to sit between the two girls, and it seemed that each of them was no weaker than her. Zhao Qinghan hesitated for a moment, bit his lip, and finally walked up to Suyu. Suyu, come out with me. I have something to tell you. Others, no, she also has a leg with this kid? Suyu didn't want to deal with Zhao Qinghan, but with so many people in the car, Zhao Qinghan insisted on looking for himself. He still walked out of the bus with Zhao Qinghan. Looking at Suyu, he still looked reluctant. The people in the car shouted unfairly, it's really drought, and waterlogging is dead. As soon as she came to the outside of the bus, Zhao Qinghan pulled Suyu to a no man's place, looked left and right, and she said with a serious expression, Suyu, don't take the martial arts exam. Someone wants to kill you. Kill me? Suyu was stunned. Killing me in front of the military? How is this possible? Zhao Qinghan looked at Suyu's expression and knew that the other party might not believe it, so she hurriedly continued. Don't worry about how I know. This matter is 100% certain. Although Wuhan University is important, but life is more important. I advise you to go home directly, and there will be a chance to enter Wuhan University in the future. Suyu was shocked. He looked at Zhao Qinghan's serious look, and he couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or false. And how could this Zhao Qinghan be so kind? Tell himself this, shouldn't the other party hate him? But how could he give up his plan because of Zhao Qinghan's one or two words? This time he not only had to take the martial arts exam, but also went to the battlefield of 10,000 clans to get the treasure of treating the Soviet war. Thank you for the reminder, but I'll be fine. Suyu naturally would not directly refute the other party's kindness. He thanked him and turned around and walked towards the bus. Looking at Suyu's back in the car, he seemed to be unwilling to say a word to himself. Zhao Qinghan stomped his feet angrily, and his little face suddenly bulged, and his face turned red and white. If you don't listen to me, you deserve to die. She followed Suyu on the bus, ignoring Suyu, and found a corner to sit down. Zhao Qinghan is the last person in this Three Realms exam. After everyone sat down, Mu Bin soon got on the bus. At this time, Mu Bin's dress was much more normal, although he was still wearing big pants and a vest, but at least he was not wearing slippers, and he had two alloy short axes around his waist. In addition to Mu Bin, including the driver of the bus, there were 10 military warriors escorting them, namely 2 grandmasters of the 5 realms and 8 powerhouses of the 4 realms. This number of people has almost reached the standard of 2 people equipped with 1 bodyguard, which shows the military department's care for the Tianjiao of the 3 realms. However, they did not take the bus together, and there were 2 military 7-seater off-road vehicles specially accompanying them, and only Mu Bin stayed on the bus. As Mu Bin gestured to the military warriors outside, under the leadership of the military off-road vehicle, the bus slowly drove towards the realm barrier. I know you are all the pride of this session, young warriors of the 3 realms, but no matter how talented you are, you must abide by the rules. The danger of the 10,000 tribes battlefield must not need me to emphasize. After entering the 10,000 tribes battlefield, strictly obey my orders and are not allowed to act privately. As the bus began to move, Mu Bin also began to lecture the candidates on the bus. As for the specific exam rules, you don't need to worry about this. After arriving at the destination, there will be people from the martial arts department to introduce it to you in detail. At this time, Mu Bin's expression was serious, but he looked like a famous grandmaster. But without saying a word, he appeared in his original form. He ran directly to Zhao Qinghan, who was sitting alone, and sat down heavily. This classmate, there's no one next to you, I'll sit with you, you don't mind. Zhao Qinghan's face froze, and he didn't expect Mu Bin to suddenly run to his side. Isn't this nonsense? There were so many people in the car, and there was no one else. However, the other party was their leader, and he was also a great grandmaster, so Zhao Qinghan could only laugh with him. General Mao, there is no one here. Mu Bin's face was like a chrysanthemum. This classmate, I see that your legs are well trained. Let me take a look at. Looking at Mu Bin's obscene face, the classmates behind him looked indignant. This old thing doesn't talk about martial arts, but actually plays hooliganism with students in front of everyone. Now they felt that it was better to put this flower on Suyu and let this gangster take advantage, which was more uncomfortable than killing them. Suyu sat between Xiaoingha and Mengyu, and there was a faint aroma on both sides. The appearance of the two has their own merits, but they are both rare beauties. Just leaning close to Suyu's side, even Suyu, who had seen the strong wind and waves, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Suyu stared at Mengyu next to him, and the more he looked, the more he felt familiar with the other party. He should have never seen Mengyu in his previous life. He thought that the other party had asked Xiaoingha to take care of him, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his heart. Could it be this Mengyu who saved him from a car accident?
accident back then? Just when Suyu wanted to ask Mengyu, Xiaoingha suddenly said, Suyu, after you told me last time, I stopped taking the medicine, you were helping me check and check. Is there any problem? Xiaoingha's face was flushed, but he still insisted on reaching out his hand in front of Suyu. In front of a car of people, Xiaoingha actually took the initiative to hold hands with Suyu. Looking at Xiaoingha with a shy face, Suyu didn't know how she suddenly became so bold. Suyu wasn't polite to her, but he only lightly tapped Xiaoingha's wrist with his index finger. Seeing Suyu's movements, a hint of disappointment flashed in Xiaoingha's eyes. At this time, she was already the cultivation of Zhou Tianjing, and the 9 meridians of her entire body had formed a whole cycle. Suyu lightly clicked, and an extremely pure source power came out from his fingertips. Xiaoingha originally just talked, and he didn't expect Suyu to really check it. And Suyu's source power was so pure, they should all be in the same realm. But after Suyu's source power entered his meridians, but it was like a bamboo, and the source power in her body collapsed with one blow, and she was instantly surrounded by Suyu's source power around the meridians. No, you really know how to do it? Suyu, have you just entered the Zhou Tianjing? Xiaoingha looked at Suyu in surprise. Suyu nodded. The star vein meditation method he practiced, the source power was originally pure, and Xiaoingha used the method of pulling out seedlings to promote cultivation, so the degree of pureness of the source power was naturally much worse than his. Suyu frowned. Xiaoingha's source power was very seriously vague, and the foundation was already unstable. You can also feel how much the quality of our source power is different. Don't be in a hurry to improve your realm. Lay a good foundation first, otherwise there will be big trouble in the future. Xiaoingha nodded as if she understood. She didn't expect that her source power was so bad. It seems that the pill is really a deadly thing. With such a fold, Suyu had already seen the familiar light curtain, and no matter how many times he saw it, he felt shocked. I don't know how this spectacular realm barrier was formed. Maybe the 2 great martial gods should know. Wow, amazing. This is the realm barrier. It's spectacular. The students who had never seen the realm enchantment were even more amazed. Although they had all heard of this Terran domain barrier, there were also photos of the barrier in the textbook, but it is absolutely not comparable to seeing it with your own eyes. At this time, Mubin stood at the front of the bus again. All candidates put things that have nothing to do with this martial arts exam in the car, and all electronic items such as mobile phones will be invalid when they enter the realm barrier. I believe you have all learned it. Candidates who have been put in can get off the bus. Suyu had already sent Zhao Bing a position in advance, and he had to pay attention to what Zhao Qinghan said, whether it was true or not. If nothing is not fought without preparation, it would be best if Zhao Bing could come. 21 students who took the martial arts examination got off the bus one after another and stood in a row under the guidance of Mubin. Xiao Hui, the minister of the Yunshu City Martial Arts Department, was waiting here early. He didn't say any nonsense, and directly began to read out the rules of this martial arts exam. In order to ensure the fairness of this martial arts examination, candidates are not allowed to attack each other in this martial arts examination. The martial arts test adopts the form of single points, with points based on the number of tribes or strange beasts killed, and finally ranked according to the total number of points. If 2 or more people kill a 10,000 people at the same time, the accompanying referee will score points according to the contribution. In addition, you are all the hope of the Daxia Kingdom. You must pay attention to safety. Do not go beyond the area of the martial arts examination. If you encounter more than 3 realms of 10,000 races or strange beasts, please immediately shout for help. Shall we read it out quickly? He has a lot of work today, and he will go to the martial arts examination venue of the second realm warrior later. After reading out the rules of the competition, Xiao Hui gestured to Mubin, signaling that the other party could lead the candidates into the battlefield of all ethnic groups. Just when Xiao Hui passed by Mengyu, he suddenly reminded, Mengyu, don't show off your abilities, don't dare to run around, just take the normal martial arts exam. Did you hear that? The latter showed a sweet smile and waved his hand at Xiao Hui. Suyu then remembered that this Mengyu had been specially recruited by the Ministry of Martial Arts in the name of the first day of Yunshu City in his previous life. Obviously, Mengyu at this time had already attracted the attention of the Martial Arts Department of Yunshu City. Soon, the candidate team was ready. Under the leadership of Mubin, everyone entered the battlefield of all races. After all, the notoriety of the battlefield of all races is out all year round. Although the military warriors formed a circle to protect them in the middle, but all the candidates entered with a hint of nervousness. Xiaoingha even secretly pinched the corner of Suyu's clothes. Even the legendary first day of Jiaomingyu had a hint of tension on his face. Suyu found that among the military warriors who protected them this time, Xiaoingha was also among them. And obviously, most of these military warriors know Suyu's identity. Although Su Zhan was strict when he was the general, he took great care of his subordinates. They also showed goodwill to Suyu, and many military warriors took the initiative to smile at Suyu. But they have orders on them, and they can't do anything out of the ordinary. The whole team walked for about 10 minutes, and saw that the battlefield of the Wan clan was extremely quiet, and the atmosphere of the whole team relaxed a lot. I don't think the battlefield of all races
is as dangerous as the legend? A male candidate kicked a stone on the enclave and said a little casually, "This person is a student of the first Qingwu school," giving people a sense of arrogance. Hearing him say this, many other candidates from their school really praised him for their cooperation. Brotherly is so strong, so naturally there is no need to be afraid. Yes, I beg Brotherly to take me with me when the time comes. The people who spoke were all students of their first Qingwu school, and they were obviously all led by this Li Jia. Li Jia was obviously very useful when he heard their compliments, and glanced at the female candidates behind him proudly. The people who came here to take the exam were all Tianjiao warriors from the Three Realms, and they could compliment their classmates who were also from the Three Realms, and Li Jia obviously also had 2 brushes. However, when he was on the bus, Suyu felt that among these so-called Three Realms Tianjiao, there were not a few people who practiced forbidden exercises, including this Li Jia. It also gave him a feeling of vain source power, and he was only a little stronger than those people. If you want to cultivate to the Three Realms at this time, that is not something ordinary people can do at all. Obviously, due to the lack of control, many of this group of students have been poisoned by this forbidden exercise. At this time, the designated martial arts examination location had not yet arrived, and the entire team was still under the protection of the military warriors. After arriving at the designated location, there will be a period of free hunting time. Whoa! At this moment, a ferocious roar suddenly sounded. I don't know where a lone wolf jumped out. This lone wolf was blind in one eye, his hair stood on end, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Obviously it was an injured lone wolf in the Three Realms, and this kind of lonely beast was even more terrifying. Three Realms of Strange Beasts. The candidates' faces changed greatly, although they had all seen strange beasts in the Starry Sky simulation battle. But no matter how realistic the simulation is, it cannot be psychologically compared to facing a real beast. Some candidates even sat on the ground with their legs weak in fright. Even Li Jia, who was invincible just now, turned pale and gradually stepped back, obviously not much better. At this time, before entering the martial arts examination area, the military warriors took the initiative to clean up the lone wolf and walked towards the lone wolf. The position where this lone wolf appeared was behind the team, and most of the military warriors were in front of the team to protect the team, and they needed a little time in the past. At this time, the last figure of the team was obviously faster than the military warriors. Buzz! Suyu speared out like a dragon, and a silver light stabbed out instantly with purple thunder and lightning. So strong. Seeing Suyu's move, little stars immediately appeared in the eyes of several little girls. No matter what the result of Suyu's action is, just this courage to not only not be afraid of seeing strange beasts, but also take the initiative to take action is not comparable to ordinary people. Boom! Suyu's strength at this time was not what it used to be, and he could leapfrog and kill the strange beasts of the Three Realms. It's not too easy to kill the strange beasts of the Three Realms now. Before the tip of the spear reached the thunderous power, the Black Lone Wolf had already fixed the Black Lone Wolf in place. The Lone Wolf was paralyzed by thunder and couldn't move at all. Put! Suyu shot the lone wolf straight to the ground. Hiss! Seeing that Suyu was so clean and neat, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Several warriors from the military department couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the son of Su Jun, the tiger father had no dog. Just when Suyu wanted to make up another shot to kill the lone wolf completely. But at this moment, I saw a figure jumping out from behind him again. It was Li Jia, who was so frightened that he flinched again and again. He screamed at this time, and the long knife in his hand suddenly swung out at the lone wolf's head. Click! A huge wolf's head flew into the sky. Suyu looked speechless. This monster robbery is a bit too obvious. At this time, Mubin came out and said to Suyu and Li Jia. Suyu and Li Jia jointly killed the strange beasts of the Three Realms. According to the kill contribution, Li Jia's killing of the strange beast accounted for 70% of the contribution, and Suyu's assist accounted for 30% of the contribution. Li Jia scored 70 points and Suyu scored 30 points. This Mubin's bias is a bit too obvious. Is this unfair? Xiaoingha was filled with righteous indignation and immediately fought for Suyu. This obvious monster-robbing behavior of Li Jia actually made him take away most of the points. The people around him also began to whisper. The warriors of other military departments were also a little ugly at this obviously biased behavior and wanted to help Suyu say something, but they were a little hesitant and did not speak for a long time. Mubin glared at Xiaoingha. I advise you not to question the team leader. Suyu has lost his strength under one blow. Without Li Jia's kill, Suyu may have been injured. Li Jia is protecting Suyu. If this candidate questions my judgment next time, I will invite you out of the examination room in the name of interfering with the exam. Mubin threatened with a bad face. Suyu, do you think I'm weak? What? Seeing that Xiaoingha was about to say more, Suyu held her arm and shook his head at the other party. Offending this Mubin here is obviously not a good choice. Seeing Suyu's expression, Xiaoingha could only lower his head angrily and swept back and forth between Mubin and Li Jia with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Li Jia became even more proud when he saw Suyu's side admitting and coaxing him, and his head
head was high, and he really felt that he had saved Suyu. He deliberately walked around the 3 realms of strange beasts twice, with a sense of déjà vu that he was examining his loot. But at this moment, the lone wolf, whose head had already fallen, didn't know what was going on, and the corpse twitched violently. Ah! Lija was startled and sat on the ground. Ha! Clown! Mengyu put away his right hand without a trace. The lone wolf was already dead and could no longer die, but she used her source power to induce the other party's body. Lija also reacted at this time. They turned their heads and looked at the candidates' team viciously. Who did this to you? But everyone's impression of Lija is extremely bad now, and no one pays attention to him at all. After this small episode, the whole team began to hit the road again. I walked for about 10 minutes again. The team finally arrived at the designated location for the martial arts exam. The military warriors distributed the regional map of this exam to all candidates. Everyone must not go beyond the scope of the exam, did you hear? Mubin reminded all the candidates again. He swept his eyes over Suyu and glanced at it intently, not knowing what he was thinking. Suyu also looked at the scope of the map in his hand. He immediately frowned. The scope of this martial arts examination area was too small, and there was still a lot of distance from where he was going. After all, there are only 21 of them, and this range is indeed enough. But if he wants to go, it will definitely delay the martial arts exam. There is no way. After all, he is still taking the exam, and he doesn't want to give up the opportunity to go to Yinjing Wuhan University. I can only find an opportunity to take a look, but I can't do it, so I can only wait for the exam to be over. Suyu looked at the map in his hand, which not only drew the area where they were active, but also intimately marked the location and realm of various strange beasts on it. At a glance, most of the entire area was a strange beast from the 3 realms. This couldn't be easier for Suyu. At this time, Zhang Kun, Minister of Education, and Xiao Hui, Minister of Martial Arts, also arranged the martial arts examination area in the 2 realms. The two returned to the area of the 3 realms martial arts examination together. Although there are fewer people here, they are all the Tianzhou of the Dasha Kingdom, and they are obviously more valued by them. Old Xiao, is it really okay for you to hide a strange beast from the 4 realms there? Wouldn't it be a little too risky? They are still children. Zhang Kun looked at Xiao Hui with some concern. You can't think so. Although they are children, they are also warriors of our Dasha Kingdom, and they are all of the same generation of Tianzhou. Of course we expect more from them. What is the use of killing some beasts from the same realm? Xiao Hui looked disdainful of Zhang Kun's words, but he still said, and I have already said hello to Mubin, who leads the team, and there is someone to take care of it at any time, and nothing will happen. Hearing Xiao Hui say this, Zhang Kun's face looked a little better. With Mubin's order, all the candidates moved towards the area of the martial arts examination together. Lija was the first to rush out, and successfully killed a strange beast in the 3 realms, giving him great confidence. It seemed that these strange beasts were not so terrifying, and he was followed by 3 younger brothers from the first Xingwu school. It didn't take long for Lija to see the strange beast of the 3 realms that looked like a red fox. This fox is a circle smaller than the lone wolf, and it is far less oppressive than the lone wolf, and even looks a little cute. Seeing such a cute beast in the 3 realms, Lija was overjoyed. Is this also a strange beast in the 3 realms? It's right to be his good start. Lija shouted and rushed up with an arrow, and the younger brothers behind him cheered him on. Brotherly is mighty. The 3 younger brothers applauded one after another. But the next second, with a scream, Lija was burned off his hair by this inconspicuous fox. He was also beaten by a dog to eat, and he almost didn't get up when he lay on the ground. No, how can these strange beasts of the 3 realms be so powerful? They didn't expect that even a fox that looked so ordinary in the 3 realms would be so strong. Brotherly, you hit him. Kill. Don't run. I saw 4 people being chased by a fox full of fire, and Lija's master temperament was gone. It's ridiculous. At this moment, a wooden arrow wrapped around the wood attribute energy and shot towards the fox of the 3 realms. A girl with short hair jumped out of the forest. Although the fire attribute restrains the wood attribute energy on this wooden arrow is not afraid of flames at all. The girl who appeared held a wooden bow in her hand, and her subordinates kept going, and with more than 10 arrows in a row, they directly fixed the fox on the ground. Wang Jia, independently kill the strange beasts of the 3 realms and get 100 points. Immediately, a military warrior appeared and recorded the points Wang Jia had gained. Wang Jia heard that she had obtained points, without any expression on her face, glanced at the map, and quickly ran towards the other strange beast location. Lija stood with a few of his followers in embarrassment. The 3 of them gasped for breath, and their faces were burned black and white. The strength of the seedlings was not even able to defeat any strange beast from the 3 realms. Brotherly, what should we do? It seems that we can't even beat a strange beast from the 3 realms. In addition to them, there are many candidates from the 3 realms who have also encountered this situation. They are all in the realm of forbidden exercises, and they are all in the realm of warriors in the 3 realms. But whenever they did it, the warriors of the military headquarters found that their source power was very vain, far from being the opponents of the strange beasts of the 3 realms. What's going on? Are their realms all fake? At this time, Suyu was naturally friendly with Xiaoingha and Mengyu. As for Zhao Qinghan, since he got off the bus, the other party has been very low-key, and he doesn't know where he went at this time. Mengyu's strength is really strong, and she has awakened a very rare Qi attribute ability, a variant ability of Feng Shui attribute. It is said that the level is also SSS level, only to see him raise his white and tender palm, and his fingertips are slightly forward. An invisible fluctuation continued to shake towards the distance, and a strange beast of the three realms was directly pointed at by this point. Blood splattered out, and there was a big hole in his chest, obviously dead and could not die anymore. Even Suyu looked at this hand secretly. Suyu could see that the other party was definitely also the talented martial artist Zhou Tian realm of the three realms, but he could shoot out his own source power and directly kill a strange beast of the three realms from such a distance. With this hand alone, there are almost no opponents under the three realms. Looking at Mengyu's terrifying strength, Xiaoingha was happy for his girlfriend at the same time, but he couldn't help but feel a little sad. She also found that her weakness was the strength of the three realms, and there was such a big difference. If she faced a strange beast from the three realms alone, I am afraid she would not be an opponent. After Mengyu took action, it was also out of control, and several strange beasts from the three realms encountered on the way were easily killed by Mengyu. Suyu and Xiaoingha didn't even touch the hair of a strange beast. This didn't work. At this time a black shadow appeared in front of him again, and a faint strange beast coercion emanated. Obviously another strange beast appeared. I'm here for this. Suyu hurriedly walked out with his gun and took the initiative to fight. He doesn't have that far attack ability. If he can't compare to grabbing monsters, then it's better to use his mouth to open monsters. He stepped forward with his right foot. Monster, die. A purple thunder began to extend along his toes towards the ground, and a thin thunder and lightning flowed towards the black shadow. The moment it was struck by thunder, a terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions. The black shadow slowly stood up, and it turned out to be an orangutan nearly 4 meters tall. Know the beasts of the four realms. Suyu was speechless. You're not joking with me. When I killed a strange beast, it's replaced with the four realms. Suyu's thunder and lightning obviously angered the orangutan, and he began to beat his chest frantically, and the roar once again formed sound waves, heading in all directions. This area is not big, and many students around it have suddenly noticed the changes here. Strange beasts from all over the world. What's the situation? Don't you say that there are only strange beasts below the three realms? Is this something that the military department omitted when cleaning up? Why haven't the warriors of the military department appeared to clean up? Now the three of them are in trouble. Seeing this terrifying beast, Xiaoingha's face changed drastically. Suyu, come on. Mengyu's hands were full of energy, and a gray mist wrapped around her hands. Her eyes were solemn, ready to make a move at any time. If she guessed correctly, it was possible that the Ministry of Martial Arts deliberately stayed here, with the aim of increasing the difficulty of the exam. The warriors of the military headquarters will definitely not care about this strange beast from the four realms, and this battle can only rely on themselves. Mengyu gradually became excited, and this kind of challenging battle was what she wanted. I only hope that Suyu's strength is stronger, and the two of them can take down these strange beasts from the four realms together. At this time, the Vajra orangutan stared at Suyu, and two white gases visible to the naked eye spewed out from a pair of huge nostrils. Suyu, step back, let's deal with him together. Mengyu called Suyu, but Suyu did not look back, and a clear heart-beating sound came from him. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong. Suyu's eyes lit up with a brilliant light, and 108 star veins lit up in Suyu's body. He did not enter the transcendent state, and this strange beast that had just entered the four realms was not worth his ultimate. His strength at this time was completely enough to deal with it. So what about the strange beasts in the four realms? It's just my experience package on the road of the god of war. Suyu held the gun in his right hand, thunder flashed under his feet, and instantly began to accelerate. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Suyu rushed towards the strange beasts of the four realms alone. Come back, Suyu, don't be strong. Mengyu immediately panicked. She didn't expect that Suyu would not only not retreat, but also choose to fight alone in this strange beast. She looked at Suyu's back puzzled, not knowing why Suyu did this. This kid is crazy. This can cross a big realm. He dares to go up alone. The surrounding students looked at Suyu in confusion, thinking that this person was a little too arrogant, and he couldn't see his own strength clearly than that Lija. Wang Jia, who was hiding in the shadows, was shining green all over, holding a short bow in his hand, looking at Suyu's back and not knowing what he was thinking. The military warriors not far away were also extremely nervous. Although these four beasts had been designed a long time ago, they did not expect that Suyu would fight this four beasts alone, and they were ready to rescue Suyu at any time. At this time, Suyu had already come to the front of the orangutan, close to 4 meters, and the orangutan with muscles and knots was full of oppression. He saw that Suyu alone dared to rush over and provoke him, and the orangutan suddenly became even more angry and felt that he had been insulted. Whoa! The diamond orangutan could no longer control it, and slapped Suyu with a heavy palm. It's now! Suyu's eyes flashed. This strange beast was flexible, and only when he did it could he ensure that he could attack the other party. His empty step was cast, and Suyu easily dodged the opponent's attack. The whole person was also stranded exploded in the air, and then he turned around, and the alloy spear was mixed with terrifying thunderous power, and it stabbed out suddenly. Stunt, Thunder Dragon goes to sea. This shot was accompanied by the terrifying purple thunder power that flowed straight out, and the thunder converged on the gun body, and even formed a thunder and lightning tip on the tip of the alloy spear. The entire gun body turned into a purple frontodragon, and at this time, Suyu's stunt did not appear as exaggerated as before. But the source power is more cohesive, which is a manifestation of greater control over energy. This shot, under everyone's terrified gaze, stabbed directly into the back of the orangutan's neck. The accompanying purple thunder and lightning instantly pierced through his body. Whoa! The orangutan let out a scream. Its huge body charred, and it smelled burning. How is this possible? The result of the battle surprised everyone. So you actually killed the strange beasts in these 4 realms with one shot. Click. How can he be so strong? Is this still the Zhou Tian realm of the 3 realms? Mengyu, who had just run towards Suyu to support him, also stopped in his tracks. Originally, she thought that Suyu was big, but she didn't expect that before she could get closer, Suyu had already shot the strange beast in seconds. The military warriors who were originally ready to rescue Suyu were also stunned. The dignified beasts of the 4 realms just killed them like this? They are just the 4 realms, and Suyu may not be as good as Suyu. Looking at the terrifying thunderous shot, no, Suyu can also shoot them dead. Wang Jia, who was hiding in the shadows, turned pale and swallowed her saliva. She is actually a member of the royal family of Northern Yan, who has been gifted since she was a child and has always been very conceited and underestimated the people of the world. This time I came to Yunshu City to participate in the martial arts exam, and I thought I was a dimensionality reduction blow. But when he saw Suyu make a move, he directly refreshed his 3 views. There will be such a powerful warrior of the 3 realms in the world. Suyu, you are really so powerful. Xiaoingha jumped up to Suyu, and she was the one who could most accept Suyu's strength. After all, the day of the talent awakening, from the time Suyu killed the strange beast of the 3 realms with one punch, Suyu has always been a mysterious, powerful, and omnipotent existence in her eyes. Just when everyone was still immersed in Suyu's shocking shot, a young man's figure suddenly rushed out. Brush. History is always strikingly similar. Lija didn't know where he came out again, and slashed at the head of the orangutan. But this Vajra is not comparable to the lone wolf. The knife got stuck in the flesh of the orangutan's neck. Boom. The body of the orangutan smashed heavily to the ground. Lija's face showed a look of horror. Even now, the long knife in his hand couldn't even break the opponent's defense. He looked at Suyu's eyes, and his heart trembled. Misunderstanding. Misunderstand. I just want to test how strong the physical body of these 4 realms of strange beasts is. There is absolutely no intention of stealing monsters. Lija raised his hands and slowly stepped back, and he felt that the oppression on Suyu's body was no worse than that of a strange beast. But at this moment, Mubin walked out again. He glanced at the orangutan lying on the ground and the alloy knife stuck on it. Then he kicked the orangutan with his foot, and seeing that the other party was motionless, he said with an indifferent expression on his face, Suyu and Lija jointly killed the strange beast of the 3 realms, and the cause of death of the strange beast was a knife wound on the neck. According to the kill contribution, Lija's killing of strange beasts accounted for 80% of the contribution, and Suyu's assists accounted for 20% of the contribution. The beasts of the 4 realms are worth 1,000 points. Lija got 800 points, Suyu got 200 points. What? After hearing Mubin's points distribution, everyone showed incredible expressions this time. This bias is too obvious. That lone wolf can still be said to be Lija's mending the knife, but this orangutan has already been killed by Suyu. Can cutting a corpse count as a hit? Looking at the unkind eyes around him, even Lija was not calm. He just wanted to mix some points, but he didn't expect that Mubin would cooperate with him so much and give him the big head directly. But did he dare to take these points? Suyu's eyes as if he were looking at a dead person, plus the terrifying strength of the other party. He now knows it completely, although they are all warriors of the 3 realms, but people are really different. Mubin's obvious partial behavior. Everyone was indignant at Suyu. On the periphery of the martial arts examination venue, Zhang Kun, Minister of Education, and Xiao Hui, Minister of Martial Arts, also received the news. What? Student Lija has already killed the strange beasts in the 4 realms? So fast. Xiao Hui's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the 4 realms of the strange beasts he put in to die so quickly. Who's with the highest points now? He continued to ask the personnel of the martial arts department who came out to report. The man said without much thought, it's Lija. He already has 900 points now. Although the personnel of the martial arts department are responsible for scoring, they only score on the periphery, and the warriors of the military department convey them to them, and they do not know the situation inside. So much. It seems that this Lija's talent is really good, and he has contributed a lot in the battle of the 4 beasts. He didn't think that this kind of battle of the 4 realms of strange beasts could be done by one person. Zhang Kun also showed a happy face at this time. Not bad. I really found a good seedling. Lao Xiao, your method is really good. Minister Zhang, in fact, I still have some means left in this martial arts examination place. Xiao Hui's face was a little strange at this time. He waved to the martial arts department that reported, and the man quickly retreated to the martial arts examination place. When Zhang Kun heard Xiao Wei say this, he immediately became interested. Old Xiao, what else is inside? Xiao Wei pretended to be mysterious and leaned towards Zhang Kun's ear. That's, you go to death. While Xiao Wei said this, he stabbed Zhang Kun with a knife. Zhang Kun was shocked and frightened. What's even more terrifying is that he found that this Xiao Wei was not a grandmaster of the 5 realms at all, but the strength of a great grandmaster. You are a great master. It was a sneak attack, and the other party was missing a whole realm. Zhang Kun didn't struggle much, and was pierced by Xiao Wei. He kicked Zhang Kun's body open like a ragbag, with an excited expression on his face. The show has begun. Then he took out a strange black square communication device from his arms. Start planning, target Li Jia. At the same time, the martial arts examination venue changed suddenly. Originally, everyone was still indignant about Mu Bin's obvious bias. But at this moment, the martial arts members who could only score on the periphery of the exam area rushed in one after another. The military warriors didn't react. What are these people going to do? In order to put an end to fraud, the 3 major departments have a clear division of labor, and only the military department, which has little to do with the martial arts examination, can be responsible for protection work. Only when there is a problem in the martial arts examination, these people can enter the martial arts examination place. However, these people from the martial arts department obviously violated the regulations and went directly into the martial arts examination. Song Hu immediately questioned, everything is normal here, what are you going to do? And these people were extremely fast, and their realm was not low. They didn't pay attention to Song Hu's question at all, and one of them pointed to Li Jia. He is the genius Li Jia, catch him. A large number of people from the martial arts department immediately received this person's order, and everyone immediately rushed towards Li Jia. Li Jia, who is the genius? Me? This may be the last time Li Jia wants to be called a genius. Seeing the appearance of these people, Mu Bin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Sure enough, it's here. The temperament of his whole body changed instantly, and the temperament of his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. A strong battlefield murderous aura appeared on this person. The strong murderous aura even made the people around them feel like they were falling without a fight. Mu Bin shouted, yes, where are the military warriors? Go into battle. Fight the enemy. At this time, Song Hu and the others reacted. Who is the enemy? Are these people from the martial arts club enemies? Although they can't figure out the current situation, it is the duty of soldiers to carry out orders. Mu Bin gave an order, and all the military warriors killed the members of the martial arts department who appeared. The instantaneous change made everyone stunned. How did the military department fight with the martial arts department? At this time, Suyu's eyes narrowed when he saw Mu Bin shot. I saw Mu Bin holding 2 one-handed axes at this time, and the whole person turned into a phantom. With an axe struck, the entire space began to crack the gaps, and Mu Bin turned out to be a rare space attribute powerhouse. There were actually great grandmasters among those martial arts clubs who rushed out, and the two collided with each other in an instant. But that person was not Mu Bin's opponent at all. He was beaten by Mu Bin's axe and retreated steadily, and his body was torn apart by space energy. Around the two fighting, no one dared to approach, for fear of being involved in Mu Bin's attack and torn apart. Looking at Mu Bin, who was like a god of war, his figure slowly coincided with the person in Suyu's memory. For words appeared in Suyu's mind. Kill God, Mu Bai. How is it possible? It's him. Suyu, who had the great sun visualization map in his previous life, although he did not dare to say that he was the strongest among the half-step martial gods. So strong, but the average half-step martial god among the talented warriors is definitely not his opponent. If you fight, because of his terrifying power, it can even be said that it is completely crushed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through the god of war in battle and exchange 1-for-1 with the god of war. But this is also the half-step martial god killing god Mu Bai. He has never fought, but he also knows that he is by no means the opponent of the other party. The god-killing god Mu Bai in the previous life, known as the first half-step martial god combat power, is no joke. His murderous aura is extremely exaggerated, making people afraid before fighting. Although the awaken talent is a spatial attribute, it allows him to completely use it as a killing tool. Even Suyu had to retreat. This title of first is not in the Dasha kingdom, including within the 10,000 races. They are all recognized as strong people. I heard that this person even dared to go up and break his wrist. It's a pity that Mu Bai has never become a martial god, or he is also one of the top combat forces of the Dasha kingdom. Although Mu Bin in the battle at this time was one word different from Mu Bai, he looked at the fighting method that used space cracks plus a murderous aura. This Mu Bin must be the future god of killing Mu Bai, but I don't know why he changed his name later, or Mu Bai is just his nickname. Mu Bin was only in the realm of a great grandmaster at this time, but he had already initially seen the invincibility of the first half-step martial god in the future. This group of people from the martial arts department obviously didn't expect Mu Bai's combat effectiveness to be so strong, and the opponent's grandmaster was about to be defeated in just a few rounds. Just when Mu Bin thought he had a chance to win, and an explosion sounded. Boom! A thick fog instantly spread throughout the examination room.
Mubai's reaction was unpleasant, and he shouted, "Protect the candidates!"
He himself quickly moved away from the great Grandmaster Powerhouse who was about to be beheaded by him, and retreated towards the candidate. But it was still a step too late, and I saw a figure rushing out of the fog and slashing at Mubin with a knife. Bell. Although Mubin responded in a hurry, he still knocked the man several meters away. But he frowned. This person turned out to be a great Grandmaster. Taking advantage of the moment he was delayed, a person appeared again in the smoke. That person was extremely fast. It was Xiaoingha, the Minister of Martial Arts. He is also a great Grandmaster Powerhouse, or is Xiaoingha and the others his opponents, and he knocks several people away with a knife, as if he is in a no man's land for a while.
Xiaoingha, you actually...
Obviously, Mubin didn't expect that even Xiaoingha would make a move this time. Xiaoingha heard Mubin's voice, a hint of joke flashed in his eyes, and he raised his eyebrows provocatively at Mubin. Then he instantly grabbed Li Jia, who was still confused, and shouted loudly,
"When the goal is in hand, everyone will follow me."
Seeing Xiaoingha kidnapping Li Jia, Mubin was immediately furious.
Mubin's murderous aura under anger was even more like substance, rolling up the surrounding smoke high.
But he was delayed by the great Grandmaster. Where could he catch up, and watched Xiaoingha run away? Although Mubin was already extremely angry, he still suppressed his anger and said loudly, "Everyone is not allowed to pursue, protect the candidates, and don't get caught in the tiger and leave the mountain." After a while, the smoke cleared, and there were quite a few candidates except Li Jia. One warrior from the military department died, and the others were injured, which was much better than the people of the martial arts department. In just this moment, the people of the martial arts department had left several corpses. Mubin stood there with an extremely ugly face, but he still held it up, thinking that his strength could face all dangers. But he didn't expect that three great Grandmaster powerhouses were dispatched from the opposing camp. Suyu seemed to have gradually guessed the situation in front of him. When the smoke appeared just now, Mubin immediately ran towards him, ignoring the great Grandmaster powerhouse who was about to be hacked to death by him.
"You are looking for death?" he asked tentatively. "General Mao, did you deliberately lower my points and do all these things to protect me?"
Mubin had put away his murderous aura at this time, returned to his original appearance, and rolled his eyes at Suyu.
"Isn't this nonsense?
Mao Shenling heard that there may be cultists who sabotage our martial arts test this time. Let me do my best and kill them. After all, you are Su Zhan's son. I can still let you be used as bait. I can only wrong Li Jia. It's a pity. I really didn't expect that even Xiaoingha was a cult person." Suyu was stunned, and only then did he know the gold content of the Soviet war in the military headquarters. Looking at the military warriors who were looking at them with burning eyes, they had anticipation and relief in their eyes.
"It's more about the kind of love that looks at your juniors."
It turned out that his father's prestige in the army was so high that even Mubin, who was transferred from other military regions, would take care of himself like this. The surrounding candidates were instantly stunned when they heard Mubin's words.
Whose son is Suyu? Soviet war? Which Soviet war?
The first martial saint of the Daxia kingdom has just been promoted to a half-step martial god, repelling the Daxia kingdom hero Su Zhan. At this time, Su Zhan claimed to the outside world that he was only injured and recuperating, and that he was unconscious and fell into the realm was naturally deliberately hidden. No wonder it's so strong, killing the strange beasts of the four realms with one shot. It turned out to be Su Zhan's son.
Tiger father has no dog.
The candidates' eyes on Suyu gradually changed. From the beginning they just thought Suyu was strong, and now they are mixed with some complex feelings of worship. Su Zhan's son already has an aura of his own, and he will eventually attract everyone's attention.
Xiaoingha's mouth was wide open, and she knew that Suyu's family background was not ordinary.
I just didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Her head couldn't help but hang down slightly, and she felt a little ashamed of herself.
The most surprised person is Zhao Qinghan.
The voice of the son of Soviet war exploded in her head.
What? Su Zhan's son? She originally only thought that Suyu was an ordinary rich second generation, but she didn't pay attention to it. Her pursuit is far from being such a small rich second generation girlfriend.
But if you say that you are the son of Su Zhan, no matter what you do, I will definitely agree to you immediately. At this time, Zhao Qinghan regretted it, and the opportunity to be Su Zhan's daughter-in-law made him miss it.
Meng Yu's eyes flashed, not knowing what he was thinking.
Okay, this place is dangerous. Stop the martial arts test immediately. I'll send you away. Mubin urged Suyu and others to leave the battlefield of all ethnic groups, and he also had to save Li Jia. Although his original intention was to let Li Jia be used as bait, he definitely did not want to sacrifice Li Jia's life. Li Jia's arrest was just an accident. Seeing that Suyu didn't seem to want to leave yet, Mubin thought that Suyu was entangled in the issue of scores. Suyu, I will adjust the points for you to kill strange beasts, don't worry. Everyone should leave the battlefield of 10,000 tribes as soon as possible, he said loudly again. But he forgot an important thing, that is, the arrangement of the martial arts examination site is the work of the martial arts department. At this time, even Xiaoingha rebelled. How could there really be only 3 realms of strange beasts here? Sure enough, before Mubin finished speaking, the originally flat ground began to shake violently.
violently. Boom! In the next second, the entire ground collapsed suddenly. Mu Bin was horrified to find that the originally flat underground had been hollowed out, and deep in this underground was actually a nest of insects and beasts. Xiaoingha, who fled, didn't know what hidden mechanism he had touched here, causing everyone to fall. As everyone descended, the entire nest seemed to come to life. Countless insect-like beasts from the second and third realms appeared, although the realm was not high, but there were too many, swarming towards everyone. These Zerg are like enlarged ants, with huge pincer mouthparts and thick black armor, each of which is at least the size of an adult dog. Everyone is closer, form a formation, let's kill out. Hearing Mu Bin shout, everyone seemed to have a backbone and approached him. But there are too many of these insects, and in just a few meters, they have been covered with dense insects. Mu Bin turned into a killing god again, like a tornado, and all the Zerg instantly turned into pieces. Song Huan, another military warrior from the Grandmaster realm, also took action one after another and began to slaughter these Zerg. Finally, everyone was brought together without sacrificing a single person. But at this moment, a scream rang out. Suyu, save me! I don't know when, a whole circle of Zerg suddenly drilled out of the ground, and the huge mouthparts picked up Mengyu and ran towards the nest. Mu Bin looked at the situation in front of him, his face changed, and he immediately stopped. Suyu, don't go! But Suyu was closest to Mengyu, and how could he bear to see the other party being captured right in front of his eyes? His whole body suddenly burst with fierce thunderous power, and as he jumped high, he thrust his spear into the ground. A large amount of thunder power spread in all directions, and countless Zerg were paralyzed on the spot. Kill! He jumped high with the inertia of inserting himself into the ground, and instead of choosing to pull out the spear, he directly put the spear into the space ring. Then it was taken out again, cancelling the inertia of pulling out the gun. With this set going on, Suyu's body instantly jumped more than 10 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the Zerg tribe in the Four Realms. Thunder Dragon goes to sea. Suyu used his stunt again, and the beasts of the Four Realms only cared about escaping, and they didn't come to defend at all, and Suyu was fixed on the ground with a shot. With a large amount of thunder pouring into the gun body, this strange beast in the Four Realms instantly stopped moving. Ha! Suyu exhaled, looked at Mengyu, who fell to the ground, smiled, and stretched out his hand to help the other party up. Looking at Suyu, who succeeded in one blow, Mu Bin and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. I can't help but sigh, as expected of Suyu, he is really powerful, and among the thousands of troops, he can also kill the strange beasts of the Four Realms with one shot. But at this time, Mengyu did not take Suyu's outstretched hand, but showed a strange expression on his face. I'm sorry, Suyu. Suyu frowned, still not understanding what Mengyu meant. At this time, a shadow suddenly burst out. The other party was dressed in black, wearing a non-reflective black mask on his face. His body was entangled with the dark attribute of Sinran, and he was holding a black dagger in his hand. Looking at this person's appearance, it was obvious that he was a professional killer, and feeling the aura on this person's body, he turned out to be a Grandmaster powerhouse. The changes in front of them made everyone dizzy, and no one expected that there would be a Grandmaster powerhouse hidden here. Looking at that appearance, the other party's target is Suyu, who has been hiding there for a long time. Are you okay? The sharp meaning of the black dagger made him feel a tingle before he got close to Suyu, as if his chest had been pierced by the other party. Damn, how could this be? Suyu quickly reacted. Mengyu was obviously deliberately seducing herself. She was in the same group as this person. He didn't have time to think about why Mengyu did this to him. The chi and blood in his whole body suddenly began to boil, and the heart of the god of war beat wildly, directly entering the transcendent state. After entering the transcendent state, Suyu's feet flashed with thunder, his speed skyrocketed, and he quickly retreated backwards. The man obviously didn't expect Suyu's speed to suddenly change so fast. But after all, he had been planning for a long time, and he was a Grandmaster powerhouse, so he still had this kind of preparation. A pair of eyes exposed on his black mask burst out with red light, and the black dagger in his hand suddenly flew out and shot towards Suyu's chest. The speed was so fast that even his eyes couldn't catch it, only a black on flashed in Suyu's eyes. Just when the man thought that his trick had succeeded, Suyu suddenly poked out a dragon head from his chest. A bell. Xiaoxi bit the black dagger that came in one bite. Damn, what is it? This Grandmaster powerhouse is stupid. How could Suyu have a dragon head hidden in his chest? But at this time, he had to send an arrow on the string, pass through this village, and waited for Mu Bin and a few people to come. He had no chance to kill Suyu. A pair of daggers appeared in his hand again and rushed towards Suyu. But at this time, he found that Suyu's temperament suddenly changed, and the spear in Suyu's hand suddenly disappeared. What appeared in Suyu's hand again was an alloy long knife. When this long knife appeared in Suyu's hands, he somehow felt a breath of death. Bell, bell, bell. Almost in the blink of an eye, the long knife and the dagger touched several times in an instant. The two figures quickly separated. The dagger in the Grandmaster's hand trembled slightly. He didn't take any advantage. How is this possible? Mu Bin and others behind were also full of disbelief. Suyu was able to fight with the Grandmaster without falling behind. Zhou Tianjing battle Grandmaster. How can this be the same as the Arabian Nights? The feeling of the Grandmaster power
powerhouse who fought with Suyu was more intuitive. Although the opponent's strength is far from comparable to the normal Zhou Tianjing, it is also weaker than his own, mainly because the opponent's knife skills are too strong. There is only one possibility for this kind of knife technique that even the Grandmaster realm can cross. This is, heaven and man are one. A word that was absolutely impossible to associate with Suyu appeared in the mind of the Grandmaster powerhouse. Such a young genius of the unity of heaven and man, this is simply incredible. This Grandmaster powerhouse only felt numb all over, and he instantly regretted that he should not have taken on this task. He can't kill this kind of person. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran away without the slightest hesitation. Mengyu was also stupid at this time. She really didn't expect that Suyu was so strong that she couldn't kill him like this. She regretted saying sorry to Suyu a little. She thought Suyu was dead, and now she was also exposed. But how could Suyu let him escape? And his momentum suddenly exploded. Did I let you go? The strong chi and blood instantly spread to Suyu's long knife. His momentum soared again, until he broke through the Wuzong realm and reached the Grandmaster realm. Heaven and man are one. 9 slashes of the absolute sword. The Grandmaster powerhouse who was fleeing suddenly slammed his body, and he seemed to have foreseen his own death. At this time, the aura on Suyu's body behind him reached a terrifying level. He turned his head in disbelief, and a red blade light instantly passed through his body. This, how is it possible? A bloodline appeared on his body, and his whole body instantly melted in half. He didn't understand until his death. Even if a Zhou Tianjing warrior could fight him, how could he kill him in seconds with a single knife? From the appearance of this Grandmaster to assassinate Suyu, to the battle between the two, to the end Suyu killed the other party in seconds. It almost happened in the blink of an eye, isn't it? Now everyone is dumbfounded. Even Mubin is not calm. He is also a combat genius. At low realms, leapfrogging battles are as simple as eating and drinking. But this week, the heavenly realm crossed 2 levels to kill the Grandmaster, and he didn't dare to think about it. But Suyu actually did it. The candidates around him were even more stupid. It's too strong. The main thing is that this person is actually a candidate in the same class as me? Is it really reasonable to kill the Wuhan University candidate who killed the Grandmaster? I still want to compete with such a person. Isn't this a joke with me? Zhao Qinghan only now knows why Suyu didn't take it seriously to himself when he told him that someone was going to kill him. He didn't believe it, but he wasn't afraid at all. He can kill the Grandmaster by leapfrogging. What else is there to be afraid of? The military warriors were also stunned, and they swallowed their saliva. Does this person still need me to protect him? Doesn't it mean that no one on the field is his opponent except Mubin? At this time, Xiaoingha was already numb, and Suyu brought him too much surprise. Wang Jie's eyes flashed, a raging flame ignited in her heart, and she also wanted to become as strong as Suyu. The most surprising thing was Mengyu lying on the ground. She was the closest to Suyu, and the stunning knife was right in front of her. That knife only made her feel dizzy, as if she was in a dream. It's so strong. Mengyu was extremely flustered. She didn't expect that even the Grandmaster powerhouse couldn't kill Suyu. The light in her eyes kept flashing, and the next second, her right hand suddenly slapped the ground. Poof! A gas burst sounded, and her whole body soared into the air. Immediately afterwards, several sonic booms sounded behind her, raising a large amount of gray mist, and the whole person also shot out into the distance. Suyu frowned. This Mengyu behavior made it difficult for him to understand. Didn't she let Xiaoingha take care of herself? Why did you kill yourself this time? Forget it, grab her, and you'll know. Seeing Mengyu fleeing, Mubin was shocked, afraid that Suyu would chase Mengyu, so he hurriedly shouted, Suyu, the battlefield of all races is dangerous, don't chase it. But it was already late, and purple thunder flashed under Suyu's feet, turning into a bolt of lightning, and chased towards Mengyu. Damn, it's really worry-free. Mubin watched Suyu run away, and suddenly he jumped straight up in anger. But there is no way, although Suyu is disobedient, he can't ignore it. He anxiously turned back to Songhu and said, you take the candidates back first, and I'll go find Suyu. Yes, Songhu immediately replied. Xiaoingha looked at Suyu and Mengyu who were running away and wanted to say something, but unfortunately before he could say anything, his head lowered. She originally wanted to keep up, but unfortunately she was too weak and felt that she would only become a burden. Looking at Mengyu galloping in front, it was really difficult for Suyu, who had already left the transcendent state, to catch up with the other party. And the other party obviously also had acceleration skills, and the two actually ran on equal footing for a while. Because Suyu used a Grandmaster level attack, he was temporarily unable to enter the transcendent state. And at this time, the irritable chi and blood in his body were also running around, making him feel a faint tingling sensation all over his body. But Suyu didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but had a pleasure of enjoying this kind of pain. Suyu couldn't help but think, do this every day, am I a little perverted? At this moment, a warm feeling came from his chest, gradually flowing towards his limbs. Injuries in the body began to heal quickly. This is Xiaoxi sharing his injuries and promoting his own rapid healing. At this rate, it won't be long before he can continue to use the transcendent state. And Xiaoxi won't consume too much, just keep absorbing his chi and blood. With Xiaoxi, he is like hanging up. Suyu ran behind behind Meng Yu not long after he suddenly felt something was wrong. He knew that Mu Bin was behind him, and normally, Mu Bin was a great master. With his speed, he should be able to catch up with himself in the blink of an eye, but after so long, why didn't even Mu Bin's footsteps sound? Suyu looked at Meng Yu's back not far away, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Although the opponent was running, the distance from him seemed to have always maintained a constant speed, neither closer nor farther. Faced with this situation, Suyu tried to slowly slow down his speed, but at this time, the speed of Meng Yu not far away also slowly decreased. Faced with this situation, Suyu's brows furrowed tightly, and he immediately stopped. But what I didn't expect was that Meng Yu's figure did not stop, and still maintained a running state. But the weirdest thing will be that her whole person did not run further and further, but the whole person remained in place. Seeing this strange situation, Suyu's face suddenly changed. Isn't it? Is this it? A bad thought suddenly arose in Suyu's heart, and he remembered a very dangerous place. He quickly took out the area map provided to them by the military department in the space ring. Although most of the maps provided by the military headquarters are the areas where they took the martial arts exam, they still marked some buildings on the periphery. Looking at this map, he found that he was not far from the martial arts examination area, but when he noticed the landform of this area, he was shocked. Sure enough, it was that place, and he couldn't help but feel a chill behind him, and he couldn't help but be careful. There was a legend in the last life when Suyu was still a mercenary. It is said that there was a very powerful mercenary called the Wolf Pack. It can be said that the Wolf Pack was the most famous mercenary group at that time. This is because the wolves are mercenary groups with martial saint level masters. This is basically impossible for this kind of private organization to have the combat power of the martial saint level. It is simply too difficult to make a strong man of the level of Wu Shang become such a mercenary who licks blood on the tip of a knife. Generally, no matter which organization the martial saint goes to, he can get the greatest courtesy. And the leader of the Wolf Pack, Scar Wolf, was not a martial saint when he joined the Wolf Pack. He also relied on his own strength to finally become a martial saint step by step. Being able to reach this step of the martial saint is actually the ceiling among mercenaries. Scar Wolf is the godson of the former Wolf Pack leader, and although he wants to quit the Wolf Pack and go to a higher stage after becoming a grandmaster, but he was reluctant to let go of his brothers who were born and died together at that time, so he still stayed among the wolf mercenaries. But such a strong man accidentally disappeared during a mission, and the disappearance was silent, and there were more than a dozen people who were with him at the time, all of whom disappeared with him at the same time. After all, he was a strong man at the level of the martial saint, although he did not belong to the official organization, but the god of martial arts still went to investigate in person and still found nothing. Since then, the disappearance of warriors has often occurred in the places where Scar Wolf disappeared. Since then, the Daxia Kingdom has listed this place as a forbidden area on the battlefield of all races, forbidding everyone to approach. Because the landform here is very recognizable, in a huge canyon, there are 4 skull-like boulders on the front, back, left and right, so it is called Canyon of the Dead. Suyu had actually never been to the Canyon of the Dead, but as a mercenary, he had naturally heard of the name of this place. When he saw how similar the terrain on this map was to the original description of Canyon of the Dead, his heart was cold, and he cursed secretly. Why am I so unlucky, and ran to this hellish place? If he had known this, what would he do when he was idle chasing that dream rain? He couldn't help but reflect. Maybe he had swelled a little after killing the Grandmaster. It seems that it is better to keep a low profile in the future. At this time, Suyu began to try to recall the memories of this Canyon of the Dead in his previous life. In his memory, the Canyon of the Dead is not that no one has come out of it alive. It is said that one person entered the Canyon of the Dead for nearly a year. One day he suddenly came out of it. Moreover, the man's warrior realm suddenly changed from the Zhou Tian realm to the Great Grandmaster realm, achieving a triple jump. It was also a sensation at the time, and it was even in the news. It's a pity that this person went crazy not long after he came out, muttering crazy words like he has become above the god of martial arts. At that time, Suyu just listened to it for fun, but he didn't expect this unfortunate thing in this life to fall on his head. He regretted that he should have read more news about the Canyon of the Dead at that time, which could increase the survival rate a little. Suyu looked at the huge canyon not far away that seemed to be directly cut by a giant axe in the middle of the mountain, and there seemed to be fog in the canyon. At this time, Meng Yu not far away was still running in place, and this scene felt a little weird no matter how you looked at it, which made Suyu hurry. Suyu didn't say a word, turned around and walked back. What Canyon of the Dead? He didn't go in to see what this canyon could do to him, but soon Suyu discovered that he was too naive. 15 minutes later, Suyu returned to the place again, looking at the dark canyon not far away. He couldn't help but scold. Day. But he still didn't give up, changed direction, and continued to walk. 15 minutes later, Suyu returned to the place again. After trying like this 5 or 6 times, looking at the huge canyon still in front of him, Suyu completely gave up. At this time, Meng Yu at the entrance of the canyon had disappeared, and the huge canyon crack in front of him was like an open monster mouth, which made Suyu feel chills all over. But there is no way, this is not the way, he is trapped here forever. It seems that he can can only bite the bullet and try to break in. At this time, Mu Bin looked even more confused. He had been looking here several times. In just a few seconds, Suyu was quite a living person, and he disappeared alive from his dignified grandmaster. And even Meng Yu was nowhere to be seen. No one believes this, it's too weird. Suyu finally stepped into the canyon filled with thick fog. I don't know if it's Suyu's psychological effect. From the moment he entered this canyon, he felt as if something was following him. Xiaoxi also frantically warned on his chest, as if the environment here made her very uncomfortable. Baba, Baba. Just when Suyu wanted to calm Xiaoxi's emotions, whoosh, Suyu felt an unusually dangerous feeling shooting towards his face. He immediately dodged in a hurry, rolling backwards in embarrassment for the whole moment. At this time, Suyu saw clearly that what appeared in front of him was actually a flying sword. Unlike ordinary long swords, this flying sword is only half of the long sword, and the overall shape is streamlined, making it very suitable for flying. The flying sword emitted golden light all over its body, extremely fast, and was very imperceptible under the cover of the fog. Although Suyu dodged the first blow, the flying sword was not finished, and it was mixed with golden light, and it slashed sharply at the top of Suyu's head. That speed was faster, and Suyu was about to dodge. Suyu was shocked and quickly shouted, "Slow down, don't do it yet." The flying sword heard Suyu's voice, paused suddenly, and stopped about half a foot above Suyu's head. Ha! Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, I'm sorry, I thought you were the one who attacked you at the time." "Hey, you are demons?" Accompanied by a crisp sound. A beautiful girl with long legs who looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, wearing a white tight combat uniform and a white robe outside, walked out of the fog. Suyu's eyes narrowed, although this girl looked similar to the human race, but through the unique costume and the golden light that kept flashing in his eyes, Suyu knew that this girl was an immortal among the three major races. He didn't expect to meet someone from the immortal race here. He hesitated for a moment and did not choose to lie. "I'm not a demon, I'm a human." "Ah, are you a human race? I saw that you have such strong blood, and I thought you were a demon." The girl's tone sounded very naive, and she slowly walked out of the fog. At this time, Suyu also saw that the girl was also a little embarrassed, and there was a hint of unnatural cyan in her pale face. The combat uniform on her body was even more tattered, and the robe on the outside was originally to cover her torn clothes. After seeing Suyu, her face was filled with joy, and her expression relaxed, as if she hadn't seen a living person for a long time. "It doesn't matter what race you are, as long as there are living people here, it would be great. I didn't mean to attack you just now, don't hold a grudge against me, I just want to leave this place now." Suyu did not let his guard down because of the other party's words. Although this fairy girl looked young, but this is their racial characteristics. The immortals are hundreds of years old monsters and still look like girls. God knows how old this girl is, and this girl doesn't look weak. Although he was injured, the sword that cut him just now had at least the strength of the Five Realms Grandmaster. Suyu faced this fairy girl and just wanted to ask the other party what was going on here. I saw that the girl's face suddenly changed, and her already pale face became even paler. "Quick, come with me." He grabbed Suyu's hand, and the other party's hand was very cold, as if he had grabbed a piece of ice. As soon as Suyu wanted to break free, he felt an unusually dangerous aura approaching rapidly. His heart was crossed, and he let the immortal girl pull him towards the depths of the fog. The girl seemed to be familiar with this place, although she couldn't see clearly in the fog, but he still took Suyu to turn left and right, and finally ran into a cave. Boom! As a stone door closed heavily, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. The whole cave suddenly fell silent. The cave was extremely dark, and only the girl's golden eyes slightly reflected a pale golden light. Feeling each other's breathing, the two suddenly fell silent. The girl was the first to speak. "Hello Terran boy, my name is Yuning. What is your name?" All the races of this world, including the high-level beasts, spoke the lingua franca. Suyu didn't know who was the unified language of all races, but it was a good thing, so that all the creatures in the world could communicate without any problems. My name is Suyu. How long have you been here?" Suyu thought for a moment and asked. "Hey, I don't know, it's been a long time. My brother and sister are all dead. They're so miserable." As she spoke, Yuning actually cried. In this situation, Suyu was also a little speechless for a while. "I know you're miserable, but don't cry if you don't cry. Don't cry, don't be too sad, at least you're still alive." Suyu saw that the other party was crying non-stop, so he could only try to comfort him. After a while, Yuning finally calmed down, but she still sobbed slightly when she spoke. "You are so nice, and you know how to comfort me. Suyu, you should tell me about your experience here and see if we have a way to get out." Unexpectedly, speaking of this, Yuning was about to collapse again. "We can't get out, we're dead. You are so weak, there must be no way." Suyu, talking to this Yuning, Suyu really felt tired and asked for a long time, but he didn't ask any information. But there was no way, I could only persuade each other with kind words, and after a while, Yuning finally talked about her experience here. It turned out that this month, Yuning was originally a total of 5 people from the family, including his brothers and sisters, who came to this battlefield of 10,000 tribes to pick a herb. "But I didn't expect to enter this canyon by mistake. The fog here here is perennial. Normal people can't tell the difference between day and night, and the group doesn't know how long they have been here. Their leading eldest brother is the Seven Realms Martial Saint Realm, and the others are also the great grandmasters of the Six Realms. This lineup can be said to be very luxurious. At the beginning, everything was normal, and they could move around freely in the canyon, but they couldn't leave here. When they want to leave the canyon, no matter which direction, they will be finally teleported back to the canyon entrance, and even the upward flight will be teleported back. They could only explore everywhere in the canyon, and soon they found a huge ancient city in the middle of the canyon. When they entered the ancient city, they didn't know what triggered, and the nightmare began completely. First, the second brother in their team suddenly went crazy and began to attack the strongest eldest brother frantically. After he was repulsed, a person did not know where he ran. Immediately afterwards, another person in the team disappeared inexplicably. At this time, there were only 3 people left in their team, and in the end, the strongest eldest brother wanted to explore the ancient city again, although Yuning was unwilling in every way, but the eldest brother finally went. But sure enough, the eldest brother is gone forever, only she and the third sister are here. When she said this, Yuning's emotions were about to collapse again. Suyu quickly interrupted, "Did your third sister go to the ancient city in the end?" Yuning shook her head. Her expression was a little sad. "That's not the case. The third sister was captured by the monster here." "Can catch the monster of the great grandmaster?" Suyu's heart trembled. Yuning nodded sadly. "Monsters roam this canyon every night, and you can only survive by hiding in this stone chamber." Suyu immediately discovered the problem in the other party's words. "At night? It's so foggy here, how can you tell the difference between day and night?" Yuning did not hesitate. "This is our racial ability. I can absorb the energy of the sun and moon to cultivate. Although I can't see it with the naked eye, I can barely tell if it's day or night outside. Every time that monster appears, it's when the moon is outside, so I think it's a nocturnal creature." Suyu nodded. His heart sank. "So many strong people have fallen here. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get out this time." "Then how did you get these injuries?" Suyu remembered some questions again. Yuning hesitated. This was beaten by the third sister, and after the eldest brother left, her mental state was not very stable, and she often attacked me. "Can I sleep for a while? Can you help me take a look?" I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time." Yuning's voice became lower and lower. She seemed to be indeed very tired, and her 2 eyelids completely closed as she spoke. Seeing Yuning fall asleep like this, Suyu was also a little helpless. He frowned tightly and began to think about his current situation. There are not only dangerous monsters here, but also people who seem to be insane, and people who are insane will attack indiscriminately. This is against the person in the news of his previous life who went crazy after leaving here. Yuning has obviously been here for a long time, and although her spirit feels a little fragile, it looks normal. Under what circumstances would make people insane? So you had no clue. If nothing else, I'm afraid the secret is still in that ancient city, but that ancient city is obviously several times more dangerous than this canyon, and if you want to go in and explore, I'm afraid it's a life and death situation. Xiaoxi on her chest also began to convey her fear to herself from the moment she entered here. Suyu could only continue to comfort Kai Xiaoxi. How did he suddenly feel like a dad? Suyu didn't know how long it had been in the dark. Ah, so comfortable. Yuning stretched her waist, and her golden eyes lit up again in the cave. "Thank you, Brother Su. Although you are weak, you are really happy to have someone to watch me sleep." Yuning greeted Suyu very politely. "I thank you." Suyu was a little speechless. "How old am I you call me big brother?" But now is not the time to care about this. If the two met on the battlefield of all races, they would be jealous of each other even if they did not meet each other. But here, the two of them were just 2 poor people struggling to survive. "It's daytime, there should be no danger outside. Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk, and look for anything to eat by the way," Yuning said a little pitifully. Although it is not like ordinary people who need to rely on food to replenish energy like ordinary people, if they do not eat for a long time, it will also make people uncomfortable and have a very strong sense of hunger. Suyu thought for a moment and took out a bottle of special qi and blood pill from the space ring, which Xiao Bing stuffed to him before leaving. He couldn't use the qi and blood pill anyway, so he handed it to Yuning. Seeing that the bottle of qi and blood Dan Yuning suddenly lit up, she immediately opened the bottle, took out one and stuffed it into her mouth. Thank you," she said as she ate. She originally wanted to eat another one, but when she looked at the bottle in her hand, she was a little reluctant and stuffed the bottle into her arms. The qi and blood pill originally had no taste, and it could only barely satisfy its hunger, but at this time it became a fragrant gluttony. Suyu looked at Yuning's appearance and was a little speechless. "How long have you been hungry? And you are a little hungry and scared." Walking out of the cave, Yuning took Suyu and began to wander between the canyons. According to her words, it was daytime and there would be no danger. This canyon was much bigger than Suyu imagined, and the two walked for a long time without reaching the end. And the terrain is also more complicated. There are many places of different heights, and there are various trails. Not with Yuning, and with such a big fog, it is really easy to get lost. Yuning may not have seen anyone for a long time, and excitedly chattered with Suyu about the situation here. After walking for a while, Yuning suddenly said, "Okay, that's it.
it, you can't go any further.
Yuning looked into the distance with a heavy face, as if she was afraid of something. Seeing Suyu's puzzled face, Yuning hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to explain.
There is an ancient city in front of you. Can you promise me not to enter the ancient city?
Suyu was speechless for a while. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Yuning seriously and said,
if I really can't get out, I might want to go to that ancient city too.
Poof. When Yuning heard Suyu say this, she seemed to be a little angry, and she didn't say a word to Suyu on the way back. Just when Suyu was hesitating whether to coax Yuning, Yuning took a deep breath and spoke again.
If you are sure to go to that ancient city, you must call me when you go, okay?
Suyu looked at Yuning's golden pupils in surprise, sighed, and said, good. After figuring this out, Yuning seemed to be happy again and continued to chat with Suyu.
With Yuning's leadership, there was indeed no danger between the two of them along the way.
After a while, Yuning said that it was getting dark and took Yu Jun back to the cave. The two spent 2 days like this. During the day Yuning took Suyu everywhere to find a way out, and at night the two returned to the cave to hide. 2 days passed, and the two did not encounter any danger. Although there were no substantive discoveries in the past 2 days, the two trusted each other more. Suyu took out some healing pills for Yuning to take, and the other party's mental state was much better. The little face was not so pale and a little rosy, and it looked like a little fairy of the immortal race. This morning, Suyu was about to walk out of the cave when Yuning suddenly stopped Suyu. Now this is for you. Suyu saw a drop of golden liquid shining on the other party's white and tender fingertips. Yuning was slightly red and said shyly, this is my blood. You can feel the energy of the moon after you swallow it. You are not afraid of getting lost with me, and you can return to the cave in time when the time comes. Suyu was suddenly a little surprised, as if he remembered something. Seeing Suyu hesitating, Yuning's face gradually became a little ugly. She thought that Suyu suspected that she did not dare to eat. She was suddenly a little aggrieved. This golden blood was also very important to them. Okay. Suyu even dared not appreciate it. The keen Suyu immediately saw that Yuning's mood was wrong, and he quickly induced the source force and sucked the drop of blood into his mouth from the air. Suyu was really a little afraid of this sentimental fairy girl. Seeing that Suyu had taken the golden blood, Yuning smiled again and said with some pride, how is it? Feel it. After taking that blood, the drop of blood automatically merged into his star vein, and the 108 star veins seemed to be activated. This is? He felt that his mind was clear, and there was a faint energy rushing from the sky towards his body. Immediately afterwards, that kind of energy turned into source power, and in the blink of an eye, he actually liquefied one of his star veins. This is? What a fast cultivation speed. Suyu couldn't help but stutter. That's the energy of the moon. It's daytime. The energy is still very little, and the more night the energy will be, and then you will know that the sky is going to be dark. Yuning smiled and looked at Suyu's shocked appearance and explained. In fact, Suyu was not shocked by the effect of this drop of blood, but by Yuning's identity. When the other party said that he could feel the power of the moon after taking her blood, he had some guesses. Now it has finally been confirmed that the immortal race has absorbed a lot of lunar energy cultivation, but this kind of ability can only be lent to others. After the two left the cave, Suyu asked the doubts in his heart, Yuning, you are a member of the immortal Yu family. You know this? Yuning's face suddenly had a surprised expression. This is a matter within their immortal race, but I didn't expect Suyu to know it too. There are 3 major families in the immortal race, namely the sun, moon, and stars. Of course, the people of the Yu family cannot simply judge by the surname Yuning. Among the immortal races, the sun, moon, and stars are all big surnames, because these 3 major families are too huge in the immortal race, and these 3 surnames account for 50% of the immortal race. Of course, the surname Yu does not mean that she is the Yu family. Only those who are direct descendants of the Yu family and whose blood concentration of the Yu immortal reaches a certain level can be called people of the Yu family. And Yu Xian is the martial god realm powerhouse of the immortal race, which also shows that Yuning is a direct member of the Yu family with the blood of the martial god. This is also a very important genius in the immortal clan. I didn't expect to be trapped here. The abilities of the 3 major families of the sun, moon, and stars are actually the biggest secrets of the immortal race. The previous life was also exposed in the later stage of the War of All Clans. If it weren't for the strength of the immortal clan, they would have the ability to defy the heavens that could increase the cultivation speed of others. Those immortal children had to be arrested and then raised by other 10,000 races to raise human form elixirs. And it was not that this situation did not happen later, but after being discovered by the immortals, that race was frantically retaliated against by the immortals, and directly almost exterminated that race. In fact, it is understandable, otherwise, each of them, especially important blood descendants, is at risk of being caught. This is the 2 of them in this desperate environment. Maybe the 2 of them will die tomorrow. So these secrets don't seem to be so important at this time. After another day of peaceful exploration, Suyu was already familiar with this area. Except for the 4 huge stones at the entrance and exit of the canyon, there were some dried blood stains of unknown creatures in the canyon, and there was nothing special. The 4 huge stones Suyu also studied for a long time, although they did look strange and the material was also very strange, but there was nothing strange about it. Suyu felt that if he wanted to leave, the focus would definitely not be on these boulders. At this time, Yuning seemed to have completely given up, and it was a routine to come out every day, as if she just wanted to go out with Suyu and come out for a walk together. Sure enough, at night, Suyu felt that the strange moon energy in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. Yuning also reminded at the right time, it's time to go back, it's going to get dark. After returning to the cave, Suyu immediately sat down cross-legged and began to practice, and the duration of this blood was related to the concentration provided by Yuning. It usually doesn't last long, so he has to hurry up and practice. A large amount of lunar energy was converted into source power, and in one night he actually ascended to the third layer of Zhou Tianjing and successfully liquefied 24 star veins. The surging source power was like a stream flowing in Suyu's star veins. Yuning just watched Suyu practice quietly all night, not knowing what she was thinking. A few days passed like this, and Yuning once again provided Suyu with a drop of golden blood. Suyu's realm also came to the fourth floor of the Zhou Tian realm, but he still had no clue how to get out. Now the only chance to get out is the ancient city. He couldn't help it that night, so he said to Yuning, otherwise, let's go. Look at the ancient city? Yuning's eyes in the darkness exuded a faint golden light, and after hearing Suyu say this, she was surprisingly calm. I know this day will come sooner or later. Even if I provide you with the Yuxian bloodline for you to cultivate, I can't suppress your desire to explore the ancient city. At this time, Suyu didn't know what was going on. How could he have a sense of shame that he had let down the other party? What is this called? Yuning continued. That's it, I'll take you to the ancient city tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yuning officially took Suyu to the ancient city. Along the way, she had a solemn expression, and she didn't talk to Suyu much, as if she remembered a lot of bad memories. The two had a clear goal this time, and soon came to the place where Yuning had forbidden Suyu to advance last time. This time Yuning didn't say anything, and continued to take Suyu forward. Soon, Suyu saw the majestic ancient city. This ancient city is completely different from what Suyu imagined. Looking at the huge city gate and tall city wall in front of him, Suyu couldn't help but swallow. He didn't expect that this place was really a huge ancient city, and the whole city does not have any dilapidated feeling, with heavy black walls and complete gate towers. The metal nails on the city gates reflected the dazzling metal light. This is not like an old building at all, but like a newly built ancient city. Time has not left any trace on the ancient city. Brother Su, after you go in, don't explore for more than half an hour. Leave when the time comes, and then we will come again next time, okay? Yuqing looked at Suyu with a pale face, and there was obviously some fear in her eyes. Suyu didn't come to die, he just wanted to find a way out quickly. He nodded at Yuning. Okay, let's briefly investigate today, and we will leave as soon as there is danger. Seeing Suyu talking so well, Yuning's face looked a little better. But how do you get in now? Suyu looked at the tens of meters of tall city walls and was a little speechless. The city gate is also closed, and if he climbs hard, of course he can climb in, but he looks a little embarrassed. I'll take you in. Yuning grabbed Suyu's arm and soared directly into the air. Suyu then realized that this Yuning was a great grandmaster powerhouse. She called her brother and brother every day, and Suyu really regarded her as an ordinary little sister. Climbing over the city wall, the two entered the city in the blink of an eye. The moment he landed, Suyu instantly felt an extremely cold and strange aura. Okay, it's not the ordinary feeling of cold, but the feeling that your spirit is going to be frozen, and you will die in the next second. Suyu's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He had experienced this feeling, and he seemed to know what was here. This should be the territory of the most bizarre race of all races, the Eldar. After he became a half-step martial god, in addition to the one death, there were also many life and death crises. But the time he met the Eldar was the closest he felt he was to death, and that feeling of powerlessness was still fresh in his memory. Although the Eldar also sounds like one of the 10,000 races, in fact, he is different from all the 10,000 races in reality. First of all, they are in a different position from the normal 10,000 races. The area where this Eldar is located is called the undead domain, and the area where the undead domain is located is equivalent to not being in the same plane as the 10,000 races. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for ordinary people to enter the realm of the dead. This area is equivalent to the intersection of the undead realm and the 10,000 race region, which is formed for some unknown reason. This is, Suyu in his previous life only briefly entered this kind of place, and met a spirit race who had no consciousness of his own, but instinctively absorbed the energy of Suyu's body. But Suyu's attack has no way to deal with the other party, and once the opponent gets close to your body, it will make you feel confused. At that time, Suyu only had brief contact with the other party, and then left the area. But even so, the energy in Suyu's body was close to depletion, and it took several days of cultivation to ease up. At that time he was already a half-step martial god powerhouse. At this time, this entire ancient city was obviously a building in the undead realm, but I don't know why the entire city entered the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. I'm afraid I don't know how many Eldars there are in it. Suyu couldn't help but want to retreat. Suyu hesitated for a moment. Since they had already come in, he was not willing to leave without probing. Looking at the dense buildings in the city in front of him, so you couldn't find it for a while. At this time, Yuning also pulled Suyu's sleeves a little nervously, as if this could give her some sense of security. Suyu was a little speechless. Obviously you are better than me. Okay, where should we go next? Yuning's voice trembled slightly. Suyu thought for a moment and asked, where did you go last time? It's a building over there. Yuning pointed in a direction in the distance and continued. Not long after entering, the second brother suddenly went crazy, and then we were about to leave the ancient city, and when we returned, the other brother also disappeared. Thinking of the situation at that time, Yuning's face became paler and paler, and tears began to roll in her eyes again. Suyu looked at Yuning's expression and quickly reached out and held the other party's little hand. Yuning's little hand was cold to the touch, as if she was holding a ball of ice. Feeling the warmth of Suyu's palm, Yuning calmed down a little and glanced at Suyu gratefully. Then let's go this way. Seeing Suyu pointing in a different direction, Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you don't go to the last place. Not long after leaving, Suyu felt a big head. This was a real ancient city, full of houses and all kinds of buildings, and he didn't know where to go for a while. At this moment, Suyu's face changed. He heard something not far away and felt that something had spotted them. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly bounced off the roof not far away, letting out a strange howl. The whole person was lying on the roof like an octopus. Then he began to jump between the roofs, and in a few breaths he came closer. Let's go. Take me away. Suyu hurriedly urged Yuning. After all, the speed of the great grandmaster was much faster than himself. But at this time, Yuning was motionless, stunned in place, as if she had seen something incredible. Seeing the figure approaching, Yuning shouted subconsciously, Brother Xing, is it you? Suyu was stunned. This turned out to be someone she knew. At this time, Suyu also reacted. Yuning's experience during this time had been told to him many times. Among the few of them, there was also a person from the Star family, who disappeared when he first entered the ancient city. Listening to Yuning's call to him, I'm afraid this person is the one. When the voice heard Yuning shouting, she was obviously stunned for a moment. But in the next second, he continued to pounce on Suyu and Yuning. At this time, Suyu finally saw this person's appearance. His heart sank, and this person obviously didn't look normal. His face was bluish, his lips turned outward, revealing his teeth that had become somewhat sharp, and saliva dripped from his mouth unconsciously. Looking at this person's scary appearance, Suyu didn't care about thinking, took Yuning's hand and ran away. But the man's speed was too fast. Just Suyu's kung fu to turn back. Boom! The man had already jumped heavily to the opposite side of the two of them, blocking their way. Brother Xing, are you okay? At this time, Yuning was still stupid and wanted to go up and talk to the other party. He was answered with a roar like a beast, and then the man pounced on him. Ah! Yuning also reacted at this time. This person was already crazy. She also reacted quickly. Whoosh! The flying sword that she didn't know where she was hiding flew out. But what I didn't expect was that the flying sword hit Brother Xing's body, and it actually made a sound of gold and iron. This is the flying sword of the great grandmaster, but it can only leave a shallow white mark on that person's body. What kind of body is this? It is too exaggerated. Then the man pounced on him again, extremely fast. With a bang, Suyu was directly knocked out by him and flew out for more than 10 meters. Suyu's body was also strong, but with this collision, he felt that the bones in his body were about to break and his internal organs seemed to be a lump of paste, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Yuning! Suyu was horrified to find that Brother Xing directly pressed Yuning to the ground. Both of them were originally great grandmasters, and they should be evenly matched when fighting. At this time, Yuning was powerless to fight back, and her whole body was pressed to the ground. Suyu only hesitated for a second and rushed out. He couldn't watch Yuning die in front of him. He instantly entered the transcendent state, and the long knife in his hand turned into a red blood blade, slashing at the neck of Brother Xing with all his might. Ding! Sure enough, his ally knife couldn't break the defense, but this was not Suyu's purpose. It was just a detailed attack. When he was attracted by his knife, he pulled Yuning up, turned around, and wanted to escape. But the next second, a cold palm was placed on his neck. The skin of the palm was a bluish-black color, and the fingertips on it were extremely sharp, like the claws of a demon. Their strength was too different, and Suyu couldn't turn over the waves in each other's hands at all. At this time, Suyu's whole body was weak, and a sense of powerlessness came instantly. At this time, a strange gray energy gushed out of the other party's hand, which instantly penetrated his 108 star veins. Let her go. This energy is full of death, and after entering the human body, it makes people feel cold, as if they have lost consciousness. Strange to say, as a large amount of gray energy from the other party entered Suyu's body, the cyan on the person's body seemed to fade a little. In the next second, the man's eyes actually regained a trace of clarity. He instantly let go of the hand that was holding Suyu's neck. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out again, so fast that Suyu's eyes couldn't keep up with his movements. Boom! That Brother Xing was suddenly knocked away by this figure. Seeing this figure, Yuning next to Suyu exclaimed again, Big brother! This person turned out to be Yuning's whooshing eldest brother. The appearance of the eldest brother of the martial saint was obviously much better than that of the star brother, although his body was also blue, but he did not lose consciousness. consciousness, and the golden eyes unique to the immortal race were still shining. He turned his head abruptly to look at Yuning. You guys go quickly, I've been sober for a short time, and I can't last long. Remember, if you encounter something terrible again, you will hide in the room with a circular symbol drawn at the door. Also, don't fly. Don't destroy the building. Remember. He spoke very quickly, and after saying these few words, he turned around and fought with Brother Xing. Suyu did not hesitate, took the opportunity to grab Yuning's palm, and ran towards the depths of the ancient city. With Brother Yuning's prompt, Suyu also noticed that there was a wooden sign on some doors of this ancient city, and the wooden sign was painted with various shapes. However, he searched for several houses and found no houses with circular patterns engraved on them. Suyu's eyes flashed, and the Yuning he was pulling looked very bad at this time, and his skin began to glow with a strange cyan. What's going on? Suyu was also a little panicked at this time. Is the circle a safe room? Finally, when he was looking for the 15th house, he saw a wooden sign with a circular logo at the door of a small bungalow. Suyu did not hesitate, opened the door and went straight in. The moment the door opened, a musty smell hit the face. The room is small, and you can see the contents at a glance. There is only a quaint table, a few chairs with broken legs, and a bed with only a bedboard. Suyu helped Yuning to the bed. He saw an obvious cyan palm print on the other party's neck, like smeared cyan paint, which was constantly spreading throughout her body. How do you feel? It's okay. Suyu looked at Yuning with some concern, mainly because he was afraid that the other party would suddenly go crazy. The other party was a great grandmaster powerhouse, such a narrow space. Wasn't he giving it away in vain? Yuning opened her mouth and said a little weakly, and, fortunately, it's just a little cold. You hug me. Suyu hesitated for a moment. The two of them had been dependent on each other for so long, and this was not the time to pay so much attention to it. He wasn't so pretentious, so he hugged him gently. In the next second, a cold energy of death poured into the star veins in Suyu's body. What's going on? Suyu exclaimed. Only then did he realize that the star veins in his body had already been filled with this kind of gray energy. It's just that he has too many star veins, and he can't fill them in a short time. Now this gray energy in Yuning's body is pouring into his body again, and the gray energy in Yuning's body is already much more than his. Even 108 star veins couldn't bear it, and the star veins were suddenly a little saturated. At this time, Suyu felt cold, his body was a little stiff, and his whole consciousness was a little blurry. Suyu, are you okay? Don't scare me. In a haze, Suyu heard Yuning calling him. He opened his eyes suddenly, and at this time his pupils had turned blue-gray. The pupils that did not contain human feelings looked at Yuning, and Suyu's heart suddenly felt a sense of hunger and violence. He felt abnormally hungry in his body, an inexplicable feeling of emptiness, and wanted to fill his empty body with energy. The moon in front of her turned into a delicious food, and her instinct drove her to devour the other party. At this moment, his chest jumped up with a thud, thump thump. A large amount of chi and blood gushed out from the heart in his chest, and the 10 orifices he lit up also lit up at the same time. Baba. Xiaoxi also kept calling Suyu in a panic in her mind. Ha! Suyu's gray pupils finally returned to black. He shook his head vigorously and came to his senses instantly. What came to Yuning's pale and cute little face? The other party's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of worry. The cyan mark on Yuning's neck has disappeared, and it seems that it is in much better condition. Suyu barely cheered up and comforted Yuning. Okay, I'm fine. But the worry on Yuning's face did not diminish at all, and she took out her flying sword from her arms. Don't! What are you doing? I'm still awake. Suyu's eyes suddenly widened, and the whole person stepped back. She thought Yuning was going to do something to him. No, it's not so fast to cross the river and demolish the bridge. It's not too late for you to kill me when I lose consciousness. If Suyu could see himself now, he would probably be shocked. Now Suyu is almost the same as that star brother. His skin is blue, but he has no claws and fangs. It can be imagined that it will only be a matter of time before he becomes like that. No, you misunderstood. Yuning hurriedly waved her hand and said, I want to give this to you. She laboriously removed a crescent-shaped crystal from the back handle of the flying sword, and when the crystal was removed, the golden light of the flying sword instantly dimmed. Now it looks similar to an ordinary long sword, but the material is relatively rare. Suyu looked at the crescent crystal handed over by Yuning suspiciously. This is not for you. This moon immortal inheritance crystal can stabilize your emotions and keep you from getting out of control. You take it first. The reason why I am able not to lose control here is entirely due to this thing. Yuning's golden eyes were shining, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes when she handed over the crystal, but it was still placed on Suyu's hand. Hearing Yuning's introduction, Suyu instantly understood what this was. This turned out to be the crystallization of the inheritance of the god of martial arts. Suyu was stunned. He had heard of this thing, but he had never seen it. This thing was condensed by the god of martial arts himself, and its effect was mainly for the inheritance of his own god of martial arts. It was similar to the jade note that Suyu came into contact with last time, and it was not a simple one-time church exercise. It also carries the experience of the god of war, and it will be slowly handed over to the holder, which can be described as extremely precious. Generally, personal disciples or simply their own bloodline will not be given at all. This is because even if it is a martial god, this kind of thing is not just done, it will also consume a lot of effort. Moreover, this inheritance crystal of Yuning obviously has other effects such as protecting the Lord. Obviously, the material is also very rare. This is not an ordinary preciousness. No wonder Yuning is a little reluctant. Unexpectedly, this Yuning was not only the Yu family of the Immortal clan, but also the inheritor identified by the Yu Immortal, and this status was definitely not ordinary in the Immortal clan. To be able to hand over this thing to yourself, this Yuning is really good to herself. Now is clearly not the time to be polite. Suyu stretched out his hand and grabbed the crescent crystal, and a rich moon energy was instilled into his body. Immediately afterwards, he instantly felt that his mind was clear and his consciousness was much clearer. This thing can also assist in cultivation. Suyu was suddenly a little amazed. Good thing. Seeing that Suyu's spirit was much better, Yuning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu looked down, and he also found that his original hands had also turned into that blue-gray. His mood that had just relaxed suddenly rose again, and he began to look inside his star veins. At this time, he found that the gray energy in his body was increasing unabated, and it was still spreading towards his body. Now even the orifices of the Great Sun visualization diagram are gradually infected, and the whole body exudes a kind of dead air. The crescent crystal could only protect his brain from going insane. But if this continues, his body will still become that kind of monster. Yuning saw Suyu's nervous expression, and she said with an embarrassed expression, "This is the energy of the necromancer, the energy unique to the undead realm, and the person who is infected will gradually transform him into a yaksha who transforms into the undead realm. I was originally stained with some of it and let Brother Xing inject a lot into me, but I don't know why you sucked it all away just now." Suyu was stunned. No wonder when he saw Yuning, the other party's face was a little blue. He remembered the situation just now, and the moment he touched the other party, the cyan on her neck disappeared, and the whole person became energetic. This necromancer seems to be very willing to drill into his body. Is this because of your own exercises? Now there was no other way, he could only save himself. He tried to activate his star vein to see if he could force this necromancer chi out. But at this moment, the crescent crystal in Suyu's hand suddenly lit up. Gradually, it actually blended into his body. Yuning next to her was suddenly stunned. What is the situation? Pass on. What about the inheritance crystallization? Suyu was also a little confused. At this time a technique suddenly appeared in his mind, and the energy trajectory automatically lit up in his mind. This is the beginning of the inheritance? This technique that appeared in his mind was not the cultivation technique of an ancient martial artist, nor the cultivation technique of a talented martial artist. It turned out to be a technique for cultivating spiritual energy in the Sea of Spirits, called Moon Ke Mingjing. You must know that there is no system for cultivating spiritual energy in the human race. This kind of practice that only develops the brain domain and does not cultivate the body is not absent before. It's just that the system is not perfect enough to cultivate to an extremely strong level, and it is annihilated in the torrent of history. But it cannot be said that this kind of spiritual energy cultivation method is not strong, whether it is the cultivation chi and blood of ancient warriors, or the cultivation source power of talented warriors. In essence, it is to strengthen one's own physical body to the extent that the physical body is immortal. And this psychic energy is different. Psychic energy is in the spiritual sea of everyone's mind. Cultivating spiritual energy can strengthen one's original spirit. Cultivating spiritual energy to a certain level, it can even be separated from the physical body, and only the primordial spirit exists in the world. But this way of cultivating abandoning the physical body was also very controversial at that time. According to Suyu, among the spiritual energy cultivators that Suyu knew, there did indeed still exist among the immortal race. The ability of the sword belongs to the use of spiritual energy, which he already knew, so when he saw the Yuning sword, he didn't feel surprised. I just didn't expect this exercise to appear in my mind in a blink of an eye. But when Suyu saw this exercise, he always had an indescribable sense of familiarity. This moon gate scripture is to light up 108 moon eyes in his own spiritual sea. The number of moon eyes can greatly enhance one's psychic effect and cultivation speed. How can this cultivation method be so similar to my own Great Sun visualization map and star vein meditation method? They are all 108 orifices and star veins, and there will be no connection. In the three masters of the sun, moon, and stars of the immortal clan, their cultivation techniques seem to be named after the sun, moon, and stars. It wouldn't be such a coincidence. I inexplicably practiced all the exercises of the three masters of the immortal clan. In fact, Suyu guessed very close to the truth, but what he didn't know was that this technique was actually not from the immortal race. It was that the immortal race got it from an ancient secret realm, which was actually a set of exercises of an ancient power. Their inheritance is actually not complete, only the upper half, which are the three ways of strengthening the body, energy, and spiritual sea. But there is no way to integrate the three sets of exercises into one in the second half. The three immortal powerhouses practiced three physical strengthening methods respectively, but they still achieved one one of the strongest in the world, which shows the terrible thing about this technique, how strong the person who has all these exercises should be. In order to find a way to integrate the 3 exercises, the 3 bosses of the Immortal Clan established the 3 masters of the sun, moon, and stars. But after so many years, they still haven't succeeded. So you probably figured out why he got the inheritance of this crescent crystal at this time. This inheritance crystal is very intelligent. It can identify whether the host has its own bloodline. But Suyu happened to take a lot of the golden blood that Yuning gave him recently, which was the essence of the Yu immortal bloodline in Yuning's body. The crescent crystal that was mistaken thought that Suyu was also a person with the blood of the moon immortal, and directly gave Suyu the inheritance. Yuning looked at the crescent moon crystal that disappeared in Suyu's hand and wanted to cry without tears. No, just disappeared. After following her for so long, she couldn't fully inherit the inheritance of the moon immortal, but she put it in Suyu's hands and absorbed it in the blink of an eye. Who is the biological one? This is actually related to the exercises in Suyu's body. Suyu has the Great Sun visualization map and the Star Vein meditation method. It is easier to recognize him because he is of the same clan and origin. At this time, the moon Keiming Jing was running wildly in Suyu's spiritual sea, and at this time, he also felt that the moon energy coming from the air was gradually getting stronger. Night is coming. Countless months can be converted into spiritual energy in the spiritual sea, and the first moon eye slowly opened. The moment it was opened, Su's entire body immediately underwent unexpected changes. Suyu's first orifice was actually connected to this moon eye through the star vein. A strong strange energy surged out, making the great grandmaster Jing Yuning feel the pressure. Yuning's eyes suddenly widened. He thought that this was the effect of Suyu's cultivation of the Moon Keiming Sutra. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Suyu's talent was indeed much better than hers, and she had never done this kind of pressure. No wonder Suyu could absorb the crescent crystal at once. At this time, Suyu was completely sure that there must be some connection between these 3 exercises, and it could even be said that it was a kind of exercise at all. The moment the 3 energies of Qi and blood, source power, and psychic energy fused, a new golden chaos energy was produced, and this energy quality was amazing. In the blink of an eye, the necromancer energy in this star vein and the orifice was forced out. Suyu's heart suddenly became happy. However, the chaotic energy in a star vein was too little, and the gradually gray necromancer energy took the upper hand again. Although the chaos energy is strong, it can only be said to be a drop in the bucket in the face of the necromancer energy that has been filled with more than 100 star veins. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the chaotic energy that had just occupied a star vein was in jeopardy, and it was about to be polluted by the necromancer energy that came and went. Suyu felt that the main reason was that there was no breakthrough in the necromancer chi here, and he could only fight to the death with his own chaotic energy while trapped in his own star vein. In a panic, Suyu had an idea. The shadow clone of his shadow master was the same as the main body, and also had the same star veins and orifices. However, these star veins and orifices are only copied entities, and the energy inside is completely supported by the body, and the energy obtained during cultivation is also attributed to the body. I don't know what will happen if he pours these necromancer chi into the shadow clone. Do whatever you want, no matter what, the situation will not be worse than now, even if you can only pour in the shadow clone. That would at least dilute the necromancer energy in his body. Suyu activated the shadow and connected it to the main body to create a state of supplying source power to the shadow clone. The moment it was opened, a large amount of necromancer energy automatically spread towards the shadow clone. It really works. Suyu was happy in his heart, but this was still the first step. The current necromancer chi was only spreading towards the clone, and his body still retained a large amount of necromancer chi. The next step was to use chaos energy to drive all the necromancer energy into the shadow clone. The moon eye lit up and Suyu's spiritual sea suddenly glowed and began to frantically absorb the lunar energy in the air. A large amount of spiritual energy converted by the moon converged towards the star vein. The heart of the god of war also exerted its strength, and a large amount of chi and blood converged towards the orifice. All these energies were concentrated in the star veins, and the source power converged into a new golden chaos energy. At this time, the necromancer finally had an outlet, and they were all very afraid of this chaotic energy, and were gradually forced by Suyu towards the shadow clone. After a while, Suyu lit up the second moon eye again, and this time the speed of creating chaotic energy was faster. Gradually, seeing that all the necromancer energy in his body was forced into the shadow clone, Suyu instantly disconnected from the shadow clone, and his body finally returned to normal. At this time, he could still control the clone, but the energy was not connected to Suyu's body. Just when Yuning was still surprised, Suyu actually obtained the inheritance of the moon immortal in this way. But something even more surprising happened to him. Go! The cyan of Suyu's body actually receded like a tide, and the whole person gradually recovered, and his skin turned back to normal white. How is this possible? Yuning looked surprised. This was a necromancer that even his whooshing eldest brother couldn't solve, so he let Suyu get rid of it? And it seems to be digested directly, not discharged. Because Suyu's shadow clone was at his feet, Yuning
Ning didn't find anything wrong. It's finally good. It's done. Suyu took a long breath, opened his eyes, and solved the necromancer chi on his body, and he felt that his whole person was a lot more relaxed. He looked at Yu Ning on the side, thought of the crescent crystal he had absorbed, and scratched his head embarrassedly. Yu Ning, I'm sorry. That thing seems to have been absorbed by me. Yu Ning's small face was a little aggrieved. Forget it. You didn't mean to. I didn't expect that you would directly inherit the Yu immortal inheritance. Maybe this is your chance. Looking at Yu Ning's unprepared appearance, Suyu was even more embarrassed. Before they could say a few words, the outside of the house changed again. First of all, Yu Ning was the first to react, and her face changed. It's not good. It's dark. Suyu actually felt that the lunar energy in the air had reached its highest point at this time, and it was obviously late at night. The two hurriedly ran to the window and looked out, only to see that the fog outside was slowly dissipating at this time. But the entire ancient city was filled with a layer of rich gray energy, and it turned out to be all the aura of the necromancer. This is also a bit too scary. How can a normal creature survive in such a situation? Fortunately, this house really has some effect. Although the house looks tattered, it can completely isolate the necromancer from the house. Suyu and Yu Ning looked at each other. Fortunately, they found this house, and both of them felt happy. But at this moment, Suyu's pupils shrank, and at a corner not far away, a translucent figure slowly walked over. It was a male figure, but his eyes were dull, without any expression, and the whole person was gray and translucent. This was a Necro-Eldar, who was indulging in breathing the necromancer in the air, as if it were some kind of delicacy. Unlike those Yikshas who were transformed into Yikshas through necromancy, the Eldar were the true masters of the Necro realm and could be cultivated through these necromancers. At this moment, the necromancer seemed to sense that there was something in the house on this side. The empty eyes turned suddenly, staring at the window of the house. Suyu and Yu Ning hurriedly squatted down and carefully hid behind the wall. In fact, this low-level Eldar had no vision at all. He completely relied on the induction of energy in the air. He felt the living aura of Suyu and Yu Ning in the house. Seeing the Eldar walking towards the room for the two of them through the crack of the door, Suyu suddenly felt his scalp tingle. The terrifying memory of that Eldar in his previous life appeared in his mind, and it was obvious that this was just an unconscious lower Eldar. But if the other party opened their door, the two of them would obviously become Yikshas in the Necro realm and such a strong necromancer chi, and it wouldn't be long before they would become Yikshas. At this time, the two could only pray that the Eldar was not coming to them, but unfortunately their prayers were obviously useless. The Eldar had already recognized this house and walked straight over. Through the crack in the door, I could already clearly see the appearance of the Eldar, only to see that this person looked very similar to a human, and he was still wearing the ancient costumes of the Dasha kingdom. It's just that the entire body of the Eldar is translucent, and the face is expressionless, obviously not having much wisdom. The Eldar clan slammed into the door panel of the room in a daze, making a violent noise. Although the body of the Eldar is somewhat translucent, it actually has a substance and can also cause physical damage. It's just that this Eldar doesn't have high intelligence, and it doesn't seem to open the door. Moreover, Suyu and Yu Ning had already locked the door, and the Eldar could not open the door from the outside, but would only impact mechanically. Just when the two were glad that the IQ of this Eldar was not high, Suyu's face changed, and he saw several figures appear again in the distance. It seemed that they were all attracted by this huge impact sound, and they wanted to come over and take a look at the situation here. Suyu's brows furrowed tightly. This is not a way. If Yu Ning, the star brother who has become a Yeksha, is attracted, it will be troublesome. He thought for a moment. He still had to take the initiative, and he couldn't be so passive anymore. At this time, his shadow clone was already full of death energy, which was the energy of those Eldar, and he didn't know if he could cause harm to these Eldar. He gestured to Yu Ning, signaling that he would go out and drive away the Eldar to try, so that she would be ready to close the door at any time. Yu Ning was suddenly stunned by Suyu's thoughts. In this situation outside, Suyu dared to go out. Don't go out. Yu Ning shook her head and whispered a little scaredly. She didn't want Suyu to die. If this continues, we will both die. Don't worry, I'm just going to open a small slit to experiment, Suyu said with a serious expression. After a while, Yu Ning still relented, and she followed Suyu's instructions to be optimistic about the door. She asked Suyu to give it a try, and if it didn't work, she would come back. Suyu, who was holding the doorknob, was also a little nervous, not knowing if his shadow clone's attack on the Eldar would work. But there was no time, and his heart was crossed, and he suddenly opened the door through a gap. In the next second, an extremely cold breath of death came to his face, making Suyu's whole person feel like he was in an ice cellar. The Eldar clan obviously also found Suyu and suddenly pounced on Suyu. At this moment, the shadow under Suyu's feet instantly came to life, and a spear turned into a spear in his hand, and a shot was fired, accompanied by a large amount of necromancer energy gushing out from the tip of the spear. The Eldar was directly knocked away by Suyu's shot, and his whole body was a little scattered, lying on the ground, and he didn't get up for a long time. Not bad. It's the same as I thought, and it really works. Touch. Suyu retreated to the room, and Yu Ning slammed the door shut. Amazing. You really drove him back. Yu Ning looked at Suyu with admiration. What even a great-grandmother
grandmaster of her, Suyu could do. Suyu wiped a cold sweat. He also went out with the mentality of giving it a try, but he didn't expect it to really succeed. Now it's good, his shadow can really attack these Eldar races effectively, so at least there is an extra means to save his life. He looked at the Eldar who was struggling to get up outside the door, and the Eldar seemed to be stunned. After standing up, he looked left and right, as if he didn't dare to approach the door again. Suyu took the opportunity to continue to force the necromancer chi that had just entered his body into the shadow clone. Seeing that the Eldar did not dare to come closer anymore, and the surrounding Eldar did not seem to come again, Suyu finally felt relieved. Without the harassment of the Eldar, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Great, he doesn't seem to dare to come over. Yuning looked happy, lying on the crack of the door to report to Suyu, as if she had really become Suyu's little sister. Suyu took this opportunity to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate the Moon K underworld scripture. Every time he activated an additional moon eye, he could emit more chaotic energy, and his survival rate could be higher. I don't know if the moon here is rich enough, or if it is stimulated in this tense environment. Suyu's cultivation is progressing extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he lit up his 4 moon eyes, and at this time, golden chaotic energy was filled around him, and Yuning's eyes were straight. What a great energy! She had never seen the purity of this energy. She felt very comfortable next to Suyu, and she had a very warm feeling. I don't know how long he practiced. When Suyu's eyes were about to be lit up in the 5th month, I only heard a bang sound from outside the room. Ah! Yuning exclaimed. Suyu, look! Suyu opened his eyes suddenly and quickly ran to the window. He was horrified to see that it was Yuning's eldest brother outside at this time, and he was fighting with a spirit race. That Eldar was obviously not comparable to the kind of Eldar with low IQ that he had just encountered. This Eldar exuded a strong necromancer aura, and it was not translucent, but completely turned into a physical entity. He was wearing the armor of the ancients, holding a halberd in his hand, and shouting loudly, "Whoever sets foot in the city lord's mansion will die." Boom! The halberd landed, and with a bang, Yuning's eldest brother Yufeng was directly knocked out. Yufeng looked better than the last time. I don't know how to clean up the necromancer energy on his body, and the blue skin on his body was much less, but with the battle with the Eldar, the cyan aura on his body began to spread again. He was holding a long sword with golden awns in his hand. I don't know what kind of material it was, and with the spiritual energy in Yufeng's body, bursts of golden light erupted. Every time he took out the sword, he would force the Eldar to retreat, and this weapon actually had a good restraint effect on the Eldar. Unfortunately, it can only be said that it has some restraint effect on the Eldar, but it cannot really kill the other party. Whenever this Eldar was injured, a large amount of necromancer energy around him would repair his injuries, and he would recover almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! Yufeng was knocked away again, and the whole person crashed into the house where they were hiding. The whole house was shaken and trembled. The house was very strong and showed no signs of collapsing. This Eldar already has some spiritual wisdom. The fighting instinct is very strong, and it can use some martial arts, and its strength should be at the level of a great grandmaster. Although Yufeng was stronger than the other party, he was restrained by the other party's necromancer and was also beaten back and forth. In the darkness, Yuning grabbed Suyu's hand. "Brother Su, please, can you save my brother?" Her tone was eager, obviously very worried about Yufeng's situation. Suyu has a black line. Is this level of combat something he can participate in? Is she a little too high of herself? In fact, Suyu also wanted to save this Moonwind. This Moonwind had obviously been in this ancient city for a long time, and he knew a lot of things they didn't know. Maybe there is a way to get out. Suyu's eyes flashed. Don't worry yet. Look at the situation. I will definitely save him if I have a chance. After receiving Suyu's affirmative answer, although Yuning was anxious, she could only wait silently. The opportunity came soon, and Yufeng was obviously tortured by the necromancer chi and couldn't stand it. The light on his body was very strong, and the long sword in his hand became brighter and brighter, and in the next second, the long sword in his hand shot out countless golden rays. The concentration of this golden on was simply incomparable to just now, and the moment the golden on appeared, it turned into a long sword and shot towards the Eldar. The Eldar instantly shot into a hornet's nest, and the whole person was fixed on the ground. After letting go of this move, Yufeng obviously consumed a lot. He gasped heavily, and the golden on the long sword also dimmed a lot. The Eldar who was nailed to the ground struggled desperately, and the surrounding necromancer energy was desperately repairing his body, but it was obviously impossible to break free for a short time. But the Eldar still shot out a necromancer's breath, wrapping Yufeng's arm tightly and preventing him from leaving. The Eldar was controlled, and Suyu knew that this was indeed a good opportunity. Looking at Yuning's expectant eyes next to him, his heart crossed, and he opened the door and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, Suyu approached the Moonwind. He had almost no hesitation, and the shadow under his feet instantly turned into a machete, and under Yufeng's shocked expression, he cut off the necromancer energy that wrapped around Yufeng's arm with a single knife. "This way!" Suyu immediately called out to the Moonwind. Yufeng was obviously stunned after seeing Suyu. He seemed to be a little unrecognizable Suyu, but he soon saw Yuning standing at the door of the house not far away, poking her head out. He was overjoyed in his heart and immediately entered the house with Suyu, and Yuning closed the door again. Xiaoning, it's okay. As soon as Yufeng entered the room, his eyes were fixed on Yuning's body, looking left and right, and seeing that the other party's body was not contaminated by the necromancer's energy, which was a sigh of relief. At this time, Yufeng turned his head to look at Suyu, scanned up and down, and frowned after a while. Human race? The last time we met, he didn't look closely, only knowing that this person came with his sister. It should be a partner, but this time I looked at it, this person only had 3 realms, and he was also a human race. This was completely a drag bottle. Seeing that Yufeng's expression was not right, Yuning hurriedly stopped in front of Suyu. Big brother, I can get here. It depends on Suyu to save me many times. Ha! Yufeng sneered, just rely on him, a small human warrior of the 3 realms. The incident of Suyu saving him just now seemed to have completely forgotten Yufeng. At this moment, Yufeng clearly felt a familiar smell on Suyu's body. It was the feeling of the moon being continuously transformed into psychic energy. His eyes suddenly widened. Xiaoning, how can he transform lunar energy? You give it to him. This is the untold secret of their immortal race. How can it be handed over to outsiders? He suddenly has the idea of killing people to silence them. And looking at the appearance of these 2 people, they will not be alone during this period of time, and the 2 will not have anything. The little sister is simple-minded. I'm afraid that this human race has been deceived, and the more Yufeng thinks about it, the more ugly her face becomes. Looking at Yufeng's surprised expression, Yuning's heart sank, and she protected Suyu in front of her. Big brother, I won't allow you to hurt Suyu. If Yufeng knew, Suyu's body transformed the aura of lunar energy because he inherited Yuning's inheritance crystal, that Yufeng was even more angry, and he would definitely take action directly on Suyu now. Suyu looked at the cloudy expression on Yufeng's face, and his breath locked himself. He secretly scolded in his heart, this kid white-eyed wolf, he shouldn't have saved him just now. Without waiting for the moon wind to attack, I only heard a touch, and there was a strong impact on the door again. This time the impact was more violent and very frequent. The 3 of them looked out the window, and when they saw it, they were suddenly startled. I saw that 5 or 6 low-level Eldars had gathered outside the door at some point, and they were mechanically hitting the door. And the house didn't seem to be that strong, and the door began to seep into the interior. Damn, what's going on? Suyu's face suddenly looked ugly. So many Eldar were obviously not something that could be driven away with 2 simple clicks. And the function of the house to shield the spirit of the dead seems to have failed. Yufeng seemed to have just remembered something and exclaimed, it's broken. This room is too small to block the incursion of necromancer energy for the 3 of us. Damn, if you don't say such an important thing earlier. Suyu secretly scolded in his heart. Saving this moonwind was really a mistake. Now this house can't stay, not only because the Eldar is about to rush in, but also because this place is about to change and is no different from the outside. Lost the ability to isolate the spirit of the dead. No way. Come with me. Yufeng slapped it out with a palm, and suddenly slapped off the doorbolt. Without the doorbolt blocking, the door was pushed open instantly, and 5 or 6 Eldars rushed in directly. Ah! Yuning exclaimed, subconsciously grabbed Suyu's clothes and hid behind him. Yufeng's face suddenly became even more ugly. His eldest brother was doing well here, and Yuning actually hid behind an outsider. Now was obviously not the time to care about this. He snorted coldly, and the long sword emitted a golden light again, forcing several Eldars at the door to retreat, shouting at Suyu and the 2. Quick, keep up with me. Now there is no other choice but to follow this moonwind. Suyu skillfully grabbed Yuning's hand and ran out, and Yufeng frowned again when he saw the 2 of them moving. But now is obviously not the time to care about this. Yufeng took the lead in running outside, and Suyu dragged Yuning behind. When passing by several Eldars at the door, Suyu looked at the translucent gray body, which was obviously all composed of necromancer energy. He thought about it. His current shadow clone is also full of necromancer energy, so if he summons the shadow clone to possess it, I don't know what will happen. But now was obviously not the time to take risks. He followed Yufeng closely, holding Yuning's hand to help her absorb the necromancer energy in her body. The 3 of them ran along the path of the ancient city towards the depths of the ancient city. Fortunately, the powerful Eldar who was fighting with Yufeng just now didn't know where he had gone, and the 3 of them successfully entered the interior of the ancient city. At this time, Suyu discovered that there was also an inner city in this ancient city, and a city gate and surrounding walls circled the inner city. The gate of the inner city was open, and after the 3 of them crossed the gate of the inner city again, under the leadership of Fengyu, they came to the door of a big house. This house covers a large area, and I am afraid it is the largest house in this ancient city. The gates of the mansion are almost as high as the gates of the inner city, looking extremely domineering. There is a plaque hanging above the gate with 3 large characters, City Lord's Mansion. The gate of the City Lord's Mansion was also open, and the gate was extremely quiet, exuding a dangerous and eerie aura. After Yufeng came here, he obviously became careful, lingering at the gate for a moment, and never dared to take the 2 of them in. Suyu thought of the powerful Eldar wearing ancient armor, and seemed to say something that would kill anyone who entered the City Lord's Mansion. Presumably it must be more dangerous here. Suyu couldn't help it and asked, why don't we look for a house with a circular shape anymore? Why
Why come here to take risks? If the house can't accommodate 3 people, the 3 of us can just hide and separate. Hearing Suyu's words, Yufeng glared at Suyu. Do you think I don't know? What do you know? This kind of house can only be chosen by everyone in one night? We have all chosen houses, then these houses have lost the effective shelter for us, and now only this city lord's mansion in the entire ancient city does not have the spirit of the dead. Moreover, this city lord's mansion may have a road to the outside. Hearing that he could go out from this city lord's mansion, Suyu suddenly stopped talking. He had had enough of this strange place, and if the city lord's mansion could go out, he would have to fight the danger. Follow me in, be careful, there are guards in this city lord's mansion. Yufeng really couldn't bear it. He had been in this necromancer chi, and his martial saint realm couldn't bear it, and the whole person's skin began to turn blue again. And, I advise you to let go of your hands. He glared at Suyu again and glared at Yuning's hand. Suyu didn't say anything yet. Yuning took a step forward, took Suyu's hand tighter, and told Yufeng with her actions that she took the initiative. Ha! Yufeng took a deep breath, and he suppressed his anger. He knew that now was not the time to talk about this, and he said in a deep voice, let's go first. Suyu also looked at Yuning a little speechlessly. No, you're so angry with him. Are you afraid that your brother won't kill me? At this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Yufeng again and enter the city lord's mansion. Sure enough, after entering the city lord's mansion, the surrounding necromancer aura disappeared instantly. But Suyu didn't feel at ease, but felt a more dangerous atmosphere. Entering the main entrance of the city lord's mansion, there is a huge garden in front of it. Yufeng was very cautious and took every step carefully. He did not choose to take the middle road, but chose a small path. He seemed to be very familiar with this city lord's mansion, and he had obviously been exploring here during this time. Following Yufeng, Suyu, and the 2 left the garden on a limp. Then through the veranda on the side of the garden, they moved forward again for a while, and the 3 of them came to a courtyard that looked like a study. Although the road was tense, there was no danger, and the so-called city lord's mansion guards were even more invisible. After coming to this study, Yufeng's eyes flashed. Let's hide here for a while. As he spoke, he took the lead in entering the study. This study also has a separate courtyard, and the middle of the yard is the study room of this study, which is also a place to store books. After entering the study, Yufeng relaxed a little and strode towards the study. Until the 3 of them entered the study and closed the door, Yufeng was completely relieved. It's safe for the time being, as long as you don't make a loud noise and attract the guards of the city lord's mansion. Yufeng smiled and said to Yuning. After saying this, he came to a reading futon and sat down cross-legged. The long sword in his hand began to glow with golden light, and the necromancer chi was forced out of his body, and he began to clean up his necromancer chi. Suyu finally knew why when he saw him this time, the necromancer on his body was much less, and it turned out that he was cleaned up by this long sword. He began to look at the environment of the study. The room was indeed not small, but he always felt a little strange, because he looked at the house from the outside and felt even bigger, but the space inside was much smaller than he imagined. Could it be that the walls of the room were thicker? Suyu didn't think much about it. He picked up the books in the room and flipped through them, and found that these were all literary works that had no practical value for them now. After a while, Yufeng opened his eyes, and the necromancer energy on his body was much weaker. He hadn't forgotten Yuning yet, and waved to Yuning. Xiaoning, come, I'll help you clean up the necromancer on your body. Yufeng was also a little distressed. His long sword was found in this city lord's mansion, and the golden aura on it could effectively restrain this necromancer's chi. It's a pity that he uses a little less, and he is not willing to use too much. Yuning scratched her head, looked at Suyu, and showed a knowing smile. No need, brother. Brother Su has already helped me clean it up. He cleaned it up for you? How is this possible? Yufeng suddenly felt unbelievable. Looking at Yuning's eyes looking at Suyu, he suddenly felt that flowers were stuck in cow dung. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed Yuning's hand, and looked her up and down. Yuning's body was extremely pure. How could there be a shadow of necromancer chi, much cleaner than his body? He was afraid of wasting the golden aura, so he didn't clean up all the necromancer chi, just keep it on the edge that could be suppressed. In this way, he still wanted to help Yuning clean up the necromancer in his body. This Yufeng was really good for his sister. It's really not. Feng Yu's face showed surprise. He wanted to help Yuning clean up the necromancer on her body, so that she would know who was the man who could protect her better. Unexpectedly, this game was compared by Suyu again. Looking at my sister looking at Suyu with a smile, Feng Yu was angry. Yufeng also had to face up to this human teenager, but he didn't expect that he still had this kind of means. No wonder he has survived until now. How did you do that? He subconsciously asked Suyu. Clean up the necromancer's chi? This is my personal skill, and you can't learn it even if you want to. Suyu spread his hands. He told the truth. Yufeng looked at Suyu suspiciously. He felt that Suyu was hiding his clumsiness and was unwilling to help him. Yuning began to help at this time. Yes, big brother, don't ask. If Suyu could teach others, he would definitely have taught me long ago. Listening to Yuning still speaking for Suyu next to her, the angry Yufeng's nose was crooked. His head suddenly tilted to the side. He is not uncommon to learn, and he can also clean up this necromancer chi himself. While thinking, he clenched the golden long sword in his hand. Big brother, where have
have you been all this time? I thought you were. Yuning finally had time to ask Yufeng about her recent experience. Suyu also listened attentively, and he was also very interested. Yufeng sighed, alas, don't mention it, your eldest brother, I almost got stuck here. I have actually lost consciousness once. But fortunately, I encountered this sword in this city lord's mansion. As he spoke, Yufeng showed the weapon to Yuning. Really? This weapon is a good thing. It can clean up the necromancer on the body, and it can also effectively restrain those Eldars. There are still a lot of them. Xiaoning, I can take you to find one too. Yuning stroked the golden long sword, felt the energy on it, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then I want one too. No problem. Take a break and I'll take you there. Yufeng showed a doting smile at Yuning. As he spoke, Yufeng also glanced at Suyu provocatively. It seems to say, look, you can't do this kind of thing. Suyu was suddenly a little funny, feeling that this moonwind was also a little naive. Seeing that Yuning was very interested in her long sword, she kept looking left and right, just when the moonwind was proud. But in the next second, Yuning directly put the long sword in Suyu's hand. Brother Su, you try this long sword, it's really amazing. If you had a weapon like this, it would be even more powerful. Yuning's eyes were full of little stars, and she looked at Suyu expectantly. Yufeng couldn't figure out how he was a dignified martial saint powerhouse who lost to a human martial artist in the three realms. Suyu, who took the long sword, froze, and he found that the energy in this weapon was somewhat similar to his chaos energy. Although it cannot be said to be exactly the same, the composition of energy is very similar, and the mass is almost the same. His chaotic energy is a combination of three types of energy, and the level of energy is very high. I didn't expect the energy in this weapon to be so strong. No wonder it could force the Eldar to retreat. Under his murderous eyes in the moonwind, Suyu simply glanced at the long sword twice and returned it to Yuning. Yuning stuffed the long sword back into Yufeng's hand and said excitedly, let's go. Big brother, take us to get weapons. Yufeng suddenly didn't look forward to taking Yuning to find weapons. After a while, Yufeng took Yuning and Suyu to an empty wall in the corner of the study. Moonwind placed his hand on a bronze decoration next to it. I saw him turn slightly. With the sound of the mechanism turning, I saw a portal appear in the corner of the originally empty wall. Big brother, you are so powerful, you can find such a secret place. Yuning suddenly clapped her hands excitedly. Yufeng was obviously very useful to Yuning's words, and his face was proud, and his face was almost raised to the sky. Suyu understood that this Yufeng was a pure sister control. Okay, I found those weapons here. Follow me when you go in. Don't touch anything. Did you hear that? He said this very unceremoniously to Suyu. Suyu nodded indifferently. He was not a fool, and he had to be very careful about what he did in this kind of place. Then Yufeng continued, when we get our weapons, let's go to the central hall of the city lord's mansion, where there are the most guards, and the way to leave may be there. Suyu complained in his heart, is this moonwind serious? He also thought that Yufeng really knew how to get out of here, but just because there were many guards there, he guessed that there was a way to leave there, and Suyu was also a little speechless. The door of the mechanism opened in the corner was not large, only less than one person high, and only one person could enter at a time. Yufeng was the first to enter, Suyu walked second, and Yuning followed last. Not long after entering the portal, the corner of the trap automatically closed. It didn't take long to walk along the narrow aisle, and the whole space suddenly opened up. This is a separate room. The room is very empty. Only in the middle is a disc-like facility, and there is a guardrail around the disc. There is an entrance left in front of the fence, which is obviously for people to stand on this disc. At this time, Suyu knew why the internal space of this study building seemed so small, and it turned out that there was such a mezzanine in the wall. Let's go up. Yufeng greeted Suyu and Yuning, and took the lead in stepping on the disc. This disc is made of metal, and it is hard to imagine that there would be such a high-tech facility in such an ancient building. As the three of them stood on the disc, Yufeng touched a button in the corner of the disc with his hand. Click! There was another mechanical sound, and the disc began to slowly descend. This turned out to be an elevator-like facility. As the disc fell lower and lower, an empty underground pit appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. When he saw the situation of this underground pothole, his eyes narrowed. This turned out to be a huge weapon mound, right in the middle of the underground pit, with countless weapons of all kinds inserted into the pit. The weapons are densely packed, and there are at least thousands of them in the past. Suyu asked in surprise, aren't these weapons all your weapons? Yufeng rolled his eyes, how is this possible? But my weapon is indeed in this weapon mound. I have to go down and look for it. Looking at the moon scenery saying there, without the slightest preparation to go down and search, Suyu knew that this weapon tomb was not so simple. Definitely not to go down to get the weapon. Yuning didn't think so much. Wow, there are so many weapons. She exclaimed and wanted to run down to look for it, but was pulled by Yufeng. Xiaoning, be careful. It's not that simple here. He sighed. Why wasn't Suyu the one rushing down, so that he wouldn't stop him? Forget it. You wait here. Big brother go down and get you a weapon. Yufeng patted his chest and said, this is. Before going down, he thought for a while and said, in this weapon mound, some weapons may contain Eldars, and only a small number of weapons are such weapons in my hand. You must be careful to sense it, and be careful
to release the Eldar. He said this to Suyu, and he finally decided to remind Suyu. He was afraid that if Suyu was reckless, it would be troublesome to release a large number of Eldars. But Yuning's next sentence almost didn't make Yufeng vomit blood. Hey, okay, then brother, you have to be careful. Suyu and I are waiting for you here. If you find the weapon of the two of us, come up quickly. You can just find one for Suyu. Yufeng, by paralysis. I'm going down to find weapons for you, not for this grandson. Looking at this posture, even if he only found one, Yuning wanted Suyu to use it. Before Yufeng could get completely angry, fortunately, Suyu said, "It's okay Yuning, I'll go down and look for it. It's faster for the two of us to find it together. Maybe we can find a better one." "No, what do you mean? Do you mean that what you find is better than what I find?" Yufeng immediately looked at Suyu with a dissatisfied face. At this time, Yuning also mended the knife and said, "Brother Su, you are so brave, then you must be careful." Yufeng was suddenly a little dejected. "I have to be careful when I go down. He is really brave when he goes down." "Why?" Yufeng and Suyu finally began to enter the weapon mound at the same time to look for weapons. The moment Suyu entered this pit, these weapons seemed to come to life, making a wow metal clash. The weapon itself began to vibrate, as if something was about to come out of it. This scene suddenly startled Suyu. Looking at Suyu's appearance, Yufeng said with a mocking face on the side, "Look at you timidly, these are just energy stirs between the weapons themselves." Yufeng, who laughed at Suyu, didn't mention the first time he came, and at this time he was so frightened that he ran to the door. Suyu ignored Yufeng and began to carefully sense the energy on these weapons. There are too many weapons here, all weapons are mixed together, and the various energies are very complex. But for Suyu, the kind of weapon similar to his chaotic energy was like a star in the night sky, which was extremely conspicuous in his eyes. Without much effort, he found several weapons with that golden energy among the many weapons, and he also found that some weapons had an extremely strong necromancer energy, which was obviously some weapons that contained the Eldar. Just when he wanted to find two weapons and leave, he suddenly discovered that in the very center of the weapon mound, a domineering spear was inserted. The spear was inserted in the very center of the weapon mound, leaving a circle around it, and no other weapons existed. And this spear is like the Emperor in this weapon mound, and other weapons around it seem to be guarding this spear. This spear is also longer than ordinary guns, with a length of nearly 8 feet. The 7-inch long 3-edged blade at the tip of the spear shone with golden light, and the entire body was engraved with a spiral cloud dragon pattern, which looked extremely domineering. The main reason is that the entire gun body is still emitting a light golden glow, and obviously the material is not simple. Suyu suddenly sighed, "Good gun." But when he closed his eyes and felt the energy in this spear, he couldn't help but frown. This spear was actually empty. Not only did it not have that kind of golden energy, but it also had no necromancy, indicating that this weapon was just a mortal martial art. It's a pity, this is just an ordinary weapon with better materials. But this weapon is really handsome, and the material is extraordinary, at least stronger than the alloy weapon. Suyu is still ready to take it away. Watching Suyu walk towards the spear in the middle, Yufeng's face immediately showed such a playful expression, and he hugged his arms and prepared to watch a good show. This spear is so conspicuous. When Yufeng first came, he naturally saw this spear at first sight. Although there was no energy in this spear, when he wanted to take it away, the spear immediately emitted a terrifying suction force that almost didn't suck him dry. However, there was no threat to his life, but he was allowed to rest for a long time before he recovered. Suyu had already turned his back to Yufeng at this time, so naturally he didn't see the expression on his face. He just wanted to put the spear away first at this time. As Suyu approached the spear step by step, the weapons of the entire weapon mound vibrated more and more violently. When he arrived near the spear, Suyu hesitated for a moment and finally grabbed the spear. The moment Suyu touched the spear, just like Yufeng at the beginning, a terrifying suction immediately came from the spear. The countless energy in his body poured into the spear. Damn, why is he an energy-eating guy again? Suyu's first reaction was to feed the chi and blood in his body to the spear. After all, he had the heart of a martial god, and his chi and blood were unlimited. But the spear was like a bottomless pit, and it couldn't be fed no matter how much it was fed. Yufeng on the side was also stunned when he was sucked dry by the spear in a few breaths. Why did Suyu hold on to the spear for so long? Why was nothing wrong? Feeling the spear like an invincible hole, Suyu was not afraid, but looked happy. He looked away at this spear, and said, how could the king of this weapon tomb be an ordinary weapon? Is it because the quality of chi and blood is not enough? Looking at the spear, Suyu, who had not been satisfied, thought in his heart. He tried to inject the chaotic energy in his body into this spear. Now the spear reacted completely. Buzz. With a soft sound, the spear that was originally inserted on the ground took the initiative to fly up, and was held tightly in Suyu's hand. In the next second, the cloud dragon pattern on the spear suddenly enlarged. A vision of a cloud dragon appeared from the spear, circled around the weapon mound, and let out a huge dragon roar. What is it? The Moonwing people on the side were dumbfounded, and he didn't expect Suyu to really pull out the spear. And this turned out to be a spiritual weapon with a soul. This is incredible. There is actually a cloud dragon sealed in this weapon. Looking at the appearance of the cloud dragon, it is obvious that the realm of life is definitely
certainly not low. At this time, how could this cloud dragon soul be controlled by Suyu so easily? It let out a dragon roar again, and the terrifying dragon body was powerful and domineering, almost filling the entire pit, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit Suyu. The terrifying momentum was like a tsunami. Even the moonwind of the martial saint realm felt the terrifying pressure, and Suyu had to lie on the ground.
No, big brother, hurry up and save Suyu.
Seeing Suyu in distress, Yuning rushed out directly, calling out to Yufeng and wanting him to help save Suyu. But at this time, Yufeng was also shocked by the terrifying coercion of the instrument soul, and he couldn't move for a while. Yuning was too far away, but the strength of her grandmaster was probably of little use if she got close. At the critical moment, Suyu's chest suddenly emitted an aura of the Dragon King, causing the extremely powerful Cloud Dragon soul to suddenly stagnate.
Shenlong, Dragon King.
The eyes of the Cloud Dragon instrument's soul widened, revealing a humanized expression of shock. At this time, Xiaoxian Suyu's chest also poked his head out, and also let out a dragon roar. After the Cloud Dragon soul saw Xiaoxian Suyu's chest, the shocked expression on his face was even better.
This is? I see.
The Cloud Dragon instrument's soul seemed to understand something, and instantly became quiet, and the old voice of the Cloud Dragon instrument's soul sounded again. In that case, let the Lord Dragon King send you. Then the Cloud Dragon weapon soul gradually shrank and returned to the spear. At this moment, the entire gun body lit up, and the word Jinlong appeared on the gun body. It shows that this top-quality spiritual weapon completely recognizes Suyu as the master.
Ha!
Suyu let out a long breath and then slowly stood up with a spear in his right hand. The pressure on him just now was too great, making him almost no ability to resist, and even had the feeling of facing the god of martial arts in his previous life. Fortunately, Xiaoxi was here, and it was hard to imagine that a dead Cloud Dragon soul could put him under so much pressure. Seeing that Suyu was fine, Yuning patted her plump chest. As expected of Brother Su, it's really no problem. The pressure on Yufeng's body was also relaxed, and his eyes straightened.
What happened just now?
It was a Cloud Dragon weapon soul of the martial god realm, and this terrifying weapon was actually subdued by Suyu like this. What the hell is the dragon head on his chest, and why is this human race so mysterious? Just when Yufeng and the two were shocked that Suyu got a spiritual weapon, the weapons of the entire weapon mound vibrated even more violently. In the next second, all the weapons seemed to be activated, and the necromancer and the golden energy soared into the sky.
What's going on?
In this situation, even the moonwind of the martial saint realm changed drastically.
It's broken. Your weapon is an array of eyes to suppress these necromancers.
You took the weapon away, and now you can't suppress it. At this time, the golden energy in the sky was still trying to suppress those necromancers, but the amount of necromancer energy was far greater than the gray energy, and the golden energy was about to be unable to support it.
Let's go.
Suyu put the dragon spear into the space ring and rushed out. Yufeng's reaction was faster, and he had already rushed to the disc at this time. But at this moment, the necromancer chi had already broken through the defense of the golden energy and turned into a gray tornado sweeping towards Yuning.
Ah, Brother Su, save me.
The tornado composed of necromancer energy was extremely fast, and it swept Yuning into it almost in the blink of an eye. Yufeng's eyes were about to burst, but he didn't know where to save him. With this concentration of necromancer energy, even if it was him, if he just rushed in like this, he would lose consciousness almost for a moment. And the long sword in his hand could only repel the spirit of the necromancy, but he didn't know how to save people. But without Suyu's help, Yuning couldn't last long in the necromancer's energy. Her skin quickly turned blue, and her golden pupils lost their look. Suyu rushed towards Yuning without the slightest hesitation, and Yufeng jumped his eyebrows when he saw it decisively. This kid is really bold, but he's not bad for Xiaoning.
Suyu, who entered the necromancer's chi, instantly felt that these necromancers were simply not as strong.
Even if he wanted to pour the necromancer chi that entered his body into the shadow clone, he couldn't keep up with the speed of necromancer chi entering his body, and cyan death chi began to appear in his body. His whole body began to stiffen, and he couldn't get close to Yuning at all. Seeing that Suyu rushed into the necromancer energy regardless of his own danger, Yuning was also overwhelmed with emotion. Tears flashed in her eyes, and she shouted at Suyu, "Brother Su, if you can't do it, just leave quickly, don't implicate you." Suyu didn't say a word. Looking at the necromancer in front of him, his thoughts flowed quickly.
He didn't expect the necromancer aura here to be so strong.
Now he had another way, which was to use the dragon suppression spear to absorb this necromancer's energy, and he didn't know if he could hold on. But just as he was about to take out the dragon spear, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. He directly summoned the shadow clone to possess him. In the next second, his body was covered with a thick layer of necromancer energy, and his whole person's appearance was like that spirit race, giving people a feeling of death. At this time, the surrounding necromancer chi really no longer took the initiative to attack Suyu's body, and even he had a feeling of being like a fish in water in the necromancer's chi.
Suyu was overjoyed. Sure enough,
he immediately rushed to Yuning's side, grabbed her hand, dragged her out of the control range of the necromancer chi, and began to clean up the necromancer chi on his body.
Suyu, are you okay?
Yuning was also shocked when she saw Suyu's appearance.
I'm fine, let's go.
At this time, the necromancer had turned into a tornado again, chasing towards Yuning. Yufeng also made a move at this time, slashing a sword chi towards the necromancer tornado, and then activated the elevator mechanism of the disc.
The three finally left the underground pit on a metal disc.
Fortunately, the ceiling of this underground pit was good, and the necromancer energy could not spread out of the pit for the time being. The three of them returned to the study with lingering fears.
Yufeng looked at Suyu's blue body and the aura of the dead.
He only felt that he was infected by the spirit of the dead, because the other party was doing this to save Yuning, and he was still a little grateful to Suyu. But soon, Suyu lifted the possession of the shadow clone, and under the shocked expressions of Yufeng and Yuning, the necromancy quickly receded.
The whole person returned to normal again.
How did you do this? Yufeng's mouth was wide open, and he looked shocked. Suyu's performance this time shocked him too much. Not only did he get the spiritual weapon, but he could also rescue Yuning from that situation. Suyu scratched his head and replied casually, "It's just a little trick, it's not worth mentioning."
Yufeng.
He was suddenly a little speechless. "You all turned into Eldar, and then turned back, which is not worth mentioning.
Is this something a normal person can do?"
At this time, Yufeng, I also have to face up to this human race's three realms warriors. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this Suyu really the three realms? How could the three realms warriors of the human race have so many means?
After calming down, Yuning was a little dejected.
Hey, it's a pity, I didn't take one of so many weapons just now. The main reason was that she felt that she was too useless. There was no room for resistance in the face of these Eldar. If she had a weapon, she could still help Suyu and Yufeng. At this moment, Suyu took out a narrow sword from the space ring. This sword is silver white all over. The sword body is narrow and thin, and it looks very good, and it is suitable for girls at first glance. The moment Suyu took it out, it attracted Yuning's gaze. Wow, this sword is so beautiful, is this for me? Although the situation was urgent at that time, Suyu happened to pass by a narrow sword with golden energy, and Suyu touched it. Well, I just got it. Seeing Yuning so happy, Suyu was also in a good mood.
Thank you, brother Su.
Yuning got the narrow sword and rushed towards Suyu excitedly.
Ahem.
Seeing that Yuning looked like she was giving it to her for nothing, Yufeng next to her coughed repeatedly. Okay, it's almost dawn. It's time for us to set off for the central hall of the city lord's mansion. Suyu also pushed Yuning away a little embarrassed. He felt that Yuning was more attached to himself now, and he was very close to him all the time, which sometimes made him a little embarrassed. As the name suggests, the central hall of the city lord's mansion is located in the very center of the city lord's mansion. They left the study and walked along the veranda towards the middle of the city lord's mansion. Soon they saw the tallest and most majestic, boxy building.
The building looks like an ancient palace.
The entire building is supported by 18 huge columns, on which are depicted with various exotic beasts of all races.
There are 3 portals directly in front of the central hall. They are 1 main entrance and 2 side doors.
Before he got close to the side door, Suyu saw a spirit clan guard standing at the door of each door.
At the main entrance, there were 2 Eldar guards standing on the left and right.
These Eldar guards were dressed in armor and holding halberds, exactly like the guards Suyu had encountered last time who fought with the Moonwind. Each of them exudes a powerful necromancer.
Looking at these powerful guards, Suyu swallowed his saliva jealously. Is there really a way to leave in this main hall?
And the defense here is so tight, how the hell can we get in? Yufeng once again showed that proud expression. Of course, 8 or 9 is inseparable from 10. I have already investigated last time, you can just follow me. After a while, Suyu looked at the dog hole in front of him speechlessly.
No, this is your way to enter this hall?
This Yufeng dignified martial Saint Powerhouse, and a member of the Yu family, must not be ordinary in the immortal clan, and now he actually found a dog hole to enter the hall. It's this time, why are you paying so much attention to it? Come in with me. Yufeng looked generous, lay down directly on his body, pouted his chin and drilled in from the dog hole in the corner, which looked a bit funny. Suyu was also a little helpless, but Yufeng didn't care. He didn't care anymore, just drill.
After Yufeng entered, Suyu followed in second.
I don't know what kind of animal opened this hole. The whole cave is extremely narrow, just enough for a person to pass through. It wasn't very deep, and Suyu climbed a few steps and passed through. After entering, I happened to come to an extremely hidden corner of the main hall, which happened to be at the back of the main hall. The entire hall was very empty, with some tall chairs neatly arranged, looking like a meeting place. At this time, Suyu felt a cold little hand reach out to his hand, and he knew that it was Yuning's hand. The other party also got in through the dog hole and came to this dangerous place, and she chose to hold her hand as soon as possible. Yufeng glanced at the two of them and crooked his mouth. Now he was not surprised, and he was too lazy to talk about the two of them. Big brother, what should we do next? Yuning nervously hid behind Suyu's back and asked Yufeng what to do next. Yufeng scanned the hall, and he let out a long breath. Fortunately, nothing has changed here. The guard who was lured away by me last time has not returned. Yufeng pointed to a side door on the side of the main hall and said, there was empty at this time, only one entrance without a door. Looking at this meaning, there should have been guards here before. Now several other guards are guarding outside the hall, but the inside of the hall is much safer. Yufeng looked around the hall again, and hurried towards the side door again. The moment he passed through the side door, Suyu immediately knew why Yufeng said that there was a way to leave here. At this time, he felt a strong spatial energy. Is there a teleportation formation here? Suyu also suddenly became excited. This space energy was so strong, that it was really possible that this place was a teleportation array leaving this ancient city. In the room was a staircase leading to the basement, and Yufeng had never been here before, and he seemed a little cautious. But at this moment, Suyu clearly heard heavy footsteps coming from behind, and it turned out that the guard outside the hall suddenly entered the main hall. Why did they suddenly come in? Yuning, who was behind her, was the first to react. Her face changed, and she shouted to Yufeng, "Big brother, let's go." Then he took Suyu's hand and rushed quickly to the bottom of the stairs. Yufeng didn't care whether it was dangerous or not at this time, and the four guards obviously exceeded the limit of what they could resist. If they were discovered, the three of them would not have any good fruit to eat. The three of them picked up speed and soon reached the last floor of the stairs. Going further inside, at the end of the stairs was a huge double open portal, and Yufeng did not hesitate and directly stepped forward to push the door. Let's go! Boom boom boom. The power of the Moonwind Martial Saint level was actually a bit difficult to push open this gate. With the loud roar of opening the door, the portal finally opened a gap, just enough for one person to pass through. Suyu and the three of them didn't care about looking at this gate carefully, and the footsteps of the guards had already come to the corner of the stairs. They hurried into the room and then slammed the huge door shut. After listening to the footsteps of several guards and coming to the door, he lingered for a moment and did not choose to enter the room. Suyu and the three of them breathed a heavy sigh of relief. At this time, Suyu began to observe the room. The room was also empty, the light was a little dim, and the floor and walls were covered with a kind of bluish-black rock. The light source in the room is made up of some green crystals on the walls, emitting a sparkling green light. It gives the whole room an eerie atmosphere. A statue is erected in the very center of the entire room. The statue was facing away from them, and the overall was not very big, only a little taller than one person, slightly taller than Suyu. It is dressed as a human woman, riding a black panther with its head held high. The panther grinned with its teeth and looked extremely vicious. The whole statue looks very finely carved and vivid, like a real person. Even the black panther under the crotch looks very real, and even the hair on its body is distinct. When passing by the statue, Suyu always felt that the statue seemed to be alive, staring at him. Why is this statue so weird? It always gives people a creepy feeling. Yuning obviously noticed something was wrong, and nervously moved closer to Suyu's body. Forget it, I feel that the breath of space energy is inside. Yufeng greeted the two of them and continued to walk towards the room. There is really a teleportation array here, come quickly. Yufeng was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he entered the depths of the room, and soon Suyu and the two heard Yufeng shout. Suyu and Yuning looked at each other, and both saw excitement in each other's eyes. The two ran side by side in the direction of Yufeng. Sure enough, in the corner of the room, I saw Yufeng with a smile on his face. Suyu followed the other party's line of sight. There was indeed a huge teleportation array on the ground, not the kind of teleportation array improvised by the strong people of the space attribute. It is a permanent teleportation array that only needs to be activated by input energy. The moon wind has already stood at the position of the input energy and begins to input energy into it. But no matter how Yufeng input his spiritual energy, there was no movement at all in the teleportation array. His energy was like a stone sinking into the sea. Looking at Yufeng's movements, Suyu hesitated for a moment. Could it be that this teleportation array could not be activated by any energy? He stepped forward and said to Yufeng, "Why don't I try it?" Suyu stepped forward with Yufeng's suspicious eyes and placed his hand on a round transparent energy crystal. A gray energy poured from the shadow under Suyu's hand. Suyu first used the energy of the necromancer, but the energy crystal obviously rejected this kind of energy abnormally, and it could not be infused at all. Before Yufeng could question Suyu, he immediately changed his energy, activated the star veins in his body, and a golden chaos energy poured in from his hands. This teleportation array immediately reacted. The energy crystal suddenly lit up, and countless golden energies spread down like silk threads, gradually turning into a huge teleportation magic circle. Suyu and the three of them all had joyful expressions on their faces, thinking that they could finally go out. But in the next second, the teleportation array was not fully opened. On the other side of the teleportation array, an extremely terrifying necromancer aura came out, which directly turned into a gray column of air and rose into the sky. What is this? Suyu was shocked and hurriedly pulled Yuning back quickly. Yufeng also looked ugly, and shouted in horror, "This is not a teleportation array that teleports out, this is a teleportation array that enters the necromancer realm." At this time, bursts of extremely dangerous aura came from the teleportation array, and the terrifying aura of death spread throughout the room. Countless gray images of people were about to rush out of the teleportation array, and the three Suyu who saw it were shocked. Boom! There was a loud noise from the teleportation array. A roar came out of the teleportation array, and a huge terrifying terrifying gray shadow appeared in the teleportation array. As soon as this figure appeared, all the gray shadows were frightened and retreated, and a terrifying coercion came overwhelmingly. Suyu and the three of them outside the teleportation array suddenly felt shivering. This is a terrifying pressure from the superiors, which makes everyone feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts.
Wu, martial god realm.
Yufeng swallowed his saliva, his face was full of shock, and he stammered. Suyu didn't expect that the opposite side of this teleportation array was actually a martial god realm Eldar. If this Eldar came out, even if he was a master of the 10,000 clans of the martial god realm, under the suppression of this necromancer's energy, he would not be the opponent of this Eldar. It was simply a world-level disaster, and Suyu had the impression that there had never been such a disaster in his previous life.
Wait, finally, what was done?
A terrifying roar sounded from the center of the room, and his voice was a little stiff, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. Then there was a sound of click, click.
At this moment,
Suyu was surprised to find that it was the stone statue in the room that made the sound. At this time, the stone statue actually moved step by step, and the Black Panther under him also let out a roar and came to life. The most terrifying thing is that the other party's body also emitted a sense of oppression from the martial god realm, and it turned out to be another martial god realm.
Is the god of war so worthless now?
Boom! The figure simply moved its body and jumped out of the teleportation array suddenly. A crimson pillar of energy appeared in his hand, and it actually shot towards the martial god realm Eldar through the teleportation array.
Boom!
The huge impact of the explosion lifted Suyu and the others directly away, and Suyu directly hit the wall on one side. He felt that the whole person's internal organs felt displaced, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His realm was still too low, and Yufeng and Yuning were much better than him. Fortunately, with Xiaoxi, he has a strong ability to heal himself, and this kind of injury is nothing. I saw that as the powerful warrior who turned into a stone statue attacked the teleportation array frantically, the teleportation array began to gradually close. Although the martial god realm Eldar was strong, they still couldn't forcibly cross the teleportation array in a short time. Moreover, the stone armor on that person's body could also block the invasion of necromancer energy, and the necromancer energy emitted by the teleportation array was not a threat to this person. Jia Bao was actually not as relaxed as it seemed. He turned into a statue and stood in this basement all the time, in fact, to guard the teleportation array of this undead realm. And every time he moves, he consumes the little energy left in his body. That's why he turned into a statue, to reduce his own consumption, and the coat of the stone statue can also effectively prevent the necromancer from invading the body. Originally, when Suyu and the others entered this room, he didn't take it seriously, because in his eyes, it was impossible for Suyu and these people to have the ability to activate the teleportation array. That golden energy is now extinct, and it is not something that their strength can activate. But he couldn't have imagined that Suyu, the weakest of these three, would activate the teleportation array in such a watery way. At this time, his intestines were regretful, and his carelessness actually made Suyu directly open the teleportation array. This is over, and the energy he has accumulated over the years will be consumed all at once. Give me death. Thinking of this, the red energy in Jia Bao's hand became even more ferocious, and he smashed towards the teleportation array like a vent. The Black Panther who followed him was also grinning at the teleportation array next to him. Finally, the Eldar was finally suppressed by Jia Bao's red energy, and Jia Bao's terrifying coercion kept echoing in the room. The light of the teleportation array slowly extinguished and gradually darkened, and the terrifying aura from the necro domain finally gradually disappeared. The whole room fell silent again, and Suyu and the three of them looked at the moving stone statue in front of them with horror. Jia Bao turned around abruptly and stared at Suyu in the corner. In the next second, Jia Bao suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Suyu. He lowered his head and looked at Suyu in front of him coldly. You, be, who, why, let this Eldar out. The stone statue was expressionless, speaking hoarsely, and said word by word. When he said the last few words, his voice was deafening, and Suyu's eardrums were buzzing. Suyu was dizzy and felt endless pressure from the other party. The emotionless stone statue's face looked a little hideous. Yufeng and Yuning were also pressed to the ground by each other's momentum, and Yuning couldn't get close to Suyu. No matter what this stone statue was, it was a terrifying existence that could suppress the Eldar of the martial god realm. Suyu was panicked in his heart, and he felt endless pressure on his body, so he could only reluctantly answer.
I'm going to say I'm just lost and want to get out. Do you believe it?
Suyu's explanation was extremely pale, so how could Jia Bao believe it? In his opinion, Suyu's purpose was to open this portal and release the Eldar. How could he let this kind of person go?
Just when Jia Bao wanted to erase Suyu, he didn't know what he sensed. The completely petrified face showed a surprised expression.
Then the red energy in his hand gradually disappeared, and he continued to say hoarsely, hand over the golden energy, I will let you leave. Suyu was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to want to kill him, and finally made such a request. He has no qualifications to bargain in the face of this kind of strong man. He activated the star vein, and golden chaos energy suddenly lit up in his his hand. Without the slightest reservation, he concentrated all the existing chaotic energy in his body in his hands. These energies are actually not important to him, and he can recover them in an instant. At this time, Jia Bao discovered that this golden chaotic energy was actually created by Suyu's own strength. He was also a little surprised. Who is this kid? At this time, Suyu also found that a small amount of stone chips began to fall from the index finger of the stone statue, revealing almost the same fingertips as humans. The fingertips reached out towards the golden energy in Suyu's hand, and the moment the fingertips touched the golden energy, the golden chaos energy in Suyu's hand instantly disappeared and was absorbed by Jia Bao. Jia Bao's face suddenly showed a comfortable expression. Then his exposed fingertips were also covered with stone armor again, returning to the appearance of a statue. Okay, let's go. After saying this, he didn't wait for Suyu and the others to answer, and with a wave of his hand, a red light instantly covered Suyu and the three of them. Suyu only felt top-heavy, and he actually started to teleport. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar battlefield of all races again. Did you really come back? Suyu was a little dazed, and there was an unreal feeling in an instant. He only felt like he was in a dream, and after so much effort, he finally came back so easily. He had an anticlimactic feeling, and he didn't see Mengyu in the end. Forget it, some of the masters who fell into this in their previous lives were already good if they could come out alive. The same is true for Yuning and Yufeng next to them. They have been trapped in that ancient city for so long, and they have come back so suddenly, and the three of them have a feeling of disbelief. Brother Su, we're really back. Yuning was the first to react, and hugged Suyu with a cheer. When they were in the ancient city, the two of them turned a blind eye to the tired and crooked moonwind, and they didn't see anything. But at this time, they all came out. Where would Yufeng be willing? Let go of my sister. Yufeng grabbed Suyu's neck with one hand and Yuning's arm with the other, and wanted to forcibly separate them. But at this moment, there was a loud shout in the air. He clan is young, don't think about hurting my human race. Boom! A huge flying axe fell straight down from the sky, slashing straight at the moonwind. The tremendous force split the ground directly into a huge crack. Mubin fell from the sky with another one-handed axe, and the one-handed axe on the ground instantly flew back to his palm. Facing the martial saint realm, Yufeng Mubin was not afraid and took the initiative to kill him. He was full of murderous auras, and after discovering that Yufeng was the martial saint realm, he was even more excited, looking like he was going to fight for 300 rounds. In fact, he and Yufeng did not fall behind in the battle, and the two briefly fought a few moves, although they were one big realm away from each other, but Mubin showed no signs of defeat. Although this is also the reason why Yufeng does not have a strong desire to fight, and the injuries he tossed in the ancient city have not healed, it does prove that Mubin is strong and can be a tough martial saint. Seeing this situation, Suyu knew that Mubin had misunderstood Yufeng's action just now. Quickly stopped, don't fight, General Mao. Yuning also stepped forward to stop Yufeng and pulled the two away. When the human race and the 10,000 races meet, 90% of them are at war, but there are exceptions. After all, the human race cannot be enemies of everyone. Suyu grabbed Mubin. General Mao, I was able to come out alive thanks to the senior of the immortal clan. Mubin tilted his head and looked between Suyu and Yufeng and Yuning. He believed in Suyu and knew that he could not become a traitor to the human race. Suyu said yes. His eyes were a little disappointed, giving people the feeling of a battle maniac. Yufeng has been in the ancient city for so long, and now he is finally alive. The next second, naturally, he had no interest in fighting, and now he just wanted to take Yuning home. Seeing that Mubin stopped, he said directly to Yuning next to him, let's go, Xiaoning. Yuning also reacted at this time. Suyu's elders also arrived, and the two had reached the time when they had to separate. Her eyes suddenly turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked straight at Suyu. It's okay when they were in the ancient city, they were just struggling to survive. It would be nice to be alive, and they couldn't think too much. But after returning to the battlefield of all races, she seemed to suddenly return to the real world. Yuning reacted, she and Suyu are not of the same race, and it is impossible to have a result. This separation may even be the last time we meet. At this time, Mubin saw that Suyu was fine and was ready to leave with him. Really? Suyu looked at Yuning's appearance of crying in the next second, and he was also a little reluctant. He took a deep breath and smiled at Yuning. The void made a gesture of touching his head to comfort Yuning, and then waved his hand at Yuning. Yuning couldn't hold back anymore and cried out with a wow. Brother Su! She rushed over from Yufeng's side quickly. Then he took out the golden flying sword from his arms and handed it to Suyu. This, here you go. Suyu was stunned. This was the other party's natal flying sword, so he gave it to himself. This is for me, then you will fight in the future. Yuning wiped her tears, wanted to hug Suyu but felt it was not suitable, and finally could only barely squeeze out a smile. I have this now. Then she took out a silver-white rapier, the one Suyu found for her from the weapon mount. At this point she held it in her arms like a baby, and then she explained, I have always been nourishing that flying sword. You can think of me every time you see her. And I can feel this flying sword. As long as it is a certain distance from me, I can sense it, and I will come to you then. I'm leaving Suyu. We will definitely meet again. The last sentence of Bad Moon Ning
is particularly firm. He didn't call Suyu Su brother anymore, but called Suyu's name. She finally glanced at Suyu deeply, as if she wanted to imprint that face in her heart. Then Yuning gritted her teeth, a trace of tears crossed the corners of her eyes, turned around vigorously, and followed Yufeng's back towards the distance. Suyu looked at Yuning's back and suddenly had mixed feelings, feeling that this time in the ancient city was like a dream. Mu Bin, who stood aside and witnessed the whole process, was a little confused. If he read correctly, this female Wan clan is also a master at the level of a grandmaster. This took down the other party? Looking at the other party's reluctance to give up on Suyu, he even gave Suyu his natal weapon, which is very affectionate for Suyu. Good boy. He couldn't help but give Suyu a thumbs up. It was originally just an ordinary Wuhan University exam, but Suyu didn't expect it to end up like this. The original plan to go to the secret realm to find medicine for Suzhan was not implemented. He gained a lot of benefits, learned the Moon Caning Sutra, and also got a powerful weapon. Suyu looked at the dusty Mu Bin, although the other party was in good spirits and his hair was still combed, but his face was sloppy and his body smelled like dust. Obviously, the other party has been looking for himself during this time. Okay, don't look at it, your dad is awake, wait for you to go home. Suzhan woke up. This is good news. By the way, how is that Li Jia? This is? Suyu was concerned about Li Jia, who was captured at this time. Cut, that kid, don't mention it, he was unlucky and almost got scrapped. The one who captured him was the 10,000 race cult. They were trying to do a kind of human experiment, fusing the human genius with some of the bloodlines of the 10,000 race and see if they could awaken any talent. Fortunately, when I rescued that Li Jia, the experiment hadn't started yet, but I was also scared to death and my whole spirit was not normal. Mu Bin was a little embarrassed. After all, Li Jia was caught by him, otherwise it would be Suyu who was captured. Suyu was also secretly stunned when he heard this. These cults of all races really dared to do anything, even this kind of human experiment. Mu Bin hesitated for a moment and continued, but we haven't found out what kind of organization the person who assassinated you is. Suyu also thought that the assassination of him was a gang of these cults of all races. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be two groups of people. They had been assassinated twice, and the whereabouts of these people were mysterious enough that even the military headquarters could not find them. Mu Bin continued, and the identity of that Mingyu is also very strange. Her identity is very, very innocent, clean and unspeakable. I can't find anything. I'm afraid the organization that assassinated you. Mu Bin's words were not finished, but Suyu had already understood what the other party meant. I'm afraid that those who want to kill Suyu will be able to let a grandmaster serve them, but they can't find any clues afterwards, which is basically impossible in today's society. Then there is only one possibility in this situation, that is, the person who killed Suyu is someone from within the Daxia kingdom, and it has a certain status in the Daxia kingdom, and it can even modify some people's files. It must be a person with real power, and it is unlikely that this kind of person will have a conflict with Suyu, so it may be Suzhan. The news of Suyu's return was also kept secret, but Mu Bin naturally notified Suzhan and Su Qing. As soon as he passed through the realm barrier, Suyu looked at the members of the military department from a distance, and a few people in civilian clothes. Suzhan and Su Qing came to pick him up. After seeing Suyu appear, Su Qing's face was full of excitement, and she trotted towards the side, grabbing Suyu to look left and right, for fear that he would lose a little. Suyu came to the team, and when he saw Suzhan, his nose suddenly sore, and his heart was extremely uncomfortable. He saw that Suzhan was actually sitting in a wheelchair at this time, a dignified half-step martial god, and now it was difficult for him to even walk on his own. Although the person is sober, the whole person looks very decadent. What? Although he was strong after seeing Suyu, he was the same as the high-spirited person when he became a half-step martial god. The original Suzhan looked very young, and he stood with Suyu like his brother at most. But at this time, Suzhan was sitting in a wheelchair, and the hair on his forehead and sideburns was white, and he had a feeling of hanging old age. This is a manifestation of the Soviet War's excessive overdraft. Seeing Suyu coming, Suzhan deliberately said with a straight face, "The stinky boy ran around and made everyone work so hard to get you back." Suyu knew that this was deliberately said by Suzhan to others, and the military department had obviously been looking for him during this time. Pushing the Soviet wheelchair was a heroic girl. She had short hair and a very strong aura on her body. It was Mao Xinling, who was the acting general of the Soviet War. Seeing Suyu coming, she opened her mouth to persuade, "It's windy here, let's go in and talk. I'm afraid General Su's body can't bear it after a long time." In the blink of an eye, Suyu had been back in Yunshu City for a week. In addition to practicing every day, Suyu accompanies his parents, and such a life is not bad. The Soviet War can be regarded as completely idle, and the Soviet War in the military for half a life is very comfortable. It seems that accompanying Su Qing every day, watching TV, and taking leisurely walks makes him very satisfied. But in many cases, Suyu could see a trace of unwillingness from the depths of Suzhan's eyes. As a warrior, Suyu naturally understood very well that he could not cultivate for a strong man who was about to come to an end on this martial arts path. How could he be willing? But this is also something that cannot be helped, and he does not have the opportunity
opportunity to enter the secret realm of the 10,000 clans battlefield to find a treasure for him to heal. If Suyu dared to propose to enter the battlefield of all races again at this time, Su Jun could jump up from his wheelchair and blow his head up. Forget it, let him be depressed for a while. After he came back, Zhao Bing never showed up, and I heard that she was also injured. After he disappeared this time, Zhao Bing from the Great Grandmaster realm also ran to the battlefield of all races to find him. I heard that she encountered a powerful strange beast of all races. She was not the type who was good at fighting, and was injured by the other party. I heard that the injury is not a big problem, but it will take a few days to recuperate. Xiaoingha also came to see Suyu once. She was very guilty about what happened last time, and she was also very puzzled why Mingyu did that. Even Mingyu had asked her to take care of Mingyu before, but this time she would kill Suyu, and now she naturally couldn't contact Mingyu and could only apologize to Suyu. This matter had nothing to do with her, and Suyu naturally didn't take it seriously. As for the Wuhan University exam, in addition to their side, there were also problems in the martial arts examination area below the three realms, and a large number of Wan clan cult warriors attacked them. Fortunately, the military warriors were prepared and minimized the danger. However, there were still a few students who died, but none of them were people Suyu knew. Hichi also got a blessing in disguise, and in a critical moment, he saved a female classmate. The female classmate also fell in love with him at first sight and became his girlfriend. In the past 2 days, he has sent him messages to show affection, and he has asked Suyu twice to go out to dinner with him, but Suyu refused. After such a big incident, the results of the last martial arts examination were naturally invalidated. The exam needs to be retaken, but Suyu no longer has to worry about this exam, because he has been successfully recruited by Yenjing Wuhan University. With his excellent talent for awakening double SSS level attributes, coupled with his father being a hero in the fight against all races, coupled with the joint guarantee of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall and the military department Mao Shenling, Suyu directly became the first student to be escorted to Yenjing Wuhan University. Yenjing Wuhan University, President's Office. Old Man Yang, what are you going to do? When did our school recruit the students who were guaranteed? Ma Jishuan, director of the admissions office and director of the teaching office, slapped a list on the desk of the principal Yang Bo, his face full of anger. Principal Yang Bo slowly raised his head. His hair was gray and his face was full of wrinkles. The beard and eyebrows were almost connected, and they were also snow white without a hint of black, and they looked like a centenarian. This state is difficult to see in this era of warriors. It is difficult for a powerful warrior to show such old age even in his twilight years. This is the president of Yenjing Wuhan University, and his strength is definitely not weak, but he didn't expect to look so old. Yang Bo pushed the heavy glasses. He was still highly myopic and said to Ma Jishuan unhurriedly, Jishuan, don't be so impatient. I said let him escort you. You have your own reason. You listen to me, just do it. Hearing Yang Bo say this, Ma Jishuan was willing. His face was full of incomprehension. He was actually once a student at Yenjing Wuhan University. When he was in school, he worshipped under Yang Bo. After graduation, he chose to stay in school and finally became the director of the admissions office and teaching office of Yenjing Wuhan University. So when he talked to Yang Bo, he sometimes didn't pay so much attention. During this time, Ma Jishuan felt more and more that Yang Bo was confused, and how could Yenjing Wuhan University guarantee students? How many years of reputation has Yenjing Wuhan University had? I think back then, Emperor Feng also wanted to arrange for a student to be escorted into Yenjing Wuhan University. The student's qualifications at that time were mediocre and did not meet the admission standards at all. But after all, it was the god of war who spoke in person, who dared to refuse. At that time, Yang Bo was only the vice principal, in charge of the admission of new students. Only Yang Bo argued based on reason, and it was not easy for anyone to intercede, and at that time, it could be said that it almost pierced the sky, making the entire Daxia kingdom known to everyone. Forced by public opinion, the student did not enter Yenjing Wuhan University in the end. This matter is still talked about until now. Even the Feng Emperor chose to bow his head, which made Yenjing Wuda grow his face, and that incident also established the social status of Yenjing Wuda. After all, there is no guarantee place, and all students must be admitted to Wuhan University with their strength, which always makes people feel tall and reliable. Every student who was admitted is proud to be a student of Yenjing Wuhan University. But this time, Yang Bo actually took the initiative to recruit a student, breaking this tradition, which is equivalent to slapping himself in the face of Yenjing Wuhan University. Ma Jishuan felt that the principal must be old and his brain was not good. No, how can this be? We Yenjing University can't set this precedent. If he really has the ability, let him get in by himself. Ma Jishuan's slap on the table shook the sky, and his face was almost attached to Yang Bo's face. Yang Bo was also a little angry at this time. His gray beard was raised and his voice became stern. Now that I'm old, I don't talk anymore, right? I'm still not the president of Yenjing Wuhan University. Hearing Yang Bo say this, Ma Jishuan also felt that the principal might be really angry, and he also restrained himself a little. But, our school is okay. Before Ma Jishuan finished speaking, Yang Bo
Xiaoingha interrupted. This Suyu is definitely worth doing this, you can do it. Then Yang Bo directly did not give Ma Jixuan a chance to argue, and changed the topic. By the way, did teacher Chisho still not receive students this year? Ma Jixuan glanced at Yang Bo angrily, and saw that the other party had no room for reversal, so he could only reply listlessly. Yes, he looks like a ghost, who dares to go. And there is such a legend in the school, who dares to recognize him as a teacher. If this continues, teacher Chisho may lose his qualifications to lead students. Yang Bo sighed. Hey, Chisho is actually a good teacher. In fact, that's all. Make it clear to everyone that this time the freshmen are enrolled. No one is prohibited from spreading some miscellaneous news. If I find out, I will definitely be severely punished. Ma Jixuan agreed. The light flashed in his eyes. The matter of escorting him must not be over. The big deal is that he will learn from Yang Bo back then, so that everyone in the world knows. Yanjing Wuhan University can only be admitted with its own strength. At this time, Suyu sat cross-legged in the middle of the Su family's mansion martial arts arena, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Countless moons in the sky could pour into his body like crazy. On his lap lay the natal flying sword given to him by Yuning. He found that Yuning gave him more than just a flying sword. In the place where the flying sword originally placed the crescent moon crystal, a large amount of that golden moon immortal bloodline was also sealed. Although after having the Moon K underworld scripture, he could already absorb the moon energy cultivation on his own, but the speed of cultivation with this moon immortal bloodline was naturally not the same. The value of this thing cannot be measured by money at all, which is something that cannot be bought even if you want to. Although this Yuning is an immortal race, he has a simple mind and is sincerely good to him, which makes Suyu a little moved. At this time, Suyu's moon eyes and apertures had been lit up to 12 paths at the same time. He found that as long as he kept the same number of moon eyes and orifices, the speed of his cultivation talent warriors and ancient warriors would be greatly improved. And the more moon eyes, the faster and faster the energy absorbed. He used the star vein meditation method to increase the source power during the day, and used the Moon Kaming Sutra at night, converting spiritual energy into source power through the moon eye, and the speed of cultivation was very terrifying. Yes, at this time, he had liquefied the source power of 36 star veins and entered the fourth layer of the Zhou Tian realm. The speed of ancient martial artists cultivating is faster. The liver and spleen have been tempered, and the lungs have begun to be tempered, which can be regarded as the late stage of martial arts. It may be that the invasion of the body by the necromancer Qi this time has stimulated its own potential even more and accelerated the tempering speed of the 5 organs. The biggest gain from the battlefield of all races this time was the chaos energy. This golden energy has extremely strong combat effectiveness. Not only can it temper the body, but if this energy is used to activate his attribute talent, the effect will be at least doubled, which is very terrifying. It's just that this kind of energy consumption is relatively large, and he can't use it much, so he can't use it easily. As for the necromancer and his shadow clone, Suyu didn't have a particularly good solution now. However, these necromancers did not have much effect on him. These necromancers were afraid of chaotic energy, as long as they were firmly controlled by him and the shadow clone. So he didn't want to find someone to help him solve these necromancers. Maybe these necromancers would become his killer in the future. Suyu looked at the notice of Yanjing Wuhan University in golden letters in his hand, and couldn't help but be a little excited. In his previous life, he failed to be admitted to any Wuhan University, and in this life he was directly escorted. The admission notice of Yanjing Wuhan University in his hand is heavy. It turned out to be an ultra-thin alloy, and there was even energy flowing on the golden font on it. As expected of Yanjing Wuhan University, it is really proud enough. Suyu clenched his fists. Yanjing Wuhan University. I'm coming. Teacher Qi, I'm here. I will not let death come to you again in this life. As for the makeup exam of other students, Wuhan University did not choose to enter the battlefield of all ethnic groups this time, but honestly used the Starry Sky Network to simulate the battlefield. The results of the exam also came down quickly, and Qi, like his previous life, was admitted to Annan Wuhan University with his special spatial attribute talent. Annan Wuhan University is also a good key Wuhan University, and its ranking in the country is also high. And in this life, Qi's girlfriend was also admitted to the same university as him, and the two were completely double-headed. Suyu also got together with Qi once during this time and met his girlfriend. But Suyu felt that the other party was not as good as Qi said, and even he felt that the other party was a little snobbish. When she first heard that Suyu did not take the martial arts exam, she ignored Suyu, obviously thinking that Suyu couldn't get a chance to take the martial arts exam and looked down on Suyu. But later I heard that Suyu was directly escorted to Yanjing Wuhan University, and her attitude was directly 180 degrees to make a big turn, and she immediately became enthusiastic about Suyu. However, Suyu saw that Qi was quite infatuated with his girlfriend, and he was embarrassed to hit him, so he didn't say anything. It still took a long time. See you later. Xiaoingha originally wanted to take the Yanjing Wuhan University, but was rejected because she had practiced forbidden exercises. She could only retreat to the second place and chose Wuhan University, the capital of Zhendu, which is also one of the 4 famous universities.
universities. After this incident, the forbidden exercises also officially entered the field of vision of the senior leaders of the Daxia Kingdom, and they have begun to comprehensively practice various forbidden exercises. The most surprising thing is Zhao Qinghan. In this life she was also admitted to Jingtang Wuhan University, one of the 4 famous schools. When Suyu heard the news, he was also extremely shocked. How could Zhao Qinghan feel better than in his previous life in this life, and he had all gone to Jingtang Wuhan University. When he thought of the martial arts exam, the other party also reminded himself that someone was going to kill him, obviously knowing something. Suyu did not hide it for the other party and told Mu Bin about it. Zhao Qinghan should have also been investigated, but now the results are obvious, and the other party has nothing to do. Obviously, Zhao Qinghan also has something now. Forget it, no matter what, this kind of trivial matter is no longer enough to affect his mood. He should prepare for his report to Yenjing Wuhan University. Su Zhan was able to get up from his wheelchair recently, started to do some rehabilitation training. Last time he was too seriously injured and fell down the realm on the spot. At this time it was obviously a bit difficult for him to return to the peak strength of the martial saint. Suyu looked at Su Zhan's unwilling but desperate training appearance, and he was also a little touched. If you don't break it, it won't stand up, and it may not be a bad thing to maintain this state for a long time, and after recovery, the road of martial arts may go further. Suyu thought secretly in his heart. The city where Yenjing Wuda is located is Yenbe City, which is the headquarters of the Daxia Kingdom and the place where Emperor Feng personally sits. The headquarters of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall is naturally also in Yenbe City. Before leaving, the 4th Xingwu School also held a farewell party for Suyu and the others, but Suyu didn't go. He didn't want to join in the fun. In the end, Suyu only got together with familiar classmates, which was an official end to his study career at Xingwu School. Zheng Kuan of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall also held a farewell ceremony for Suyu, and contacted the Wind and Fire Martial Hall in Northern Yen, asking him to report there. Suyu was the happiest when she left the branch hall of the Wind and Fire Martial Hall in Yinshu City, and she was finally able to sit in the captain's seat as she wished. Under Su Qing's reluctant gaze, Suyu got on the high-speed train to Yenbe City. Su Qing originally wanted to accompany Suyu directly, but Su Zhan's body was not suitable for long-distance bumps at this time, so he had to give up. Suyu also refused the request of his family to send him by car. He still liked to take the high-speed train to school like other classmates. As one of the most important core cities of Daxia, Yenbe City is naturally not the same as the prosperity of Yunshu City, a border city. The vehicles and pedestrians dressed up are also more than 1 grade higher than Yunshu City, and they all look very classy. Although this is the first time Suyu has come to Yenbe City in his life, for him, Yenbe City is naturally very familiar. In his previous life, he also lived in Yenbe City for a long time. After getting off the high-speed rail, Suyu got on the bus to Yenqing University with a familiar car. Although he is completely different in this life, before leaving, Su Qing also stuffed him with a black card, and the money in this card started at tens of millions. It was said that it was his living expenses for school, so he asked him to buy a scooter when he went to Yenbe City, and then told her immediately if he needed to buy anything or didn't have enough money, and she immediately transferred it to Suyu, and told Suyu that the Su family group also has an industry in Yenbe City, and he can directly ask for what he needs when the time comes. Suyu in this life finally did not have the poverty of the previous life and felt the happiness of the rich second generation. It's good to have money, but Suyu didn't feel like he wanted to be extravagant and wasteful. After getting off the high-speed rail, he was the same as in his previous life, holding his suitcase in a low-key manner, wearing simple shirt shorts, and sitting on the bus to look at the familiar city. Soon, Suyu saw the familiar gate. As one of the 4 famous universities, Yenqing University is naturally full of aura, and the alloy gate spanning nearly 100 meters has become a landmark building in Yenbe City. Although there are not many students in the whole school, it covers a huge area. In Yenbe, a city with every inch of land and every inch of money, it is considered to be full of rows. Walking into the gate of Yenjing Wuhan University, Suyu was full of emotion. In this life, he was finally able to step into this campus as a student. You don't have to feel like before, you always feel like an outsider, except for Chisho. The other teachers don't pay much attention to you. Hello classmates, I am a freshman who has come to report. Suyu took out his admission letter and handed it to the student union members responsible for receiving new students at the school gate. He wanted to come over in advance to see his teacher Chisho, so Suyu came a day early, so there were not many people who came to report at this time. Hello junior, please come and fill in your personal information first. The other party was very polite, and there was no drama of a high-ranking senior bullying a junior. But when he took the file information filled in by Suyu, the man's brows furrowed. Are you the Suyu who was escorted? The other party immediately had a strange expression on his face. It seems to be a dissatisfaction with a hint of unwillingness. There was also a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes when he looked at Suyu. Poof, he snorted coldly. Shumo, take him to check in. Okay, President Han. A beautiful girl with a high ponytail and a pair of long legs came over. She looked cold, and didn't look at Suyu, but said coldly, come with me. After this set, Suyu was inexperienced
inexplicable and confused. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, he could only reluctantly follow the girl towards the dormitory area. President, is this person the freshman who was escorted this class? A male student next to Han Jun, the president of the student union, came over and asked, his eyes looking at the materials filled in by Suyu. Han Jun nodded with a bad face. This person looks ordinary. Why should he be sent to Yenjing Wuhan University? That's right. Why should our school set this precedent for him? That's it. This person's words immediately resonated with the students around him. Looking at Suyu's back, they showed an indignant expression. The news of Suyu's admission was obviously not suppressed, and it had been spread by unknown channels. Okay, as the student council, let's not discuss the decision of the school leaders. Although Han Jun was also dissatisfied in his heart, he still prevented the students from continuing the discussion. Suyu looked at Zhu Shumo, who was leading him in front, but Zhu Shumo, who didn't look back, felt very surprised. For some reason, after hearing their names, these people developed an inexplicable malice towards themselves. Hey, this senior sister, are we going in the wrong direction? Is this the direction to the student dormitory? Suyu saw that the other party was taking him farther and farther away, and had already left the vicinity of the dormitory building. Although he was not a student in his previous life and never lived in a student dormitory, he always knew the location of the student dormitory. Zhu Shumo pointed to a villa area in front of him and said, with a hint of disdain and playfulness in his eyes, students like you still live in ordinary dormitories? Aren't they all just living in this kind of villa area? Villa area? Suyu did know that there was a villa area in the school, which was a unique courtyard, generally for students with excellent grades or good family conditions, but the accommodation fee is naturally worth a lot. He doesn't know the specific price, and he didn't care about these things in his previous life. Suyu was a little surprised. I haven't said anything yet. How do you know that I am this kind of student? Could it be that my temperament can no longer be suppressed, and anyone can tell at a glance that I am a rich second generation? However, Suyu thought about it, a separate villa is indeed good. There is a lot of movement in his own cultivation, and there are all kinds of strange exercises, which are indeed not suitable for several people in a dormitory. Soon, Zhu Shumo took Suyu to the administrator's room in the villa area. The man saw the two of them coming in, glanced at Suyu, who was dressed ordinary, and didn't take it seriously at all, and said casually without raising his eyelids, the annual accommodation fee for houses in the villa area starts at $10 million. The best villas in area A are $50 million per year, villas in area B are 20 million yuan per year, and villas in area C are 10 million yuan per year. People who can practice martial arts have good family conditions, especially if they can be admitted to Yenjing Wuhan University, so they naturally have some family background. Every year when I first started enrolling, many people would come to inquire, but in the end there were few who could really live, who would burn more money. Spending so much money is equivalent to renting a house for a year. Suyu also gasped when he heard this, so expensive. This price is enough to buy a villa, but you can only live here for a year. The man was accustomed to Suyu's reaction and said dismissively, if you can't afford it, go live in an ordinary dormitory. He seemed to hear what Suyu was thinking in his heart, and continued, this is Yenbe City, where every inch of land is precious, and it is still on campus. Can a villa of 10 million a year still be expensive? It's a great deal. Suyu swallowed his saliva and felt that what the other party said also made some sense. The existence of these villa areas was originally to earn money from rich people, so they naturally had to ask for a price. Suyu thought for a while, forget it, if it's more expensive, if Su Qing is there, he will definitely let him choose the villa area. He took out his black card, then come to the C area. He just wanted a separate dormitory. It didn't matter whether it was luxurious or not, it was enough in area C. Seeing that Suyu took out the black card and wanted to swipe the card directly, the eyes of the villa area administrator instantly lit up. Good boy, people can't be good looking, here comes a really rich man. Seeing Suyu was 10 million eyes without blinking, even Zhu Shumo glanced at Suyu in surprise. The administrator of the villa area stood up from his chair in a hurry. I don't know where a cup of tea came from, and directly squeezed Zhu Shumo aside. The water guest was politely handed over to Suyu, with an extremely enthusiastic attitude, and he was directly like the two just now. This classmate, drink your saliva. At this time, he took out another tablet from under the table. Brush. The tablet opened, and a sand table map of the entire villa area appeared in front of Suyu. This sand table map is still three-dimensional, projected from the tablet, and the markings on it are also very detailed. Which house is occupied and which house can be lived in. The marks are clear. Some of the surrounding configurations are even marked up. The administrator also enthusiastically introduced it to Suyu. Although the house in our villa area is expensive, there are many supporting facilities, and the service is even more top-notch, and there will be a special person to clean you every day, and it is equipped with a community housekeeper. If there is any problem with the house, even in the early hours of the morning, the housekeeper will show up immediately. Area C where you want to live is here. It's beautiful and there is a lake next to it. Of course, the villa in Area B is even better. Each room here is equipped with a separate cultivation room, as well as supporting starry
Sky Network simulation equipment, and the configuration is already the latest. It can allow you to experience the joy of cultivation without leaving home. She had only heard of the villa area before, and she didn't know that the villa area had so many benefits. The cultivation environment of Yenjing Wuhan University is good, but some places such as training rooms sometimes need to queue, and Suyu is simply too envious of the conditions that can be practiced at home. Suyu knew that the administrator was still chattering here to introduce himself, and he wanted him to spend more money and choose a more expensive dormitory. After all, Suyu brushed 10 million eyes without blinking, and it is normal to spend another 10 million, and it is even possible to spend 50 million. He just wanted to stop the other party from continuing, and wanted to go through the formalities quickly and do something else. I heard the administrator continue. Don't worry, this student, our Villa Area A is also equipped with a separate gravity room and a fusion room. Doesn't this student consider other areas of his villa area? Gravity chamber and fusion room. This sentence instantly attracted Suyu's attention. These two rooms are good things. As the name suggests, the gravity room is suitable for the cultivation of ancient warriors, and the fusion room is even more powerful. It can store energy that talented warriors cannot use when cultivating. When a talented warrior cultivates, he will transform all kinds of energy in the air into source force, and there will inevitably be losses in this process, and he cannot convert 100% of the energy. At this time, the fusion room works, and the excess energy can be temporarily stored and used directly during the next practice. It is considered a black technology of cultivation, but the cost is relatively high, and the improvement is not particularly exaggerated, so it has not been popularized. Suyu didn't expect that this villa area would be equipped with this kind of equipment, and his family didn't install this kind of thing. Zhu Shumo next to him was obviously the first time he had heard that there were such facilities here. The people in this villa area are also eating too well. Suyu hesitated slightly. This gravity room and fusion room were very suitable for him. He was originally an ancient martial artist and a talented martial artist. In addition, the energy absorbed by his exercises was very mixed, and this fusion room was very suitable for him. Forget it, isn't the money just for spending? Otherwise, he would be sorry for his identity as a reborn rich second generation. Swipe your card. Change to Area A. Young master, please come inside. The administrator is about to jump up with joy. He didn't expect to receive such a big order as soon as school started, and with this commission, he didn't have to worry about eating and drinking all year. Zhu Shumo glanced at Suyu enviously. This Suyu Jr. is really rich, and he spent 50 million summer dollars to live in a dormitory. Ding! After successfully swiping the card, Suyu was still a little worried that Su Qing did not give him enough credit for this card, but when he saw the balance, he knew that he was worried. Remaining amount, 150 million. No, Su Qing is too generous. She directly gave herself 200 million living expenses. Suyu didn't expect this. The administrator's eyes straightened when he saw this balance. This is a super rich second generation. Became more enthusiastic, and the whole person looked a little humble. He even took the initiative to send Suyu to the villa he had just paid for. Zhu Shumo also secretly glanced at the balance, and her eyes instantly turned red. Damn capitalist. People are more popular than people. How can anyone bring 200 million to school? Okay, classmate Su, you also chose your own dormitory. The administrator will take you there, and I'll leave first. She felt that she couldn't sit still, and if this continued, her heart would not be able to bear it, and she would envy to death. Senior sister, wait a moment. Suyu stopped Zhu Shumo. The junior still wants to ask the senior sister for some things, but I don't know if it's inconvenient. Before Zhu Shumo could refuse, Suyu directly took out a fist-sized source power stone. Junior, I have just arrived, and there are still many things I don't understand, and I will definitely not let my senior sister work in vain, so this source power stone will be regarded as a greeting gift for my senior sister. Suyu handed the source power stone to Zhu Shumo. This was not what he bought with money. It was the source power stone vein that he picked up casually in the battlefield of 10,000 tribes last time. In addition to the source power stone, he also had the source power spiritual liquid he collected at that time, but that one was too precious, and it was obviously not appropriate to take it out for this matter. Zhu Shumo looked at the fist-sized source power stone. She really wanted to open her mouth to reject Suyu, but she couldn't open her mouth. Answer some questions to get such a big source power stone. This deal is too cost-effective. Even if she doesn't want to, some people are willing. Why doesn't she earn this money? Looking at the struggling expression on Zhu Shumo's face, Suyu continued to add, I don't know how to use those facilities in my house. Can you teach me? This sentence is like the last straw that overwhelms the camel. Although it is said to teach Suyu, it is actually to let her use the facilities in the villa for free, and Zhu Shumo still insists on living. Okay, just for a while, I'll go back to the student council later, Zhu Shumo said reservedly. The administrator scanned back and forth between Suyu and Zhu Shumo, as if he suddenly understood something. Oh, then send Mr. Su over. I won't go. When he spoke, he raised his eyebrows at Suyu and gave him a look that every man understood. I thought to myself, is this the life of the rich second generation? This has just come, and I am about to take down the senior sister. Suyu was a little speechless by the other party. He actually wanted to ask why these people's attitudes towards him had changed so much. But he didn't explain too much. This kind of thing is getting darker and darker, so he should leave as soon as possible.
Suyu took the house key and left the administrator's room with Zhu Shumo.
His house number is as 003 and his house number 3 in Villa Area A. There are only 10 houses in Villa A, all of which are single family, and each unit covers a large area. When Suyu opened the door of his courtyard, Zhu Shumo was stunned instantly. This is too luxurious. She has been here at Yenjing Wuhan University for a year, and she has never come in the house here. As soon as you enter the door, there is a huge martial arts arena, nearly 100 meters in front and behind. The house is also a 3-story building, and there are 2 buildings behind the main building. I don't know what it is for.
Is this the world of the rich?
Zhu Shumo's eyes were full of envy. Sister Zhu, I just want to ask why when you hear my name at the school gate, your attitude will change so much to me.
Suyu didn't have much other thoughts, and asked directly as soon as he came in.
Zhu Shumo didn't expect Suyu's question to be this. She thought that the other party was going to ask about the school. She stayed where she was for a while, not knowing how to answer. Suyu saw the other party's hesitant look, and he didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out another source power stone and handed it over. Senior sister, my little brother has just arrived. I really don't know why he was targeted. Please clear up your doubts. Zhu Shumo looked at the source power stone that Suyu took out again, and the defense line in his heart completely collapsed. I also want to boycott this guaranteed student with you, but he gave too much. After a while, Suyu left his villa.
Zhu Shumo has already told him the reason why everyone is disgusted with him.
Suyu didn't expect that his guaranteed quota would have such a big impact, and it would cause hatred from the whole school. In his previous life, he was not a student at Yenjing Wuhan University after all, so how could he know such details? He originally just wanted to go to Wuhan University in a low-key manner, but who knew that he would become the target of public criticism as soon as he came? If I had known that he would have taken the exam by himself, with his strength, there is no possibility that he will not be able to pass the exam. But at this point, there is no way, so I can only take one step at a time and see one step at a time, and the soldiers will block the water and cover it up.
He left Zhu Shumo in the room and let her use her cultivation equipment casually.
I am going to find teacher Chisho. Zhu Shumo was also a little confused. He also thought that Suyu had some ideas about her. After all, she felt that her figure and face were quite good. That's why I gave her the source power stone, and in the name of asking questions, I actually got close to her. But I didn't expect Suyu to really ask a question, and after asking, he threw her at home and ran away.
4 teachers at Yenjing Wuhan University.
Many of them will choose to live directly on the campus of Yenjing Wuhan University. After all, the environment here is good, and the accommodation conditions provided to them are also very good, and they don't need to spend that money to buy a house in Yenbe City.
Teacher Chisho lives in the teacher's dormitory of Wuhan University in Yenjing.
Suyu walked on the familiar school road with infinite emotion. He didn't know how many times he had been to this place in his previous life.
Now he who Hansan is back.
He was familiar with the road and soon found the door of Mr. Chisho's room. Chisho also lives in a unique courtyard, not because he is rich, but Chisho has a somewhat withdrawn personality, is not popular, and other teachers do not want to live with him. Standing at the door, Suyu was inexplicably nervous. He took a breath and knocked on the door.
Dong, dong, dong.
Who? Click. The door opened, and a 30-year-old middle-aged man poked his head out. His eye sockets were sunken, his spirit looked a little sluggish, his hair was very long, and he was about to drape it over his shoulders, and he didn't take care of it, so he put it on the back of his head casually. The beard on his face can also be seen that he hasn't shaved for several days, and he looks very sloppy.
A mouthful of alcohol, makes people frown.
But Suyu didn't have the slightest disgust. He only felt that this person was extremely kind, and the scenes of his previous life appeared in his mind. After Chisho brought Suyu back from the battlefield of all races in the previous life, no one took care of him at that time. It was Chisho who taught him like a personal disciple that led to Suyu's later achievements. However, Chisho was not popular at Yenjing Wuhan University, and there were rumors that he killed his students back then. So much so that Chisho did not accept students at all every year in the school, and he only had 2 disciples he had previously accepted.
After entering Yenjing Wuhan University, it is no longer class-based.
In addition to the public curriculum that requires all students to attend together, each student needs to choose a missionary teacher with him/her.
The missionary teacher is equivalent to the martial arts leader in the process of student study at Wuhan University. It is also very important for students to teach students in a targeted manner.
This kind of preaching teacher even has to hold an apprenticeship ceremony, and the students in the same school will also be called brothers and sisters, and they are much closer than other students in the school. Chisho only had 2 students at Yenjing Wuhan University, which was far from the standard of a missionary teacher. So much so that the school had to expel Chisho from the sequence of preaching teachers several times that year and turn him into an ordinary substitute teacher, but the principal suppressed him. When Chisho saw Suyu, his face showed a surprised expression. In Yenjing Wuhan University, basically no students would come to him. The moment he saw Chisho, Suyu's eyes turned red, and he was a little speechless speechless for a while, not knowing what he was going to say. Late. Hello Teacher Chi, I am Suyu, a freshman in our university this year, and I have always admired your reputation and came to visit you. After saying this, Suyu wanted to give himself a mouth. Chisho's reputation is notoriously bad. What else do we admire? Isn't this poking the other party's scars? Sure enough, Chisho's face changed immediately, and he thought that Suyu was here to mock him, or some idle people who deliberately came to inquire about some news. In the past few years, some reporters and other news dealers inquired with Chisho about the events of the year in this way. Chisho was really angry, his temper was already strange. Suyu was just a stranger to him now, and he would not get used to it. With a bang sound, Chisho closed the door heavily and almost hit Suyu's face. Suyu touched his nose, looking helpless. After so many years, he had forgotten Chisho's temper. But it doesn't matter, the first thing to do at the beginning of school is to choose your own preacher. When the time comes, Chisho will also go, and when he sees that he is sincerely apprenticing to the teacher, presumably Chi teacher will not reject him. But now Suyu can only return to his villa dormitory with nothing to do. Suyu opened the door of the villa dormitory, and a good smell of shampoo cream came over. Click! The bathroom door opened, and Shu Shuma walked out wrapped in a bath towel and wiping her wet hair. When she saw that Suyu came back, her face suddenly turned red. Are you? Suyu didn't expect Zhu Shumo to leave yet. Why are you still here? He was already in a bad mood, his brows furrowed suddenly, and he asked directly. Hearing Suyu say this, Zhu Shumo quickly explained embarrassedly. I tried your cultivation equipment just now, and I was sweating, so I took a shower. When speaking, Zhu Shumo shyly lowered her head slightly. I don't know why. After Suyu came in, she subconsciously tightened the bath towel on her body, making her proud curves more prominent. Get out! And he deliberately lifted the bath towel up inadvertently, revealing his long white legs. After doing this, Zhu Shumo's face turned even redder, her chest pounded like a drum, and she couldn't help but doubt herself. Am I seducing him? But Suyu does have this capital, he looks good, and he is young and rich. Even if the strength is weaker, as long as it can be close to Suyu's thigh, there is no need to worry about the resources for cultivation in the future. But when he raised his head and saw Suyu's performance, he suddenly felt like a deflated ball. What she did, Suyu didn't look at him at all. At this time, Suyu had already walked towards the martial arts arena, still holding a weapon in his hand, and it seemed that he was going to practice. You should go back early when you clean up. Suyu didn't look back, and waved to Zhu Shumo, which was an eviction order. Zhu Shumo suddenly felt abandoned. When I asked the question just now, the senior sister was so affectionate that she would not need her anymore, so she was just let go. I think Zhu Shumo is also a beautiful woman at the school flower level in the lobby of Yanjing Wu Lobby, and there are many people who chase her, not to mention the development of the country. Why did Suyu turn a blind eye? Zhu Shumo stomped her feet angrily and wanted to leave directly. She hesitated for a moment when she left, but still said, Suyu, you are a guarantee, your strength is weak. Try to choose those who are easy to talk to when you choose a missionary teacher at the beginning of school. When he said this, he actually wanted Suyu to inquire about the preacher with her. But I didn't expect Suyu to react at all, he just nodded perfunctorily. The angry Zhu Shumo stomped her feet again and left angrily. Wait, there will be times when you suffer. For Suyu, he had already identified teacher Chisho, and Zhu Shumo naturally had no temptation at his proposal. The people in the school also misunderstood Suyu, because he was sent here, so they naturally felt that his strength must be average. The normal martial arts examination could not be admitted to Yenjing Wuhan University, so I chose to be guaranteed. In the next 2 days, Suyu went deep and did not communicate with anyone. He didn't go to teacher Chisho, he knew the other party's temper, and it was counterproductive to go to him again. You, Yenjing Wuhan University, President's Office. Principal, are you looking for me? Ma Jishuan pushed open the door of the principal's office and walked in. Compared with the previous 2 days, Ma Jishuan looked a little polite to Yang Bo today. Yang Bo glanced at Ma Jishuan and frowned. You did all those things, right? Although Yang Bo didn't even say anything, Ma Jishuan suddenly looked like a child who had been caught with pigtails, and began to refute directly. No, what did I do? I didn't do anything. Yang Bo knew Ma Jishuan too well, although he didn't admit it, but he knew that the incidents of publicizing Yenjing Wuhan University to send students were all done by the other party during this time. He sighed, alas, you have hard wings now, and you don't listen to me about anything. I don't have. Ma Jishuan said stubbornly, I'm just for our Yenjing Wuhan University. Yang Bo was not used to Ma Jishuan this time, and said directly, I have suppressed all the things you did. If there is another time, you, the director of the admissions office, don't do it anymore. Okay, you go down. The expression on Yang Bo's face gradually became serious, and his eyes looked straight at Ma Jishuan. Although Yang Bo's tone was calm, Ma Jishuan knew that he was really angry, and even had to remove himself from his position. He didn't expect that Yang Bo would even deal with himself for a guaranteed student. Ma Jishuan's face was red and white, and his lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. But under Yang Bo's sharp eyes, he didn't say anything in the end, and bowed his head and replied unwillingly, yes. Then Ma Jishuan had to exit the principal's room. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the the day of the official start of school came. All students of Yenjing Wuhan University gathered together early in the largest martial arts arena in the middle of the school as required, waiting for the start of the opening ceremony.
There are actually not many freshmen at Yenjing Wuhan University, only less than 2,000 people.
However, as one of the 4 famous universities, Yenjing Wuhan University can be said to be the most top-notch group of students in the entire Daxia Kingdom, and the most indispensable of them are all kinds of geniuses. The warriors are extremely efficient, and there is no cumbersome speech at the beginning of other schools. Principal Yang Bo led the school leaders to the stage to show a photo, talked about the precautions in the school, and then began today's highlight. That is, the students choose their own preacher and begin the apprenticeship ceremony. The choice of the preacher-teacher is naturally a two-way choice, and the students must choose both the teacher and the teacher must choose the student. There are nearly 100 missionary teachers at Yenjing Wuhan University, which means that each missionary teacher will bring an average of 20 students. But this is not the case. Among the nearly 100 preaching teachers, there are more than 80 people in the Grandmaster realm, only 9 in the Grandmaster realm, and even a martial saint powerhouse.
However, the martial saint powerhouse was injured in the early years, so he chose to stay in Yenjing Wuhan University to teach.
But that was also a real martial saint powerhouse who didn't want to learn from the martial saint. Therefore, the school stipulates that each missionary can select up to 50 students. Even so, the places of this martial saint powerhouse and the 9 great grandmasters are robbed every year.
The 50 places per person were snatched up almost instantly.
The remaining students choose other missionaries based on their awakened talents or weapons used, and some missionaries can only enroll 1 or 2 students a year. This is not a bad thing, although the great grandmaster is strong, but there are too many students, he cannot do everything. But these teachers who only enrolled 1 or 2 students must be teaching by hand. Of course, students must also have an order to choose teachers, and they need to choose according to the ranking of the martial arts examination. Soon, all the preaching teachers were present. After all, it was a two-way choice, and the students had to familiarize themselves with the teacher's abilities.
Look, that's the martial saint level missionary teacher of Yenjing Wuhan University. I really want to study under her.
Suyu, who was standing in the crowd of students, heard an exclamation from among the students. I saw that among the preachers, the leader was a woman with long hair and a shawl, wearing a white robe, carrying a long sword behind her, and a pair of jade feet. This woman's name is Deng Wanyu, and she is the martial saint level preacher. She is extremely beautiful in appearance, and when she reaches the level of a martial saint, she will reshape her body, and her age cannot be seen at all. Women, in particular, generally care about their appearance and generally keep their appearance when they are young. There was another whisper among the students. Don't think about it, half of our students here have to come for her.
Who doesn't want to learn under the hand of the beautiful martial saint? Don't ask too high. If you can worship under several other great masters, you will be content.
The man nodded deeply in agreement. Being able to worship under the great master was already the pinnacle of life for people like them. Immediately behind Deng Wanyu were 9 great grandmaster powerhouses, namely 6 men and 3 women.
Each of them is extraordinary, each carrying a weapon, and the aura on their bodies is also different. I want to choose Song Weijie.
His marksmanship is amazing, and I heard that he also created a set of 5-stage shocking guns. I must learn it. Otherwise, I will choose Yu Burong. She has also awakened a fire attribute talent, which happens to be the same attribute as mine.
Hearing this person's words, someone immediately spoke and laughed.
Cut, just you.
Song Weijie and Yu Burong's strength is also among the best among the 9 great masters. Do you think you can line up?
If you want me, I will choose Ni Shueching, although she is not the strongest among the grandmasters, but she is the most beautiful. Her appearance is justice. Who doesn't want to learn from a beautiful mentor?
Cut.
There was a burst of boos from the students behind.
Toads want to eat swan meat.
There were also several girls who complained. The voices coming from the crowd were all discussing the powerhouses of the 9 great grandmasters, and there were almost no discussions about the grandmaster mentors behind. The students who can come to Yenjing Wuhan University are all dragons and phoenixes among people, and who can be willing to live under others. As soon as the preacher of the grandmaster realm came out, Suyu's eyes fell on the teacher Chisho at the back. Teacher Chisho was obviously dressed up today. The beard on his face was shaved clean by him, and his hair was also combed into a bun by him and tied at the back of his head. It's just that the whole person still looks a little sluggish, and he himself falls at the end of the team alone, and there is no teacher to walk with him, which seems very unsociable. Even when he approached, some teachers showed a repulsive look.
Students in the crowd again began to gossip. No matter who you choose, you can't choose the male teacher with a bun at the back. Why? Hearing this person say this, someone immediately began to ask.
I saw the man pretending to be mysterious and lowered his voice and said, "Let me tell you, he once deliberately killed his own students, and he has no teacher ethics at all.
This has spread. Don't choose him anyway."
Ah, why is there such a teacher at Yenjing Wuhan University? Why don't you expel him? Several girls immediately patted their chests and said with a frightened face, I heard that he has a good relationship with Principal Yang Bo, so he has always been in school. How could this happen? It's too scary. Several Several girls had lingering fears and kept Chisho in their hearts, secretly thinking that they must not choose each other. When Suyu heard this, he immediately glared at the student, staring at the student who was talking about late gossip. At this moment, a voice came from the student group again. Have you heard? Our school has sent students out this year. What? How could this be? Didn't Yenqing University never let you guarantee? Who knows, I don't know what the relationship is with this person. This sentence immediately aroused the disgust of many people. We all worked hard to get in, why should he be guaranteed? That's right. At this moment, Ma Zhishuan appeared, and he walked up to the rostrum with the microphone. Below, the apprenticeship ceremony officially begins. I believe you all know the process. You need to choose a martial arts teacher according to the ranking of the martial arts examination. But what? He paused for a moment and continued. There is a special situation among this year's freshmen, that is, Yenjing Wuhan University has a guaranteed student. The moment Ma Zhishuan finished saying this, the students in the audience suddenly became agitated, and even a few of the preaching teachers had surprised expressions on their faces. Obviously, there are still many people who don't know about this matter. Since the recommended student does not have a martial arts test score, this time, we will let this recommended student choose the preaching teacher first. Please invite Suyu to the stage below. After Ma Zhishuan said this, the scene exploded instantly. What? Why? Even if he doesn't take the exam, he even has to choose a preacher first. Who the hell is Suyu? Who is he sacred? I don't accept it. Even if the son of the god of martial arts comes, I won't accept it. Hearing Ma Zhishuan finish speaking, Yang Bo's eyes suddenly turned cold in the middle of the rostrum, staring at the other party's body. He was obviously angry to the extreme, and the white beard on his face kept shaking. He thought that Ma Zhishuan had already recognized the matter of escorting students at his request. But I didn't expect him to make such a cold appearance on such a formal occasion. Didn't this make Suyu the target of public criticism? How Suyu would stay in this school in the future? This is simply a naked conspiracy. Click. The table in front of Yang Bo made him press down half an inch angrily. He was still too tolerant of Ma Zhishuan, which gave the other party the courage to challenge his decision-making again and again. Ma Zhishuan stood in front of the rostrum. He didn't have to look back, and he knew that Yang Bo's expression at this time must be very ugly. But he didn't regret doing this, and he was even a little proud in his heart. I'm here for our Yenjing Wuhan University. It's the same as what you did back then. So what if you remove me as the director of the admissions office? I don't allow any candidates to be sent to our school. The effect of his move was indeed very good, and not only the students were extremely angry one by one. Even the preacher's face was not very good looking. They had been in school longer, and they naturally knew the school's rule that they did not recruit guaranteed students. They now want to see what kind of people can be admitted to their school. Suyu in the audience was also stunned by this cold arrangement. I choose first, is this appropriate? But Suyu now had to walk out of the crowd and walk towards the rostrum. Seeing Suyu walking out, everyone immediately looked at him with a bad face. Who has a good impression of this kind of tricky student? He is the escort student? It looks ordinary. That's right, except for being handsome. Can you eat it as a meal if you are handsome? The strength is definitely average. Why should this kind of student be chosen first? Seeing Suyu walking up, Ma Zhishuan looked at Suyu with a smile, looking like he was watching a good show. When Suyu saw Ma Zhishuan, he also felt a strong malice from the other party. He also instantly understood that the first target he had sent to Yenjing Wuhan University had already begun. This Ma Zhishuan just wanted him to have no preaching teacher. Although he was the first to choose, no matter who he chose, it is estimated that no preacher would accept it. After all, in the eyes of everyone, he is an opportunistic escort student. At that time, he doesn't even have a missionary teacher. Can he still be considered a student of Yenjing Wuhan University? But at this moment, an old voice sounded. Cough, cough. Yang Bo began to help him out of the siege. Suyu, let's do this. You don't have to choose. If you don't dislike it, how about entering my school? I think I was also a good preacher back then, and I brought out a lot of excellent students. Classmate Su won't dislike the old man. Yang Bo opened his mouth to the king bomb, which shocked everyone. What? The old principal wants to accept students in person. He hasn't taken students for many years, and today he actually wants to end up in person for this Suyu. There was once again an even more exaggerated exclamation on the field, and everyone was shocked by Yang Bo's words. Even the preachers showed an incredible expression. What is the origin of this Suyu? And he actually asked the principal to do this step in order to relieve him. Ma Zhishuan's face instantly turned black like the bottom of a pot. He thought that if he did this, Suyu would face the embarrassing situation of not having a preacher to ask for. But Jiang is still old and spicy. Yang Bo actually opened his mouth to accept students in person. Although he is now the principal, he naturally worked as a preaching teacher back then, and he is also the best teacher. Many of the preachers present were students of the principal, even Ma Zhishuan himself, so Yang Bo naturally had this qualification. Now even Ma Zhishuan felt unfair in his heart. Now Suyu is going to become my junior. Suyu has completely become the target of public criticism this time, and everyone is speculating about the relationship between Suyu and the principal Yang Bo. The student council members who maintained order at the scene also looked at Suyu
Suyu in a daze. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Han Jun and Zhu Shumo, who were waiting to watch the joke, were also stupid. What is the origin of this Suyu? In order to take care of Suyu, Principal Yang Bo didn't even want his own reputation and began to lead students again. At this time, Suyu on the stage first bowed deeply to Principal Yang Bo, who had been speaking for himself and throwing an olive branch to him. Just when everyone thought that Suyu would definitely agree to Yang Bo, Suyu straightened up and said without humility or arrogance, "Thank you Principal Yang for affirming, but I have already had a choice for the missionary teacher. Forgive me for not agreeing. But I, Suyu, will always be a student of Yenjing Wuhan University, that is, your student." After Suyu said this, he bowed to Principal Yang Bo again. For this principal, Suyu has always respected him very much, whether in his previous life or now, and he also felt embarrassed when he refuted the other party's face. But there is no way he has already recognized the late teacher. After Suyu said this, the field instantly fried again. Everyone started whispering, "This Suyu is crazy. He actually rejected the principal. Is there a preacher who is better than the principal? Now no one dares to accept him. Whoever accepts him will directly offend the principal. It's still too young." Many preachers shook their heads silently. There are too many programs for today's freshman ceremony, so that everyone's brains are not enough. Everyone has only one word in their minds for Suyu, that is, "I don't know what to do." Yang Bo was also stunned. He didn't expect that he would be rejected. His already old face looked even older, and his body was a little rickety. Suyu would reject him. He never expected it. At this time, it was too late for him to say anything. He was a dignified principal, and he could not grab a student. He also complained in his heart that Suyu couldn't tell the situation. Yang Bo glanced at the other vice presidents and other school leaders on the rostrum, and some of them were full of surprise and surprise. Some people looked at Yang Bo with some sympathy. Yang Bo spent so much effort to recruit Suyu into the school, and personally wanted to accept the other party as a personal student. Boom! Unexpectedly, it was all destroyed by Suyu's words. There are also some school leaders who do not deal with Yang Bo, and they have a laughing expression. This time, Yang Bo defied the consensus and forcibly let Suyu go to school, and there were many people waiting to see his jokes, and now the prestige he had accumulated over the years completely plummeted. Hearing Suyu's words, Ma Zixuan suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah, good boy, this is good. What are you waiting for? Since you have a choice, why don't you choose your preacher?" He laughed at Suyu for being young and frivolous in his heart, but he was still too naive, and he didn't know what level he was when he got angry. He had already said hello to all the preachers, and as far as he understood, no one knew Suyu, let alone said goodbye to him. So now Suyu will definitely not be able to choose a preaching teacher. He waited for Suyu's embarrassing appearance to be rejected, but Suyu was not in a hurry to go directly to teacher Chisho, because now was not the time. He turned his head and looked at Ma Zixuan in front of him with a smiling expression on his face. "I think you all got something wrong." "You? What did he mean by this?" Everyone looked at Suyu in surprise, wanting to hear what he had to say now. Suyu turned his head again and said to all the preachers and students in the audience, "Do you all think that I was sent to Yenjing Wuhan University because I was not strong enough to get into the school? Isn't this nonsense? Isn't it? Why don't you choose to send it away?" Everyone looked at Suyu speechlessly, not knowing what he was going to do. "Do you still have to struggle at this time?" I saw Suyu raise his right hand slightly. With a buzz, the dragon spear instantly appeared in his hand from the space ring. This hand surprised many people, but it was not enough to change Suyu's current situation. Suyu sighed slightly in his heart. "I just wanted to be with you as an ordinary person. I didn't expect to get estrangement. No way, I had a showdown." He continued to speak loudly. "You all misunderstood. In fact, the reason why Principal Yang sent me to this school was actually just to prevent me from taking your place in further education." What everyone was stunned when they heard Suyu's words. Even Yang Bo was blinded. How could I not know about this? Suyu continued. "It looks like I need to reintroduce myself today. My name is Suyu, and you will be very happy to be in the same school with me in the future, because I, Suyu, will become a martial god." What? This Suyu's brain is broken. No one expected that what Suyu wanted to say was this. What is this not narcissism? What is this talking about? They are still listening carefully to what Suyu wants to say. But in the next second, the momentum on Suyu's body soared into the sky. He directly entered the transcendent state. The 12 moon eyes and the orifice lit up at the same time. The chaotic energy was instantly stimulated, and a faint golden light shone out of his body. Ma Zixuan beside him felt a faint pressure, but he hadn't realized what Suyu was going to do. Is this going to be a martial arts performance in the ring? But in the next second, Suyu's murderous eyes stared at Ma Zixuan, and the dragon gun in his hand seemed to understand Suyu's intentions and began to buzz. "No, this is coming at me." Ma Zixuan saw Suyu's intentions and laughed instead of angry. "You are very wrong to target me, although his martial arts talent is indeed average, and it is true that because of his strength he cannot be a preacher." So when he stayed in school, Yang Bo arranged for him to be the director of the admissions office, and he also neglected to practice in the past 2 years. But he is also a graduate of Yenjing Wuhan University, a real master of Wuzone. Suyu is just a student of the three realms,
realms. How can the gap of a big realm be crossed? He felt that Suyu might have been spoiled as usual, and he didn't know how cruel the outside world was. Ma Zhishuan wanted to let Suyu know what a strong man of Wuzone was, and this was also the first lesson he gave Suyu. Suyu did not hesitate at all. His heart of the god of war began to beat violently, and the spear in his hand shot instantly. A huge thunderbolt that opened up the ground fell directly on Suyu's spear, and his shot was a big move. 3-stage marksmanship. Stunt, Thunder Dragon goes to sea. Suyu's spear instantly turned into a purple thunder dragon, stabbing towards Ma Zhishuan like a tsunami. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the thunder dragon, Ma Zhishuan's face changed instantly. How could he be so strong? Is this still a student of the three realms? Ma Zhishuan's body rose with a cloud of earthy yellow energy. He awakened to the earth attribute talent. Thick earth attribute energy gathered around his body, forming a thick layer of armor. A pair of alloy gloves also appeared on top of his fists. It's a pity that all these things he did were in vain. Suyu, who had entered the state of transcendence, plus various exercises and chaotic energy, the ordinary Wuzong powerhouse was not his opponent at all. What's more, Ma Zhishuan's abandoned martial arts realm. The moment the purple thunder dragon and Ma Zhishuan's fists came into contact, a violent explosion occurred. Ma Zhishuan had almost no resistance power. The yellow energy on his body was instantly blown away, and the alloy fist gloves all appeared cracks. He himself didn't expect that he couldn't even catch a shot from Suyu. Only these two words rose in his heart, and the whole person was blown away. Ah! Ma Zhishuan let out a scream, like a kite with a broken thread, and was shot by Suyu more than 10 meters away. His whole body was scorched by Suyu's gunfire, fell under the rostrum, and completely fainted. From Suyu's attack to Ma Zhishuan being blown away is a blink of an eye. The entire training ground was instantly silent, and the needle could be heard. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, with an incredible expression on their faces. How is this possible for the warriors of the three realms to kill the late powerhouses of Wuzong in one shot? The leapfrog battle is not so exaggerated. This Ma Zhishuan is also a graduate of Yenjing Wuhan University, and everyone can feel that Suyu's body is still as imposing as a dragon, and the terrifying energy on his body can be felt by people dozens of meters away. After the thunder dragon turned into the spear knocked Ma Zhishuan away, it hovered around him for a long time. Obviously, Suyu defeated this Ma Zhishuan with complete ease. Kill. Looking at this, it means that like Ma Zhishuan, he can fight 10. Ma Zhi can be admitted to Yenjing Wuhan University and finally graduate. So why is Suyu not qualified to study at Yenjing Wuhan University? So strong. Suyu said that he was guaranteed just to avoid occupying the candidate's quota. This is really not a cup, this is a fact. This is not even his opponent for the strong people of the four realms of the Wuzone. How could he not be admitted to this Yenjing Wu University? The descendants of the god of war are nothing more than that. There was only one person in the audience whose eyes flashed, showing such an expression, as if he had expected Suyu's performance. That is Wang Jia, who took the martial arts examination with Suyu, and she was also admitted to Yenjing Wuhan University through this martial arts examination. When she saw Suyu appear, she had already guessed the result. Suyu was the strongest genius she had ever seen, far from being comparable to ordinary students. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would aim for Suyu, practice frantically, and strive to catch up with Suyu one day. At this time, Principal Yang Bo was also stunned. You are so strong, you said it earlier, why should I work so hard? His expression was a little resentful, and he was also amorous there for a long time. Suyu's talent, which preacher doesn't want to accept it? Sure enough, the preaching teachers who were originally not interested in Suyu lit up in their eyes. It was like seeing a fishy cat, and the Holatsi was about to flow to the ground. Their greatest desire as missionaries is to teach a strong student. Now they realized that Suyu's sentence to become a martial god was by no means a lie. This kind of talent, that is really very possible. The preacher of the god of war, when they thought of this name, they felt excited and trembled. This is already the greatest achievement of their lives. No one cares about Suyu's refusal to be the principal anymore. Compared with Suyu's talent, what are these things? If Suyu becomes the god of war, they will be the next president of Yenjing Wuhan University. At this time, even Deng Wanyu in the martial saint realm couldn't sit still, looking at Suyu with burning eyes, thinking about whether Suyu would choose himself. The remaining 9 preachers of the great grandmaster realm were even more unbearable, standing up straight one after another, their attribute energy rising all over their bodies. They have shown their strong strength and want Suyu to choose himself. Looking at the scene in front of them, Yang Bo on the stage was a little speechless. Did they forget something? He held his forehead and said, "What is that? Who will treat Teacher Ma on the ground?" Only then did everyone realize that Ma Zhishuan was still lying on the ground. In fact, Ma Zhishuan had already woken up from the coma, and he fainted for a moment. But he couldn't even catch a single shot from Suyu, so he had no face to get up, so he kept lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. At this time, the others reacted. They were all immersed in Suyu's shot, and they didn't react for a long time. Several missionary teachers with awakening with attributes hurriedly gave Ma Zhishuan a simple treatment. Han Jun and Shu Shumo also ran over, and one of them helped Ma Zhishuan up, preparing to send him to the infirmary for treatment. When Fuma Jixuan, Zhu Shumo's eyes kept staring at Suyu's body. At this time, Suyu was not only a rich second generation who was young and rich in his heart, but also added the words immeasurable future in front of him. This is simply the best boyfriend. Zhu Shumo regretted it a little. She should have stayed with Suyu that day. Maybe something else can happen to the two. Han Jun was also a little in a trance. He didn't expect Suyu to be so strong, and he hoped that he hadn't left a bad impression on him at that time. Ma Jixuan covered his face, didn't say a word, just wanted to leave quickly. Easily killed by a freshman, he felt that he had no face to see anyone. No one blamed Suyu for taking action on Ma Jixuan just now. In Wuhan University, martial arts strength is important, and it is even more common for students and teachers to compete with each other. Suyu was not a sneak attack, and the other did not kill him. Ma Jixuan lost to Suyu, and he could only blame him for not being proficient in his studies. At this time, Yang Bo took over Ma Jixuan's hosting work and said with a microphone, "Suyu, go ahead, choose your preacher." Then he said to the preachers, "It is estimated that Suyu was distressed by the old man just now, and he didn't want me to take students at such an old age, so don't be scrupulous, just accept Suyu." Yang Bo was also afraid that Suyu had rejected his solicitation just now, which made many preachers scrupulous and did not dare to accept Suyu, so he added this sentence, saying that he did not care. Hearing this, all the hot preaching teachers suddenly cheered up and wanted to see who Suyu was going to choose. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Suyu slowly walked down the rostrum and walked towards the preacher's team. The first to bear the brunt was the martial saint Deng Wanyu standing at the front. Sure enough, even men can't resist the temptation of the beautiful martial saint. Watching Suyu walk towards Deng Wanyu at the front of the line, the other male teachers all showed such a smile on their faces. Suyu's choice of Deng Wanyu was well deserved, and no one dared to say anything. Deng Wanyu herself thought that Suyu was here to find her. After all, she was the only whooshing preacher teacher in the school. She adjusted her expression, with a smile on her cold and arrogant face. She also wanted to leave the impression of a good teacher for the first contact between the two, and he had thought about how to tell Suyu how to say the first sentence. But what everyone didn't expect was that Suyu actually bypassed Deng Wanyu and walked straight over. Everyone was a little confused. "No, didn't choose Deng Wanyu? It's not Deng Wanyu, then you must choose us." The 9 grandmasters behind Deng Wanyu immediately became excited. They burst out of energy, revealing their strong side, looking at Suyu eagerly, all looking forward to Suyu choosing themselves. Song Weijie, who was using a gun, even moved his spear forward so that Suyu could see more clearly that he was using a gun. Several great masters wanted to rush directly to snatch Suyu over at this time, but when everyone didn't expect it, Suyu walked more and more towards the back of the team. Directly under the puzzled eyes of the 9 great grandmasters, he passed a few of them and walked towards the grandmaster's team. "No, you don't even choose a grandmaster. Is this to choose a grandmaster? What the hell does this kid think? Is there any master hidden among these grandmasters?" The grandmasters team also began to be lively, and the grandmasters, who originally thought they had no hope, became the protagonists at this time, all looking at Suyu with eager eyes. But at this time, Suyu's eyes were firm, and it seemed that he had already identified a certain preacher, and his steps gradually began to accelerate, walking towards the back of the team. The surrounding preachers gave way to Suyu, not knowing who he was going to choose. Chisho, who was standing at the back, had already recognized the student who showed off his power, and it turned out to be the student he scolded away that day. But he didn't have much regret. After all, such a student had no chance with himself at all, and with such talent, how could he choose himself as his preaching teacher? This time his goal was to accept a student. Even if it was the weakest student among these people, it didn't matter. He was also content, so he kept his status as a preacher first. But at this time, Chisho actually found that Suyu was striding straight towards him at this time, and his heart couldn't help but start beating drums. "This won't be for me." That day, he said he admired me and didn't joke with me. Did this student want to worship under his name in the first place? Impossible. This kind of thought. Chisho shook his head. His own reputation was clear. How could the other party admire him? Just when Chisho didn't even believe in himself, Suyu actually crossed everyone and came to Chisho. Because Chisho has always stood at the back of the entire team by himself, Suyu's choice at this time can only be a preacher. That is late repair. Chisho looked at Suyu in surprise. He himself couldn't believe that the other party really wanted to choose himself. At this time, the entire team of preachers was in an uproar, and even the principal Yang Bo was stunned. Suyu's last choice turned out to be Chisho? Why is that? No, Suyu, you can't choose to delay. At this time, Sang Weijie and the Grandmaster team couldn't bear it anymore and jumped out directly. "Don't choose him. He has killed his own students, and he has no teacher ethics at all." "What? Have you killed a student?" The freshman in the audience suddenly became agitated. "Sang Weijie, you shut up." Yang Bo was suddenly furious, and the white beards on both sides were raised. Chisho's matter was privately spread by everyone, which can only be said to be gossip. But in this kind of public situation, being poked out by Sang Weijie is different. Even if it is serious, it is not only Chisho's own business, but even the entire Yenching University will be smeared. But Sang Weijie didn't
didn't care at all when he faced young Bo, raised his head, and looked arrogant. What's wrong? Am I wrong? How many students and contributions have I brought to our Yenching University in a year? Chisho has brought a few students, he hasn't received students for several years, am I wrong? Yang Bo was angry at this time, and Song Weijie's whole body trembled a little. You dare to say it? Song Weijie, don't go too far. Talk about your teacher in the same school like this. You are responsible for what you say. Song Weijie, relying on his status as a grandmaster, did not take Yang Bo seriously at all, and did not back down at all. I'm just telling the truth. Many other preachers also looked at Song Weijie coldly, and this time he did something a little too much. Hitting people without slapping them in the face, exposing people without exposing their shortcomings, in such a public place, this is to force Chisho to a dead end. However, there are not a few preachers who watch jokes. After all, Chisho's popularity is really average, and he has no friends at all. Deng Wan, you seem to want to say something, but hesitated for a long time and did not speak. Chisho didn't expect that this Song Weijie would suddenly attack in order to grab a student from himself at this time. Although the two usually don't deal with each other, he didn't expect this person to tear his face and expose his shortcomings in front of so many people. The clay figure also has 3 points of anger, not to mention that Chisho's temper is not very good. At this time, Chisho's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the whole person was already on the verge of an outbreak. Song Weijie, don't spit blood. You maliciously slander like this in order to rob students with me. What is your intention? Besides, you have so many personal students, can't I accept one? Hearing Chisho's words, Song Weijie suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, you listen to what he said, it's so funny. If you can't accept students, can you accept Suyu, a genius? If you say that I am slandering, I won't talk about your lack of academic skills and misleading people's children. Just your little troubles. Suyu, you inquire, is there anyone in the whole school who doesn't know what he did late? Suyu, I also practice guns, you just need to enter my door. I will teach you the 5-stage Stormy Divine gun immediately, and the cultivation resources I can mobilize are at your disposal. In addition, the preacher's cultivation resources are distributed according to how many students he has in his own life. You ask him how many students he has in late cultivation. Ha ha. After Song Weijie finished speaking, he laughed mockingly again. Chisho couldn't stand it anymore, and every time a new student enrolled, his story would be widely circulated in the school. He had long suspected that this Song Weijie was spreading it privately, and they had conflicts because of some things before. But this Fan Weijie is now going to put him to death. Miso. Chisho didn't want to be so aggrieved anymore. He had to have a battle to vent his anger. Even if he died, he was not afraid. He suddenly pulled out his long knife, and the tip of the knife pointed at Song Weijie. Song Weijie, I want to fight you to the death. Do you dare to take it? No, no. Suyu and Yang Bo spoke at the same time. Chisho is just a grandmaster. If he fights with Song Weijie to the death, this is a race to die, and Yenjing Wu nature will not allow it. Suyu's eyes were red at this time. He couldn't care about anything else. He couldn't wait. For others, worshipping under the door of late repair may be cheap and late repairing. But this is for Suyu in the previous life. That was his dream. In the previous life, he didn't even dare to make such a request, and in this life, he finally had this qualification. For what Song Weijie said to himself, Suyu didn't take it to heart at all. Those rags were nothing. He didn't even look at the other party. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Suyu suddenly bent his knees. With a plop, he knelt directly on the ground. Then Suyu used the highest ceremony of apprenticeship to fall to the ground. Shouted loudly, Student Suyu, I beg you to be my teacher today. If you promise, you will not forget Master's teachings and live up to Master's cultivation and expectations. This is the apprenticeship ceremony of the 8 classics of the Daxia Kingdom, but it is generally simplified in Wuhan University. Just a simple salute is enough to become a true student. Only some martial arts families, or disciples of the god of martial arts, still retain this apprenticeship ceremony. As soon as this kind of etiquette came out, everyone understood. Suyu not only wants Chisho to be his preaching teacher, but he really wants to worship Chisho as his teacher. If he agrees, then he will be Suyu's teacher for the rest of his life. What's going on? Everyone was blinded again. When did Chisho have such a great charm? How can a student with this kind of talent identify the late study? Suyu's behavior even slapped Song Weijie in the face. He was as uncomfortable as eating a dead fly. Song Weijie really couldn't figure it out. Why did he lose to Chisho? If it weren't for Suyu's talent being too strong, he would have suspected that Suyu was asked by Chisho. Chisho himself was naturally even more shocked. He was originally worried that Suyu would switch to Song Weijie's door. As a result, Suyu suddenly came out like this, and directly bowed to him for a week. This is proved by actions, and it is necessary to worship under his door. He suddenly became a little at a loss. Suyu, you get up first. Chisho subconsciously wanted to help Suyu, but this pull, Suyu was like a boulder, and he didn't move at all. With his Grandmaster's realm, he couldn't even pull Suyu. Chisho was secretly stunned in his heart. Suyu's strength was really strong. If Teacher Chi doesn't agree, Suyu won't get up. Suyu's voice was also a little excited, but he said very firmly, I promised, get up quickly. Chisho was also excited, and the wish of accepting a student
student today was easily fulfilled. And Suyu is still such a talented student. So much so that he feels a little unreal now. But Suyu just straightened up and did not get up from the ground immediately. Then he took out 2 items from his arms and handed them to Chisho's hands. "This is my apprenticeship gift. Please accept the teacher." Only then did Chisho realize that when he officially apprentices, he needed to exchange gifts from his apprentices, and apprentices would generally provide his master with items such as cultivation resources, and the teacher gave some exercises and martial arts. The school was simplified, so he was not prepared at all. I didn't expect Suyu to be so formal, and the full set of ceremonies was not at all. But when Chisho saw what Suyu handed over, he immediately gasped. It was a whole bottle of source power essence with a light purple glow, and a large piece of extremely high-quality purple source power crystals. The source power essence is a more condensed energy extracted from the source power spiritual liquid. Source force crystallization is a source force mine with higher energy content and rarer source. The value of these two things can be imagined, and hundreds of millions of dasha coins can be sold. And this is a good thing that money can't buy, and it can't be measured by money at all. No, I read that right. Source essence and source force crystal, how is this possible? My students worship me as a teacher and ask me for something, and this Suyu is directly feeding back the teacher. And this thing is too precious. Martial Saint Deng Wanyu is cultivated to the martial saint, and she has never used a drop of source power essence to cultivate. The eyes of all the preachers were red, and they were dying of envy. How about this kind of student? Give me a dozen. Not to mention that Suyu is still very talented, but he doesn't have martial arts talent, and they all have to accept students like Suyu. Song Weijie was stunned. Why did Chisho receive such a good student? He is not convinced. This is also a great food. At this time, Chisho was even more embarrassed. He touched all over his body, and there was nothing he could give Suyu a return gift. Suyu's things are too precious. He really can't get his hands on them, so he can't give his weapon to Suyu. And if he was not mistaken, the spear used by Suyu was a spiritual weapon, and he was using an alloy weapon. What is that? I'm sorry, Suyu. I didn't prepare a suitable apprenticeship gift for you, so you can take the things back first, and I'll make up for you later. Chisho felt blushing when he said this. He only felt that he had been so miserable over the years that he couldn't even get a return gift from the student. Teacher Chi, what did you say? How can there be any reason to take back the apprenticeship, unless you don't agree with my apprenticeship? Moreover, teacher, didn't you give me my apprenticeship? Chisho was stunned. When did he give it to Suyu? But Suyu didn't care so much, and directly stuffed the apprenticeship ceremony into Chisho's hand. In fact, what Suyu said was not actually this life. In his previous life, Suyu had nothing, but Chisho still provided Suyu with a place to study and a job, and he also gave him a lot of cultivation resources. That is the best apprenticeship for Chisho to Suyu. After Chisho accepted Suyu, Suyu walked directly behind Chisho and stood still. After choosing a missionary, students do not return to the freshman ranks, but follow their own missionary teachers. Looking at Suyu behind him, Chisho still felt confused and felt a little unreal. Under the auspices of Yang Bo, the apprenticeship ceremony continued. Although Suyu was the first to choose a preaching teacher, he chose the late cultivation of the Grandmaster realm. He didn't occupy any of the places for the martial saint and the Grandmaster, and now there was no new student to have any more opinions. Under the organization of the student union, all students choose teachers in order according to their scores. The next choice of the preacher did not produce any moths, and the process went very smoothly. There are still many freshmen who choose Song Weijie, and his performance just now did not have much impact on his acceptance of relatives. After all, he is also one of the strongest among the great masters. There was even a student who ranked 8th in the martial arts examination of Yenjing Wuhan University chose Song Weijie. Generally, most of these students in the top 50 will choose Deng Wanyu. What? Only a few who know the great grandmaster, or who are particularly suitable for attributes, will choose the other 9 grandmasters. It is already good to have an 8th-ranked student choose Song Weijie. Song Weijie glanced at Chisho proudly. That seems to mean that what if Suyu doesn't choose him? There will still be other outstanding students who take the initiative to choose him. But what I didn't expect was that Wang Jia, who was ranked 9th, also came to Chisho. He also chose Chisho as his preaching teacher, and gave Song Weijie a loud slap in the face. Wang Jia's choice to delay cultivation also caused a lot of sensation, and this is a student in the top 10 in the martial arts examination. If it was impossible to choose a preacher in the Grandmaster realm before, let alone choose to practice late, could it be that Mr. Chisho will not be able to counterattack this year, and he will become the biggest dark horse in this apprenticeship ceremony? However, the miracle did not continue to appear, and since Wang Jia, no one cared about Chisho's side again. Chisho's strength is there, and everyone thinks that his killing of students cannot be groundless. Just because Suyu chose to repair late, it would not really change his situation. Wang Jia chose to join Chisho's door, and the biggest reason was naturally because of Suyu. She wants to take Suyu as her own goal and eventually surpass Suyu. Wang Jia also came to Chisho's back, and she generously took the initiative to extend her right hand to Suyu. Suyu, we meet again. Suyu, huh? Who are you? Wang Jia. Me. You forgot. The The first time we went to the battlefield of all races together to participate in the martial arts exam.
Wang Jia had a black line and gestured at Suyu.
Oh, Suyu agreed, as if he remembered something. Then he asked,
"Then what's your name?" Wang Jia. She felt like she was going crazy when she came on stage just now. Principal Yang Bo also said her name. Is she so transparent in Suyu's heart?
But it doesn't matter. What she wants is more than Suyu, and when she defeats Suyu, Suyu will remember her firmly.
Suyu, my name is Wang Jia. I will definitely surpass you.
Looking at Wang Jia's appearance, Suyu was also confused. This Wang Jia seemed to have a deep resentment towards herself. Chisho swept between the two, and he understood that this Wang Jia was not coming for him, but also for Suyu.
Unexpectedly, Suyu invisibly helped him recruit another student. Suyu is indeed a bit charming.
He is strong and talented. Looking at his weapons, he still uses spiritual martial arts, and he is obviously not bad for money. The main reason is that he is still handsome, and there are many girls around him who frequently glance at this side, obviously having some thoughts about Suyu. However, they didn't want to joke about their future, so they didn't choose Chisho to be their preacher. As the students continued to take the stage to choose their preachers, the apprenticeship ceremony was coming to an end. Just when Chisho felt that it was impossible for anyone to find him, a little fat man with dark skin and a short stature appeared in front of him.
"Teacher Chi, my name is Meng Rui. I want to worship under you. Is that okay?" In fact, with Suyu and Wang Jia, Chisho was already very satisfied, far exceeding his expectations.
His status as a preacher has also been preserved. However, the more true students there are, the better.
This Meng Rui seems to be the last one to be admitted to Yenjing Wuhan University, and when he chose his own preaching teacher, the apprenticeship ceremony was completely over.
After the ceremony, the formal lessons began. The preacher usually takes his own students to the martial arts arena to find out, so that he can teach according to his aptitude. Because Yenjing University is large enough, most missionaries have their own martial arts arenas. It's a pity that Chisho hasn't received a student for a long time, and his martial arts arena has also been taken away, so he can only take Suyu and the three of them towards his house. Well, I haven't applied for the martial arts arena yet. Let's go to my house to communicate first. Chisho also looked at his three students with some embarrassment. Wang Jia frowned. She didn't expect that this Chisho didn't even have her own martial arts arena, and she regretted that she had chosen the wrong person.
Meng Rui looked innocent and agreed.
"Okay, teacher." He stood there in a daze, and he promised whatever others said. Suyu glanced at the four of them and said indifferently, "It's okay, Teacher Chi. There is a martial arts arena in my dormitory. We can go to my place to make do first."
"Do you have it?"
Chisho was stunned. The school dormitory with a martial arts arena can only be a house in the villa area, otherwise students can only rent the school's martial arts arena. The houses over there all started at 10 million. He swallowed his saliva. What is the origin of this Suyu? Is he really powerful?
Can he, a small grandmaster, really receive such a student?
Okay, let's go to Suyu's dormitory today. Chisho is not a twisted person. Since there is a martial arts arena, why not use it? Although it is a student, there is no need to be embarrassed. Soon, under the leadership of Suyu, several people came to the gate of Suyu's villa. Seeing the appearance of the villa, the four of them were suddenly surprised.
Can this also be called a dormitory? This is whether the estate is good or not. When you open the door, you will be greeted by the spacious martial arts arena.
Chisho and the three swallowed at the same time. This is too big.
Meng Rui asked with a shocked face.
Senior brother, your dormitory costs money. How much does it cost to live here a year? He had automatically lowered himself to the position of junior brother.
Suyu scratched his head.
It's okay.
It's only 50 million a year.
What? This is called okay. The three of them immediately gasped. This Suyu is too arrogant.
Wang Jia's eyes flashed, but he thought of Suyu's identity, and it was normal to live here.
Chisho has only heard that houses in villa areas are expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. So you live not only in an ordinary villa area, but also in the most expensive house here. Seeing this condition, Suyu couldn't help but doubt himself at this time. Why did he worship under his door with such strength as Suyu?
Do you really admire yourself?
Impossible. He couldn't help but doubt Suyu's purpose.
Is there something else to do?
Thinking of this, Chisho couldn't help but jump in his heart. He now felt that he should understand why Suyu chose himself. Seeing Suyu and the three of them standing side by side in front of him, Chisho began to ask, "By the way, Suyu, why did you choose to worship me as a teacher?"
Suyu had long considered the temperament of late Cultivation.
I think he might think too much, so he has already prepared his words. He replied respectfully, back to the teacher, "I came to visit you a few days ago, and I actually said that I have always admired you, and I came to Yenjing Wuhan University to learn from you." Hearing Suyu say this, Chisho became more and more suspicious, and the more Suyu said, the more exaggerated he became. Where did he get so famous? But Suyu continued, "Teacher Chi, you have written books such as The Difference Between Ancient Martial Arts and Talent talented martial artists and on the introduction to knife techniques of martial artists, which I have been studying since I was a child. These books are the leaders of my introduction to martial arts when I was a child, and I have always felt that teacher Chi, who can write these books, must be very talented. Chisho was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that he had indeed written several books before. He had been engaged in academic research for a period of time, but unfortunately these books have been tepid, and he has not sold a few copies at all, and he has almost forgotten about it. Finally, he changed his career to become a teacher. As he spoke, Suyu really took out 2 books, and the book covers were a little yellowed. It seemed that time was really not short. These books were found by Suyu to find someone, and now these 2 books are not produced at all. As long as they can be bought, they are all old books. Chisho looked at it. These 2 books were really books written by him. The books were so old. Obviously he had read them before. He tentatively asked Suyu several more points in his book, and Suyu answered them all fluently. In his previous life, Suyu looked at Chisho's books and practiced, and he was naturally very familiar with the content. Of course, these books were originally given to him by Chisho in his previous life. Chisho looked at Suyu's 2 books in his hand in a daze, and was extremely moved. It's not that you really admire me. Chisho didn't expect that there would really be such a student who would travel thousands of miles to Yinjing Wuhan University in order to worship under his door. But when he first saw himself, he actually asked him to get out of. I really deserve to die. Chisho wanted to slap himself twice at this time. No. At this time, he thought of another question. He uses a knife, and most of the knowledge described in the book is some knowledge of knife techniques. If Suyu really practiced according to his books since he was a child, how could he use a gun? He should use a knife. So Chisho asked again, since you are reading my book to cultivate martial arts, why do you use a gun? Mentioning this, Suyu pretended to be sad inside. Hey, I want to practice knives too, but my dad didn't allow it. He told me that if I learned a sword, I will break my leg. If Su Jun scolded Suyu to death here, he would have to kill him. Who said he wanted to learn guns from himself at that time? As he spoke, Suyu came to the edge of the martial arts arena with a little tiptoe, and casually took a wooden knife for cultivation from the weapon rack. A set of 2-stage knife techniques slowly unfolded from Suyu's hand. Seeing the 2 knife techniques in Suyu's hand, Chisho's eyes suddenly lit up. This is indeed his own knife technique, and Suyu not only knows how to use this knife technique, but is also very proficient in using it. A board and a glancer like those drawn in a book. If it weren't for this set of knife techniques because the level was too low, he wouldn't have taught anyone. He suspected that Suyu's knife skills were personally trained by him. It's not even worse than his knife technique creator. This knife technique was taught to Suyu by Chisho in his previous life. Suyu is also a master of 7 Dan knife skills. Now he is better than Blue. It is he who collects and uses this knife technique. Chisho only felt very moved. Suyu was able to practice to this extent, which shows how hard he usually practices this knife technique. He felt a pain in his heart, only feeling extremely ashamed. He admired one of his children like this. He even suspected the other party. He was really not human. Wang Jie next to him was also a little excited. He didn't expect Suyu's knife skills to be so good with a gun. Could it be that the strong have to practice 2 weapons? At this time, Suyu finished using a set of knife techniques, put the wooden knife back on the weapon rack, and sighed again. Hey, it's a pity, my father forbade me to practice knives. I can only practice this knife technique secretly. The shortcomings, please ask the teacher for advice. Suyu shook his head as he spoke, as if he had been greatly wronged. Chisho was even more moved, but at the same time, a trace of anger was born in his heart. How can there be such a father? Suyu secretly practiced knife skills so well. If the main master learned knife skills, it would be fine. The knife technique has been practiced very well. Your knife skills are so talented. Your father shouldn't let you practice the sword. Where is your father? I'll go tell him. Why doesn't he let you practice knives? Seeing the angry Chisho, Suyu was also stunned. It's broken. It's played. Teacher Chi had to go to his father to learn knives. Just when he didn't know how to explain it to Mr. Chisho, Wang Jia, who was next to him, spoke. Teacher Chisho, Suyu's father is the general of the Northern Theater Command. Chisho was stupid when he heard Wang Jia's words. Who? Which Soviet war? Sujan, the general who had just been promoted to the half-step martial god. Suyu. He turned out to be Sujan's son? Chisho thought at this time, and Sujan did seem to use a gun. Let your son learn his own marksmanship. It seems that there is indeed no problem. Chisho felt a little dizzy. What he said just now, he was going to find Sujan for Suyu, so that Sujan's son would stop learning guns and change to learning knives. He is a small grandmaster. Isn't he looking for death when he goes to find Sujan? Then Sujan can't stab him to death with a single shot. If you say it wrong, Sujan may not need a gun to kill him. Suyu looked at Chisho's embarrassed face, and quickly found a reason to say, Teacher Chi, don't go. My dad was injured on the battlefield recently, so don't let him be stimulated. Chisho wiped the cold sweat from his head. Yes, Lord Su is a hero who repelled the Holy Feather clan, but he can't be stimulated anymore. Wang Jia looked at Chisho's appearance and covered her mouth and snickered. What? Chisho looked at Suyu in front of him and was also frightened. Isn't this Sujan's son? No wonder living in such a villa. No.
no, why did Su Zhan's son worship himself as a teacher? I teach the son of the half-step martial god to practice martial arts? Am I worthy? Chisho now feels a little ashamed of himself. After thoroughly understanding the reason why Suyu worshipped himself as a teacher, Chisho learned about Suyu's cultivation progress again. Suyu did not hide it, and told Chisho about his talent as a martial artist and an ancient martial artist, and his awakened SSS level talent. Chisho was amazed again, but thinking that Suyu had already been able to defeat the Four Realms Wu Zone with one shot, SSS level talent should also be. Then Chisho looked at Wang Jia again, and Chisho wanted to see his other two disciples. After all, Wang Jia is an outstanding freshman in the top 10 of this martial arts examination. Chisho also has a certain understanding of Wang Jia's information. He looked at Wang Jia's information in his hand. You are also a talented warrior of the three realms, using a bow and arrow? This kind of weapon is very rare and is considered an unpopular weapon. He seemed to have thought of something. There was a Wuxing family in Yenbe city that was famous for using bows and arrows, and it was also surnamed Wang. So Chisho asked, then what do you have to do with the northern Yen family? Wang Jia hesitated for a moment and snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. Wang Qihong is my father. Chisho was speechless. It doesn't matter. Wang Qihong is the contemporary head of the Wang family, and he just made the news a few days ago. Wang Jia Wushang Wang Qihong was officially promoted to a powerhouse in the half-step martial god realm, officially becoming the first half-step martial god family in the Daxia kingdom. The warriors of the Daxia kingdom were actually in a fault stage during this period. The strongest in Daxia kingdom are naturally the two martial gods, but further down, only the martial saint realm powerhouse and the half-step martial god realm powerhouse become a fault. Since the Soviet War broke through, the martial saint, half-step martial gods have appeared one after another. This Wang Jia turned out to be Wang Qihong's child, and he was also the child of a half-step martial god. Chisho felt a little dizzy. He would have no students, and the result would be this kind of young master and lady. How could a person of this level choose him as a missionary teacher? Chisho suddenly felt a little pressured. Can he serve these two little ancestors well? Then, Chisho turned his face to Meng Rui. What about you? You are not a child of any family. Meng Rui was stunned for a moment, watching all three of them look at him. His face suddenly turned a little red, and he lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, back to the teacher, I am an ordinary student, and it is an honor to study under you. Chisho breathed a sigh of relief. There was a normal student anyway, but he seemed to have a somewhat introverted personality. Well, then Meng Rui, what is your current cultivation and what weapons are you good at? Meng Rui stretched out his chubby arm and scratched his head. I'm a warrior now and haven't chosen my own weapon yet. Martial artist realm, this is not right? How did you get into Yenjing Wuhan University? Meng Rui touched two index fingers. I don't know, maybe I have special abilities. Chisho was suddenly a little speechless. Did his students need it so extremely? Suyu and the two were so strong, and this Meng Rui was so weak. What special ability? Chisho felt that this Meng Rui was not normal. Hey, forget it, Chisho thought to himself. You can't ask for too much. He will be content to receive so many apprentices. After entering Yenjing Wuhan University, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since the apprenticeship ceremony. Chisho also arranged seniority for the three of them. Suyu is the senior brother, Wang Jia is the junior sister, and Meng Rui is the junior brother. In addition to the three of them, Chisho also had two personal students he had accepted in the early years, and now they are all trying outside, and they will introduce the three of them when they come back. After entering Wuhan University, there is no fixed grade, or a few years of graduation. As long as you are strong enough to graduate at any time, or you feel that you still need to continue your studies at Wuhan University will not drive you away. However, it is definitely not possible to retire at Wuhan University, and when the school feels that your potential has been exhausted, these students will be expelled. So you also worked harder and harder during this time, hardly going out, and spent most of his time cultivating. It's just that Wang Jia will often come to her, either in the name of her brother and sister for advice, or to compete with Suyu. Although Wang Jia is strong, there is still a lot of gap with Suyu, so naturally he is not Suyu's opponent, and he is often sent away by Suyu. But Wang Jia was still not discouraged, not only imitating Suyu to practice ancient martial arts, but also practicing spears, and even working harder than Suyu when he usually practiced. Looking at Wang Jia's appearance, Suyu was a little anxious. Looking at his two apprentices, Chisho has been a little depressed recently. He also found that his two students were not only talented, but also very conscious in their cultivation, and they usually practiced in addition to cultivation. Other preachers also need to assign tasks to their students on how to practice daily, but these two people are good, they don't need him to arrange it at all, and the amount of cultivation every day is capped, and they don't need his supervision at all. Sometimes looking at the intensity of the cultivation of the two of them, he was a little scared, and he wanted to persuade the two to rest. And these two people don't seem to need his guidance. The exercises and martial arts they practice are top-notch, and he has a feeling that he can't guide them. The most important thing is that these two people are not short of cultivation resources, and when others are cultivating
cultivating, they may also need to ask the preacher to order cultivation resources, or go to the school to exchange some. These two people are good, all the resources are self-contained, and neither of them has even received the public resources issued by the school, as if they don't know about it at all.
Chisho sighed. Hey, although this is quite leisurely, it is very unfulfilling. There was no way Chisho could only devote all his enthusiasm to Meng Rui. It's a pity that Meng Rui and his senior brothers and sisters are simply two extremes. As soon as he practiced, he shouted tired, and under the daily supervision of Chisho, he practiced for a month, and he was still in the realm of a warrior, and he didn't know anything about knife skills. Chisho was angry when he saw him now. I really don't know how this kid was admitted to Yinjing Wuhan University. There is a reason why Suyu is so desperate, because he needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. Because Suyu knew that it wouldn't be long before a major event in the 10,000 races was about to happen. That is the official birth of the three major clans of gods, demons, and immortals. Although there are three major clans everywhere now, even Suyu has encountered Yuning of the immortal clan and Pang Qingfeng of the demon clan. At this time, the Wan clan did not know the strength of the three major clans, and even the three major tribes did not know where the realm land was. But not long after, the three major clans revealed their minions. The powerful men of the martial god realm of the three major clans came out together, leading countless clans to suddenly descend on the entire battlefield of 10,000 clans. They claim to rule over all races. All tribes are required to open the realm barrier to the three major races and make regular offerings. If whoever does not surrender, they will attack each other's realms together. At this time, the human race discovered that the three major races had almost won over most of the 10,000 races. Basically, most of the Wan clans chose to compromise, opened their own realm barriers, and chose to submit. Except for some ancient races hidden deep in the battlefield of all races, or some races that have no realm barriers at all. As for the human race, it is naturally impossible to bow down to the three major races, and the human race would rather exterminate the clan than surrender to the three major races. The three major clans also fulfilled their promise and directly entered the realm barrier of the Daxia kingdom. At that time, the human race finally began to hate the enemy, and at that time, Daxia, Western Europe, North America, South Africa, and several countries with the god of war in Central Asia all fought. Although the three major races were repulsed, the human race also completely lost control of the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It can only shrink into the realm barrier. Since then, it has entered the era of the three major races governing all races. The human race has also become a role for everyone in the 10,000 races, and the pressure to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races has increased greatly. The darkest age of the human race has arrived. The birth of the three major clans of this level of battle, Suyu is obviously not qualified to participate. Suyu just planned to take advantage of this time to go to the battlefield of all ethnic groups to find a medicine to treat Su Zhan. Otherwise, after the birth of the three major races, the battlefield of all races may be even more dangerous. The opportunity to go to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes came quickly. Yenqing University will soon organize a group of outstanding freshmen to enter the battlefield of all ethnic groups for a practical training. After all, you can't become a real powerhouse behind closed doors. The new students in the actual battle are led by their respective missionary teachers. Of course, not all freshmen can go. The school divided the places equally among the missionary teachers, and it was up to the missionaries to decide who would go. Chisho has 3 disciples here, and it is naturally okay to take a few people with him. Hey, junior brother Su, why don't you reply to the message to senior sister? As soon as Suyu opened the door that day, he saw Zhu Shumo standing outside the gate of his villa. Today's Zhu Shumo was obviously dressed up carefully, with a little light makeup and wearing tight crop sleeves on her upper body. She wore a very short narrow skirt on her lower body, highlighting her proud long legs even more slender. And she also wore a pair of black stockings on her long legs, which brought a hint of temptation to her purity. Zhu Shumo has an outstanding appearance, plus such a bright dress. The male classmates who came and went all looked sideways and saluted Zhu Shumo. Seeing Suyu come out, Zhu Shumo took the initiative to stick over. Junior Suyu, do you have anything to do today? How about I accompany you around Yenbe City? You haven't gone out for a walk since you came. As he spoke, Zhu Shumo deliberately approached Suyu, and Suyu lowered his head to see a gully deliberately exposed at her neckline. A touch of fragrance on Zhu Shumo's body also automatically floated into the tip of Suyu's nose. Since this Zhu Shumo knew Suyu's strength, he had come to harass Suyu. The only meaning that goes back and forth is that I want to go out on a date with Suyu. Several times Wang Jia was driven away, but the more this happened, the more interested she became. And she found that Suyu was actually single, and since then she has pursued Suyu more persistently, and she has to come to Suyu every few days. Today, Suyu was busy going to Chisho to discuss signing up for the battlefield of all ethnic groups, so he had no time to talk to Zhu Shumo. He clenched his fist at Zhu Shumo. Senior sister Zhu, why don't you change it another day? Zhu Shumo's face showed a hint of red. It's okay, another day, go to your dormitory or let's go out. Suyu finally got rid of Zhu Shumo's entanglement. Suyu came to the room where Chisho lived. After a few knocks on the door, it was Meng Rui who
opened the door for Suyu. Suyu found that Wang Jia was already sitting in the room, and he happened to be the last to arrive.
"Hello, senior brother." Meng Rui greeted Suyu respectfully.
"Suyu is here, come in."
Seeing Suyu coming, Chisho also beckoned Suyu to come in and sit down.
When the three students were seated, Chisho asked directly, "You all know about the school's organization to go to the battlefield of all ethnic groups for actual combat training.
I don't force it.
You all do it according to your own will. Go if you want, don't go if you don't want to go, and there will be more opportunities to exercise in the future." Suyu directly stated that he wanted to participate in this actual battle.
Seeing that Suyu chose to go, Wang Jia naturally had to follow. Unexpectedly, Meng Rui also raised his hand to participate.
Meng Rui, forget it, your strength is too weak, and I will take you there after you reach the three realms. Chisho suddenly hesitated. Meng Rui was too weak. He went to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect Meng Rui. Unexpectedly, Meng Rui, who has always been very obedient, was rarely a little stubborn this time, and he didn't listen to any persuasion, and he had to shout to go.
What else is it that he has a trick, and he will definitely not hold back?
In the end, it was Wang Jia who helped him speak. "Since we are all going, it is obvious that he is not in his heart to stay at home. Why don't you go together, so you and I will take care of him more?" Chisho thought for a moment and agreed.
"Okay, your second senior sister will be back in a few days.
She has good talent. She has reached the realm of the 4 realms of talented warriors. With the 2 of us with you, it should be much safer.
The day to go to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes is coming soon.
Yenbe City is actually not close to the battlefield of all ethnic groups.
If you want to go to the battlefield of all races, you need to take a bus."
However, the battlefield they were going to was not the northern theater that Suyu had been to before, but the eastern theater relatively close to Yenbe City. It just so happened that there was a small relic in this eastern theater, and Suyu remembered that there was exactly the kind of medicine that recovered from injuries in it. He was ready to take this opportunity to help his father Su Zhan get it. Early this morning, many people gathered at the gate of Wu Gate in Yanjing. There were many people who went to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans this time, and from a distance, they were almost 1,000 people. Suyu, Wang Jia, and Meng Rui looked for a while before they saw teacher Chisho leading a girl in the crowd from a distance. The woman was petite, but she carried a huge semicircular broadsword. The knife was huge, almost the same size as her body, and it looked very exaggerated. Looking at it, this person is their second senior sister Ji Shanshan. Ji Shanshan looked very enthusiastic after seeing Suyu and the others. Without Chisho's introduction, she walked over as if she was familiar.
"Are these my junior brothers and sisters? Not bad, not bad. I'm not the smallest anymore.
Don't worry, I will cover you in the future, and if there is something to do in the future, I will mention you and my senior sister." As she spoke, Ji Shanshan slapped her flat chest with an earth-shattering sound, full of the atmosphere of the rivers and lakes.
Suyu looked at Ji Shanshan's flat body and secretly doubted. Did I, the second senior sister, pull something when she developed for the second time, or is she actually a women's clothing boss? But Suyu never dared to say this.
Otherwise, in the next second, he suspected that this big sword would have to fall on his head. At this time, the students who went to the battlefield of all tribes basically arrived.
With so many students, there are nearly 20 buses alone.
That is, the area of Yenjing Wuhan University is large enough, otherwise it would not be possible to find a place to put these 20 buses. At this moment, Suyu saw Song Weijie walking towards the bus with more than a dozen students in a majestic manner. More than a dozen people stood in a row, wearing bells and whistles. Extraordinary momentum, not like going to the battlefield of all races, but like going to the draft. Compared with their group, Suyu's side has 2 or 3 kittens, which is in stark contrast. Looking at the posture of this group of people, Wang Jia stood next to her and curled her lips disdainfully.
Song Weijie naturally saw Suyu's side and then gave Chisho a provocative look.
Chisho didn't get used to him and stared back directly. However, there are not a few people who bring so many students to the battlefield of all races, and the preachers of the Great Grandmaster realm generally bring about 10 students. After all, they have many students and are relatively strong. The students brought by the martial saint Deng Wanyu are rare, only 5, basically the top 5 in this martial arts examination. Everyone was a little arrogant, among which Yu Jiahao, the first place in this martial arts examination, was also among the 5, and he also chose Deng Wanyu as his preaching teacher. His eyes were fixed on Suyu. Obviously Suyu's outstanding performance last time made this martial arts examination champion of Yenjing Wuhan University an imaginary enemy. The next step is to choose the bus you take. The number of buses obviously cannot be one for each preacher, and it needs to be carpooled according to the number of people. The preachers are basically a few people with good relationships who choose a bus together. Seeing most people getting on the bus, Suyu thought that according to Chisho's popularity, maybe they wouldn't even be able to choose the people who took the bus. Just when Suyu was thinking about whether he wanted to think of a way, he saw a nice female voice coming from a bus. "Teacher Chi, we still have a vacant seat, let's get in our car." Suyu didn't expect that with Chisho's popularity, someone would take the initiative to invite him. Looking up, Suyu didn't didn't expect that it was Deng Wanyu who invited them. Deng Wanyu smiled, holding her chin with her right hand, and was looking at Chisho with a comfortable face. Chisho was also stunned for a moment, but after seeing that it was Deng Wanyu who invited him, he agreed expressionlessly, without any politeness, and walked directly towards the bus. The bus convoy quickly set off and drove towards the battlefield of all ethnic groups. Suyu looked at Chisho and Deng Wanyu sitting in the front, with a suspicious look on his face. Although the two did not sit together, and there was no communication, Suyu always felt that the relationship between the two was unusual. Looking at the way these two people speak, there is obviously something wrong. A character like Deng Wanyu invites a grandmaster to ride with him, and that grandmaster still looks like he should be. Chisho's reaction is obviously wrong. Suyu's gossip fire is burning. Why didn't he find out about these two people in his previous life? Yenbe City is not far from the eastern theater of the Wanzhou battlefield, and it can be reached by bus in about half a day. Since Yinqing University organized this actual combat training, it was naturally impossible not to provide a place for actual combat trials. The school has already stepped on an abandoned secret place in advance. The useful things in the abandoned secret realm have been taken away, and later it has become a nest for some strange beasts. Moreover, this secret realm has a large area and can accommodate more people, which is just the trial site for them. If you're lucky, you might find some remaining treasures. It is not mandatory not to go to this secret realm. If a missionary wants to take his students to trials elsewhere, he only needs to apply in advance. Deng Wanyu obviously wanted to take Yu Jiahao and the five of them to other places at this time. After you get off the car for a while, you don't have to follow the big army. Just come with me, and I will take you to a small secret place I discovered before. Hearing Deng Wanyu say this, Yu Jiahao's five people were obviously excited, and Yu Jiahao's eyes were slightly red, and his breathing was slightly rapid. Everyone knows that there are many treasures in that kind of secret realm that no one has discovered, and the benefits of entering for the first time are great. Even if it is a small secret realm, it is much better than the secret realm found by the school that has been explored many times without knowing how many times. Yu Jiahao glanced at Suyu and the others proudly. There were Wuxing-level teachers, and the treatment was different. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Deng Wanyu tilted her head to look at Chisho and said in a gentle voice, "Teacher Chi, I don't think there are many of you, and the strength of the students is not bad, so why don't we cooperate and let a few of them go to that secret place together? Let's take care of each other together." Suyu's heart jumped. There is definitely something wrong with them. Suyu looked back and forth on the faces of the two. Deng Wanyu was a dignified martial saint realm powerhouse. Even if she was injured, did she need to take care of each other with a grandmaster? And this kind of secret realm may have some treasures in it, which will be of some benefit to people in any realm. This is obviously Deng Wanyu making overtures with Chisho, but Chisho almost didn't hesitate and said bluntly, "Forget it, my student's strength is still shallow, so I won't take this risk." Hearing Chisho say this, Deng Wanyu was obviously a little angry. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her face was also a little chilled. "If you don't go, don't go. Do you think I'm so willing to take you?" Anyone who sounds like this sentence is a bit like a couple in a quarrel, and now everyone feels that something is wrong between the two. Deng Wanyu also found her gaffe, no longer paid attention to Chisho, and sat at the front of the bus by herself. At this time, the bus had arrived near the boundary barrier. You can already see the military warriors near the barrier. All the students began to get off the bus under the leadership of the missionary teacher. Now Chisho seemed to have completely offended Deng Wanyu, and Deng Wanyu took her 5 students and got off the bus without looking back. Before getting out of the car, Yu Jiahao also glanced at Suyu provocatively. "Let's go, let's get out of the car too." Chisho looked a little depressed and walked towards the outside of the bus with Suyu and the others. "Junior brothers and sisters, don't be afraid. How many times have I been to this battlefield of 10,000 tribes? As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will be fine." As soon as she arrived at the battlefield of all races, Ji Shanshan immediately became excited. Once again, he took a picture of the horse on his chest with an earth-shattering sound, and Suyu was shocked to see it. "Doesn't she hurt?" Chisho led them and directly chose to follow the large army to the abandoned ruins that had been arranged a long time ago. As soon as Deng Wanyu entered the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, she led her students in another direction. What was more surprising was that Song Weijie also followed Deng Wanyu with his students, with a flattered expression on his face. Obviously, Chisho did not agree to Deng Wanyu, so Deng Wanyu chose Song Weijie. Suyu heard that this Song Weijie had always been openly pursuing Deng Wanyu, so he naturally couldn't ask for such an opportunity to get along alone. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when Deng Wanyu left, Suyu felt that the other party seemed to have glanced at him several times. Chisho's mood also seemed to be a little bad. Originally he should have introduced the situation of the 10,000 tribes battlefield to Suyu and the others. But at this time, Chisho obviously lacked interest, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the contrary, Ji Shanshan was extremely excited, and along the way, she kept introducing Suyu and the others. Suyu and Wang Jia have long been to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, although it is not a war zone, but there is not much difference. Just looking at Ji Shanshan so happy, they cooperated a few times. On the contrary, Meng Rui, the whole person looked a little nervous, obviously the first time he came to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. He also listened very carefully, and asked questions from time to time, which gave Ji Shanshan a great sense of satisfaction. Junior brother Meng, you are too weak, you have to work hard. Ji Shanshan was a little familiar with several people, and said to Meng Rui seriously. Meng Rui scratched his head, don't worry, I won't hold you back. I have a big move, although I can only use it once. The lower his voice became, the more he began to feel less confident. Ahead is the entrance to the ruins. At this time, Chisho greeted Suyu and the others. Suyu's eyes flashed, and looking at the entrance of the secret realm in front of him like an abyssal giant mouth, he suddenly felt a bit familiar in his heart. It turned out to be here, which is indeed a bit of a coincidence. The secret realm he was going to was a realm within a realm, which actually coincided with the place of this trial. The origin of the word secret realm is actually the realm barrier, and some races have naturally become extinct with the changes of the times. Their original realm barrier remained, and finally formed a secret realm. Now some worlds with enchantments are called secret realms. These places are generally small spaces created by ancient powers, or some naturally formed space cracks. And the realm within the realm that Suyu was looking for was a kind of secret realm hidden in the secret realm, and this secret realm was even more secret. Generally, it was the space reopened by some strong people within the realm barrier, and some were simply naturally evolved after some space equipment was left behind. Even Suyu in his previous life heard that there was a person who was extremely lucky. I encountered a secret realm transformed into an ancient powerful space equipment. After entering, the man made a lot of money, and within a few years he entered the realm of the god of martial arts. Suyu found that the realm he wanted to go to happened to be in this secret realm chosen by Yenjing Wuhan University. But it's not so surprising to think about it, because this place was what he had heard about when he was a mercenary in his previous life. That person was also found in the abandoned secret realm of the Eastern Theater at that time. This is the only abandoned secret realm near the barrier of the Eastern Theater of Operations. This saves a lot of trouble, otherwise he will have to find a way to get out of the team. Suyu followed Chisho and followed the team of Yenqing University towards the entrance of the abandoned secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is very conspicuous. It is located in a huge pit on the ground. Under normal circumstances, the entrances to the secret realm are hidden behind barriers and are not so easy to discover. It is said that the entrance to this deep pit is a martial god realm boss, who smashed through the barrier of this secret realm with one punch, and the energy covered the barrier, which lasted for a long time. In the end, the entrance to the barrier of this secret realm was always exposed. When people stand in front of the deep pit at the entrance of the secret realm, they realize how wide this pit is. It was unimaginable that this was actually smashed out by a strong man with a fist, which showed how strong the strong man of the martial god realm was. So you looked towards the pit, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see what's inside. There is a cliff under the entrance of this secret realm. Don't be nervous after entering, just relax your body, you won't fall to death. Under Chisho's prompting, Suyu and the others stepped into the secret realm almost at the same time. Sure enough, as Chisho said, it began to fall after entering. Ah, don't! A piercing scream instantly came from Suyu's side, and it was his junior brother Meng Rui who made the sound. He was a little nervous when he entered, and his rapid fall from the darkness made him scream in fright. Meng Rui's performance immediately caused a burst of laughter from the surrounding students. Several people quickly landed. Ouch! After landing, Meng Rui was finally thrown on all fours and 8 crosses, lying on the ground and unable to get up for a while. His appearance once again made the surrounding students burst into laughter. Is this still a warrior? It's so funny. That's right, it's so timid. Several girls immediately covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Okay, don't scream, it's really not embarrassing. Meng Rui's behavior suddenly made Ji Shanshan, who loved face, a little embarrassed, and stepped forward to pull Meng Rui up. Meng Rui was also like a child who had done something wrong at this time, lowering his head and whispering, I'm sorry, senior sister, I'm embarrassed for you. Although Chisho usually makes a lot of noise about Meng Rui when he is in front of outsiders, Chisho is still very protective of his shortcomings, and glanced coldly at the students around him. Snorted, don't laugh, be vigilant around yourself. Suyu also looked around, it was still dark, but now he also knows why Chisho said that he would not be injured after falling. Because this underground is actually soft, it is like stepping on the back of a creature, which makes people feel that one foot is deep and one foot is shallow. At this time, everyone had officially entered the secret realm, and it was still dark in the distance. Fortunately, the warriors all had amazing eyesight and could barely see the road in front of them clearly. He had only heard of the place where Suyu was going, but had not seen it, and it is said that the terrain of this secret realm is very complex, like a maze, and it is easy to get lost. The realm in the middle of the realm was in the most core area, and there were countless pipe-like things around, and it would take a lot of effort to find it. Sure enough, Chisho then said to the 3 of them, be sure not to walk around, follow me and your senior sister, the terrain here is very complicated, once you get lost, it is easy to get lost. Other missionaries were also admonishing their students. Soon, everyone began to go deep into this secret realm. This is really
really not small. The roads are connected in all directions, so many people enter the secret realm, and they quickly disperse.
Chisho seemed to be very familiar with this, and in the face of a large number of intersections, he had almost no hesitation and walked in a fixed direction. Suyu was ready to follow Chisho first, look at the situation first, and then find the way to the realm of the realm. After advancing for a moment, Chisho continued to advise. Once you encounter strange beasts in the 4 or 5 realms, you don't have to take action, protect yourself and your senior sister and I will solve it. If you encounter strange beasts below the 3 realms, you can take action again. Suyu nodded in cooperation. After this period of cultivation, his strength improved again. The talented warrior had liquefied 60 star veins and entered the 6th floor of the Zhou Tian realm. The ancient martial artist has almost finished tempering the last kidney, and now he is at the peak of martial arts.
It only takes one opportunity to enter the realm of Wu Jun.
Even if he did not enter the transcendent state, the strange beasts in the 4 realms were no longer Suyu's opponents at all. Xiaoxi in his arms grew up faster, and he had fallen into a deep sleep of advancement. When he woke up again, it was estimated that he was a strange beast from the 5 realms comparable to a grandmaster. While a few people were talking, a strange beast from the 4 realms suddenly rushed out not far away. This is an insect-like beast, with a pair of compound eyes and long limbs like joints, and a pair of tentacles on its forehead. This insect-like beast had strong hind limbs and moved forward by jumping, but it was very fast, and it reached Suyu's 5 people in the blink of an eye. The IQ of insects and beasts is not high, and after seeing a few people, they rushed up with their teeth and claws. "Let me go!" Ji Shanshan jumped out, and the long knife behind her was pushed by her shoulder, drawing an arc and slashing towards the insect-like beast. Boom! With a bang, Ji Shanshan's attack was very powerful, but it was cut off. This is an insect-like beast that is biased towards speed, and it is obviously somewhat restrained by Ji Shanshan, a martial artist who was heavy and aggressive. Ji Shanshan missed a blow, feeling that she had lost face in front of her junior brothers and sisters, and her face was a little unbearable. She suddenly snorted, and she also moved her real character. Red flames rose all over her body, and Ji Shanshan was a talented warrior who awakened the fire attribute. The flame burned violently on his body, just as the mucus shot out of the insect-like beast evaporated out of thin air. Stunt, sun slash. A huge flame blade slashed at the insect-like beast. Boom! The fiery flames swept around in an instant, and the surrounding temperature instantly increased. But I didn't expect that although this move hit the insect-like beast, the other party was not dead yet. It just looks a little embarrassing. A cloud of green energy rose from the carapace on the opponent's body. At the same time, a liquid was secreted to counteract the scorching power of the flame. The carapace on the body curls slightly, emitting a burning smell. After all, it was a strange beast from the 4 realms, and it belonged to the same realm as Ji Shanshan, and she couldn't take down the other party for a while. Ji Shanshan cut out the flame blade again, and Suyu found that Ji Shanshan's knife skills were not bad. It has reached the level of the peak of the 3rd stage. If the 3-stage skill can issue stunts, the representative of the 4-stage skill is that all your moves have the power of stunts. Kill. Ji Shanshan's current knife moves have begun to show the prototype of the stunt. After a while, as Ji Shanshan slashed down with another scorching sun, she finally cut off the heads of these strange beasts in the 4 realms. She gasped slightly and took a deep breath. Not to mention, the strange beasts in these 4 realms are still a bit difficult to kill. The speed is too fast, she explained, and then watched Suyu and the others smile and put the big knife back on their backs, standing there motionless, as if waiting for something. Meng Rue excitedly rushed to the corpse of the strange beast, looking left and right. "Senior sister Ji, how did you do that blade just now? You just cut off the monster's head like that. You're so powerful." As he spoke, Meng Rue also gestured left and right with his hand, imitating Ji Shanshan's move just now. It can be seen that this Meng Rue sincerely admires Ji Shanshan's strength. Suyu and Wang Jia looked at each other, and then they reacted, and quickly applauded. "Senior sister. Amazing." Hearing the compliments of several people, Ji Shanshan nodded in satisfaction. "Don't be afraid. Don't worry, I have your senior sister over you and everything." Then she waved her hand. "Keep going. Senior sister is powerful." Meng Rue was very cooperative and followed Ji Shanshan. Suyu and Wang Jia agreed, looked at each other again, and the corners of their mouths twitched a little. This Ji Shanshan doesn't seem to know much about Suyu's strength. Chisho's expression was also a little strange. Ji Shanshan had just come back, and he didn't seem to tell the other party that Suyu's feat of killing Ma Jishuan, who had killed the 4 realms with one shot, at the opening ceremony. According to Suyu's performance at that time, the strength of him and Ji Shanshan was actually not much different, or even a little stronger. He asked Ji Shanshan to follow him this time, in fact, mainly to let her take care of Meng Rue. Suyu and Wang Jia were personally protected by him. Ji Shanshan, the senior sister's posture, I don't know how long it can be maintained. Chisho shook his head. It was not the time to remind Ji Shanshan at this time. I hope he won't be too embarrassed after seeing Suyu's true strength. Chisho patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, keep going." Suyu nodded and agreed. Okay. As the 5 of them continued to go deeper, the environment of this secret realm became more and more empty. From time to time, there were also sounds of other teams fighting with these insect-like beasts. However, the sound is getting farther and farther away, and it is obvious that everyone has gradually dispersed now. Suyu was also constantly carefully observing the surrounding environment, corresponding to the place in his heart one by one, but until now, there was no clue about the situation. On the way forward, they also encountered several strange beasts from the three realms, and Suyu and Xiaoingha took turns to make moves. Basically, it's easy to kill, and basically you don't need to make a second move. Ji Shanshan's eyelids jumped when she saw it. The talents of these two junior brothers and sisters seemed to be a bit unusual. She just probably heard that the two of them had good talents, and Master Chisho attached great importance to them. Ji Shanshan didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, she didn't know the level of his teacher Chisho, and what an excellent genius he would be to choose Chisho as a preacher. But now she felt that she was obviously underestimating her two juniors, and the situation was different from what she imagined. The strength of these two people is not the same compared to when they first entered school. Killing strange beasts of the same level in seconds, in a place like Yanjing Wuhan University, where geniuses gather, it is also a first-class student. We're going to camp in this secret place tonight. Let's find a suitable place to rest later. After advancing again for a while, Chisho arranged the way. Such a large-scale actual combat simulation of the secret realm naturally could not end in one day, and they had already prepared to stay in this secret realm for a few days. For them warriors, it was okay to go without sleep for several nights. But after all, it's not a mission, there's no need to work so hard. They still need to rest properly and maintain the best fighting condition. Soon, several people found a relatively flat and wide place. At this time, space equipment has gradually begun to become popular, and Chisho also has a space bracelet. However, the space was much smaller than the space ring given by Xiaobing Suyu. Only very simple camping gear can be installed. But they didn't have to make it too complicated, just have a place to rest. Several people made a simple arrangement, took turns to rest for a while and then hit the road again. Teacher Chi, let's go this way. Suyu, who had not gone far again, lit up in his eyes. He saw countless pipe-like things attached to the ground, spreading into the depths of the secret realm. How similar this scene is to the description of the realm within the realm. Chisho wanted to take some of the routes he had taken last time, which he was more familiar with and safer. I don't know why Suyu took the initiative to speak and proposed the opposite direction. He suddenly looked at Suyu with a puzzled face, wanting to hear Suyu's explanation. I feel like these pipes are interesting, and I feel like there might be something good here. Suyu could only find an excuse and say, Junior brother Su, you are too naive. This place is almost rotten for people to explore. The reason why there are still some strange beasts is just because no one wants to clean them up. How can there be treasures left behind? Before Chisho could answer, Ji Shanshan came over, looked at Suyu with some amusement and said, she felt that Suyu was still a little naive. After all, he was young and had less knowledge. But Chisho still loved his disciple very much, and since Suyu had spoken, he turned his head and said to several people, since Suyu wants to go, let's go over there to take a look. The five of them immediately changed their course and walked in the direction of the strange pipes. Suyu didn't expect that the scope of this pipe was very large, and each pipe was very long, and there was almost no end in sight. The ground in this secret realm was already a little strange, a little soft, and very elastic to step on. But this kind of pipe stuck in the ground is even softer, and when you step on it with your foot, the pipe will sink in, and it will bounce back after a while, not like something that should exist underground. Suyu didn't figure out what this pipeline was, but it didn't matter. The important thing was to find the realm within the realm first. Several people went deeper along the extended pipe. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Xiaoingha suddenly sighed, only to see that everything in front of them turned purple at this time. If you look closely, there are things like spider webs all over the space. It's just that these spider webs are lilac and dense, and you can't see the head at a glance, so the entire space is reflected purple. These things are so dense, Suyu is going to commit trypophobia. He doesn't feel any beauty. He glanced at Xiaoingha strangely, not knowing how long the other party's aesthetics were. Chisho, who saw the scene in front of him, was also a little hesitant, but he seemed to know what was here. This is a more dangerous place in this secret realm, a nest of some spider-like beasts. Does Suyu want to go deeper? Suyu looked at the pipeline that continued to extend forward, and naturally he was unwilling to give up, but he still asked first, is the realm of strange beasts inside very high? Teacher, you can't handle it? Chisho shook his head. That's not the case. There are no strange beasts that have reached the 5 realms. There will be no threat to me. Maybe the number of strange beasts will be a bit large. I am afraid that Meng Rui's strength is a little weaker. It will be a little dangerous. At this time, Ji Shanshan spoke. It's okay. Teacher, don't worry. I will protect Meng Rui. The strange beast here is a spider-like beast, which is just restrained by Ji Shanshan's fire attribute. She was just going to find some of the last scene here and torture these strange beasts in front of her junior brothers and sisters. Hearing Ji Shanshan say this, looking at Suyu who was also eager to try, Chisho no longer hesitated. Okay, then be careful, everyone. Let's move on. As soon as the 5 people entered the area of the purple cobwebs, the cobwebs kept vibrating vibrating as if they were alive. Just when Suyu thought that these cobwebs would take the initiative to attack them, unexpectedly, these cobwebs began to shrink rapidly, revealing a path to the inside.
Did these strange beasts find them?
Suyu looked at the exposed road suspiciously, not knowing whether to continue moving forward.
Do these strange beasts mean to take the initiative to give in to them, or are they inviting you into the urn?
They are afraid of us. Ha, a little strange beast, it has quite a few eyes. Ji Shanshan carried her huge long knife, didn't think much about it at all, and walked towards the inside of the spider web.
Suyu has a black line. Has Ji Shanshan always been so reckless? So how did she live until now? Chisho couldn't help but remind Shanshan, be careful too.
Ji Shanshan agreed and took the lead in walking inside. These cobwebs deepened with Suyu and the others, and there was indeed no sign of wanting to attack a few people. Until they came to the end of this area, they did not encounter any strange beasts. At this time, Suyu saw the scene at the end of the road. His eyes lit up suddenly. At the end of the cobweb is a narrow bridge 2 or 3 meters wide, and at the end of the bridge is a semicircular portal from which countless pipes spread. Not only that, but the walls next to the portal are covered with such pipes.
This space is like a pipe. It's here.
Suyu suddenly became excited. This place was almost the same as the description of the entrance to the realm at that time. Chisho had obviously never been here, and his eyes were a little curious.
What is this?
Suyu also urged, teacher, let's go in and take a look. Maybe there is something good. Just as everyone was about to enter the portal along the narrow bridge, a huge shadow suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. I saw a behemoth at least 5 meters long fall from the sky. Feeling the other party's breath, Chisho's expression changed and he shouted, okay,
this is a spider beast, like a translucent crystal purple, and the eyes on its face flash red like a lantern.
There were a total of 8 red lights, large and small, which looked a little seeping, and this turned out to be a strange beast of the 5 realms. Chisho's face suddenly changed. In his impression, it is said that the strongest in this secret realm is only the 4 realms strange beasts. When did these 5 realms strange beasts appear? Afraid that Suyu and the others would be injured, Chisho's figure flashed and he hurriedly greeted him.
But in the next second, the 5th order spider let out a silent roar.
I saw countless red lights lit up behind it, densely filling the entire space, making people's backs tingle. These are all spider beasts from the 3rd and 4th realms, but there are too many of them, and they are all hidden behind the spider webs.
Chisho was completely panicked now, and shouted loudly to Suyu and the others, you guys go quickly. Boom!
Chisho's body burst out with filamentous energy, and he was a rare awakening of wind-type mutation attributes. Although this filamentous energy is not strong in attack, it is large in quantity and can effectively contain the enemy, which is just the right situation. Countless energies swept towards the spider beasts in all directions, and he alone controlled most of them.
We're just dragging down the teacher here.
Ji Shanshan shouted. It was obviously too late to return the same way, and a large number of spider beasts blocked the way back. She could only drag Meng Rue and Suyu and a few others to run towards the portal at the end. But just when a few people were about to enter the portal, several spider beasts from the 4 realms led 7 or 8 spider beasts from the 3 realms, and they didn't know where they came out again.
Looking for death.
Ji Shanshan's face changed, but she did not hesitate, handed Meng Rue into Suyu's hands, and said firmly, you go first.
Here it is for me.
Her heart trembled slightly, but she was extremely determined. With such a large number of spider beasts, she was probably no match for her, but she would die in front of her junior brothers. This is her responsibility as a senior sister, and she must protect her junior brothers and sisters. At this moment, he felt that he was incomparably great. She didn't look back. I'm afraid Suyu and the others behind her would be moved to cry. But what she didn't expect was that Suyu's calm voice came from behind. Senior sister, I'll do it.
Suyu crossed Ji Shanshan's back and walked towards the spider beasts.
She took out her dragon spear, and the thunder and electricity on the gun swirled, as if there was a real dragon phantom swimming on it. Seeing that Suyu actually wanted to make a move, Ji Shanshan had a serious expression and quickly stopped.
Suyu, don't be strong. Hurry up, let's go. But in the next second, her expression changed instantly.
I saw Suyu's figure like lightning, extremely fast, and his spear turned into a purple thunder dragon. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and directly met those spider beasts.
Click. Ji Shanshan didn't have time to stop it.
In the blink of an eye, they saw a bull-sized hole in the middle of the body of the 4-realm spider beast closest to them, and the whole body had been carbonized.
One-shot kill.
No, so strong. Ji Shanshan was dumbfounded.
Is this science?
Although she can also kill a spider in the 4 realms, she will definitely not be able to do such a heavy instant kill. This is a bit too easy. This is not the end. I saw that under Suyu's shot, countless purple thunder and lightning spread in all directions along the surrounding cobwebs. Those spider beasts that had not yet approached were also instantly paralyzed and temporarily fixed on the ground. Suyu's spear tip glowed with a hint of gold. He had already used a trace of chaotic energy, and at this time, the destructive power of the dragon spear was even more terrifying. In the face of those spider beasts in the 4 realms, it was even more one shot at a time, and their defenses were like paper paste. At this time, Wang Jie also exerted her strength, and when she saw Suyu make a move, she was mentally prepared, and she had already seen Suyu's strength. She took out a green longbow, pulled the bowstring full, and shot green attribute energy frantically. Her purpose was clear. Suyu killed the strange beasts in the 4 realms, and she killed the strange beasts in the 3 realms. Purple thunder spread wildly around Suyu, and those spider beasts were suddenly paralyzed by lightning and their movements were restricted. This has become a living target for Wang Jia. In a few breaths, 7 or 8 strange beasts from the 3 realms were directly shot into a sieve by Wang Jia, obviously dying no more. Ji Shanshan did not expect that in her eyes, she would be cleared by Suyu and Wang Jia in a blink of an eye. It's too strong. Suyu, is this still a warrior of the 3 realms? No, even if you kill the same realm in seconds, you can even kill the 4 realms in seconds. She only now knows the true strength of her junior brother and sister. Even if it was Wang Jia's performance at this time, it was also their strength in the top 10 that year. Not to mention Suyu, she had never seen this kind of freak who crossed the border and killed in seconds. Kill. Nang Rui's mouth was also wide open, and his heart was obviously shocked by hundreds of millions of dollars. At this time, Ji Shanshan thought that she had been showing herself strong in front of the 2 of them at that time. She also proudly said that she wanted to protect the 2 of them, and now she wanted to find a hole in the ground to get into. It's not that you 2 are so strong. You said it earlier, I feel like a clown. In front of the 2 of them, she felt like a recruit egg. Looking at the last beasts on the field, he was also stabbed to death by Suyu. Ji Shanshan swallowed her saliva. Suyu's posture, it was estimated that 1 shot would be enough to kill her in seconds. Chisho was also extremely surprised to see the situation here. In just 1 month, he felt that Suyu had become stronger again. He also began to discover the situation on Suyu's side. He knew that with the strength of Suyu and the 2, at least he had the ability to deal with it, and he could wait for him to clean up the strange beasts here to support the 2 of them. But he didn't expect Suyu and the others to kill so easily. He had just started, and it was over there. It seems that he also has to work harder. He can't let his 2 apprentices flatten him. His body shook, and the power of blood and energy passed into his long knife. But at this moment, Chisho seemed to have discovered something, and shouted loudly at Suyu in horror. Suyu, be careful. Hearing Chisho's voice, Suyu also noticed that something was wrong around him, and his face suddenly twisted. A slender spider leg suddenly appeared, like a sharp spear, stabbing at Suyu's chest. Only then did Suyu realize that there was still a spider beast of the 5 realms hidden in the space. This spider beast was a dark attribute and could hide its figure. Fortunately, Suyu was not fighting by himself, only to see the shadow under his feet as if he had come to life, and the shadow also turned into a spear in his hand. Touch! The spear collided with the spider leg, but after all, it was a strange beast comparable to a grandmaster in the 5 realms. This shot only deflected the spider's leg a few inches, avoiding Suyu's vital points and still piercing his chest. Suyu's eyes flashed, and now he was not in full strength. After he entered the transcendent state now, he could activate the heart of the god of war to deliver a blow that surpassed the grandmaster level. Even if it was a strange beast of the 5 realms of this level, he could still kill one in an instant. Just when he wanted to desperately urge the heart of the god of war to kill this spider beast in seconds. Boom! Chisho made a loud noise over there, as if something had been broken. I saw that at this time, Chisho was burning with terrifying blood and blood. The rich power of chi and blood made Suyu feel a fiery feeling. How can this feeling be a bit inexplicably familiar? This is a visualization of the sun. At this time, Suyu was also a little confused. Teacher Chisho was also a talented martial artist and an ancient martial artist? Moreover, the realm of his ancient martial artist was obviously stronger than that of a talented martial artist, and his cultivation was very similar to his great sun visualization. He was suddenly a little surprised. Why doesn't he know about this? I saw that Chisho, who was bursting with chi and blood, turned into a red energy, and with a single knife he split the spider beast in front of him in half. Then the whole person turned into a blood-colored meteor and smashed in front of Suyu with a bang. Looking for death. The hot chi and blood on the long knife in his hand made Suyu a little unable to open his eyes. With such a close distance, he completely confirmed at this time that Chisho's absolute cultivation was the great sun visualization map. This is too coincidental. Chisho did not hesitate at all, and the long knife in his hand slashed out again, turning into a long red rainbow. The spider beast of the 5 realms in front of Suyu also exploded in an instant and died completely. Now, the spider beasts around Suyu have been cleaned up. The remaining spider beasts in the distance did not dare to come out again, hiding deeper into the spider web. After being safe, Chisho's face flushed, and his fingers were pointed to his chest, and Suyu saw dozens of lights shining on the other party's body. His pupils shrank suddenly. No, this is how many holes have been lit up. How can he not give up too much compared to the previous life? How is this possible? However, Chisho's strength was only in the Grandmaster realm. Teacher, are you okay? At this time, Chisho didn't seem to be in a very good state. His whole body was surging with blood, and blood overflowed from his mouth. How is this somewhat similar to the effect after he used the heart of the god of war? Suyu hurriedly put his hand on Chisho's back and entered a wave of chi and blood power to help Chisho smooth out the chi and blood in his body. body. This time it was Chisho's turn to be surprised. He knew that Suyu also practiced ancient martial arts, but he didn't expect the power of chi and blood in Suyu's body to be so strong. This is much stronger than the energy of his talented martial artist. Chisho patted Suyu's hand. I'm fine, don't worry, I'm sick. It's just that I haven't been active for too long, just rest for a while. They were now in front of the portal, and they could see that the portal was very empty, like a hall. Now the environment outside the portal is clearly not suitable for rest, so Suyu helped Chisho into the hall and found a safer place. Then Chisho sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his state. Suyu's eyes flashed when he looked at Chisho's appearance. Obviously he didn't know enough about Chisho. In his previous life, although Chisho helped him a lot, Suyu was too weak and not his real disciple, and Chisho told him very little about himself. Looking at Chisho's performance today, Suyu also instantly figured out some things in his previous life. No wonder he was an ancient martial artist at that time, and Chisho was a talented martial artist, but he gave him so much help in his martial arts path because Chisho is simply an ancient martial artist, and the realm of the ancient martial artist is higher. The second is about the Great Sun visualization, and he got the Great Sun visualization diagram when he was in the later stages of his cultivation. At that time, he was already in the realm of grandmasters, and now that he thinks about it, the reason why he went to that secret realm really has something to do with Chisho. At that time, Chisho had died on the battlefield of all races, but he left a suicide note for Suyu. Let him go to a friend of his own and give him a task. Let Suyu help him take care of one of his juniors, and the reason why he went to that secret place was related to Chisho's junior. Now that I think about it, it is not a coincidence that he got the Great Sun visualization map, and if he hadn't helped Chisho take care of that junior, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this Great Sun visualization. I see. Thinking about this, Suyu suddenly had a feeling of sudden realization, but his speculation about Chisho's identity did not diminish at all, and he inferred from the Moon Kaming Sutra that Yuning taught him last time. This Great Sun visualization is likely to be related to the Sun family, which is the three major families of the Sun, Moon, and stars in the immortal race, and his star vein meditation method is related to the star family. At this time, Chisho's identity became more and more confusing, including the fact that the other party killed the student. Chisho had always been secretive, and Suyu did not dare to mention it at all. On top of a lonely mountain, the silver moonlight fell on a beautiful girl with black hair and golden eyes. The girl wore the white robe of an ancient woman, with a fairy aura and a quiet temperament. In such an environment, the whole person is incredibly beautiful, like a fairy in the fairy world. It's just that she frowned, holding a small narrow sword in her arms, as if she was thinking about something. Xiaoingha, I'm still thinking about that kid. At this time, a man wearing a golden battle armor slowly floated down from the air, with a burly figure, like a god of war. It was Yuning's eldest brother Yufeng, and when he saw Yuning's appearance, he knew that she was missing Suyu again. He was a little speechless. He really couldn't figure out what was good about that kid Suyu that could make his good sister never forget. Xiaoingha, I am here to inform you to go to the family meeting. This time the birth of our three major clans is the first major event now. We want to fight for more interests for the family, but it's not the time for children to love each other. Hearing Yufeng's words, Yuning's golden eyes suddenly lit up. What? We're going to be born. That means I can go to the human race to find Suyu. Yay! Great, big brother, thank you for telling me. Yuning's focus is obviously not in the same place as Yufeng. Let's go, big brother. What are you waiting for? Then, Yuning hurriedly soared into the air and flew in the direction of the family. Yufeng was speechless, covering his forehead, not knowing what to say. In an abandoned palace, Deng Wanyu frowned. She was looking at the students who were killing the dolls in front of her. These dolls have a human appearance, but at the joints, there is an obvious mechanical structure, and they are not living people at first glance. However, being able to make a doll to this extent can be regarded as ingenious. Yu Jiahao and the other four disciples were fighting with these puppets. Although there are a lot of these dolls, the strongest is only the strength of the three realms, and it is not difficult for them to deal with them. So Deng Wanyu only watched quietly from the side and did not make a move. She was obviously worried about something. Wanyu, we're back. Song Weijie came from afar with more than a dozen of his students. Deng Wanyu looked at Song Weijie, calling herself so affectionately with a flattering look. She frowned suddenly, a little unhappy. Teacher Song, I think you should still call me by name in the future, or you can call me Teacher Deng. Looking at Deng Wanyu's rejection of people thousands of miles away, Song Weijie didn't care at all. He was used to it. Being able to invite him to break into the secret realm alone has already shown his specialness in Deng Wanyu's heart. He still said with a smile, Wanyu, I went over there to investigate just now. You were right, there is really an exit over there. As long as the engine is turned off, we can leave from there. After Deng Wanyu and Song Weijie entered this secret realm, everything went smoothly at first, and they had gradually penetrated into the core area, and also obtained some valuable materials. Although there are some dangers, they are all within their control. But Deng Wanyu always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was wrong. Taking advantage of the time when the lake repair was recovered, Suyu began to look at the entire hall. I saw that the various pipes in this hall were more dense, whether it was the floor or the walls, they were almost made up of that pipe. Looking at the scene here, I suddenly became excited. That's it. This is definitely the entrance to the realm within that situation, exactly the same as the description in the record. But Suyu didn't really come in his previous life after all. He just listened to others mention it, and he still needed to find out how to get in. Senior brother Su, what are you looking for? Watching Suyu walk around this hall, either touching here or there, Mangrui leaned over curiously. Suyu didn't hide it, smiled and said directly, I think this side may be the entrance to the realm within the realm, so look for it. Mangrui immediately opened his mouth wide. Is it the legendary realm in the realm? Senior brother is so powerful, you can find this. Ji Shanshan also came over. Junior brother Suyu, you are so bitter that you hide from me. You are so strong that you don't tell my senior sister, but you really should fight. Hearing Ji Shanshan say this, Suyu scratched his head embarrassedly, not knowing how to answer. Fortunately, Ji Shanshan didn't really let Suyu answer anything, so she continued, how can junior brother see that this is the entrance to the realm within the realm? Suyu naturally didn't know how to explain it, so he couldn't say that he had heard about it in his previous life. He could only reply casually, I think this room is different from other places, so I guess there may be something special here. Ji Shanshan suddenly felt that Suyu was a little cute. Where is it so easy to find a place like the realm in the realm? How many people have to come here? Even if there is, it has long been discovered. She just wanted Suyu not to be so naive, but before her words could be spoken, the entire hall suddenly shook, as if some mechanism had been triggered. A crack suddenly opened in the originally empty hall. Space crack. The space crack is the crack that the barrier is torn apart when the secret realm appears. On the other side of the space crack, an abandoned palace could already be clearly seen, which was completely different from the scene here. Ji Shanshan was directly stunned. No, there is really a realm within a realm here. So you didn't know what was going on. He hadn't found a way to enter the realm within the realm. He didn't expect this crack to open by itself. But at this moment, as the crack in the space grew bigger and bigger, several familiar figures faintly appeared. The leading man and woman were Deng Wanyu and Song Weijie, followed by their students, and Yu Jiahao was also in the crowd. After seeing Suyu and a few people, these two people were also confused. They had finally found another exit for this secret realm, but they didn't expect to see Suyu and the others after opening it. Chisho also stood up at this time, and saw Deng Wanyu and Song Weijie appearing in front of him like this. After the three of them met, they were inexplicably embarrassed. Deng Wanyu glanced at Chisho, snorted, and turned her head. Song Weijie glared at Chisho viciously and asked loudly, why are you here? The next second, Chisho first glanced at Deng Wanyu, saw that the other party was not looking at him, and turned his head to choke Fan Weijie. Where our love is, what does it have to do with you? Fan Weijie was suddenly choked a lot just when he wanted to fight back. The whole space suddenly shook, boom. With a loud noise, the entire hall seemed to come to life, and countless pipes began to wriggle. Immediately afterwards, the entire hall began to shrink violently, and the portal that Suyu and the others entered was also closed. Looking at the outer wall of the hall that was getting closer and closer, Chisho's eyes flashed, and he gave the order directly without the slightest hesitation. Let's go. Let's enter the space crack. No, you are not allowed to. Song Weijie still wanted to stop it, but he didn't expect Chisho to suddenly make a move and kicked Fan Weijie, who was blocking the door of the crack. Although Song Weijie was a great grandmaster powerhouse, Chisho's attack was very sudden. In addition, Chisho is also an ancient martial artist, and his body is already stronger than that of a talented martial artist. Song Weijie was suddenly kicked and stumbled, although he was not injured, but he also took a few steps back, giving way to the entrance to the space crack. Chisho ignored Song Weijie's reaction, and led Suyu and a few others directly into the space crack. After entering the space crack, there was a ruined wall around, but it can be seen that this place should have been a palace, and it can be seen that this palace complex was once very luxurious. Click, click, click. In the surrounding ruins, 7 or 8 dolls stood up, and without saying anything, they rushed towards Suyu and the 5 people. The strength of these dolls is not very good, and the strongest is only about the 3 realms. Suyu and the others smashed these dolls into pieces without much effort. At this moment, Deng Wanyu and Song Weijie also got back from the space crack, but they looked a little embarrassed. Although he was not injured, his expression was also extremely anxious. Obviously the situation on the other side of the hall, even Deng Wanyu of the martial saint realm could not control it. Damn! What the hell is there, and why are those walls so hard? As soon as Song Weijie came out, he began to complain wildly, obviously trying to forcibly break through the wall over there but failed. And after those walls were stimulated, they shrank faster, and Song Weijie and the others had to run back. Deng Wanyu seemed to think of something. Wouldn't that be the abandoned secret place where our school organized trials? The characteristic of the abandoned secret realm is that it cannot be forcibly destroyed. Regardless of the walls and the ground, there is a kind of elasticity, and any attack will be cancelled. Let's go. She didn't expect that after a big turn, she would return to the starting point. The secret realm she was looking for was actually connected to the abandoned secret realm organized by Yenching University. Song Weijie was angry when he saw Chisho. Just now, Chisho suddenly made a move on himself, caught himself off off guard and actually lost the opponent's move. There was such a big scandal in front of Deng Wanyu and the students, how could he give up? Chisho, why did you attack me just now? You're tired of living. Saying that, he was going to go over to teach him a lesson. But at this time, Deng Wanyu stood between the two without a trace. Song Weijie, let's talk about personal grievances later. Let's figure out the situation here first. Deng Wanyu had already spoken, and Song Weijie could only put down the spear in his hand angrily. After a while, several people finally exchanged information, and Suyu also figured out the situation here. It turned out that after Deng Wanyu and a few others entered this secret realm, they began to harvest really well, and picked up some rare medicinal materials and alloy materials. But they are not particularly valuable, they are just scraps of these palaces. Immediately afterwards, some dolls appeared, which were not very strong and were quickly cleaned up by them. But then the problem arose, they found that the exit had also disappeared, and they were completely trapped. And this secret realm is actually not large, basically this space, there is nothing else. After they kept searching, they finally found a place similar to a switch, but what they didn't expect was, after opening the mechanism, they actually entered the abandoned secret realm where Suyu is located. At this time, Chisho, Deng Wanyu, and Song Weijie sat in the center to discuss what to do next. Suyu and other students gathered around, waiting for the preacher's decisions. Suyu looked at the three Chisho who were discussing, and how he looked and felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Song Weijie always looked at Deng Wanyu with a flattering face, and he always raised his hands in approval of what Deng Wanyu said. Chisho and Song Weijie naturally couldn't get used to anyone, and if it weren't for the situation, the two would not have sat together reluctantly. Deng Wanyu's face was flat, and she seemed to be very cold to both of them. But Suyu could feel that Deng Wanyu's eyes were always focused on Chisho's body. Faced with the situation where everyone was trapped in this secret realm, the three of them didn't discuss anything for a long time. Exploring the secret realm as trapped, which is naturally no longer uncommon in this battlefield of 10,000 races. Naturally, they also have the means to notify the school, but the consumption is extremely large, and they will not use it easily until the last step. Suyu didn't know what to do at this time. This place was also different from the realm he knew. The secret realm he knew should be a trial-type secret realm. It is the place where disciples were tempered in ancient times, and if they only passed the trial, they could get some rewards. And the best items obtained through trials include treasures that can heal Soviet wars. But Suyu looked at the ruins in front of him, where was the shadow of the trial. Hey, junior brother. At this moment, Ji Shanshan leaned in front of Suyu, and she asked in a low voice, does that person have any conflict with you? Why does he always look at you so much? Do you need a senior sister to help you teach him a lesson? Although Ji Shanshan knew Suyu's strength, she still habitually protected Suyu. Suyu turned his head to look, and then he knew who Ji Shanshan was talking about. I saw that Yu Jiahao, the champion of the martial arts examination, was staring at him with a provocative face. Suyu was a little speechless, how could he have time to compete with these children? Rejecting Ji Shanshan's kindness, he was still ready to go around first. Suyu simply turned around, although the buildings here were seriously damaged, but Suyu could still barely see from this ruin that this should be a place of trial. It's just that why this place was suddenly destroyed to such an extent, it stands to reason that this place should not have been discovered yet. And Deng Wanyu actually knew the location of this secret realm. Could it be that because of some of the things he did in this life, it had already affected this secret realm? Ah, don't come here. Senior sister, save me. At this moment, Suyu heard a scream. I saw that a doll suddenly appeared near Meng Rui, who was originally standing in the corner, although the doll was only 3 realms, but it was far from being something Meng Rui could solve. Miso. The long knife behind Ji Shanshan directly turned into a parabola, and the doll was stuck on the ground with a knife. Meng Rui's face turned pale, and he trotted and hid behind Ji Shanshan, and everyone watching was speechless. The students here are all masters, and Meng Rui was even frightened by a puppet of the 3 realms, which made everyone a little speechless. Ha, Chisho, that's your student. This is too funny, right? Not to mention the strength, even this courage is not suitable for being a warrior. Song Weijie looked at Chisho with a mocking face. Chisho consciously lost face, but he didn't complain about Meng Rui, he just said coldly to Song Weijie, just take care of yourself. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Just when Ji Shanshan went over to retrieve her big knife, the ground shook suddenly, and the ground exploded suddenly, and a huge puppet palm suddenly stretched out from the ground, instantly grabbing Ji Shanshan in his hand. I saw a puppet giant with a height of more than 10 meters on its upper body suddenly burst out of the ground. This turned out to be a powerful doll comparable to the Grandmaster of the 5 realms. Shanshan. Chisho's eyes were about to crack, and he was the first to rush out. The red light of the long knife flashed, and he slashed at the puppet and grabbed Ji Shanshan's right hand. At this time, most of the doll's body was still underground, and only one hand was stretched out. In the face of Chisho's attack, it was forced to let go of Ji Shanshan, and then grabbed Chisho with a palm. Suyu was quick-eyed and quick-witted, and took advantage of Ji Shanshan's lack of landing. He picked up the other party and fled away instantly. The huge body of the doll has all come out of the ground. This doll is huge, covering the sky and the sun, giving people a great sense of oppression. Fortunately, the strength is only the strength of the Five Realms Grandmaster, which is comparable to that of Chisho. Between the waves of his fists, the terrifying fist wind made people unable to open their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Chisho had already fought several moves with the giant doll. Chisho is a strong human after all, and his actual combat effectiveness is still stronger than that of puppets of the same level. After a few rounds, Chisho found a gap and slashed at the puppet's neck with a knife. If this knife is cut off, this doll will have to peel off the skin if it does not die. Seeing that the red light on his knife was about to hit the neck of the giant doll, Chisho's body flashed red, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from his mouth, and the long knife in his hand became soft and weak. But the giant doll didn't have any softness, and took advantage of Chisho's weakness, clasped his palms together, and slammed at Chisho. Snap! Chisho couldn't resist at all in the air, and the whole person was caught in the middle by a palm. This happened too quickly for everyone to react. No one expected that Chisho, who originally had the upper hand, would suddenly spit out blood, and the whole person fell into the hands of the puppet in an instant. Suyu was shocked, his whole body was full of chi and blood, and he was ready to rescue Chisho. But there is one person who was faster at this time. Chisho! Deng Wanyu let out a shrill cry, and directly turned into a streamer and crashed towards the giant doll. The strength of the martial saint is undoubted, and the giant doll was instantly torn apart and directly scrapped. Chisho's body also fell from the sky. Deng Wanyu hurriedly took off into the air, wrapped her hands around Chisho, and directly hugged his princess. Deng Wanyu's eyelids jumped when he saw Song Weijie's actions. Such close contact between the two suddenly made him a little uncomfortable. He took the initiative to reach out and wanted to take Chisho in Deng Wanyu's arms, but Deng Wanyu's face was ugly, and she scolded directly, "Get out of the way." Then she directly bumped Song Weijie's outstretched hand aside and carefully put Chisho on the ground. When Suyu saw Chishoji lying on the ground, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The surface of Chisho's body was invisible, and a golden light flashed. This is golden body? How is this possible? Because the golden body is the symbol of becoming the ancient martial artist of the great Grandmaster realm. The cultivation of the ancient martial artist Grandmaster realm is to create a golden body. The golden body is also the only reliance of the ancient warrior to be able to compete with the talented warrior. But isn't Chisho a Grandmaster realm? Why is there a golden body? Suyu looked carefully at Chisho's body and saw that the golden light flowed on Chisho's skin and spread all over his body. The golden light was flawless, without a trace of chips, and it was indeed a perfect golden body. Boom! Under such a heavy attack of that doll, Chisho did not have a trace of scars on his body, not even a single broken skin. Only the golden body could do it. The Grandmaster realm has a golden body, and it does have the capital of pride. No wonder Chisho dared to take Suyu to walk around in that abandoned secret realm. However, Chisho's situation at this time was obviously not optimistic. His injury was not caused by the doll just now, but came from the inside of his body. At this time, Deng Wanyu was extremely anxious, grabbing Chisho's right hand as if she was sensing something. After a while, her white forehead seemed to be twisted into a twist. There was a hint of anger on his face. Chisho, what's going on with your body? Why don't you tell me? Deng Wanyu's angry expression showed a hint of distress, and she stretched out her hand as if she wanted to slap Chisho. But after raising his hand, he was obviously worried about Chisho's physical condition, and he never fell behind. Chisho looked at Deng Wanyu with a complicated expression, as if he wanted to say something, but with a mouthful, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Looking at Chisho's appearance, Deng Wanyu's distress was beyond words, and her voice softened. Okay, Chisho, stop talking, rest for a while. Song Weijie looked at the performance of the two, his eyes wide open, and his face was full of incredulity. He hasn't been pursuing Deng Wanyu for a day or two. He knows almost everything about who she knows, who she has a good relationship with, and who she usually intersects with. According to his understanding, Deng Wanyu and Chisho should not have any intersection at school. But now looking at the performance of Deng Wanyu and Chisho, the relationship is obviously not ordinary. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two now, Song Weijie scratched his ears and cheeks, wanting to ask about the relationship between the two, but he didn't dare, for fear that Deng Wanyu would be angry. This time Deng Wanyu called him to the secret place, and he was quite happy, thinking that it was a big improvement in their relationship. Unexpectedly, a Chisho suddenly appeared, hoping that the two were not the kind of relationship he imagined. At this time, Chisho's condition was a little better, but his expression was obviously a little sluggish. Deng Wanyu carefully examined Chisho's body, and her expression gradually became solemn. No, your physical injuries were not caused by this time. What are you? Her expression gradually became solemn, as if she thought of something that surprised her very much. Deng Wanyu suddenly looked a little sad. She bit her lip lightly, and suddenly said something that shocked the four directions. Chisho, how long have you been like this? You broke up with me at that time. It wouldn't be because of your body. Hearing this, Song Weijie's body trembled, and his whole body was dumbfounded. What breakup? Did they break up? That is to say, the two were once together. Song Weijie's eyes were wide open, and his whole body was stunned. He felt like his
heart was about to break. No way, no way. What he despises most is Chisho, but he didn't expect that Chisho and Deng Wanyu turned out to be a couple. And looking at the situation in front of him, it turned out that Chisho and Deng Wanyu had separated from each other. The goddess in his mind turned out to be someone else's girlfriend, and it seems that Deng Wanyu has been chasing Chisho, which makes him feel like a dead end. Song Weijie then remembered the time when he was invited to enter the secret realm. He was still a little curious at the time why Deng Wanyu kept looking at Chisho when he invited him. Now he figured it out. Deng Wanyu was angry and late in cultivating. When it was over, he found that he had become a part of the two's play. In fact, Deng Wanyu, as a martial saint, went to Yenjing Wuhan University to teach, originally for late practice. She and Chisho have a deep relationship, and the two have known each other for many years. Although Chisho suddenly took the initiative to break up with her, she still did not give up and stayed by Chisho's side, waiting for Chisho's explanation. When Chisho heard this, his eyes were red, and he didn't say a word. In fact, he had seen Deng Wanyu's performance over the years. He hadn't let go of Deng Wanyu, so how could he turn a blind eye? However, his time was running out, and he continued to get close to Deng Wanyu, and then made it even more uncomfortable when the two were separated. He didn't want to lose his identity as a preacher, and he didn't want to be by Deng Wanyu's side. At this time, the surrounding students were stunned by the situation in front of them. Everyone was full of disbelief. Teacher Deng and Teacher Chi were once a couple? Deng Wanyu looked like a 28-year-old girl at this time, and her appearance was also extremely beautiful. Looking at Chisho again, his hair is shawl, the stubble on his face is messy, and the whole person looks decadent. No matter how much they guessed, they couldn't bring these two people together. Although Suyu was also very surprised by the relationship between the two, he was even more worried about Chisho's body. He hurriedly approached Deng Wanyu and asked, "Teacher Deng, what's going on with Teacher Chi's body?" He also checked Chisho's body, but at that time he just felt that Chisho's chi and blood were chaotic, and he didn't see any other problems. Chisho was much better now, struggled to sit up, and said to Suyu, "Suyu, the teacher is fine, it's just some old injuries from cultivation, just rest for a while, don't worry." But when she heard Chisho say this, Deng Wanyu's eyes turned red again. "You still say that? Do you really think I can't see it? If your body continues like this, at most, it won't last 2 years." The more she spoke, the more her voice trembled, and her whole body choked up a little. What? Suyu's heart was shocked, and he couldn't last for 2 years at most. Has Teacher Chi reached such a serious level? At this time, he also figured out why Chisho, who had been in his previous life, would take on that mortal task. At that time, Suyu was still very puzzled, but now he understands it completely. It turned out that Chisho was already dead at that time, and he was running to die on that mission. How could this be? Suyu suddenly felt a little bitter in his mouth. He thought that as long as he prevented Chisho from carrying out that mortal mission in this life, he could save his life. But what Suyu didn't expect was that Chisho turned out to be a dying person. Deng Wanyu's eyes were red and she grabbed Chisho's hand. "Chisho, I won't let you die. No matter what method is used, I will let you survive. I'm fighting for my life. I have traveled all over the world. The battlefield of all races is so big, if I don't believe it, there is no way to save you." Looking at Deng Wanyu's excited appearance, Chisho sighed suddenly. "Hey, Wanyu, I didn't want to tell you back then, I was afraid of you. You are a martial saint powerhouse, your time is still a long time, there is no need to waste it on me, a useless person." But hearing Chisho's words, Deng Wanyu became even more excited. "Sure enough, I knew that you did it on purpose back then. In fact, you can't do it at that time." Chisho did not explain, which was equivalent to admitting Deng Wanyu's words in disguise. He and Deng Wanyu met when they were students, and the two confirmed their relationship very early. But Deng Wanyu has excellent talent, improves very quickly, not only strong, but also very outstanding. This made Chisho feel a lot of pressure, and he could only practice desperately. In fact, his talent is not bad, but compared to Deng Wanyu, he is always a bit worse. Chisho is also a genius. Since the realm can't keep up, in order to stay by Deng Wanyu's side, he began to work hard in terms of combat effectiveness, and he also began to study the cultivation of ancient martial artists. Only then did he realize that he was still a genius in cultivating ancient martial arts. And he was lucky, relying on the Great Sun visualization map, he even allowed him to create a golden body in the Grandmaster realm, which made his combat power comparable to that of a great Grandmaster in the Grandmaster realm. Just when he wanted to tell Deng Wanyu the good news, Deng Wanyu had just broken through the great Grandmaster and had entered the Martial Saint realm. After entering the Martial Saint realm, it can be regarded as truly entering the Transcendent realm, extending its lifespan and reshaping its physical body. Let Deng Wanyu's appearance go directly back to her 18-year-old. After the two met, Chisho felt even more unworthy of Deng Wanyu, and felt ashamed of himself, so he began to cultivate even more frantically, and several times he failed to break through the great Grandmaster, which made him even more decadent. It can be said that he is an ancient warrior and an ancient warrior. The ancient martial artist is originally a profession that has accumulated a lot of money, and there is a big sun visualization map. As long as he practices step by step, there will definitely be no problem in advancing. Moreover, he has
already condensed his golden body, and sooner or later he will be able to enter the realm of the martial saint. But in order to catch up with Deng Wanyu, he actually wanted to cross the great grandmaster as a grandmaster, directly enter the martial saint realm, and cross the two realms. The idea alone is shocking enough. The cultivation of the ancient martial artist grandmaster realm is to condense the golden body, while the cultivation of the ancient martial artist grandmaster realm is to completely change the mortal body of the body. Let the body truly enter the transcendent realm and achieve the strength of the martial saint. The golden body is the foundation for entering the transcendent. But Chisho was only a grandmaster realm after all, and his golden body was not really a complete golden body. For the ancient warrior, the great grandmaster can reshape the physical body, but at this time he only has the same defense as the golden body, but he cannot reach the supernatural power of the great grandmaster. With such a golden body breakthrough, the degree of difficulty can be imagined. But this is Chisho's genius, which really allowed him to find a feasible solution. But after all, this is a road that no one has taken, and the final result is obvious. Chisho, who had not practiced, gave up all his efforts before the last step of the breakthrough, and his whole body began to collapse. If it weren't for his golden body, he would have died long ago, and even if he didn't die now, his body was decaying rapidly. Normally, when he uses the abilities of the talented warrior, he can't see it, but once he uses the abilities of the ancient warriors, it will accelerate the decay rate of his body. At that time, in order to protect Suyu and the others, in a hurry, he directly used the abilities of the ancient warriors, which directly led to the recurrence of his old injuries. At this time, Suyu finally knew about the situation of Chisho, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. He frowned suddenly. This was not an injury, it was a failure to qualify and overdraw his full potential. Even including his lifespan, it is not so easy to save it. At least in his memory, even in his previous life, there was only something that could delay such an injury, and it was impossible to treat it. Suyu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. I'm afraid if he wanted to save Chisho, only that thing could do it. But that thing was also a legendary thing in the previous life. Whether it was there or not, even Suyu himself couldn't say. And the difficulty of taking this thing, even the god of war dare not say that he will definitely get it. Deng Wanyu stood up with firm eyes, and now the first thing to do is to leave this secret realm. The terrifying strength of the martial saint realm began to exert its strength. Since she couldn't find a way, she made a way. At this time, Deng Wanyu was like a war tyrannosaurus, and the long sword in her hand glowed blue-purple. Wherever she went, everything on the ground was smashed to powder by her. It seemed that he vented his frustration on the buildings of this secret realm. The rampage Deng Wanyu looked at Suyu and was secretly stunned. At this time, Deng Wanyu was too terrifying. This was to turn over the ground of the entire secret realm. Countless remaining dolls were found by Deng Wanyu and directly smashed into pieces. The palace, which had already collapsed, was beaten even more shattered by Deng Wanyu, and countless remaining stones fell. There were violent explosions everywhere throughout the secret realm. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. Grumpy women are too scary. Not to mention, under Deng Wanyu's crazy destruction, the secret realm really changed. As a large number of dolls were killed, the entire secret space began to shake violently. It seems that something big is going to happen in the secret realm. Deng Wanyu also stopped her movements at this time, stood beside Chisho, and looked around vigilantly. Buzz, buzz. A violent buzzing sound sounded, making everyone cover their ears. Even Deng Wanyu of the martial saint realm is no exception. This sound was like a magic sound in his ears, making Suyu only feel dizzy. His eyes were dark, and the whole person actually had a feeling of passing out. What the hell is this? Suyu only felt that a strange energy seemed to float around him. This is the power of the law. In a haze, he seemed to hear something. The trials have been reset. The challenge is over. You can leave the trial land. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment, a terrifying scene appeared. I saw that they were still standing on the same ruins as the ruins, but at this time, majestic and magnificent palaces were erected in front of them. These palaces are magnificent and have very different architectural styles. There is a clear stylistic division between the temples and the temples, which looked magnificent. Everyone was a little confused and didn't know what the hell was going on. What kind of energy can restore the palace that was originally in ruins in the blink of an eye? What's going on? Is this an illusion? Song Weijia's face was incredulous. He was already a great grandmaster, but he had never heard of such a terrifying method. This is the power of the law. Deng Wanyu spoke, and she was also full of surprise, but it was still explained according to some of her cognition. It is said that after becoming a half-step martial god, it is already the pinnacle of human evolution. The half-step martial god has entered the extraordinary level. All aspects have been greatly strengthened, and the lifespan has reached its peak. But if you want to go further, you must understand the power of the law in order to become a true martial god. Although there are many abilities to change reality, only the power of the law can achieve this degree of exaggeration. It seems that this secret realm was created by at least a powerful martial god realm being. Suyu was even more shocked in his heart. He actually had a wider range of knowledge than Deng Wanyu. Even in his previous life, he had already touched the realm of the god of war. At At least in his opinion, this level of change is a miracle, and it is not something that can be done by a random martial god realm. Doesn't it mean that the person who built this place was once a powerful god of martial arts? Then the danger of this secret realm they need to re-examine. At this time, a mechanical sound sounded in everyone's ears. Entering the palace, you can participate in trials, and passing trials can get rewards. Everyone's eyes were awe-inspiring. Trial palace? Get rewarded? The students suddenly became ready to move. Of course, they came to the secret realm to practice, of course, not for any adventure, but definitely to obtain treasures. The palace that can pass the trial and get the reward is what they naturally want. But no one is a fool, since it is a trial, there must be danger. If the trial fails, I don't know what kind of punishment I will face. Regardless, not entering the treasure house is not the style of a warrior. Song Weijie glanced at Deng Wanyu, who was supporting Chisho. His heart hurt, and his face turned red and white. Then he turned his head and called out to his students, let's go in and take a look. Deng Wanyu first glanced at the pale Chisho. She actually wanted her students to try, but she still asked Chisho's opinion. Chisho, let's do it. Chisho took a breath. I'm fine, go in and take a look. I guess the way out is also in this palace. The entrance to the palace was also extremely wide, and everyone entered the palace. The palace is very luxuriously decorated, and the decoration of the palace walls is intricately carved and tasteful. The ground is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everyone's reflection, and directly opposite them are layers of spiral steps. It extends diagonally from the entrance of the main hall to the highest point of the palace, giving people a sense of grandeur and spectacle. There are 9 floors of the platform, each connected by countless steps. These platforms look like they need to be climbed up one by one. In the middle of the 9-story platform is an ancient tree in the sky that is almost as tall as a palace. This ancient tree was also extremely handsome, except for being extremely huge. The whole body is translucent, reflecting the light of the crystal, and each branch and leaf is very full, as if it contains huge energy. Most importantly, there are many fruits on the tree, with low-hanging branches that hang right above the platform. Suyu had never seen such a strange giant tree. No, that's the source power elixir, and this amount is too much. Ji Shanchan exclaimed, only to see that at the bottom of the ancient tree, there was actually a pool of source power spiritual liquid, and this ancient tree was planted in the source power spiritual liquid. What a big hand. Yu Jiahao also seemed to have discovered something at this time. No, that's not fruit. That's a treasure. Suyu had just discovered at this time that what was born on the ancient tree was not a fruit at all, but a variety of treasures. 1000-year blood crystal, pure gold and jade, green agate. It's all treasures. Most of the treasures in the fruit are rare cultivation resources, and even if they are not, they are priceless treasures. Some of these things are known to them, and some of them are not, but they all give people a sense of preciousness, and you can guess that the things in it must not be ordinary. The preciousness of the treasure increases from the bottom up. The surrounding students suddenly let out a voice of amazement. Basically, everyone had straight eyes and greedy tears flowed from the corners of their mouths. At this time, Suyu's eyes also froze, and just below the top of this ancient tree, he saw a treasure. Purple gold chalcedony. This is his goal here, a treasure that can heal the injuries on Sujan's body. According to legend, purple gold chalcedony is a treasure taken from an ancient mythical beast. Of course, his main effect was not to treat physical injuries, and his main function is physical reconstruction. The person who takes this thing can reshape the meridians and completely transform the physical body of the wearer, greatly improving the user's cultivation qualifications. Especially for those martial saints who want to enter the half-step martial god, it has a miraculous effect. Sujan is already a half-step martial god. This function may be a bit wasteful, but Suyu feels that it is enough to treat his injuries. Although everyone was extremely jealous of these treasures, no one acted rashly. The people who came here were not fools, although these treasures were hung on the tree like this, but obviously not to give them like this. Obviously, they need to pass the trial. Sure enough, as everyone entered the hall, the branches and leaves of the ancient tree began to shake, and a voice sounded in everyone's ears again. Stepping into the first level of the platform is regarded as the beginning of the trial, and the successful trial can obtain treasures. Suyu's eyes narrowed, and he looked around and didn't see where the sound was made. And this voice's introduction to the trial is also very simple. There is no introduction to the method of the trial, the result of the trial, etc. However, at this time, the first platform at the bottom not far away lit up, changing from white jade to yellow-orange. The meaning is very obvious, that is, to tell everyone that those who participated in the trial can now go to the platform. Hey, tell me in detail, what will happen after the trial fails? Song Weijia immediately asked loudly, but the voice disappeared immediately after it appeared, as if the voice just now was just an illusion, and there was no voice to answer Song Weijia. He was the kind of impatient. Chisho and Deng Wanyu were still watching. He had already taken the lead in looking at the dozen or so students behind him. Which of you wants to try that platform? Don't be afraid. You must know that in a trial secret realm like this, although the first one to go up is the most dangerous, the reward you get is also the best. Song Weijie is actually right. These treasures seem to be a lot, but some things may only be one.
Lichuan. If the first person takes it, the second person is likely not to get it. Song Weijia's strength is not the strongest among the students, but the student with the greatest courage stood up, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to fight for a good impression in front of Song Weijia. He really made the right bet. Song Weijia had just fallen out of love, and he wanted to find a place in this trial. Glanced at this person with relief and encouraged. Tong Lichuan, don't be afraid, if there is danger, I will immediately save you. Tong Lichuan nodded heavily, then turned his head and walked towards the platform step by step. Seeing Tong Lichuan preparing to go on stage, the others did not stop him, and they also wanted to observe what was going on in this trial first. Suyu was not in a hurry. If this was the trial's secret realm, he knew. With the difficulty of this secret realm, let alone Song Weijia's students. Even if Fan Weijia went up in person, he didn't want to get the purple gold chalcedony, because the difficulty of this trial is related to the realm of this stage person. The higher the realm, the more difficult the trial. Soon Tong Lichuan stepped on that platform with apprehension and under the attention of everyone. Sure enough, the moment Tong Lichuan came on stage, a yellow light lit up around the platform, forming an enchantment to prevent the people around him from entering again. However, Tong Lichuan was not nervous. He had already foreseen this situation, and the process of the trial could not be interrupted so easily. Immediately afterwards, the ancient tree moved, and a branch quickly stretched towards the platform, and a doll of the second realm hung on the branch. Click, click. The doll quickly landed, and the doll was unconscious, and it was very mechanical and killed towards Tong Lichuan. Seeing that it was just a doll from the second realm, Tong Lichuan was overjoyed and rushed up with a spear in his hand. After all, he was a genius student at Yenjing Wuhan University, and in one round, he shot through the doll's head. I'll go. At this time, the mechanical sounds sounded again. If the trial is successful, choose the reward or enter the next level. The second platform above Tong Lichuan's head also lit up with yellow-orange light. The barrier around the platform also revealed a crack leading to the second level, and some treasures from the branches at the bottom of the ancient tree stretched in. But the trial on the first level was so simple, and the rewards were all ordinary things. Tong Lichuan didn't look down on it at all. What he wanted, of course, was to obtain a higher level of treasure, so he had almost no hesitation and walked directly towards the second floor. So you looked at Tong Lichuan, who showed confidence in his eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. He had already seen the strength of this Tong Lichuan, and according to his understanding of this trial, I am afraid that the other party would soon be unable to laugh. According to the information of the previous life, the trial of this first level is actually a cover. There is a suspicion that the participants in the trial will let their guard down. After entering the second level, the difficulty of the trial can be said to increase exponentially. Sure enough, Tong Lichuan quickly entered the second platform. He looked at the 5-3 realm dolls surrounding him in front of him, and he directly wanted to scold his mother. No, you don't increase the difficulty so much. The last level was still a 2-realm doll, and this level became 5-3 realm dolls. Are you kidding me? The others were also stunned, but fortunately, they were not the first to enter this time. With Tong Lichuan's proofing, many people already planned to withdraw after taking the first level of rewards. According to Tong Lichuan's strength, he was able to kill 3 puppets in the same realm desperately, which was already his luck. But in the face of 5 dolls in the same realm, why could he win? He is not an opponent even if he fights with his life. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Tong Lichuan was already covered in injuries. But the 5 dolls were now as if nothing was wrong, and he didn't even touch each other's skin. The difficulty of the battle of the 5 dolls has not increased a little, and Tong Lichuan has exhausted all his skills just by parrying. A few rounds later, Tong Lichuan couldn't dodge, and a puppet's long knife had already slashed towards his neck. Song Weijia wanted to rescue, but where he broke the barrier on the platform, it was directly bounced back. Fortunately, just when the long knife fell on Tong Lichuan's neck, he was instantly grabbed out by the branches of the ancient tree in the sky. A mechanical sound sounded. Failed trial. This ancient tree seemed to have been programmed, and at the moment of Tong Lichuan's death, the two were separated by almost all the slightest, and Tong Lichuan was sent out. Tong Lichuan, who fell back to the ground, had a pale face, and there was a long and narrow wound on his neck, although it was not fatal, but it was also shocking to see. If it was an inch deeper, he would die half his life. It's a pity, but you've done a good job. Song Weijie walked over and took out a bottle of traumatic medicine to apply to Tong Lichuan. He also fed him a pill to restore his source power. The effect of the elixir was good, and Tong Lichuan's face was obviously a little better. Looking at Song Weijie's appearance, Tong Lichuan was also a little relieved. Although he didn't get anything, it was indeed a pity, but at least he won Song Weijie's favor. With Tong Lichuan's lessons from the past, others couldn't help but be vigilant. The good news is that this trial is not fatal after failing, but the bad news is that the trial is too difficult. If they only took the first layer of rewards, they were a little unwilling, and they had a feeling of entering the treasure mountain but returning empty-handed. But from the second level onwards, the difficulty of the trial skyrocketed. At this moment, 3 students walked towards the platform smartly. These 3 are also Song Weijie's students. He brings the most students and has the largest fault tolerance rate. Let's go in together. together. See how it goes. Ah.
The three students looked at each other and nodded to each other. They want to see if multiple people enter the platform at the same time, whether it will increase the difficulty or stay the same.
At Song Weijia's signal, the three students stepped onto the platform at the same time. But in the next second, the three two-realm dolls were put down by the branches. The number of figures has tripled. It can be seen that if you reach the second floor, the number of dolls will also double. Sure enough, this is a trial designed above the god of martial arts, and there are no loopholes to exploit. These three students were originally students of relatively average strength under Song Weijia. There was no chance to pass the second level, so letting the three of them go up this time can be regarded as an experiment. The three people on the platform did not grind, and after killing the three puppets of the second realm, they directly chose to receive the reward to end the trial. The branches of that layer began to fall slowly, and several fruits fell in front of them. After they chose to complete, they were also grabbed out of the platform by the branches. These two people still wanted to enter the trial again, but it was obviously impossible. They were directly bounced out by the energy barrier. Song Weijia's students can also be regarded as doing a good deed, exploring the rules of the trial for everyone.
Suyu felt that it was time to start challenging the trial, and he had no worries about getting purple gold chalcedony as soon as possible. He was just about to ask Chisho for instructions and go to challenge the trial, but there was a figure that moved faster. I saw Yu Jiahao holding a long sword and had already rushed into the first platform. Seeing Yu Jiahao, who was the first in the martial arts examination, and several figures who wanted to challenge suddenly stopped. They wanted to see how far this newcomer Wang Yu Jiahao could go. After all, Yu Jiahao is the first in the martial arts examination of Yenjing Wuhan University, and he is one of the best among his peers in the entire Daxia Kingdom. The second realm doll in the first level didn't even hold on for a second in front of him, and was cut in half by a sword light. Then, Yu Jiahao directly entered the second platform directly. It was also 5 three-realm dolls that appeared in front of him. Subsequently, the long sword in Yu Jiahao's hand lit up with a blue-purple light, and a set of 4-stage swordsmanship was displayed. As expected of being the first genius in the martial arts examination, in just 1 month, he had already mastered the use of Deng Huanyu's 4th Dan Tianming swordsmanship. His awakening talents are very similar to Deng Huanyu's, both of which are mutated fire attribute awakenings. Although it is a fire attribute, it gives people a cold feeling. His footwork skills are obviously not low, although there are only 5 puppets, but he has never been able to encircle Yu Jiahao. Moreover, his swordsmanship skills have reached the realm of 4-stage moves, even 1 point stronger than Suyu. Suyu focused on improving his cultivation during this time, but he fell behind in the cultivation of marksmanship skills, but his marksmanship had also reached the peak of the 3rd stage, and he was only 1 step away from the 4th stage. Yu Jiahao's battle was indeed exciting. He fought with 5 puppets for several rounds. Not only did he show no signs of defeat, but he could also pump cold from time to give the puppet a ruthlessness. Yu Jiahao's performance aroused the exclamation of the watching students from time to time. As expected of the rookie king, there are 2 brushes, I can't compare to him. A student watching couldn't help but sigh. Deng Huanyu also nodded repeatedly, obviously very satisfied with Yu Jiahao's performance. I'll do it. Song Weijia couldn't help but curl his lips. Yu Jiahao's performance undoubtedly compared his students, but he also had to sigh that Yu Jiahao's strength was indeed strong. At this time, nearly 10 minutes of battle had passed, and Yu Jiahao had fully adapted to the rhythm of the puppet's attack and was more handy in dealing with it. He saw an opportunity and suddenly retreated, leaving everyone at a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Put away the sword and charge up. A huge blue sword light swept away with the cold flames. Everyone exclaimed. Yu Jiahao's sword already had the prototype of the artistic conception of the 5-stage swordsmanship. A genius who is about to enter the 5th stage of skills at such a young age is worthy of being the first place in Yenjing Wuhan University. Now Song Weijia was jealous. How good it would be if this kind of student was under his door. The power of this sword was really terrifying, and the 2 dolls were instantly cut into pieces with 1 sword. The remaining 3 puppets of the 3 realms were not a cause for concern at all, and were cut into pieces by Yu Jiahao with a few swords again. If the trial is successful, choose the reward or enter the next level. With the death of the doll, several branches fell, and the treasure on it was indeed much better. Yu Jiahao naturally chose to enter the next floor, but he was not in a hurry, but sat down cross-legged, ready to adjust his state. But unexpectedly, a golden light fell on a branch and hit Yu Jiahao's body, preventing him from resting. Please make a choice as soon as possible, otherwise it will be considered as giving up the trial. Mechanical voices began to urge. Sure enough, this trial is very strict, and there is no loophole for the challenger. Hearing the prompt of the mechanical sound, Yu Jiahao's face was ugly, and he could only lift the long sword and continue to walk towards the 3rd platform. The moment he came to the 3rd platform, 10 3-realm dolls gathered around. No, 10. Is this trial so exaggerated, directly multiplied? The students under the platform let out another exclamation. Fighting against 10 masters of the same realm, this has almost exceeded the limit of ordinary martial artists in the 3 realms. Kill. Everyone thought that even Yu Jiahao Jiahao would definitely not be able to bear it this time. But what I didn't expect was that after the fight, Yu Jiahao not only did not show any defeat.
So strong. The response seems to be more relaxed than the previous level.
Ji Shanshan's face was strange. Suyu, I read that right, how Yu Jiahao feels about these 10 dolls is simpler than the 5 just now.
Click, click.
Suyu squinted his eyes, he could see the doorway, so he said, this kid is very smart. He actually deliberately slowed down the progress of the last level. After all, the doll is not a person, and the attack method is only a few times. He completely figured out the attack methods of those dolls in the last level, although there are many dolls in this level, but there are only a few dolls that can attack him together. As long as he controls his position and doesn't let himself be surrounded, no matter how many of these dolls he has, he can't do anything about it.
Suyu is right, this kid is indeed a genius.
Chisho also nodded next to him, agreeing with Suyu's words. Obviously, he also admired this Yu Jiahao.
Ji Shanshan looked at the platform again.
Sure enough, I saw Yu Jiahao retreating while fighting, maintaining a certain rhythm, and circling around the platform. Those dolls are not real people after all, and only a few dolls can always touch him.
It's amazing. Ji Shanshan couldn't help but sigh.
Wang Jie also nodded repeatedly next to him. As expected of the first martial arts examination, she turned her head to look at Suyu.
Suyu, I don't know how many levels you can break through.
Suyu scratched his head and said with a smile, of course it's the last level.
Ji Shanshan stuck out her tongue, blow it. Ha ha.
Suyu didn't explain, he would naturally see the difference in a while. In fact, this was the 3rd level, and it wasn't even half of the difficulty of this trial. There is no suspense anymore, and Yu Jiahao has completely controlled the battle at his own pace. Soon, 9 of the 10 3-realm dolls were beaten to pieces by him, and only 1 3-realm doll was left to support it. At this time, Yu Jiahao was not in a hurry, and he was not in a hurry to attack, but just blindly began to defend.
Damn,
he is taking the opportunity to recover his state. This kid is really een.
Soon someone saw what Yu Jiahao was doing.
Since he is not allowed to regain his stamina after the challenge is completed, he will recover during the challenge. Yu Jiahao glanced proudly at the students watching the game below the platform, especially glanced at Suyu, and his pride was beyond words. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with his idea.
Suyu laughed at his childlike personality.
It's a bit clever indeed, but this trial is not that easy. This is just the beginning. Soon Yu Jiahao entered the 4th floor, and this time the number of dolls doubled again, reaching as many as 20. He repeated his old trick and continued to circle with these dolls. Yu Jiahao became more and more skilled at dealing with these dolls, and 20 dolls couldn't help him. In this situation, he is obviously not able to be defeated by numbers. At this time, Yu Jiahao only had one failure situation, that is, he killed to exhaustion. Now Yu Jiahao is indeed a little out of breath. Obviously the consumption is not small, but he has recovered a lot of physical strength in the last level, and obviously he can't reach the point of exhaustion. When the number of dolls killed by him gradually decreased, he didn't even use his attribute abilities, and he resisted the doll with simple sword moves, and began to recover his physical strength again. 20 puppets from the 3 realms really made him grind them all to death like this.
Good boy. Something. Chisho couldn't help but praise.
Deng Wanyu next to her also had a little pride on her face. After all, this was her student.
I'm afraid the 5th layer is his limit.
Looking at Yu Jiahao's performance, Suyu thought secretly in his heart. After all, he knew how perverted this trial was. The trial level of this secret realm must not be inferred by common sense. He will always give you a fatal blow when you are most proud. Yu Jiahao was completely complacent this time, killing 20 puppets in the same realm at the same time, which was beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding, and he believed that Suyu might not be able to do it. He waved proudly to the people below the platform. Then he walked towards the 5th floor with his head held high. He had been grinding the last doll for a long time, and his condition had already recovered. Now, even if 40 more 3-realm dolls come, he is confident that he will kill them one by one. But when he came to the 5th floor platform, he was completely stupid, and the number of dolls was not added, but still 20 dolls. But these 20 dolls, it's all from all over the world. Worry. No. Yu Jiahao directly began to scold his mother. In fact, he was already ready to fight with the puppets of the 4 realms.
But what do you mean by giving me 20 directly? The people in the audience also gasped.
Although Yu Jiahao's way of killing the doll is very difficult, they are not without the opportunity to do it. But what the hell is the difficulty of this 5th level? But these 4 floors seem to be the limit of everyone, killing 20 dolls that transcend one realm.
How could anyone do it?
Suyu, do you still think you can make it to the last level?
Ji Shanshan tilted her head and asked Suyu.
Of course. Suyu did not hesitate at all. This time even Wang Jie was a little unconvinced. He knew that Suyu was strong, but with this number of dolls, did he really want people to pass? At this time, Yu Jiahao on the 5th floor platform was already very embarrassed. His face was full of bad luck at this time.
This trial is simply not based on common sense, and the order of increasing difficulty can't be gradual?
The reward on the 4th level is actually very good. If it weren't for his ease of passing, he would have wanted to take the reward and leave.
This is good. He can't get anything.
After holding on for a few few rounds, Yu Jiahao was finally sent out in embarrassment. At this time, Yu Jiahao was covered in injuries, and he tried several times to get up but failed. But no one laughed at Yu Jiahao. His performance has surpassed everyone. No one dares to say that his performance can be better. Deng Wanyu also came to Yu Jiahao's side and fed him a pill. I'm sorry, teacher, I've disappointed you. Yu Jiahao was covered in wounds, but he still said to Deng Wanyu, okay, you're already doing well, take a break. Good teacher. Although Yu Jiahao disappointed Deng Wanyu with his mouth, a smile on the corner of his mouth did reveal his heart, and he was actually very proud of his performance. After talking to Deng Wanyu, he stared at Suyu with a provocative expression in his eyes, as if to say, Suyu, I see how many floors you can challenge. Seeing that Yu Jiahao had retreated, Suyu no longer hesitated and said directly to Chisho, teacher, students also want to try. Chisho glanced at Suyu in surprise. He thought Suyu must want to challenge a higher difficulty, so he was bound to want to observe for a while, but he didn't expect him to choose to challenge so quickly. Since Suyu has decided, Chisho will not stop him. Go, pay attention to safety. If you think it's too difficult, just take the reward and leave. Don't be reckless, Chisho advised. Suyu nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I know it in my heart. Ji Shanshan also encouraged from the side, junior brother, come on, I'm sure you'll be able to clear it. Although there was some ridicule, Ji Shanshan certainly hoped that this junior brother could successfully complete the trial. Wang Jia and Mang Rui also looked at Suyu expectantly. They all knew that Suyu was strong, but they also wanted to see how far Suyu could go. Many people who originally wanted to challenge saw Suyu stand up and immediately stopped. Suyu's performance at the opening ceremony was obvious to all. Everyone knew that Suyu was strong. Let Suyu go for them first, and they would look at the situation again. Before Suyu started the trial, the discussion about him had already begun one after another. This Suyu was Ma Jishuan, who killed the 4 realms with one shot, and even heard that Ma Jishuan was about to be expelled from school. Suyu's strength must be stronger than Yu Jiahao. I don't know which floor Suyu can break through. Hearing the student's words, another student's voice of opposition soon sounded. I don't think so. Then Ma Jishuan is just an ancient martial artist from the 4 realms, and he is not a substitute teacher, and martial arts have long been abandoned. It's nothing to beat a guy like that with one shot. Yu Jiahao is a single-handed opponent of 20 puppets in the same realm. This difficulty is no more difficult than fighting a waste 4 realms. It must be Yu Jiahao who is stronger. I think Suyu may not even be an opponent for 10 dolls in the same realm. Indeed, what you said makes sense. It seems that Yu Jiahao has to be stronger. The surrounding students also nodded frequently when they heard this, feeling that what this person said made some sense. The discussion of the students also reached Yu Jiahao, who was meditating cross-legged. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Nonsense. It must be my junior brother who is stronger. You can take a look. Ji Shanshan immediately hugged Suyu and said unfairly, hey, don't be too narcissistic. Be careful that your junior brother will be sent out on the 3rd floor. Then it's embarrassing. Immediately, some students began to refute Ji Shanshan, with a mocking tone in their tone. Ji Shanshan's temper can still be endured. Even the 3rd layer is better than you. Tell me how many floors can you go to? You, the student was speechless, but more people began to refute Ji Shanshan, and a group of people argued directly under the platform. Wang Jia and Mang Rui naturally wanted to help Suyu say a few words, but Wang Jia was cold by nature, and usually disdained these arguments at all, and opened his mouth twice, but he didn't know where to start. Mang Rui is introverted, and he can't interject at this time. Suyu's trial challenge was indeed expected by everyone. Deng Wanyu and Song Weijie also stared closely at the figures who had stepped into the first platform, wanting to see how Suyu was performing. After Suyu stepped on the steps, he looked at the spacious platform and the magnificent towering ancient trees in front of him, and suddenly sighed a little in his heart. Only when you get close to this ancient tree can you feel the mystery of this ancient tree. The translucent tree body is constantly strewn by ripples of various energy, giving people an unusually mysterious feeling. And this ancient tree itself resembles the identity of this trial judge. I don't know if it was programmed or if the ancient tree itself had wisdom. It should be set up. How can this kind of thing be an intelligent creature? Suyu was inexplicably a little apprehensive in his heart, but he always had an intuition that this ancient tree was alive. Since Suyu had already mastered the information about the difficulty of this trial, he was naturally a little sure, and felt that with his own strength, it should not be a big problem to get purple gold chalcedony. But the moment Suyu stepped into the first floor platform, he found that something was wrong. Normally, in this first level, he should be facing a doll from the 2nd realm, but what appeared in front of Suyu at this time turned out to be 2 dolls from the 2nd realm. The students under the platform were also a little suspicious. What's going on? Isn't it right? Why does Suyu's opponent have 2 puppets? He is just one person. Suyu had just realized at this time that he was not actually alone. He still has a little hope in his arms. Damn, forget about this stubble. Fortunately, Xiaoxi fell into a state of slumber because of the advancement, and her judgment of her realm was not accurate. Otherwise, now he is facing a puppet of the 3 realms and the 2nd realm. This is already a blessing in misfortune. At this point, Suyu had no choice but to bite the bullet. The dolls of the second realm did not pose any threat to Suyu, and stabbed them with one shot, directly piercing the two dolls into sugar haws. Suyu continued to climb up, and after entering the second floor, sure enough, this time it was no longer 5 3-realm dolls. Instead, the number doubled again, turning into 10 3-realm dolls. Well, Suyu's difficulty is a bit big. Why do you need to face 10 dolls on the second floor? Chisho, Ji Shanshan, and others suddenly showed worried eyes. Now Suyu is in trouble, but their concerns are obviously unnecessary. The 10 puppets of the 3 realms are not too simple for Suyu now. Suyu didn't use Yu Jiahao's style of play at all, and directly chose to go head-to-head. I saw the lightning flashing under his feet, his speed accelerated suddenly, and the spear in his hand turned into a thunder dragon and slammed into the puppets. No, this Suyu is crazy. He actually chose to be tough with the doll. Why doesn't he learn from Yu Jiahao's style of play? Isn't he a little too confident? Yu Jiahao couldn't stand it anymore at this time, and opened his eyes directly. Originally he pretended not to care and was adjusting his body. But when he heard that Suyu actually chose to be tough and rigid with 10 3-realm dolls, he opened his eyes in surprise. I'm afraid Suyu chose this style of play in order to suppress Yu Jiahao. It's still too arrogant. It seems that he will regret his conceit soon. Most students are not optimistic about Suyu. Yu Jiahao's eyes flashed. Does Suyu really just want to compare him? But Suyu's next terrifying shot made everyone shut up. I saw Suyu directly turn into a purple thunder dragon, instantly killing into 10 dolls of the 3 realms. These 3-realm dolls were no different from papier-mâché in front of Suyu, and were instantly dismembered by Suyu's spear, and all kinds of parts flew all over the sky. Almost in an instant, the 10 dolls turned into pieces on the ground. This is too scary. Everyone was shocked by Suyu's shot. Is this Yu Jiahao and Suyu comparable? Yu Jiahao relied on opportunism to defeat 10 dolls. But in front of Suyu, these 10 dolls were almost destroyed and blasted into pieces. The doll of the 3 realms is in front of Suyu. Why does it look similar to the doll of the second realm? Yu Jiahao was also shocked. Is this the gap between him and Suyu? There will be such a big gap. Then he provokes in front of Suyu every day. Isn't he just like a clown? Yu Jiahao wants to find a crack in the ground to get into. How can this be? No, impossible. Suyu must be holding on. He killed these dolls with all his might, and he would definitely be powerless. He won't continue to challenge, and when the time comes, he will directly receive the reward and leave, just to crush himself. Yu Jiahao thought with a pale face. He felt that this was Suyu's method. This person is simply too insidious. But Suyu didn't even look at those treasures as he thought. Instead, it goes directly to the platform of the 3rd level. The 3rd platform arrived at Suyu, and sure enough, 20 dolls appeared directly. Now Suyu should be powerless. A hint of luck flashed in Yu Jiahao's eyes, but Suyu still had no intention of retreating, and continued to choose to be tough. The purple thunder slammed down from the air, spreading across the platform. At this time, Suyu didn't even need to enter the transcendent state to easily slaughter these 3-realm dolls. The spear turned into a purple thunder dragon. The doll almost broke when it was glued, and Suyu was like a god of war. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 20 dolls turned into pieces again. In fact, the current difficulty for Suyu can only be said that the challenge has not really begun. Watching Suyu easily kill all the dolls again, now Yu Jiahao had nothing to say, and the last hope in his heart was shattered. The gap between Suyu and his strength is simply a difference between clouds and mud. This Suyu is simply unreasonable. Is he really a warrior of the 3 realms? The other students were also dumbfounded, and no one argued with Ji Shanshan about who was stronger. Are these two still comparable? Ji Shanshan herself was stunned. She thought about Suyu Chang, but she didn't think she was so strong. This is really a bit out of line. Okay, is this still a freshman? Chisho was surprised for a moment, and then showed a hint of pride. Deng Wanyu sparkled. Looking at the invincible Suyu, she couldn't help but sigh. Chisho really accepted a good student. Song Weijia looked at such a powerful Suyu, and suddenly felt that the students he had taken in were simply useless. All of them can't be compared with Suyu. Kill. At that time, he just had to hold on a little longer. Maybe Suyu would be able to switch to his subordinates. Song Weijia looked at Chisho fiercely. How could he lose to him everywhere? Not only can girlfriends not be grabbed, but even students cannot be grabbed. The most incredible thing is why he was reduced to comparing himself with the worst late repair in this school. Why is this? At this time, Suyu had already stepped into the 4th floor platform. Suyu's body was like a dragon, and after killing so many puppets, he did not feel weakened at all. He has 108 star veins, of course, which is much longer than ordinary people. The 4th floor platform really doubled the doll again, and he was greeted by 43 realm dolls. Dense dolls are scattered all over the platform. With so many dolls, the students under the platform were numb. Suyu still chose to shoot one person, without 2 flashy moves, and without delaying time. In a short period of time, all the puppets of the 3 realms were picked up. After killing all the puppets, Suyu took a deep breath without any hesitation. Just walked towards the 5th floor with everyone's surprised expressions. So strong. But when it comes to the 5th floor, it's not that simple for him. Sure enough, after Suyu entered the 5th floor, he was greeted by 40 dolls from the 4 realms. Even he, in the face of 40 dolls that exceed his own realm, is not so easy to deal with. Everyone sweated for Suyu. Faced with 40 dolls from the 4 realms, Suyu could no longer stand idly by. Transcendent state. Initiate. Suyu's heart began to beat violently. At this time, the time he entered the transcendent state had been extended to more than 10 minutes. It is already equivalent to the peak of Wu Jun in 10 minutes. After turning on the transcendent state, time was running out, and he had to end the battle in the shortest possible time. Suyu jumped high and smashed directly into the group of dolls. His actions made everyone dumbfounded. Isn't Suyu so tiger? How can you face this stronger puppet fighting style, but it is even more fierce? The moment Suyu landed, he knocked the puppets around. The spear swept away, the purple thunder swept out, and the dolls were swept away by Suyu and smashed to the ground. Then Suyu slapped the dragon spear towards the ground, and a phantom of a dragon appeared on the body of the gun. Like a real dragon, it let out a silent dragon roar. Click, click, click. Several dolls instantly turned into pieces. Suyu's whole body rose with red chi and bloodlight, and the tip of the spear in his hand flashed with golden light. Suyu once again entered the group of dolls. He had already used chaos energy this time, and the already sharp spear would become even more terrifying. As long as it is hit by the tip of a gun, the doll will be seriously injured if it does not die. For a time, the puppets from all over the world also began to reduce the number of people frantically. Suyu's lethality made everyone's eyes straighten. Isn't it? The dolls of the 4 realms can also be tough. Everyone has a feeling that these puppets in the 4 realms are in front of Suyu, and they are similar to those puppets in the 3 realms. They are all slaughtered. Bang! This is too scary. Is it my delusion? Why do I feel that Suyu is stronger than just now? Dang Wanyu's expression was serious, and she clearly saw some doorways. Suyu has indeed become stronger. He is faster, stronger. What method should he have used? It is estimated that it will not last too long. As expected of a martial saint-level powerhouse, he could see Suyu's weakness at this time at a glance. But even this is scary enough. Okay, this can no longer be called a leapfrog kill, this should be called a leapfrog massacre. Purple thunder spreads across the platform. Suyu's figure is like electricity, constantly shuttling through the group of dolls. Boom! With the blessing of Suyu's absolute power, even the puppets of the 4 realms are equally vulnerable. Soon, the dolls on the 5th floor platform were also emptied by Suyu. Suyu did not hesitate at all, maintained a state of transcendence, and rushed directly towards the 6th floor. The dolls on the 6th floor doubled again, and 84 realm dolls almost filled the entire platform, which looked extremely exaggerated. Suyu collided with this group of puppets again. He has the heart of a martial god with unlimited chi and blood, and his chi and blood are the same as not needing money, and his moves only use the most energy-consuming ones, and all kinds of ultimate moves are frantically greeting the surroundings. Watching Suyu's battle, everyone else felt shocked. Is his energy unlimited? How many times has Suyu's big move broken out? Why is it still alive? This is too long. The puppets in the 4 realms were no longer a threat to Suyu, and he cleaned up these puppets very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he once again cleaned up the 80 dolls on the 6th floor as quickly as possible. The speed was actually a few points faster than when it was on the 5th floor. This amazing efficiency and terrifying lethality made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. This is too scary. This Suyu is really strong. At this time, a mechanical sound sounded. If the trial is successful, choose the reward or enter the next level. The branches drooped low, and several fruits fell towards the platform. Shielan copper sand, heavenly sound string gold. Good thing. Under the platform, several people suddenly exclaimed. The rewards on the 6th floor are already very good, and these things are considered treasures for the martial saint. Hurry up and choose the reward. Don't go to the next level. Kill. Ji Shanshan shouted to Suyu under the platform. Most people also think that Suyu will not continue. The rewards are enough now. This trial is so evil. The next level is not necessarily difficult, and it is already very good to get such a good treasure. But Suyu's goal is far from here. He only glanced at the treasures without any pause, and accelerated towards the 7th floor. No, he still has to continue to challenge. Crazy. This is too greedy. Ji Shanshan also beat the drum in her heart. Suyu doesn't really want to pass this trial. Suyu's eyes were solemn, and his expression gradually began to become serious. From the 7th floor onwards, it was not so simple for him. The main reason is that he still has Xiaoxi with him, which is equivalent to him going through the trial of 2 people alone. After entering the 1st level, there are no branches descending, but as a light lit up, it illuminated the scene on the platform on the 7th floor. When they saw what was on the platform, everyone gasped. Suyu actually faced directly with the 2 puppet giants of the 5 realms who made Chisho vomit blood at that time. This is a doll comparable to the Grandmaster realm, and it is not the same as the doll of the 3rd and 4th realms. Damn! Now Suyu is in big trouble. Let's just say that he is too greedy, and he should have accepted it when he saw it at that time. This requires a 2-level battle, and no one can be an opponent. Many students felt sorry for Suyu, and also felt that he was a little overbearing, and he should have taken the treasure just now and left. Chisho and
Ji Shanshan also worried about Suyu, hoping that he would not be caught by a second, or there would be no chance for the branch to save him. The only person who believed in Suyu might be Wang Jia, who wanted to see if Suyu could create miracles. But Suyu on the platform was worried completely different from everyone else at this time. What he was worried about was not on this floor, but on the 8th floor, because the purple gold chalcedony was originally a treasure of the 8th layer. Because according to the information, the highest level clearance in this secret realm is the 8th floor. As for what is on the 9th floor, this is not known. According to his plan, there should only be one Grandmaster level doll of the 5 realms on this floor. He used all his strength and there should be a chance to grind him to death without the knife technique of the unity of heaven and man. On the 8th floor, there will be 5 Grandmaster realm dolls at the peak of the 5 realms. At that time, he will use the knife technique of the unity of heaven and man to kill them in seconds, and he will be able to successfully get the purple gold chalcedony. But at this time, the situation obviously changed, and he encountered 2 dolls of the 5 realms when he was on the 7th floor. Suyu's brows furrowed. If he used the knife technique of the unity of heaven and man in advance, although he could pass this layer, but he will also lose his combat effectiveness, and the challenge of the 8th floor is obviously not to be thought about. This damn trial, Suyu cursed secretly. Think about it, if Deng Wanyu came up to challenge, wouldn't he meet a strong man in the martial god realm at this level? I really don't know that there are dolls from the martial god realm here. The person who cleared the 8th layer of the trial of this difficulty in his previous life was really perverted. As the puppet giant punched Suyu, the battle officially began. Although the puppet giant is large, it moves extremely fast. The 2 puppet giants pressed together, and Suyu suddenly felt the fist wind roaring, which doubled his pressure. He kept tossing and turning, and he could only barely get hit. There were less than 5 minutes left before the limit of the transcendent state, and Suyu had to come up with a way to defeat these 2 puppets without the unity of heaven and man during this time. If he can't think of a way when the time comes, then he may have to stop at this 7th floor. But it is not easy to kill across the 2 borders, and it is 1-on-2. He was unwilling. At this time, he was only 1 step away from purple gold chalcedony, and he was unwilling to fail like this. Talking about 1-on-2, he suddenly had an idea. There is another way. Suyu jumped back high, turned over, and stuck the dragon spear on the ground heavily. Bell. With a loud bang, the dragon spear stood firmly on the ground. Spiritual weapon transformation. Whoa. After an earth-shattering dragon roar, a cloud dragon slowly flew out of the spear. After the cloud dragon appeared, it hovered above the 7th floor. Its size was huge, and it carried the coercion of an ancient beast, and even felt that it could compete with the ancient tree. The terrifying pressure of the cloud dragon quickly spread throughout the audience, making everyone feel a tremor from the bottom of their hearts, and there was a feeling of wanting to bow down. Divine Dragon Spirit. The instrument spirit of the martial god realm. This is too exaggerated. Suyu's spear is not only a spiritual weapon, but also a spiritual weapon with the spirit of the martial god. How can he even have such a terrifying thing? No wonder he dares to constantly challenge the upper echelons. That's right, take it out early. Who is the opponent of this thing? All the students showed envious expressions in the sky. Suyu was not only powerful, but also had such powerful equipment on his body. No. Deng Wanyu immediately noticed that something was wrong. The Jinlong gun spirit is indeed from the martial god realm. It depends on who uses it. Suyu is a martial artist of the 3 realms. How can the instrument spirit have the power of the martial god realm? The fact is similar to what Deng Wanyu imagined. If Suyu could really make this instrument spirit exert such great power, he would have used it long ago. When he encountered this dragon spear, it was precisely because this dragon spear had absorbed a lot of energy there. In addition, the dragon suppression spear is the array eye of the weapon mount, and all the energy can be used by him. So at that time, as soon as the cloud dragon instrument spirit appeared, it could use the power of the martial god realm of the instrument spirit's own strength. But at this time, Yinlong was just a superficial appearance. Suyu had already infused all his chaotic energy into it, but he could only let the cloud dragon appear for a moment, and his strength could not be the martial god realm. But it was enough for this cloud dragon to hold on for a moment, and the cloud dragon let out a long roar again and suddenly pounced on a puppet giant. The cloud dragon instrument spirit he summoned barely reached the strength of the Grandmaster realm, just enough to block a puppet giant for him. However, time was tight. Yunlong couldn't hold out for long. He had to hurry up. Then he slowly pulled out the alloy long knife in the space ring, staring at another puppet giant with his eyes. Okay. In one breath, solve him. What is this? The crimson light swept through the blade. Even if he didn't use the knife technique of the unity of heaven and man, Suyu's knife skills were still 7 levels. 7 levels of knife techniques. All moves can use the artistic conception of knife techniques. When Suyu took out his long knife, Chisho was also a little excited. This is my knife technique. At this critical moment, Suyu actually chose his knife technique. Chisho couldn't help but be a little excited. Even Deng Wanyu glanced at Chisho in surprise. Not to mention, Suyu was really a disciple of Chisho. He thought that Suyu was using his own exercises, but he didn't expect that he really learned something from Chisho, and he could also use knife techniques. But after seeing the knife technique used by Suyu, Suyu, Chisho's face changed instantly. Knife intent. Kill against the sky. A huge red blade was cut out, the same as what Chisho used to kill the spider beast, and even more so. No, this is the intention of the knife. 5-stage knife skills. Chisho and Deng Wanyu's eyes widened. They didn't expect that Suyu's knife technique turned out to be a 5-stage knife technique. No, this is not a 5-dan knife technique. In the blink of an eye, Suyu had already cut more than a dozen knives, and the knives were all knife artistic conception. Chisho was a little confused, and said word by word, knife, meaning, realm. 6-dan knife skills. This. Deng Wanyu's eyes were full of shock. She glanced at Chisho and muttered to herself, Chisho, how does his knife technique feel stronger than what you use? Chisho's face was speechless. Nonsense, I am a 5-dan knife technique, but Suyu is a 6-dan, can this be compared? No, I'm talking about the use of knife techniques themselves. Late repair. Indeed. However, don't slap your face like this, okay? Although Suyu used Chisho's knife techniques, he was a half-step martial god in his previous life, and he was immersed in these knife techniques for many years. It is also normal for blue to be better than blue. Even Deng Wanyu and Chisho were so surprised, and the other students were even more confused. The artistic conception is only the legendary knife technique in their concept, but Suyu can actually achieve the artistic conception of the knife. This person turned out to be their classmate, and now they don't even have the heart to compare. This is simply not human. The closest to the artistic conception was Yu Jiahao, who was already numb at this time. 6-section knife technique. 6-dan knife technique. He muttered to himself a little crazy. What he is most proud of is his 4-dan swordsmanship skills. In order to reach this state, how much hardship and effort he has endured to cultivate to this state. But at this time, he was abused by Suyu's 6th-dan knife technique. His talent is worthless in front of Suyu, and it cannot be compared with Suyu at all. Under Suyu's crazy use of artistic conception to attack, the puppet giant gradually couldn't support it. The artistic conception knife technique under the blessing of infinite chi and blood, each of which can cut through the heavens and the earth. The puppet giant finally couldn't hold on and was cut off by Suyu. Whoa! The cloud dragon over there couldn't hold on either, and the huge body wrapped around the puppet giant flashed for a moment and then re-drilled back into the dragon spear. Whoa! Suyu's chest was like a bellows, kneeling on one knee on the ground, constantly panting. This was almost the most difficult battle since his rebirth. The transcendent state is also running out of time at this time. Although both puppet giants are also scarred, they still retain the power of a battle. Being able to fight to this point has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Enough, this is already good. Just when everyone thought Suyu had reached his limit, Suyu didn't stop. His blood rose all over his body, and he rushed up again. Can he still fight? Is his chi and blood infinite? Everyone immediately sighed. The sword light in the sky lit up, and Suyu instantly collided with the two puppet giants again. Finally, just when Suyu's transcendent state was about to be maintained, he found a gap and desperately cut a huge blade, and a puppet giant was completely cut into pieces. The only doll left was also covered in scars, which was much easier. Click. After a while, it finally turned into pieces. If the trial is successful, choose the reward or enter the next level. The sound of the machine sounded in Suyu's ears. Suyu Cheng lay on the debris on the ground in a large shape, panting heavily. Finally won. If he couldn't beat it anymore, he would have to use the necromancer energy in the shadow clone. Not to mention whether the necromancer is good for the doll, he really doesn't want to expose this strange ability to the public. Looking at Suyu lying on the 7-story platform, everyone was silent. He actually won. He really killed two puppet giants of the Grandmaster realm just by himself. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Wang Jie's face was full of excitement, and she clenched her fists tightly. I know you can do it. Kill. Meng Rui was full of admiration. Senior brother is so powerful. I want to be the same as senior brother. No, it would be nice to have a senior brother who was half strong. Chisho swallowed. Now that he has found out, maybe he himself may not be Suyu's opponent. Ji Shanshan looked at Chisho's strange expression and seemed to know what Chisho was thinking. She can empathize with Chisho's mood. At this time, her mentality was also somewhat balanced. This student is stronger than the teacher, and the junior brother is stronger than the senior sister, so it's nothing. At this time, on the 7th floor platform, a golden light soared straight into the sky. The 6 fruits were quietly suspended in front of Suyu. The fruit was surrounded by golden light, full of priceless rare treasures, and the value of these treasures made even Deng Wanyu a little moved. Some of these treasures, she even felt that she could have the opportunity to help herself break through the martial saint realm. The value of these treasures can be imagined. Please choose the reward as soon as possible, or challenge the next level. The mechanical voice began to urge Suyu to make a choice. At this time, Suyu was lying on the ground panting, and it seemed that it was a little difficult to get up. Everyone is now waiting quietly, guessing which treasure Suyu would choose. No one thought that Suyu had the possibility of choosing to continue the challenge. Not to mention whether you can beat it. People are like that, and they choose to continue to challenge. Isn't that looking for death? But what everyone didn't expect was, Suyu almost didn't hesitate, struggled to get up, with a hint of happiness on his face, and said loudly, I choose. Keep the challenge. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. What is Suyu doing? Why did he choose to continue the challenge? The current treasures are good enough, and even several treasures can allow him to break through the 3 realms and enter the 4 realms on the spot, and it can be of great help to his future martial arts path. But Suyu gave up like this? Everyone didn't understand Suyu's behavior. Why is this? Suyu can't even stand up now, and he still has to continue to challenge? Wang Jia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Maybe he was for his father. Suyu's father? Wang Jia and Suyu were admitted to Yanjing Wuhan University from Yunshu City together, and she has always been very concerned about Suyu, so naturally she has inquired about Suyu's situation. Suzhan was Suyu's father's business, and she naturally knew about it for a long time. Although the injuries of the Soviet Union were kept secret from many parties, after all, paper could not contain the fire. Now even the generals of the Northern Theater have been replaced, and the situation of the Soviet war is self-evident. Obviously, the Soviet Union was seriously wounded and had lost its combat effectiveness. The matter of the Soviet war has also been driven by some people with a heart to spread in Daxia. At this time, everyone also knew that Suyu's father turned out to be Suzhan, the half-step martial god who was famous throughout the country. No wonder it is so powerful. Deng Wanyu's eyes flashed, and her eyes quickly swept over the fruits at the top of the ancient tree. The eyes quickly locked on the purple gold chalcedony. Yes, he wants to take the purple gold chalcedony. Deng Wanyu exclaimed. Purple gold chalcedony has the effect of recasting the body, and it will definitely be able to heal the injuries on Lord Suzhan's body. It turns out that his goal has always been this. Hearing Wang Jie and Deng Wanyu's words, everyone was silent for a while. Unexpectedly, Suyu participated in the trial for other purposes. It turned out that the reason why Suyu was so desperate was to get the treasure that healed his father. For a while, everyone was in awe, and the reason why Suyu fought so hard finally had a reasonable explanation. The students also suddenly felt a little dazed, and there was a trace of doubt in their hearts. Is it really worth giving up so many treasures and continuing to break through the level, just for that chance to get the purple gold chalcedony? Suyu. Wang Jia looked at Suyu's back angrily, watching him drag his heavy steps, moving towards the 8th floor step by step. Chisho couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At first, he only thought that Suyu was talented, but now it seems that he still doesn't really know him as a disciple. The light in Song Weijia's eyes kept flashing. Suyu, this kid, is really. At this time, Suyu had gradually come to the steps in the middle of the 8th and 7th floors. He touched his heart of the god of war through his chest. At this time, the heart of the god of war had already escaped from the state of transcendence and gradually calmed down. He used the idea of the great sun view and tried his best to appease the rioting qi and blood in his body. At this time, he still had the final blow left to mobilize the upper limit of his body's qi and blood. At that time, he would completely lose the battle, but the next level should be facing 10 5-realm dolls, and this blow should be enough. He took a deep breath and was a little excited. After so much effort, we finally came to this point. Everyone below the platform nervously watched Suyu's back as he entered the 8th floor. Dong, dong, dong. Suyu's heavy steps seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. Finally, Suyu came to the 8th floor platform. When Suyu entered the 8th floor platform, his expression suddenly changed. On the platform, there were not 10 puppet giants in the 5 realms that he imagined. At this time, there is only one doll on the platform. The doll is not tall, just like the body shape of an ordinary person. But this doll is significantly different from the others. The whole body is no longer human, but has become mechanized. The whole body is made of golden alloy, and there is a red cloak behind it, holding a giant battle axe in his hand. The doll was facing away from Suyu, and the moment Suyu stepped onto the platform, the doll slowly turned around. In the next second, an overwhelming momentum of the great grandmaster came to his face. Suyu snorted and knelt down on one knee. What's going on? Why did you directly become a puppet in the realm of the great master of the 6 realms? Suyu's face suddenly showed surprise. The people below the platform exclaimed. It's over, it's over. It's actually a puppet of the 6 realms. How can people play with this? That's right, there are 3 realms away from Suyu, and Suyu is still weak. What kind of ghost trial is this? Can anyone pass this? Chisho and the others couldn't help but worry about Suyu. Facing the puppet of the great grandmaster realm, Suyu was still in a weak state, and there was no chance of winning. Suyu didn't feel particularly desperate. From 10 5-realm dolls to 1 6-realm doll, maybe it's still a good thing. After all, in the face of 10 5-realm dolls, if he explodes with all his might, it will be troublesome if he misses a doll. Now there is only 1 6 realms doll left, so there is no luck. Fight! Win or lose. Suyu slowly stood up, holding the alloy long knife in both hands, and the heart of the god of war in his chest began to beat violently. A surging force of qi and blood rioted again, and because the power was too strong, Suyu's whole body began to ooze a trace of blood. Blood slowly seeped out of the capillaries all over his body. This was a sign of a runaway of qi and blood, but Suyu had no intention of restraining himself. Not enough. This is a great master. I still need to become stronger. Suyu desperately encouraged the heart of the god of martial arts, and more
power of qi and blood was poured into his body. At this time, Su's facial features began to bleed, and the whole person seemed to have become a blood man. Suyu's appearance was shocking to see everyone. A hint of heartache flashed in Chisho's eyes, and he couldn't help it at all, and shouted loudly, "Enough, Suyu! Don't go any further." But where could Suyu still hear Chisho's voice? He only had one thought in his heart. That is to defeat the doll on the opposite side. Suyu's desperate appearance was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Even though he was covered in blood, facing the Grandmaster doll of the three realms that were different from himself, Suyu still held the long knife tightly and did not give up. Yujaha was completely convinced, not because he admired Suyu's strength but because he felt it. If he were Suyu, he would definitely not be able to do this, and such a will would be incomparable to him. Looking at Suyu's appearance, everyone felt that their mouths were a little dry, and they didn't even dare to speak, for fear of disturbing his state. At this time, Suyu's momentum finally reached its peak. There was nothing in his eyes, only the doll of the six realms. He slowly raised the long knife, which was lifted very slowly, and the long knife in his hand seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. The moment the long knife was raised, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and an aura even more terrifying than the great Grandmaster erupted from Suyu's body, instantly sweeping the audience. Seeing Suyu start, Deng Wanyu's pupils instantly turned into the size of a needle. This is a change in the rules of heaven and earth? 7 Dan knife skills. The realm of the unity of heaven and man. How is this possible? Deng Wanyu felt that her cognition was a bit insufficient. How could this kind of knife skill appear in a young warrior of the three realms? Suyu's momentum at this time was already even more terrifying, and a phantom figure standing tall like a martial god appeared behind him. The doll opposite him was like a flat boat in the sea, obviously stronger than Suyu, but he was pressed to the ground by this terrifying momentum of the unity of heaven and man. At this time, Suyu finally cut out this knife, and when he took out the knife, he also attached to the long knife with the small amount of chaotic power that had just been condensed. Let his alloy long knife turn directly into gold. Heaven and man are one. Chop! A terrifying red blade gushed out of Suyu's long knife and slashed towards the doll. For a while, the world changed, and the entire secret realm seemed to darken, just like Suyu's knife sucked away the light of the entire secret realm. The doll actually showed a humanized look of fear. Obviously the doll of the six realms already had a certain amount of human wisdom. It's really the unity of heaven and man. Deng Wanyu felt that the whole person was numb. This was almost the standard configuration of the martial god, and many skills that the half-step martial god could not master actually appeared on the body of a martial artist of the three realms. Chisho couldn't even recognize that this was the realm of the unity of heaven and man. He only felt that Suyu's knife skills were extremely mysterious, and he felt that he had gained a lot when he took a look. There were some things I didn't understand before, and I instantly felt like I was open. This is? He suddenly felt a little speechless. Damn, who is whose teacher? But when he heard what Deng Wanyu said, the whole person was stunned. This is the legendary of the unity of heaven and man. How is this possible? He is a student who is too terrifying. It turns out that it is not a 6-dan skill but a 7-dan unity of heaven and man. Chisho didn't know what he should say. This kind of thing was like a fantasy in his heart. For Wang Jia and Ji Shanshan, Suyu's knife skills were not as big as Deng Wanyu's. After all, whether it is a 6-stage knife technique or a 7-dan knife technique, it is an unattainable existence for them. However, they could feel how powerful the terrifying aura on Suyu's body was at this time. If they stood in front of Suyu, they didn't even have the courage to take out their weapons. Buzz! The puppet of the six realms only had time to lay the giant battle axe in front of him, gathering the energy of his whole body on the giant axe, trying to block Suyu's blade. The red blade was extremely fast, and there was no time to react, and it crossed the entire platform almost in the blink of an eye and disappeared into the air. In an instant, the whole world calmed down, and the secret realm was bright again. The terrifying blade sent out by Suyu appeared quickly and went quickly. Everyone had a sense of trance, and the knife just now was like a dream, as if it had never appeared. Suyu's long knife couldn't hold on at first, and the A-grade alloy turned into a piece of shards, which showed how terrifying the energy Suyu infused was. The fragments of the alloy long knife on the ground proved how strong Suyu's knife was. At this time, the puppets of the six realms looked as if they had not been harmed in any way. The doll's eyes kept turning. After a while, he lifted his right leg and slowly took a step forward. Snap! Immediately afterwards, a very thin crack appeared in the middle of the entire body of the doll, including the giant tomahawk. In the next second, the doll exploded directly and turned into pieces. Successful trial. Please choose your final reward. Finally, win! Listening to the mechanical sound of victory, Suyu couldn't hold on at all, and the whole person fell to the sky, and the blood on his body couldn't stop flowing out, and he directly turned into a blood man. Suyu actually won. The great grandmaster of sword slashing. Everyone was so excited that their bodies were numb, and Suyu actually did it. Such a difficult trial actually allowed him to pass. How do I feel that this trial is actually not as perverted as Suyu? Could it be that the developers didn't expect that someone could really succeed in this kind of trial? Wang Jia felt even more angry and bloody, and her heart was yearning. One day,
day, he will be the same as Suyu. Click. Chisho and Xiaoingha were still a little in a trance. They only had one sentence in their hearts. As long as Suyu does not die, he will be a new generation of martial gods. Even they felt that Suyu might become the god of martial realm earlier than Su Jun. Deng Wanyu has always prided herself on being a genius. Now that she saw Suyu, she knew. Compared with people like Suyu, she is just an ordinary person with better talent. Ji Shanshan didn't know when. The whole person leaned on Meng Rui. The two of them opened their mouths wide, and they both looked at Suyu on the platform with dull eyes. Other students can't even say a complete sentence, which is no longer something they can understand. Warriors of the Three Realms, Great Grandmaster of Sword Slashing, is this really reasonable? At this time, 3 rays of light poured into the 8-story platform from the ancient tree. 3 golden fruits containing treasures gradually landed in front of Suyu. The light of these 3 fruits was extremely dazzling, making people unable to open their eyes for a while. After a while, the light gradually faded, and 3 treasures appeared in front of Suyu. On the left is a purple irregular liquid suspended in the air. Countless golden spots of light shine in the liquid, like stars in the sky. This is the purple gold chalcedony that Suyu has been thinking about. On the right is a hard material that looks like a diamond. After the light shines on it, it reflects countless colorful brilliance, making people dizzy to watch. This is a rose god crystal, which can forcibly increase the level of a weapon no matter how it is fused on top of any weapon, even if it is a spiritual weapon. And the weapon will become indestructible, which is considered a treasure of the same level as purple gold chalcedony. When Suyu's eyes finally fell on the treasure in the middle, even the well-informed Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath. Jisho Zhuguo. This turned out to be a treasure that increased longevity. Moreover, the number of longevity yuan increased by this extreme longevity Zhuguo is also in the first echelon, and it can increase the longevity yuan for hundreds of years. No matter what period it is, the treasures that can increase longevity are the most valuable. The warriors of this world will continue to increase because of the cultivation of longevity yuan, but it is naturally meaningless just to not die. They are naturally more willing to spend a lot of money to buy treasures that increase their longevity for their relatives. Even some strong people themselves also hope that their longevity will be more, so that they will have the opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Including the Wind Emperor and the Empress, Suyu heard about the 2 martial gods in his previous life, and he didn't know how many years he lived. Maybe there is also the trouble of insufficient longevity now. Because Suyu came to challenge with Xiaoxi, he could actually take 2 treasures. In this case, he did not hesitate, dragging his seriously injured body forward and putting away the purple gold chalcedony first. Sure enough, after putting away a treasure, the surroundings were quiet, and no branches had any intention of pulling him off the platform. So he directly chose the second treasure, Jisho Zhuguo. Although he divided Xiaoxi's Shouyuan equally, he was now far from reaching the upper limit of Shouyuan. But he can also give it to his mother. Discovering that Suyu could actually choose 2 treasures, the people below were stunned. Is this the reward for Suyu's double difficulty? But the next second, something even weirder appeared. I saw several branches appear on the platform, and Suyu thought that these branches were meant to lead him out of the trial. But in the next second, those branches directly grabbed themselves to the 9th floor platform. What's going on? Suyu hasn't taken all the treasures. Why do you continue to challenge? No. After Suyu finished the challenge just now, the mechanical voice did not say that he could continue to challenge. This 9th layer may not be artificially chosen. Chisho guessed with his eyebrows furrowed. Faced with this situation, everyone can only wait and see. Suyu didn't expect this situation. At this time, he had been placed directly on the 9th floor platform by the branches. This 9-story platform is no different from the other 8 floors, and the area is almost exactly the same. It's just that the current 9-story platform is empty, and there is not even a single doll. Just when Suyu was surprised, a voice suddenly appeared in Suyu's mind. Little friend, don't be nervous. Let you come to this 9th floor. I just want to make a deal with you. This voice was very similar to the mechanical sound, but the intonation was sudden, and there was a hint of mechanical feeling. It's just that this person hasn't spoken for a long time, and some syllables sound a little strange. I'm here, little friend, you can see me if you take a few steps forward. The voice sounded again, and Suyu followed the sound forward. Until he reached the edge of the platform, he still didn't see any creatures. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that this 9-story platform was the closest place to this ancient tree. He looked out along the platform. He was less than 10 meters away from the ancient tree, and he could easily see the energy flow in the ancient tree's body. At this time, Suyu actually felt that the ancient tree seemed to be swinging branches at him. Isn't it? It's this ancient tree that speaks to me. At this time, the voice confirmed Suyu's conjecture. Xiaoyu, you guessed right. I am the one who spoke to you. I am the ancient Kunlun immortal tree. I gave myself a name. You can call me Muzan. This is the name I chose after I became enlightened. Immortal tree? Suyu was suddenly shocked. He had really heard of this tree. This is an ancient tree that has appeared since the beginning of the world. The fruit produced can increase the longevity yuan, and the extremely longevity vermilion fruit is its fruit. At first, he didn't react yet, but he didn't expect
expect that the deity who had produced the Jisho Jugwa was in front of him. I just don't know how an ancient tree of this level could be in this secret realm full of treasures and become a part of this trial. At this time, Mu Sang's voice continued to sound. I see that Xiaoyu is talented and I want Xiaoyu to do me a favor. Mu Sang's voice became smoother and smoother and his speech speed became faster and faster, obviously starting to adapt to the rhythm of his speech. Suyu frowned, the other party from the beginning of making a deal to asking him to help. I don't know what the hell is going on. Before Suyu had any statement, Namuzang continued. I am the only immortal tree in heaven and earth and I have initially awakened my spiritual wisdom. I should have hidden in this heaven and earth to cultivate until it turned into a true divine tree. But one day, a strong man with supernatural powers suddenly appeared. He forcibly grabbed me and cut off my body, sealing my consciousness into a tree root. And plant the roots of the tree in this secret realm. Let me help him guard this secret realm and abide by the rules of this secret realm. Suyu understood, and he was secretly surprised in his heart. The magical power of the strong man in this mouth was simply incredible. And this Muzang should not be a real immortal tree, just a root of the immortal tree. After so many years, it has grown into such a towering ancient tree. According to legend, the fruit of the immortal tree is a legendary treasure that can refine immortal medicine, and the Jisho Jugwa obviously cannot reach this level. It makes sense now. As for saying that he was originally an immortal tree, so you didn't believe it at all. Maybe it was just Musang putting gold on his face. After introducing himself, Namuzang finally got to the point. I was forced by the power of the rules of heaven and earth set by the strong man, and I couldn't leave this place at all, and I don't know how many years I have lived here. If it's just my own, it's nothing if it goes on like this. But recently I have an heir, and I don't want him to be trapped in this dark secret realm forever like me. I don't know if Xiaoyu can take my heir away. Of course, I won't treat you badly. This 9th layer is also a challenge. I can let you directly clear the level and receive the last treasure. What is this situation? I already have a Xiaoxi on me, and this sent another sapling. Is he a natural dad? And this mulberry is still a mother tree? This Musang seemed to have guessed what Suyu was thinking. Although I was born with spiritual wisdom, in the final analysis, it is still a plant. We do not have gender. We are all self-reproductive. Hearing Musang's words, Suyu was stunned. The other party is a tree, as if there is no gender. But there are still a lot of problems in this. Suyu knows very little information. He doesn't dare to agree rashly. Why did you choose me? There are other people here who have been here. Why didn't they take your child away? Hearing Suyu's words, Musang's voice paused for a moment before continuing. Because if you want to communicate with me, you must clear the 8th floor and come to the 9th floor. I am the gatekeeper of this level. The first few levels are set up. Even I can't intervene. After so many years, this trial is simply too difficult. There is no one inside who can reach the 9th floor, so naturally I can't communicate with them. Musang gave a reasonable explanation. Suyu also believes that although there are many geniuses in the world, there are indeed not many who can clear this 8th floor. But Suyu was still not ready to agree. The experience of the previous life told him he and this ancient tree's strength are not at the same level at all, and he is not qualified to do equal deals with each other at all. Once he gives the other party what means he wants to use for himself, he doesn't even have a chance to resist. But he couldn't refuse directly. He asked tentatively, then what if I turn down the deal? Namuzang obviously didn't expect Suyu to answer like this. With such good conditions, this human being was not tempted at all. His voice also had a hint of coldness. If you don't agree, now that you have entered the 9th layer, then I will start the real trial of the 9th layer. If you fail, you will lose both treasures you obtained. Damn, this guy doesn't talk about martial arts. Suyu also guessed that this Musang could not actually violate the rules and directly hurt them. Otherwise, with the terrifying sense of oppression on the other party, how could he be kind to him here and make a deal with him? So he is not afraid of each other. But he didn't expect the other party to use the rules. If he failed, he would lose the purple gold chalcedony that he had already received. He spent so much effort on this thing, but he didn't want to hand it back like this. Seeing Suyu's hesitation, Musang continued to work harder. The fruit between his branches was shaking, and his voice was full of temptation. As long as you agree, you can choose the treasures in these fruits of mine, and after clearing the 9th floor, you only need to choose my heirs and the treasure you like from the treasures. It turned out that he still needed to use the rules to hand over the heir to himself. It seems that this Musang is really affected by the rules, and the autonomy is very small. Suyu's eyes flashed, he hesitated for a long time, and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I promise you. He was ready to clear the 9th level of the trial first. Okay, then you can choose a treasure you like. Musang's voice became polite again, but he still reminded, but don't think about opportunism, there will only be 2 treasures at that time, and you must choose my heir. Suyu's heart was cold. It seemed that there was no way to fool it. He could only nod his head, which was considered to be agreed. Then, his eyes swept between the canopies. There were not many treasures on the highest floor, only a few of the best. Just when Suyu was still choosing, Namuzang suddenly spoke. You should have signed a symbiosis contract with some ancient races. That little guy in your body has a very strong aura. If I hadn't suppressed the power of the rules, I would have increased the difficulty long ago. Do you think you can still pass this challenge? Suyu's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that this Musang could even feel the Xiaoxi in his body. But it's normal to think about it. When he entered the trial, it was a trial according to the specifications of a double. Musang was naturally able to guess. I just didn't expect that Xiaoxi was a strange beast in the four realms after all, and the difficulty was not increased because of the suppression of this Musang. The abilities in this Jade Note should be very suitable for you. As long as you two learn the abilities in this Jade Note, you can borrow the abilities of your symbiotic objects, and even have each other's realms for a short time. As he spoke, a Jade Note flew up until it was submerged in a fruit. Before entering, the Jade Note also automatically showed Suyu a piece of content. It is really a way to use the symbiotic contract, and it can also be regarded as a kind of exercise. I don't know which genius invented it. This thing is good. This ability was invented by the strong man who locked me here, and he and my body have already signed a symbiosis contract. What? Suyu swallowed his saliva. Sign a symbiosis contract with the immortal tree. Isn't that having infinite longevity? The horror of this strong man has risen to another level in his heart. This thing is really good, so that he can use Xiaoxi's ability, and can even use the opponent's realm for a short time, which greatly improves his combat power. Suyu was indeed a little greedy for this thing. Although he had always been very wary of this Musang, and this thing was recommended by the other party, he still couldn't help but agree. Okay, then this thing. Let's start. Musang's voice was also obviously excited. With Musang's agreement, the 9th floor platform soon changed. A green energy appeared on the 9th floor platform. Immediately afterwards, countless branches converged towards the 9-story platform and gradually turned into a tree man composed of branches. The appearance of this tree man is completely composed of branches. It looks very simple, but the aura on its body is extremely powerful. It was even higher than the second level of the Great Grandmaster again, and he came to the 7 realms Martial Saint realm. The people below the platform were dumbfounded, and they couldn't hear the conversation between Musang and Suyu. I only saw Suyu standing on the platform for a moment, and then such a terrifying monster appeared.